to verify whether I have activated the divine eye. I go to the Speed 8 hotel every day to see various young ladies. It was not until I saw a young lady in black stockings entering the hotel with the number 2600 above her head that I realized I had succeeded. The number displayed on a person represents the wealth they possess. It turns out that last night I burned 3 incense sticks for the god of wealth. When I woke up, I found that everything had a price tag: wild fei yang yang ali gatto for 10 yuan, second-hand black stockings for 20 yuan, and a beautiful bikini for 180 yuan. At that time, I thought my eyes might be sick, but it turned out to be the superpower bestowed upon me by the god of wealth. Watching the woman get into the car with the big boss beside her, I felt a mix of emotions. Oh well, I'd better just continue working honestly. After leaving the hotel, I rushed to an antique shop for an interview. The boss of the antique shop was welcoming an old man. I looked around unconsciously. Cabinet, 15. 000, Chonsam shop assistant, 152, black silk Chonsam shop assistant, 5. 200, Xiangming stone pot, 200. 000. What? 5 zeros? I can't imagine that the ordinary teapot on the coffee table is worth 200. 000. This is the antique shop owner Zhao Boxiang flattering to the old man next to him. Which one do you like? Just let me know. You are a regular customer. The old man nodded lightly, shuttling between several shelves. Finally, he stopped in front of a porcelain bottle. This Fahua porcelain bottle is quite interesting. I said, Qin Lao, what kind of eyes do you have? I tried so hard to hide some private goods, but you saw it at a glance. Zhao Boxiang immediately showed a pained expression. At this moment, the old man took out a magnifying glass from his pocket and carefully examined it. After 20 minutes, the old man put down the magnifying glass and asked, this kind of quality Fahua porcelain bottle is rare. Let's get straight to the point. How much do you want? At least 400. 000. How about 300? 000? Standing next to them, I couldn't help but exclaim. 300,000? I clearly saw that this broken bottle only shows 4. 000 on it. 300. 000 divided by 4. 000 equals 75. If this boss succeeds, even Musk would have to call in dad. As soon as I spoke, the two of them were startled. What are you panicking about? Zhao Boxiang was about to make a killing, but he didn't expect to be startled by me. If this bottle breaks, you can't afford to compensate. Being scolded by someone like that, my mood naturally didn't improve. A broken bottle of 4,000 yuan cannot match the two characters of Fahua. Zhao Boxiang's face changed immediately. 4,000 yuan? You actually said that my Fahua porcelain bottle is only worth 4,000 yuan. It's simply nonsense. Do you know who is sitting in front of you now? This Mr. Qin is a great expert in the antique world. Mr. Qin approves of this porcelain bottle, but you are here making baseless remarks. Zhao Boxiang waved his hand and directly issued an order to expel the guest. However, Mr. Qin ignored Zhao Boxiang and beckoned to me. Young man, can you tell me why he is only valued at 4,000? Humph, you're just talking nonsense. I'll see how you end up, Zhao Boxiang said disdainfully, but as soon as he finished speaking, he heard me slowly say, Fahua color originated in the Yuan dynasty, flourished in the Ming dynasty, and was fired in the Pu prefecture of Shanxi province in the early days. The decoration method of Fahua color absorbed the music and powder painting of Shanxi murals. Now, a special mud bag with a tube is used on the clay body, like a water pen filled with mud. Zhao Boxiang's face darkened, but he still insisted. Are you suggesting that mine is fake? I didn't respond immediately, but squatted beside the coffee table to carefully observe the porcelain bottle. The color of this porcelain bottle is indeed the classic peacock green of Fahua color. The texture is beautiful, but the characters on it are 8,000 miles away from the year. Self-reproach and drifting. Don't believe in drifting? May I ask Manager Zhao if you know where these 8 characters come from? Hearing this, Zhao Boxiang was taken aback. Although he understood antiques, he was far behind in poetry. When Mr. Qin heard these 8 characters, his eyebrows raised slightly, immediately picked up the porcelain bottle, took out a magnifying glass, and carefully examined it. Sure enough, the twisted characters were written on the bottle, and Mr. Qin suddenly realized. Qin Lao noticed something unusual in his expression. Zhao Boxiang quickly took out his phone to search for the origin of this 8-character poem, but Qin Lao coldly said, don't bother looking. This is a line from Gong Zizhen's poem. He was born in the late Qianlong period. Zhao Boxiang was shocked. How could he have imagined such a huge flaw in this high-quality imitation vase? Qin Lao snorted coldly but did not pursue the matter further. I was careless this time. I won't hold it against you, he said, then turned his gaze towards me. The young man had good eyesight and a quick mind. Tell you what, pick something in this room for me. As long as you like it, I'll buy it for you. the old man said. I felt a bit awkward. Isn't this inappropriate? What if I make a mistake and you end up losing? If it weren't for you, I would have already bought this Fawasi vase. You've actually saved me money. So just choose, he insisted. Zhao Boxiang immediately perked up and changed his attitude, smiling at me. You noticed the flaw in the Fawasi vase, showing your discerning eye. Since Qin Lao has spoken, go ahead and pick something. I have plenty of good items here. Let's see if you still have that keen eye, he said with a smile, but he was actually thinking of how to take advantage of me. Alright then, since Qin Lao trusts me, I'll choose something, I said calmly on the surface, but inside, I couldn't help but smile. I pretended to browse through several shelves before picking up the teapot I had seen earlier and examined it carefully. Seeing this, Zhao Boxiang had a laugh. Count you kid no goods. I'm this stone lady pot but the Republic of China's objects, raised for so many years. Good. Qin old man also put his eyes on the teapot. However, is gently shook his head. This teapot he has long been aware of. As Zhao Boxiang said, it should be the Republic of things right. However, although the pot is well done, but no bottom no paragraph, the provenance of the unknown, can only be dealt with according to the folk imitation of the object. Similar objects in the Republic of China handed down a large number of particularly fine workmanship can be worth $1 million or $8,000, but the collection value of 10 limited. Elder Qin, if you accept this pot, just give me 20,000. Zhao Boxiang said smilingly. How is it? Have you taken a good look at this pot? Seeing Hu Yan's delay in speaking, Zhao Boxiang couldn't help but urge from the side. Well, watch this. This is it. Hu Yan nodded, although he hadn't found out any strong evidence yet. However, the price wouldn't be wrong. This pot was worth $200,000, while Zhao Boxiang only wanted 20,000. How could he say that Qin Lao wouldn't lose money? Zhao Boxiang joyful but swiped the card. This pot he has $3,000 to collect. Turn the hands of 17,000. Is also very good. Young man, what's so good about this pot you tell me? Old Qin opened his mouth and asked. This teapot is very much like the Sagami Stone Lady pot. Sagami Stone Ladybird pot, www.zbcxw. CN Star Novels. Com. You kid is really daring. However, this does look like a stone lady pot. Qin Lao took the teapot from Hu Yan's hands and looked at it carefully again, saying, if there is a seal mark then it's clear, but we have to remove this batter first as well. It's a bit risky. Hu Yan scratched his head. Once the wrapping is removed in case there is no seal mark as well, the value of this pot will be discounted again. No harm done anyway, it's just a $20,000 thing. Besides, if it wasn't for you kid, hundreds of thousands of dollars would be writing on it. Soon, under Qin Lao's operation, there was a hidden writing on the bottom of the teapot. Seeing this, Qin Lao hurriedly stopped and took a closer look, only to see that, at the bottom of this teapot, a seal mark called out, Dai Xiangming. Dai Sangmiang? Zhao Boxiang was petrified on the spot. Dai Xiangming, the second-generation heir to the iron painting Huan, was a renowned master of literature and art during the Republican era. This master, Dai Xiangming, was friends with the Republic of China ceramist Gu Jingzhou, so the latter deliberately made a teapot to present to Dai, with Dai's seal mark on the base and the seal mark on the lid of the pot being that of Master Gu Jingzhou himself. Sagami Shidu Jug, which fetched over $1 million at auction many years ago. He was shocked when another such teapot appeared in his own store. $20,000 to sell the Phase Ming Stone Ladybird pot. This later, will certainly fall into the antique circle of the laughingstock. In the antique business, reputation is far more important than anything else. Oh boy, my Sagami Stone Dipper pot. Qinold no longer pay attention to Zhao shopkeeper. This pot lid and bottom of the seal all see clearly. The lid is Gu Jingzhou seal. The bottom of the pot is Dai Xiangming. And then combined with the workmanship and form of this stone ladybird pot, basically can be concluded that this is the Xiangming stone ladybird pot undoubtedly. However, it is a pity that the seal mark Gu on the lid is not very clear, and there is a bump on the bottom of the pot, plus the polishing with dilute hydrochloric acid has damaged the surface of the whole pot, so the price of this pot will be discounted to a certain extent, but compared to the $20,000 purchase price, it's only a solid profit. Oh no, it's blood money. Elder Qin smiled broadly and left the curio store with Hu Yan. Young man, I still don't know your name? Elder Qin asked as he patted Hu Yan's shoulder. My name is Hu Yan. I'm a recent graduate of the history department of Jiangcheng University. Hu Yan hurriedly introduced himself. So you studied history. No wonder you can recognize Gong Zizhen's poem with a single glance. Elder Qin nodded and asked again. You came to Boss Zhao for an interview? Well, I'm looking for a job recently. Hu Yan responded truthfully. I see that you have a good eye. Let's do it this way. In the afternoon, you go to Tianhai Pawn Shop, and look for Qin Baoxiang. and he will arrange a job for you at that time," Qin Lao said with a smile. "This is inappropriate." Hu Yan did not expect this old Qin casually arranged a job for himself. And Tianhai pawnshop he had heard of is considered one of the top 2 pawnshops in Jiangcheng, where it is said that the remuneration treatment is very high. www.zbcxw.cn-novels.com. What's not appropriate? You helped me so much to introduce you to a job, and what is it? Originally, I was going to directly give you a sum of money, but think about it, granting a fish is not as good as granting a fisherman, or to find a job for you more long-term sum. Qin old man while lovingly touching the Shangming stone dipper pot in his hand, he said, "Okay then." Hu Yan nodded, but in his heart, he said, "Old master, old master. In fact, you directly give me a sum of money is also good." Now Hu Yan is really some uncovered. Namely, he is now facing the dilemma of moving out of the school dormitory, but once moved out he has no place to go. Now, his bank card inside the money, full of counting, is less than $2,000. Jiangcheng was an international metropolis, and the monthly rent for an ordinary one-bedroom housing was over $2,000, and the money in his pocket was not enough to pay the rent at all. If you can't, you'll have to be cheeky and ask your parents for help again. Farewell, Qin Lao. Hu Yan while walking to the bus station, while thinking about how to talk to his parents to ask for money. In fact, Hu Yan's family is not bad. His mother is an elementary school teacher. His father is the grassroots leadership of a local state-owned enterprises. The two have a salary of 7 or 8,000 per month. In their third-tier city has been considered a good income. However, Hu Yan also has a younger sister, just last month to participate in the college entrance examination. A few days ago received the Jiangcheng University admission notice, and Hu Yan is a school. Therefore, the younger sister on the university tuition is not a small amount of expenses, so he is not too willing to ask the family to ask for money again. After all, he is about to enter the community. Qin Lao asked Hu Yan to go to Tianhai pawnshop in the afternoon, and because of the winning of the lottery, there was a delay of some time. However, it was only after 3 o'clock, so it was not too late. So, Hu Yan took a car and went straight to Tianhai pawnshop. Half an hour later, Hu Yan arrived at his destination. Although he had long heard that Tianhai pawnshop was very large in scale and one of the best in the entire Jiangcheng city, he was still surprised when he saw the luxurious and imposing facade. "Sir, do you have business to transact?" There was a security guard standing at the main entrance, and when he saw Hu Yan stopping here, he opened his mouth to inquire. "Oh, I'm looking for someone." "Looking for which one?" the guard asked. "I'm looking for..." Hu Yan thought about the name that Qin Lao said. "Oh, his name is Qin Baoxiang." "Who?" Upon hearing this name, the security guard was stunned. "Qin Baoxiang ah." Hu Yan repeated. "Qin Baoxiang. That's our chairman," the security guard asked with a taut face. "Do you know him? Do you have an appointment? Besides, our chairman is not in this store." "Ah," Hu Yan frowned, "but I was told to come here to find him." "Who sent you?" the guard pursued. "Yes." Hu Yan hesitated for a moment, as he did not know Elder Qin's name. "Zhang, what's going on?" Just as Hu Yan and the security guard confronted each other, a voice rang out behind Hu Yan. www.zbcxw.cn-novel.com. Hu Yan subconsciously twisted his head, only to see that the visitor was a tall, beautiful woman, looking about the same age as himself, but her outfit could be much more expensive than Hu Yan's popular brand. Sunglasses, $12,000. Watch, $178,000. Satchel, 37,000 yen. T-shirt, $1,080. Jeans, $4,288. Necklace, $780. When you see the price of the necklace is, Hu Yan cannot help but be puzzled. So a body full of big brand of beauty, only the price of the necklace is so cheap. This thing is very not in line with common sense. Under normal circumstances, the rich is very important to the quality of the necklace, especially the rich woman is extraordinarily fancy to wear on top of the necklace, and in front of you such a body full of luxury goods of the beautiful woman. It is impossible to buy a necklace to bring a high imitation. "Missy, this gentleman is looking for the chairman." This woman with a big brand name was named Qin Zishuan, the only daughter of the chairman of Tianhai Group. "Looking for my dad?" Qin Zishuan looked Hu Yan up and down and asked. "You can also tell me anything you have." "Ah," Hu Yan gently frowned, then truthfully said, "Actually, it was Elder Qin who told me to come to Mr. Qin Baoxiang, saying that he could help me arrange a job." "Elder Qin?" Qin Zishuan thought for a while, then took out her cell phone and flipped a photo out for Hu Yan to see. "Is this the old Qin you're talking about?" "Aha, that's him." Hu Yan nodded. The photo on Qin Zishuan's cell phone was the same old Qin he had seen in the morning. It's kind of refreshing that my grandfather asked you to come to my dad and get you set up. Qin Zishuan laughed and said, do you know that my grandfather hasn't asked about even a little bit of the group's business for years? So how come he suddenly has to help you arrange a job? You don't suspect me of being a liar. Hu Yan was speechless for a while. Kinda doubt it. So I'm going to call Grandpa to make sure. Qin Zishuan said, flipping through her cell phone address book and dialing a number out. Grandpa, there's something I need to check with you. Qin Zishuan took a few steps into the distance so that the contents of the call would not be heard by Hu Yan. About 5 minutes later, Qin Zishuan, who had hung up the phone, walked back with a smile on her face, looked at Hu Yan and asked, what's your name? Nonsense. It's still true. Qin Zishuan smiled gently. I heard my grandfather say that you have good eyesight. So how about I test you? If you can really pass, you can come work for our Tianhai pawnshop. Alright, please ask Ms. Qin for a question. Since the other party had made a request, Hu Yan could only take it. Those in our line of work inevitably deal with luxury goods. How much do you know about luxury goods? Qin Zishuan asked. Half knowledge. No some. Hu Yan responded truthfully. Well then, take a look at which one of my outfits is in A-goods. Qin Zishuan spread her hands and spun her whole body around, showing off what she was wearing. This, Hu Yan on the surface was a difficult face, but in his heart he was secretly laughing. Maybe for others this question is very difficult, but for him this is simply a gift. But the joy in his heart, Hu Yan naturally could not show it, since the young lady asked him to screen the accessories on her body. Then he would do it properly. So Hu Yan took a step forward violently, breaking a safe distance with Qin Zishuan before people in the interaction. There is a comfortable and safe distance for each other. Usually it is best to keep a distance of more than 1-2 meters when conversing between strangers, so that everyone will not be under pressure. Just now, the distance between Hu Yan and Qin Zishuan was almost 1.5 meters, which happened to be a safe distance, and Hu Yan took a violent step forward, instantly destroying this safe distance, so much so, that Qin Zishuan subconsciously took a step back, exasperatedly saying, what are you doing suddenly sticking so close? Not that let me identify the wear on your body. Far away. How can I see? Clearly. Hu Yan shrugged. Qin Zishuan was speechless for a moment. What people said wasn't unreasonable. It was just that she always felt that the other party was looking at her with a lustful gaze. Moreover, her gaze was always circling around her chest. Alright, no need to look. You're eliminated. Qin Zishuan huffed. Hu Yan was stunned and looked puzzled. Why? You know yourself. Qin Zishuan snorted coldly. This time it was Hu Yan's turn to be speechless. According to your exam question, I am trying to identify what you are wearing, and there are no results yet, so how can you be eliminated? It's not true that I'm letting you identify, but you always look at mine. What's mine doing here? It's still a rogue. Qin Zishuan pointed at her chest and huffed. www.zbcxw.cn*fiction.com. Hu Yan was once again speechless, took a deep breath, and said with a straight face, you asked me to identify what you were wearing, so of course I had to go piece by piece to identify it. However, when I saw your necklace, I felt that there was something wrong with it, so that's why I looked at it a few more times. Necklace? How dare you say there's something wrong with my necklace? Qin Zishuan chimed in with a cold smile. That's right, there's just something wrong with your necklace. Hu Yan nodded affirmatively. Alright, now you're completely eliminated. Qin Zishuan waved her hand. Bye. Hu Yan frowned. Are you so sure your necklace is authentic? Of course, this necklace is my best girlfriend, who gave it to me as a birthday gift, brought it back from France. How could it be A-goods? Qin Zishuan said with a certainty. If that's the case, I advise you to better stay away from that good girlfriend of yours in the future. Hu Yan skimmed his mouth, then waved his hand with a sanguine face. See you later. Oh, not again. After walking out a few steps, Hu Yan twisted his head back to add that although Qin Zishuan possessed a face and body that made countless men covet her, Hu Yan didn't quite like her such a strong and egotistical character, and decided to give up on this job opportunity. After all, he is now also a person with a golden finger. Not worry about livelihood, especially after he unlocked the road to wealth to buy scratch lottery. It is even less worry about livelihood. Therefore, he felt that there is no need for him to argue with this young lady here. Ooh, quite a temper. Looking at Hu Yan's distant back, Qin Zishuan skimmed her mouth. Then, stepping up the steps, she entered the pawnshop. At this moment, it was already almost time to go off work. There was not a single guest in the pawnshop, and several appraisal masters were waiting for the moment of going off work with a leisurely face. Qin Zishuan's office was on the second floor, and she was originally prepared to go upstairs directly, but when she passed by the jewelry appraisal stall, she ghostly stopped, took off the necklace around her neck, and handed it to the appraiser sitting inside the counter. Master Wang, take a look at this necklace. Although Qin Zixuan felt that 99% of Hu Yan's words were not trustworthy, since she had an appraiser right in her own home, there was no harm in taking a look at it, and it was with this mindset that she took off the necklace. The appraiser surnamed Wang took the necklace and glanced at it, then laughed. Missy, where did you get this fake? What? Fake? Upon hearing this, Qin Zixuan was instantly confused. Yeah, with this workmanship, it's considered inferior in high imitation. The appraiser smiled and shook his head. Now, Qin Zixuan was completely dumbfounded and stood in place for a long time before. Exasperated, she shouted, Qian Shower, you wait for me. Hu Yan also did not rush back to the dormitory, full of streets around to find a lottery store. However, after entering a few stores have not seen the jackpot, up to $1,000 in prizes. Of course, $1,000 Hu Yan will not let go, so even if he did not meet the jackpot, but sweeping down the street like walking, he is still by virtue of his own pair of eyes open to the eye of the money to make more than 10,000 yuan. The beautiful and happy to return to the dormitory. Strictly speaking, Hu Yan has actually been considered a graduate, only, he has not been able to find a suitable job, so has been relying on the school dormitory did not go. With him to rely on did not go with Zhao Pang. With the words of Zhao Pang, early out of the day will have to carry a day of rent, which is where the rent is not as cheap as the school dormitory these days. When Hu Yan returned to the dormitory, Zhao Pang was sitting on the bottom bunk soaking his feet. Coming back so late, looks like the job is taken care of? Seeing Hu Yan walk into the dormitory, Zhao Pang immediately asked. It was promising, but unfortunately it fizzled out when I met a self-righteous woman. Hu Yan pulled out a chair and sat down. Woman, what's the situation? Tell me, Zhao Pang asked with a curious expression. It's not much of a situation. It's just that she's a dumping ground for herself and all the men are thinking of taking advantage of her. Shit, you will not be looking at people with good-looking parents up evil intentions, right? Zhao Pang, a look of pain. I said, old Hua, you broke up also not long how to hold into this look. Buddy's cell phone just have a few wonderful small video. Back to send you. Scram, www.zbcxw. CN Star Novels. Com. Hu Yan directly a white eye flew over. Then, from the pants pocket to touch out a box of unopened Zuanheman. Crap, old Hu. You're rich. See Hu Yan's hand Zuanheman. Zhao Pang eyes immediately bright. This cigarette $18 a box. For them is simply the existence of the landlord level. Although I did not find a job, but my luck is good. I scratch lottery won a few $1,000s. Hu Yan did not tell the truth. After all, he has supernormal capabilities, this kind of thing, or not let other people know good. Thousands? Your sister. What kind of luck have you gotten? Zhao Peng excitedly took his feet directly out of the water basin, splashing water all over the place, and while wiping his feet, he said, then what are you waiting for? Hurry up and invite your buddies out for a big meal. That's a good point, but I still think we should look into where we're going to live next month. Hu Yan burst into a bitter smile, fortunately did not say that he had won 100,000 jackpot. Otherwise Zhao Peng this goods not necessarily play what tricks. Well, also, the notice just posted on the bulletin board on the first floor today. Graduates must leave school at the end of the month at the latest. Zhao Peng pecked the tooth flower. A face of winks said, Old Hua, you are now a big landlord. So, I'm out of 15,000. The rest you out, and then I slowly pay you back. We find a cheap 2-bedroom. Hu Yan raised his eyes and looked at Zhao Peng. The bastard's current value, $340. That is to say, these 2 days Zhao Peng spent a total of $60. 3 meals plus transportation costs, an average of 30 a day. In order to save money is also enough to fight. That's fine. The question is, in which area do we rent a house? Hu Yan took a cigarette and held it in his mouth, handing Zhao Peng another. Our company is over in Xishan. That piece of house is relatively cheaper. I think it's okay to rent over there. Anyway, your job is not yet realized. When the time comes, it's okay to find a job nearby. Zhao Peng proposed. That's fine. Then when you go to work tomorrow, keep an eye out for houses over there. It's fine to look at the right ones. Anyway, you're a dry salesman with free time. Alright, it's settled then. Zhao Peng beautifully smoked a cigarette with a face of enjoyment. And just then, Hu Yan's cell phone suddenly rang. An unfamiliar number. There's an interview call this late? As he was looking for a job, Hu Yan had put in quite a few resumes out, and most of the recent strange calls were to notify him of an interview, so he naturally assumed that this was also a call to notify him of an interview, and immediately, he pressed the connect button. Hello, I'm Huin. Hu Yan was polite. Hello, I'm Qin Zixuan. On the phone was a cold but familiar female voice. Qin what Xian? Qin Zixuan. Qin Zi what? Qin Zishuan. What Zishuan? Qin Zishuan. How could it be that the two who were just still talking on the phone, Hu Yan suddenly heard the same voice coming out of his cell phone in his ears at the same time? Nonsense. Yo, isn't this MS? Qin, what a coincidence. It's not easy to still recognize me. Qin Zishuan snorted coldly. Where can not recognize Miss Qin looks so outstanding. Not to mention in this narrow path, even if it is still in the sea of people, that is the most attractive one. Hu Yan said with a smile, as the saying goes, 1,000 wear a million where a horse's ass does not wear. This time you have to shoot hard. Not to mention the most women eat this one. Before Hu Yan and Mom to ask for money when often use this trick. Sure enough, Qin Zishuan's face eased up quite a bit, but her tone remained cold. Is there a place to eat? Let's talk while we eat. What's with the attitude at dinner? You think you can do whatever you want just because you're a beautiful woman? Okay, where? Superior Grand Hotel. After all, it was a high-class beauty. The place where she came was different. Hu Yan sked and marveled in his heart. MS. Qin, if you have anything to say, just say it. Hu Yan put on a business-like attitude. Afternoon. You're right. Qin Zishuan held her tongue for half a day and said with a reluctant face, the necklace is fake, right? Hu Yan smiled smugly. Aha. Qin Zishuan nodded. At this time, the big wave beauty on the side interjected. Little brother, are you helping me to see this one? Is it also fake? Micro high fashion, but also fake. Hu Yan just glanced at it and gave his answer because it was only worth 2,800. After all, this brand sells a scarf for 10 Ws. Sure enough, it's a fake too. The big weighty beauty was a bit furious. That damn Jack. I told you, he's not a good person. Qin Zishuan, who was on the side, rolled her eyes. The big weighty beauty smiled gently, then said to Hu Yan, by the way, my name is Qian Shower, Qian Xian's best and finest best friend. Oh, hello, my name is Hu Yan, and this is my brother, Zhao Peng. Hu Yan introduced himself and pointed at Zhao Peng. Hello, two beauties. Zhao Peng greeted the two with a silly smile on his face. So what should I call you? Hu, or Yen Yen? Qian Shower's voice is really sweet to the bone, especially when she said Yen Yen. Hu Yan almost died on the spot. Can't she be the Qiling of the Skata place in Zhongcheng? Just call him Old Hu. Zhao Peng picked up on the side. Aha. Qian Shower nodded and said to Hu Yan again. Old Hu. Xian knows that you have extraordinary eyesight, so she would like to invite you to accompany us to the Jade Conference tomorrow. I wonder if you have any knowledge of Jade? Turns out I'm the one who's been looking for me on business. Jade? I don't know much about it. It's not a wasted favor. I'll give you 30,000 when it's done. Deal. Hu Yan stood up mischievously. Happy cooperation. Do we need to sign a contract? You can draw up a contract now. It's fine if you don't have a red seal. I'll press it with my blood seal. Qian Shower. Qin Zishuan. The next day. Dormitory building front door. A pink Mercedes-Benz Big G is particularly dazzling. Good morning, Old Hu. The Big G's passenger window fell down, and Qian Shower waved at Hu Yan. Morning. Hu Yan nodded at Qian Shower and swept another glance at the Mercedes-Benz Big G in front of him. 210000R. Hu Yan felt like he had lost count of the zeros behind that. The stomach that was still hungry was instantly filled with envy. The Jade Conference is not in Jiangcheng, but in Xiucheng, which is known as the Jade Capital. A sizable Jade Conference was held here today, attracting many well-known domestic jewelry companies as well as wealthy people who love to gamble on stones. When handing over the invitation, Hu Yan realized that Qian Shao was the daughter of the current chairman of the famous domestic jewelry company Qian's Jewelry. As for Qin Zishuan, she was the 1,000-year-old Miss Tian High Group, and the two young ladies were indeed a good match as BFFs. Zishuan, you're here. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Hu Yan was observing the situation inside the exhibition hall when a handsome-looking man walked over head-on. Hello, Mr. Jia. Qin Zishuan nodded her head slightly and responded in a very official manner, looking at the meaning of it as an aversion to the man's intimate address. Jia Dawei, you only have our Xian in your eyes. Qian Shower rolled her eyes at the man. Hey, how can I? Little air, you're so dazzling, but I've been aiming at you for a long time. Jia Dawei laughed. That's a good thing to say about your last name. Qian Shower skimmed his mouth. www.zbcxw.cn-novels.com. And at this time, Jia Dawei's gaze couldn't help but fall on Hu Yan. As a matter of fact, walking together with Qin Zishuan and Qian Shower, these two big beauties, it would be hard for Hu Yan not to receive attention. After all, these two were too racy. And this is? Jia Dawei asked while carefully surveying Hu Yan's outfit from head to toe. A friend of Zishuan and I. Hu Yan. Qian Shower casually introduced. Old Hu. His name is Jia Dawei. Hello. Hu Yan politely greeted. At the same time Jia Dawei sized him up. He was also looking at the other side, and was directly informed of his bottom line. This guy is worth more than 100 million. The value of a line of clothing has been almost to 1 million. Especially a wristwatch on the hand. The price is as high as more than 600,000. Look at his age is also more than 30 or so. If the price is his own struggle to come, Hu Yan is truly admired. However, after carefully surveying Hu Yan's outfit, Jia Dawei couldn't help but show contempt in his eyes, and asked in a somewhat playful tone, "Brother Hu, where are you employed?" Hu Yan wears civilian brands. The price of all the clothes together is not more than $1,000. Therefore, Jia Dawei, after looking at Hu Yan's clothes, already have an assessment of his identity. This time took the initiative to ask, is also thinking to further find out Hu Yan's bottom line. "I'm still looking for a job." Hu Yan responded truthfully. "Just graduated this year?" Jia Dawei asked again. "Aha." Hu Yan nodded. Learning that Hu Yan was just a fledgling college graduate, the look of contempt on Jia Dawei's face became more and more obvious, and he immediately waved his hand. "Hey, then you can go to my company. Since you're a friend of Zi Xian in Shao'er, you definitely won't be treated badly. He's the senior appraiser of our Tianhai pawn shop." "Senior appraiser? Brother Hu, you are truly a deep concealer. How can you have such a good eye at such a young age?" Jia Dawei froze for a moment. His eyes swept towards Hu Yan once again, but with a hint of coldness. He naturally thought that Hu Yan had lied to him just now, since Brother Hu is the senior appraiser of Tianhai pawn shop. "Then, why don't you help appraise this watch of mine, which I received the day before yesterday? And to be honest, there is still some apprehension in my heart now, not knowing how valuable it really is." Jia Dawei said that he was about to take off his wristwatch and bring it to Hu Yan for appraisal. However, before he could do it, Hu Yan opened his mouth. "Mr. Jia, this watch is undoubtedly authentic. The price is around 660,000 to start just right." Jia Dawei's hand movement stalled. A trace of consternation appeared in his eyes. His watch just happened to be 660,000 into the hands. How about it? The old man was right. Qian Shao'er nudged his mouth with a smug expression. Brother Hu really has good eyesight. Although his heart still did not see Hu Yan as a brat with ground floor goods, Jia Dawei still appreciated him above the table. "Zishuan, you have the help of such an appraiser with outstanding eyesight. It seems like you're bound to gain something today." Jia Dawei struck up another conversation with Qin Zishuan. "I hope." Qin Zishuan was obviously too lazy to bother with this Jia Dawei and casually replied back. "Let's go. Let's go. Let's go see the jade." Qian Shao'er reached out and pulled Hu Yan, walking straight toward a jade stall closest to the crowd. www.zbcxw.cn-stars-novels.com. This booth is considered to be a relatively large exhibition hall. Next to the 20 or 30 people have surrounded the purchase. Coincidentally, this just happened to be a candidate for a piece of jade, said to cut the stone on the spot, which naturally attracted a lot of people's attention again. As the saying goes, one cut for the poor, one cut for the rich. The process of stone cutting is the most exciting. Bought the stone is a body-fat middle-aged man. To cut this piece of stone size is not small. Cost him more than 200,000 yuan. This man's vision is good. More than $200,000 to buy such a good piece of material. It is estimated that it is a sure thing. Jia Dawei said as he looked at the stone material that had been moved onto the stone decomposition table. "Spoken as if you know a lot about it." Qian Shao'er disdainfully bristled. "Shao'er, you're underestimating people, aren't you? How do I say that I also run jewelry? I still have some understanding of jade." Jia Dawei said smilingly. "Our family still runs a jewelry company. How come I don't know anything about it?" Qian Shao'er had a straight face. Hu Yan couldn't help but admire the sister. It seems that the wealth of this Qian family ironically came to an end with her. Old Hu, what do you think of this stone?" Qian Shao'er turned his head to look at Hu Yan, who was standing at his side, and upon hearing this, Qin Zishuan and Jia Dawei's gazes swept over at the same time, wanting to see what he had to say. "I don't think it's a very good piece of material, and it's likely to be a bloodbath." "Blood money?" Jia Dawei snorted coldly. "The corner of this stone has obviously shown green. Even if there is no large molding inside, it's not blood money. In my opinion, there's still no problem to return to the capital." Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders, and did not go with Jia Dawei to argue. After all, 3,600 of the real price against 200,000. Blood money can only be 100%. Qian Shao'er, on the other hand, sidled over and gently patted Hu Yan's shoulder, whispering, "Old Hu, do you really think this piece of stone is going to be bloodless? My fiery eyes can't be wrong." Hu Yan said indifferently. "But, and a fire-eyed chicken essence?" Qian Shao'er also looked at the stone platform with a curious expression. "I'd like to take a look then." At this moment, the master of the stone has been ready. In the eyes of the crowd pressed the button of the cutting machine. Not long, the first knife will cut down. Unfortunately, did not see green. Seeing this situation, the middle-aged man who bought the stone immediately cursed his mother. Damn, this is not green. Cut again. The first knife did not show green. Jia Daoi's face is also a bit ugly. He is optimistic about this piece of material does not lose money, but from the current situation, I'm afraid his judgment is wrong. The second knife has gone down. Still no green. Damn. What the hell kind of luck is that? This doesn't even come out green. Old Hu. You really hit the nail on the head. Ugh. Xian Shower shook Hu Yan's arm with an excited face. Lay low, lay low. Hu Yan laughed nervously. Jia Daowei, didn't you say this stone wouldn't lose money? What do you say now? www.zbcxw. CN Star Novels. Xian Shower had never had a good impression of Jia Daowei, and now that she had the opportunity to make him look bad, she was unrelenting. Experts all have times when they look away, let alone me. Jia Daowei shrugged his shoulders and put on an appearance of failure, being a common thing in the military. However, it was naturally very difficult for him in his heart. After all, it was a loss of face in front of the woman he was pursuing. Brother Hu, good eyesight. In that case, why don't you pick a piece for yourself to play with? Jia Daowei looked towards Hu Yan and said with a playful expression, rather fancy a piece. Boss, how do I sell this piece of wool? Hu Yan didn't respond to Jia Daowei at first, but instead pointed at a piece of inquiry among the many pieces of wool on the ground. So it's the wool on the ground stall. Also right, these are cheap. See, Hu Yan pointed to the ground. The sight of Jia Daowei immediately disdainful cold snort up. The owner was very enthusiastic and picked up the piece of wool Hu Yan pointed to with a hefty smile. Young man, do you want this piece? Aha. Hu Yan nodded. This piece is $70,000. None of the wool on the ground had a price tag, and the boss opened the price himself. 70,000. Hu Yan took a silent breath, almost taking out all his belongings. Boss, you are also too expensive. You see, it is so ugly. How can it be worth 70,000? Well, cheaper. Not waiting for Hu Yan to speak, Xian Shower on the side opened his mouth. The boss showed a difficult face, deliberated for a while, and waved his hand at Hu Yan. Okay, 50,000 for you. Young man, your girlfriend is too good at bargaining. Young man, do you decipher the stone on the spot? Hu Yan paid and the owner asked. Aha. Hu Yan nodded. Boss, I'll take this piece of wool, and in a moment, help me solve it as well. At this point, Jia Daowei interjected, and just as Hu Yan and the boss had struck a deal, he had already circled around between a few shelves twice, and fell in love with one of the pieces of wool with a price tag of $1,500,000. A shot is a million. Jia Daowei also seems to be to show off his own value to Hu Yan, or let the latter recognize the huge difference between the two. www.zbcxw. CN Stars Novels. Come, Brother Hu, what do you think of my piece of wool? Congrats to Mr. Jia. Happy with the blood loss. What? Upon hearing Hu Yan's words, Jia Daowei's face instantly darkened. Are you saying that this piece of wool of mine will also be bloodless? It can't be considered 100%. 99% is possible. Hu Yan smiled. What a wild enough young man. Are you questioning my eyes? Jia Daowei fiercely crossed Hu Yan's eyes. This piece of wool of mine obviously has a high chance of opening a top quality jadeite. Yet you're saying that I'm going to lose all my money in blood. That's just nonsense. Hu Yan laughed coldly in his heart. Can you go wrong with a $6,000 price tag? Qin Zishuan as well as Qian Shower's eyes were also focused on the stone removal table. After all, this was over $1 million of wool. It would be hilarious if it was really as Hu Yan said. After all, with over $1 million worth of stones, there was an immediate gathering of people who stopped to watch. Finally, amidst the crowd's anticipation, the master pressed the button of the cutter, and the result of the first cut of the stone was presented in front of everyone's eyes. Collapse. It's going to be a losing beat. I can't believe it's not green. Seeing this, Jia Daowei's eyelids jumped. Motherfucker, cut again. Jia Daowei yelled at the boss with a black face. Soon the master laid down a second cut. The result was predictable. That was not even a drop of green. Jia Daowei's face darkened into a bun. Cut again. The master skillfully adjusts the angle of the wool for the third cut. Jia Daowei watched as the third piece fell, and his legs couldn't help but tremble. And now he was embarrassed. The problem is that the old man of their family has given a death order. Must take the Qin family marriage. Because the Qin family's large family property will all fall on the body of Qin Zishuan. Whoever marries her means to get the Qin family's property. This is how tempting. Losing face in front of Qin Zishuan was the deadliest blow to Jia Daowei. It's only $1 million. Look at the way these guys look. Jia Daowei had a cloudy face, but his heart was dripping blood furiously. Egu, a mere $1 million. A sprinkle of water is nothing to our generous Mr. Jia. Qian Shao's sarcastic laughter came out. He, it's just $1 million. I don't care. Jia Dawei laughed, while his sight looked at Hu Yan. Now, let's just look at Brother Hu's bar. I can't even open this $1 million. I think the contraption that I thought of buying for $50,000, I think it's better for Brother Hu not to open it. Oh, just in case it opens up a treasure. I'll wait and see then. Jia Dawei sneered. Most of the crowd did not think much of Hu Yang's piece of wool. After all, $50,000 is really a cabbage price. Old Hu, you really swiped your credit card to buy the wool. Ha? Qian Shao pulled Hu Yang's arm and asked in a small voice. No, but if this $50,000 collapses, it's enough to make me heartbroken for a while. Hu Yang did not hide it from Qian Shao and responded in a small voice. Oh, I think you can win. Qian Shao said. Why? Because this is the price I helped you negotiate. It will definitely come out green. Qian Shao's delicate little face was permeated with inexplicable confidence. Well, Hu Yang was speechless for a while, and just as the two men were talking in low voices, the first cut on the stone solving table had already been completed and did not show any green. Humph. I told you, Brother Hu. Think about how to pay back the credit card. Seeing this, Jia Dawei's face swept away the previous gloom and sneered sarcastically. It's a bit early to say that now, isn't it? Although Hu Yang was also a bit weak in his heart. After all, the first cut didn't have the desired result. However, his piece of wool wasn't small in size, and he was perfectly capable of making 2 more cuts. Thus, there was still a chance. Dying to struggle now, Jia Dawei shook his head disdainfully. Cut. Of course it cuts. Hu Yan responded with a face of certainty. At this time, the master of the stone decomposition has adjusted the angle of the second cut, and then pressed the button of the cutter. www.zbcxw.cnstarsnovels.com. In fact, after the results of the first knife out, the crowd of onlookers has been on the second knife without any hope. After all, this itself is a piece of pure wool with a low price. Cut out the green that is considered a miracle. No green is a normal operation. However, when this second cut was finished, the crowd at the scene couldn't help but gasp in shock. Out of the green, the eye-catching emerald green color was perfect for all to see. That's imperial green. Qin Zishuan, who had been watching the unraveling of the stone, couldn't help but freeze. She thought similarly to those spectators around her, thinking that Hu Yan's piece of wool didn't stand a chance. However, this knife went down but really saw green, and it seemed that it was still a superb imperial green. Jia Dawei, after all, is a person who has seen a big scene, and after smiling and complimenting a few times, he left the place. And after this conference, Qin Zishuan can. This chapter is too short on words. Other sites may still be updating and will be automatically fixed later. D showroom. Z Xian. Mr. Manhwaehao is our company's advisor. He's been here for almost 2 hours. I believe he already has a very good understanding of all 7 pieces involved in the bidding. Let's go over and listen to his insights. Jia Dawei said as he pointed to one of the old men in black suits on the stage. Aha. Qin Zishuan nodded. There was naturally nothing wrong with listening to an expert's opinion. Looks like David came prepared today. Mind if I go listen to the expert's high opinion as well? Zhong Wanming, the son of another bigwig in the jewelry industry, laughed softly and said that Qian's jewelry and Jia Dawei's century jewelry are business rivals. Zhong brother really out of the ordinary. The expert's opinion is just an opinion. Jade this thing who can say accurate. Zhong brother if you are interested in listening to together is it? Jia Dawei waved his hand graciously. Ha ha, I'll follow along then. The crowd went up to the bidding stage together, and Jia Dawei politely greeted the old man named Manhwaehao to an unoccupied corner. Mr. Ma, how's the situation mapped out? Almost. Manhwaehao took off the glasses stuck on the bridge of his nose and took out a buckskin eyeglass cloth from his pocket while wiping the lenses of his glasses, saying, No, 5 is the best. And no, 7 is not bad to focus on. Number 5? No wonder so many people are gathered in front of no. 5. Looks like the competition will be fierce too. Well, first choice is number 5. Second choice is number 7. Manhwaehao put on his glasses and swept a glance at Qin Zishuan, Zhong Wanming and the others and said, www.zbcxw.cnstarsnovel.com. Zishuan, Zhong, you heard that? Be merciful later. Jia Dawei looked at Qin Zishuan and Zhong Wanming with a smile. Dawei, I know about your financial strength. I should be the one to say this. Zhong Wanming smiled. Qin Zishuan didn't say anything while turning her head to look at Hu Yan, only to find that the latter had long since left the crowd and instead ran to the no. For display case, Qian Shao was also by his side, and the two of them were muttering about something. Seeing this, Qin Zishuan took a step over. You're optimistic about this piece of material? Hu Yan inclined his head back. When he entered the exhibition hall, he had already seen the value of these 7 pieces of wool on the display cabinet. Just as Manhwa said, the No. 5 jadeite wool had the highest value, reaching $39 million. However, No. 4 was worth a staggering $31 million. And Hu Yan was curious to see what made it different while enriching his knowledge. Nonsense. Can you look good? Jia Dawei asked over his shoulder. Does Mr. Jia really believe in my eyesight? Hu Yan asked back with a smile. Believe it? Tell me about it. Jadavi bristled in disbelief. Then Mr. Jia will buy this piece. Hu Yan patted the No. 4 jadeite wool in front of him. This piece? Jia Dawei swept his eyes over the wool in front of him and asked again. Then how much would you say is the right amount to start with? Anything up to $20 million. Hu Yan said. $20 million? Jia Dawei has long analyzed the value of these stones from the experts. These stones? This No. 4 stone can be said to be the worst of these. Jia Dawei didn't dismantle it, but instead acted out. I think you guys can give it a try. Zi Xian. After all, Hu Yan's eyesight just now was very good. I'm certain that this stone must not be bad either. Just as Jia Dawei spoke, the jade auction began, and the auctioneer walked onto the bidding stage with a smile on his face. Auctioneer Wu Bin rushed to the crowd under the stage, slightly bowed, and then they directly cut into the theme. Let's talk. The auction will begin. The first auction is the first lot, the reserve price of 2 million. Each time the price increase shall not be less than 100,000. A staff member had already pushed the No. 1 display case to the very front of the stage while Wu Bin was speaking. 4 million. As soon as Wu Bin's words left his mouth, someone raised his card and directly added $400,000. However, someone else started bidding as soon as he spoke. 6 million. 7 million. $3 million. Soon the price shot up to $3 million and was now briefly quiet. This gentleman is bidding $3 million. Is there anyone else to raise the bid? Wu Bin scanned the crowd on the stage with a smile on his face. How about this piece of material? Is there any point in bidding? Qin Zishuan lowered her voice to ask Hu Yan's opinion. It doesn't mean anything. Hu Yan shook his head. The value of this piece of material is 8 million. The price of 3 million has been a loss. Of course, the buyer if it is in order to hoard. It is not a loss. After all, in recent years the price of emerald is continuing to go up. However, since this is not much room for profit. Aha! Qin Zishuan nodded. And indeed, she listened to Hu Yan's advice and did not raise her hand. 1 million. At this time, Jia Dawei beside Hu Yan instead suddenly raised his card. 2 million. www.zbcxw. cn-fiction.com. The man who had previously shouted $3 million immediately raised the price. 5 million. Jadavi raised his hand again, raising the price by $300,000 in one fell swoop. Now that competitor from the party was quiet. This gentleman is bidding $5 million. Is there anyone else to raise the bid? Wu Bin asked smilingly. The scene was silent. Okay. 5 million a time. 5 million twice. $5 million. Wu Bin held up the auction gavel. Gaze once again swept across the field, giving the crowd the last chance to raise the price. However, still no one answered. 5 million. 3 times. Sold. Congratulations to the gentleman. Wu Bin laughingly pointed at Jia Dawei, who was sitting on the stage, while the latter waved his hand with a smug look on his face. Seeing this, Hu Yan gently sighed and thought, another hundreds of thousands of dollars lost. When? What do you mean by sighing? Hu Yan's small movements didn't escape Jia Dawei's eyes as he glanced at Hu Yan. Nothing. Sighing at Mr. Ji's good eye. Hu Yan smiled gently. Good eye? Jia Dawei frowned. Just now Hu Yan had sarcastically said that his eyesight was not good, but now he said that his eyesight was good. It was obvious that this was backhanded. That is to say, Hu Yan felt that he had lost money again by spending $5 million to auction off the No. 1 woolen material. I'll cut it for you when the auction is over. Jia Dawei snorted coldly. The reason why he bid $5 million to auction the first piece of wool is naturally Manhwa gave him an estimate. The latter has sent the estimate of all 7 pieces of wool to Jia Dawei. The first piece of Manhwa to give the price of the highest not more than 5 million. According to Manhwa's meaning, 5 million auction at least will not lose. And Manhwa is a senior expert in jade. Therefore, Jia Dawei still trust him. Next we'll be bidding on lot 2, with a reserve price of $3 million, and each increase shall not be less than $100,000. The auction continued. Compared to the No. 1 wool, this No. 2 wool is a bit more sought after. Wu Bin announced the opening of the auction not long ago. The price soared to 5 million. How about this piece? Qin Zixuan once again sought Hu Yan's opinion. It's okay if it's auctioned for under $8 million. The value of this two wool was 6 million. So Hu Yan gave Qin Zixuan a price of 8 million. So at least he wouldn't lose money after the auction. And after hearing Hu Yan's words, Qin Zixuan joined the bidding army. And after a few minutes, the price came to 5 million, $8 million. Qin Zixuan raised her card again and quoted her top-line price. And as soon as this price came out, the scene instantly fell silent. Obviously, this price had exceeded most people's mental expectations. The lady is bidding $8 million. Is there anyone else to raise the bid? Wu Bin inquired with a smile on his face. And at this point, Jia Dawei, who was sitting next to Hu Yan, was having a bit of a hard time, because this two wool was Manhwa's main push, and apart from 5 it was the only one. And now the competitor had become Qin Zixuan, making it very difficult for him. 8 million at a time. Seeing that no one on the stage answered, Wu Bin raised the auction gavel. Wait, 1 million. Jia Dawei was torn for a while, but finally raised his card, while casting an apologetic glance at Qin Zixuan. Zixuan, I'm really sorry. I'm also very optimistic about this piece of material. Qin Zixuan didn't respond, with an expression like you're free to do as you please. Seeing this, Jia Dawei could only chime in with a bitter smile. This gentleman is bidding $1 million. Is there anyone else to raise the bid? Wu Bin was naturally happy to see someone raise the price, and immediately looked towards Qin Zixuan with a big smile. In his opinion, the only one who could raise the price right now was this beauty. However, Qin Zixuan didn't have any reaction, and naturally, she didn't have any intention of raising her hand. Okay, 1 million a time. 1 million twice. 1 million. Seeing this, Wu Bin was inevitably a bit disappointed and immediately shouted, 5 million. However, just as Wu Bin was about to call out for the third time, Zhang Wanming, who hadn't been involved in the competition, suddenly raised his card. www.zbcxw.cnstarsnovel.com. His sudden increase in price at a moment like this was rather like an extinction. Jia Dawei, on the other hand, frowned, not expecting Zhang Wanming to make a move at this time. In fact, before the auction started, he had already listed Zhang Wanming as one of his opponents. After all, we all have our own masters. It's impossible to really be as harmonious as what was said before the auction started. 9 million. Jia Dawei gritted his teeth and directly quoted the ceiling price Manhwa had given him. 3 million. Zhang Wanming almost no hesitation, directly raised the card. The reason why he came out cut off is really not intentionally with Jia Dawei bad. The main information he obtained is also the 2 ranked after the 5. Competition for number 5 is fierce, that's for sure. So of course, number 2 becomes an important choice for him. Seeing Zhang Wanming directly shouting the price to 3 million, Qian Shower sitting next to him gently pursed her lips. She was spaced out from Hu Yan by Qin Zixuan, so she poked her body over from behind Qin Zixuan, reached out to pat Hu Yan's shoulder, and asked, Old Hu, is this crappy stone worth so much money? Not worth it. Hu Yan gently shook his head. Oh, I don't think it's worth it either. Qian Shower nodded and turned to Zhang Wanming, saying, Brother Zhang, if Jia Dawei raises the price again you shouldn't. Zhang Wanming frowned. Why? Nonsense. Qian Shower returned truthfully. Him again? Zhang Wanming glanced coldly at Hu Yan and whispered to Qian Shower, the price I offered is the price after the expert's evaluation. Do you think those experts are not as good as a brat like him? But old Hu hasn't looked missed. Qian Shower nuzzled gently. That was luck before. Nobody's luck stays that good. Zhang Wanming shook his head in disbelief. And just then Jia Dawei gritted his teeth and shouted the price to 5 million again. $10 million. Zhang Wanming barely hesitated and raised his card again, at the same time glancing at Hu Yan out of the corner of his eye. In fact, if it wasn't for Qian Shower's persuasion, he wouldn't have been so aggressive, whereas at the moment he was determined to win this piece of material, and saying the opposite of Hu Yan. This gentleman is bidding $10 million. Is there anyone else to raise the bid? After the price of 10 million came out, the auctioneer Wu Bin all looked more excited, and the tone of his voice also raised a lot. However, most of the people at the scene were shaking their heads uncontrollably. The price of $10 million had already exceeded their mental expectations. $10 million a time. Seeing that no one answered, Wu Bin raised the auction gavel while casting his gaze on Jia Dawei, who was the last to participate in the bidding. But this moment Jia Dawei did not want to raise the meaning of the price of 5 million. Has exceeded the maximum Manhwa gave him the upper limit, and then go to bidding is obviously not very wise. 10 million twice. Wu Bin held up the auction gavel and swept his gaze across the room for the last time, and then dropped the hammer. 10 million 3 times. Deal. Congratulations to the gentleman who won Lot 2. Wu Bin announced the bidding result for Lot 2 with a smile on his face. Zhong Wanming also let out a long breath. He was also afraid that Jia Dawei would fight with him, because 10 million was also already his upper limit. Little heir. When the auction is over and the stone is cut, you'll know whether this decision of mine is correct or not. After taking down the no. 2 wool, Zhong Wanming said to Qian Shower beside him with a confident face. Oh, Qian Shower nodded. Did not say much. In fact, in her heart were more trust Hu Yen some. After all, Hu Yen came to the Jade Conference has not been an error of judgment. In addition, Qian Shower think Hu Yen seems to have a kind of honest man aura. Easier for people to believe him. www.zbcxw.cn-star-novels.com. On the bidding stage, Wu Bin had already begun the auction of wool no. 3, with the same reserve price as wool no. 2, which was also $3 million. However, the bidding on this no. 3 material was far less intense than that on no. 2, and after the price reached $5 million, it became a bit tough to raise the price. Should we make a move? Qin Zishuan once again sought Hu Yan's opinion. Forget it, I don't see it anyway. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders. Of the 7 pieces of material up for auction, this no. 3 was the lowest in value. Only $1 million at the beginning of the auction. The auction reserve price was already more than 3 times its original value. Therefore, no matter who finally won this no. 3 wool, it would be a bloody loss. Okay. Qin Zishuan nodded and directly dismissed the idea of raising her hand. In the end, the no. 3 wool was sold for $8 million. The buyer was a middle-aged man wearing coffee-colored glasses. Hu Yan deliberately glanced at him, thinking, I wonder if he can still be so calm after cutting the stone. Next is Lot 4. The reserve price is still $3 million. Each increase shall not be less than 100,000. Wu Bin's voice rang out again, and the auction for wool number 4 began. 3, 1 million. 3, 3 million. 3, 5 million. The price gradually soared. However, the crowd's increase in price was not large, compared to the previous auctions of no. 1 and no. 2, this no. 4 wool was obviously less popular. Hu Yan, does it seem that the $20 million worth of wool you're talking about isn't that popular? Jia Dawei had an expression of sitting back and waiting to watch the show. That's because they don't have eyes. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders in disbelief. Ha ha, so many people in the entire room don't have eyesight, and you're the only one with eyesight? Jia Dawei couldn't help but let out a scoff. The truth is often in the hands of the few. I firmly believe in that. Hu Yan laughed and said to Jia Dawei again, by the way, Mr. Jia, are you really not considering auctioning this no? For wool, don't blame me for not reminding you. This is a rare opportunity to get rich. Thanks for the reminder, but I don't have that intention. Jia Dawei shook his head decisively. Of course he wouldn't believe in nonsense. Just as the two of them were talking, the price of this no. 4 woolen material had risen to $3 million. However, when the price of $3 million appeared, the scene also fell silent. 3 million a time. Seeing this, Wu Bin raised the auction gavel, but as soon as he spoke, Qin Zishuan, who hadn't raised her card and faintly said, 5 million. Seeing Qin Zishuan get involved in the bidding, Jia Dawei couldn't help but shake his head and said to Qin Zishuan through Hu Yan, Zishuan, you should be careful, don't be fooled by anyone. Thanks for the advice. Qin Zishuan coldly replied back, but didn't even look at Jia Dawei, and Hu Yan, who was sitting in the middle of the two, was a bit upset. Mr. Jia, I'm not called anyone. My name is Hu Yan, Gu Yu Hu, Yang of Yang Tree. It's not like I'm talking about you. Seeing that Qin Zishuan couldn't listen to his words at all, Jia Dawei rolled his eyes in frustration. Hu Yan immediately turned his head to Qin Zishuan and said, Mr. Qin, after the auction is over, can we stay away from certain people? Yes. Qin Zishuan nodded. Hearing the conversation between the two, Jia Dawei couldn't stay calm and glared fiercely at Hu Yan. Hu Yan, what do you mean by that? It doesn't mean anything. I didn't say anything about you. Hu Yan shrugged lightly. Jadavi was speechless. 6 million. At that moment, the man who had just shouted $3 million raised the price again. 8 million. Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Zishuan raised the price again. Seeing this, Jia Dawei on the side couldn't stop shaking his head and didn't care if Qin Zishuan listened or not, saying to himself, Zishuan, Zishuan, aren't you throwing money into the water? Qin Zishuan naturally heard Jia Dawei's muttering, but was pretending to not hear it at all. The lady is bidding for $8 million. Is there anyone else to raise the bid? Wubin waved the auction gavel in his hand and shouted. In fact, the only person competing with Qin Zixuan was the man who had called for $4.6 million. However, after Qin Zixuan had raised the price to $4.8 million, he gently shook his head, looking like he was giving up. $4.8 million a time. $4.8 million twice. $4.8 million. 3 times. Deal. Wubin dropped the auction gavel in his hand, and then gently smiled at Qin Zixuan, who was sitting in the first row. Congratulations to this young lady for winning lot 4. Qin Zixuan politely responded to the other party with a smile, but did not show too much expression. The side of Hu Yan is full of emotion. $4.8 million shot more than 30 million worth of wool. In the blink of an eye earned more than 20 million. Printing money are not so fast. www.zbcxw.cn Stars Novels. Net. Z Xian. Mr. Ma's valuation of this no. For wool is less than 1 million. The lowest among these 7 pieces of wool. And you're really losing more than you're gaining by paying for $8 million to auction it. Jia Dawei said with a look of regret. At $4.8 million, I can still afford to lose money. Qin Zixuan faintly returned a sentence. Eyes full of disgust. She really from the bottom of her heart hates Jia Dawei this fly. But in the way of Tianhai Group and Jia Dawei's old man's Jia's group have business dealings, it is not good to make the relationship too stiff. Okay. Jia Dawei spread his hands helplessly and lamented. Choosing a bad appraiser is really a pitfall. Huin, am I right? At the end of the day, Jia Dawei threw the topic back to Hu Yan, who in his eyes was naturally the appraiser who was pitting people. However, Hu Yan nodded his head with a serious expression. Mr. Jia is right. I agree. So, your appraiser should indeed be replaced. My appraiser? Jia Dawei's old face darkened. He had meant to be sarcastic about Hu Yan, but he didn't expect the other party to attack him. Well, I hope you still have that kind of confidence after you decode the stone. Jia Dawei snorted coldly. At this time, the auction of the No. 5 wool material that the whole audience was concerned about began, and the reserve price was $4 million. However, it was only 2 or 3 minutes before the price soared to $18 million, thus showing that the crowd at the scene was indeed very optimistic about it. $20 million. This is the first time Zhong Wanming raised his hand, directly raised the price from 18 million to 20 million. Which shows that he is determined to win this No. 5 wool. $21 million. On the other side of the table, Jadavi added $1 million straight up, with no mercy. $22 million. Another person in the back row raised the price. $23 million. Chung Wanming raised his hand decisively. It's $23 million. Anyone else raise the bid? Wubin also seemed to have not expected that this lot 5 would be so popular. The price had directly soared to a level of over $20 million. And there were still many people who had not given up. So naturally, he was also very excited, and his tone was much higher than before. $25 million. A clear and cold voice resounded through the scene. This time the one who raised her hand was Qin Zixuan, directly adding $2 million. When the price had already reached $23 million and still raised the price so drastically, the eyes of the entire audience couldn't help but fall on Qin Zixuan. While the latter had a bland face, her cool eyes still as flat as water. The lady is bidding $25 million. Is there anyone else to raise the bid? Wu Bin's gaze once again swept across the room. www.zbcxw.cn Stars Novels. Com. $26 million. Zhang Wanming quotes again. $30 million. Qin Zixuan once again calmly raised her hand and added $4 million in one breath. And this big increase in her price inevitably triggered a gasp of surprise. After all, in the eyes of the crowd a $1 million increase in price was already very high. But Qin Zixuan directly increased the price by $4 million. This wasn't just a matter of boldness. It also reflected her determination to win. Sure enough, after the price reached $30 million, the scene quieted down. Zhong Wanming fiddled with the number plate in his hand, silently calculating, while Jia Dawei on the side frowned. He was of course very eager for this No. 5, but he never expected Qin Zixuan to call out a sky-high price of $30 million. $30 million? This young lady is bidding $30 million. Is there anyone else to raise the bid? Wu Bin waved the auction gavel in his hand with an agitated face and scanned the room. Zixuan, this is too risky for you. Jia Dawei couldn't help but sigh. The price of $30 million had already exceeded the upper limit of his heart. Therefore, he could only choose to give up. However, he didn't think that he would still make money after auctioning No. 5 at $30 million. Not losing money should be the best result. After all, the upper limit price that Ma Guahao had given him was only $26 million. $30 million a time. 30 million twice. The room was speechless as Wu Bin began the execution process. 30 million. Wu Bin dragged a long tone, giving the crowd a last chance. And at this time Zhong Wanming was more entangled. His heart upper limit price is 30 million. And Qin Zixuan precisely shouted a 30 million. Let him more difficult. 30 million 3 times. Deal. In the end, Zhong Wanming decided not to take the risk and gave up his last chance. And after auctioning off the No. 5 rough material at a price of $30 million, Qin Zixuan was still calm. And her emotions did not have any ups and downs. Xian, you're really generous. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Xian Shaoer muttered in a low voice. Get your old hooch if you lose money. Qin Zixuan pointed to Hu Yan on the side. The reason why she bid 30 million without hesitation was naturally because she listened to Hu Yan's advice again. I knew it was old Hu again. But, this 30 million is too high. Xian Shaoer frowned gently. In her opinion, No. 5 woolen material and the other pieces of no difference. But the price difference is so many times. Really makes her very puzzled. Especially the price of 30 million. The price of $30 million. Even she, the loser who spends money like water, feels that it is a little too high. The cost effectiveness of this No. 5 is indeed not high. However, there should still be room for profit. Hu Yan explained from the side. The value of this No. 5 wool is 39 million. Qin Zixuan auctioned it off for 30 million, netting a profit of 9 million at once. Although, the rate of return cannot be compared to No. 4, but after all, it is also a small $10 million of income. On the bidding stage, Wu Bin continued to auction the remaining number 6 and number 7. However, the crowd's enthusiasm for these two pieces of wool wasn't really high, and the sale prices were both average, with No. 6 being auctioned off by Jia Dawei for $5. 5 million, while No. 7 was sold for $4. 2 million, after consecutively taking No. 4 and No. 5. Hu Yan did not ask Qin Zixuan to make another bid because both No. 6 and No. 7 were big pits, the kind where whoever took them would lose money, and Jia Dawei, based on Ma Guahao's advice, had managed to fall into the pit once again. The auction is over, and the next step is the unraveling of the stones. In the big screen, the No. 1 rough material owned by Jia Dawei was lifted onto the stone-breaking table, and the master began his skillful operation. The result is naturally predictable. Pulling the crotch. www.zbcxw.cn-novels.com. Meanwhile, inside the stone solving room had begun to work on the No. 2 wool, which was owned by Zhong Wanming. This No. 2 wool, Zhong Wanming paid a high price of 10 million. For one thing, he did look favorably on this piece of material, and for another, he also suffered from Hu Yan's image and was eager to prove himself in front of Qian Shaoer. Soon the No. 2 wool finished cutting and its value was almost estimated. Brother Zhong, did we make a profit or a loss? Qian Shaoer could be said to know almost nothing about jadeite, and after seeing the results of the 2 cuts on the big screen, he asked with a blank expression. Zhong Wanming didn't respond at first, but shook his head depressingly and said in a deep voice, it's a bit of a loss. It's still a real loss. Qian Shaoer frowned gently and muttered in a low voice. It's still old Hu who is right. It would have been better if I had listened to old Hu. Although Qian Shaoer did not blame Zhong Wanming's intention, but this fell on his ears as to make him extremely difficult. He wanted to prove himself in front of Qian Shaoer, did not expect, but for the Hu Yan did the dowry. This depressed mood can be imagined. Soon the No. 4 wool material that Qin Zixuan had won was directly carried onto the stone unraveling table. Bidding on No. 4 was of the less sought-after variety, and Qin Zixuan had paid for 8 million to win it, and since most people were not too optimistic, expectations were naturally not high. With the skillful handling of the master stonebreaker, the result of the first cut was quickly revealed, and like most people's prediction, the first cut collapsed straight away. And seeing this result, Jia Dawei, who was still a bit frustrated, was like a chicken blood, his mouth grinning up to his ears. Ha ha, Hu Yan, this is what you said is worth 20 million yuan of material. Jia Dawei gloated. Zi Xian, I can 1,000 instructions. Told you must be careful. Now know that I have good intentions. Go on. Although the masters in the room agreed that there was no need for a third cut, since the buyer had spoken, they could only do as they were told and make the third cut. The third cut was shown on the big screen, but most of the people at the scene were no longer interested. After all, the first 2 cuts down, this piece of material has basically been wasted. And right in the midst of this emotion, everyone on the scene was confused. Each and every one of them were dumbfounded for a long time before they came back to their senses. Purple emerald. It's really purple jade. Qin Zixuan all stood up in surprise. Extreme, purple color, purple fey, purple jadeite, is also a kind of jadeite. but because of the special color, very rare, especially in recent years, is almost extinct. Jadeite wool can rarely open a new purple jadeite raw materials. However, at this moment here actually opened a piece of purple jade. How can not let the crowd shocked? Things are rare and precious. Purple Fae belongs to the top imperial status in jade, so it can be said that this small piece is enough for a $10 million valuation. How is this possible? This time, Jia Dawei is completely dumbfounded. Just now was full of gloating smile on the face suddenly turned blue. A piece of wool that most people do not look good, but opened a rare purple jade. Hu Yan resisted the urge to beat up Goldfinger and said lightly, "My eyes never look at the wrong person. Mr. Jia, do you think this piece of purple jadeite can be worth $20 million? Hu Yan didn't care about Jia Dawei's agitation and asked. At this time, the back row suddenly sounded the man's cry sound. God, my purple Fae, why did I give up? 5 million. As long as 5 million will be able to auction this piece of purple jadeite. The result of this third slash was also greatly out of Qin Zixuan's expectation, and fluctuations always appeared on her exquisite face that was always bland, both in shock and surprise. Granted, the results of the first two cuts made Qin Zixuan very upset, but no matter how upset she was, she didn't expect the third cut to open a purple emerald, which was nothing short of a miracle. Big brother Zhong, are purple jadeites valuable? Qian Shaoer inclined her head and asked Zhong Wanming with a curious look on her face. Unlike Hu Yan's deliberate question to Jia Dawei, she was truly unsure. However, the results of both were similar. After asking this question again, Qian Shaoer realized that Zhong Wanming's face was extremely ugly, as if he was eating at a restaurant and suddenly found a dead fly on his plate with the same expression. What's wrong with you, big brother Zhong? Qian Shaoer frowned in confusion. At this moment, knowing that the loss of state of Zhong Wanming finally came back to God. In fact, he and Jia Dawei's thoughts are similar. Thought that this time to save some face. Never thought that this third knife actually created a miracle. In particular, just Qian Shaoer asked him the words, but also to his heart like a knife. Are purple emeralds worth anything? Is that even a question? At least it's worth more than gold. Little air. This purple emerald is relatively rare. So, it's worth a lot. Zhong Wanming returned with a dark face. Oh, so, Qian Shaoer had a smile on his face, glanced at Hu Yan on the other side, and muttered in a low voice, old who read it right again, it's awesome. Just luck. Hearing Qian Shaoer's complimentary voice, Zhong Wanming couldn't help but snort coldly. Qian Shaoer, on the other hand, nuzzled her mouth in some uncertainty before she realized that this big brother Zhong of hers seemed to have some hostility towards Hu Yan. Deconstructing the stone room. The auction's king, no. 5, is already being cut. As expected, the first knife down on the green, and a large area. The entire cut surface is almost all dark green jadeite. Such a result can be said to be expected, but more or less out of people's expectations. All the professionals involved in the appreciation of the material feel that this piece of material out of the green chances are very, very big, but very few people predicted that it really can come out of such a complete. In that case, $30 million would not be too expensive and there should still be a profit. When the results of this knife out, the scene of many people's eyes cannot help but cast to Qin Zixuan. As we all know, no. 4, no. 5 are her auction. From the current results, she naturally earn a lot. No. 5 is still a little worse. After all, the cost is high. But the no, for that's what the pick up the pieces is not much of a difference. This girl's eyesight is truly poisonous. Yeah, with guts and gusto. It looks like she's the only winner in today's auction. This girl looks strange, like she's not from our circle? Hey, this you don't know. She is the big miss of Tianhai Group. I heard that she has just returned to China not long ago to prepare to take over Tianhai Group's www.zbcxw.cn*fiction.com. The brilliant Qin Zixuan inevitably aroused the curiosity of the crowd. And when people learned of her identity, they all had a look of understanding. The Tianhai Group is not only thundering in Jiangcheng, but also has a very high reputation when looking at the whole country. No. 5 will decomposition is completed. The scene of the crowd also began to retreat one after another. After all, as the king of the no, 5 is the main event. But also people are most concerned about the location. Only, people never thought that before it no. For even opened the purple jade. So, today the most stunning natural is no. 4. Miss Qin, please stay. Qin Zixuan, Hu Yan, and their group were also ready to leave. However, only just as they got up, a middle-aged man in a brown suit walked over at a brisk pace. You are? Qin Zixuan tilted her head to look at the other party and did not recognize them. Oh, this is my business card. The middle-aged man smiled gently and handed over a golden business card with both hands. Qin Zixuan took the business card and glanced at it. Executive Vice President of Jinfu Jewelry, Jin Yonggui. Jinfu Jewelry is a very well-known jewelry brand in China, even more than Qian's Jewelry, as well as Tianhai Group's jewelry brands. Miss Qin, since I've already taken the liberty of interrupting, I'll get right to the point. Jin Yonggui rubbed his hands together and said, that piece of purple jadeite from the party. I wonder if Miss Qin has any intention of making a bid? Of course, the price is negotiable. At the end, Jin Yonggui added another sentence. Qin Zixuan then understood that the other party was rushing towards that piece of purple jade, immediately gently shook her head. Mr. Jin, you also know that our Tianhai Group has a jewelry company under its umbrella, so I don't have any intention of bidding on that piece of purple jade. Miss Qin, don't say dead words first. Jin Yonggui smiled, stretched out 4 fingers. I'm willing to pay $40 million to buy. Miss Qin should know that your piece of purple jadeite is worth at most $30 million. I'm a premium of $10 million. Miss Qin is not to consider it? Mr. Jin, it's not a matter of price. It's just that, I really don't have the intention to offer it. Qin Zixuan waved her hand decisively. Purple jadeite was very rare. Having such a piece of raw material in hand would undoubtedly be a huge boost for the jewelry company under the Tianhai Group, and the subsequent use of this piece of purple jadeite could be used to make some articles on publicity. Therefore, in Qin Zixuan's eyes, the value of this purple jadeite was not something that could be reflected in the current valuation, and the reason why Jin Yonggui wanted to buy it at a premium was mostly out of that same mindset. Ms. Qin, if it's the price that you're not satisfied with, we can still negotiate. Jin Yonggui did not expect Qin Zixuan to refuse so dryly and froze slightly before adding, Mr. Jin, I've already said that it's not the price. Qin Zixuan gently spread her hands and added, if Mr. Jin still has other aspects of cooperation he can look for me. But let's forget about acquiring this piece of purple jadeite. Qin Zixuan said, took out a business card of his own and handed it to Jin Yonggui. The other party is, after all, the core senior management of the domestic famous jewelry company. Not to say that there will really be any cooperation in the future. This, Jin Yonggui had a look of unwillingness on his face, but seeing Qin Zixuan's resolute attitude, he didn't continue to dwell on it. Alright then, since Miss Qin's words have come to this, I won't insist anymore. However, I have to say, Miss Qin is really good luck. This year this half of the domestic jade conference I have to go at least 20 times, or the first time to meet a purple jadeite open. Jin Yonggui couldn't help but lament. Qin Zixuan, on the other hand, didn't have much expression on her face, but subconsciously glanced at Hu Yan from the corner of her eye, which was naturally attributed to him. Uncle Jin, this isn't Xuanxuan's luck, it's old Hu's good eyesight. At this time, Qian Shaoer on the side interjected. There are quite a lot of cooperation between Jinfu Jewelry and Qian's Jewelry. Qian Shaoer and Jin Yonggui did meet a few times, and are quite familiar with each other. Oh, Jin Yonggui was slightly stunned. Which expert is old Hu? Here, that's him. Qian Shaoer reached out and pointed at Hu Yan. Jin Yonggui's gaze followed and swept over, but when he saw Hu Yan's slightly youthful face, he couldn't help but frown. Obviously, he wasn't too convinced that a young man like Hu Yan would have any superior eyesight. Uncle Jin, don't underestimate old Hu. He's got a great eye. Anyway, he hasn't looked away today. As if he could see the doubting Jin Yonggui's eyes, Qian Shaoer introduced with a proud face. Oh, so powerful? Hearing Qian Shaoer say this, Jin Yonggui was interested and smiled at Hu Yan and asked, little brother, what's your name? My name is Hu Yan, Guyu Hu, Yang of the poplar tree. Hu Yan politely introduced himself. Shaoer said that you have extraordinary eyesight. It looks like you're very deep into jade and jewelry? Jin Yonggui asked with a smirk. Can't talk about how deep the research is. A little bit of knowledge. Hu Yan faintly returned. Old Hu, you don't have to be so modest. Great is great. Qian Shaoer interjected from the side. Jin Yonggui and carefully measured Hu Yan, the heart more and more curious. In his opinion Hu Yan is only an ordinary college student's sense of sight. Really rich Shaoer said so powerful? Little brother, since Shaoer said you have extraordinary eyesight, how about we play a little game? Jin Yonggui was eager to verify Hu Yan's eyesight and made a suggestion. Little game? Hu Yan gently frowned, a puzzled look on his face. www.zbcxw CN Star Novels. It's a small game to test the eyesight. I have a wrench here. You say his price. If it's not more than $5,000 up or down from its real price, this wrench I'll give it to you. Jin Yonggui said and took down a wrench worn on the thumb. These days there are very few people wearing this thing, but as long as it is worn on the hand of the majority are worth a lot of money. To say the least, it must be over 10,000. Mr. Jin, you're not joking with me, are you? If I guess the price correctly, you're really giving me this trigger finger? Hearing this, Hu Yan's face revealed a surprised smile. In fact, when Jin Yongguei came over, Hu Yan already had an assessment of his whole body's wear. The most expensive thing on his body is the watch on his wrist, which costs more than 400,000, followed by this wrench on his thumb, which is valued at 220,000. Little brother, don't worry, this point of credibility I still have. If you can assess the value of this trigger finger, it will belong to you. Jin Yongguei held the trigger finger in his palm and passed it in front of Hu Yan. Well then, I'll give it a try. Hu Yan received Jin Yongguei's trigger finger, held in the hands of pretend to look carefully. This trigger finger is made of jadeite, smooth and unmarked exterior, but the inner circle engraved with 5 small words Le Dao Hallmaster. After seeing these 5 words, Hu Yan finally understood why this jadeite trigger finger, which did not seem to be special, was so expensive. Mr. Jin, this trigger finger of yours is indeed a treasure, and in my opinion, it can at least be sold for around $220,000. Hu Yan gave the price of this trigger finger. What? 220,000? Did not wait for Jin Yongguei to speak, the side of Jia Dawei exclaimed. Cold snorting, I said Hu Yan, if you do not understand, do not talk nonsense. Okay, jadeite trigger finger texture is good 10,800,000. If it is the age of the price of the long time can be more expensive. I look at the gold, this trigger finger should be the object of the late Qing, at best, $56,000, and yet you say that to be 220,000? Mr. Jin, if I were you, I'd sell this trigger finger to Hu Yan at a discounted price of $220,000. At the end, Jia Dawei added to Jin Yongguei. However, when he swept his gaze to Jin Yongguei, he realized that at this moment, the latter's face was filled with shock, his gaze staring at Hu Yan in shock. Jia Dawei was stunned, a bad premonition rising in his heart, and said in consternation, Mr. Jin, Hu Yan wouldn't have guessed right, would he? Hearing Jia Dawei ask this question, Qin Zishuan, Qian Shaoer, and Zhong Wanling's gazes also focused on Jin Yongguei, and all of them were naturally curious as to whether Hu Yan was correct. However, at this moment, Jin Yongguei did not give a direct answer, but asked with a smile on his face, Brother Hu, what is the basis for the said price? Although Jin Yongguei did not immediately give an answer, but his attitude towards Hu Yan obviously has a transformation. The most intuitive is that the name of the little brother have become Brother Hu, which is enough to show that he has not been his party so contemptuous of Hu Yan. www.zbcxw. CN Stars novel. Com. Hu Yan gently smiled, said slowly, in fact, Mr. Jia is right. This jadeite trigger finger is an object of the late Qing dynasty. If only so it should be priced at 60,000 or 70,000 like, but Jin always the owner of this trigger finger is extraordinary. Hu Yan said that the trigger was pinched between his thumb and forefinger so that he could read the small words carved inside, Master of Li Dao Hall. These 5 words are enough to multiply the price of this trigger by several times. Master of the Rakudo Hall? Jia Dawei, Qin Zishuan, and the others were all puzzled. Old Hu, don't sell yourself short. Who is this what's his name Li Dao Hall owner? Qian Shaoer couldn't help but ask. The owner of Li Dao Hall is the number of Prince Gong Eisenjuelo Yijiao. That is to say, the owner of this trigger finger is Eisenjuelo Yijiao. Hu Yan unveiled the fanboy. After all, he was studying history from the beginning. For the ancient celebrity number is still relatively clear. Especially, Eisenjuelo Yijiao is still a big name in the late Qing dynasty. He is naturally very familiar with it. Hu brother good eyesight, really is a hero out of youth. Jin Yongguei gave Hu Yan a thumbs up with a smile on his face and added, according to the agreement, this trigger finger will be given to you. A gentleman doesn't take away a person's love. Although I'm not much of a gentleman, I can't take Chief Jin's treasure for this. Hu Yan waved his hand and directly handed the wrench finger back. Jin Yongguei was slightly stunned. This trigger finger was worth $220,000, and the Hu Yan in front of him obviously did not look like a rich man, but he was able to be so generous, which really surprised him. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect it. I met someone high up today. Jin Yongguei sighed with emotion, then added, since Brother Hu doesn't want this trigger finger, then I will owe you a favor. In the future, as long as there is a need to use me, just open your mouth. Hu Yan smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Maybe there's really a place to trouble Mr. Jin in the future. In fact, this wrench Hu Yan accept no problem. After all, just Jin Yongguei said in the first, the scene there are so many witnesses, but from Jin Yongguei's attitude can be judged that he is a kind of bold people. After losing and did not find excuses to play rogue, such a person can be handed over to the majority of the people. Hu Yan hand in hand to sell his love, but also be considered to their own accumulation of contacts. Mr. Jin, Is this trigger finger of yours really worth $220,000? At this time, Jia Dawei opened his mouth and asked, more or less still not quite convinced. Then there is still a fake. As this brother who said, the first owner of this trigger finger of mine was none other than Prince Gonaisanjuelo Oijuan. It was auctioned by me in Singapore last month, and it happened to cost $220,000. Jin Yongguei gave an affirmative reply. At these words, Jia Dawei then grinned, as if looking at a freak like sweeping Hu Yan. The latter not only said the origin of the trigger finger, even the price is not bad. 1 point. At this moment, Jia Dawei also had to re-examine the poor loser who has always been his own looked down on. This jade conference was undoubtedly a complete success for Qin Zixuan. Not only did she hoard green jadeite raw materials worth more than $30 million, she was also delighted to obtain a piece of rare purple jadeite. Such a harvest was something that she hadn't even dared to think about before coming here. It is also for this reason. On the way back to Jiangcheng, Qin Zixuan's cold and stern face has a smile on it, and she is equally happy naturally also have to Hu Yan. Most of the day's time, his own assets soared 20 times. At this moment, he has already silently calculating how to spend this money. More than 2 million. Put in the past. Is Hu Yan think do not dare to think of a huge sum of money? However, now they are lying quietly in his bank card. In order to confirm whether they are real, Hu Yan even deliberately dialed the bank's customer service phone. Inquired about the balance of the card. Old Hu, what are you thinking about? Look at your gorgeous face. Qian Shower, who was sitting in the co-pilot, glanced at Hu Yan through the rearview mirror and said with a smile, I was thinking about how I should spend the money I earned. Hu Yan laughed nervously and responded truthfully, it's not easy to spend money? Upon hearing this, Qian Shower smiled, do you have a room in Jiangcheng? No. Hu Yan shook his head. Then buy a house. Qian Shower twisted his head. Serious to Hu Yan said, Jiangcheng this housing prices will definitely still rise. Buy a house is definitely a sure thing not to lose. By the way, how much money do you have in total? Qian Shower asked. 2 million. Well, a little more. Huin responded truthfully. www.zbcxw. CN Stars Fiction. Com. Only $2 million? Qian Shower frowned. This 2 million wouldn't be what you earned today, right? That's right. It's what I earned today. Hu Yan nodded. And Qian Shower shook his head, however. If 2 million, it seems that you can't buy any house. Nowadays the houses in Jiangcheng are less than 70 to 80,000 per square meter. The smallest house in our family is more than 600 square meters, counting less than 1,000 million. Old Hu, you're so poor. This is the conclusion the Chancellor finally came to. Hu Yan had a black line on his face. Just a moment ago he was somewhat unable to face the fact that he was rich. And then, in the blink of an eye, he became a poor man in the eyes of others. Well, if you do the math like this, I am quite poor. Hu Yan's face helplessly spread his hands. Compared to Qian Shower and Qin Zixuan, this kind of super rich second generation, his pocket of 2 million is really not enough to look at. Not to mention, just say Qin Zixuan drove this customized version of the Big G has caught up with his entire assets. Alas, reincarnation really is a skilled job. People like Qian Shower and Qin Zixuan are already standing at the finish line that ordinary people can't reach as soon as they're born. Hu Yan couldn't help but silently lament in his heart. Back to River City. Qin Zixuan directly drove Hu Yan to the Tianhai pawnshop. Parking the car, Hu Yan pushed open the door and got out of the car from the back row. The security guard Zhang Daxiang who was on duty at Tianhai pawnshop today was still the same security guard from yesterday. He first greeted Qin Zixuan enthusiastically. However, his eyes instantly went straight when he saw Hu Yan. Yesterday, he had seen Qin Zixuan drive Hu Yan away with his own eyes. Yet, at this moment, Hu Yan had walked down from Qin Zixuan's car, an operation that really baffled him. Zhang Daxiang stared at Hu Yan and opened his mouth for a moment unexpectedly not knowing what to say. Hey, big brother, from now on, we'll be co-workers. Hu Yan smiled at Zhang Daxiang. By the way, my name is Hu Yan. Zhang Daxiang looked at Qin Zixuan with a confused expression, wanting to get an answer from her. He's right. From today onwards, he's the senior appraiser of our Tianhai pawnshop. Qin Zixuan responded, then added to Hu Yan, this is Brother Zhang, an old employee of our Tianhai pawnshop. Brother Zhang, take care of me in the future. Hu Yan smiled again. Care can't be talked about. Zhang Daxiang hurriedly waved his hand and said with an astonished expression, elder brother who can become a senior appraiser at such a young age. I'm really impressed. Brother Zhang, you don't know how powerful old Hu is. In half a day's time, he helped our Xianxian earn tens of millions of dollars. At this moment, Qian Shower took over the conversation. She was considered a loyal Hu fan. In half a day, you made tens of millions of dollars? Zhang Daxiang's eyes were glazed over, his face full of unbelief. However, at this moment, There was no one to answer the doubts in his mind. Qin Zixuan had already taken a step up the steps, and Hu Yan followed. When I'm free, I'll tell you about old Hu's heroic deeds in detail. Qian Shaoer waved his hand at Zhang Dasheng and twisted his head to follow him as well. It was almost time to go off duty, and the staff inside the pawnshop were all rather slack, some playing with their cell phones, while others were dozing off. However, as soon as they saw Qin Zixuan enter the room, they were all immediately energized, and they all greeted Qin Zixuan with smiles on their faces. Master Wang, this is nonsense. Our pawnshop new senior appraiser. You first take him to familiarize himself with the working environment, and then talk about the specific work. Qin Zixuan said to the old man sitting inside counter number 1. Senior appraiser? The old man's name is Wang Quansheng, is one of the only 2 senior appraisers in the Tianhai pawnshop, and at this moment, once he heard Qin Zixuan say that Hu Yan is also a senior appraiser, he was naturally a bit surprised. After all, judging from Hu Yan's age, he is at most an apprentice. Hu Yan, this is Master Wang Quansheng, our Tianhai pawnshop's most senior appraiser. Qin Zixuan pointed at Wang Quansheng and introduced Hu Yan. Hello Master Wang, please take care of me in the future. Hu Yan greeted politely. Well, hello. Wang Quansheng grinned. Wipe the lens of the hand have stopped. Appraiser, this industry is considered to be one of the most spell experience industry. Wang Quansheng has been dry for more than 30 years, which dares to say that the senior appraiser, www.zbcxw, CN Stars Novels, net. However, Hu Yan, a brat who had just joined the profession, was even hired as a senior appraiser, and the feelings in his heart could be imagined. Little brother Hu, in the future, we have to trouble you in front of Mr. Qin to say a few more words of praise. This is a little bit of a small token of appreciation. It's not worth mentioning. After saying that, Wang Quansheng took out an exquisite seal and gave it to him, saying, this is a chicken bloodstone. Although it's of poorer quality, it's at least worth 100,000. Hu Yan eyelids picked up. This old man out of the 100,000. Is at this time, the old mom's phone call over. Yan, how's the job search going? As soon as the phone was connected, Hu Yan's mom Yang Yajun's voice came over. Recently, due to Hu Yan's job search has not been smooth, so the parents will call every now and then to ask about this matter. Before, Hu Yan stammered to cope with. However, today the situation can be different. Hu Yan immediately bottomed out the response. Have found. Tianhai Group. Annual salary of 1 million. The phone was first silent for a while, then heard Yang Yajun muttered, is this child looking for a job to find the brain bad? Yan, find a job although important, but do not be too much pressure. 360 lines of work. This professional cannot. You can also look for other related work. Well, Yang Yajun spoke out in relief. It was clear that she didn't believe what Hu Yan said about the job. Hu Yan was a bit speechless. Before, when he did not find a job, his parents were anxious with him, and now that he has found a job, and it is a job with such a favorable treatment, they in turn do not believe it again. However, on second thought, Hu Yan also relieved. For a fresh graduate college students, the annual salary of 1 million is indeed a little too scary. This is also his fault. Just too happy, will be blurted out. Mom, I really found a job, but $1 million a year is a joke. 100,000 is almost there. Hu Yan felt that the figure of 100,000 was quite reasonable. Yeah, really? Oh, Comrade Yang Yajun was thrilled. Really? I've already started working today, and I've just gotten off work, Hu Yan said. Thank goodness. That's great. Yang Yajun couldn't help but feel emotional, and then said at the end, by the way, we're going to give Justin a promotion banquet this weekend, so if you're resting, come back, and if you're too busy at work, it's okay if you don't come back. Justin is Hu Yan's younger sister. Her first name is Hu Justin. The other day received the Jiangcheng University's admission notice. To say the least, the siblings are also destiny enough, are studying in the same university. Oh, that's a done deal. I know. Hu Yan nodded his head. Dare I say that his mom really did not call to ask him about his work, but to tell him about his sister's promotion banquet. Tenkai Pawnshop. Qin Zixuan has not yet arrived. In fact, Tianhai Pawnshop is only one of the businesses she took over. Is also the first business she took over after returning to China. Her old man Qin Baoxiang did so with good intentions. After all, in the Tianhai pawnshop can be trained in the eyesight. However, at present, Qin Zixuan is also involved in a more important group acquisition project. Therefore, she is not in the pawnshop a lot of the time. Master Wang, I'm really sorry. The road traffic jam came late. After entering the house, Hu Yan hurriedly said to Wang Quansheng with an apologetic face. Yesterday the latter arranged for him to work as a trainee. Then, Hu Yan's understanding of himself naturally belongs to this experienced teacher. Master is responsible for it. Hey, It's okay, Jiancheng would be Jiancheng if it wasn't jammed with traffic. What Hu Yan did not expect was that Wang Chuancheng's attitude was very friendly, and he also smiled and got up to welcome him. Come in and sit down. Look at the fact that there is not a single customer now, and it is not late for you to come at all. Hu Yan froze. The first day of work on the late. Originally his heart is very upset, but from Wang Kancheng's attitude, seems to be late for this kind of thing in the Tianhai pawnshop is nothing, but to give a person a kind of late is the feeling of a common meal. Alas, the old Chinese management also cannot. Master Wang, if you have any work to do, just give it to me. Hu Yan entered inside the counter and said with a humble face, there isn't even a single customer, so how can there be any work? Wang Quancheng laughed and said, www.zbcxw.cn*novels.com. And just as the two of them were talking, a middle-aged man entered the door with a stony face, carrying a long wooden box with no idea what was inside. How can I help you? Sir, I've got an old thing here I'd like to bet some money on. The middle-aged man carrying that wooden box strides to the front of stall number 1, and at this moment, Wang Quancheng has already sat there in a serious manner, wearing presbyopia glasses, a look of an expert. Master, take a look at this. The middle-aged man put the wooden box on the countertop, felt out the key to open the lock on the box, lifted the lid, and inside was a very fine porcelain vase. Seeing this, Wang Quancheng put on white gloves, carefully took out the vase, carefully measured up. As Tianhai Pawnshop senior appraiser, in general, antiques, literature and other things are Wang Quancheng to identify. After all, now too many forgeries. Inexperienced appraisers are very easy to hit the eye. Wang Quancheng belongs to a hybrid for the literature. Antiques are more understanding. Porcelain is more proficient. Therefore, this vase he looked at a moment and put back. How much do you want to bet on this bottle? Wang Quancheng asked with an expressionless face. 100,000. This is my family's ancestral heirloom. If it wasn't for my wife lying in the hospital, I wouldn't have been able to take it out and pawn it. Of course, if I have the money in the future, I will definitely redeem it. The man responded with a helpless face. Upon hearing this, Wang Quancheng then smiled and shook his head. Then you'd better take it back. As soon as he heard this, the man became a bit anxious. You mean, this bottle is not worth 100,000? Wang Quancheng nodded and extended a palm. 50,000? You guys are too dark. The middle-aged man returned with a black face. It's 5,000. www.zbcxw.cn*fiction.com. Wang Quancheng also does not sell. Said directly, the middle-aged man took this vase, although exquisite, but the Republic of China period of imitation, even if the imitation is good, at most is worth $10,800,000. He bid 5,000 is also considered a conscience, and after listening to Wang Chuancheng's offer, in the back of the apprentice Hu Yan cannot help but silently praise, because he saw the value of $9,000. Wang Quancheng bid 5,000. Very reasonable. 5,000? You guys are not bullies, the middle-aged man said and snapped the lid right back on and relocked it. Inappropriate. They say that you Tianhai pawnbrokers are the most honest and knowledgeable, but it turns out to be just like that. The middle-aged man huffed and said, taking a step to go out, and at this time, Hu Yan, who had been traineeing at the back, suddenly opened his mouth. This big brother, don't be in a hurry to leave first. Anything else? The middle-aged man twisted his head and glanced impatiently at Hu Yan. We can still talk more about this bottle, Hu Yan said with a smile on his face. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man naturally stopped. However, Wang Quancheng frowned. He knew in his heart that the bottle was fake, but Hu Yan even wanted to talk to the other party. Hu Yan walked out of the stall with a smile on his face, fished out a box of cigarettes from his pocket, took out 2 and handed one of them to the middle-aged man. Big brother, have a cigarette first and let's talk slowly. The middle-aged man looked puzzled, glanced at Hu Yan, hesitated, but still took the cigarette. What do you say? Sure. Hu Yan pointed to his badge. An appraiser of my level still has a bit of say. Senior appraiser? Following the direction of Hu Yan's finger, the middle-aged man was stunned, although he was not too clear about the level of appraiser in the pawnshop. But just now when he and Wang Quancheng spoke, he saw that the other party is a senior appraiser. So, this senior appraiser is still very bull. Let's go inside and talk. Hu Yan pointed to the negotiation room next to him. After all, it wasn't good to smoke in the lobby, and, in Hu Yan's opinion this was a big deal. Aha! The middle-aged man nodded, carrying the wooden box and following Hu Yan into the negotiation room. Seeing the situation, the stall and the Wang Quancheng frowned. He thought Hu Yan should be very self-aware. To pawnshop is to muddle through, but never thought, this is still a like show-off lord. The other side took is clearly a fake bottle. There is no need to chat further. Old Wang, What's the situation with that Hu Yan kid? Zhao Jing'an came up to Wang Quanqing and asked with a curious face. www.zbcxw. CN Stars novel. Com. What else can be the case? Do not pretend to understand. Wang Quanqing shook his head and sighed. I thought he could mix his life peacefully, but I didn't realize that he had just come to find something for me to do. Alas, I have to go over and keep an eye on it. Wang Quanqing said and walked out of the stall helplessly. Negotiation room. At this moment, Hu Yan and the middle-aged man had already chatted. Middle-aged man named Wang Yong is a Zhangcheng locals. According to himself that their family in the Republic of China is also considered a prestigious family in Zhangcheng. And later, the family fell. The clan also split the family, divided into several branches out. They have been left in the development of Zhangcheng, but it is more and more mixed. The worst to his father's generation of his family has been nothing to the family. Opened a tavern to maintain a livelihood. He now wants to pawn the vases passed down from generation to generation. Said it is priceless, but his wife is currently lying in the hospital. To see the doctor has spent all the savings, but also borrowed hundreds of thousands of dollars in order to cure his wife. He had to take out this ancestral treasure. Wang Yong's statement. Hu Yan while smoking while silently watching him. From his expression and look can see that he should not be lying. Of course, this is only one of the aspects. The most important thing is that Hu Yan, but there is a hang-up. Wang Yong walked into the pawnshop when he saw the value of his body. 1.8 million. For a Zhangcheng local, this price is not high. After all, Zhangcheng's property prices are amazing. A set of house must be at least a few million. Since you're a native of Zhangcheng, you should have housing in Zhangcheng, right? Hu Yan exhaled a cloud of smoke and asked. Well, there is a set of house, but it is a relocation house. When our family's old house was demolished and relocated and divided into 3 sets of houses, the 3 of us brothers just happened to have 1 set each. But you know, the relocation house is not worth much. I've already listed the house in the broker. It's only worth more than $1 million. Wang Yong sighed depressingly. That does seem a little low. Hu Yan expressed his sympathy and nodded. It is basically difficult to apply for a housing license for a relocated house. Therefore, the transfer is a big problem. The only way to trade is to go to the notary office for a notarization. But there are a lot of variables in this, and the risk is also very high for the buyer. So the price of the relocated house tends to be very low. And after listening to Wang Yong's narration, Hu Yan was basically sure that he was telling the truth. Or at least, this statement of his matched his stature. The house is worth over $1 million, minus a couple $100,000 in debt. That's $800,000. As for the $1 million, it's in Wang Yong's hands. Yes, it was the box of the porcelain vase he was selling. As Wang Quanqing judgment, Wang Yong took out that vase is not worth money, but the box containing the vase is worth millions. The two of you are chatting. At this time, Wang Quanqing walked into the negotiation room with 2 cups of water, smilingly placing the cups in front of the two. Master Wang, where is this job for you to do? Although Hu Yan understood that Wang Quanqing was just looking for a reason to come in and supervise him, he still gave a polite remark. Little things, little things. Wang Quanqing waved his hand with a disinterested face, then pulled a chair and sat down smoothly, asking, how's the talk going? It's not exactly a conversation. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders, and then, to Wang Yong, he said, Brother Wang, are you going to pawn this bottle dead or alive? Although today's pawnbrokers have long been with the times, to mortgage business mostly, but there is still a dead pawn and live pawn. Dead pawn, that is to say that this thing cannot be redeemed, is considered to be sold directly to the pawnbrokers. The price of a mouthful. Live pawning, you can choose the pawn period, due to redemption or renewal, due to the nature of the different, so the dead pawn price is higher. The price of live pawning on the low side, the equivalent of the object collateral to the pawnbroker, and pawnbrokers have to handle some of the interest. Dead when it is, I guess I can't afford to redeem it again. Wang Yong sighed and patted the wooden box in front of that, muttering, this thing has been passed down for several generations, and I didn't expect it to be lost in my hands in the end. Just now you said you wanted to be 100,000, right? Hu Yan took a drag on his cigarette, then threw the butt into the ashtray. This, Wang Yong looked at Hu Yan. He seemed to think that the young man in front of him to cope with some. Immediately said with a difficult face, just now I said is the price of the live pawn. If it is a dead pawn, how to be 150,000? 150,000? Without waiting for Hu Yan to speak, Wang Quanqing on the side couldn't help but snort coldly. I say this brother. You really dare to ask for a price? Ah Hu. Forget it, let him ask at another house. Wang Quanqing gave Hu Yan another wink. However, Hu Yan didn't answer, just stared at Wang Yong with a smile on his face, and put the latter in his heart. www.zbcxw. CN Stars Novels. Come, little brother. What are you staring at me for? This is my family's ancestral treasure. 150,000 is not expensive. Wang Yang said with some weakness. He is also have jujube without jujube hit a pole. See Hu Yan delayed to make a statement. Is also afraid that he will make the other party to run away. 80,000 at the most. Hu Yan picked up the water cup in front of him and took a sip of water, adding, if you agree, leave the box on this table. We'll go straight to the formalities, and you'll have the money in 10 minutes. 80,000? Hearing this offer, Wang Quansheng and Wang Yang exclaimed at the same time. Wang Quansheng certainly thought Hu Yan was crazy. Wang Yang used this to express his dissatisfaction. After all, he was asking for 150,000, and now Hu Yan directly cut in half. Let's go out and have a word. Wang Quansheng frowned and vigorously glared at Hu Yan, wanting to shout him out. However, Hu Yan was unperturbed, only gently waving his hand, his gaze still falling on Wang Yang, watching his reaction. Seeing this, Wang Quansheng could be in a hurry. Stomping his foot, he quickly stepped out of the negotiation room and headed straight to the second floor. In his opinion, only Qin Zishuan could stop this deal. 80,000 is too little. Not for sale. Seeing Wang Quansheng gone, Wang Yang's heart bottomed out a lot more. In his opinion, young Hu Yan naturally much better to deal with. Brother Wang, to tell you the truth, $80,000 is already the highest price. I believe that you are not only here in our family. Other places give you what price you should be clear in your mind. Hu Yan said nonchalantly. I came here because of your Tianhai pawnshop signboard, and haven't really gone anywhere else, thinking that you can recognize the goods. If you only give $80,000, then I can only go to another house to take a look. Wang Yang said, stood up from his seat and made a gesture to leave. Then you just go ahead and ask. Hu Yan faintly returned a sentence, with no intention of retaining it. Seeing the situation, Wang Yang is a little embarrassed. Go is not go is not. He would like to use this to blackmail Hu Yan to increase the price of some, and then the other party is indifferent. 120,000, no less. Wang Yang gritted his teeth. Hu Yan, on the other hand, smiled without saying anything. That attitude couldn't be more obvious. Forget it if you don't take it. King Courage huffed and stomped his foot, carrying the wooden box and heading out the door. At this time, heard Hu Yan said slowly, our master Wang has gone to find the boss. He gave you what price you know. If the boss really interfered in a while, $80,000 cannot be sold. Hearing Wang Yang footsteps stalled. Of course he did not come directly to the Tianhai pawnshop. Before that, he has gone to the antique market round, asked a few, the highest only to give him 10,000 yuan. He had thought that the pawnshop was not as professional as the antique market, so he might be able to sell it for a high price, but he was directly rejected by Wang Quansheng, and in fact, Hu Yan had been his last hope, and he had wanted to put on another show to see if he could still sell it for more money. At this moment, when he heard Hu Yan say this, his heart could not help but beat a drum. After all, he saw Wang Quansheng's attitude. Can you really make the call? Wang Yang twisted his head to look at Hu Yan. In his heart more or less he still didn't quite trust Hu Yan. Sure, Hu Yan smiled and nodded, as long as you agree. You can get the money in 10 minutes. Okay then. $80,000. Sold you. Wang Yang clenched his fists and looked like he was in a difficult situation. Okay, deal. Hu Yan stood up from his seat and said indifferently, put your things on the table, and follow me to get the money. Good. Wang Yang placed the box on the negotiation table as instructed and followed Hu Yan's footsteps. Hu Yan looked for the clerical staff of the pawnshop to take a dead pawn contract. After a slight modification, handed to Wang Yang, this contract you look at. If there is no problem, sign. By the way, write your bank card number on it. Pawnshop inside the contract is a unified model. However, Hu Yan, this transaction belongs to the open road in the dark. The vase is just a front. He really want to install the vase of the box, so it will be in the pawned goods column plus the box. Okay. Wang Yang took the contract and hurriedly scanned it. After confirming that the price was correct, he signed on it, and didn't pay attention to the box at all. In fact, he was even more anxious than Hu Yan, for fear that the other party would renege on the contract. After all, he had traveled a lot, and $80,000 was already the highest price. After signing the contract, Hu Yan directly led Wang Yang to the second floor finance room. Tianhai Pawnshop is subordinate to Tianhai Group. The accounts are reported monthly, and there is only one accountant, named Sun Shi, who sits in the pawnshop. Since the business wasn't busy, at this moment Sun Shi was playing with her cell phone. When she saw someone walking in, she hurriedly put away her cell phone and put on a very serious look. Who are you looking for? Sun Shi hadn't spoken nonsense, and at first glance she couldn't help but frown at the sight of two strangers walking into the finance room together. I'm Hu Yan, the new appraiser. Hu Yan pointed to his badge, then handed over the contract signed by Wang Yang. Received something. Please walk down the bill. Nonsense? Son, she muttered in a low voice, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Although she had never met Hu Yan, she had received first-hand news regarding the fact that Missy Qin Zixuan had arranged for her boyfriend to come and work at the pawnshop. Therefore, at this moment, as soon as Hu Yan said he was new, she immediately guessed his identity. Oh, I know you. Son, she smiled at Hu Yan and pointed to the chair next to her, saying, sit and chat. I'll deal with it right away. Alright, trouble you. Hu Yan smiled politely. Trouble what? This is my job. Son, she shook her head, and then introduced herself. By the way, my name is Sun Shi, a few years older than you. In the future, don't you just call me Sister Shi. Got it, Sister Shi. Hu Yan called out in a very upbeat manner. Well, that's right. Son, she smiled. Her eyes turned to the contract that Hu Yan handed her, and after she saw the amount of $80,000, she tilted her head to look at Wang Yang, who hadn't uttered a word, and asked, are you Wang Yang himself? It's me. Wang Yang nodded. Well, it's good that it's me. If there's no problem, I'll transfer the money right away. Son, she held the mouse in her right hand and opened the internet banking page. No problem. No problem. Wang Yang nodded repeatedly. Seeing the situation, Son, she will no longer ask more questions. Directly to Wang Yang transferred money. Because of this matter with public and private, she has no reason to refuse. If the public affairs, to Hu Yan's senior appraiser's level, to collect a piece of 80,000 things, do not need to report to anyone to discuss, the financial piece of course, must also be the green light. With private words, Hu Yan is their Tianhai Group Missy's boyfriend. This matter, of course, she will also help to do it. Therefore, Sun Shi operated very neatly. Less than a minute after the end of the conversation with Wang Yang, the latter's cell phone will ring. Received a bank card cashed to the account prompt. Thanks, Sai. I'll go down first. Wang Yang took the money. This transaction is considered completely completed. Hu Yan cannot wait to go downstairs to check their booty. Hu Yan looked for the clerical staff of the pawnshop to take a dead pawn contract. After a slight modification, handed to Wang Yang. This contract you look at. If there is no problem, sign. By the way, write your bank card number on it. Pawnshop inside the contract is a unified model. However, Hu Yan, this transaction belongs to the open road in the dark. The vase is just a front. He really want to install the vase of the box, so it will be in the pawned goods column plus the box. Okay. Wang Yang took the contract and hurriedly scanned it. After confirming that the price was correct, he signed on it, and didn't pay attention to the box at all. In fact, he was even more anxious than Hu Yan, for fear that the other party would renege on the contract. After all, he had traveled a lot, and $80,000 was already the highest price. After signing the contract, Hu Yan directly led Wang Yang to the second-floor finance room. Tianhai Pawnshop is subordinate to Tianhai Group. The accounts are reported monthly, and there is only one accountant, named Sun Shi, who sits in the pawnshop. Since the business wasn't busy, at this moment Sun Shi was playing with her cell phone. When she saw someone walking in, she hurriedly put away her cell phone and put on a very serious look. Who are you looking for? Sun Shi hadn't spoken nonsense, and at first glance she couldn't help but frown at the sight of two strangers walking into the finance room together. I'm Hu Yan, the new appraiser. Hu Yan pointed to his badge, then handed over the contract signed by Wang Yang. Received something. Please walk down the bill. Nonsense. www.zbcxw.cn*fiction.com. Sun Shi muttered in a low voice, and suddenly her eyes lit up. Although she had never met Hu Yan, she had received first-hand news regarding the fact that Missy Qin Zixuan had arranged for her boyfriend to come and work at the pawnshop. Therefore, at this moment, as soon as Hu Yan said he was new, she immediately guessed his identity. Oh, I know you. Sun Shi smiled at Hu Yan and pointed to the chair next to her, saying, sit and chat. I'll deal with it right away. Alright, trouble you. Hu Yan smiled politely. Trouble what? This is my job. Sun Shi shook her head, and then introduced herself. By the way, my name is Sun Shi, a few years older than you. In the future, don't you just call me Sister Shi. Got it, Sister Shi. Hu Yan called out in a very upbeat manner. Well, that's right. Sun Shi smiled. Her eyes turned to the contract that Hu Yan handed her, and after she saw the amount of $80,000, she tilted her head to look at Wang Yang, who hadn't uttered a word, and asked, are you Wang Yang himself? It's me. Wang Yang nodded. Well, it's good that it's me. If there's no problem, I'll transfer the money right away. Sun Shi held the mouse in her right hand and opened the internet banking page. No problem. No problem. Wang Yong nodded repeatedly. Seeing the situation, Sun Shi will no longer ask more questions. Directly to Wang Yong transferred money. Because of this matter with public and private, she has no reason to refuse. If the public affairs, to Hu Yan's senior appraiser's level, to collect a piece of 80,000 things, do not need to report to anyone to discuss, the financial piece of course, must also be the green light. With private words, Hu Yan is their Tianhai Group Missy's boyfriend. This matter, of course, she will also help to do it. Therefore, Sun Shi operated very neatly. Less than a minute after the end of the conversation with Wang Yong, the latter's cell phone will ring. Received a bank card cash to the account prompt. Thanks Sai. I'll go down first. Wang Yong took the money. This transaction is considered completely completed. Hu Yan cannot wait to go downstairs to check their booty. Negotiation room. Hu Yan opened the box left by Wang Yong, took out the porcelain vase inside and placed it on the table. Then, seriously study the wooden box in his eyes worth millions. From the appearance of this wooden box is very ordinary. The skin is probably brushed with a layer of red paint. However, due to the age of the lacquer, wear and tear is very strong, showing a black-red color. It is not quite able to judge the original color, but the history of paint widely used in the country is not long. Probably in the late Qing dynasty when the big families build houses will brush some on the beams and columns. One is to prevent insects and rats, and the other is also relatively beautiful. Therefore, it can be inferred that the box shouldn't be very old either. A few decades at most. But if it is only a few decades, of the wooden box is never able to be worth $1 million, unless this box material special. Let me see the box. Wang Quansheng and Qin Zishuan entered the house back and forth, and when they saw that Hu Yan was holding the box and studying it, Wang Quansheng also came over, and Hu Yan simply handed the box to Wang Quansheng. His understanding of the wood, what little, that is, know some of the public know things, therefore, this wooden box he really cannot see a reason to. Before Wang Yong took the bottle to let Wang Quansheng appreciation. Out of professional instincts he also glanced at the box containing the porcelain vase in passing, but did not find anything different. In particular, it outside of this layer of lacquer, destined to its age, will not be particularly far away. In addition, if it is a good material to build and become, usually will not be on the outside of the paint. www.zbcxw.cn-novels.com. Therefore, Wang Quansheng directly sentenced this box to death at that time, and at this moment, seeing Hu Yan so optimistic, he had some interest, and after receiving the box, he carefully examined it. It's nothing special. It seems to be ordinary poplar wood, but the weight is not light. Wang Quansheng muttered in a low voice as he watched. At this moment, Qin Zishuan, on the other hand, came over to Hu Yan's side and asked in a low voice, "What mysteries do you see?" Not yet. Hu Yan spread his hands with a bitter smile. Then what do you favor about it? Qin Zishuan asked with a puzzled expression. A hunch, I guess. Huin said. Intuition? Qin Zishuan frowned. Relying on intuition to collect things was really Buddhist enough. However, Hu Yan was after all someone who had made a lot of money for the group, so she naturally wouldn't be bothered if she made a small mistake. What's more, even Wang Quansheng, a senior appraiser, has a time to hit the eye. Hu Yan is so young, it is understandable to look away. This box is very ordinary. Wang Quansheng shook his head and put the box on the table. In his opinion it was an ordinary wooden box. At best it was a little bit older, but it was not considered an antique at all. So, Hu Yan scratched his head and looked at Wang Quansheng and asked, Master Wang, didn't you find anything a bit unusual? To say that there is an abnormality, there is really a little bit. The weight of this box is not light. Wang Quansheng returned. Yeah, I thought the wooden box was pretty heavy too. Hu Yan picked up the wooden box again and felt its weight. And right at this moment, Hu Yan's eyes suddenly lit up. Since the weight is not right, could it be that there is something inside this box? You're saying that there's a sandwich inside the box? Qin Zishuan's beautiful eyes blinked as she more or less looked forward to the wooden box again. However, Wang Quansheng, who was on the side, gently shook his head. There shouldn't be a sandwich. I've just checked it. It's solid inside. There's no hollow place. Hu Yan had thought that his deduction was reliable. Yet it was directly negated by Wang Quansheng. If there are no interlayers, then what is the situation? Hu Yan once again fell into deep thought, and this time he suddenly thought of the previous Xiang Mingshi dipper pot. At that time the person who collected that pot in order to disguise its true identity, deliberately used the mortar to hide all the seal marks on it. So, could the wooden box in front of us be in that same situation? With this in mind, Hu Yan used his hand to heavily pat the wooden box around. It is indeed solid, yes. But Hu Yan is not dead. Turned his head and asked Wang Quansheng, Master Wang, Do you think it is possible that this box is wearing a layer of clothes to hide its true colors? Upon hearing this, Wang Quansheng's eyes lit up slightly. It's not impossible. I'll take another look. Wang Quansheng once again took the box over. This time he politely took out the shirt pocket magnifying glass. Meticulous observation of the box four walls of the interface place. As expected, he really found a bit of abnormality. The inner wall of the box and the bottom of the place between the emergence of a small crack. Although there is a paint, but due to the age of the paint has fallen almost. This crack will be revealed. It's really true what you kids said. It's highly likely that this box is wearing a layer of clothes on the outside. Wang Quansheng put down the wooden box as well as the magnifying glass and said with a stunned expression, "It's still true." Hu Yan was naturally elated. Then what now? Open the box. Of course. Wait for me. Wang Quansheng set out of the negotiation room. Not much time. Carrying a toolbox back. Then, we'll start the hand. Carefully dismantle the wooden box coat, and soon had the effect. As Hu Yan guessed, this wooden box is actually wearing clothes. Is a layer of almost 5 mm thick board. The corners of the joints with natural plant glue together. Due to the reason of time, the outside of this layer of wood almost with the inside of the box surface completely long together. However, this is not difficult to Wang Quansheng, only to see him. Manipulation, pure use of a variety of tools. And finally, the wooden box outside the layer of clothes all dialed down. In this way, the original face of the wooden box also finally saw the light of day. And after seeing this wooden box inside, Wang Quansheng's eyes immediately shot out to light. Very excitedly picked up the box, up and down carefully measured up, while looking at it while muttering, "Earned a lot. This is a great deal of money. Master Wang, does this box have any origin?" Qin Zishuan, who knew very little about woodcraft, couldn't help but ask curiously. "This is a box of Wangwali. It should be an object of evening harvest." Wang Quansheng casually returned. Hearing him say this, Qin Zishuan and Hu Yan both had a dazed expression. The preciousness of Wangwali is known even to the common people. A string of Wangwali is worth a lot of money. Not to mention this box made of Wangwali in front of them. The character is complete and the workmanship is good. This box can be worth $1 million at least. Wang Quansheng touched the wooden box with a face of love and emotion. $1 million? Hearing Wang Quansheng say this, Qin Zishuan gently nuzzled her mouth. Her gaze subconsciously turned to Hu Yan as she faintly said, "Your intuition is really accurate." Hey, that. Hu Yan patted his chest with a proud face. It has been proven that not only is your women's sixth sense accurate, but men's intuition is just as accurate. Upon hearing this, Wang Quansheng then laughed. "Little Hua, if your intuition can always be this accurate, then you're going to be rich." "What do I get rich for?" "It's all for the company." Hu Yan hemmed and hawed, showing his loyalty without a trace. The seventh sense is called metaphysics. Spend $80,000 to collect $1 million worth of Wangwali box. Hu Yan, this can be regarded as picking up a big leak. The news also quickly spread in the pawnshop. This time, originally thought Hu Yan is over to mix the people, but are surprised not small. At this moment, Hu Yan was called to the second floor by Qin Zishuan. Zhao Jing'an and the others immediately gathered around Zhang Quansheng and discussed. "Old Zhang, what's the situation with that kid?" "Yes, tell me, does he really rely on his eyesight? $80,000 to take down $1 million Wangwali box. That's too fake. Can it be that we all guessed wrong? And that he really came in on strength? If you ask me, it's just pure luck. Who hasn't had a stroke of luck?" As a witness to the incident, at this time, Zhang Quansheng was in a breezy manner. He carefully studied the box that Hu Yan had just received while slowly and methodically saying, "Xiao Hu said that he was going by his intuition." "Intuition? Are you kidding me?" "That's right. If we could be good appraisers by intuition, we'd be out of a job long ago." This statement based on intuition was not without causing a lot of giggles. Zhang Quansheng has gently waved his hand. Xiao Hu does not have to say is not true. Some eyesight outstanding people, indeed, will have with the eyesight corresponding to the intuition. When you see a thing at a glance is to feel that it is good. Even if it is temporarily did not find what the reason, but you still feel that it is good. This is the intuition of the small Hu. Eyesight should still be good. www.zbcxw.cn-stars-novels.com. Zhang Quansheng's evaluation of Hu Yan was quite high. "Old Zhang, what you're saying is too mysterious." "That's right. I don't trust intuition. Whether he's capable or not, we won't know until we wait for him to come down and try it later." "How do you try?" The crowd was quite curious. "Didn't Li Gua hit his eye the other day? So test him on the necklace he misread and see if he can identify it." Li Gua, full name Li Gua, is a junior appraiser at Tianhai Pawnshop. He hit his eye while looking at a luxury item a few days ago. For that reason, he can still hang the necklace that made him hit his eye all the time in front of his workstation as a warning. Upon hearing this, The man named Li Ligua frowned slightly. Warning himself was one aspect, but at this moment he was mentioned again he was inevitably a little uncomfortable in his heart. But the crowd seemed to be quite in favor of this approach. He could only nod his head. Second floor. Qin Zixuan's office. Hu Yan sat on the sofa with a leisurely face, nourishing his coffee. Tell me, how exactly did you see it? Qin Zixuan asked with a curious face as she sat behind her desk. As for Hu Yan's claim of so-called intuition, she naturally did not believe it. Didn't I just say, intuition? Huin smiled. At those words, Qin Zixuan couldn't help but roll her eyes. I believe you, big head. I can't help it then. It was supposed to be intuitive. Hu Yan shrugged. As you can see, that box is a box within a box. Unless I have penetrating eyes, how can I see it? Qin Zixuan also called Hu Yan up for this very reason. After all, the box was hidden too deeply for a normal person to see it. Thus, she was curious about Hu Yan's method. However, judging from Hu Yan's attitude, it seemed like he didn't want to talk about it. Then how did you develop this intuition? Qin Zixuan was undeterred and asked at the root of the matter. Hu Yan was a bit speechless. He did not expect Qin Zixuan to be so persistent. Gently sip a mouthful of coffee, and then, Hu Yan began his performance. Well, in fact it is like this. I read some books about micro-expressions when I was in school, and I preferred that Wang Yong's expression was very real when he was telling that story, and his gaze was sincere enough, so I concluded that his story was true. So since his story was true, his ancestors should have indeed passed down the treasure. But the porcelain vase inside the box was an imitation of the one from the Republic of China. Imitation? This thing obviously can't be a family heirloom. Then, there is another possibility. That is, in that turbulent era, Wang Yong's ancestors were afraid that the treasure would be damaged, so they hid it. To be honest, I initially just thought that the box might be hiding a certain something from before. So, that's why I decided to gamble on buying that box. As for the result, I didn't expect it. So the discovery of the box within a box was an accident. Hu Yan gave his own explanation. At this, Qin Zixuan's face did show a dawning expression, and she felt that Hu Yan's explanation was somewhat reasonable. You've also learned micro-expressions? Qin Zixuan looked at Hu Yan again. www.zbcxw.cnstarsnovels.com. Self-taught sum. Hu Yan smiled gently. For example, your current expression is puzzled. Clam? Qin Zixuan's heart was shocked because Hu Yan had hit the nail on the head. On the other hand, Hu Yan on the side was laughing in his heart. Just now Qin Zixuan was clearly asking questions. What else could his expression be if not puzzled? LOL, IQ is such a good thing. Hu Yan suddenly had a sense of superiority of intellectual crushing. Well, it looks like I wasn't wrong about anyone. Qin Zixuan gently nodded, naturally very satisfied with Hu Yan's performance. Then isn't there a reward? Hu Yan hemmed and hawed. He had made nearly $1 million for the company anyways. Aha. Qin Zixuan nodded. Pay it along with this month's salary. Got it. Hu Yan rubbed his hands together and was very happy. If there's nothing else, I'll go down first. Hu Yan took another sip of coffee and prepared to get up. Wait a minute. Qin Zixuan called out to him and asked, do you have time this weekend? You don't want me to work overtime, do you? Hu Yan frowned. Of course not. Don't worry, our Tianhai group never pulls its employees to work overtime for no reason. Qin Zixuan faintly returned. Oh, Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders, then I'm not available either. Qin Zixuan was speechless for a while. She thought that if she wasn't working overtime Hu Yan would say he was free. This weekend, my sister's promotion banquet. I have to go back home. Hu Yan told the truth. And you have a sister? Qin Zixuan asked with some curiosity. Yeah, 4 years younger than me. Just finished taking the college entrance exam in June. Will come to report to Jiangcheng University in September. My sister's study can be better than mine. The exam is a popular major. Foreign trade, Hu Yan said with a proud face. Although he read is also Jiangcheng University, but is the most pit of the Department of History, when he was because of obedience to the transfer to be admitted. Otherwise, to his score is difficult to enter the Jiangcheng University. However, Hu Yan's younger sister Hu Jiasen cannot be the same. The person is serious by strength to enter the Jiangcheng University of the hottest faculties, Department of Economics and Trade. Oh. So, Qin Zixuan nodded and casually asked, where is your hometown? Yangchang. Hu Yan faintly said, a small city, but it's no match for Jiangchang. Yangchang? Qin Zixuan frowned slightly. There's a Yangcheng chemical industry in Yangchang, right? Well, you still know about Yangcheng Chemical. I really didn't expect it. Hu Yan smiled and added, my dad works in Yangcheng chemical industry, and has done so for most of his life. Qin Zixuan didn't say anything, but muttered, Yangcheng Chemical. Old Qin, you get busy first. I'm going down. Hu Yan felt that chatting with Qin Zixuan was quite boring, so he greeted her again and directly got up and left the office. And this time, Qin Zixuan didn't stop him. Hu Yan went downstairs with a leisurely face, spending $80,000 to collect a box worth $1 million. He was naturally in a good mood. Hu, come over here. Hu Yan had just walked down the stairs when Zhao Jing'an mysteriously waved at him. What is it, Master Zhou? Hu Yan walked over with a suspicious face, only to see Zhao Jing'an as well as Li Ligua and 3 or 4 others were surrounding a necklace on the counter. Hu, you have good eyesight. Take a look at this necklace, Zhao Jing'an said with a smile. www.zbcxw. CN Star Novels. Come, how could I have any eyesight? Hu Yan humbly shrugged his shoulders. Humble, if you have bad eyesight, how could you possibly take $1 million Wanwali wooden box for $80,000? Zhao Jing'an said. Yeah, Xiao Hu, take a poem. Li Ligua chimed in. Hu Yan looked at the two of them, and then looked at the necklace on the counter, and his heart immediately understood a few things. Just one necklace, needing this many appraisers to appraise it together? Obviously, the crowd was trying to test him. What's wrong with the necklace? Hu Yan asked casually. Someone just left it and wants to bet $20,000. Do you think it's worth it? Li Ligua asked. Oh, Hu Yan nodded and pretended to take a closer look. Then, with a curious expression, asked, is he asking for 20,000? Aha. The crowd nodded, watching Huan's reaction. Value. Hu Yan nodded. As soon as he uttered the word worth, the crowd's expressions changed brilliantly, and many of them had a look of I'm sure it's so. However, just as the crowd concluded that Hu Yan's high performance just now was just luck is, Hu Yan picked up another sentence. Worth 2 million yen. Yen? The crowd was speechless. You mean this necklace is a high imitation? Li Ligua asked tentatively. Hu Yan, on the other hand, casually picked up the necklace and slowly said, in good conscience, this necklace workmanship is really good. This high imitation master's craftsmanship can almost be fake, but fake is fake, can't be real. Hu Yan naturally gave his answer with these words. 20,000 yen converted into yuan, almost 1,230. Of course, the exact value depends on the real-time exchange rate, but this necklace is really worth more than 1,000 because of the imitation is very exquisite. And after Hu Yan gave an accurate answer, the expressions on the faces of the crowd could not help but change in different ways. Well, I also think that this necklace is a high imitation. It seems that we cannot accept Li Ligua echoed a sentence, acting a full set. The rest of the crowd nodded. I told you there was something wrong with this necklace. Everyone is pretty much in agreement. Hu, that's quite an eye you have. Zhao Jing'an gave Hu Yan a thumbs up. The latter was able to tell that the necklace was a high imitation with a single glance, which was a real feat. Definitely not something that could be judged by luck or intuition. Hu Yan whistled back to the first stall. This moment, Zhang Quansheng is still carefully observed the Wanwali wooden box. Wanwali itself is relatively rare, especially this kind of age-old objects. It is even less rare to catch such a piece. Zhang Quansheng naturally will not let go of the opportunity to study. Xiao Hu, you can really pick up the treasure. This box if on the auction, estimated 1 million cannot stop. I remember not long ago in the Jiangcheng auction, a pair of Wanwali chess canisters loaded with go. One of the surface there is a very long crack, even in this case, but also auctioned more than 100,000. And this box is not only the size of the box, the character is also so intact. It is rare. If you meet the real hope of the buyer, the price will not necessarily soar how much it. Zhang Quansheng still couldn't help but feel emotional. Hey, luck is really good. Hu Yan laughed softly. You kid don't need to be modest. You can't hold this box with luck alone. Besides, didn't they test you just now? Zhang Quansheng said with a smile on his face. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders and didn't say anything. This is exactly the words. He also wants to keep a low profile, but the strength it does not allow. It's only been 1 day on the job, and you can't hide your strength anymore. Near the end of his shift, Hu Yan received a micro-telecommunication message from Qin Zixuan. Don't leave after work first. Something's up. Seeing this message, Hu Yan frowned slightly. It was hard to believe that this was the rhythm of working overtime. Hu Yan was a bit depressed as he returned. Working overtime? No. Qin Zixuan quickly returned. That's good. 5 o'clock sharp. www.zbcxw. CN Star Fiction. Com. The pawnbroker's office closed on time, and the quick one stepped out of the store on the dot. Zhang Quansheng stretched his back and looked at Hu Yan, who had no intention of moving at all. Little Hu, aren't you leaving? Oh, I'll leave later. Hu Yan faintly returned a sentence. Waiting for Missy to join you? Zhang Quansheng couldn't help but gossip. Hu Yan froze for a moment. He didn't expect this to be guessed by Zhang Quansheng. Sort of. Hu Yan smiled back bitterly. Zhang Quansheng, on the other hand, had a knowing smile on his face, and then, after giving Hu Yan a thumbs up, he picked up his own briefcase and waved with Hu Yan. Hu, see you tomorrow. Hu, see you soon. What made Hu Yan a bit surprised was that Zhao Jing'an and the others had deliberately and enthusiastically greeted him before they left, causing him to be confused. Is everyone this friendly to newcomers? Hu Yan thought silently in his mind, and then, opened the house search app on his phone and started to look at nearby houses. The problem of renting a house should be solved as soon as possible, otherwise he would really be swept away by the school dormitory. Just as Hu Yan was concentrating on finding a house, Qin Zixuan walked down from the second floor, her high heels stepping on the steps of the staircase, making a clattering sound. Gone! Qin Zixuan shouted at Hu Yan, who was sitting inside the stall. Oh, where to? Hu Yan put away his cell phone and asked curiously. We'll see when we get there. Qin Zixuan didn't respond but rather sold a lie. Well, since the other party didn't say anything, Hu Yan didn't pursue further and followed Qin Zixuan out of the pawnshop. On the parking space in front of the door, Hu Yan's black Big G as well as Qin Zixuan's pink Big G were next to each other, and at first glance it really had a feeling of a couple's car. Follow my car in a moment. Qin Zixuan exchanged a word and got into the car. Aha! Hu Yan nodded, also got into the car. Then, the two set off, Qin Zixuan in the front, Hu Yan in the back, the two cars as the couple car and then so together to drive on the road. The turnover rate, not to mention how high, many pedestrians cannot help but talk about a few words, and this is the feeling of attention, but it is to let the Hu Yan heart a little complacent. Qin Zixuan's car wasn't going fast. In fact, you couldn't go fast even if you wanted to during this evening rush hour. About 20 minutes later, Qin Zixuan's car stopped in front of a neighborhood called Tianhai Home, which seemed to be developed by the Tianhai Group itself, as could be seen from the name. Getting out of the car, Qin Zixuan walked straight into the park, and Hu Yan followed quickly. Old Qin, you wouldn't be looking at my outstanding performance and want to give me a house, right? Hu Yan said with a smile. You're overthinking it. Qin Zixuan returned in a salty manner. Well, Huin shrugged sympathetically. Tianhai Home inside the greening is done very well. Walking in the park, as if in a small park. Brick mixed paved paths on both sides are a variety of beautiful small flowers, green grass, and occasionally cartoon sculpture with which, within a short time, Hu Yan followed Qin Zixuan into a certain unit and took the elevator to the 22nd floor. This high-rise residence was a one-staircase, two-family structure. Qin Zixuan walked to the 2201 door and stretched out her forefinger and pressed it on the fingerprint lock. Ding! The door opens. www.zbcxw. CN Star Fiction Network. The fingerprint lock made a mechanical echoing sound, and the door to the room then opened as Qin Zixuan stepped in. However, Hu Yan did not immediately follow in, but stood outside the door with a wary face. Old Qin, what are you going to do? For the record, I'm not a random person. You're overthinking it. Qin Zixuan directly returned Hu Yan's blank stare and coldly said, I'll close the door if you don't come in. Okay. After Hu Yan thought about it, it seemed that even if the other party had other ideas, he didn't seem to be at a disadvantage. With this in mind, Hu Yan's gaze subconsciously swept Qin Zixuan's near-perfect figure, and then, silently nodded. Well, it's no loss. At dinner the other night, I heard your roommate say you guys were looking for an apartment, so if you think it's okay here you should stay for now. Just as Hu Yan was rambling, Qin Zixuan's voice sounded again. Ha! Hu Yan was stunned, fixed his mind, hurriedly looked around the room he was in. Then, the whole person was a little confused. This was a large flat of almost 200 square meters. Just the kitchen was as big as the school dormitory they were currently living in. The living room was even more spacious, especially the huge floor-to-ceiling windows in front of the balcony. Not only did it allow for a more open view, but also excellent lighting. It's a nice house and big enough. But, Hu Yan said half of the words. In this location, such a set of house, the rent at least 10,000 per month. Although he is now not bad money, but still feel a little extravagant. Don't worry, I won't charge you. It's even for your staff quarters. Qin Zixuan said indifferently. Staff quarters? Hu Yan grinned. Looking at the more than 200 square feet of mansion, the whole person was a bit confused. For such a house to be described as a staff dormitory, it was a loss for Qin Zixuan to think of it. You've brought the company a sizable profit in just 2 days since you joined, and as we at Tianhai Group have always rewarded our employees based on merit and never treat them poorly, arranging a staff dormitory like this for you can be considered as a kind of reward for you. Qin Zixuan added. Yeah? Hu Yan also turned around in the house. The house is a 4-room, 2-bathroom layout. There is a 7 or 8 square meters of check room, with such a house as staff quarters. Simply trenchless awe. However, since Qin Zixuan had already opened her mouth, Hu Yan felt that it didn't seem too good if he refused. And of course, more importantly, even though he had only been in for less than 5 minutes, he had already fallen in love with this house, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise when he thought of himself living in a house like this every day. Thanks, boss, for thinking of your employees so well. Hu Yan thanked Qin Zixuan with a sincere expression. Qin Zixuan, on the other hand, waved her hand in disbelief. As long as you work seriously, it's fine. Hey, that's for sure. Hu Yan smiled and asked, by the way, with such a big house, it's weirdly cold for me to live alone. Can I have my roommate move in as well? The one who dined together that day, Zhao Peng. From now on the use of the house is yours, and it's up to you to let in whoever you want. Qin Zixuan nudged her mouth. As long as you don't do anything illegal here. Don't worry, I'm a law-abiding citizen. Hu Yan patted his chest. Aha. Qin Zixuan thought about it and added, tomorrow you don't have to go to work. Move your home first. It just so happens that tomorrow is Friday again. After moving your home you can go straight back to Yangcheng. This, Hu Yan eyes full of surprise, even moved to tears. What do you mean by good leadership? This is the good leader totally thinking for his subordinates, even more so than he himself. Hu Yan looked at Qin Zixuan again. The latter's delicate face still had little expression, giving people a feeling of rejection. But some people are often like this. Look cold, but inside there is a flame. Inadvertently warm the people around them. However, Hu Yan felt that Qin Zixuan had been a little too good to himself. After sending a luxury car and a mansion, then giving a vacation. Old Qin, tell the truth. Are you trying to pick me up? Hu Yan thinks it's better to ask for clarification. If the other party really has this intention, Hu Yan does not mind repaying the other party, even if it's just for one night. Get out. However, after Hu Yan's question was uttered, he only received such a word. Okay. Hu Yan smiled sarcastically and flicked his gaze away. Is your sister's promotion banquet on Saturday or Sunday? Qin Zixuan suddenly asked. Sunday. Huin responded truthfully. Then have you prepared a gift? Qin Zixuan asked again. Yes. Brand new Huawei P30 Pro? That girl must like it. Hu Yan said with a cheerful face. Oh. Qin Zixuan nodded her head, so she didn't say anything else. However, Hu Yan was alert. Old Qin, why are you asking about this? It's nothing. It's possible that I'll be in Yangcheng this weekend as well, but the time hasn't been determined yet. So if the time just happens to coincide, I'll go and join in the fun. Qin Zixuan faintly replied back. You're going to Yangcheng? Hu Yan looked puzzled. There's an important project in the group that's being pushed forward, and it might require me to make a trip over there. Qin Zixuan was telling the truth. Oh, then if you have time, you can come over. Any time. Hu Yan smiled. My sister's promotion banquet is Sunday at noon, at the Yangcheng Hotel. With Qin Zixuan's help, Hu Yan recorded his fingerprints into the fingerprint lock, and then drove back to the school. Old Hu, you're finally back. As soon as Hu Yan walked into the dormitory, Zhao Peng came up with a smile on his face and stretched out his hands to grab Hu Yan's shoulders. What for? Why gay and gay? Hu Yan blankly glanced at Zhao Peng and shook off his hand with both shoulders. I'm not excited, Zhao Peng said with a fluttering brow. Didn't you ask me to look for a house 2 days ago? And today I finally met a super suitable house. 2 rooms and 1 hall. Only 1,200 a month. For this price, the whole Jiangcheng is almost extinct. Yes? Then how did you find it? Hu Yan asked curiously. Buddy is a good man with heavenly fortune. Today in the outside running sales, saw an old lady fell. No one dared to help. I see her pour on her up to send her to the hospital. Guess what? As a result, the family came to me as 1,000 thanks, and then chatting when I learned that I want to rent a room. The result is also a coincidence. They just have a house in the rental. In order to show their gratitude, decided to rent to me at the bottom price. I've looked at the house. It's a bit old, but it's renovated, so we can move in with our bags. Zhao Peng told the story with a smug look on his face. I say brother Peng, you have a lot of guts. The news is not like you have not seen it. Help an old man dumping examples can be quite a lot of it. Hu Yan laughed and joked. www.zbcxw. CN Star Novel Network. I was struggling for a bit, but when I thought about it, man, I'm all alone and have no money in my pocket. So there's really nothing to be afraid of. Zhao Peng hemmed and hawed. Well, that too. Hu Yan nodded. Zhao Peng, on the other hand, hemmed and hawed. But you know the result of this. It's called good people have good rewards. It seems that God is still fair. By the way, if it's okay with you, how about we move at the end of the week? Zhao Peng asked. Not this weekend. I have to go back home this weekend. Hu Yan waved his hand and added, in fact, I was about to talk to you about the house. Our company has allocated me a staff dormitory. It's quite big. I can't live alone. If you don't mind it being far away from your company, you can also move there. Staff quarters? Where is it? Zhao Peng asked with a puzzled face. Over on Qingyang Road, by the second ring road, Hu Yan said. Crap, that's a prime location, Zhao Peng burst out. Then asked, since it's your staff quarters, can your leaders agree to me, an outsider, living there? I've already told her. No problem. Hu Yan spread his hands. It's up to you. As long as you're willing to go over there, you can live. Zhao Peng hesitated and smiled sarcastically. Then since it's your staff quarters, isn't there no need to spend any money? Well, it doesn't cost anything. Hu Yan nodded. Really? Really? Then I live. Zhao Peng nodded decisively, then muttered in a low voice, it's true that good people have good karma. I thought that 1,200 a month was already a gift to me, but I didn't realize that there's a free house to live in. Gee, it seems that in the future, when you meet a fallen grandpa or grandma, you must help them up. Zhao Peng laughingly lamented. I'm going to move there tomorrow. If you're going there too, pack your bags in a while and move together tomorrow. Hu Yan added. Tomorrow? Don't you have to go to work? Zhao Peng frowned. Already took a good vacation. Hu Yan shrugged with a relaxed expression. Shit, then I'll take a vacation too. And we'll move together, Zhao Peng said. Hu Yan nodded. Well, it's settled then. Okay, Zhao Peng responded. Then, called his supervisor for leave. The next day, 2 people early in the morning to move the luggage downstairs, and then, orderly stuffed into Hu Shua's big G. Good thing the 2 people's luggage is not too much. In addition to the 2 beds of bedding, but also some clothes, the car is loaded down. When the luggage was all loaded, Hu Shua and Zhao Peng rested while smoking a cigarette. In this dormitory to live for 4 whole years. To move away, the 2 hearts really are some reluctance. Especially Zhao Peng. He grew up in the orphanage. Also has no home. The university these 4 years he has taken the dormitory as his own home. And Hu Yan has become his relatives. Now that he was leaving, he couldn't help but see his eyes redden as he smoked a cigarette and looked up at the room he had once lived in. Old Hu, do you think we'll have a chance to come back again? Zhao Peng asked with a slightly choked voice. It's not easy to come back. It's not like you're leaving Jiangcheng. Hu Yan nudged his mouth. Aha. Zhao Peng nodded, then took a sharp drag on his cigarette. Damn. The thing I can't stand the most is parting. Good thing we're going together. Otherwise, I'd cry like a dog. Come on, don't be melodramatic. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders, threw the finished cigarette butt to the ground, stepped on it with his foot, and said, there's no feast that doesn't end. It's the end. And it's also a new beginning. Go! As the words fell, Hu Yan patted Zhao Peng's shoulder and got into the car. Zhao Peng took another look at the dormitory where he once lived and got into the passenger seat. The car then drove away from the dormitory area with a roar. About 40 minutes later, Hu Yan's big G parked in front of the main gate of Tianhai home. The small area is prohibited cars, so the 2 can only walk in carrying their luggage. However, after Hu Yan parked his car, Zhao Peng was confused. Old Hu, the dormitory arranged by your company is even in such an awesome neighborhood? Aha. Hu Yan nodded. This is too trenchant. Zhao Peng couldn't help but lament. It's pretty trenchant. Huin agreed. I can't believe that I can still live in such an awesome neighborhood in my life. Zhao Peng rubbed his hands together, his face full of longing. Cut the crap and hurry up with the luggage. www.zbcxw.cn*novels.com. Hu Yan blankly glanced at him, opened the trunk and carried the packed bedding on his shoulders, then picked up 2 more woven bags in his hands. Zhao Peng was in a similar state as him, completely unable to free his hands. What do you 2 do? As they prepared to enter the cell door, the 2 were stopped by the security guard at the gate. Move. Hu Yan returned. Which building? How many units? Door number? The security guard looked at the 2 men warily. After all, they really didn't look like owners of the neighborhood in their condition. Fortunately, yesterday, Qin Zixuan had already handed over the cell's access card to Hu Yan, so he directly lit up the access card and accurately reported the door number where he lived. Seeing this, the security guard immediately changed his smiling face, and also enthusiastically lent the 2 of them 2 flatbed trucks to push the luggage. The service of a high-end neighborhood is different. Zhao Peng pushed the flatbed truck while lamenting that the security guard had not only provided a car, but also had to help the 2 men move. However, both of them refused because they didn't feel too good about it. Well, it was pretty good. Hu Yan nodded. As a matter of fact, it was also the first time he had the opportunity to move into such a neighborhood, and although he was calm on the surface, he was also very happy inside. Once inside the door of the unit, the 2 of them dumped their bags into the elevator and made their way up the stairs together. After the two entered the staff dormitory provided by Qin Zixuan to Hu Yan, Zhao Peng, who was already very excited, almost went crazy, with his eyes as round as light bulbs and his mouth open, unable to close it for a long time. Old Hu, are you sure this is free for us to stay? After calming his emotions for a good half day, Zhao Peng asked, but his mouth was still a little less than perfect. Nonsense, how else could I have gotten in? Hu Yan rolled his eyes, but that's too much, this house must be at least 200 square feet, Zhao Peng said while looking around. Pretty much, Hu Yan answered and said, I'll stay in the master bedroom on the south side, and there are 3 other rooms, so you can choose whatever you want. Well, I'll have to take a good look at which room is better, Zhao Peng said and began to visit the remaining few rooms. Hu Yan, on the other hand, moved his luggage to the master bedroom, a room that he had favored yesterday, with a bathroom of its own in the bedroom, which saved him the trouble of grabbing the bathroom with Zhao Peng. Old Hu, I'll take the north one. It wasn't long before Zhao Peng's voice came from the second bedroom to the north. After settling their luggage, the two of them went out to add some daily necessities, and Zhao Peng, the bastard, also bought a set of pots and pans, saying that he wanted to open fire and cook. As for cooking, Hu Yan was not good at it, he could only cook a noodle or something. However, Zhao Peng said that he was good at frying and cooking, and had helped in the orphanage's kitchen when he was in junior high school. For Zhao Peng's words, Hu Yan was skeptical. After all, the 4 years of college also did not hear him mention that he could cook this matter. After packing up the new home, it was already noon. Hu Yan said goodbye to Zhao Peng, drove directly to the neighborhood of a large shopping mall, although it is home to participate in his sister's promotion banquet, but Hu Yan is also a rare home, plus he is now also considered to be the homecoming. How to have to prepare some gifts for their parents. After shopping around in the mall, in the end, Hu Yan bought a gold necklace for his mom and a designer suit for his dad. He remembered that his mom had long been chanting that she wanted a gold necklace, but had not been able to spare the money to buy, and the size of his dad is also considered a leader of the state-owned enterprises. Many occasions need to wear a suit, so Hu Yan helped him pick a set. In addition to these 2 gifts, Hu Yan also bought some fruits and nutritional products suitable for middle-aged people until he couldn't carry them in both hands, and only then did he leave the mall. From Jiangcheng to Yangcheng is about 2 hours of driving. Hu Yan drove out of Jiangcheng directly on the highway, while listening to the music in the car, while enjoying the beautiful scenery on both sides of the highway. The mood is naturally extraordinarily comfortable. Prior to this, Hu Yan had never thought, in any case, that one day he would be able to drive a big G and return to his hometown in such a dashing manner. And because of the eagerness to return home, Hu Yan's car speed also drove very fast. Originally 2 hours of driving, he drove an hour and a half, then already got off the highway into the territory of Yangcheng. In Yangcheng, most famous than the Yangcheng Chemical, this old state-owned enterprises. When Yangcheng from the county into a prefecture-level city is precisely because there is such a large state-owned enterprises exist. In the most glorious time of the Yangcheng Chemical, almost 1/3 of the people of Yangcheng have a direct or indirect relationship with this enterprise. Hu Yan's home is not too far away from the Yangcheng Chemical staff family area. The district's name is called Yangcheng Homes. Is the Yangcheng Chemical employees specifically for the construction of the family building? Living in the park, 90% of the people are Yangcheng Chemical employees. Yangcheng Homes belongs to the old neighborhood. The park gate does not have a railing. The vehicle can freely enter and exit, and Hu Yan directly drove the car to his own downstairs. At this moment, Hu Yan's family unit door. Several middle-aged women are sitting in the shade chatting. They saw a big Ben standard Jeep came. A few people's eyes naturally attracted to the past. That's an expensive car, isn't it? That goes without saying. You don't see what kind of car. Whose relatives are here? So rich to say the least. The guy driving looked pretty young. The big G is equipped with privacy windows from the outside, cannot see inside. However, sitting inside the car, Hu Yan can see the situation outside clearly. Sitting downstairs in the unit, a few women he is familiar with. A few people live in this unit. With their family is more than 10 years of neighbors. Parking the car, Hu Yan stepped down from the big G, and as soon as Hu Yan was on the road, the middle-aged woman was stunned. Boy, if it isn't Yen Yen. Yen Yen, you're making a fortune. Oh my god, how much did you have to pay for this car? Yim Yim, several middle-aged women inquired as they gathered towards Hu Yan. Aunt Li, Aunt Wang, Aunt Xiaozhen. Hu Yan smilingly greeted a few people, opened the trunk, and took out the gifts, fruits, and nutritional supplements and whatnot that he had bought for his parents. In this way, Hu Yan's 2 hands were not enough. Yen Yen, come, Auntie will help you get it. Auntie Li warmly extended her hand. She lives opposite Hu Yan's house. Used to work in the city's department store. The year before the department store closed down, she did not look for any serious work. and occasionally do odd jobs and so on. However, Auntie Lee's husband is a formal employee of Yongcheng Chemical Industry. The income is quite stable. In addition, Aunt Lee has a daughter, younger than Hu Yan 2 years, now also in Jiangcheng study, but is reading The Specialist, Aunt Lee several times with Hu Yan's parents to read, to set up him and his own daughter, and Hu Yan's old mother is really moved. Before also mentioned once with Hu Yan, but was rejected by Hu Yan. It's not that Hu Yan can't see Aunt Lee's daughter, but mainly, Hu Yan thinks that he's still young, waiting for his career to stabilize. But Auntie Lee has been thinking about this moment, and saw Hu Yan drove such a good car back. She ran over to offer attentiveness as very normal. No auntie, I can hold it. You guys talk, I'll go up first. Hu Yan smiled and refused Aunt Lee's kindness, taking a step towards the door of the unit. The boy, still polite with me, just in time to go upstairs too. Auntie Lee directly snatched the 2 bags of fruits in Hu Yan's hand without saying a word. Hu Yan smiled awkwardly. Auntie Lee, how embarrassing this is. Hey, with me you're still polite. Aunt Lee hemmed and hawed and followed Hu Yan's footsteps and headed upstairs. Old Lee, you really think someone else's Yan Yan is your son-in-law? Seeing this, Wan Yufan couldn't help but snicker from the sidelines. Her family lived on the 2nd floor, downstairs from Hu Yan's house. That's not really possible to say. Maybe our Lily has taken up with Yan Yan. Auntie Lee held back a glance at the other party, while listening to the conversation between the two. Hu Yan was a bit embarrassed and hurriedly quickened his pace. Say, you bought that car, huh? As she headed upstairs, Auntie Lee asked curiously. No, the unit is matched. Hu Yan casually returned. Gu, with such a good car, what kind of unit is yours? In fact, Aunt Lee also felt that this car should not be bought by Hu Yan. After all, he just graduated from college not long ago. Even if she has always felt that Hu Yan is very good, but it is not possible to just graduated can buy up such a good car. But in fact, Aunt Lee's requirements for Hu Yan are not that high. Even if this car is the unit with, she already think Hu Yan is very bullish. I work for the Tianhai Group. Hu Yan replied. Sky Sea Group? Oh? That's a big company, Auntie Lee exclaimed with an exaggerated expression. She wasn't pretending, but she had really heard of Tianhai Group. Well, the company is not small. Hu Yan nodded. How much can that paycheck be? Aunt Lee continued to inquire. Almost 10,000 a month. Hu Yan naturally would not tell her the truth. Of course, even if Hu Yan told the truth, Aunt Lee would not believe it. 10,000? So much. Boy, we're really getting ahead of ourselves here at Yan Yan. Even when Hu Yan discounted his income by N, Aunt Lee still exclaimed in shock because, for her a monthly salary of 10,000 was definitely an unattainable existence. And after poking around Hu Yan's bottom line, she was even more determined in her mind to marry her daughter to Hu Yan. Hu Yan's family lives on the 3rd floor 301. Aunt Lee's family is 303. The two families are separated by a 302. Just door to door. Thank you, Aunt Lee. When he reached the door of the house, Hu Yan knocked on the door while saying thank you. You child, you're still polite. Aunt Lee angrily blanked Hu Yan. At that moment, an inquiry came from Hu Yan's home. Hu, Jiasen, it's me, Hu Yan answered. Brother? Along with the girl's surprised voice, the door to the room opened, and a girl with a thin figure and fair face stood in the door. The girl was none other than Hu Yan's sister. Hu Jiasen. Brother, why are you back so early? I thought you wouldn't be back until tomorrow. Seeing her brother, Hu Jiasen was naturally very happy. Her small white face was filled with smiles. I just happened to be off today, so I came straight back. Hu Yan smiled and stepped into the door of the house. Yan Yan, if you're not doing anything at night, go to my house and sit down. Auntie Lee handed Hu Yan the fruit she helped carry and said with a smile. Aha. Hu Yan nodded, and after entering the room, he brought the door with him. Aunt Lee, on the other hand, stood still and rubbed her hands together, muttering and muttering, such a good young man can't be cheap for someone else's daughter. No, I'll let Lily come back. With that, Auntie Lee pulled out the cell phone in her pocket. In the door, after Hu Yan entered the house, he put the fruits, nutritional supplements, and the gifts he had bought for his dad and mom on the coffee table, and then, sitting on his butt on the sofa, he let out a long breath. There's no way you can climb a building with all that stuff and not get tired. Brother, drink water. Hu Jiasen smilingly brought a cup of water over to Hu Yan and teased. Brother, why did you buy so many things back? You're not getting rich, are you? Hey, you're really right. Hu Yan sipped his water and said with a smug look on his face. Seriously, since you've gotten rich, don't you have to buy a gift for this cute sister of yours? Hu Jiasen smiled and teased. Waiting for. Hu Yan put the water cup on the coffee table, took out the new cell phone he bought for his sister from his own carry-on backpack, and passed it in front of him. Here, take it. there's really a gift. Ha! Hu Jiasun was both shocked and delighted, and when she took a glance at the cell phone that Hu Yan handed over, her already large eyes instantly glazed over. Huawei P30 Pro? Brother, you're not robbing the bank, are you? Hu Jiasun looked at Hu Yan. She felt that all this is not too real. Will soon go to college, she naturally want to have a new cell phone. And mom has also promised her, before the start of the school year, for her to buy a new cell phone. However, the price cannot be more than 2,000. After all, like them such a working family, it is not possible to buy a cell phone that is too expensive. However, this Huawei P30 Pro that Hu Yan gave to Hu Jiasun costs $5,000 or $6,000. Such an expensive cell phone. She was just taking a look at it before, and never thought that she could have it, but now that her brother gave her one, how could she not be surprised? Yeah, your brother deliberately went and robbed the bank for you to buy a gift for you. Otherwise, where would he get the money to buy you a cell phone? Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders and laughed. How's that? This brother of yours is interesting enough. Right. Well, that's good enough. Hu Jiasun hemmed and hawed and couldn't wait to tear off the plastic film on the outside of the cell phone box and open the lid. Wow. It's really a Huawei P30 Pro. Hu Jiasun was thrilled, her eyes and face full of smiles. Then, carefully took the phone out of the box. What time do mom and dad get off work? Hu Yan looked at the clock hanging on the wall. It was just 5 minutes past 4 at this moment. Mom is early. More than 5 o'clock should be home. However, dad has to be more than 6 o'clock. Hu Jiasun played with her new cell phone while returning. Well, let's go out to eat tonight then. My treat. Hu Yan thought for a moment and said. He didn't tell his family in advance that he was coming back today. In fact, he wanted to give everyone a surprise. Yeah, I want a roast. Hu Jiasun nodded happily. Okay, no problem. Hu Yan smiled and asked. By the way, the best barbecue restaurant in our Yang City is still Ding Feng, right? Brother, why do I smell a flavor of a tycoon on you? You're not really getting rich, are you? As soon as she heard that Hu Yan was going to take the whole family to the most expensive barbecue restaurant in Yang City, Hu Jiasun immediately shifted her gaze to Hu Yan again, with an expression that told him to give a truthful explanation. Hu Yan, on the other hand, laughed. That's right, your brother is rich. Brother showdown. Then I'm going to hit the dirt. Hu Jiasun hemmed and hawed and stretched out her small hand. Since you've gotten rich, aren't you going to give your cute sister a few $1,000s of pocket money? No problem. Hu Yan waved his hand, took his own cell phone and directly used Weixin to transfer 2,000 to Hu Jiasun. Take it and spend it. This, Hu Jiasun just wanted to joke with her brother. I did not expect Hu Yan to actually transfer $2,000 to her. For a time she could not help but freeze. Brother, you're not really getting rich, are you? It took a long time before Hu Jiasun came back to her senses, her large eyes filled with shock. That's for sure. Hu Yan smiled smugly. So, hold on tight to your brother's thighs in the future. There will be no shortage of benefits for you. Yeah, oh hey, that's what you said. Hu Jiasun hemmed and hawed and nonchalantly clicked collect. By the way, did mom take the bus to work? Hu Yan looked at the clock on the wall and asked. Otherwise, we don't have a private car. Hu Jiasun gently nuzzled. You go change. Let's go pick up mom from work. Hu Yan said and stood up from the sofa. How do you pick it up? Hu Jiasun looked puzzled. Of course I'm driving. Your brother is rich. How can he not have a car? Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders proudly and waved the car keys in front of Hu Jiasun's eyes. Mercedes? The eyes fell on the car label on the key. Hu Jiasun couldn't help but exclaim. www.zbcxw.cn-novels.com. However, she soon regained her composure and said disdainfully. Brother, you're not a lighter, are you? I've seen so many online stores that sell lighters for luxury car keys. Lighter? Hu Yan was speechless for a while and directly threw the car keys to Hu Jiasun. See for yourself if this is a lighter. Hu Jiasun took the car keys, looked carefully and pressed a few buttons on it, and there was really no fire. Are these real car keys? Hu Jiasun was still skeptical. Of course, it's been said that your brother is rich. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders. Quickly go and change some clothes. In a while mom is getting off work. Well, Hu Jiasun answered, drilled into his room. Not much time. Changed a set of small broken flower dress out. The little girl this year has been 18 years old. Out of the pavilion. As long as a little dress up. Is really quite dazzling. Well, not bad for my sister. Hu Yan nodded appreciatively. Cut. Hu Jiasun grunted. I'm naturally beautiful. Row. Born to be beautiful. Hu Yan laughed. Then sighed. I don't know which son of a bitch will be cheaper in the future. Brother, what are you talking about? Hu Jiasun exasperatedly glared at Hu Yan. Anyway, if you want to fall in love in the future you have to tell me first. I as a brother must be your gatekeeper, Hu Yan said with a serious face. Upon hearing this, Hu Jiasun then rolled her eyes and ignored Hu Yan. In her opinion, this brother of hers was simply the style of a feudal parent. The two of them went downstairs together, and just as they were going downstairs, Hu Jiasun was still skeptical about Hu Yan's Mercedes-Benz car key. However, when she saw the Mercedes-Benz Big G parked downstairs, her whole body was dumbfounded. In Hu Jiasun's cognition, she is the child of an ordinary family. Luxury cars and what with her simply does not match. However, now her brother Hu Yan but drove back to a whole Yangcheng seemingly not a few luxury cars. The shock of her heart can be imagined. Get in the car. What are you waiting for? Hu Yan pulled open the car door and got into the driver's side. Oh, Hu Jiasun weakly answered and sat in the passenger side. Brother, you're not doing anything illegal, are you? Hu Jiasun asked with a serious look on her face. She had once heard the saying, the ways to get rich quick are all written in the criminal law. She felt that there was still some truth in this saying. And now his own brother Hu Yan in luxury cars. And buy yourself a cell phone. Completely thuggish look. But the brother of a recent college graduate. How can earn so much money Therefore, Hu Jiasun's heart was a bit beat up. She was really afraid that her brother would take the wrong path. What to think? Your brother is making money with his skills. Hu Yan laughed in disbelief. And then started the car. Hu Yan's mom, Yang Yajun, is an excellent people's teacher, working in the Yangcheng Second Primary School, currently teaching ideological and moral education subject teacher. The class is not much, relatively free. Yangcheng Second Primary School from Hu Yan's home about bus 10 stops away. In fact, is not far. Drive their own words 20 minutes are not used. So Hu Yan successfully rushed to the school before arriving at the school gate. Not long after, the school bell rang. Students flocked out of the school gate in groups, and usually the teachers would leave a little later than the students. So when the students were almost finished, the teachers came out of the school gate one after another. Its mom, Hu Jiasun, had been staring at the crowd walking out of the school gates. And as soon as Yang Yajun appeared, she shouted out. Hu Yan followed the direction of Hu Jiasun's gaze, and sure enough, his mom, Yang Yajun, was talking and laughing with a female teacher of similar grade towards the school entrance. Seeing this, Hu Yan and Hu Jiasun hurriedly got out of the car. Mom! Seeing that Yang Yajun was not too far away from the two of them, Hu Yan waved his hand while shouting. Yang Yajun is chatting with colleagues actually did not pay too much attention to the front. However, her own son's voice she still heard. So, along the direction of the sound came swept a glance, then saw to pick up their own pair of children. Words, Jiasun, what brings you here? With a smile in her eyes, Yang Yajun quickly greeted her. Yen, why did you come back today? Didn't say a word in advance. So mom can prepare delicious food for you in advance. Walking up to the siblings, Yang Yajun said smilingly, Mom, you don't know. My brother got rich and said he's going to treat us to a big dinner tonight. Hu Jiasun took over. What kind of fortune can your brother make? Yang Yajun gave Hu Jiasun a blank look. Then, patted Hu Yan's shoulder. Go, accompany mom to buy groceries, and I'll make you a delicious meal at home. Mom, Jiasun didn't talk nonsense. Your son, I'm really rich. Tonight my treat. Hu Yan hemmed and hawed, then pointed to the big G parked next to him. Mom, let's get in the car and talk. Ha? Yang Yajun was stunned. Her eyes naturally landed on the big G, and she said in consternation, Yen, where did you get a car, or such a nice car? The company matched it. Hu Yan spread his hands. The company gives you such a nice car? Your boss is crazy. Yang Yajun shook her head with a surprised expression. It might be really crazy. Hu Yan heatedly smiled. Okay, let's get in the car and say it. Mom, get in the car and feel it. This car is comfortable to sit in. Hu Jiasun followed suit. Although Yang Yajun still had some doubts in her heart, she couldn't resist the persuasion of the two men and eventually got into the car. Words, how much does this car cost? Sitting in the back row, Yang Yajun first curiously surveyed the interior of the car and then asked, landing price. Then, almost to 1,900,000 or so. Hu Yan responded truthfully. In fact, the official offer of the G500 are generally about 1.5 million, but according to the official guide price is not able to mention the car. Generally have to increase the price, plus the cost of the mess. A G500 really landed then. To say the least have to be a small 2 million. Ha! So expensive. Yang Yajun felt a little dizzy. She heard that in these 2 years the price of Mercedes-Benz car has dropped a lot. The principal of their school drove a Mercedes-Benz SUV. I heard that it was only 400,000 or 500,000. However, the fact that her son drove this one for nearly $2 million really surprised her. Hey, our boss is rich. Her cars start at a few $1,000,000 less. Hu Yan faintly returned a sentence. Qin Zixuan drove the pink Big G as a customized version. The landing price at least to say more than 2 million. As for her Ferrari is even more valuable, as if to 5 or 6 million. Last time on the phone, You said that you were into the Tianhai group, right? Yang Yajun asked. Well, it's the Tianhai group. Hu Yan nodded. Worthy of being a big enterprise? Really rich. Yang Yajun sighed with emotion. And then, with a straight face, urged, Yen, you rarely have the opportunity to enter such an enterprise, but you must do a good job. Mom, don't worry about that. I'll work hard. Hu Yan smiled, and then, with a smug face, said, by the way, Mom, you are not aware of my first day of work to help the company earned nearly $1 million. Because of this, the boss will give me with a car, but also arranged for me to have a good set of staff dormitory. Do son of a bit of achievement? The first person who want to share is naturally their parents. So, after seeing Yang Yajun, Hu Yan can't wait to talk about his own heroics. Of course, the reason why he said this is also for his own why he can earn money and do padding. If he told his parents all at once that he had earned more than $2 million in just a few days, the two were afraid that they would find it hard to accept. However, if Hu Yan took out a lesser portion of it and had a justifiable reason, they should still be able to accept it. You helped the company earn $1 million on the first day of work. Brother, how did you do it? Before Yang Yajun could speak, Hu Jasun on the side asked with a curious face. Of course it's based on skill. Your brother has practiced a pair of fiery eyes of wisdom, so that's why he can earn money. Hu Yan smiled. Cut. Not a decent one. Hu Jasun gave Hu Yan a blank look. Well, then brother will give you a good talk. www.zbcxw.cn-star-novels.com. Hu Yan while driving a car. While spending $80,000 to collect a one-wally wooden box of things told his sister and mom to listen to. The reason why he spoke in detail about this matter, in fact, is also in order to let the two more believe that they are because of this wealth. Otherwise, his card huge sums of money want to give family members to spend are difficult. The crowd cannot be allowed to really think that he has done something illegal. Hook it. The people may not really think that he has done something illegal. Heavens, brother, your luck is too good. After listening to the story Hu Yan told, Hu Jasun couldn't help but exclaim in shock. This is called heaven's reward. I guess the heavens saw that I worked too hard, so that's why I got this chance to get rich, Hu Yan said with a smile. Brother, in that case, the company should reward you with a lot of money. After all, you helped them earn $1 million, Hu Jasun curiously pursued. That's for sure. Hu Yan laid so long waiting for the sentence, so he can logically put his own money whitewash, just for the family to improve the current quality of life. Just the one I just mentioned. The company directly rewarded me with $500,000. Hu Yan patted his chest and said, how much? Hearing this number Yang Yajun and Hu Jasun were both confused. $500,000. Huin repeated it again. So many. Brother, no wonder you said you were rich. Hu Jasun's eyes were filled with little stars. Yang Yajun, on the other hand, froze for a long time before she opened her mouth. Yen, so much money. You can't spend it indiscriminately. Save yourself and keep it to buy a house. I've heard that the houses in Jiangcheng can be expensive. I've just graduated, and I'm not in a hurry to buy a house. I've thought it over. This money will first buy you and Dad a car for transportation, and then, buy a new house in Yangcheng, and keep it for your old age. Hu Yan said his plan. Yangcheng after all is a prefecture-level city. Originally is a small county, so the price of housing is very low. A good point of the district is only more than 4,000 a square foot. Out of 400,000 almost can buy a set of 100 square feet of the house, and then use 100,000 to buy a car. 500,000 of the budget is also enough. Hu Yan of course can give his parents more money, but right now out of 500,000 will already be Yang Yajun scared blind. If Hu Yan told his parents that he earned $2 million in a few days' time, the two are afraid to sleep badly in the future. It is estimated that every day have to ponder whether his son has done something illegal. Therefore, Hu Yan's idea at this stage was to improve his parents' lives first, and when he earned more money later, he would slowly infiltrate them and give them a more superior life. However, as soon as Hu Yan said this, Yang Yajun shook her head decisively. Yen, it's better for you to save your hard-earned money yourself. Your father and I are living quite well now. We don't need to buy another house or car. Hu Yan scratched his head and insisted. I can't save money myself anyway. If you guys aren't going to buy it, the money will be saved for me first. No matter what, give the money out first. It's a way of doing your filial duty. This, if it was just a few tens of thousands of dollars, Yang Yajun might not reject it, but she was a bit confused when she thought of the figure of $500,000. After all, she had never seen so much money in her life. Mom, if you don't want it, turn around and transfer it to me. I'll save it for my brother. At this time, Hu Jiasun opened her mouth with a smile. You save? Yang Yajun immediately rolled her eyes. Then it's not all for you to spend. Alright, Yen, then I'll save it for you first, and take it out later when you buy a house or get a daughter-in-law. Hey, okay. Hu Yan smiled. The money was finally given out. Not long after, the three of them returned home, and Hu Yan took out the gold necklace that he bought for his old mom again. With the stimulation of the previous $500,000, Yang Yajun is calm a lot, but the face is still overflowing with joyful smiles. Although the parents are raising children are not trying to return, but when you work hard to raise 20 years of children can take the initiative to give the return. The inner joy of the feelings can be imagined. Mom, let me help you put it on. Hu Yan took the necklace and stood behind Yang Yajun, helped her to put this golden necklace on her neck. While this instant, Yang Yajun, who stood in front of Hu Yan, suddenly wanted to cry. She couldn't help but have tears flashing in her eyes. In order to raise 2 children, Yang Yajun can be said to be living in scrimp and save, and she herself had to make a great determination to buy a piece of clothing, not to mention to buy such a valuable gold necklace. But which woman does not love beauty? But Yang Yajun can only think about it. But at this moment, her son has used his own money to fulfill her small wish. Her heart to say that she is not touched that is by no means possible. Words have really grown up. Yang Yajun whimpered. Mom, you and Dad used to take care of me. Now, it's time for me to take care of you. Hu Yan said with a smile, pushed his old mom in front of the mirror and asked, how about it? Your son's vision is not bad, right? Well, it looks good. Yang Yajun smiled with tears in her eyes. Almost to 7 o'clock, Hu Yan's dad Hu Fengchun returned home. His commuting tool to and from work is an electric car, so Hu Yan did not openly go over to pick him up. Words, why did you kid come back today? Seeing Hu Yan in the room, Hu Fengchun grinned with a big mouth. I just happened to be off today, so I came back. Hu Yan returned. And you didn't tell me ahead of time so your mom could make you something good to eat, Hu Fengchun said, while taking off the body of the thin jacket. This jacket above somehow splashed a lot of mud spots. See these mud spots? Hu Fengchun could not help but spit out. This group of driving grandson. A little bit of no sense of public morality. Know that the front of the mud puddle still drive fast. I just don't have a car. Otherwise I would have caught up with him and cursed him. Hu Fengchun cursed and threw his jacket with mud spots into the washing machine. By the way, Yajun, who's this family came to the landlord relatives? I see a big G parked downstairs. Big G, do you know? That car landing price how to be about 2 million. Hu Fengchun wiped his hands with a wet towel while saying, our unit from the 1st floor to the 6th floor are old neighbors. I haven't heard of anyone who has such a dirt cheap relative. Ugh. I'd die if I could drive that car for a while. Hu Fengchun said with a face of envy. Men's thinking in women are always different. As long as it is a man is almost interested in the car. Especially luxury cars. That is the goal of many men to fight for a lifetime. Hu Fengchun of course is no exception. He has always wanted to buy a car, but the conditions of the family does not allow. In fact, he and Yang Yajun's income is still possible, especially in such a small city as Yangchang, but the burden of raising 2 children is too heavy, so that his dream to buy a car is always only a dream. But every time he sees people driving a car from his side, he always cannot help but take a look at more than a glance. The burden of raising 2 children is so heavy that his dream of buying a car can only be a dream, but he can't help but take a look every time he sees someone driving past him in a car. Therefore, when he saw that brand new big G downstairs, he immediately couldn't walk, and after parking his own electric car, he even circled around that car several times before he went upstairs. And after hearing Hu Fengchun's words, Yang Yajun and Hu Jusun couldn't help but laugh. I said, what are you guys laughing at? Hu Fengchun looked skeptical. Just ask Yan Yan. Yang Yajun nudged her mouth. Words? Hu Fengchun turned his head to look at Hu Yan, who was also all smiles. Dad, you said that car was driven back by my brother. Hu Jusun revealed the mystery. What? Hu Fengchun immediately became nonchalant, looked straight at Hu Yan, and said only after a long time, son, is that big G really the one you drove back? Aha. Hu Yan nodded his head and laughed. Dad, originally I wanted you to drive it for a while, but you said you were going to die after that. My son can't do that. I want you to live a long life. Fuck off. I'm not being metaphorical. Hu Fengchun gave Hu Yan a blank look. Then, still with a look of disbelief, son, is that car really yours? To be exact, it should be the one our unit allotted to me, Hu Yan said, taking out the car keys and waving them in front of Hu Fengchun's eyes. Worthy of being my son? What an achievement! Hu Fengchun was overjoyed and reached out to pick the car keys from Hu Yan's hand, laughing, quickly bring the keys. I have to go down and have a good time. Hey, we were waiting for you to go out to dinner just as you were driving. Hu Yan directly handed the car keys to his dad. Going out to eat is good. You have to go out to eat. Why don't we go over to the north side to eat? Hu Yan's family is in the south city. To go to the north city if the journey is the furthest. I think the old comrade who is to meet the car more often. The family talked and laughed and went downstairs. and at this moment, it was actually past the dinner slot, and quite a few people were slipping round downstairs. Old who? Go out. Drink. Yen Yen is back. Words. Graduate. Hey, the family looks like they're in a good mood. They were all decades-old neighbors, and the crowd greeted Hu Yan's family with smiles. The family naturally responded one by one, and then, to the astonishment of the crowd, went up to the big G that had long been sucking in the eyes. A luxury car is different. It's so much better than those broken Jettas in our unit. Sitting in the driver's seat, Hu Fengchun felt that his eyes were obviously not enough, and while scanning around, he lamented, "Dad, that big G and Jetta then. You are also the first person." Hu Yan laughed and shook his head. "It's also true. I guess the four wheels of this car are on top of a Jetta." Hu Fengchun laughed, and his eyes searched for half a day in the car again, then asked somewhat awkwardly, "Yen Yen, how do you start this car? Also, where is the gear?" This is not to blame Comrade Old Hu. The first time to drive this level of luxury car, people, it is inevitable that all a little confused. Hu Yan is patient to explain the main function keys in the car. Hu Fengchun listened attentively, did as he was told, and succeeded in starting the car, and then, with one foot of the gas, drove the big G away in a desperate. This car has a great view. You can see out 2 miles. Ugh, it deserves to be a $2 million luxury car. It really drives so much better than a Jetta. The seats, the texture, the car is comfortable to drive. Son, your company boss male-female is not optimistic about you? How to give you with such a good car, driving on the big G? The old comrade whose mouth cannot stop. A moment to praise the car is good. A moment to gossip about Hu Yan's boss. However, he asked this question to Yang Yajun, Hu Jiasen's heart, so the two are also curious to look at Hu Yan. The company with a car is not something rare, but with such a good car, simply too little. It is estimated that the country does not have a few of such a company. Except, of course, for the drivers who drive for the big bosses. Right, Yen Yen, is the boss of your company male or female? Yang Yajun followed suit. It's really a female. Hu Yan responded truthfully. Ha, brother, you wouldn't have been bagged or adopted by someone else, would you? Hu Jiasen exclaimed. Hu Yan, on the other hand, rolled his eyes. Pack your head. Words. So how old is she? Yang Yajun did feel that her daughter's words didn't seem completely unreasonable. Otherwise, why would people give Hu Yan such a good car? Mom, you can't be taking Khan's word for it. Hu Yan was speechless for a while. I'm just curious. Just ask. Yang Yajun said. Okay, let's see. www.zbcxw.cn/fiction.com. She must be about my age. 24 or 25. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders. He really didn't know how old Qin Zishuan was, but it looked as if she was about the same as himself, so he casually replied. So young. The family was surprised. People are rich. Hu Yan nudged his mouth, the kind that will take over the family business in the future. Son, I think this boss of yours is still optimistic about you, and it just so happens that you guys are of comparable age. If that's the case, Dad supports you. Hu Fengchun hemmed and hawed. Brother, I also support you. Marry me back a white rich sister-in-law. Hu Jiasen smilingly concurred. Okay, things are not at all what you think they are, so don't make a mess. Hu Yan waved his hand with some impatience and cast his eyes out of the window. Yangqing's economy is still relatively backward after all. How many years? The urban area has not changed much. Unlike Zhengcheng, that kind of big city, which is ever-changing, and there may be skyscrapers rising up in just a few months. At Comrade Old Hu's insistence, the family froze and traveled from the south city to the north city, then found a barbecue restaurant with gorgeous decor. This time of the day is when the restaurant is bustling with activity. The family entered the restaurant and was taken directly to the second floor by the waiter and found a seat by the window. Mom, Dad, Jiasen, you can order whatever you want. I'll spend on this meal. After sitting down, Hu Yan pushed the menu to the three people and said with a smile, all right, it's only natural for the old man to eat his sons. Hu Fengchun laughed, took the menu and ordered. Karen, who followed suit and ordered a number of her favorite foods. You two are almost on the line. Save some money for Yen Yen. Seeing the father and daughter look like they are eating a large amount of money, Yang Yajun said in a heartbreaking manner. Hu Yan, on the other hand, smiled and waved his hand. It's fine. Just think of it as an early celebration of Jia Xian's promotion. I love that. Hu Jiasen laughed happily. Not long after ordering, the waiters set the food on the table one after another, and the family talked and laughed as they ate. In fact, Hu Fengchun is very like to drink, but due to the heart of the outside of the big G, this meal he froze a drop of wine did not dip. From this also see, the old comrade who has really loved the car. Ha, if it isn't Fengchun, The family was eating happily when a voice suddenly came from the side aisle. Hu Yan followed the voice and swept a glance, only to see that the speaker was a man with a Mediterranean hairstyle. He was about 50 years old or so. This man Hu Yan has an impression. It seems to be Hu Fengchuan's Yangqing Chemical Plant Director. Wu Zhonghua, Plant Director Wu. This is a coincidence. Upon seeing that it was Wu Zhonghua, Hu Fengchuan hurriedly stood up from his seat. Where's the family dinner? Wu Zhonghua's old face was red and his eyes were a bit disoriented, looking like he hadn't been drinking much. Well, isn't this our family Yan Yan coming back? Hu Fengchuan smiled back. Well, Wu Zhonghua nodded, then pointed at Hu Fengchuan, go, follow me over for a few drinks. Upon hearing this, Hu Fengchuan's face immediately showed a difficult color. He also thought of driving back in a while. Naturally, he did not want to go to drink, especially or Wu Zhonghua's bureau. Not necessarily all of them. What? Not even a little face? Seeing that Hu Fengchuan was somewhat hesitant, Wu Zhonghua immediately pulled a face. Which it can. This is going over too. Although Hu Fengchuan wanted to drive back, but in this situation right now, he couldn't possibly offend Wu Zhonghua because of this small matter, and immediately compensated with a smile, and was ready to go over with Wu Zhonghua. Siblings also go over to have a drink together. It's lively with many people. Wu Zhonghua's gaze fell on Yang Yajun again and said with narrowed eyes, Plant Director Wu, my lover she doesn't drink. Hu Fengchuan hurriedly rounded off the scene, I'll go over to drink with you, and I'll definitely drink to my heart's content. However, once he heard this, Wu Zhonghua was not happy, and immediately sank his old face. What's the matter? This face are not given? Which can't not give face to factory director Wu Ah? Just, my love she really can't drink. Usually she doesn't dabble in alcohol. Hu Fengchuan bowed, his face full of smiles. However, Wu Zhonghua didn't seem too appreciative and said in a cold voice, there are still people in this society who don't know how to drink nowadays. I think you are sincerely not giving face. It's really not. If I don't give face to anyone, I can't not give face to factory director Wu, Hu Fengchuan said with a sincere face. At this moment, Wu Zhonghua didn't pay any attention to him, but instead dropped his gaze on Yang Yajun and said with a smile, Sister, just go over and have a drink. You won't really not give this face, right? Yang Yajun's eyebrows had long been wrinkled into a ball. First of all, she really can't drink, and also has some alcohol allergies. Usually is not a drop of alcohol. Even the New Year's festival is no exception. This point is familiar with her people know. Therefore, at this moment, Wu Zhonghua was trying hard to persuade her to drink, so she was naturally annoyed in her heart. Especially, Wu Zhonghua's eyes still had a hint of unkindness in them, which made her even more disgusted. I'm sorry, Factory Director Wu, I really don't know how to drink. Yang Yajun refused with a dark face. Hearing this, Wu Zhonghua's eyes of the smile suddenly disappeared. May also be borrowed a liquor. Said the word suddenly hard to hear, younger siblings. I'm not letting you go over to accompany the wine, as to be so disgusted with it, and again, even if it is accompanied by your brother Wu drink a few cups of what's the child are so big. Bang! Before Wu Zhonghua's words fell, Hu Yan, who was sitting opposite Yang Yajun, smoothly manipulated the soda bottle on the table and slammed it on the table with force, and the bottom of the bottle fell on the ground, leaving only half of the bottle in his hand as if it was a wolf's tooth. He waved his hand at Wu Zhonghua as he carried the half a soda bottle. Hurry up and get out. You. Wu Zhonghua looked at Hu Yan as his entire body subconsciously took a step back. He had drunk a lot of wine, yes, but he had not completely lost his mind and had the ability to foresee danger. At this moment, only to see Hu Yan's eyes glaring round. His body is filled with a murderous atmosphere. Look at that situation. As long as he dared to say half a word, the other hand's glass bottle will be greeted to their own body. At the sight of this situation, Wu Zhonghua had swallowed back the harsh words that had already reached his throat. Say it again. Get out. Hu Yan raised his voice, the word roll almost roaring out of his throat, so that the gazes of the surrounding diners were also attracted over. At this time, Wu Zhonghua's alcohol was also scared to wake up most of the time. He is well versed in the young people are easy to impulse. See, Hu Yan seems to be really want to play with his own life. He was instantly abashed. The whole person subconsciously backed up 2 more steps, before pointing at Hu Yan and said, little brat, I don't see eye to eye with you. Tomorrow I'll settle the score with your old man. As the words fell, Wu Zhonghua glared viciously at Hu Fengchuan and twisted his head away. Only until his figure disappeared from sight did Hu Yan put down the half-soda bottle in his hand. Yan you're too impulsive. He just drank too much. Just deal with it casually and get over it. Hu Fengchuan frowned and said. He had known Wu Zhonghua for decades, and knew his vindictive temper. If his own family offended him today, his future days in the factory would definitely be difficult. You can't give people like him a good face. Dad, you don't have to worry. Big deal. Hu Yan huffed. Alas, you are really young. Hu Fengchun gently shook his head. Wu Zhenghua has already been the director of Yangcheng Chemical Plant for 8 years, and before that, he has also been the top level of Yangcheng Chemical Plant. His energy in Yangcheng Chemical Plant and even the whole of Yangcheng cannot be underestimated. If he really wanted to retaliate, Hu Fengchun as well as Yang Yajun would not have a good time. Dad, I don't think it's a problem for brother to do this. You've seen it too. He's simply unsuspecting. Hu Jiasun huffed and puffed. The equally youthful and exuberant her naturally sided with her brother. You guys ah. Hu Fengchun sighed and didn't say anything further. Alright, it's almost time to eat anyway. Let's go home first. At this time, Yang Yajun opened her mouth, her face calm. Aha. Hu Fengchun nodded, and then sighed depressingly. It was a good thing, but I let that Wu Zhenghua mess it up. Ugh, I hope he's really drunk and doesn't hold a grudge. I don't believe that Yangcheng Chemical is the sole voice of his surname Wu. Dad, let's ignore him. Hu Yan was still indignant. I told you I don't drink. Get lost. Checked out. The family returned home. Still Hu Fengchun drove. But, after the experience of Wu Zhenghua, on the way back, he was obviously not as excited as when he came. Hu Yan can be regardless of the temper by the mess. Can be mixed in the state-owned enterprises for so many years. Hu Fengchun cannot be as free as the sun? Tonight this is. Say big. Say small is not small. Depending on what the attitude of the Wu Zhenghua side. If he is really grudging, then, in the future, Hu Fengchun in the days of the chemical industry is doomed to bad days in Yangcheng. So, on the way back, he was full of thoughts about how to make amends. He is just a small workshop director. He really does not have the strength to arm wrestle with Wu Zhenghua. Therefore, the only way is to find an opportunity to take some gifts. Take the initiative to apologize. As the saying goes, do not hit the smiling face. Hu Fengchun estimated that the gift was delivered. The apology was also expressed after the gas in the heart of Wu Zhenghua also eliminated. For this matter, Hu Yan did not think too much. After going home, took a shower and went to bed early. From moving in the morning to driving home in the afternoon, and then go out to eat in the evening, he was a full day of tossing and turning. Because, collapsed on the bed, not a moment later, fell asleep. When Hu Yan woke up, it was already the next day at 9 o'clock in the morning. Today is Saturday. Sister Hu Jiasun's promotion banquet is on Sunday. Some far to participate in the promotion banquet of the relatives will come over today. Therefore, Dad, Mom from early in the morning began to be busy, ready to meet those far away from the relatives. www.zbcxw, CN Star Novels. Hu Yan always like quiet, and do not like to get together. Therefore, this kind of occasion he does not want to stay at home more. After washing up, then dragged his sister Hu Jiasun out of the house. Brother, where are you taking me? Hu Jiasun was pulled into the car by Hu Yan before she could figure out the situation and asked with a suspicious face. Take you shopping. Buy a few sets of decent clothes for my lovely sister. After all, soon to be a college student. Hu Yan said smilingly. Really? A smile appeared on Hu Jiasun's face. Brother, when have I ever lied to you? Hu Yan shrugged. Always lied to me before. Hu Jiasun nuzzled her mouth, and always bullied me. That's all which 100 years ago. Hu Yan hemmed and hawed. The brother and sister were 5 years apart. When he was young, Hu Yan always felt that his parents treated his sister a little better, so he was always looking for a fight to bully her. Which was true. In fact, most of the siblings or brother-sister relationship is mostly like this. But, when you grow up is different. After all, it is direct blood relatives. There is an innate sense of closeness. There are only 2 big shopping malls in Yangcheng. One is called Jinda Mall, which is slightly higher end, and the other is called Wanyuan Mall, which is relatively cheaper. In the past, if Yang Yajun buys clothes for Hu Yan and Hu Jiasun, they all go to Wanyuan Mall, which is cheaper after all, and they can afford to spend money on it. However, today, Hu Yan drove his car directly to Jinda Mall and drove into the underground parking lot. Because of the relatively high-end route, the popularity of the Jinda shopping mall has not been particularly strong. The car in the underground parking lot is not much. Hu Yan casually found a parking space to park the car, was about to get off the car, sitting in the passenger side of the Hu Jiasun, but suddenly exclaimed, Brother, look. Hu Jiasun reached out and pointed not far ahead of the two diagonally. What? With a puzzled look on his face, Hu Yan looked over in the direction of Hu Jiasun's finger. There was a black Toyota Camry parked there, and there appeared to be 2 people sitting in the back of the car, a man and a woman, as the hairstyles were particularly noticeable, one Mediterranean and the other with long, shaggy hair. Mediterranean? Hu Yan's eyes lit up, took a closer look at the man. It was Wu Zhenghua who met in the barbecue restaurant last night. As for the woman, Hu Yan did not recognize. However, It looked much younger than Wu Zhanghua, that is, more than 30 years old. Jiasen, quickly use your cell phone to take a picture, Hu Yan said in a rush. The Huawei P30 Pro he gave to Hu Jiasen had a 10 times zoom function. The effect of taking a picture from this distance was definitely much clearer than what the human eye could see. Well, Hu Jiasen nodded and hurriedly took her cell phone out, adjusting the focus to take a wild shot at the two people in the car. In fact, at this moment, Wu Zhanghua and the woman did not do anything too much. It is hugging, kissing me or something. Look at that. The woman seems to Wu Zhanghua pampered. Saying what? Not long after, the woman got out of the car, carrying her own small bag, and walked towards the elevator that led directly to the mall. However, Wu Zhanghua did not come down, but leaned against the back of the car, dropped the window, and smoked a cigarette. Brother, why aren't they walking together? What's the situation? Hu Jiasen was puzzled. This cannot be seen. That Wu Zhanghua and that woman relationship is obviously not normal. However, Wu Zhanghua in Yangchang is a prestigious figure. Know him quite a lot of people. If blatantly with a woman to go shopping, it is very easy to meet acquaintances. At that time, how embarrassing. Hu Yan's face was a playful smile. So, he waited in the car for that woman to come back from shopping? Hu Jiasen was sort of enlightened. It should be. Hu Yan nodded and asked, did you take a full body shot of that woman just now? It was all filmed. From the time she got out of the car to the time she entered the elevator. Hu Jiasen returned. Hey, that's good. Hu Yan smiled. With these photos, let's see if he, Wu Zhanghua, is still arrogant. Brother, so are we still going clothes shopping? Hu Jiasen asked with an expectant face. The people had reached the underground of the mall. If she didn't go up, she naturally felt unwilling. Wait, this is a good opportunity to give Dad, Mom out of anger. Anyway, the mall is only closed at night. There is no hurry. Hu Yan smiled back. Well then, Hu Jiasen nodded rather helplessly. So, the siblings are like paparazzi generally squatting in the car. Around half an hour or so, Wu Zhanghua got out of the car. However, he didn't go far, but moved his muscles near the car, looking like he was tired of sitting in the car. Brother, this Wu Zhanghua is quite patient. People go upstairs to shop while he waits here, Hu Jiasen said while taking pictures. It's quite patient. Hu Yan smiled in approval. The two waited for about 40 minutes or so, before, the woman who took the elevator up the stairs came back, and in her hand there were a few more handbags, although she was just shopping for more than an hour, but the harvest was not small, and as soon as he saw this woman walk out from the elevator, Wu Zhanghua immediately got out of the car, greeted him with a smile on his face, took the handbag in the woman's hand, and the woman took Wu Zhonghua's arm with a smile on her face, half of her body leaning on his arms, and the two of them just got all the way to the car in a mushy way. However, this time, the two did not sit in the back again. Wu Zhanghua sat in the driver's seat, while the woman sat in the passenger side, and after another moment, the car started and slowly drove away. Seeing this, Hu Yan also hurriedly started the car and slowly followed. Brother, why did you drive away? Didn't you say you were going to buy me clothes? Hu Jiasen rose her mouth with a depressed face. Clothes can be bought later. However, the opportunity to give Mom and Dad a chance to take the heat is not something you can always meet. You saw how arrogant that guy was last night, and now there's such a good opportunity. You can't miss it, Hu Yan said while driving and following out of the underground parking lot. After Wu Zhonghua's car drove out of the underground parking lot, it drove all the way to the north of the city, while Hu Yan always kept a safe distance from him so as not to be discovered by him. About half an hour or so, Wu Zhonghua's car drove into a neighborhood called Sena Homes. Hu Yan also hurriedly followed in. Wu Zhonghua's car in the park turned a small half-circle, and then parked in front of the No. 3 building of the parking space, which is a neighborhood or 6-story top of the multi-story living in the park. Because it is a new development, occupancy rate is not high. A lot of parking spaces are unused. Hu Yan parked his car in a position not too far away from Wu Zhonghua's Camry, and he just parked the car. Wu Zhanghua and the woman will be back and forth feet out of the car. Wu Zhanghua took the initiative to take the responsibility of carrying shopping bags. The woman is like in the underground parking, holding his arm, close to his body, and at the moment Wu Zhonghua's face is overflowing with a big smile. With that, the two walked into Building 3, Unit 2, waiting for the two figures to disappear from the door of the unit. Hu Yan also let out a breath. This kind of paparazzi work is not really anyone can do. All the way down he was afraid that the other party found himself. However, Hu Yan is overthinking. For one thing, Wu Zhanghua two people simply do not have this vigilance. And secondly, Hu Yan drove this big G as the best cover. In fact, on the road, Wu Zhanghua through the rearview mirror also saw the back of the black big G. He did not think too much at that time, But just think that it's not easy to see in the city of Yangqing such a luxury car. I really didn't think that Wu Zhenghua would still have a woman willing to be good with him when he's all grown up like this. Hu Jiasun lamented as she looked at the photos in her cell phone. It's called money makes the world go round. Do you really think that woman would be the one to look at him? Hu Yan laughed. Anyway, I will never be such a woman in the future. Hu Jiasun skimmed her mouth in disdain. That's a must, even if you really want to. I as a brother also do not agree. If you really dare to give someone a mistress in the future, find a bad old man. See your brother, I will not break your legs, Hu Yan said with a glare. Hu Jiasun frowned. What's so fierce about it? Making it seem like I'm really what's wrong with it. I'm not reminding you. Fearing that you'll go the wrong way. Hu Yan hemmed and hawed. Cut. Hu Jiasun rolled her eyes. However, she quickly changed to a smiling face again. Brother, then can we go clothes shopping now? Bye. Now, Hu Yan said as he started the car and turned it around to head out of the park. Hu Yan finally satisfied his sister's little wish. Took her back to Jinda shopping mall to buy a few sets of clothes. Then, brother and sister and watched a movie together. Wait until the evening, this is to go home. As Hu Yan expected. At this moment, the house was bustling with activity. My great-aunt Yang Yiming, my great-aunt's husband Zhao Guang, my second-aunt Yang Yamin, and my second-aunt's husband Sun Fuguo are all there. After entering the house, Hu Yan hurriedly greeted several elders in a big way. Yan, I heard that you got a job that pays $100,000 a year. Is that true? Second-aunt Yang Yamin had always been more nosy. Hu Yan had just pulled a chair and sat down when she opened her mouth to ask. Well, there is such a thing. Hu Yan nodded. It's really true. Just graduated and you can find such a high-paying job. You're really great. Yang Yamin sighed, and followed up by asking, what kind of company are you working for? Tianhai Group. Hu Yan said. Tianhai Group, that's a big company. No wonder it can offer such a big salary. Yang Yamin smiled. Continued, last time you Xiaofeng home, I also read to him, said you graduate if you can't find a suitable job. Let him introduce you to their units. Alas, say you Xiaofeng brother can't have you this ability. Work for 4 years, the annual salary is only 400,000 yuan. I remember just graduated that year, a month is only more than 5,000 yuan. You can be good to graduate, can take the annual salary of 100,000 yuan. Take a salary of $100,000 a year. Yang Yamin rambled on and on, sounding as if he was boasting about Hu Yan, but, explicitly and implicitly, he was bragging about his son's high salary. www.zbcxw.cn*novels.com. The company brother Xiaofeng works for is a Fortune 500 company, so he must earn more than me, Hu Yan said along with Yang Yamin's words. Since she is willing to talk about this, then accompany her to chat. Anyway, looking at the current situation, he can't hide away. Words cannot say so. Although your brother Xiaofeng now earn is more than you quite a lot, but your starting point can be much higher than his year. Perhaps in a few years you can also earn to Xiaofeng so much it. Yang Yamin said smilingly, and then asked at the end, by the way, is Tianhai Group one of the world's top 500 enterprises? No. Hu Yan shook his head and faintly said, it's quite well known in the country. Oh, that's a little short of the mark. Yang Yamin looked like she was sorry. Hu Yan is smiling but not say anything. He knows his second aunt too well. She is a typical bragging personality. Whether it is with relatives or friends together, always have to show off explicitly and implicitly. However, in the past, her family's family conditions are indeed the best among several families. In addition, her son Xiaofeng is also really competitive. Graduated from a prestigious school, and then into the world's top 500 companies work. These have given Yang Yamin bragging capital. If it was before, Hu Yan can only be listening to the part. However, now the situation can be different. Listening to Yang Yamin bragging, Hu Yan heart is a little want to laugh. Yan, it's good to find such a good job after just graduating. Second aunt Sun Fuguo chimed in from the side. By the way, did Yan get a girlfriend? Yang Yamin gossiped again. Not yet. Hu Yan shook his head. That's just right. Second auntie will introduce you to one. It's the daughter of our neighbor old Qian. She also works in Jiangchang. Seems to be the same age as you. Second auntie told you that little girl is very pretty. As soon as she heard that Hu Yan didn't have an object, Yang Yamin came back in the spirit. Hu Yan, on the other hand, had a bitter smile on his face. Second aunt, I've only just started working, so I don't really want to think about this right now. Who did not let you get married right away? You can be friends first, in case you get along. The old money family's daughter. We know the roots of those little girls outside. You know how they are Yang Yamin said with a straight face. Wan Yan your second aunt said this is still some reason. Turn back to add a micro message. Have time to chat. Also does not delay you what time. Feel right you will see aside. Not suitable as more friends. Anyway, are in Jiangcheng. At this time, Hu Yan's father Hu Fengchun opened his mouth. Look at the old comrade who this tone. He is anxious to hold grandchildren. Hu Yan was a bit speechless. But with so many elders present he couldn't refuse. So he nodded perfunctorily, that's fine. That's right, Auntie too sent you her tweets. Yang Yaman was quite attached to doing this, and immediately used Weishuan to send a number to Hu Yan. Yan, add her now. That girl's name is Qian Jejia. Plus now? Hu Yan was speechless again, this matter. There's no hurry. Why is this child of yours still so shy? Yang Yaman rolled her eyes. Yan add it. Hu Fengchun persuaded. Okay. Hu Yan is also completely helpless. Directly gave up the struggle. Added the microblogging number sent by Yang Yaman. The other party's nickname is called Jia Jia. Look at the avatar of the long is not bad. But in today's society, online photos are simply not to be trusted. After all, today's photo software is too powerful. Add a beauty filter, and then a little. 50 can become 20. Second Aunt Yan Yaman's house was in city, and it would take more than 2 hours by car to get to Yang City. So they arrived a day early, and naturally they had to stay at Hu Yan's house at night. And the great Aunt Yang Yaming home is also in Yangcheng. Is aware of Yang Yamin arrived over to join in the fun? After dinner, the great Aunt Yang Yaming and great Aunt Xiao Guang went back home. Hu Yan's house is a 3-room house. Hu Yan's parents live in one room. He and his sister each live in one room. And since his second aunt and second aunt's husband have to stay overnight, then it can only be one room for Hu Yan and his second aunt's husband, Sun Fugua, and one room for his sister, Hu Jiasun, and his second aunt, Yang Yaman. Second aunt's husband Sun Fugua and Hu Fengchun drank a lot of wine during dinner, so before it was time to go to bed, Sun Fugua collapsed on Hu Yan's bed and fell asleep, snoring loudly. In this situation, Hu Yan naturally couldn't sleep, and only had to be hugging the blanket to the living room, ready to make do on the sofa for the night. Ding dong! Just as Hu Yan was preparing to go to sleep, Wei Xuan rang, and it was actually a message from Qin Zishuan. I'm already in Yangcheng. I have a meeting tomorrow morning. I'll go to your sister's promotion banquet when the meeting is over. Earlier, Qin Zishuan had said that there was a possibility that she would come to Jessen's promotion banquet. However, Hu Yan didn't take it seriously, thinking that Qin Zishuan was just being polite, but he never expected that she would actually arrive. Welcome leader. Hu Yan returned. Xiao Er is also coming tomorrow. Qin Zishuan sent another message. How did she know? Hu Yan inquired suspiciously. It just happened to come up in conversation with me about it. Qin Zishuan returned. Oh, equally welcome. Since Qian Xiaoer is interested in coming, Hu Yan can't refuse. There was no more news from Qin Zishuan's side, and Hu Yan was about to put down the phone and go to sleep when another Weishuan message came. Jia Jia has approved your friend request. Previously, Yang Yamin let Hu Yan add the girl he introduced to himself. Hu Yan complied and added. The other party has not passed the friend application. This moment only through. Hello, I'm Qian Jejia. The other party was the first to send a message. Hello, I'm Hu Yan. Since the other party took the initiative to speak, Hu Yan also hurriedly replied back, so as not to fall into the high and mighty hat again. Auntie Yang asked you to add me, didn't she? Well, she is my second aunt. The elderly always especially related to the emotional life of the younger generation. Hu Yan responded truthfully. In fact, this is considered his first blind date, although the heart more or less some perfunctory components, but still relatively fresh. You work in Jiangcheng too? Which company? Tianhai Group. Pretty big company. How's the pay? It's okay. What about the specific salary? Actually, it's quite a realistic question, as I hope to settle in Jiangcheng in the future. Almost $100, 000 a year. So are you going to buy a house in River City? There is this idea. But it'll be hard to buy a house in Jiangcheng if you earn $100,000 a year. It is indeed difficult. So, how are you going to buy it? Can your parents finance part of it? My family doesn't have any money and I have a sister who just got into college. Oh, good night then. Good night. After sending the word good night, Hu Yan realized that his first blind date seemed to be over. Well, I always used to say how realistic people's blind dates are, but I finally felt it today. Hu Yan smiled to himself as he lay on the couch. The next day, Hu Yan was still passed out on the sofa when he was shouted up by his mom. Yang Yajun. Words, why are you sleeping here? Then you have to ask the second and husband he that which is snoring it is simply thunder. Hu Yan rubbed his eyes and said, alright, then hurry up and get up. The big guys will go to the hotel together in a while. Yang Yajun said while cleaning up the fruit plate on the coffee table. Oh, Hu Yan answered in a daze and sat up from the couch. At that moment, Hu Jiasin came out of her room with a snort, looking as if she hadn't slept well either. What's the matter? Did second aunt give you a lesson in ideology and politics? Hu Yan asked with some bloating. Well, Hu Jiasin nodded with a speechless face. After she and Yang Yaman lay in bed last night, the latter opened up her box, instilling her with the idea of how to work hard to marry a rich man, and a whole lot more about how to be a woman until the early hours of the morning. It was hard to sleep. Right. But Yang Yaman snored just as much as Sun Fugua, so Hu Jiasin didn't sleep much this half of the night. Alas, the same life. Hu Yan smiled and lamented. 9 o'clock. The whole family went downstairs and headed to the Yangcheng Hotel where the promotion banquet was held. And when Hu Yan took the car key and opened the door of the big G, Yang Yaman's eyes immediately went straight. Her mouth opened in shock, and she didn't close it for a long time. Words, this car is yours. Ha? Yang Yaman asked with a face full of surprise. www.zbcxw.cn-novels.com. Oh, company-issued car. Hu Yan casually replied back. I told you, you only work a few days off. How can afford such a good car? Your brother Xiaofeng has been 400,000 a year. Did not bother to buy a car? This is not. Recently is looking at the house in Jiangcheng. It said that the down payment will be 167 million. Hearing this car really is not nonsense. Yang Yamin mood seems to be a little better. And talk about their son to buy a house in Jiangcheng. Hu Yan did not say anything. Silently sat in the co-pilot. Because the old comrade who to drive off, he can only be to give way. Normally, the big G can only accommodate 5 people. However, Hu Yan line is 6 people. Originally Hu Yan's intention is to play another car, but Yang Yamin dead and alive do not do it. Said to spend that money cannot be committed, so Hu Yan will be the co-pilot position to the body of the fatter second aunt husband Sun Fugua, his own and the old lady, his sister, his second aunt squeezed in the back row. Fortunately, all 4 people are not fat. Squeezed in the back row is not a crime. By the way, Yan, how was your chat with Jia? On the way to the hotel, Yang Yaman started gossiping again. It's just like that. Hu Yan casually returned. Can't talk? Armin Young asked again. Not really. It's mainly because it was too late yesterday and I didn't say anything. Let's talk again later when we have time. Hu Yan made a perfunctory remark. He couldn't say that the two of them had already ended it. If I really said that, I couldn't guarantee that Yang Yaman would do something wrong again. Well, it's not something that's in a hurry. Yang Yaman nodded. Hu Yan's house was not too far away from the hotel where the promotion banquet was held, and it took 10 minutes to get there. The time booked for the promotion banquet is 11:30 to start. A few people arrived and then began to busy themselves with the scene of the layout work. Hu Yan and the hotel waiters help. In front of the hotel set up a big red arch. Words, busy. The arch had just been erected, and Hu Yan was adjusting the angle with a few waiters when a familiar voice suddenly sounded behind him. Hu Yan twisted his head back, only to see his neighbors, Aunt Li's family, walking over. Aunt Li's name is Li Xiuzhen. Her husband called Zhang Construction and Hu Yan's father Hu Fengchun is more than 10 years of colleagues, are working in Yangcheng chemical industry. However, Zhang Construction is an ordinary skilled workers, while Hu Fengchun is a workshop director, a small leader. In addition to Li Xiuzhen and Zhang Construction 2 mouths, let Hu Yan some surprise is that the 2 daughters Zhang Li also came. The 2 families live across the street for so many years. Hu Yan and Zhang Li of course is also very familiar with this girl. The year before last Jiangcheng Normal is a second-born institutions, and not as famous as Jiangcheng University. However, before Hu Yan heard that she found a job as a teacher of remedial classes in Jiangcheng, the holidays should be very busy. Did not think that she is also back today. I didn't expect her to come back today. Aunt Li, Uncle Zhang. Hu Yan greeted the 2 before smiling at Zhang Li again. When did Lily come back? I came back yesterday. Zhang Li said smilingly. I even went to look for you in the afternoon, but you weren't home. Oh, I accompanied Jiasin out shopping yesterday afternoon. Hu Yan responded. I said it. Zhang Li shrugged. Next time there is something like this, you should let me know. What kind of shopping would you do? I'll accompany Jia Xian is more or less the same. How was I to know you were back? Hu Yan smiled. Seeing the 2 chatting well, Li Xiuzhen gave her husband Zhang Jian a wink. Smilingly to Hu Yan, Yan your uncle Zhang and I went in first, to see if there is anything we can do to help. You chat with Lily. Aha. Hu Yan nodded uncertainly. Due to growing up together, he took Zhang Li has always been treated as a younger sister. Naturally it is impossible to know the small calculations in Li Xiuzhen's heart. Brother Yan, I heard you got a job. Zhang Li asked with a smirk. Well, just started work a few days ago. Hu Yan returned smoothly. I heard my mom say it pays 100,000 a year? How did you find such a good job? It's also too awesome. Zhang Li asked again. Hey, Pure luck. Of course Hu Yan would not go into detail about these things. Saying that, he then pointed to the archway that had just been built up and said to Zhangli, Lily, take a few steps back and take a look again. Is this archway crooked? Good. Zhangli took a few steps back as instructed, tilted her head and looked at the large arch in front of her, then shook her head, Brother Yan Yan. This arch is quite proper now. Okay. Upon hearing this, Hu Yan then nodded with satisfaction before waving at Zhangli, let's go. Let's go in as well. Aha. Zhangli nodded obediently and followed Hu Yan into the hotel lobby. At this moment, Yang Yajun, Hu Fengchun and others were busy placing nuts and candies as well as handing out cigarettes on each table, which was also considered a custom. Before the main banquet started, the guests who arrived always needed something to eat. Yakuan, don't you think it's a little bit that way when these two kids stand together? Li Xiaojun was hitching a ride with Yang Yajun to busy herself, and when she saw Hu Yan and Zhang Li walk into the hotel together, she immediately said with a smile, Zhang Li about 163 or so tall, not fat, not thin, long can also be, plus she had a careful dress today modification will be added a lot of points. With the height of 180 Hu Yan walking together with a kind of birdie feeling, it is quite a match. I say Su Jin, don't hit on my nephew me. I just introduced him to my girlfriend yesterday. Before Yang Yajun could say anything, Yang Yaman on the side took over. Her nerves were sensitive in this regard, and once she heard Li Xiaojun's words, she knew what was on her mind. Yes? Li Xiaojun did not think that skimmed his mouth, second sister. This is not right. Even if you introduce a girlfriend to Yan Yan, that does not mean anything. People are willing or not is not easy to say. Besides, we Lily and Yan Yan that is a childhood sweetheart. Two children grew up together. As long as they are really willing to, it is impossible for Yajun and I to oppose. Is not it, Yajun? Seeing the stubble again to their own, Yang Yajun cannot help but frown. She is indeed watching Zhangli grow up until the other side is a good child. But Yang Yajun is really not too much like Li Xiaojun this character. Therefore, in her heart is not too willing to be in-laws with Li Xiaojun. Let's not follow and worry blindly about the children's affairs. Anyway, I as a mom support whatever choice Yan Yan makes. Yang Yajun responded perfunctorily. Once she heard this, Li Xiaojun but glanced at Yang Yamin with a smug look on her face, second sister. You heard it. As long as Yan Yan and Lily agree we don't even object. Then you have to have a first come first served. Yang Yaman rolled her eyes unhappily. Second sister. Lily and Yan Yan have known each other since they were small. If we want to talk about coming first, who can come first than Lily? Li Xiaojun smiled smugly. Upon hearing this, Yang Yaman really didn't know how to respond. Brother, come here for a minute. Hu Yan first helped the crowd for a while. Then, he was mysteriously shouted over by Hu Jiasun. What for? Mysterious? Hu Yan looked at Hu Jiasun with a puzzled expression. Brother, I heard a powerful news. Hu Jiasun's small face was filled with a bad smile. What's that look on your face? Hu Yan frowned. Hu Jiasun, on the other hand, arrogantly nuzzled her mouth. Brother, do you know why Sister Lily came back? Lily? I thought she said she happened to be on vacation. This was what Zhang Li had just told Hu Yan. You even believe this? Sister Lily is giving her child lessons at a cram school. How can she rest on the weekends? Hu Jiasun shrugged. Yeah, too. Hu Yan nodded his head. Then, somewhat impatiently said, not right. When did you gossip so much? Besides, why did Lily come back have anything to do with you? Care about this? Why? Yes, it's not related to me. However, it's related to my brother. Hu Jiasun laughed. Your brother? Me? Hu Yan was dumbfounded. Yes, you. Hu Jiasun giggled, then moved closer to Hu Yan and lowered her voice. Brother, I just overheard Auntie Li and Uncle Zhang talking, but Auntie Li said that Sister Lily came back for you, and that Li Trial and Uncle Zhang wants Sister Lily to be my sister-in-law. Hu Yan was shocked. He thought this was too ridiculous. One day even nonsense. www.zbcxw.cn*fiction.com. Hu Yan rolled his eyes. He didn't believe this. I heard it with my own ears. And, just now, Auntie Li and second auntie even quarreled because of the matter of introducing you to a girlfriend. Hu Jiasun added. No, there's such a thing? Hu Yan was even less convinced. Never mind if you don't believe me. I'm telling you anyway. Hu Jiasun nudged her small mouth, and then asked curiously. Brother, you really haven't had a girlfriend in Jiangqing for so long? If you have a girlfriend, you should hurry up and say so. Otherwise, people will miss you. No, your brother is a bachelor. Hu Yan rolled his eyes. And just then his cell phone suddenly rang, and the name on the caller ID was Qian Shaoer. Yesterday, Qin Zixuan had told Hu Yan that Qian Shaoer would be coming, and since she was calling at this time, she must be arriving soon. Who is it? Hu Jiasun asked curiously. A friend. Hu Yan said, picking up the phone. Old Hu, you quickly come out to pick up people. As soon as the phone was connected, Qian Shao's whiny voice came through. At this moment, Hu Yan and his sister Hu Jiasun were very close to each other, so the latter could completely hear the voices inside the phone. Thus, after hearing Qian Shao's words, the expression on Hu Jiasun's face could be wonderful, as she stared at Hu Yan with wide eyes and an expression of truth. Where are you? Hu Yan asked suspiciously. People are right in front of the Yangcheng Hotel. Xian told me the place. Aya, you quickly come out la. I'm right next to your car. Qian Shao returned. Just a minute. Hu Yan didn't expect Qian Shao to have arrived, and after hanging up the phone, he hurriedly headed out. Brother, the person on the phone couldn't be your girlfriend. Hu Jiasun had gossip written all over her small face. Friend, there is no female word. Hu Yan returned as he walked outside. Cut. I don't believe it anymore. By the tone of voice it's clearly a girlfriend. Hu Jiasun nuzzled her little mouth and curiously followed behind Hu Yan. Out of the hotel, Hu Yan saw Qian Shao standing beside his car at a glance. Today, Qian Shao is wearing a wide-necked white dress. Snow white neck, beautiful collarbone are exposed. A small show of sexuality, coupled with her original hit face value, even if she stands in an inconspicuous corner will become the focus of people's attention in a flash. The center of people's attention. Why don't you say hello in advance when you arrive? Hu Yan smiled and greeted him. Originally, I was going to wait for Xian to come with me, but she's still in a meeting. So, I came here first. Qian Shao answered. Then hooked her finger at Hu Yan again. Come over and help me carry my stuff. Move what? Hu Yan had a suspicious look on his face. In my car. Qian Shao nuzzled her little mouth. Oh, only then did Hu Yan notice that there was a car parked inside his own big G. However, because the big G was too tall, it blocked the car almost completely. Only after Hu Yan approached did he see that the car blocked by the big G was a red Porsche 911. You drove yourself here? Hu Yan looked at the 911 and asked. Or else. Qian Shao gently nudged his mouth and laughed. Old Hu, I have sincerity. Right. In order to give you a show but drove more than 2 hours. Well, how sincere. Hu Yan hemmed and hawed. Alright, move your stuff. Qian Shao said. Open the trunk of the 911. This car don't look at the appearance is not big, but after the trunk is opened, the space is really not particularly small. Just at this time and the trunk is almost full of the state. The largest piece should be a LV travel suitcase. Light pink, very delicate. Then there are some cigarette and wine gift boxes, cosmetic gift boxes and whatnot. What should I move? Looking at this trunk of miscellaneous things, Hu Yan could not help but frown. Move it all. Why else would I be yelling at you? Qian Shao faintly returned. All moved? What are you buying all this stuff for? Hu Yan was speechless for a while. Qian Shao, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders in disbelief. That suitcase as well as the things inside the box is a gift for your sister. She's going to school well. It's useful. The other things are my gift to the uncle. Aunt, after all, the first time to meet well, cannot be empty-handed. Qian Shao said with a smile, then picked 2 lighter gift boxes to carry in her hands. While listening to her words, Hu Yan frowned. Shao, it's not appropriate for you to give so many gifts at once. Right. What's so inappropriate? It's not much money. It's just a token of my appreciation. Qian Shao beamed, then rubbed her arm against Hu Yan. Aya, you hurry up. Not much? Looking at these things in the trunk, Hu Yan is again a burst of speechless. Not to mention other things. Right. Just that LV suitcase will have to be 100,000, or even more. Well, then I thank you in advance for the family. Hu Yan politely said. Then, first took out the suitcase, and stacked the remaining few gift boxes on top of it, picked up the suitcase and strenuously walked towards the hotel, while Qian Shao was sticking to his side. It's not that she purposely got how close she got with Hu Yan. It's just a kind of dependence on acquaintances after a person comes to an unfamiliar environment. However, the behavior of the two of them was not so innocent in the eyes of outsiders, so much so that, as soon as the two of them walked into the lobby of the hotel, the crowd that was still busy were all dumbfounded, especially Li Xiaojin and Yang Yamin. Their eyes were glaring out of their eyes. Just a short while ago, the two of them were still arguing over Hu Yan's girlfriend, and then, at this moment, Hu Yan had led one over, especially after the two of them saw Qian Shao's overall condition. They were even more surprised. Qian Shao was about 167 in height, with a slim figure, fair skin and delicate features, definitely a first-class big beauty. Li Xiaojin couldn't help but incline her head to look at her own daughter Zhang. Without Qian Shao's appearance, Zhang Li looked okay, but at the moment when the two were compared, Zhang Li couldn't look at all, and at this time Zhang Li also dumbfounded. She received the call from her mother Li Xiuzhen the night before, deliberately asked for 2 days of leave to come back. In fact, even if her mother Li Xiuzhen did not say, her heart is also a little bit of meaning to Hu Yan, because she grew up more worship of the outstanding achievements of the Hu Yan. Because, as soon as her mother said that she wanted to set up the two of them, she said that she was not willing to say on her lips, but the action is very cooperative. After today's contact, Zhang Li had originally thought that she had quite a chance. After all, Hu Yan was good to her, and the two of them got along very well. But now Qian Shaoer's appearance is not a small blow to her. If Hu Yan was standing next to an ordinary girl, she might still have the idea of a battle, but after seeing Qian Shaoer, she almost directly gave up. Zhang Li was still self-aware. For a creature like a man who only looked at his face and body, the possibility of her defeating Qian Shaoer was almost zero. Lao San, when did Yan Yan get a girlfriend? Yang Yaman froze for a long time before asking curiously. I don't know. Yan Yan never said anything. Yang Yajun shook her head. Well, worthy of being my son, this girlfriend found. Beautiful. Hu Fengchun fell on one side and smiled proudly. It's better to ask about the situation first, not necessarily what's going on. Yang Yajun gently shook her head. Just when everyone was dumbfounded, Hu Jiasen was the first to come over. In fact, just now when Hu Yan went out, he followed to the hotel door to see. Has long been the sister-in-law to be face value stunned. For the moment, the two men entered the hall, and she made her way there graciously. Brother, is this? Hu Jiasen asked with a smile. My friend, you can just call Sister Shaoer. Hu Yan casually introduced. Hello Sister Air. Hu Jiasen immediately shouted sweetly. Hello, you're Jiasen, right? Qian Shaoer smiled back. Aha. Hu Jiasen nodded. I heard that you got into the Foreign Trade and Economics Department of Jiangcheng University. That's really impressive. Qian Shaoer complimented. Then, pointing to the suitcase Hu Yan was holding, said, this is my gift to you. After entering the university, study hard. Thank you Sister Air. Hu Jiasen politely said thank you. Her eyes then fell on the suitcase that Hu Yan was holding. Then, the whole person froze. The luggage that Qian Shaoer sent her is light pink, with the classic LV crushed flower pattern on it. And at a glance, you can see the brand of the luggage. Although Hu Jiasen is still a student, but for LV this kind of luxury brand or no, she has heard of LV suitcase let's say half to 2-3 million. Some limited edition is to dozens. 200,000 a. www.zbcxw.cn-star-novels.net. Her eyes lingered on that traveling case for a while. She then looked at Qian Shaoer, giving herself such an expensive gift on their first meeting, which in turn indirectly proved that the relationship between her and her brother was extraordinary. Old Hu, take the box inside and open it. There are presents inside. An LV suitcase had already shocked Hu Jiasen. Who knew? At this moment, Qian Shaoer added another sentence. I said why is this box so heavy? So there's something inside. Hu Yan muttered as he moved the box to a nearby table and then opened it. After the box was opened, both Hu Yan and Hu Jiasen's siblings were dumbfounded because, surprisingly, the box was stuffed to the brim. Kahin, this duffel bag, you'll just need it for school. Qian Shaoer first took out a shoulder bag inside the case and handed it to Hu Jiasen. Also from LV, the classic model. And this computer, you'll definitely need it too. Qian Shaoer took out another latest model laptop from a certain fruit and handed it to Hu Jiasen. Well, there's also this, for when you're traveling. Qian Shaoer took out another SLR camera. By the way, this bracelet should fit you perfectly. Qian Shaoer took out another delicate jewelry box from the box, and after opening it, inside was actually a classic Cartier bracelet. Oh, and these shoes, they're very comfortable to wear. You can wear them for military training. Qian Shaoer pointed to the remaining shoebox in the box again. It was Gucci. I didn't know what you like, so I just bought some random stuff. I hope you like it. After showing the things in the box, Qian Shaoer said with a smile, while the sight of Hu Yan and Hu Jiasen's siblings have long looked silly. Qian Shaoer as if Doraemon General out of so many gifts, but also are big brand luxury goods. For Hu Yan and Hu Jiasen this kind of ordinary family origin of people for the impact of too big. Air, that's an expensive gift you're giving. Silent for half a second, Hu Yan frowned and said, he party has calculated the total value of these gifts, up to more than 150,000 yuan. Just that LV's box is more than 70,000 yuan. Yes, Sister Shaoer, this gift is also too much. If it was just one piece Hu Jiasen might have accepted it, but Qian Shaoer gave so many gifts at once, and all of them were so expensive, she was really a little afraid to accept them. Listening to the words of the siblings, Qian Shaoer but could not help but frown. reached out and patted Hu Yan's shoulder. Old Hu, you're also too outgoing. Jiasun is not someone else, which I still feel that the gift is less. As a matter of fact, the reason why Qian Shower sent so many gifts at once was because she really wanted to get on good terms with Hu Yan. And secondly, it was also because Hu Yan had helped her make so much money at the Jade Conference. Hu Yan helped her choose that piece of jade wool, not only to help her earn a small 2 million, mainly, is to let her in front of her father face, which is more money cannot buy. Therefore, she actually always wanted to find an opportunity to thank Hu Yan to come, and this time Hu Jiasun's promotion banquet is just an opportunity. Therefore, she bought so many gifts in one breath. Yan ah, who is this? At this time, Yang Yajun, Hu Fengchun, as well as Li Xiuzhen, Yang Yaman, and Zhang Li all walked over. She's my friend, Chantel. Hu Yan pointed to his parents again and introduced them. Xiao Er, this is my dad and mom. Hello uncle and auntie. Qian Shower hurriedly greeted politely. This girl is really pretty. Yang Yajun smiled and complimented. Auntie is the one who is pretty. Qian Shower laughed. Then, pointing to the other gifts that Hu Yan had placed on the table just now, he said, Uncle, auntie, today is the first time we meet. I have prepared some small gifts for you. Hey, the kid is so polite. Yang Yajun gently waved her hand. Her eyes also subconsciously swept towards the table. Then, the whole person froze. She first saw Hu Jiasun's large push of gifts. After that, she saw a set of a certain international famous brand of cosmetics. That brand of cosmetics she has seen in the Jindal shopping mall counters. A set of down to $7,000 or $8,000. However, just now, listening to Qian Shower that meant to give it to himself. And Hu Fengchun is also shocked. Because, the table set the cigarettes and wine are the top brands in China. Just the 2 bottles of wine will be several thousand. Especially let Hu Fengchun shocked is the 2 cigarettes. Gold Leaf, Leaves of Heaven. As an old smoker, he naturally heard of this cigarette. It is said to be able to sell up to 10,000 a piece, but he has never seen it before. Just saw the picture on the network. However, today saw the physical object. He has seen the real thing today. Are these cigarettes really fake? Hu Fengchun muttered in his heart and couldn't help but look at Qian Shower a few more times, quite interested in the origins of this pretty girl who was close to his son. Hello, I'm Yan Yan's second aunt. At this time, Yang Yaman stood out smilingly. Oh, good day second aunt. Qian Shower politely returned. Hello. Yang Yaman heatedly smiled and asked in passing. Xiao look at you giving so many gifts. It's too much of a bust. It doesn't matter. It's the first time I'm meeting with my uncle and aunt. Qian Shower answered with a smile. Well, what do you do for a living? Earl, where's your hometown? Yang Yaman opened the investigation mode. Oh, my family is from Jiangcheng. As for me, I don't have a job for the time being, and I'm preparing to open my own store. Qian Shower responded truthfully. She and Qin Zixuan's situation was different. Qin Zixuan was the only child of the Qin family, while Qian Shower had an older brother above her. Inheriting the family business and such things naturally did not need her, so she lived a rather leisurely life, belonging to the typical rich second-generation type of life. Then what do your parents do? Yang Yaman continued to pursue the question. My dad opened a company. My mom opened a beauty salon. Qian Shower thought about it and replied. In fact, her mom opened a beauty salon is completely for themselves as well as some of her friends' service. Completely playful nature. After hearing this answer from Qian Shower, all of Yang Yaman's people had a dazed expression. It was obvious that this little beauty in front of them was a rich second generation. Otherwise, it would not be possible for them to be so generous. Li Xiuzhen's family is a little depressed. Qian Shower's appearance has undoubtedly shattered their beautiful dream. Therefore, at this time, the family's face is very ugly, especially Zhang Li. She had thought that she and Hu Shua's matter is very hopeful and in the sight of the money shower, she was almost in despair. She is, after all, stayed in Jiangcheng 2 years, although currently still a school student, but girls usually discuss these things. From Qian Shower that dress she although she did not recognize all, but the Cartier necklace on her neck she saw in a fashion magazine. Although currently still in school students, but the girls usually discuss these things. Up Qian Shower that dress she although she did not recognize all, but her neck of that Cartier's necklace she saw in a fashion magazine. At that time, also liked the can not, but the price let her feel smacked because, to more than 100,000. And now that she dreamed of the necklaces worn in their enemy neck, and in addition to financial strength, the other party, whether it is the body or face value of all can kill her, which is to let Zhang Li complete despair of the place. Yan, when did you get such a rich girlfriend? And you didn't tell your mom about it. While Yang Yaman was continuing to investigate Qian Shower, Yang Yajun pulled Hu Yan aside and complained in a low voice. Mom, you misunderstood. She's not my girlfriend. Just an ordinary friend. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders somewhat helplessly. A common friend? Do you think your mom is stupid? An ordinary friend would send us such an expensive gift? Yang Yajun rolled her eyes. How would I know how she could send so many gifts? But she really isn't my girlfriend. Hu Yan said. Okay, there's nothing to hide about having a girlfriend. I see that this girl's temperament and character are good. Only, is their family's condition too good for some? I'm afraid that their parents won't look at our family. Yang Yajun gently shook her head. Hu Yan was speechless for a while. Mom, you're overthinking it. Mom, heart understand it. Yang Yajun also looked at Qianshower said, this girl looks quite simple. People are also beautiful. Mom is not opposed to your relationship. We're not dating. Hu Yan denied it again. Alright, you go and accompany others. Yang Yajun simply ignored this and waved her hand at Hu Yan, while at this moment, Yang Yaman was still surrounding Qianshower to continue her investigation. Seeing this, Hu Yan hurriedly went over and called Qianshower over. Shower, let's go inside and sit down. I happen to have something to say to you. Oh, www.zbcxw.cn-fiction.com. Qianshower nodded, then smiled at Yang Yaman. Second aunt, we'll talk later ha. Well, talk to you later. Yang Yaman smiled and nodded. As a matter of fact, she had already touched Qianshower's situation pretty much. As soon as Qianshower and Hu Yan left, she immediately said to Yang Yajun with a smile on her face, Lao Sana, this time Yin Yen is really going to be developed. People Shower is the Qian's Group's golden young lady. You guys have heard of Qian's Group, the market capitalization of billions. How much? Upon hearing this, Yang Yajun and Hu Fengchun were both baffled. They just felt that Qianshower's family should be very wealthy, but never thought that it would be wealthy to this extent. Turn around and you guys will know if you go online and search for Qian Group. Yang Yamin waved her hand, then turned her head to look at Li Xiuzhen and laughed. Xiuzhen, I don't think your family Lily has a chance. See what you're saying, what's wrong with our family Lily? It's not like she's worried about getting married. Li Xiuzhen skimmed her mouth. Things have come to this point. She can only pretend to be confused, not wanting to mention the matter of Zhangli and Hu Yan again. Well, that's true. I'll introduce a suitable one to Lily when I turn around. Yang Yamin said in a conspiratorial manner, then added to Yang Yajun, Lao Sana, this daughter-in-law of your family is so awesome. I'm envious to death. 8 is not even close. Yang Yajun shrugged her shoulders. Alright, get to work. The guests will all be here in a while. A corner of the lobby. Hu Yan and Qianshower sat down. Old Hu, it seems like your family really thinks of me as your girlfriend. Qianshower said with a small mouth. Who let you send so many gifts? It's weird if they don't misunderstand. Hu Yan shrugged. It has to be your girlfriend if you're giving a gift. In their opinion. Of course an ordinary friend wouldn't send so many and expensive gifts. Hu Yan sighed a little depressed. Alas, this is probably going to be a lot more trouble in the future. Look at you. As if I'm ashamed to be your girlfriend. Qianshower hummed with a proud face. That's not true. Hu Yan hurriedly shook his head. Mainly they are not recognized you are my girlfriend well. This will not be able to let you go home to eat or something. Then go. Qianshower was indifferent. Hu Yan was speechless for a while. If this really goes to the relationship will not it be a sitting duck? However, this is something he did not have the heart to say. The two sat in the corner, chatting, but in the eyes of outsiders, it became a young couple in love. After a while, the guests arrived one after another, and the hall was bustling with activity. Yang Yajun and Hu Fengchun were busy receiving the guests, and Hu Jiasun, as the protagonist of the day, was also frequently received by the elders. Gradually the scene is almost full. However, Hu Fengchun is frowning, because, Hu Jiasun's promotion banquet he invited a lot of colleagues in the factory, as well as the leadership, but up to now the leaders have not shown up, which makes him cannot help but recall the last night in the barbecue restaurant and Wu Zhenghua conflict. The leaders did not come. It is very likely that Wu Zhenghua greetings, which cannot help but let Hu Fengchun heart ripples. Look at this situation. Wu Zhenghua really want to retaliate against their own. Old Hu, what's on your mind? While Hu Fengchun was ruminating, a middle-aged man smiled and patted him on the shoulder. Old Lu, you're here. The visitor is called Lu Baokai, the deputy director of the first workshop, Hu Fengchuan's deputy, which is also considered to be a leading class. This is not a meeting in the factory. Otherwise it would have come earlier. Lu Baokai said. A meeting? What meeting? Hu Fengchun looked skeptical. You didn't know? I thought you took a vacation because of Jiasun's promotion banquet. Lu Baokai was a bit surprised. No one notified me of the meeting at all. Hu Fengchun frowned, the bad feeling in his heart intensifying. No one notified you? Impossible even I, the deputy director has notified. Lu Baokai scratched his head, said, today this is not the Tianhai groups come to visit well. Wu factory director as well as the high chief worker they gave us these grassroots leaders beforehand to open a meeting. Instructed a number of precautions. Said next week, Tianhai Group's delegation will be stationed in the factory. Is there such a thing? Hu Fengchun frowned more tightly. In recent years the country's large state-owned enterprises are restructuring. From the original state-owned system into a shareholding system, the restructuring of the Yangcheng chemical industry is also in the gradual development of the restructuring of the work, and is currently ready to share in the Yangcheng chemical industry is exactly the Tianhai Group. And according to Liu Baocai's statement today this meeting should be very important. But no one notified him, obviously. This is to isolate his rhythm. No need to ask. This must be Wu Zhonghua's doing. Is the meeting over now? Hu Fengchun asked again. There isn't one. Is there? Factory Director Wu and Chief Engineer Gao they are talking with the people from Tianhai Group. Liu Baocai said. Oh, no wonder the leaders aren't here. Hu Fengchun sighed. Although he said so on his mouth, but in his heart, he already did not report any hope. Not to mention the fact that he and Wu Zhonghua got into a conflict. Even if there is no last night's incident, now the leaders are negotiating with the people of the Tianhai Group. Then it is natural that they will have to have lunch together at noon. And this kind of opportunity to please the other party, Wu Zhonghua and the others should not be able to give up. That's right, this is a one-sided pleasing. After all, Tianhai Group is a contributor to get money, and Yangcheng Chemical so big stall, the general group but not the strength to eat, if not now hold Tianhai Group's thighs. The fate of Yangcheng Chemical can be really hard to say. Yangcheng Chemical Conference Room. Yangcheng Chemical Plant Director Wu Zhonghua, Chief Engineer Gao Chengkai, and a dozen or so other key leaders were arguing with a delegation from the Tianhai Group headed by Qin Zishuan over the amount of money to be contributed. In addition, the other conditions have been negotiated almost. After the shares, Tianhai Group, 51% of the shares, hold the absolute right to speak, will be on the Yangcheng chemical industry to carry out radical reforms. After all, Wu Zhonghua and others that said has long been out of date. Otherwise, Yangcheng chemical industry is unlikely to be at such a point. Mr. Qin, your party's contribution should be at least 1.5 billion. Otherwise, it's very difficult to carry out a thorough reform of Yangcheng Chemical. The one who spoke was Gao Chengkai, the chief engineer of Yangcheng Chemical. About the amount of shares I have just made a clear statement. The most will not exceed 1.3 billion, and this also has to be our audit team to stay in the Yangcheng chemical industry for a comprehensive assessment before we can confirm the final price. 1.3 billion is the upper limit. There is a possibility that it may not be reached. So, on this issue, there is no need for us to dwell on it. You guys insist on 1.5 billion. Then you can only talk again with the other groups to talk about it. Qin Zishuan responded with a determined face. Both sides have been entangled in this issue for too long. She has long been a little impatient. Seeing Qin Zishuan with such a strong attitude, Gao Chengkai was instantly disliked and didn't know how to respond. Mr. Qin, it's already noon. It's time to eat. Let's eat first. Eat and then continue to chat. There's no hurry. At this time, Wu Zhonghua said with a smile, which is also regarded as a relief for Gao Chengkai. Upon hearing this, Qin Zishuan looked at the time on her wristwatch. It was already 11 o'clock. She immediately nodded her head and said indifferently, 1:30 p.m., then we'll talk. Good. Wu Zhonghua nodded. Then, with a smile on his face, said, Mr. Qin, then let's go eat. I've already booked a hotel. I've got things to do. Take the others over. Qin Zishuan gently waved her hand, then turned her head and exchanged a few words with Wang Xiaohua, the group's vice president who was traveling with her, and got up and walked straight out of the conference room. Wu Zhonghua frowned and wanted to speak out to stop him, but before he could open his mouth, Qin Zishuan had already walked out of the conference room. Vice President Wang, where is Mr. Qin going? Wu Zhonghua asked with a speechless face. Since Yangcheng Chemical was going to cooperate with Tian Group, he of course had already mapped out Qin Zishuan's details, knowing that this beautiful woman was the sole heir of Tianhai Group, and that her words only counted, and that those left behind would not be able to make any decisions even if they talked their way out of it. She said she went to meet a friend. Wang Xiaohua returned faintly. Does Mr. Qin still have friends in Yangcheng? Wu Zhonghua frowned a little depressed. His original intention was to get closer to Qin Zishuan again during the meal. Maybe the other party would be able to give in. In Wu Zhonghua's view, many business that cannot be negotiated at the negotiation table will usually have a breakthrough at the dinner table. But now, with the main man gone, even if he had more skillful means, it wouldn't work. In that case, let's go eat. Vice President Wang, please. Anyway, Qin Zishuan had already left, so Wu Zhonghua couldn't afford to slow down Wang Xiaohua any further, so he adjusted his state and politely conceded. Yangcheng Hotel. From Hu Jiasun promotion banquet opening time is getting closer and closer. This time in front of the hotel has set up firecrackers. The country is accustomed to have a happy event when the firecrackers to celebrate. One to celebrate. The second is also the meaning of a wide range of people. At this moment, Hu Yan, a big family as well as Yang Yaman and other people's immediate family members stood in front of the hotel. Qian Shaoer also followed out. She is purely to join in the fun. Hu Fengchun lit a cigarette, ready to point ran firecrackers. However, at this time he was actually in a bad mood, because the factory's main leaders actually did not show up. One to make him feel ashamed, and the other is also worried about Wu Zhenghua side is not really determined to retaliate against their own. If this is really the case, he really will not be good in the future days. In addition, recently, Yangcheng Chemical is really pushing the reform. Once the negotiations are successful, layoffs are certain. After all, Yangcheng Chemical staff system is too bloated. Then, Wu Zhenghua will not find a reason to lay himself off. This is also Hu Fengchun heart worried about things. Daughter Hu Jiasun is just admitted to the university. With the money of the day is still a lot of it. Of course, he cannot lose his job. The heart and this, he naturally happy not up. Old Hua, this is going to be a whip. At this time, a middle-aged man walked to Hu Fengchun's side with hurried footsteps. Mr. Su, you're here. Seeing this man, Hu Fengchun's face immediately showed a smile. This person is named Su Wanhua, is the deputy chief engineer of Yangcheng Chemical Industry. The level can be much higher than him. The workshop director is also the senior leadership of Yangcheng Chemical Industry. Hey, it's a meeting, or I'd be here already. Su Wanhua moved closer to Hu Fengchun and muttered in a low voice, did you offend Wu Zhenghua? Why didn't he call out to you when he gave the grassroots cadres a meeting in the morning? Su Wanhua and Hu Fengchun's relationship has always been very good. Therefore, he will be from the Yangcheng Chemical Industries eating group withdrew. Deliberately come to Hu Fengchun's support. Don't mention it. I met Wu Zhenghua at dinner last night. Hu Fengchun didn't hide it, and told Su Wanhua about last night. I told you so. Su Wanhua shook his head and whispered, he's just a vindictive villain. Okay, don't think about him. Today is the big day after all. Su Wanhua smiled and patted Hu Fengchun's shoulder. Aha. Hu Fengchun nodded, took a deep breath and was ready to light the firecrackers. And at this time, a cab suddenly stopped at the entrance of the hotel, followed by the back door opening. A long and straight leg first stepped out, followed by a big beautiful woman wearing a professional set of dresses, appeared in the crowd's line of sight. This woman was tall and had a beautiful face, and many of the men present had their eyes straightened. Holy shit, who is this beauty? Is it also here for the promotion banquet? I could play with these legs for the rest of my life. A man whispered, Xian, you finally come. At this moment, Chen Shaoer squeezed out from the crowd. Just got out of a meeting. The person who came was naturally Qin Zixuan. She had followed the group's army and didn't drive herself, so she took a car to come over. Welcome, welcome. Hu Yan also hurried over. Words, who is this? Hu Fengchun was preparing to light firecrackers. Because the car that Qin Zixuan hit stopped right next to him, he had to stop as well, lest he blow up someone else. At this moment, when he saw Hu Yan greet the other party, he couldn't help but ask curiously, my leader, Mr. Qin, old Qin, this is my father. Hu Yan introduced each of the two men. Uncle, hello, Qin Zixuan greeted politely. Oh, you are the leadership of the speech. Ah, thank you for taking care of our family speech. These 2 days speech at home cannot less mention you, Hu Fengchun said with a smile, but the heart is a little surprised. Yesterday Hu Yan said the car is the leadership of the allocation. The family is still joking that Hu Yan's leadership look favorably on him. This moment to see Qin Zixuan. Hu Fengchun's heart of this conjecture is dashed. In his opinion people are what you want. Not only is the leadership of so big companies, this looks, this body, can be a first class, although, the old Hu comrade has always felt that his son is also quite good, but still feel completely unworthy of this beautiful boss. Mr. Qin, I didn't expect you to come here. This is really fate. At this time, Su Wanhua came over with a smile on his face. He was pleasantly surprised to see Qin Zixuan here. Just now in Yangcheng Chemical Industry, the crowd watched Qin Zixuan leave. For this reason, Wu Zhenghua and the others were depressed. In fact, it is precisely because Qin Zixuan, the protagonist, is not in. Su Wanhua ran over to Hu Fengchun. Otherwise, he really cannot come over. As the deputy chief engineer of Yangcheng Chemical Industry, he naturally also want to fight for the restructuring of their own position after the restructuring of the matter. And this matter, as long as the Qin Zixuan said it was okay. But Su Wanhua was never expected. He ran to Hu Fengchun to support the scene, but also met the true god. You're, deputy chief engineer Su, right? In fact, During the meeting of Yangcheng Chemical, Su Wanhua basically had little right to speak. Therefore, there was no communication with Qin Zixuan. However, Qin Zixuan had done her homework when she came to Yangcheng Chemical and studied all the information of the top management of Yangcheng Chemical, and Su Wanhua was naturally in this information. Therefore, at this moment, when Su Wanhua came over to make a conversation, she did recognize him. "Well, it's me." Su Wanhua nodded smilingly, and asked curiously, "When Mr. Qin said he had something to do, was he here to attend Justin's niece's promotion banquet?" Su Wanhua was also a veteran. Once he saw that Qin Zixuan had left Wu Zhanghua and the others behind and deliberately came here, he naturally had a strong relationship with the Hu family. Thus, he addressed Hu Jiasun in a much more intimate manner. As a matter of fact, Su Wanhua and Hu Fengchun had always been on the same page, so it was normal for him to address Jiasun's niece, only that he wouldn't usually call her that. "Aha." Qin Zixuan nodded lightly. "Hey, don't talk here, talk inside later. I'll light the firecrackers first," Hu Fengchun said, signaling the crowd to back off, and then, himself, lit the firecrackers. After a burst of festive firecrackers, the crowd returned to the hotel lobby together, and the promotion banquet officially began. About the promotion banquet, this kind of thing, in fact, nationwide, but the custom of each place is different. In Yangcheng held promotion banquet, friends and relatives are to pack red envelopes. Some family conditions are not good. Family held promotion banquet or even simply to collect red envelopes to the child to get together the tuition fee. And Hu Yan's family is not so much that they have to rely on the red envelopes from the promotion banquet to pay for their sister's tuition fees, holding this promotion banquet to celebrate a little more. But of course family and friends will not be empty-handed. Once the promotion banquet started, the two families, Hu Fengchun and Yang Yajun, brought Hu Jiasun to each table to toast and express their gratitude. Hu Yan did not move, but accompanied Qin Zixuan and Qian Shaoer, two big beauties who had deliberately come to support the show. Su Wanhua, on the other hand, was like a follower sitting at a table with Qin Zixuan, and was constantly courting him, but Qin Zixuan's attitude towards him was very cold, and he would never say two words if he could get away with one. "Mr. Qin, Miss Shaoer, thank you for coming over specially to support Jiasun. I'll toast you on behalf of Jiasun." After all the other tables had made their toasts, Hu Fengchun came to the main table, which he valued the most. "Uncle, you're too kind." Qian Shaoer smiled and picked up her glass. She was able to drink. However, Qin Zixuan was the one who brought a cup of drink and said with an apologetic face, "Uncle, I'm really sorry, I have work in the afternoon, so I won't drink." "Mr. Qin, I'll take this cup for you." Upon hearing this, Su Wanhua, who was on the side, immediately picked up the wine cup and drank it without waiting for Hu Fengchun to speak. Seeing this, all the people present were speechless for a while. Su Wanhua is really too attentive. Simply can be described as kneeling. "Old Su, what's your hurry? I haven't honored you there yet." Hu Fengchun laughed. "It's not like I'm drinking this cup for myself. I'm drinking it for Mr. Qin," Su Wanhua said with a smile on his face. "Alright, Miss Shaoer, then let's drink up as well." Hu Fengchun raised his glass and clinked it with Qian Shaoer. "Thank you Sister Shaoer for the gift." At this time, Hu Jiasun, who was following behind Hu Fengchun, once again thanked her with a smile. "You're welcome." Qian Shaoer hemmed and hawed. "You're Jiasun, right? Sister came in a hurry and didn't prepare any gifts, so you can take this card." At this moment, Qin Zixuan opened her mouth, at the same time handing a bank card to Hu Jiasun. Hu Jiasun had a difficult look on her face and cast a look of help to her brother Hu Yan. After all, Qin Zixuan had come only because of him. "Old Qin, there's no need for this. It's great that your people can come," Hu Yan hurriedly interjected. However, Qin Zixuan gave him a blank look. "It's not like it's for you. Kahin, take it." Qin Zixuan passed the bank card in her hand forward again. "Jiasun, you just keep it. Your sister Xianxian has plenty of money, don't want it for nothing," Qian Shaoer said again smilingly. "Mr. Qin, this really isn't appropriate. You can come to attend Jiasun's promotion banquet. Our old Hu family is all fluffy. What money do you give back? Besides you, this is too much." Although Hu Fengchun didn't know how much money was in the card, but since Qin Zixuan directly although Hu Fengchun didn't know how much money was in the card, Qin Zixuan had directly given a bank card since she had handed over a card, so it must be no less than $10,000. "Fengchun, just keep it. The other general manager Qin is also a peace of mind." At this time, Yang Yaman, who was also sitting at this table, said, "Second aunt is right. Uncle, just keep it. This is a piece of Xianxian's heart." Qian Shaoer followed with another word of persuasion. Hu Fengchun, on the other hand, had a difficult look on his face as he looked towards Hu Yan. Qin Zixuan was after all rushing towards him, so it was best for him to decide whether or not to accept this money. Dad, then you can keep it, and we'll consider it a big meal. Seeing Qin Zixuan's resolute attitude, Hu Yan also stopped pushing back. Anyway, it is also a matter of courtesy. In the future, if Qin Zixuan's family has any happy events, he will return it again then thank you, Mr. Qin. Hu Fengchun received Qin Zixuan's bank card, and Hu Jiasen on the side followed suit. After toasting Qin Zixuan and Chen Shower, Hu Fengchun carried the wine glass to continue the toast to Su Wanguo and others. And just at this moment, there was suddenly a commotion in the hall. A group of people walked in with a hurried gait, headed by Wu Zhenghua, the director of Yangcheng Chemical Plant, Gao Jiancheng, the chief engineer, and the top management of Yangcheng Chemical. At the sight of these people, the employees of Yangcheng Chemical Plant at the scene hurriedly got up to greet them. And Hu Fengchun, who heard the figure, hurriedly inclined his head and looked in the direction from which the voice came, and naturally saw Hu Fengchun, Gao Jiancheng and others. Old Hu, I'm really sorry we're late. From a long distance away, Wu Zhenghua greeted Hu Fengchun with a smile on his face. Plant Director Wu has a lot of time on his hands. I'm grateful if he can take the time to come over to support the show. Hu Fengchun smiled back with a leathery smile. After all, he was also a person who had been mixing in state-owned enterprises for decades. As soon as Wu Zhenghua, Gao Jiancheng and the others appeared, he understood why they had come. Obviously, they had received the news that Qin Zixuan was here, and that was why they hurried over, with the purpose of not giving him props. Busy is, my great-niece's promotion banquet is still coming, Wu Zhenghua said with a smile on his face. If people who didn't know thought that his relationship with Hu Fengchun was really good, that's really thanks to factory director Wu. Hu Fengchun returned a salty remark, and at that moment, Wu Zhenghua's gaze had fallen on Qin Zixuan and said with a surprised look on his face, I didn't expect Mr. Qin to be here. This is a great fate. www.zbcxw.cn*novels.com. Qin Zixuan glanced at him and just let out a soften without saying anything more. Mr. Qin, are you related to old Hu here? Wu Zhenghua came over to Qin Zixuan's side and asked with a smile. Obviously, he was feeling his way around, trying to figure out what was going on. However, Qin Zixuan gave him a cold cross look. Does it have anything to do with you? A sentence was disliked back. Wu Zhenghua was naturally very embarrassed. I am just very surprised to meet Mr. Qin here. Wu Zhenghua returned with a sarcastic smile. Was it really an accident? Qin Zixuan snorted coldly. How could she not see that Wu Zhenghua and the others had come here on a whiff? This is really unexpected. Wu Zhenghua smiled and shrugged his shoulders. Today my great niece held a promotion banquet. Old Hu had notified me a long time ago, but I didn't expect to be just in time to meet with Mr. Qin. Had I known that Mr. Qin said something was going on, that is, he came to participate in his great niece's promotion banquet, so we would have been able to come along and saved ourselves the trouble. However, don't worry, Mr. Qin. I've made arrangements for Vice President Wang and the others, and there's Vice Plant Director Wang staying over there to keep them company. As he spoke, Wu Zhenghua's gaze swept over the table where Qin Zixuan was sitting, which naturally meant that he wanted to find a seat, so that he could further communicate with Qin Zixuan. Unfortunately, Qin Zixuan's table was already full, and apart from Qin Zixuan, Qian Shower, and Hu Yan, it was Su Wanguo as well as Yang Yamen and other immediate family members of the Hu family, so there was no room for him at all. Plant Director Wu, Chief Engineer Gao, all the leaders you don't stand. There is an empty table over there. Go over and sit down. Hu Fengchun was very enthusiastic to let Wu Zhenghua and the others towards an empty table at the side of the hall. Wu Zhenghua frowned. That empty table was far away from Qin Zixuan's table. If he went over there, he wouldn't have the chance to interact with Qin Zixuan up close. Mr. Qin, why don't you come over together? We happen to talk about the restructuring. Wu Zhenghua said with a smile on his face. Work can be talked about in the afternoon. Qin Zixuan coldly returned. One sentence was disliked by Qin Zixuan again. Wu Zhenghua couldn't help but scratch his head in embarrassment. Plant Director Wu, Chief Engineer Gao, everyone hurry over and sit down. Drink a few more cups. Seeing Wu Zhenghua defeated here in Qin Zixuan, Hu Fengchuan's heart could not be more happy, but his face naturally did not show it. Okay. Wu Zhenghua nodded in a depressed manner, then added to Qin Zixuan. Mr. Qin, then we'll go over first. You eat and drink well. Aha. Qin Zixuan responded impatiently and stopped ignoring him. Seeing this, Wu Zhenghua and the others could only go to the empty table that Hu Fengchun opened for them with Chui's head in mourning, and when the crowd was seated, Hu Yan then took a stack of empty red envelopes and came over. Factory Director Wu. Chief Engineer Gao. Welcome to celebrate Jiasun. Thank you all. After saying that, Hu Yan put those empty red envelopes on the table, and then returned to his seat. His meaning is naturally more than obvious. Since he came to participate in the promotion banquet, the red envelopes must be wrapped off. And see, the red packets are on the table. Wu Zhonghua and others certainly cannot pretend to turn a blind eye, so they have to take out money to load up the red packets. This meal must be Wu Zhonghua and others ate the most stifling meal. Originally the crowd was rushing to Qin Zishuan, and then, but only 2 sentences of nonsense, was sent off. Not only that, but also packages, big red packet. The crowd is not through all the leaders of the Yongcheng chemical industry. The red packet, if the packet is too little, is not. In addition, there is another reason. Is that these people also left a heart? Qin Zishuan since come to participate in Hu Jiasun's promotion banquet. It shows that her relationship with the Hu family is extraordinary. Then, in the future, Tianhai Group completed the acquisition of Yongcheng chemical industry. Hu Finchuan will not be reused. Therefore, this Hu Jiasun's promotion banquet is an opportunity to get along with Hu Finchuan. So, each with their own thoughts of the crowd. So, all the people who have their own thoughts are wrapping up the red envelopes are not soft at all. And they are afraid that they won't wrap up less than others. The promotion banquet is over. The guests left one by one, while Qin Zishuan shouted Hu Yan aside. Do you have something to do this afternoon? If nothing, accompany me to Yongcheng Chemical to negotiate. Qin Zishuan said with a straight face. It doesn't seem like there's any use for me to go over there, right? Hu Yan frowned lightly. Upon hearing this, Qin Zishuan precisely gave him a somewhat disdainful blank look. It may not be of much use to you. However, if you show up at the negotiation table again, it will be helpful to Uncle Hu. Also just Hu Yan did not think of this layer. Not really, if he appeared in the Tianhai Group negotiation team camp. In the future, Yongcheng Chemical, this group of people who still dare to go against his father? Well, I'll go then. Hu Yan nodded. Then let's go together. You haven't been drinking, have you? Qin Zishuan took another closer look at Hu Yan. No, my dad's toasts at every table are almost too much, and if I drink again, no one will be able to drive. Hu Yan faintly returned. Well, then I'll go in your car. Qin Zishuan said. Alright then, I'll explain a few things to my family and say hello to Xiao'er before I leave. Hu Yan said. Good. Qin Zishuan faintly answered. After another moment, the two of them walked out of the hotel together. At this moment, Wu Zhonghua and the others didn't leave, but were waiting for Qin Zishuan at the entrance of the hotel, and he meant to let Qin Zishuan ride in their car to return to Yongcheng Chemical together. However, Qin Zishuan rejected it outright, waving her hand and pointing at Hu Yan's big G. I'll go over in Hu Yan's car. Wu Zhonghua and the others' gazes followed the direction of Qin Zishuan's finger, and then, their faces were all a bit odd. Hu Yan's big G, they had naturally seen it long ago. After all, so racy. Only, they never expected that the car would be Hu Yan's. And, now Qin Zishuan would have to take his car to go to Yongcheng Chemical Industry, which meant that Hu Yan would most likely participate in the afternoon's negotiations. In that case, it would also mean that Hu Yan and Qin Zishuan had a great relationship, so the crowd would really have to re-evaluate their relationship with Hu Fengchun. After all, according to the experience of other state-owned enterprises restructuring, funding acquirers have the absolute right to speak. After the restructuring of the transfer of personnel positions are also all decided by them. Do not look at the crowd is still the leader. But once the restructuring of the Yongcheng chemical industry began, as long as the Qin Zishuan sentence, even if it is the director of the plant, can be directly jacked up Wu Zhonghua, these people were all old farts, and naturally saw these things clearly. So right after Qin Zishuan got into Hu Yan's car, Hu Fengchuan's status in their hearts all followed and soared a few steps. Afternoon, 1:30. Negotiators from both Tianhai Group as well as Yongcheng Chemical once again sat in the morning conference room, and as Wu Zhonghua and the others had guessed, Hu Yan also appeared in Tianhai Group's camp. Plant Director Wu, Chief Engineer Gao. Let me first introduce a newcomer from our side, Hu Yan, our senior asset appraiser from Tianhai Group. The reason why he didn't show up here in the morning was because he took a leave of absence due to a personal matter. However, he won't be absent from the negotiations in the future. Qin Zishuan pointed at Hu Yan and introduced him with a straight face. Wu Zhonghua and others of course know what Qin Zishuan said in the mouth of the private matter is Hu Jiasun's promotion banquet. To do such a private matter Qin Zishuan even do not mind. And, he also personally went to participate. Visible two people's relationship is absolutely extraordinary. In this way, Hu Fengchuan's status in the crowd's mind was raised by a large margin. After all, looking at Qin Zishuan and Hu Yan's situation, perhaps, Hu Fengchun would even become Qin Zishuan's husband's father. The afternoon negotiations went smoothly. For one thing, Yangcheng Chemical really couldn't afford to delay, because the longer they delayed, the more unfavorable it would be for them. And for another, this cooperation was promoted by Yangcheng municipal government, and if they hadn't taken the initiative to find the Tianhai Group, there wouldn't have been the current negotiations. In fact, the current situation of Yangcheng chemical industry is very bad, belongs to the hot potato. No one is willing to take the reason why the Tianhai Group agreed to come over to talk about, or because of the Yangcheng municipal government has promised a lot of preferential policies as well as tax rebate levy, or else, the Tianhai Group does not come back. Therefore, this negotiation in fact, from the beginning is completely Tianhai Group in the lead. Yangcheng Chemical is almost nothing to say. After the morning of mutual test, Qin Zixuan has already lost patience, so the afternoon of the negotiation began. She will aggressively put out, do not cooperate with the Tianhai Group on the posture of the direct departure. She was very aggressive in the beginning of the afternoon negotiation. In this way, Wu Zhanghua and the others immediately wimped out. Tianhai Group is the Yangcheng municipal government with great difficulty to invite the big god. If they talk away, Wu Zhanghua is destined to be disciplined. It was after 4 o'clock when the negotiations ended. Hu Yan didn't go home again, but drove directly back to Jiangcheng. Qin Zixuan didn't go with the big group and took Hu Yan's car. On the way back, the two had a chat. What do you think of that Wu Zhanghua guy? Qin Zixuan opened her mouth and asked. Not good. www.zbcxw. cn*fiction.com. Hu Yan shook his head decisively. First of all, the huge Yangcheng chemical industry has come to this point under his leadership. His working ability can be imagined. And secondly, his character is too bad. Poor character? Where does this begin? Qin Zixuan frowned and inquired curiously. Tianhai Group was bound to carry out a radical overhaul after acquiring Yangcheng Chemical. Therefore, the current retention and mobilization of these leaders of Yangcheng Chemical had become a big problem. They were different from the ordinary employees and could not be dismissed so easily. And there had to be a justifiable reason for certain to leave if they really wanted them to. You open my cell phone, there are some photos in the album. Hu Yan's cell phone was placed in the storage box underneath the center control. And yesterday, after he and Hu Jusin had finished following Wu Zhanghua, he asked his sister to send him a copy of the photos as well. Boot code? Qin Zixuan asked as she picked up her cell phone. 61. Hu Yan didn't hide it and returned. Does it mean anything? Qin Zixuan asked casually as she entered the password. Bachelor-specific password. Huin shrugged. Qin Zixuan didn't answer, and after entering the password the phone's lock screen did open. There's nothing private in the album, is there? Before opening the album, Qin Zixuan asked. I don't think so. Hu Yan is not very sure. Before Zhao Pang that bastard always send him some inappropriate small video. After seeing it also do not know delete or not delete. Qin Zixuan rolled her eyes, opened the photo album, and then saw the wonderful blockbuster of Wu Zhanghua and a young woman. From the underground garage to the downstairs of the cell. This woman is not his wife? Qin Zixuan asked. Of course, if it's his wife, what's there to shoot? Hu Yan said. Aha. Qin Zixuan nodded. Send me a copy of these photos later. You can send it now. The phone is not in your hand. Hu Yan shrugged. Oh. Qin Zixuan thought about it. So she sent herself a copy of the photo about Wu Zhanghua. Why did you shoot him? Could it be that you have a grudge against him? As she sent the photo, Qin Zixuan asked curiously. Shopping with my sister, just happened to run into it. Of course, I have that much of a problem with him. Hu Yan talked about the family's conflict with Wu Zhanghua at the barbecue restaurant. According to this his character is indeed not good. Qin Zixuan said as she flipped through the photos. If, say, Wu Zhanghua was just the leader of a certain private enterprise, these photos would be considered at best a moral issue and a scandal for him. Or even, after all, such things as rich old men looking for mistresses were all over the place. However, Wu Zhanghua is Yangcheng Chemical such a large state-owned enterprise leadership. Not only is the party members and there is a formal administrative level. Yangcheng Chemical's plant manager is a department level, equivalent to the administrative level of a county governor. Proper state cadres. A state cadre in the outside looking for a mistress. This is not just a moral problem so simple. First of all, has violated the discipline. In addition, he a factory director. Although the salary is higher than the average worker, but hold up the death of only $18,000. Where does the money come from? To say that the woman was truly in love with him? The hell with it. What do they want from him? His age? Figure he's not acting? So, in fact, this set of photos in Hu Yan's cell phone was enough to kill Wu Zhanghua's political career. Twilight descended. Hu Yan finally drove into Jiangcheng, and at this moment, Qin Zixuan has leaned against the passenger seat to fall asleep. Should be too tired. Hu Yan wanted to wake her up and ask her where she was going, but seeing that she was sleeping soundly, he didn't have the heart to do so, and first drove the car back to Tianhai home, turned off the engine, and waited for Qin Zixuan to wake up from her nap while playing with his cell phone. About half an hour later, Qin Zixuan opened her eyes in a daze and murmured, "Why don't you leave? Wanted to send you home to come, and didn't know where you were going." Hu Yan smiled. "So, you're just waiting for me to wake up from my nap?" Qin Zixuan's beautiful eyes were filled with a hint of surprise. "Seeing that you were sleeping too soundly, I really couldn't bear to shout at you." Hu Yan spread his hands. "Where to now? I'll send you back. Tianhai home's I'll live above you." Qin Zixuan returned slyly. I thought you must live in a mid-level villa or something." This was Hu Yan's true thought. After all, Qin Zixuan was the sole heir of the Tianhai group. Money was really just a string of numbers to her. "Not used to living with my parents, so I moved out. I think I told you before that I live upstairs from you, right?" Qin Zixuan stretched out. Her exquisite body curves just perfectly presented in front of Hu Yan's eyes, and he couldn't help but swallow his saliva when he looked at her. "Yes? Can't remember." Hu Yan dryly coughed twice as a way to cover up his awkward emotions, then pointed out the car window, already arrived at Tianhai home. "Aha." Qin Zixuan nodded and said, "Turn around and I'll help you get a pass card for the underground garage. There are still a lot of unused parking spaces anyway." "That would be best." Hu Yan hemmed and hawed. The neighborhood outside the parking space is tight, and after parking the car still have to walk a long way. If you can have an underground parking space, it is much more convenient. The two got out of the car and entered the park together. At this moment, the sky has been completely dark, although there are streetlights in the park, but the light is relatively dim. The lone man and woman just walking in the dim path. The air seems to be filled with a hint of ambiguous atmosphere. So much so, Hu Yan could not help but have some messy images in his mind. Personality aside, Qin Zixuan definitely belonged to the scourge level of beauty. As long as it was a normal man opposite such a woman, it was probably hard to keep calm in his mind. Just when Hu Yan is rambling, the two walked into the door of the unit. The light is bright, and Hu Yan also instantly awake a lot. "I'll give you a ride in the morning." As the elevator rose, Qin Zixuan suddenly said, "Oh, okay." Hu Yan nodded and didn't ask why. Since the leader wanted a ride, it would be good to agree. Why ask so much? The elevator stopped at the 22nd floor, and Hu Yan walked out, then waved at Qin Zixuan inside the elevator. "Good night." "Aha." Qin Zixuan gently nodded, and the elevator doors then closed. Hu Yan opened the door to his room. The sound of manic music came out from Zhao Peng's room. This guy has always been more into listening to rock and roll, new pants, Pain Yang and whatnot, so much so, that Hu Yan knew all the bands in China very well. "Old Hu, you're finally back." Zhao Peng, who heard the sound of the door opening, walked out of the room. "Say it like you miss me." Hu Yan blanked him. "Of course, how lonely I am alone." Zhao Peng hemmed and hawed, then took a big red envelope and handed it to Hu Yan. "For our sister." "Forget it, you'd better save it for dinner." Hu Yan waved his hand and didn't take it. "What's the matter? You think it's too little?" Zhao Peng reluctantly tensed up his face. "I'm guilty enough for not being able to go over to attend our sister's promotion banquet. This red packet, how you have to accept it, or I can turn my face with you." Zhao Peng directly shoved the red envelope into Hu Yan's arms with a serious face. "Okay, then I'll thank him Peng for Justin." Hu Yan knows Zhao Peng too well. See him like this. If he does not accept this money, this guy can ink him for a month. He Peng said you're welcome. Zhao Peng hemmed and hawed. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders. "I'm too tired after tossing and turning all day. I'm going to take a shower." Saying that, Hu Yan directly went into his room, ready to take a shower. However, he had just taken off half of his clothes when the phone rang. It was his mom. "Yang Yajun. Yen, have you arrived in Zhengcheng yet?" The phone connected and Yang Yajun's voice came through. "Just got in. There is no one next to you, right? Mom told you something." Yang Yajun's tone is very mysterious. Hu Yan froze and said, "No one. Go ahead. Do you know how much money is in the card your Mr. Qin gave Jiasun?" Don't know." Hu Yan shook his head and asked curiously, "How many?" 200,000. Yang Yajun back. "How much?" Hu Yan thought he had heard wrong. $200,000. I counted the zeros on the back several times, and it really is 200,000. Yang Yajun said. "Oh, that is indeed a bit much." Hu Yan had thought that Qin Zixuan would at most follow a 30,000 to 50,000 share, but did not expect that she was actually 200,000 once she made a move, which is really a bit too exaggerated. Yen, what kind of relationship does she have with you? What kind of person gives so much money at once? Yang Yajun pursued. Didn't I already say that we are just an ordinary leader-subordinate relationship? Hu Yan said. Yan, don't lie to me. The leader would give you so much money? I see your relationship is not ordinary. Yang Yajun continued, and that Qian Shower, she sent us those gifts are too expensive. Your second aunt found someone to look at it. Said that those gifts at least also have to be more than 100,000 yuan. Is she in the end your girlfriend? It's really not. Just a normal friend. Hu Yan returned. A regular friend would give such an expensive gift? An ordinary leader would send us $200,000? Yan, tell me the truth. Who exactly is my daughter-in-law? Comrade Yang Yajun came with a fatal triple question. Hu Yan felt a bit of a headache. Obviously both are not. But, Qian Shower or Qin Zishuan, this time out are too generous. No wonder the family will misunderstand. Mom, actually, neither of them are. Hu Yan said truthfully. What? Neither? Son, those two girls are good, no matter which one, dad support you. At that moment, Hu Fengchuan's voice came over the phone. Hu Yan was a bit confused, said with a speechless face, Mom, Dad, do you want them to be my girlfriend? Or do you want them not to be my girlfriend? Of course we want it to be, but it can't be both. It's not legal, Janajun said. Son, if those two girls are not your girlfriend now, according to Dad's experience, both of them may be bullish on you. Otherwise, it is impossible to pay so much attention to Justin's promotion banquet. Alas, your talent in this area, completely inherited from your dad. Your dad when he was young, that is the charm of the infinite. Chasing after my girl can be lined up from the city of Yangcheng to Jiangcheng. Hu Fengchuan's sigh of relief came from the phone. Alright, you can take a break. You don't know who you are when you have a drink. Yang Yajun's chiding voice followed closely behind. Hu Yan had a bitter smile on his face. Alright, Mom, Dad, you guys take an early rest. You've been tired all day today. Yan, don't be busy hanging up the phone first. Justin has something to say to you. www.zbcxw.cn-star-novels.com. When Yang Yajun's words fell, Hu Justin's voice came over. Brother, I want to go to Jiangcheng to work in a few days to familiarize myself with the environment of Jiangcheng in advance. Part-time job? Hu Yan frowned. Let's forget it. You're only a few years old. I'm already 18. An adult. Hu Justin said. That won't work either. How dangerous for you to work outside as a girl. Hu Yan decisively refused, fully reflecting his nature as a spoiled sister fiend. But, Sister Xiaoer said that she can let me help out at her newly opened store. Hu Jiasin added. Little heir? Hu Yan frowned lightly. Wait until I ask her later. Well, okay then. Brother, I'll wait for your news. After saying that, Hu Jiasin hung up the phone. Hu Yan, on the other hand, sent a Weixing message to Qian Shower to inquire about the situation. However, the other party did not reply. After taking a shower, it didn't take long for Hu Yan to fall asleep as he collapsed on the bed. The next day, early morning, Hu Yan and Qin Zishuan headed to the pawnshop together. Old Qin, my mom said that the card you gave Justin had 200,000 in it. While waiting for the red light, Hu Yan inclined his head to look at Qin Zishuan, who was sitting in the passenger side. Aha! Qin Zishuan only nodded lightly. Isn't that a little too much? Huin grinned. If you think it's more, even if it's a reward for you. Qin Zishuan looked unimpressed, as if 200,000 didn't count as money to her. Okay. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders. The world of the landed gentry was really not something he could understand. 20 minutes later, the two arrived at the pawn shop. At this moment, the security guard, Zhang Dachang, had already started working, and once he saw Hu Yan and Qin Zishuan walking down from the car together, he immediately had a look of realization on his face and greeted the two of them with a smile. Missy, Hu, good morning. Morning. Qin Zishuan nodded gently. Hu Yan also greeted Zhang Dachang, and then looked at the time again. It was still more than half an hour from work. I'm going to have a breakfast. Well, it's not work time yet, Hu Yan said to Qin Zishuan. Together then. Qin Zishuan casually responded. Okay. Hu Yan couldn't help but think of the breakfast that made his heart bleed. However, at this moment, Qin Zishuan had already mentioned it, so he couldn't refuse. So the two of them walked together into the kanji store where they had been last time. The waiter enthusiastically brought the kanji list. However, Hu Yan is more tight. He is really afraid of Qin Zishuan another 400 or 500 breakfast. Don't worry about it. This one's on me. Qin Zishuan said quietly. It doesn't matter who invites you. The important thing is to eat well. Hu Yan hemmed and hawed, then said to the waiter, come to a pot of supreme seafood kanji. Yes, it is the most expensive one in your house. Qin Zishuan good-naturedly and amusingly white Hu Yan a glance. This guy before she said the treat. C or the most ordinary white rice porridge it. Since it was Qin Zishuan's treat, then Hu Yan didn't have to be polite, and she wasn't polite last time anyway, so Hu Yan ordered a full table. Frozen ordered a breakfast with the feel of a fancy dinner party. 5 minutes short of 9. Hu Yan walked out of the kanji store with Qin Zishuan with his propped up round stomach. Since the kanji store and the pawn shop were just across the road from each other, it was easy to see what was going on over here from inside the pawn shop. And just as Hu Yan and Qin Zishuan were drinking kanji, the news that the two had come to work together and were having kanji together had spread throughout the pawn shop, and it was almost time to go to work, and the people were all sitting at their posts, but their gazes were intentionally or unintentionally glancing across the street at the kanji store, wanting to see whether or not Hu Yan was really having kanji together with Qin Zishuan again. Out. Sure enough, they went to breakfast together again. It seems that Xiao Wu's identity as the son-in-law of Tian Hai Group is sitting pretty. No. Hey, but here's our chance. Looking at Hu Yan and Qin Zishuan, who were walking together from the kanji store to the pawn shop, the crowd inside the pawn shop could not help but flirt. If the last time the crowd is still just guessing, then this time can be regarded as hard evidence. Morning work together, eat breakfast together, which is enough to show that last night, the two are living together. Or else, how can they get up and go to work, and ate breakfast together it? By the way, there is another important evidence is that Qin Zishuan did not even open the car, directly sitting in Hu Yan car to come. That is to say, the two are definitely living together. Good morning, Mr. Qin. Good morning, Mr. Qin. Walking into the pawn shop, the people greeted each other with smiles on their faces, and Qin Zishuan, as always, gently nodded her head and went up to the second floor. While she would never have imagined that because her car was parked at the group's headquarters, it became one of the proofs that she was living with Hu Yan. Hu, you look in good spirits today. Hu Yan entered stall number 1, and Wang Quanqing greeted him with a smile. I slept early yesterday, so I'm naturally full of energy today. Hu Yan shrugged. Yeah, young people can seldom go to bed early, especially. Wang Quanqing hemmed and hawed and didn't say the second half of his sentence. However, Hu Yan always felt that there was a hint of lewdness in his smile. Especially what? Hu Yan asked curiously. Ahem. Nothing. Wang Quanqing smiled. Anyway, I really didn't understand moderation when I was young, so much so that now the heart is in the right place. Moderation? Have a heart? Hu Yan felt that Wang Quanqing was absolutely driving the car. But where did the car issue from? In Wang Quanqing's opinion, Hu Yan was guarding such a great beauty as Qin Zishuan and living together. How could he still be idle at night? In fact, he wasn't the only one who would think this way. Most men would probably have this thought in their minds. After all, Qin Zishuan's body was so stunning that it was completely the ultimate dream of men. And Hu Yan hadn't understood the meaning of Wang Quanqing's words since the beginning. Mainly, how he couldn't have imagined that the crowd would think that he was already living with Qin Zishuan. Then again, if really have Wang Quanqing they think that kind of thing, Hu Yan is afraid that it is really difficult to go to bed early. Just as Wang Quanqing and Hu Yan were gossiping, a business came to the door. A middle-aged woman, holding a large paper shell box, walked into the pawn shop. Ma'am, may I help you? The receptionist Wu Wenjia greeted warmly. I've got a couple bags here I'd like to sell. The middle-aged woman said back. Today's pawnbrokers can not only pawn function, recycling gold and silver jewelry, luxury goods and so on are also in the scope of business. Especially, in recent years, luxury goods are getting more and more hot in China, which also brings fire to the second-hand luxury goods market. At present, Tianhai Pawnshop can receive some customers who come to sell luxury goods almost every day. Okay, why don't you go to stall 2? The appraiser will do an appraisal of your item and value it at. Wu Wenjia brought the middle-aged woman directly to the front of stall number 2. In the second stall is Zhao Jinggan. Identification of the authenticity of luxury goods is his strong point, especially a variety of big-name bags, but also a look at one accurate, almost never go out of sight. www.zbcxw.cn*novels.net. Who? Go over and follow it. Wang Quanqing rushed. Hu Yan made a wink. Although, after the Wang Wali wooden box thing, the people of Hu Yan's eyesight are a few more points of recognition, but he is after all young. So, Wang Quanqing still feel that he lacks experience. This is just a good learning opportunity. Okay. Hu Yan nodded and walked over to stall number 2, coming up behind Zhao Jinggan. At this time, the middle-aged woman opened the cardboard shell box held in her arms, all of which were large and small bags, almost 7 or 8, and the brands of these bags almost covered several luxury brands known to all. I hardly ever carry these bags. They are at least 90% new, said the middle-aged woman. Aha. Zhao Jinggan nodded and asked, all of them are for sale, right? Yes. The middle-aged woman nodded and said, however, If the price you give is too low, I won't sell it. If the quality of these bags is fine, my price won't be a problem either. Zhao Jing'an replied back, then stood up from his seat, and with one reach, he first took out 2 bags from the box. One was a classic LV style, and the other was a small Chanel bag. However, just after holding these 2 bags in his hands, Zhao Jing'an frowned. His eyes swept over the 2 bags for a few moments, and with a twist of his head, he directly handed them to Hu Yan. Little Hu, take a look at these 2 bags. Hu Yan did not expect Zhao Jing'an directly handed the bag to himself. First froze for a moment, and then still took over. In fact, after the woman opened the box, Hu Yan has almost know the answer. This box of bags. No surprise, it seems that there is only a genuine. And these 2 that Zhao Jing'an handed to Hu Yan weren't that only genuine ones. Big sister, all these bags, did you buy them yourself? Hu Yan asked while looking at the bag in his hand. Most of them were bought for me by my daughters, and maybe only one was bought by myself, returned the middle-aged woman. At the risk of asking, did your own daughter buy it? Hu Yan asked again. Of course it's a pro-daughter. The middle-aged woman rolled her eyes somewhat unhappily. Are you guys collecting bags? Or is this a family investigation? Big sister, don't mind me. I'm just asking you about the origin of these bags as a matter of routine. Hu Yan smiled and shrugged, then handed both bags in his hand back to the middle-aged woman. Big sister, there is no way we can take these 2 bags. No? Why? You wouldn't suspect that these 2 bags are fake? The middle-aged woman immediately frowned with an unhappy look. While listening to Hu Yan, sitting in front of the Zhao Jing'an cannot help but nod. She identified too many luxury bags, many times a hand to know the true and false. Just now that the 2 bags he pinched his hand, he felt that some of the material is not right, and then look at the 2 bags on the hardware, directly determined that the 2 packages are fakes. Only that the more sophisticated, just if it is not a professional appraiser like this, is very difficult to distinguish between. Only the fake more clever, just if not Zhao Jing'an such a professional appraiser, it is difficult to distinguish. He handed the 2 bags to Hu Yan. In fact, he also wanted to test him. I did not expect. Hu Yan easily passed his test. Saw that both bags are fake. These 2 bags are not quite right. Hu Yan said truthfully. Are you saying that both of them are fakes? That's impossible. How could my daughter cheat me as a mom? The middle-aged woman had an incredulous look on her face. Hu Yan, on the other hand, smiled and waved his hand. I'm just talking about these 2 packages. As for whether or not you're being punked and by whom, it's up to you to judge. You mean these 2 bags are really fake? The middle-aged woman frowned, her face a bit ugly. Aha, it's indeed a fake, but it's just a high imitation. Hu Yan also stopped selling the story and directly announced the result. Fake? Surprisingly fake? The middle-aged woman seems unable to accept this reality. Holding the 2 bags carefully check, while looking at the same time muttered in a low voice, this workmanship, this logo, this feel, obviously are real. How can it be a high imitation? Big sister, now do high imitation of those crooks' tactics clever it, like you take these 2 bags are the kind of exquisite high imitation, as long as the people who do not know much about luxury goods cannot see it, because those who sell fake goods are also in the process of excellence to do so. Hu Yan explained. What about these? The middle-aged woman pointed to the remaining bags in the case again. We'll have to see all that again. Hu Yan faintly replied back, but he actually already knew the answer. And at that moment, Zhao Jing'an had actually started to check the rest of those bags and had already dropped 2 of them on the counter. After some tossing and turning, Zhao Jing'an's hand eventually only left an orange Hermes. Hu Yan glanced at the bag in his hand. It is indeed the only genuine product in this pile of bags, worth more than 80,000. This bag, we can take it, but there's no way to take the other bags, Zhao Jing'an said while looking at the bag in his hand. Do you mean that this one is real out of so many bags? The middle-aged woman asked with a black face. As a matter of fact, her whole person was already on the verge of collapse. These bags were all bought for her by her husband's daughter who was born with his ex-wife, and she had thought that the child was also using this way to get along with her as a stepmother. However, it seems that she was properly screwed now. These bags are as little as 30,000 to 20,000 apiece, as much as 100,000 or 80,000 apiece, adding up to not a small amount of money. And this is only part of it. There are many more at home. I can only say that those other bags are just not quite right. Zhao Jing'an smiled slightly. You can also take it to the counter or customer service center for another appraisal. Alright, since you won't take it, I'm not selling it yet. The middle-aged woman was a bit furious, and while saying that, she loaded up all the bags, and then, holding the box, she huffed and puffed out of the pawn shop. This is annoyance. Hu Yan gently shook his head. In our line of work, we've seen this kind of thing too many times. Zhao Jing'an smiled, to say, now this gang of counterfeiters are also getting better and better. A lot of details are done exactly the same as the genuine article, so it's easy to look away if you're not careful. Hu Yan nodded in agreement. In his heart, he still very much admired Zhao Jing'an's strength. So many bags. He casually swept to find out the only genuine one. If Hu Yan did not have a hangover, he did not have this ability. Old Zhao, do you have books on luxury appraisal here? I want to look and learn more. Hu Yan asked. There aren't really many books in this area. However, I have a working note here, so if you're interested, you can take a look. Zhao Jing'an said and took out a thick notebook from the drawer and handed it to Hu Yan. This note for Zhao Jing'an is a treasure. Other people he will never take out. After all, we are all peers. Teach other people you may not eat. However, Hu Yan is not the same. This is the future son-in-law of the Tianhai group. People to pawnshop obviously play, so Zhao Jing'an is generous to take out his years of accumulated work notes. Of course, he was currying favor with Hu Yan. This is much appreciated. Taking the notebook, Hu Yan thanked him with a smile on his face. Small matter, just return it back to me after reading it, but you can't lend it out. Zhao Jing'an admonished again. Old Zhao, don't worry about this. I understand. After saying that, Hu Yan returned to stall number 1, pulled out a chair, and sat down with a leisurely face, reading Zhao Jing'an's work notes. Do not know. This look on the notes, Hu Yan realized that his eyes are not only able to see through the value of all kinds of things. It seems that there is also the function of unforgettable. Just casually read once. Hu Yan will feel that the content has been deeply engraved in the mind. Crap. It's so awesome. Hu Yan's heart was astonished. Ever since he obtained the plugin, he had been looking for a job or something. Therefore, he had never touched a book again at all. So it wasn't until today when he looked through Zhao Jing'an's work notes that he realized he still had such an awesome ability. It's late for this plugin. If this kind of plugin is available before the college entrance exams, wouldn't the universities in China be at your disposal? Hu Yan silently lamented in his heart. And with such a heaven-defying ability, Zhao Jing'an's book of notes was a bit insufficient. Under normal circumstances, with such a book of notes, Hu Yan would have to read it for a few days at any rate. However, it only took him 2 or 3 hours to finish reading all of the contents of the main book of notes. Little Hu, still using your labor? Hu Yan had just finished reading Zhao Jing'an's work notes when Wang Quanqing asked smilingly. Oh, was just about to rest for a while, Hu Yan said. Then go upstairs and eat, just in time for dinner. Wang Quanqing said. Yeah. Hu Yan nodded and followed Wang Quanqing and the others up to the second floor. There were only about 20 employees in total within the Tianhai pawnshop, so the cafeteria wasn't too big. Xiao Hu, what's the takeaway from reading the notes all morning? Wang Quanqing asked. The harvest is not small. There are many new perceptions of luxury appraisal. Hu Yan back. Well, I still have some working notes on antique appraisal there, so if you're interested, you can also take a look. Wang Quanqing added. That's great. Hu Yan nodded happily. In the morning he happened to have finished reading Zhao Jing'an's notes and was worried that he had nothing to do in the afternoon. Well, I'll bring it to you later after dinner. Okay. Hu Yan smiled and nodded. The crowd began to line up for their meals, and at this time, Qin Zixuan also walked into the cafeteria, and upon seeing her walk over, the crowd in line greeted each other and naturally gave up their first place. Thanks. Qin Zixuan smiled and greeted the crowd, then waved her hand and pointed at Hu Yan in the group, saying indifferently, sit with me in a moment. There's something to tell you. Okay. Hu Yan didn't know why Qin Zixuan was looking for him again, but nevertheless, he nodded. And Qin Zixuan's actions like this undoubtedly confirmed the speculations of the crowd again. After playing the meal, Hu Yan sat down opposite Qin Zixuan. The position she sat in was a corner in the cafeteria. However, at this moment, this corner became the center of attention. Although the crowd was superficially the same as usual, one by one, their ears were all perked up, fearing that they would miss out on any information. There's a charity dinner tonight and I need a date. Qin Zixuan looked at this Hu Yan and opened the door. You mean for me to go? Hu Yan pointed to his nose. Aha. Qin Zixuan nodded. Are you okay with this? To be honest, I actually don't really want to go to. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders. What he said is true, because he is not interested in charity dinners and other things at all. Go home from work lying corpse, how comfortable. But, who let you ask? Old Qin, I'll accompany you. Hu Yan added. Well, then it's a deal. We leave at 2. Qin Zixuan looked at the time on her wristwatch and said, 2 points? Hu Yan looked puzzled. Isn't it a charity dinner? What's the need to be so early? I need to slightly help you change your image. First of all, this set of clothes of yours is very unsuitable. Today Hu Yan is wearing a more casual outfit, which is a certain allergy brand body shirt plus jeans, and under his feet is a pair of sneakers. www.zbcxw.cnstarnovels.com. This kind of dress is naturally not suitable for attending that kind of formal occasion. Okay. Hu Yan nodded. Charity dinner or something he also saw on the news. Half of the attendants of this kind of dinner are celebrities from all walks of life. There are even stars and so on. Those people one by one are all dressed up to attend. This one is indeed too casual. By the way, I heard that a lot of celebrities will be present at the charity dinner. Are there any at today's? Hu Yan asked curiously. There should be. Qin Zishuan faintly returned. Oh, that's still a bit interesting. At least you can look at the living. Hu Yan smiled. Originally he was not interested in this charity dinner at all. This moment, once he heard that there are stars will go, but it is to come to the interest. After all, usually are on TV to see those people. Have the opportunity to after all? He usually sees those people on TV. So having the opportunity to meet them in person is also good. Had lunch. Hu Yan went downstairs with Wang Quansheng. Missy wants to take you to a charity dinner? Returning to stall number 1, Wang Quansheng immediately asked. Has the news traveled so fast? Hu Yan was somewhat speechless. The cafeteria is that big. And you guys aren't talking too loudly. Wang Quansheng hemmed and hawed. It seems that Missy really thinks highly of you. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders, not wanting to continue discussing this topic, and asked, Master Wang, where are the work notes you mentioned? Lend me a look. Well, it's minor. Wang Quansheng took out 2 thick books of notes from his own small cabinet. He had been working for much longer than Zhao Jing'an after all, so he had recorded a bit more. Thanks. Hu Yan took the notes and thanked him. What's the point of being polite? Just take it and read it, and ask me directly if you don't understand anything. Wang Quansheng smiled and waved his hand. Aha. Hu Yan nodded and sat down on his chair before he began to gnaw on these notes from Wang Quansheng. Time passed unconsciously, and soon the time came to 2 o'clock in the afternoon, when Qin Zishuan walked down from the upper floor punctually, and shouted at Hu Yan, who was looking down at his notes. Hu Yan, let's go. Oh, okay. Hu Yan answered and returned the unfinished notes to Wang Quansheng first, following Qin Zishuan out of the pawnshop. Missy, are you guys going out? Zhang Dachang, the security guard standing guard in front of the door, asked smilingly. Yeah, Hu Yan answered. Be safe. Zhang Dachang had the good sense to help Qin Zishuan pull open the car door. In fact, this will be the pawnshop. There are a dozen pairs of eyes watching the two. In the eyes of many gazes, the two drove away from the pawnshop. Where do we go first? Hojo asked. 10,000 Violet Mall. Qin Zishuan faintly returned. Got it. Hu Yan froze for a moment first. Wanzi Shopping Mall was the most well-known luxury brand mall in Jiangcheng. Almost all of the big international luxury brands had stores here. Therefore, it was not a place for commoners to spend money at all. Therefore, when Qin Zishuan said the name of this mall, Hu Yan subconsciously froze for a moment. After all, in his subconscious this was simply not a place where he could spend his money. However, he immediately reacted to the fact that if a super-rich second generation like Qin Zishuan shopped, she naturally had to come to a place that matched her. In about half an hour, the two of them arrived at the Wanzi shopping center, parked the car in the underground parking lot, took the elevator up to the first floor, because the positioning of the Wanzi shopping mall is very high-end. So even if it is a holiday to come here to shop is limited, and today is a working day. So at this moment, the mall looks cold and quiet. Qin Zishuan didn't seem too familiar with this place either, so I guess she still hadn't been back to China for long and hadn't been here a few times. The two of them went around the mall for a small half circle, and then, Qin Zishuan led Hu Yan into the Hermes franchise, where the camp staff immediately greeted him warmly. Sir, miss, how can I help you? Help me find 2 suits that fit him, Qin Zishuan said as she pointed to Hu Yan behind her. Okay. The sales clerk's eyes then fell on Hu Yan. His eyes first flashed a trace of unnoticeable disdain. After all, like Hu Yan, this kind of attire, at a glance it does not look like what rich people, and Hermes suits, a set of at least half to tens of thousands of dollars. Naturally, it is not possible for him to consume up. However, in this kind of luxury store work for a long time, her ability to recognize is still very strong. Although Hu Yan look as a loser, but Qin Zishuan look as the kind of super rich tycoon. After all, just that watch on her wrist will be hundreds of thousands of yuan. Sir, you come with me. Although there was some disdain for Hu Yan in his heart, the sales clerk did not show the slightest bit on his face and greeted him warmly. Right. Pick out another shirt and a pair of matching leather shoes, Qin Zishuan admonished again. Yes, ma'am. The sales clerk answered again and led Hu Yan into the innermost men's clothing area, while Qin Zishuan directly took a seat in the rest area. Not long after, Hu Yan, who had changed his suit and shoes, walked over accompanied by the salesman. Miss, do you think this suit is still suitable for Mr.? The sales clerk pointed at Hu Yan and asked. While at this moment Hu Yan felt uncomfortable. This should be the second time he wore a suit. The first time was when he had a job interview before. However, his suit was to spend more than $200 in a wholesale market to find it. There is no way to compare it with this one on him right now. Hearing the sales clerk's call, Qin Zixuan subconsciously tilted his head, and when he saw Hu Yan in front of him, his entire body couldn't help but freeze for a moment. Usually Hu Yan is a loose cheap goods, give a person the feeling of some slovenly, at least not handsome, and this moment to change into a suit Hu Yan is simply a different person. His 180 height was already enough, the body is also even, the value of the face of the middle and upper. This will be wearing a suit. The whole person's temperament has undergone a huge change. If you say that the original Hu Yan's appearance is a score of 5 points. At this moment, it almost if you say, originally Hu Yan's appearance was 5 points. This moment, it's almost 9 points. Yes, the gap is that big. It's really weird to wear a suit. Hu Yan rubbed his hands a little uncomfortably, and at this moment, Qin Zixuan, who had returned to her senses, nodded gently at the sales clerk. This is the set. Wrap it up for us. Okay. The sales clerk smiled happily and answered. Hu Yan on this set, adding up to a total of more than 120,000. However, the other party did not even ask the price. Directly bought, visible, proper Tycoon 1. And naturally the salesmen prefer to sell to such people. Qin Zixuan made the payment, and at this time, Hu Yan also changed out of the suit he had just worn and came out of the fitting room. Go. Qin Zixuan nodded at Hu Yan. Miss, take care, welcome to the next visit. The sales clerk directly ignored Hu Yan. Because, just as she guessed, the one who paid was indeed Qin Zixuan. Only, she was a bit puzzled. Such a big beauty. Is it necessary to keep a man? In this kind of luxury store work, salesmen have seen too many rich women leading a white boy to buy things. But that situation is very understandable. But Qin Zixuan, no matter the body or appearance, are crushed female stars of the existence of her as long as the hook finger man is not a train initiative to send to the door. As for their own money to raise a man, could it be that this man is capable of something? Well, it should be. Looking at the back of the two departing, the salesman's mind wandered. Hu Yan followed Qin Zixuan with the 4-piece set he had just bought, and asked curiously, Old Qin, how much does this set cost? A little over 120,000. Qin Zixuan casually returned. Crap. Hu Yan couldn't help but burst out. His longtime upbringing dictated that even though he was currently a little rich, he couldn't accept spending money in such a way. In his opinion, it was too extravagant. Over $120,000 would have bought his dad a walker. Old Qin, this money won't be deducted from my paycheck, right? Hu Yan asked weakly. Don't worry, the company will reimburse you. Qin Zixuan rolled her eyes. Oh, that's good. Hey. Once he heard that he really didn't have to spend his own money, Hu Yan was happy. Qin Zixuan didn't mean to leave the mall, but led Hu Yan to the top floor of the mall in the elevator, and entered a store called AR Styling Design. The store is so lavishly decorated that it looks like a barbershop, yet it's very different from a regular barbershop. Ms. Qin, you're here. A good-looking youth greeted him with a smile on his face. Aha. Qin Zixuan gently nodded, then pointed at Hu Yan and said, hit his hair to fix it, then do an overall styling design. The clothes are at his place. Okay. The youth nodded and smiled at Hu Yan. Sir, inside please. Oh. Hu Yan faintly answered and followed the man into the store. In the store there are indeed professional tables and chairs for barbering and whatnot, but this is by no means an ordinary barber store only, because there are also a lot of rooms in the back such as dressing rooms, check rooms, and so on. As the name on the outside of the store suggests, this is a professional styling store, and haircuts are just a small part of it. Hu Yan glanced at the price list on the wall. His heart could not help but be surprised again. A whole styling design, even asking for 2,888 yuan. For the usual haircut only spend $20 for Hu Yan. This price with the robbery has been no difference. Alas, such is the life of the rich. Hu Yan cannot help but feel secretly in his heart. More than 100,000 rows, small 3,000 modeling. Ordinary people how can toss up. This styling design time is a bit long. First to Hu Yan perm a head. Of course, is not the kind of exaggerated big roll or something. Men's this perm just play a role in assisting the role of styling. Then, he gave him a haircut. After that, he gave him a facial spa, and finally, he gave Hu Yan makeup, just a very light kind of men's makeup. But, even so, Hu Yan was hard enough. It was the first time in his life that he wore makeup. After tossing all this, the staff ended up helping Hu Yan change his shirt and suit before calling it a day. And when Hu Yan stood in front of the mirror again, he couldn't help himself a bit, which is still simply can be comparable to those male stars on TV. So old me can be so handsome. Hu Yan silently lamented in his heart. Looking at his beautiful face, suddenly felt that these few hours of tossing and turning was not in vain. Walking out of the dressing room, Hu Yan came to the lounge. At this time, Qin Zixuan had also changed her attire. A goose yellow long gown. Usually, Qin Zixuan most of the time is a professional suit, although it is also very beautiful, but with this time she is a completely different feeling. Now that Qin Zixuan was even more feminine and charming, Hu Yan couldn't help but look dumbfounded as he stood at the entrance of the lounge. As for Qin Zixuan, after seeing Hu Yan, her eyes also showed a stunned look, because Hu Yan's image at this moment was also a world away from before. So, the two just so stared at each other for a full 2 or 3 seconds before Qin Zixuan took the lead and withdrew her gaze. www.zbcxw. CN Stars Novel. Come, Miss Qin, are you still satisfied? The youth in charge of styling Hu Yan asked smilingly. In fact, he had already found the answer from Qin Zixuan's eyes just now. Aha, could be. Qin Zixuan nodded in a breezy manner. Qin Zixuan is going to attend this charity dinner, the full name of which is Basha Charity Dinner, organized by M.S. Su Xiao, chairman of the Basha Group, a giant in the fashion industry, which has been held for 9 times, and this year is the 10th time. This year's charity dinner held in the first studio of Jiangcheng TV, and Jiangcheng TV will be live webcast, and then, will also be intercepted part of the contents of the TV news program broadcast, and the final full version will be placed on the official website of Jiangcheng TV. Before he came, Hu Yan had absolutely no idea that it was such a big battle, so when he arrived at the scene he was instantly a bit confused, because this dinner also had a red carpet ceremony, where all the invited guests had to walk the red carpet. Old Qin, you didn't say before that you still need to walk the red carpet, and this battle is too big. While waiting to walk the red carpet, Huin whispered, not that we know that now. Qin Zixuan, however, nuzzled her mouth with a disinterested expression. Hu Yan was speechless. If he knew that tonight was this scene, probably, he would not have come. What is the saying? If you are not in the same world, do not squeeze hard. Hu Yan and these people who could come to this charity dinner were obviously not part of the same world. At least, not yet. After waiting for a while, a staff member led the two of them to the beginning of the red carpet, while Qin Zixuan's arm naturally took Hu Yan's arm. At the same time, whispered, no need to be nervous, just treat this place as Jessen's promotion banquet. Well, Hu Yan laughed bitterly. However, the feeling of being held by Qin Zixuan's arm was quite good, and at this moment, it was as if Qin Zixuan was really his girlfriend. The two slowly walked up the red carpet, and the reporters guarding both sides of the red carpet immediately and quickly pressed the shutter. The constant sound of the shutter, as well as the interplay of flash, but let Hu Yan feel the feeling of being a star. There were some murmurs in his ears as well. Who are these two people? Their face value is high. I'm not sure about the male, but that beauty is the eldest miss of Tian High Group, the future successor. Yeah, it's so awesome, I didn't even know about it. It's normal that you don't know. It's only been a few months since they came back to the country. It's just, I don't know that guy either. The boyfriend of the eldest Miss Tian High Group's boyfriend probably doesn't have a bad background. Well, it's probably some super rich second generation. Otherwise, how could it have gotten into the eyes of Tian High Group's future successor? From what could be heard from the surrounding chatter, the crowd still thought that Hu Yan was some super rich second generation with a bullish background. And Hu Yan's heart also cannot help but a burst of emotion. This is really people rely on clothes and horses rely on saddle. After he changed a dress, became a super rich second generation. Of course, a large part of the reason was also because he was Qin Zixuan's male companion. After all, Qin Zixuan's identity was still known to many people as the big miss of Tian High Group, the future successor of the group. How bad could the male companion beside her be? After walking the red carpet, the two left their names on the autograph wall before a staff member led them into the infield. Qin Zixuan was, after all, the sole heir of the Tian High Group, and thus, was arranged to be placed very close to the front. The infield was all one round table. Each table could seat 8 people, and at this moment, there were already 4 people at Qin Zixuan and Hu Yan's table. 2 of the women Hu Yan looked quite familiar. Aren't they the first and second female in that really hot harem? Although Hu Yan seldom watched TV dramas, the drama harem was so hot that many of the characters were made into emoticons and spread on the internet, so even those like Hu Yan who didn't follow the drama knew about it. In addition to these 2 actresses, after this table, there were also 2 men around 40 years old, who were chatting and laughing. Mr. Qin has arrived. Upon seeing Qin Zixuan, the two men immediately stopped talking and greeted Qin Zishuan. Qin Zishuan also responded politely. These two men were both well-known entrepreneurs in China. One was called Zhang Jun, the founder of Huawei Technology. The other was called Qian Zonglai, who ran a large trading company. Both are owners of billions of dollars in assets. Mr. Qin, who is this? Zhang Jun looked at Hu Yan and asked with a smile. The senior vice president of our Tianhai Group. Hu Yan, Qin Zishuan casually introduced. On this occasion she was going to say that Hu Yan was just an ordinary appraiser. Naturally there was a Lu. Really young and promising. Zhang Jun smiled. Hu Yan, on the other hand, politely greeted the other party. Mr. Qin, I've heard a lot about you. At this time, the two actresses also stood up and greeted Qin Zishuan politely. In fact, it was the first time that the two sides had met. After all, Qin Zishuan had only returned to China for a few months, and the business under the Tianhai Group didn't have many interactions with the entertainment industry. I think that the two of them had also heard Zhang Jun address Qin Zishuan politely. Of course, but all can be in the same table. The two are not dare to slack. If it is on the value of the body, naturally, are stronger than them, and the reason why they can sit here, it is just a name to add to the fame. After a few polite words, the few people took their seats. Zhang Jun and Qian Zhanglai stiffly pulled Qin Zishuan for a chat, both hoping to find the possibility of cooperation with Tianhai Group and her. After all, in the opinion of both of them, Qin Zishuan, the heir of Tianhai Group, was still a bit tender, and if they could really reach a cooperation with her or something, they would inevitably reap some benefits. After all, both of them were veterans of the mall, and even though they had come to attend the charity dinner, they would not forget their duties. Hu Yan, who was hung out to dry on the side, was happy to be quiet, looking around curiously. A circle to see down. He really saw a lot of stars at the scene, and even his childhood idol obsession. However, after seeing these stars in person, he was actually a little bit disappointed. Most of those actresses, in order to look good for the camera, are thin and scary, so the body inevitably followed the shrinkage. In contrast, Qin Zishuan really don't know how much better to be. I don't know how much better. Old Hu, Xian, you've already arrived. Just as Hu Yan was looking around, a familiar voice came from behind him. He turned around. It was Qian Shaoer arriving. She was wearing a light pink evening dress today which went well with her style. Gosh, old Hu, you're too handsome today. After Hu Yan turned around, Qian Shaoer couldn't help but let out a gasp of surprise. Her delicate little face filled with surprise. No, I want a picture with you, Qian Shaoer said and took out her cell phone from the small bag she was carrying. Then, with one arm hooked around Hu Yan's neck, she took a selfie with him. Qian Shaoer didn't come alone. With her is Qian's group executive vice president Zhong Wanming. In the Jade conference, Hu Yan met with him, and because at that time, Qian Shaoer showed favor to Hu Yan, resulting in a long-time optimistic about Qian Shaoer. Zhong Wanming is full of enmity towards Hu Yan, and at this moment, the two had only just arrived at the venue. Qian Shaoer even pulled Hu Yan so close to take pictures. Zhong Wanming's heart inevitably grew jealous. Brother Hu, we meet again. Zhong Wanming greeted Hu Yan with an expressionless face and a cold voice. Yeah, Hu Yan nodded gently. It's a surprise for me to see Brother Hu here. After all, this charity dinner is not something that just anyone can come to. Zhong Wanming spoke coldly, his tone clearly flavored with contempt. His voice wasn't too small as he spoke, and upon hearing this, the remaining few people at the same table also turned their gazes towards Hu Yan. Originally, when Qin Zishuan said that he was an executive of the Tianhai Group, the crowd naturally believed it. But naturally, an executive wasn't enough to look at on this kind of occasion, and as such, there wasn't much of a crowd to take care of him. However, at this moment, when Zhong Wanming said this, he was clearly insinuating that Hu Yan was not qualified enough to appear here. Thus, the crowd was naturally a bit curious about Hu Yan's true identity. Mr. Zhong, do you mean that our Tianhai Group executives are not qualified to come to today's charity dinner? At this time, Qin Zishuan stood out, her gaze coldly sweeping Zhong Wanming. Hu Yan was also a person brought by Qin Zishuan anyways, so of course, she wouldn't let Zhong Wanming go and humiliate him, and as soon as Qin Zishuan's words came out, Zhong Wanming instantly frowned. Firstly, he didn't know when Hu Yan had become an executive of the Tianhai Group, and secondly, even if he knew clearly that Qin Zishuan had fictionalized her identity in order to give face to Hu Yan, it wasn't good for him to say anything about it. Was he really going to say in front of Qin Zishuan that the executives of Tianhai Group were not qualified to come to this charity dinner? That wasn't completely offending Qin Zishuan. Mr. Qin, you're joking. How could the executives of Tianhai Group not be qualified to come to today's dinner? At this time, Zhong Wanming could only beg for peace and smiled back. Then, turning his head and smiling skinlessly again. He said to Hu Yan, "Brother, whose promotion can be really fast. Congratulations, congratulations, thanks." Hu Yan, on the other hand, coldly said thank you. Since the other party intended to target himself, Hu Yan naturally would not give him any good face. "Old Hu, did you tweet me something last night? I went to bed too early yesterday and only saw your message this morning, and after I replied to you, you didn't reply again." Chen Xiaoer sat down next to Hu Yan and asked just after sitting down. "It's kinda a thing." Hu Yan looked at Chen Xiaoer and asked, "Are you planning to open a store recently?" "Yeah, it's about to open. Justin told you about it, right?" Chen Xiaoer said with a smile. "Dad has always said that I'm not doing my job, so I'm just going to open a store to show him." "What kind of store?" Hu Yan asked curiously. "Toy store." Chen Xiaoer laughed. "I didn't expect it. I'm going to open the most high-end toy store in Zhangcheng." "So?" Hu Yan nodded. "So it's true that Jia Xian said she wants to work at your store?" "Of course. I've already made a deal with Justin. She can work in my store anytime." Chen Xiaoer nodded. "Oh, and when is your toy store opening?" Hojo asked. "Next Saturday. Even if you don't ask me, I'm going to tell you about it. Then, you have to go over and support the show," Chen Xiaoer added. "No problem. Definitely there." Hu Yan nodded decisively. At the time of the two chatting, the scene is more and more people. Hu Yan saw a lot of previous can only be seen on TV stars. However, Hu Yan obviously can feel the presence of these stars, and the status of most of the entrepreneurs are not as good as the presence of the entrepreneurs. This point from the state of their communication between them will be open out. www.zbcxw.cnstarnovels.com. Moreover, there were also a few other stars who took the initiative to come to Hu Yan's table to greet Zhang Jun, Qian Zonglai, Xin Zishuan, and the others in a very pleasing manner. Previously, Hu Yan always online to see so-and-so actress in order to marry into the family of the unmarried news, but also some news about actresses in order to marry into the family of how desperate. However, no matter how hard they try, and ultimately really married into the family of the actress few and far between, and even if you give birth to a child, they will not necessarily give you the title. This fully demonstrates that, in the eyes of the truly wealthy, the status of the stars is still the same as in ancient times, but only playboys, but they have caught up with the good times, the so-called flourishing entertainment. In this era they have such a high status. They are still the same as they were in the old days, but they have caught up with the good times. Hu Yan heart silent emotion. But at this time the charity dinner is about to start. Two well-known hosts walked on the stage. The female host named Huang Shimeng, male host called Wang Dahai. The former is the Zhangcheng TV's leading actress. High visibility. Wang Dahai's main job is an actor. He is good at comedy, speak humorously and witty, therefore, is often in a number of major activities and the host of the work of a guest appearance. After the two appeared on the stage, the noisy scene also quickly quieted down, and everyone knew that the charity dinner was going to officially begin. After a while, the two people on the stage began to crosstalk, and then, announced the charity dinner officially opened. Every year's charity dinner has a theme, and today's charity dinner theme is Mountain Village Rescue. In many remote mountainous areas of the country, ambulance is very scarce. So this year, the organizers of the charity dinner is to call on the scene of the guests. The price of each ambulance is 70,000 yuan, and the donation starts from one ambulance. Of course, the donation is not in a hurry, because the dinner is very long. There are many links, and the first link is to award some awards about charity. The stars, entrepreneurs are on stage to present awards, receive awards. Hu Yan, on the other hand, was completely in the mindset of watching, sitting on the stage and clapping, watching the stars on the stage flirt with each other and whatnot. This session lasted for almost 40 to 50 minutes, after which the organizers arranged for guest performers to perform, two very well-known singers in China, who sang their masterpieces respectively. When their performance was over directly, the charity dinner went into the second part, the charity auction. All lots were donated by celebrities who were present or not present, and all proceeds from the auction will go towards the purchase of the ambulance. This link Hu Yan was rather interested in, because, inevitably, the auction items would involve some antiques, paintings or whatever. The charity auction will begin soon. All lots start at $1. Feel free to raise the price, even if you add a dime. Wang Dahai was talking on the stage with a big smile on his face, when an etiquette lady walked up next to him with a tray. Okay, now the first lot has come. I will first say this lot got the origin. Wang Dahai looked at the cue card in his hand. After all, so many lots, he can't possibly remember them all. Well, this first lot was donated by our famous director and my good brother, Mr. Ma Da Gong. Where's Kong? Waving to everyone? Wang Dahai said smilingly. While Ma Degong sitting on the stage got up and waved with the crowd at the scene. He is indeed a famous director in China. And the cumulative box office of his works has exceeded 5 billion. This thing donated by Gang is awesome. It's a snuff bottle from the Qing dynasty. More than 200 years old. Well, let's take a look at it. Wang Dahai said. Took out the snuff bottle from the tray of the ceremonial lady. And the camera lens then pushed over, presenting the snuff bottle on the big screen. This snuff bottle has a white background with a landscape on the front and several long poems on the back, which are so small that they are basically unreadable unless held in the hand and carefully opened. The reserve price is $1. Now the auction starts. Everyone can bid, Wang Dahai announced in a loud voice. And as soon as his words fell, someone on the stage opened the bidding. I'll give you 10,000. I'll give you 20,000. 30,000. 50,000. 70,000. The auction has just begun. A $1 starting snuff bottle instantly rose to 70,000. And most of the bidding is the scene of the actors. The reason why they bid this way to a large extent is to give Ma Degong support. After all, he is a well-known director in China. Shoot, his donation of things naturally can also give him a good impression. Maybe in the future there will be an opportunity to work together. Old Hu, is that snuff bottle worth anything? Qian Shower asked Hu Yan beside him in a small voice. 1,000 at the most. Hu Yan smiled and shrugged. Ha! Qian Shower was stunned. So it's a fake? It should be. Hu Yan nodded. Although the two men spoke in a low voice, but the crowd at the same table still heard. Once Hu Yan said that the snuff bottle was fake, Qian Zhanglai curiously turned his head and asked with a smile. Brother who knows a lot about antiques? Can't talk about it very well. Know a little about it. Hu Yan humbly returned. Brother who is modest. From such a distance you were able to conclude that the snuff bottle was a fake. It's really amazing eyesight. Qian Zhanglai said. Mr. Qian. Some people like to pretend they don't know. It's just nonsense. Don't take it seriously. At this time, Zhong Wanming, who was on the side, took over. Although he didn't directly name him, it was obvious that he was talking nonsense. Qian Zhanglai himself is more like to engage in collection, which is why he struck up a conversation with Hu Yan. However, listening to Zhong Wanming said so, he had a kind of dawning feeling. Indeed, like Hu Yan, so young people know the probability of antiques is too low. Moreover, it is still a distance of such a long way to identify the authenticity of the situation. Presumably, the other party was really like what Zhong Wanming said, just to show off in front of a beautiful woman. Thinking about this, Qian Zhanglai shook his head mockingly. He is also too much like antiques. So, heard Hu Yan expressed his views, will subconsciously pick up the conversation? Completely did not consider that people are just for the sake of picking up girls open-mouthed just. However, he even made a fuss about ready to discuss with Hu Yan, but also really laughable. However, just as Qian Zhanglai laughed bitterly, Hu Yan opened his mouth and coldly said, if Mr. Zhong thinks that the snuff bottle is real, he can buy it. Anyway, we all come here to do charity. The specific value of the thing is only secondary. See how you mean to conclude that the snuff bottle is a fake? Zhong Wanming snorted coldly. The snuff bottle is a real snuff bottle. However, the age should not be right. Hu Yan faintly returned. Fine, then I'll buy it. If, as you say, it's a fake, I'll throw it in the trash in the first place. But what if it's real? Zhong Wanming chilled his face and called out. If it's true, I'll give Mr. Zhong as much money as he offers to auction it off, and the item will still belong to Mr. Zhong. Hu Yan thought about it and returned. Good, then it's a deal. The corner of Zhong Wanming's mouth spread a sneering cold smile. Then he added to Qian Zhanglai, Mr. Qian, you've heard what we said, so please ask Mr. Qian to be a witness, lest someone play a trick on us. This is not a problem. Qian Zhanglai smiled and nodded. As soon as they saw Zhong Wanming and Hu Yan having a fight, the curiosity of the rest of the people at the same table was naturally aroused, and they all looked as if they were sitting and waiting for the result. At this time, the snuff bottle has been shouted to 100,000 yuan. Even if it is the real thing, this price has been inflated. After all, and not from the hands of everyone. Shen Luan bid $100,000. Is there any friend who still raises the price? Wang Dahai asked with a smile on his face. However, it was a bit cold. No one raised the price again. Although it was to see the face of Ma Degong, but it couldn't be too much of a premium. I'll give $500,000. Suddenly, Zhong Wanming shouted loudly, and he said this. There are countless eyes from all directions thrown over. The crowd present is no one lack of this $500,000. But, in the case of 100,000 is not much of a person to raise the price of the situation, directly up to 500,000. This is not crazy? Could it be that he really loves charity so much? In fact, come to the scene to participate in the charity dinner of these people, really said to be holding the purpose of doing charity is not much. Most of them are holding a variety of purposes. Even if the donation of money is also a purposeful donation, some for the sake of fame, some for the sake of whitewashing, a little bit to atone for the sins of some people or just to expand the network of people. Therefore, with that general premise, hardly anyone would go for such a markup, but Zhong Wanming did so, and naturally, he was highly scrutinized. $500,000? Did I hear you right? Wang Dahai was slightly stunned, then remained all smiles. That's right, it's $500,000. Zhong Wanming got up from his seat and said with a smile on his face, "We, Qian's Jewelry, have always attached great importance to this piece of charity, and today, we have the honor to represent Qian's Jewelry to participate in this charity dinner. So naturally, we should also do our bit for the people in the mountainous areas." Zhong Wanming spoke beautifully and even won a round of applause from the scene. Hu Yan is coldly smiling and shook his head. Zhong Wanming violently increased the price of 500,000. This is to screw their own rhythm because, Hu Yan just said, if the snuff bottle is real money from him, now Zhong Wanming suddenly increased the price of 500,000, clearly is to think that this snuff bottle is real, and then, so that Hu Yan to pay the bill. Only, this snuff bottle is obviously not something from the Qing dynasty, otherwise, the price Hu Yan looked at could not be just less than $1,000. Therefore, Zhong Wanming's maneuver was simply asking for a slap in the face. However, since people were voluntarily slapped in the face, Hu Yan could not stop them. This Mr. Zhong of the Qian group is bidding $500,000. Is there anyone else to raise the bid? Just as the crowd clamored, Wang Hai on the stage opened his mouth again, but no one responded from below. $500,000 a time, $500,000 twice. A look at the situation. Wang Dahai also know that there is no point in dragging the time. 100,000 when there is no one to raise the price, let alone $500,000. 500,000 three times. Deal. Congratulations to Mr. Zhong, and thanks to Qian Group for supporting the charity, Wang Dahai said smilingly. Next, please ask the donor of this auction item, Director Ma Dagang, to hand it over to Mr. Zhong. A beam of chasing light hit Zhong Wanming, who walked onto the stage with a smile on his face, and Ma Dagang also ascended the stage from the other side, and the two men spoke separately, and of course, it was all platitudes such as supporting charitable causes. Old Hu, taking something that was donated by Ma Dagang, can it really be fake? He's a big director anyways, he wouldn't fool around with fake goods even for charity. Qian Shower frowned, sweating for Hu Yan. It doesn't necessarily mean that he intentionally fooled around with a fake. Perhaps he himself didn't know that there was a problem with this snuff bottle. Hu Yan faintly returned a sentence. www.zbcxw.cn-novels.com. In case it's true, do you really want to offer $500,000 to buy it? Qian Shower nuzzled her little mouth and spat out. Big brother Zhong, this time it's really too much. Just as the two of them were talking, Zhong Wanming also returned to his seat, and the snuff bottle he had just won at auction was contained in a delicate wooden box. Nonsense. If this is true you'll have to pay for it. Zhong Wanming coldly grunted as he placed the wooden box on the table. Upon hearing this, Hu Yan then smiled gently. I would like to praise Mr. Zhong's kindness, $500,000 for a Republican-era artifact, but the people of the mountainous region will be grateful to Mr. Zhong. Still showing off your tongue. Just now I've already greeted President Xing of the Jiangcheng Antique Association. He'll come over in a moment to appraise the authenticity of this snuff bottle. Zhong Wanming coldly grunted. That would be best. I'm sure you'll believe the words of that President Xing, Hu Yan said. That's natural. President Xing is a great connoisseur in the antique world of Jiangcheng. Zhong Wanming nodded his head. Mr. Zhong, can you let me have a look at that snuff bottle first? At this moment, Qian Zonglai interjected. He was already more passionate about antiques, and at this moment, this snuff bottle involved the bet between the two, so he was naturally even more curious about the authenticity of this thing. Sure. Zhong Wanming directly pushed the wooden box in front of the Qian Zonglai. The latter opened the wooden box to take out the snuff bottle, carefully tasting up. However, looked at a good half a day he also did not see a so. He is the love of antiques is not false, but he is a two-handed, limited ability to identify. Ugh, I can't really see through this. Qian Zonglai shook his head in some frustration, and at this moment, an old man wearing silver-rimmed glasses walked over. President Xing, have a seat. Zhong Wanming politely stood up and gave up his seat. No need. I'll stand and watch 90%. Xing Ziliang waved his hand and picked up the snuff bottle that Qian Zonglai had just put into the box. He was invited to this charity dinner, and he himself had donated objects. Only, he hadn't auctioned his stuff yet. President Xing, the things donated by Director Ma Dagang won't be fake, right? Zhong Wanming said smilingly, trying to guide Xing Ziliang's judgment. In fact, if this is what he had in mind, in his opinion, Ma Daigang after all, is also a well-known director. If he came to participate in the charity dinner all get a fake, it would be too pitiful. Xing Ziliang didn't respond right away, but took that snuff bottle up and down and scrutinized it for a while before he said slowly, "This thing, it's not right." Ha! The moment he heard this, Zhong Wanming was instantly dumbfounded. Not right, is the jargon of the antique world? Because usually we will not put the words too blunt, but as long as it is said not right, cannot see and so on, this thing is a fake, face is very big. President Xing, take a good look again. This can't be right? Zhong Wanming was a bit flustered and said with a resigned face, "Things have been looked at. It's just a personal humble opinion." Xing Ziliang waved his hand, "Everyone, farewell." After saying that, Xing Ziliang twisted his head and left. After all, the auction on the stage was still continuing at this moment. It wasn't good for him to keep standing here. Zhong Wanming was instantly confused and sat down in a chair in a disheveled manner. At this time, Qian Zhanglai was surprised to see Hu Yan. The latter, since the beginning of the snuff bottle, did not close to watch a bit. Just by virtue of the image on the big screen will determine that it is a fake. This is how bullish eyesight ah? Not only was Zhong Wanming surprised, the two actresses who had been sitting on the side without saying anything were also surprised. They naturally didn't put Hu Yan in their eyes on this occasion where the bigwigs gathered. Especially, after Zhong Wanming came, he intentionally or unintentionally uncovered Hu Yan's old background, letting the crowd know that Hu Yan actually didn't have much of a background, and so the two of them belittled Hu Yan even more. However, just this hand, but had to let the two Hu Yan impressed, although they do not understand the antiques, but know that antiques identification is the most difficult, especially with the current technology is more and more developed. Counterfeiting fake gangs are also more and more powerful. A piece of antiques of the authenticity of even the experts are very difficult to identify, but Hu Yan just casually swept a glance will be determined that the authenticity of the snuff bottle is obviously a person with the skills of the people. The first time I saw the snuff bottle was when I was a student at the University of California. Mr. Zhong, thank you for your contribution to charity. At this time, Hu Yan smiled and joked. And Zhong Wanming is the face of the Iron Green. He is not heartbroken this $500,000. The main thing is to lose face. There is not only money around the smaller. There is also Qian Zhanglai, Zhang Jun and other big brothers. This time this face can be considered a loss of face to the home. Mr. Zhong, please follow me to go through the payment procedures for the lot just now. At that moment, the staff came over and said politely, only, his words were tantamount to rubbing salt into Zhong Wanming's wounds, but the item had already been auctioned. He couldn't refuse to pay for it, and he could only walk away with that staff member with a hard, black face. Brother Hu, you really have a superb eye. Admire, admire, admire. As soon as Zhong Wanming's front foot left, Qian Zhanglai smilingly showed his goodwill. Just a fluke. Hu Yan smiled modestly. Hu brother, don't need to be modest. There may be a component of luck in the antique business, but the test is still eyesight after all. Qian Zhanglai said, handed his cell phone to Hu Yan in front of him. Brother Hu, if you want to add a micro message, I have a lot of old objects at home. One day if you are free, help me go to the palm of the eye. Okay, Mr. Qian's collection must all be priceless. It's good for me to go and open my eyes. Hu Yan smiled and took out his own cell phone to add Qian Zhanglai's Weixin. Stage. The second lot has been successfully auctioned, and Wang Dahai begins to show the third lot, a landscape painting donated by well-known actor Wu Hao. The author of this painting is the famous painter Shi Tao of the Qing dynasty. The size is 153 cm * 84 cm. If I'm not mistaken, this painting should be 4 feet full open. The starting price is still 1 yuan. Everyone can bid. Wang Dahai briefly introduced the painting, and then, the auction began. In fact, donating antiques and paintings at this kind of charity dinner is a good choice, because there is no way to estimate the value of these things, and it is difficult to distinguish the authenticity of the donor. To donate is also more forced, but predictably, of course, the donors will not come up with really good things. Like Ma Dagang donated that snuff bottle. To say that he really do not know at all, it should be unrealistic. He came up with that thing for donation before. In any case, also have to find people who understand to look at the, with Ma Dagang that snuff bottle of the previous warning. Hu Yan actually did not report what hope for this landscape painting. It is estimated to be a forgery, taken out to fool people. However, when he saw the value of the landscape painting, but was stunned. 120,000. Hu Yan thought he was wrong, carefully counted the zeros behind the 2. It is indeed 5 right. Boy, a landscape painting worth $1,200,000. It seems that Wu Hao is still quite conscientious. Hu Yan silently lamented in his heart. However, This does not seem to be the style of these people. Really will be willing to take out such expensive things donated. www. ZBCXW. CN Stars Novel Net. Hu Yan's heart flooded with mutterings again. At this time, the crowd has begun to raise the price. When the enthusiasm is not high, shouted half a day. The price is only 280,000 only. Obviously the crowd is also not too optimistic about this so-called Qing dynasty masters of landscape painting. Of course, there is another layer of reasons. That is, Wu Hao's status in the circle is far less than Ma Dagong. The latter's snuff bottle was easily auctioned to 100,000. Not that the crowd think that snuff bottle is worth money, but to give Ma Dagong's face only. Although Wu Hao was also a well-known actor, he didn't have much resources in his hands after all, so there weren't as many people to support him. $80,000. Any more bids? Actually, I think my painting is pretty good. On the stage, Wang Dahai said with a smile. He also felt that the price was a little low. 100,000. Seeing that no one answered, Hu Yan directly struck out. 100,000. The gentleman bid 100,000. Wang Dahai smiled at Hu Yan, who was sitting on the stage, and as soon as he saw Hu Yan suddenly make a bid, Qin Zishuan and the crowd at the same table, including Qian Shaoer and Shen Zonglai, coincidentally locked their gazes on him. Old Hu, is this painting worth a lot of money? Qian Shaoer blinked her big eyes curiously and inquired. Not bad. Hu Yan laughed. Since you've come to the charity dinner, you have to make a contribution anyway. Look at your cocky face. This painting can't be very valuable, right? Qian Shaoer gently skimmed his mouth. No. Hu Yan shook his head decisively. Don't worry, I won't snatch it from you. Qian Shaoer nuzzled. Hu Yan hemmed and hawed and didn't say anything else. $100,000. Anyone else raise the price? Wang Hai is still selling out the stage and asking questions. Only, there was still no answer from the stage. 100,000 once, 100,000 twice, 100,000. 3 times. Wang Dahai dragged out a long note and finally dropped the auction gavel in his hand. Deal. Congratulations to the gentleman. Please take the stage. As Wang Hai's words fell, a beam of chasing light also hit Hu Yan's body. Webcast camera also pushed the national morning. Hu Yan's appearance then appeared on the big screen of the scene. Same time, Yangchang, Hu Yan's home. Hu Jiasen was chatting with her classmates in the class group. Suddenly, a girl named Tao Xiaojia sent to the group a screenshot of a live webcast and asked Hu Jiasen, how is this person so much like your brother? After seeing the message, Hu Jiasen hurriedly clicked on the picture sent by Tao Xiaojia. Although Hu Yan wore a straight suit and sat in a stylized, handsome mess, but her own brother she still recognized. It's really my brother Ugh. Hu Jiasen replied back and asked, where did you get this video screenshot from? Oh my god, Jiasen, your brother is too good. It's a Basha charity dinner. Tao Xiaojia sent 2 messages in quick succession, and after seeing her news, Hu Jiasen's high school class group blew up at once. Crap, so awesome. Jiasen, your brother is entering the entertainment industry? Kahin, hurry up and contact your brother to get me an autograph of the maiden. Holy shit, so Jiasen is a rich second generation. Kahin, remember we went to high school together. Kahin, is it too late to hug your thighs? Hu Jiasen's brother appeared in the celebrities gathered in the bizarre charity gala scene. For Hu Jiasen's group of high school classmates can be too shocking. So, all of them have opened the thigh mode. Make Hu Jiasen are a little confused. However, Hu Jiasen immediately privately chatted with Tao Xiaojia to ask for the live broadcast address. Then, clicked in the live broadcast screen. Hu Yan has already mounted the stage. It's really my brother. My brother can be so handsome. Looking at Hu Yan in the screen, Hu Jiasen, who grew up with him, couldn't help but feel emotional. Mom, come look. Hu Jiasen rushed to correct students' homework in Hu Yan's room. Yang Yajun shouted. Hu Yan is not at home. His room has become Yang Yajun's studio. There are unfinished work we'll take home to do. What's wrong? The homework hasn't been graded yet. Yang Yajun's voice came out from Hu Yan's room. Mom, something big has happened in our house. Come see. Hu Jiasen shouted again. Ha! Upon hearing this, Yang Yajun hurriedly walked out from Hu Yan's room and asked with a puzzled expression. What's wrong? My brother went to the Basha charity dinner site and was on stage. Hu Jiasen said, and hurriedly waved at Yang Yajun again. Mom, come over and look. It's being broadcast live on the internet. And live? Yang Yajun, on the other hand, was skeptical and walked over to Hu Jiasen. At which time, the image playing in her cell phone was exactly the one of Hu Yan being interviewed by Wang Dahai. Isn't that man Wang Hai? Yang Yajun recognized Wang Dahai standing next to Hu Yan with a glance and said with some surprise. Yeah, that's him. Hu Jiasen nodded. He wants to interview your brother? Yang Yajun was a bit confused. Listen to what they say. Hu Jiasun turned up the volume on her cell phone. On the screen, Hu Yan had already stood next to Wang Dahai, who asked smilingly, "Let's ask this gentleman to introduce himself first." When Wang Dahai's words fell, a beautiful etiquette clerk handed Hu Yan a microphone. "My name is Hu Yan. I'm an ordinary employee of the Tianhai Group." Hu Yan introduced himself with a smile on his face. Mr. Who was really low-key. Wang Dahai smiled. Of course he would not believe that Hu Yan is just an ordinary employee. Ordinary employees can enter the scene of this charity dinner? Can an ordinary employee spend $100,000 to buy a pair of landscape paintings that he doesn't know the authenticity of? Hu Yan, on the other hand, smiled without saying anything. Then let's ask Wu how to directly hand over the donated landscape painting to Mr. Hu. At this time, Wu Hao has also walked onto the stage. He first shook hands with Hu Yan, and then embraced with Wang Dahai. Both are well-known domestic actors are also familiar with each other. Afterwards, Wu Hao handed over this landscape painting he had donated to Hu Yan. "Thank you both for your contribution to the charity," said. "The people of the mountains will surely appreciate it." After completing the handover, Wang Dahai said from the sidelines, "I'm also very grateful to Mr. Hu for his generosity," Wu Hao said as he took the microphone. "Okay, let's take a group photo then," Wang Dahai said with a smile, which is also a fixed process of the charity auction. The three came together and then a staff member took photos. After the brief handover ceremony, a staff member helped Hu Yan put the landscape painting into a box and handed it to him, while Hu Yan walked off the stage with the landscape painting. The live feed stops at this point and there is no more footage of Hu Jiasun and Yang Yajun, who were watching the video on the other hand, were both a bit intent. "It's really Yen Yen. This is really out of this world. Taking pictures and shaking hands with the stars. Moreover, people are so polite to him," Yang Yajun lamented. "No, my brother is simply awesome," Hu Jiasun said with a proud face. "Mom, you probably don't know that the ones who can go to this charity dinner are all well-known big stars and entrepreneurs in China." "Really? Turn around and I'll ask your brother what's going on here," Yang Yajun said. "Needless to ask, my brother is well developed. Otherwise, how could sister shower? And that Mr. Qin send such expensive gifts and gratuities?" Hu Jiasun gently nudged her mouth. "It's also," Yang Yajun nodded, her face full of relief. "Our Yen Yen is really getting ahead. Mom, you said that my brother is so bullish. You'd better listen to my brother and buy the house. Hasn't my brother already transferred $500,000 to you, plus the gift money from Mr. Qin, and other gifts received from the promotion banquet? It's more than enough to buy a house, isn't it?" Hu Jiasun said with a wink. Before, Hu Yan said let Yang Yajun buy a house, but Yang Yajun always think that Hu Yan earn some money is not easy, and in the future have to settle down in Jiangqing to buy a house and so on. Use the money of the place more, so she is ready to give Hu Yan all the money to save. But, at this moment, listening to Hu Jiasun so, it seems to be a little bit of reason. Besides, we still don't know what's going on with your brother. Yang Yajun shook her head. Then, smilingly added, "Right, aren't you going to work in Zhongchen? It's just the right time to feel your brother's bottom." "Well, promise to get the job done," Hu Jiasun hemmed and hawed. "Alright, I'm going to grade my homework," Yang Yajun said, getting up and going back to Hu Yan's room. Hu Jiasun, on the other hand, continued to watch the live video feed. Since her brother was there was no chance that there would be footage of him at some point, so Hu Jiasun was prepared to pay attention at all times. By the way, there were so many celebrities at the venue. I had to ask my brother to get a few autographs for me. Thinking of this, Hu Jiasun hurriedly sent a micro-messaging message to Hu Yan's brother. "You're at the Basha charity dinner site, right? Hurry up and help me ask for a few celebrity signatures." Charity dinner scene. Hu Yan had just returned to his seat not a moment later when he received a Weixin message from his younger sister, Hu Jiasun, and was instantly stunned. "How do you know?" Hu Yan asked curiously. "Humph, what's hidden from me?" Hu Jiasun returned. Ghostly. "Don't forget to get my autograph." "Okay, I'll try," Hu Yan casually replied back and then collected his cell phone. "Yo, I can't believe you shot something too?" At this time, Zhang Wanming, who had completed the payment procedures, returned to his seat, and since he had just been away from the scene, he had missed the process of Hu Yan photographing the landscape painting. Learn like Mr. Zhong and contribute to charity. Hu Yan gently shrugged his shoulders. At that time, Zhong Wanming's face was dark. His $500,000 but really do charity. Because, just do not die of his heart. He looked for an antique connoisseur at the scene, appraised his snuff bottle. The results are the same as Xing Zilion's judgment. The two big connoisseurs had made the same judgment, so the probability that he had auctioned that snuff bottle as authentic was too low, which meant that he had spent $500,000 but bought something worth about $1,000, which was really charitable. Therefore, Hu Yan's sentence about being charitable just hit his sore spot. Really? Then how much did you donate? Zhong Wanming asked in a cold voice. I'm not as generous as Mr. Zhong. I only donated 100,000. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders. That's quite a lot. Zhong Wanming said with a playful look on his face. I wonder what good things brother who was auctioned off. Can you bring them out for me to open my eyes? If Mr. Zhong wants to see it, naturally there's no problem. Saying that, Hu Yan directly took out the painting. Then after slightly clearing the round table in front of him, he unfolded the painting on the table. In fact, Hu Yan also wanted to take a closer look at why this painting was so valuable. As soon as Hu Yan opened the painting, the eyes of the whole table naturally fell on the landscape painting. Especially, Qian Zhanglai was even more excited. After all, he was interested in antiques and paintings. This painting depicts the autumn mountain scenery. The painting has a lot of scenery: mountains, streams, fields, dense forests, fallen leaves, the use of distant and close to the depiction of the way, a strong sense of hierarchy, the use of smooth and flexible lines. Leaving aside the author, it is also considered to be a superior piece of work. The painting was a good one, but these scenes stacked on top of each other made Hu Yan feel a sense of sadness. The eyes moved down and landed on the inscription of the painting, and from the light red seal could be seen 4 ancient characters: Bitter Gourd Monk. This Bitter Melon Monk is the early Qing dynasty famous painter Shi Tao's self-proclaimed, which is consistent with the introduction of Wan Dahai. Only, next to the seal of the Bitter Melon Monk there is another seal: 11 Tang. A painting on the 2 seals or more seals is actually very normal, because the ancients after viewing a painting, if especially like, usually leave their own seal, or even write a few strokes as a comment, which is probably the earliest pop-up. And the history of the most famous pop-up Jun is the Qianlong Emperor, who liked to inscribe on a variety of famous paintings seals, so that many paintings would have been worth a lot of money, but because of his seal or inscription and devalued a lot. The most famous pop-up king in history is Qianlong Emperor, his favorite in a variety of famous paintings on the inscription seal, so that many paintings were worth a lot of money, but because of his seal or inscription and depreciation of a lot of value. And in addition to this, some people, when they acquire a painting, stamp it in order to prove that they already own it. Therefore, it is very common for 2 seals to appear on a painting of a mountain, and this is nothing unusual. After all, Hu Yan is from the history department. In fact, both the Bitter Melon Monk and Shi Tang he is quite understandable. Bitter Melon Monk is Shi Tao's self-proclaimed, and Shi Tang is another famous painter in the Qing dynasty, seal engraver Gao Xiang's alias. But, most of the time, he used Shi Tang this number only. And it is interesting to note that Gao Xiang and Shi Tao were very good friends, so it is not surprising that their seals appear on the same painting. Only, this painting, but there is a big bug. That is the time of painting. The time of the inscription is the 48th year of the Kangxi, that is, 1709 AD. But Hu Yan remembers that the Bitter Gourd Monk seems to be in the beginning of 1708 on the death. Then, how he would be in 1709 painting it. This is definitely a big bug. With this in mind, Hu Yan took out his cell phone and searched for the person Shi Tao, and sure enough, he passed away at the beginning of 1708. Then there's something very wrong with the painting. Is it possible that a person who has been dead for a year can come back to life to paint? This is clearly impossible. Ha ha, brother Hu. You've spent this $100,000 well. At that moment, Zhong Wanming, who was on the side, suddenly laughed out loud. What does Mr. Zhong say about this? Hu Yan looked at him and asked, while Qian Zhanglai also looked towards him with a curious expression. This painting was made by Shi Tao, a painter from the early Qing dynasty. Isn't it nice? Zhong Wanming asked with playful eyes. That's right, Hu Yan nodded. But this painting was made in the 48th year of the Kangxi period. That is, 1709. But Shi Tao obviously died at the beginning of 1708. Can't it be that he was resurrected to paint this painting? Zhong Wanming couldn't help but laugh out loud, then put his cell phone toward the painting. Here is the life of Shi Tao, who clearly passed away in 1708. In fact, Zhong Wanming doesn't know much about paintings. However, he does know the most superficial identification method, which is to check the author's biography to see if it can be matched with the information of the painting. However, after checking Shi Tao's biography, it turned out to be true that he found such a big bug. He was naturally exceptionally excited. Yes, Shi Tao died in 1708. Qian Zhanglai also frowned and looked at Hu Yan with an odd expression. The author was dead, so the painting was obviously a fake. A pair of Shi Tao's real works is still not worth much, so a fake is worth even less. Therefore, Hu Yan's 100,000 naturally did charity. Alas, the master who drew this painting was also too careless to even check the biography of someone's author, and is probably an idiot too. Zhong Wanming lamented with a smile on his face, then added to Hu Yan, "It's just that. Poor brother Hu. $100,000 for such a fake of an idiotic painting." Hearing Zhong Wanming say this, Qian Zishuan, Qian Shower, and the two actresses Sun Jiaoju and Kai Li's gazes naturally landed on Hu Yan. Although $100,000 is nothing to everyone, but spending $100,000 to buy such a piece of waste paper is also quite disgusting. In particular, Qian Zishuan and Qian Shower's moods were even more complicated. After all, both of them had witnessed Hu Yan's miraculousness, and at this moment, seeing him suffer defeat, their hearts were really a bit uncomfortable. "Old Hu, is brother Zhong right?" Qian Shower asked weakly. "Mr. Zhong is right. This painting was indeed not done independently by Shi Tao himself." Hu Yan nodded with a smile on his face. What do you mean by that?" Zhong Wanming frowned gently. "A fake is a fake. What do you mean it wasn't done independently by himself?" "Because there were two people who created this painting." Hu Yan squinted his eyes and said slowly, "Shi Tao, also known as the Bitter Gourd Monk, died in early 1708, while this painting was completed in 1709, which is indeed counterintuitive. But there is another situation. That is, this painting Shi Tao completed half of the painting during his life, then because of serious illness shelved there, and when he died, and someone else helped him to complete the painting, and, on the painting fell Shi Tao's seal, as a memorial to this deceased friend." After listening to Hu Yan's narration, Zhong Wanming but snorted disdainfully. "These are just your guesses. Besides, even if it's really like what you said, that a painting was completed by two people, it can't be worth a lot of money. That depends on who both sides of the painting are." Hu Yan gently smiled and continued, "If Mr. Zhang Daqian and I completed a painting together, even if the painting doesn't sell for a heavenly price, it can't be worthless. And the other author of this painting, if I'm not mistaken, should be Shi Tao's close friend, Gao Xiang, one of the 8 monsters of Yangzhou." "Gao Xiang? No way." Hearing the name Gao Xiang, Qian Zonglai immediately brightened up and could not help but open his mouth. Gao Xiang is a famous painter in the Qing dynasty, one of the famous Yangzhou 8 monsters. His paintings are very much sought after by collectors in recent years. He remembers that not long ago, a pair of Gao Xiang's landscape paintings, but also auctioned off $1.5 million in price. Of course, I am not sure that this painting must be Gao Xiang and Shi Tao together, but I think the possibility is very big. First of all, this painting has Gao Xiang's seal Shitong, which is his alias. That is to say, no matter whether he participated in the creation of the painting or not, at least he has seen it. Secondly, Li Dou in the Yangzhou painting boat record has such a record. Shi Tao died Shitong every year in the spring to sweep his tomb. To death never stop. That is to say, after Shi Tao's death, Gao Xiang went to sweep the tomb every spring until his death. In addition, the Yangzhou painting boat record also has this sentence: Shitong continued his work to mourn the dead, painting to the emotion. Tears filled the lapel. Li Dou clearly told the people that Gao Xiang renewed the unfinished works of Shi Tao as a way to mourn him, and that whenever the painting became emotional, tears spilled over his lapel. That is to say, Gao Xiang did continue to paint Shi Tao's unfinished paintings, which are clearly recorded in the record of Yangzhou paintings and boats. Therefore, there is no way to fake it. Hu Yan paused, continued, the above is 2 points of evidence. In addition to 2 other points, the painting of the 2 seals are from the same person's hand, and Gao Xiang is precisely skilled in engraving. Is the Qing dynasty famous engraving, everyone? No surprise, these 2 seals are from the hand of Gao Xiang, and the last point is, the whole painting style is compassionate, everywhere permeated with mourning for the dead, and most importantly, here, there is even half a new grave. When he had finished speaking, Hu Yan pointed to a corner of the mountain range in the painting, and indeed a new grave could be vaguely seen, sheltered among the trees. This, Hu Yan some inferences down. Zhong Wanming has long been unable to fight, staring at the eyes, old face dark. The surrounding Qin Zishuan, Qian Shower, Qian Zhonglai and others were all dumbfounded and stunned as they looked at Hu Yan. All of them knew nothing about what he said. It was as if they were listening to a story and were mesmerized by it. However, upon careful consideration, what Hu Yan said was justified, and 80% of what he deduced could be established. Well said. I don't know how to address my little friend. At the time when the people are all confused, next to someone suddenly clapped his hands. The voice is quite loud praise. The people look at the sound, only to see the person who spoke as exactly before to help identify the snuff bottle Jiangcheng Antique Association president Xing Ziliang. At this moment, Xing Ziliang's face was all smiles, and he even gave Hu Yan a thumbs up while asking the question. Xing Ziliang was originally just passing by the side of the table next to Hu Yan and the others, and he just happened to hear Hu Yan analyzing the landscape painting spread on the table. so he stopped, and when Hu Yan finished analyzing it, he couldn't help but call out in favor. Although, Xing Ziliang has not yet looked at the painting on the table, but Hu Yan analysis is justified. Mentioned a few key corroboration is not wrong, especially Li Dou and the Yangzhou painting boat record of those words. Xing Ziliang himself cannot be remembered. He also just know the Yangzhou painting boat record, and in addition, for the relationship between Shi Tao, Gao Xiang, as well as the two men's biography of his own understanding of the, combining the knowledge he said he understood, and referring to Hu Yan's explanation, Xing Ziliang recognized Hu Yan's statement even though he had yet to see the painting on the table. Student babbling, I've made President Xing laugh. I'm just speculating. Hu Yan smiled gently at Xing Ziliang. This speculation of yours is justified. I think 80% of it is correct. As he spoke, Xing Ziliang walked over to the table. Then, taking out a magnifying glass from his pocket, he carefully viewed the landscape painting spread out on the table. President Xing, this painting is clearly just a fake. Even the date is wrong. How can it be as evil as Hu Yan said? I think he's just excusing himself for buying a fake and talking nonsense, Zhong Wanming said at the side. However, it can be seen that he looks a bit nervous. After all, he has just denigrated Hu Yan as well as the person who drew this painting. If at this time Xing Ziliang really stood on Hu Yan's side, his face will be completely swollen. www.zbcxw.cn*novels.com. Xing Ziliang naturally ignored Zhong Wanming, but continued to seriously look at the painting on the table. As the viewing time lengthened, the expression on Xing Ziliang's face gradually changed. From the beginning of the doubt gradually turned to surprise. When he collected the magnifying glass in his hand, the smile was already hard to suppress surfaced on his slightly aged face. Nice. Just nice. Never would I have expected to meet such a treasure at this charity dinner. Xing Ziliang rubbed his hands together while sighing with emotion. While his eyes were deadlocked in the landscape painting spread on the table, how could not move away. Seeing this, Zhong Wanming on the side was completely dumbfounded. A face as green and red as a pig's liver. Chairman Xing, isn't this painting a fake? Zhong Wanming couldn't help but ask after holding his tongue for a long time. Fake? Upon hearing this, Xing Ziliang tilted his head and fiercely crossed Zhong Wanming's eyes. It's not wrong for you to say that it's a fake. After all, 2/3 of this painting was not made by Shi Tao himself. Ha? So, really let Hu Yan get it right? Zhong Wanming grimaced and gritted his teeth. What do you mean blinded right? It's someone's eyesight. Xing Ziliang blankly glanced at Zhong Wanming again. He was displeased with the wording. President Xing, is this painting really like what Brother Hu said? Qian Zhonglai asked with a curious expression. That's right. This painting matches exactly with Xiao Hu's analysis just now. And I also agree with Xiao Hu's point of view that, without any surprises, this painting is the one that Gao Xiang renewed. Xing Ziliang nodded. Have murmured, Gao Xiang's painting market in recent years is good. Not to mention, this is still a rare continuation of the painting. And there is also the Yangzhou painting boat record as a corroboration. When the words were finished, Xing Ziliang swallowed back the latter words and tilted his head to look at Hu Yan and asked, Little Hu, I'll take this painting. Name a price. Ha, President Xing, you. Without waiting for Hu Yan's words, Zhong Wanming on the side couldn't stand it anymore. Xing Ziliang's words were tantamount to directly slapping him twice in public. Just a few minutes ago, he had threatened that the painting was drawn by an idiot, but apparently Xing Ziliang, a great connoisseur, was going to take the painting, which was a slap in the face. Now it seems that it is not the person who made the painting who was an idiot, but rather he is the big idiot. Chairman Xing, do you really want to take this painting? Hu Yan asked rhetorically, and neither he nor Xing Ziliang paid any attention to Zhong Wanming. That's natural. Just name your price. Xing Ziliang returned with a determined face. Aha. Hu Yan nodded, thought for a moment, and said, $1,200,000. How much? That much? As soon as Hu Yan's offer left his mouth, several people around him couldn't help but gasp in shock. Although here are not bad money, lord, but the people know Hu Yan this painting is 100,000 auction. So a turn of the wrist even dared to ask for 1,200,000. How can the people not be surprised? Hu Yan, you're crazy for money. $1,200,000? Why don't you go rob? Zhong Wanming caught another opportunity to taunt and said in a conspiratorial manner. However, as soon as his words fell, he saw Xing Ziliang gently nod his head. No problem. $1,200,000. Deal. What? Upon hearing this, the people in the room were confused again. Especially Zhong Wanming could not wait to find a crack in the ground. He had just finished spitting out nonsense and asking for a price. However, Xing Ziliang did not even return a single price and directly agreed to it. Add me on Weixin, then send me your bank account number. Xing Ziliang said, handing his cell phone to Hu Yan. Okay. Hu Yan nodded, took out his own cell phone and added Xing Ziliang's Weixin, then sent his bank account number over. The next moment, Xing Ziliang took out his cell phone and directly dialed a number. In a moment, I'll send you a bank account to transfer $1,200,000. Well, I collected a treasure. This call from Xing Ziliang was brief, only 2 sentences and then hung up. About 3 minutes later, Hu Yan received an incoming alert from the bank. Money received? Xing Ziliang asked. Well, here it is. Hu Yan nodded. Okay, then this painting is mine. After confirming that Hu Yan had received the money, Xing Ziliang's joy that had been suppressed inside for a long time finally burst out completely, filling his eyes and face with smiles. As a big connoisseur in the antique world, Xing Ziliang but to understand the value of this landscape painting in front of him. An object is worth money. How much the collection value? A look at the quality. The second look at the origin. On the look at the ancient books. Quality is the authenticity and quality of the object. And provenance is whoever has owned the object. And the same thing from a famous artist and from a commoner's house, of course, cannot be of the same value. Furthermore, it is to see whether the object in the ancient books have records. If there are records, and match, then undoubtedly cite verification of the authenticity of this thing. At the same time, its archaeological and literary value will soar several times. Then, the value of the object itself will naturally soar. Usually, it is very difficult for an old object to fulfill these 3 points, and to fulfill 2 of them is already rare. However, the current landscape painting, although not 100% sure, he is Gao Xiang and Shi Tao together, but at least, the quality of the painting stands up to scrutiny. The origin can also be basically recognized, and also in the Yangzhou boat record has a relevant record of the author. It can be said that this landscape painting almost accounted for all 3 conditions, so that its value is naturally much higher than the value of a single this painting. This was the reason why Xing Ziliang accepted it with little hesitation. Chairman Xing, why don't you transfer this painting to me? I'll offer $1.5 million. At this time, Qian Zhonglai suddenly opened his mouth. He himself is not too knowledgeable about appreciation, but once he saw Xing Ziliang such a state, he knew that buying this painting will be right, so he opened his mouth. After Qian Zhonglai's offer came out, the people present were inevitably shocked again. Just now Xing Ziliang spent $1,200,000 to buy this painting. However, in the twinkling of an eye it went up by another $300,000. However, after hearing Qian Zhonglai's words, Xing Ziliang snorted coldly, "This painting, I won't sell it for more money." Saying that, Xing Ziliang carefully rolled up the painting spread on the table and put it into the box. Then, picking up the box, he twisted his head and left. Alas! Indeed, Qian Zhonglai shook his head with a speechless face, while as an antique collection enthusiast, in fact, he was considered to be very familiar with Xing Ziliang. Therefore, he probably guessed the result before the offer was made. Brother Hu, you can this is a discerning eye. What I said before, but it must come true. Tomorrow I will send you the time. Qian Zhonglai looked at Hu Yan again and said with a sincere face, "Okay, no problem." Hu Yan smiled and nodded. At this time, the actor Sun Jiaojiao, who has been sitting next to the silent melon, suddenly opened his mouth. "Mr. Hu, can you help me look at one thing?" Hu Yan was slightly stunned. He didn't expect Sun Jiaojiao to suddenly strike up a conversation with himself. After all, the two hadn't even made eye contact before this. Sure. After a short hesitation, Hu Yan nodded. After all, it was just a small matter. Well, wait a minute then. Sun Jiaojiao nodded, and then took out her cell phone to make a call. Not long, her assistant will send a delicate box. Open the box. Inside is an exquisite phoenix hairpin. It was given to me by a friend who said it was worn by one of the ladies of the Qing Palace, and it just happened to fit the role I played earlier. Sun Jiaojiao said in a low voice. Some time ago, the drama she acted in, Harem, was a big hit, and she was the female lead in that drama, playing a queen of the Qing Palace. After the box was opened, Hu Yan had already seen the value of this phoenix hairpin. 36,000. Because, this phoenix hairpin is gold plus gemstones, so the material is worth this money. That is to say, this phoenix hairpin is simply a modern handicraft. Okay, let me take a closer look at. Although Hu Yan saw the value of this phoenix hairpin at a glance, he could not give an answer so quickly, so he took the phoenix hairpin and pretended to watch it. And at this time, the face has been swollen. Zhong Wanming but do not know how to die opened his mouth. "Miss Sun, you this phoenix hairpin is indeed the real thing undoubtedly. Do not have to let Hu Yan see it again. I can't read antiques, but jewelry, I'm a pro." Zhong Wanming's face was permeated with bewildering confidence. Sun Jiaojiao looked at Zhong Wanming, gently frowned. Just now the latter's series of tawdry operation she was in the eye. First spent $500,000 to buy a snuff bottle worth $1,800. Then Hu Yan spent $100,000 to pick up the leakage. And he said that the painting is a fake. He said that the painting was a fake. But Xing Ziliang directly spent $1,200,000 to collect the painting. With these two things in front of her, Sun Jiajiu was naturally skeptical of Zhong Wanming's ability. Or rather, in her heart, she didn't believe in him at all. But she was still wary of Zhong Wanming's identity. The other party, after all, was the executive vice president of Qian's jewelry, and it was still necessary for actresses to maintain a good relationship with the top management of the jewelry company because the jewelry company had a lot of cooperation with the actresses. Especially, Qian's Jewelry is still a well-known jewelry company in China. If he can make good relations with Zhong Wanming, he might be able to take a spokesperson resource or something. It was based on these considerations that although Sun Jiajiu was very distrustful of Zhong Wanming in her heart, on the surface she responded with a smile. Zhong is the president of Qian's Jewelry, so he naturally knows a bit more about jewelry. Of course, this phoenix hairpin of yours looks like an old object of some years. It's worth a lot of money. It's better to put it away quickly, lest it be broken by some people. It's not worth the loss. As he spoke, Zhong Wanming swept Hu Yan, who was viewing that phoenix hairpin, with his eyes. This, Sun Jiajiao smiled slightly awkwardly, then said to Hu Yan, Mr. Hu, what do you think of this phoenix hairpin? www.zbcxw. CN Star Novels. MS. Sun, do you want to ask about the authenticity of the material of this phoenix hairpin? Or the age? Hu Yan put the phoenix hairpin into the box and asked smilingly, surely it's the age? Sun Jiajiu replied, then I can only say it's a pity. This phoenix hairpin should be a contemporary artifact. Hu Yan said. Ha? Sun Jiajiu was shocked and opened her mouth in surprise. And listen to Hu Yan this. Zhong Wanming is naturally and cannot sit still. Pointing at Hu Yan said, if you do not understand, do not talk nonsense. Okay, this phoenix hairpin is clearly the age of the old objects. At least 100 years or more. 100 years or more. Hu Yan laughed. As I see it, this phoenix hairpin was never manufactured for more than 5 years. 5 years? You can really dare to say. Zhong Wanming bristled. The gold part on this phoenix hairpin has clearly oxidized. As we all know, the process of gold oxidation is very slow. Like this situation on this phoenix hairpin will take decades at least. For gold Zhong Wanming still knows very well. As he himself said, this is his specialty. And listen to him say, Sun Jiajiu is also a few believe. Before this she had also taken to a friend who knows jewelry. That person also told her that this phoenix hairpin should be some years of objects. But also do not dare to say for sure that it is the Qing dynasty things. At this moment, this supporting evidence that Zhong Wanming came up with had some truth to it. However, after hearing Zhong Wanming's words, Hu Yan couldn't help but smile and faintly said, there is a craft called old. I hope, Mr. Zhong understands it. Saying this, Hu Yan returned the box containing the phoenix hairpin to Sun Jiajiao. Miss Sun, my point of view has been told to you. You can use it as a reference. Oh, thanks. Sun Jiajiao took the wooden box and politely thanked her. Doing the old? Would anyone deliberately age something that is extremely valuable in its own right? What's the point of bothering? Zhong Wanming snorted coldly. Naturally, in order to make money. If this phoenix hairpin is only sold as a contemporary handicraft, it may only be 30,000 or 40,000 yuan, up to 50,000 or 60,000 yuan. But if it is to do after the old, and then make up a story, the price of more than 10 times over. Hu Yan laughed lightly and shrugged. Zhong Wanming, on the other hand, was momentarily speechless. The phenomenon of doing old is indeed very common in the antique house. Only, in the gold and silver jewelry this piece is not so common. Therefore, when he saw Sun Jiajiao's golden hairpin, he didn't even think in that direction. And at this moment, after hearing Hu Yan say so, his heart was also a bit drummed. However, although he has been a little uncertain, but the words have already been set out. Naturally, it is impossible to show weakness now, and immediately put his face sunk. The situation you said is not unheard of. But, Miss Sun, this phoenix hairpin is obviously not such a situation. Since Mr. Zhong thinks so, then I have nothing to say but that our views are contrary. Hu Yan spread his hands, not wanting to continue to tangle with Zhong Wanming on this matter. However, Zhong Wanming refused to leave it at that. He had already been slapped in the face by Hu Yan twice in a row at today's dinner party, and in front of so many people, especially Qian Shower. He naturally wouldn't be willing to do so, so there was a chance to salvage the situation in front of him. Therefore, Zhong Wanming didn't want to end things just like that. He thought about it, and with a twinkle in his eye, he said, Hu Yan, since you and I have conflicting views, dare we make a bet? What's the bet? Hu Yan laughed. He originally did not want to tangle with Zhong Wanming anymore, but the other party had once again stuck his face in front of him. He simply did not know how to die. Let's bet on whether or not this phoenix hairpin of MS. Sun's is an old object. I'm betting that it's definitely more than 50 years old. And didn't you say that it wouldn't be more than 5 years old? Then we'll get Chairman Xing to appraise it again and see who's right. Zhong Wanming suggested in a cold voice. Since Mr. Zhong has this pleasure, I'll just accompany him. Hu Yan shrugged with an indifferent face. I haven't finished my words yet. This bet is not just empty words. We each offer $1,200,000 as a bet. Do you dare? Zhong Wanming looked at Hu Yan with a playful eye. He mentioned this number is just before Hu Yan sold paintings income. If you lose, Hu Yan will just earn money to spit out. And Zhong Wanming also just to recover $500,000 due charity loss. This is a good plan. Brother Zhong, don't you guys just want to know if that phoenix hairpin is an old object? As for that, do you want to bet so much money on it? Qian Shao was a bit unable to look at it. After all, Zhong Wanming had been targeting Hu Yan since the beginning of the dinner, and she was a bit upset for Hu Yan. Shower, this is a bet between Hu Yan and I, so you don't have to worry about others. Zhong Wanming waved his hand from Qian Shao. Then, once again, asked Hu Yan, what? Don't dare? That's not true. Hu Yan smiled and said lightly, Mr. Zhong has already donated $500,000 tonight. If he loses another $1,200,000, will it be a little too tragic? Thank you for your kindness. Zhong Wanming skimmed his lips, however. I can afford to lose this amount of money. That's good. Hu Yan nodded with some embarrassment. Then I'll make myself at home. Say it like you're going to win for sure. Zhong Wanming grunted, then said to Qian Zhonglai, Mr. Qian, please be a witness. You should have heard what we said just now. Yes. Qian Zhonglai nodded. He was never expected to attend a charity dinner, actually watched a night of drama. As the owner of the phoenix hairpin, Sun Jiaojiao is a bit of a cry. This phoenix hairpin is a pursuit of her rich second-generation scent, said that a certain queen of the Qing dynasty once wore, attached to her in fact, and said that he spent millions of dollars to buy. Therefore, Sun Jiaojiao just want to verify the authenticity of this thing. I didn't realize that such $1 million bet was involved. Mr. Qian, then please go and invite President Xing, lest if I go, Hu Yan will then suspect that President Xing and I have colluded to cheat him. Zhong Wanming added. Okay, then wait a moment, both of you. Qian Zhonglai was cooperative and got up to invite Xing Ziliang. After waiting for a while, Xing Ziliang was invited. Besides him there was also an old man. This person was also a big name in the antique world of Jiangcheng. His name was Jiang Ruwen. He was the director of the Jiangcheng Antique Association. Elder Jiang. This is brother Hu Yan. After Qian Zhonglai came over with Xing Ziliang and Jiang Ruwen, he pointed at Hu Yan and introduced him to Jiang Ruwen. Brother Hu. This is the director of the Jiang City Ancient Literature Association. Jiang Ruwen, Elder Jiang. Qian Zhonglai pointed at Jiang Ruwen again and said to Hu Yan, Elder Jiang. Hello. Hu Yan hurriedly got up and greeted politely. Young and promising. There are so few young people your age who also have such deep insights into antiques. Jiang Ruwen couldn't help but praise. He had heard about Hu Yan's deeds from Xing Ziliang. And then, after seeing the landscape painting that Gao Xiang and Shi Tao had teamed up to paint, he became even more interested in Hu Yan, a young man with a discerning eye. Thus, when Qian Zhonglai went over to invite Xing Ziliang in the square, he took the initiative to ask to follow him. Elder Jiang is flattered. Hu Yan smiled modestly. Too modest. Just now when that landscape painting was placed in front of me, I might not be able to tell the difference. Jiang Ruwen sighed. What he said was the truth. It was just a fluke. It was also luck. Hu Yan added politely. There's a saying in the antique business that luck is also strength. Jiang Ruwen laughed. The two of them over here were talking happily, while Zhong Wanming, who had been completely ignored, was a bit depressed, and his face became more and more ugly. Elder Jiang, since you're here, help with the forensics as well. Zhong Wanming forcefully interjected. Yes. Jiang Ruwen nodded. He had met Zhong Wanming a few times and knew him. Where's the stuff? Xing Ziliang, on the other hand, went straight to the point and asked. Here. Upon hearing this, Sun Jiaojiao hurriedly handed over the wooden box containing the phoenix hairpin. Xing Ziliang took it in his hands, opened the lid of the box, and then, took out the phoenix hairpin inside. And then, both he and Jiang Ruwen took out magnifying glasses and examined it carefully. After about 5 minutes, the two men put away their magnifying glasses at about the same time, and then, looking at each other, exchanged a wink. President Xing and Elder Jiang, how is the age of this phoenix hairpin? Zhong Wanming couldn't wait to ask. He had been waiting impatiently for a long time. After all, the victory or defeat of this game was crucial for him. Once he won, he would be able to salvage his face. If so, if he lost he would be completely disgraced today. The materials of this phoenix hairpin are all undoubtedly genuine. And the cutting process of 10,000 foot gold and gemstones is also very skillful. Zhang Ruwen took the lead and opened his mouth. However, his words, Zhong Wanming immediately is a big change in color, like an electric shock. Although, Zhang Ruwen has not said that the phoenix hairpin age of the problem, but the sentence 10,000 feet of gold almost destroyed his hope. He still knows a lot about gold. 10,000 foot gold, but in recent years the purification process of human beings has reached a super high level before appearing. The purity of ancient gold can be far from the standard of 10,000 foot gold. Mr. Zhong seems to have understood. Zhang Ruwen lightly shrugged. How is this possible? This gold oxidization phenomenon is obvious. It will take at least a few decades to reach this level. Zhong Wanming said undeterred. It's just an old craftsmanship. Simple as that. Xing Ziliang opened his mouth. Then, putting that phoenix hairpin into the box, he added, although this phoenix hairpin is a contemporary craft, the quality and workmanship are superior. If it is put on sale in the counter of a famous jewelry brand, it should be able to be sold up to 100,000. Mr. Zhong, it's perfectly fine to put it on sale at your Qian's jewelry counter, Xing Ziliang added. However, his words were tantamount to a sharp knife plunging directly into Zhong Wanming's heart, thrusting out the last trace of breath from his mouth. Zhong Wanming face green, body disheveled, leaning on the chair, the whole person as if all of a sudden are a few years old. Xing Ziliang and Zhang Ruwen, two antique world of the big connoisseurs, have come to the same conclusion. Then, this phoenix hairpin age problem is not much doubt. Zhong Wanming was counting on getting back in the game and saving some face, but this time, he is considered to be a complete and utter defeat. A defeat? No face to speak of. Little brother Hu, your eyesight is truly amazing. In the future, there will be a chance to get together at the Jiangcheng Antique Association. Xing Ziliang said to Hu Yan with a smile on his face. Definitely pay a visit. Hu Yan responded with a smile. Well, we'll be heading back then. Good day to you both. Hu Yan stood up from his seat and made a gesture of invitation, which was considered polite. Damn Feng Dit Song, still lying to me that this phoenix hairpin was worn by the empress in the Qing dynasty, really can fool people. Sun Jiaojiao complained with a depressed face, when Hu Yan gave his conclusion just now, because Zhong Wanming refuted at the side. She had a glimmer of hope in her heart, and now Xing Ziliang, Zhang Ruwen, two great connoisseurs have spoken. Then, this phoenix hairpin naturally cannot be any old object worn by the empress of the Qing dynasty. Mr. Zhong, I'm really sorry to break your bank again. Hu Yan looked at Zhong Wanming with a smile on his face. The latter had taunted and belittled himself several times, and this moment was considered to be a self-inflicted consequence. And since there was a wager in existence, of course, Hu Yan could not cheapen the other party. Willing to gamble? It's only $1,200,000. I can still afford it. www.zbcxw. CN Star Novels. Zhong Wanming gritted his teeth and said in a cold voice, "Thank you, Mr. Zhong." Then, Hu Yan smiled gently, took his own cell phone, and sent the bank account number that he had just sent to Xing Ziliang back to Chen Shower, and then said to Qian Shower, please send my bank account number to Mr. Zhong. For a moment, Hu Yan didn't have Zhong Wanming's microphone, and he didn't want to add it. Oh, Qian Shower nodded, opened his own cell phone and transferred the bank account number he received to Zhong Wanming as instructed. It's only $1,200,000. Look at your monkey-like behavior. As if I would renege on the debt. Zhong Wanming spat with a dark face. Hu Yan, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders disdainfully. Mr. Zhong, we're not familiar with each other, so it's better to clear the bill on the spot. Zhong Wanming gritted his teeth, viciously glared at Hu Yan, and then opened his own cell phone bank. Depressed lost Hu Yan's bank account. So many people present. Of course, he cannot deny. Otherwise, that is to lose money and lose people. Not long after, Hu Yan received the incoming text message, then smiled at Zhong Wanming. Mr. Zhong, remember to notify me if there's something like this in the future. Well, that's a pretty quick way to make money. At those words, Zhong Wanming nearly spilled a mouthful of old blood. This is to get a bargain and still sell the good, but he can't do anything about that Hu Yan. After all, he is the loser. Moreover, the bet is still raised by him. I'm going to the bathroom. Zhong Wanming really cannot sit down, and Qian Shower know a word. Gray slipped away from the seat. He also has no face to sit down here. It is really too humiliating. Old Hu, you're rich again today. Qian Shower smilingly patted Hu Yan's shoulder. He first auctioned the landscape painting for $100,000, then sold it to Xing Ziliang at a high price of $1,200,000, and then, he made $1,200,000 in the betting match with Zhong Wanming, which means that in such a short period of time, He actually made $2,300,000. Other people came to the charity dinner to donate money, but Hu Yan was so good that he even made more than $2 million. Just lucky. Hu Yan smiled. I've noticed that you always have good luck. Why is that? Qian Shower nuzzled her little mouth. Because, long handsome chanting. Hu Yan laughed out loud. Not at all immodest. Qian Shower grunted. Which is not true. I'm a child of a decent family. Hu Yan had a straight face. Well, if I hadn't been to your house, I wouldn't have admitted it. Qian Shower laughed. Hu Yan's words were not a problem. Qian Shower had after all met Hu Yan's parents as well as his sister. The family belonged to that typical Benjamin family. Moreover, the family atmosphere was also very good. This point made her very envious. A rich family like Qian Shower's is not short of money, but life lacks some fireworks, and her dad and brother are so busy she can't see them more than a few times a month. Stage. The charity auction hadn't ended yet. After Hu Yan had auctioned off the landscape painting, there hadn't been any more curiosities. They were all more memorable items donated by some celebrities. For example, an Olympic champion donated running shoes, a movie star donated costumes, and a director donated calligraphy works, etc. None of these things have any real value. However, because the donor's influence is not small, so the price of the transaction is not low, all in the $100,000 or $200,000. I heard that the finale lot this time is a piece of fine jade wool taken out by the Basha group. Later on, you take a closer look. Qin Zishuan, who had not spoken for a long time, suddenly opened her mouth and whispered to Hu Yan, "There's still this thing." Hu Yan was slightly surprised. Aha! Qin Zishuan nodded. "It can't be. That's why you asked me to come, right?" Hu Yan gently skimmed his mouth and looked at Qin Zishuan. "What do you say?" Qin Zishuan blankly glanced at Hu Yan. It's not like I know." Hu Yan shook his head. Qin Zishuan snorted coldly and did not respond again. After another moment, two slim etiquette beauties pushed a cart onto the stage. The cart was covered with a red cloth, bulging inside, so it must be the fine jade wool Qin Zishuan was talking about. Next to be auctioned is the last lot of the day. A piece of fine jade wool donated by the organizer of this dinner, Ms. Su Xiao, on behalf of the Basha group. It is said that the estimate of this piece of wool has already exceeded $5 million. Wang Dahai pointed at the cart covered with a red cloth on the stage and said, "Now please ask Miss Manners to unveil the red cloth and let it meet everyone." Wang Dahai's words fell. Miss Manners also uncovered the red cloth covered in the above. This piece of jade wool is open window cut down a small piece is placed next to the large piece, and cut the cross-section of the green has been exposed. Obviously, this piece of wool and the jadeite. Just how much of a problem? It is for this reason that it is called fine jade wool. As with all the previous lots, the starting price of this piece of jade wool is still $1. Wang Dahai was all smiles, then waved his hand and said in a loud voice, "Now, all of you can bid. 1 million, 2 million, 3 million. Wang Dahai words just fell. The price instantly soared to 3 million. Can sit here people non-rich that is? For jade more or less some understanding of the jade in front of this piece of jade wool is obviously certain to open out the jadeite. In this case, the crowd out of the natural is also not soft. What do you think of the jade?" Qin Zishuan inclined her head and asked Hu Yan. "Pretty good." Hu Yan faintly returned. "How much is the right amount to start with?" Qin Zishuan asked again. "Let's see what the others are bidding first." Hu Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at the piece of jade wool on the stage. But inwardly, he was extremely shocked because the price he saw was actually $30 million. This piece of wool on the stage is open window, but the whole volume is limited. Even if it is all jadeite inside is not likely to be worth 30 million. That is to say, this piece of jade wool must be inside the Qiankuan. Is it possible that there's a purple Philip in there again? Hu Yan was silently calculating in his mind, when the price of the auction had risen to 6 million. Mr. Shin is bidding $6 million. Is there anyone else to raise the price? Wang Hai spoke with high emotion. $6.5 million. A middle-aged man raised the price. Okay, Mr. Wang bid 6.5 million. Wang Dahai's gaze swept to the stage again. His body slightly paused. Said, "Just now Chairman Su Xiao told me a piece of latest news in the year return. This piece of jade wool is her years ago in Myanmar's Jade Conference. The price of the auction was 8 million, and got the unanimous favorable opinion of the several jade experts. This charity dinner she donated this piece of wool free of charge in the hope of raise more ambulances for the mountain people. So please also bid enthusiastically. Since Mr. Su has said so, then, I'll offer $8 million. The man who had bid $6 million earlier shouted loudly, "Mr. Shen is truly magnificent." Wang Dahai laughed. "Now that Mr. Shen has bid 8 million, is there anyone else to raise the price?" $8.5 million. The middle-aged man who had bid $6.5 million also raised his bid with it. 9 million. Another person joined in the bidding. Obviously, these guests at the scene still believed in Su Xiao. Otherwise, it would not have been possible to set off a new round of bidding high and tied after Wang Hai's words. Seeing this, Qin Zixuan was somewhat unable to sit still and once again turned her head to ask Hu Yan, "Is this jade really that valuable?" "Aha! It's really worth it." Hu Yan smiled and nodded. "Then how much should I bid?" Qin Zixuan asked again. "You can wait for the other people to shout a maximum price before raising the price by $1 million, Hu Yan said after some thought. "Ha?" Qin Zixuan was stunned. "You mean, no matter how much anyone else bids, I'll raise the price by 1 million? Exactly." Hu Yan nodded. "So, you think this piece of jade wool will be very valuable?" Qin Zixuan inquired with a skeptical expression. "I think so anyway," Hu said. "Well, then I know." Qin Zixuan gently nodded and looked toward the stage with a solemn expression. At this time, the price had already been shouted to $10 million. "Wow! Mr. Shen bid $10 million. Anyone else raise the bid?" As the price was shouted higher and higher, Wang Dahai was more and more excited, and his voice was also higher and higher. Very inflammatory. However, at this moment, the lower part of the stage was much quieter, because $10 million had already exceeded most people's budget. It's not that they can't afford to shoot, mainly because they don't think it's worth the price. Because it's a charity dinner, they can shoot in at a premium, but it's not possible to pay too much of a premium. After all, no one is a fool. $10 million a time. Seeing that the crowd seemed to have no intention of raising the price, Wang Dahai no longer continued to incite the crowd's emotions, and smoothly picked up the auction gavel, saying, $11 million. At this point, Qin Zixuan finally made her move and listened to Hu Yan's advice, adding $1 million directly to the original price. Mr. Qin bid $11 million. Wang Dahai, as the host of this charity dinner, had done his homework. At least some of the bigwigs who had come to attend the charity dinner were firmly in his mind, and Qin Zixuan, as the sole heir of the Tianhai group, was naturally the object of his attention. As a matter of fact, during the auction just now, he had also swept his eyes towards Qin Zixuan's side many times. He knew that Tianhai Group had a jewelry company under its umbrella. Therefore, theoretically, Qin Zixuan should have participated in the bidding, but she had never sold it. And originally, Wang Dahai still had some doubts in his mind. At this moment, he was relieved. It turned out that people do not care about the front of those meaningless bidding, but to one move to win. $11 million. Anyone else raise the bid? Wang Dahai eyes swept across the stage, and finally fell on the bid of 10 million Shun. His real name is Shen Xiang, is also considered a legend in the jewelry industry, from joining the jewelry store to do, and now Shen's chain of jewelry stores all over the country. Shen Xiang himself is among the ranks of the rich and powerful. However, Shen's jewelry volume Rude Tianhai Group is no way to compare. The former is only a single jewelry industry, while Tianhai Group's business involves a number of industries, belonging to the giant type of enterprise. However, just to compare the jewelry, this piece of words, the Tianhai Group is really slightly inferior to Shen's jewelry. $12 million. Shen Xiang clearly had no intention of giving up on this, and after a moment of contemplation, he bid again. Mr. Shen is bidding $12 million. Does Mr. Qin want to raise the price again? Wang Dahai also stopped asking for other people's opinions and looked directly at Qin Zixuan. $13 million. Qin Zixuan shouted in a flat tone, but she was not soft, raising the price by 1 million again. $13 million now. Mr. Shen, what do you think? Wang Dahai asked smilingly. And now, it has become a contest between the two. The guests present were also in high spirits. After all, people did not expect such a piece of jade wool to fetch such a sky-high price. 13 million? Mr. Qin, that's too much of a premium. At this time, went out to avoid the wind. Zhong Wanming returned to the scene. After hearing Qin Zixuan's offer, a face of surprise, said, www.zbcxw.cn*novels.com. I believe in nonsense. Qin Zixuan faintly returned. Nonsense again? Zhong Wanming swept his gaze and landed on Hu Yan, snorting coldly. Hu Yan, for such a piece of wool, you're asking Mr. Qin to offer $13 million? You're out of your mind. Mr. Zhong, this seems to be an internal matter of our Tianhai Group. Hu Yan blankly glanced at Zhong Wanming. This guy, yakking is really obnoxious. Well, I was not supposed to be nosy. Zhong Wanming sneered and said in a conspiratorial manner. It's not like it's your money that you're losing anyway, so of course you're just going to make whatever price you want. It's just that the people who trusted you are in deep shit. $14 million. At this time, Shen Xiang once again out of the price. and his bid also caused a gasp of surprise, because, in the crowd's view, 13 million is already the price of heaven, especially those who know the industry. As long as the heart of a calculation will be able to calculate the stage of this piece of wool, even if it is inside the emerald content is very high, at most is worth more than 10 million. $13 million is already very risky, let alone 14 million, which is already a premium even in the most perfect of circumstances. Moreover, the most perfect situation is not so easy to appear, although the wool on the stage showed green, but a knife dead situation is also possible. In case the wool inside just a little bit of green, or half green situation he is a blood loss. Mr. Shin bid 14 million. Mr. Shin, do you want to raise the price again? Wang Hai's gaze once again fell on Qin Zixuan. Many people's gazes now also fell on Qin Zixuan, waiting for her response. However, this time, Qin Zixuan did not respond immediately, but instead inclined her head to look at Hu Yan because she also felt that the price of 14 million was a bit outrageous. Just do what I said before. Hu Yan took a deep breath and returned. $15 million. After receiving Hu Yan's response, Qin Zixuan directly increased the price, thus showing that she really trusted Hu Yan. Who's that kid? Qin Zixuan appears to be taking his advice. When he took the stage before, he said he was an executive of the Tianhai Group, so it seems that his relationship with Qin Zixuan is not ordinary. Since the crowd was watching Qin Zixuan, her every move did not escape the eyes of the crowd, and the image of her asking Hu Yan for advice naturally fell into the eyes of the crowd. So many people became curious about Hu Yan's identity. $15 million. Mr. Qin bid $15 million. Wang Dahai said in a loud voice. At this moment, Qin Zixuan and Shen Linshan's bidding is definitely the big high tide of the whole auction. Not only the audience is enjoying themselves, but Wang Dahai, the moderator, is also feeling very enjoyable. Mr. Shen. Still adding? Wang Dahai walked to the very front of the stage and looked toward Shen Linshan, who was sitting not far from the stage. At this moment, not only Wang Dahai, the gazes of the rest of the people on the scene also swept towards him, just as they had looked at Qin Zixuan just now. Shen Linshan hesitated for a moment. Then, rushing the staff at the scene to ask for a mic, he got up and looked at Qin Zixuan, who was sitting not far away, and said, "Ladies first, this piece of jade wool belongs to Mr. Qin." "So, Shen always gives up?" Wang Hai asked. "Right, give it up." Shen Linshan responded with a smile. "Okay," Wang Dahai answered. His eyes then once again swept to the whole room and asked, "Now Mr. Qin bid 15 million. Is there anyone else to raise the price?" No one on stage responded. $15 million a time. 15 million twice. 15 million. 3 times. Deal. Congratulations Mr. Qin. Wang Dahai loudly announced the results of the auction, and a beam of chasing light also directly hit Qin Zixuan's body. The scene then resounded with warm applause. Next, please welcome Mr. Qin to the stage. Wang Hai sat with a pleased gesture. Qin Zixuan could only get up and walk slowly onto the stage under the gaze of the entire audience. First of all, congratulations again to Mr. Qin for winning the finale lot of this charity auction. A staff member just told me that the price of $15 million also refreshes the single item auction record of the Basha charity auction in the past 10 years. May I ask Mr. Qin what he would like to say at this moment? While Wang Dahai was speaking, a staff member handed Qin Zixuan a microphone, and after a moment's thought, she said, "First of all, I am very honored to be invited to the Basha charity dinner, and I would like to thank Sister Su Xiao for providing such a platform for those of us who love charity as well as for the enterprises, and I personally, as well as the Tianhai Group, have always supported the charity cause in China. I personally, whether the Tianhai Group, has always been a strong supporter of the domestic charity. Tianhai Group has also set up a special Tianhai charity fund. Rich do not forget the roots. Rich do not forget the roots. This is my father often urged me to say, but also the Tianhai Group has always been adhering to one of the corporate philosophy. In the future, Tianhai Group will gradually increase the investment in the Tianhai charity fund. I also ask all of you here to join us in adding to China's charitable endeavors and helping more people in need." With those words, Qin Zixuan bowed slightly. A round of applause rang out from the stage. Qin Zixuan, as the sole heir of Tianhai Group, this speech was very much in line with her role nowadays, and on such a charitable stage, it not only flaunted her own business, but also made a publicity for Tianhai Group. Hu Yan applauded vigorously. This is the first time he heard Qin Zixuan say so many words. Originally, Hu Yan also thought that Qin Zixuan's speech will also be a brief and concise type. Did not expect she actually published such a long paragraph of speech. However, from the effect, this is naturally very favorable to the Tianhai Group, which is just to verify the sentence. In what position to say what words? This is a smart person. From this point of view, Qin Zixuan was at least a qualified successor, and she had not delayed in labeling and publicizing the Tian Hai group because of her personality. What Mr. Qin said is really fantastic. However, here I would also like to ask on behalf of all the gossiping guests, spending $15 million to auction off this jade wool, does it hurt your heart? Wang Dahai asked with a smile. The words obviously had a joking element in it. How heartbreaking. If you do charity, no matter how much money you spend, the Tian Hai group won't be heartbroken. Qin Zixuan responded with a smile, once again labeling her business. See, this is the temperament and demeanor of a great entrepreneur. Let's give Mr. Qin some more applause. Wang Dahai waved his hand at the stage, and there was another round of applause. Next, please welcome to the stage the founder of the Basha Charity Gala, and also the donor of this lot, Ms. Su Xiao. In the sound of Wang Dahai's introduction, a middle-aged woman dressed in luxurious clothes walked onto the stage with a smile on her face. She was the chairman of Basha Group, Su Xiao. It is also a resounding figure in the country's rich and powerful circles. After Su Xiao walked onto the stage, she first shook hands with Qin Zixuan. Then, taking the mic from the staff, she said, "First of all, thank you for Sister Zixuan's generosity. I did tell Dahai before that this piece of soul was auctioned off by me at the Jade Conference in Myanmar at a price of $8 million. Of course, what it really looks like inside it is anyone's guess. And now that Sister Zixuan is willing to spend $15 million to put it up for auction, I'm sure she definitely has charity in mind. So I want everyone to give Sister Zixuan some more applause." At Su Xiao's appeal, a round of applause rang out once again. Next, the two of them did a symbolic handover of the lots before Qin Zixuan walked off the stage. Su Xiao, as the host, began her rather lengthy speech. After about 20 minutes, Su Xiao's speech ended, and so did the second part of the charity dinner, the charity auction. Next, it is the banquet part of the charity dinner. Since it is a dinner that naturally there is really prepared wine banquet, and this part is also the guests of the donation time. There our staff will give each guest will send a card. The guests can fill in their own donation information on it. Of course, you can also choose not to donate. It really takes a voluntary attitude. Once guests have filled out their cards, they can drop them in the donation box on stage. While this was going on, the stage was filled with lesser-known singers performing without going cold. Hu Yan as a guest naturally also received the card. To be honest, he is not quite like to donate money. After all, in this scene he definitely belongs to the object of donation. And, in the past, the charity dinner also has many stars worth hundreds of millions of dollars do not donate a penny. In fact, there is no need to carry out moral abduction of this thing. Each person's money is hard-earned. Even if it is speculative or take other improper means, he is ultimately paid for. Therefore, donate money to this thing all depends on their own mind. Hu Yan hesitated for a while, but still wrote down the figure of 70,000 on the card. Because, at the beginning of the charity dinner Wang Dahai said that 70,000 would be able to help people in the mountainous area to buy a brand new ambulance. Therefore, Hu Yan decided to donate a car. Old Hu, are you going to donate money? While filling out the card, Qian Shaoer asked Hu Yan with a curious face. Here, Hu Yan handed Qian Shaoer the card he had finished filling out. You really did donate. And, so much. Qian Shaoer was a little surprised, but she has been to Hu Yan's hometown to know Hu Yan's family conditions. $70,000. Almost Hu Yan's parents' a year's income. Although Hu Yan made some money today, but in Qian Shaoer's opinion, Hu Yan is of course still very poor. Since people are here, we have to show our appreciation anyways. Hu Yan gently shrugged his shoulders. Hu Yan, you're making more than $2 million today, so donating just $70,000 is too stingy, isn't it? While Chen Shaoer was looking at the card filled out by Hu Yan, Zhong Wanming also came over to take a look, and then, he mocked in a conspiratorial manner. Upon hearing this, Hu Yan was unimpressed and spread his hands. The ability is limited. So, I can only do my best. If you're doing your best you should donate the $2 million you made today. Zhong Wanming spoke sarcastically. Hu Yan, on the other hand, blankly glanced at Zhong Wanming and coldly replied, the money is what I earned with my ability. How I want to dispose of it is my freedom. And it's not the turn of an outsider to tell me what to do. It's not that you don't want to donate. Zhong Wanming snorted coldly. If I made more than $2 million, I'd have to donate half of it anyway. Then according to this theory of Mr. Zhong, shouldn't you donate half of your assets? Hu Yan asked rhetorically. www.zbcxw. CN Stars novel. Com. I earned my assets from my own hard work. Why should I donate half of it? Zhong Wanming rolled his eyes. Then what makes you ask me to donate half? Hu Yan said coldly. There are always some moralistic people in this society, standing on the moral high ground to accuse others. However, once things fall in their favor, They offer up double standards. People like that are most disgusting. Hu Yan said this is not polite at all. Like Zhong Wanming, this kind of moral bitch really owes scolding. You. Zhong Wanming was a bit furious. Do you know how much I have to donate? Zhong Wanming pointed at Hu Yan and said arrogantly. You don't have half a cent to do with me even if you donate $100 million. However, if you can really donate that much, I would sincerely thank you properly for the mountain people. Hu Yan responded in a cold voice. Not $100 million, but $1 million is still there. Zhong Wanming bragged and waved the card he filled out in front of Hu Yan's eyes, while he spoke so loudly that the crowd at the same table could hear him clearly, and Sun Jiaozhou and Chen Zhanlai couldn't help but cast surprised glances at him. Although these people are very rich, but really say how much to donate out, or will be heartbroken. And, 2, very few people will donate so much, mostly donate a few tens of thousands of meaning. Hu Yan remembered that he had seen the donation list of the guests of last year's Basha charity dinner on the news, and the most amount of donation by a single person was 700,000, while most of the celebrities were 1 or 2,000, 3 or 5,000, and even those who donated 3 or 5,000, and even more even, a pair of very high-profile celebrity couples did not donate a single penny. Therefore, if Zhong Wanming really wanted to donate $1 million, it would be a sky-high price. Brother Zhong, doesn't that mean that your money is a donation from the group? The Chen Shower on the side could not stand to see it, and directly exposed Zhong Wanming. His so-called 1 million is simply the money from the Chen group, and not from his own pocket. Zhong Wanming was stunned and filled with embarrassment. He was never expecting Chen Shower to expose himself at this time, and once he heard Chen Shower's words, Hu Yan couldn't help but laugh out loud. So some people are a dime a dozen themselves. You, who are you calling a dime a dozen? Zhong Wanming pointed at Hu Yan with some irritation. Who is it? Whose heart knows? Alas, some people can be so strange that they don't donate a penny themselves, but they have the nerve to spray those who donate money. Hu Yan coldly mocked. He counted to see through it. For people like Zhong Wanming, you can't give him a good face. Mr. Qin, there's something I want to ask your opinion on. Just as Hu Yan and Zhong Wanming confronted each other, a staff member walked up to Qin Zishuan and whispered. Well, go ahead. Qin Zishuan faintly answered. Mr. Su asked me to ask you if you want to decode the stone live. At this moment, there just isn't much performance on the stage anymore. If you agree, it will also liven up the guests present. The staff conveyed Su Zhao's meaning. Do you have a stone deconstruction master and specialized tools on site? Qin Zishuan was afraid that she didn't have any professional tools, and then broke the good jade wool. After all, it cost $15 million. Yes, there are masters of stone decomposition and specialized tools. The staff nodded frequently. So, Qin Zishuan hesitated slightly, then agreed anyway. That's fine. Alright, then I wish Mr. Qin good luck first. The staff member clasped his hands together in a bow, and then, striding away. That's right, Hu Yan, it was your idea for Mr. Qin to spend $15 million to auction off that piece of jade wool, wasn't it? Zhong Wanming found a new groove and said in a conspiratorial manner. However, this time, Hu Yan didn't pay any attention to him and just gave him a disdainful blank look. What's the matter? Afraid to admit it? Afraid of flipping out later? Zhong Wanming continued to say to himself, on that piece of material, even if the inside is full of green are very difficult to return to the capital, thanks to you to think out, even let Mr. Qin to spend $15 million to auction it, your own money, not willing to donate, other people's money, a shot at $15 million, really admirable. Zhong Wanming continued to taunt. Mr. Zhong's words are not rigorous, but I have donated 70,000, to say that their own money is not willing to donate, but another person, the nonsense backfired. At the word, Zhong Wanming mouth corner cannot help but twitch, but cannot refute. After all, he himself is indeed a point did not donate, only, because on behalf of the group donated $1 million he always unconsciously think that this million as if it is his own donations, and even forget, in fact, he is the one who is not a penny. At this moment, Hu Yan seized this matter to strike back, and he was really disliked. Ladies and gentlemen, everyone be quiet for a moment, there's a big show about to begin. At that moment, Wan Hai's voice once again sounded as he slowly walked onto the stage with a microphone in hand. Just now, Mr. Qin has decided to unravel the stone at the scene. That's right, it's the piece of jade wool that she spent $15 million to auction off. The result will be revealed later on. How was it? Wasn't it exciting? Wang Dahai said with a smile on his face, and as his words fell, there was a commotion at the scene. Just as he said, there was nothing more exciting than a live stone unraveling, especially, this was still a piece of jade wool worth $15 million. As the saying goes, one cut is poor and the other is rich. Next, It was time to witness the real miracle. Ugh, this is going to be a good one. When Wang Dahai's words fell, Zhong Wanming sighed conspiratorially, with an expression of sitting and waiting for the deciphering of the stone to turn over. Both Hu Yan and Qin Zishuan ignored him, their gazes converging on the stage like the rest of the people present. In fact, Hu Yan was even more curious about the result of the stone deciphering, because he was curious to know what was inside this piece of jade wool that could be worth $30 million. The staff carried the tools needed for stone decomposition onto the stage, and then carried the piece of jade rough that Qin Zishuan had auctioned onto the stone decomposition table. The two stone-solving masters adjusted the angle of the jade rough again, then pressed the button of the cutting machine. By now many of the guests sitting on the stage were on their feet, craning their necks to wait for the results to be revealed. Bigwigs like Qin Zishuan and their industry involved in the jewelry industry are naturally accustomed to seeing the scene of stone unraveling. However, many people involved in the jewelry industry, as well as most of the actors on the scene, have only heard of gambling. They have never seen the real scene of unraveling. Especially, this is a piece of 15 million yuan of jade wool. They are naturally even more curious. They were naturally even more curious. Soon, the first cut was completed. The master of the stone solver wiped away the dust on the section, and the result was presented to the crowd. What's going on here? How come there are so many colors? Shouldn't it show green? OMG, what a profit! What a profit! Holy shit, what kind of divine luck is this? Fortuna, or the very best Fortuna. www.zbcxw.cn*fiction.com. After seeing the result of this first cut, those who didn't know anything about it were dumbfounded, while those who did exploded. At this moment, the jade's cut surface surprisingly showed three colors, which were green, red, and purple. In fact, the color of jade color is not a single green. There are black, red, yellow, purple, blue and other colors. Only, people are the most respected emerald is the glass seed, ice and other pure green jade. Therefore, other colors of emerald at the very beginning of the time is not to be seen. After all, a mention of emerald people think of the natural, green. Otherwise, what to call emerald ah? However, as people's aesthetics continue to change, these years the attention of other colors of emerald is also increasingly high. In particular, the color emerald is rare, so the price of colored emerald in the past few years is also soaring. And in addition to single color jadeite, after a piece of jadeite also exists in two colors and coexist, or three colors and coexist in the situation. Two colors coexist by the industry known as spring with color, and three colors is called fuck luck show. But due to the three colors coexisting, jadeite is too rare. Many of the fuck luck show is to make up the color fuck luck show, as long as there are three colors even if one of them is very weak, also so called, in order to sell a gimmick. In fact, the real fortune and longevity refers to the green, red, purple, three colors of jadeite. And now on the stage, Qin Zishuan auctioned this piece of jade rough jade. Is the real fortune and longevity, green, red, purple coexist? The rarity of such jade is self-evident. Then, its value is naturally extremely high. Mr. Qin, you're really lucky. Congratulations, congratulations. Xian Zonglai, who was at the same table, was all smiles as he rushed to congratulate Qin Zishuan. Thanks, Mr. Chen. Qin Zishuan responded. At this time, her exquisite beauty of the world on the color of surprise, although she trusted Hu Yan, which spent 15 million to auction this jade wool, but she never dreamed that this piece of wool can be opened out of the rare Fukushulatu. There are even three colors of emerald together? This is too weird. Xian Shower had never heard of this kind of thing at all. Her small face was full of surprise. Then she turned her head to look at Hu Yan beside her. Old Hu, is this kind of emerald worth a lot of money? Well, things are rare. Hu Yan smiled and nodded. After this knife went down, his inner doubts were answered. No wonder he could see the sky price of $30 million. It turned out that inside was actually a rare Fukushulu. This kind of opened Hu Yan's eyes. I can't believe it's an emerald with three colors side by side. Wang Dahai has been standing on the stage. At this moment he opened his mouth again and said, when I first saw the result, I was a little confused, as were most of my friends here, but just now there has been an expert to give me a popularization of the three colors of jadeite coexisting in the industry known as the Fukushulu. Extremely rare, and extremely high value. Therefore, I really have to congratulate Mr. Qin, even though it cost $15 million to auction this piece of jade wool. However, it's still a big profit, Wang Dahai said with a smile on his face, and after hearing his words, those who were originally confused understood. But at this moment, Zhong Wanming, who was originally waiting to see the deciphering of the stone overturned, was completely confused. For Qin Zishuan to spend $15 million to auction this piece of jade wool, he just scoffed at it. He firmly believed that this time, Hu Yan was sure to overturn the car, and he also had a reason to attack Hu Yan. But this material was opened Fukushulu. He could not believe his eyes. Closed and opened. Opened and closed several times before confirming that what he saw was true. Damn! What kind of luck did this kid have? Zhong Wanming cursed in his heart. Then, twisting his head, he was ready to leave the scene. Now in this situation, he could only make a fool of himself by staying. However, he had just had the thought of leaving when Hu Yan suddenly turned his head, looked at him and said, "Mr. Hu, I don't know much about emerald. However, you're a professional in the jewelry industry, so I'd like to ask, are these 3 colors of emerald very valuable?" This, Zhong Wanming frowned tightly and glared viciously at Hu Yan, which was he didn't know. He was clearly just intending to humiliate him. "Look it up yourself on the internet. I'm going to the bathroom." Zhong Wanming snorted coldly and twisted his head. Instead, Hu Yan's voice drifted behind him again. "Mr. Zhong goes to the bathroom so often. It's better to go see a male doctor when you have time." Fuck! Zhong Wanming's footsteps stalled and he silently exploded before speeding up his pace to leave. Glancing at Zhong Wanming's departing back, Hu Yan did have a smile on his face. The former had been fighting with himself all night, and his sneering words were even more incessant. Hu Yan adhered to the philosophy that if people don't offend me, I don't offend them. He wouldn't take the initiative to mess with others, but that didn't mean that he could let others ride on his neck and shit on him. Therefore, in due course, he is bound to fight back. "Mr. Qin, do you want to make a second cut?" At this time, Wang Dahai on the stage asked again. "Qin Zishuan auction, this piece of wool is still cut the second knife operation space. If the second knife is still the current situation, then the value of this piece of jade wool will also skyrocket." Cut? Qin Zishuan directly twisted her head to ask Hu Yan. "I don't think that's necessary." Hu Yan faintly replied back. "If the second cut was still like this, the value of this piece of wool would be more than just $30 million. Not to say that it would be almost double. Based on this judgment, there is really no point in cutting further on the second cut." "Aha!" Qin Zishuan nodded, then waved her hand at Wang Dahai on the stage, signaling that she would not cut, and after seeing Qin Zishuan's attitude, the guests waiting to see what was going on couldn't help but be a little disappointed. Watching this thing could be too exciting. Seeing good. "Mr. Qin is wise." Qian Zonglai smilingly gave a thumbs up from Qin Zishuan, and then, with some difficulty, said, "I know that Tianhai Group has a jewelry company under its umbrella, but I still want to ask Mr. Qin if he has any intention of putting this piece of jade rough out for sale." Qian Zonglai is definitely a collection of enthusiasts, not only antiques and paintings, all the rare things, he would like to take for himself. In fact, if this is the majority of the collector's psychology, there's no such intention for the time being. Qin Zishuan faintly returned. "Well, at a guess." Qian Zonglai shook his head with some disappointment, and just as the two of them were talking, Shanlin Xiang, who had previously bid on this piece of jade rough with Qin Zishuan, walked over with a smile on his face. "Mr. Qin, congratulations indeed. $15 million doubled in the blink of an eye. I really admire your eyesight. I'd also like to thank you, Mr. Qin, for your generosity in not continuing to argue with me." Qin Zishuan responded softly. "Hi." Shanlin Xiang shook his head with a bitter smile. If he had known that it was the present result, would he not have fought? In fact, after seeing this result, Shanlin Xiang's intestines are almost repenting. Now this blessed longevity and luck can be called the best material, if there is such a piece of material, can be operated with too much space, and its value is far more than the market valuation. The value of this piece of material would be much higher than the market value, because the real Fukushulu is too little. On the Qin Zishuan auction, this piece of jade wool, put in the warehouse hoarding for a few years, the value of the value may be able to double. Rare things are expensive, especially Fukushulu, meaning very good, by the rich and powerful people's favorite. "Mr. Qin, truth be told, I want to discuss a matter with you," Shanlin Xiang said with a smile on his face. "If it's a matter of transferring the jade, Mr. Qin should be excused because I have no intention of transferring it." Qin Zishuan waved her hand, directly blocking out the words. The smile on his face stiffened at the corner of his mouth. Shanlin Xiang depressed rubbed his hands. The reason why he came over is of course for this piece of blessed longevity and luck. He is the main do jewelry. If you have such a piece of material, Shen's jewelry can be too much help. "Old Shen, you don't need to hit on this piece of jade wool. I've just asked." Qian Zonglai, who was still quite familiar with Shanlin Xiang, said smilingly from the sidelines. "Ugh." Shanlin Xiang depressed sigh. "And do not die," said Qin. "You also know, my Shen's jewelry on the jewelry industry to eat it. Not compared to your Tianhai group. The family is big. Or you listen to my offer. Shen Linxiang said and stretched out 4 fingers. I'll offer $40 million. What does Mr. Qin think? $40 million? Boy, that valuable? Shen Linxiang's offer once exported. The same table Sun Jiajiao. Kylie, two people are a shock. They do not know much about jade. If not just Wang Dahai and the object of popularization of what is called Fukushulu. They do not even know this. However, the two of them only thought that Qin Zishuan was lucky and might make a few $1,000,000. But never thought that Shen Linxiang opened his mouth is $40 million. To know, Qin Zishuan is $15 million auction. This blink of an eye earned $25 million. What trade could be more profitable than this? Mr. Shen, I've already said that I don't have any intention of making a move. Without a hint of hesitation, Qin Zishuan decisively refused. $50 million. How about $50 million? Shen Linxiang gritted his teeth and directly increased the price by $10 million. Seeing this, Sun Jiaojiao and Kylie were even more shocked that their mouths couldn't close. And in the blink of an eye the profit was another $10 million. Even selling white powder is not this profitable. Mr. Shen, I'm really sorry. I really don't have any intention of making a move. It's not a matter of money. Qin Zishuan waved her hand with a determined face. As the sole heir of Tianhai Group, since she was in her teens, her dad Qin Baoxiang had consciously instilled some business ideas and thoughts into her. And later on, Qin Zishuan had always majored in business administration when she was studying abroad. Plus she had inherited her dad's excellent genes for business. Therefore, Qin Zishuan's business sense and cognition is far from comparable to young people of the same age group. Let's say this piece of jade material in front of us. Although its market value may not be worth 50 million. However, after the first cut down to open the rare fortune and longevity, she has already thought of the subsequent operation of the relevant operation of the 8 or 9 is not far from the truth. The jewelry company under the Tianhai Group had always been at the bottom of the competition in the same industry. So after Qin Zishuan took over the main business of the Tianhai Group, she had also been increasing her support for the group's jewelry brands, which could also be seen from the fact that she had personally traveled to the Jade Conference to stock up on raw materials for the company. And today's opening of this piece of Fuck Luck Show is undoubtedly a good opportunity for the Tianhai jewelry under the Tianhai Group, because Fuck Luck Show is very rare, so Qin Zishuan can use it to make an article, to create a batch of fine jewelry or a few pieces of fine jewelry and ornaments. Fuck Luck Show jewelry, ornaments, and then a wave of high-end marketing, in order to enhance the brand image of Tianhai jewelry. Well, I respect Mr. Qin's decision. Shen Linxiang sighed with a disappointed face. www.zbcxw.cn However, he didn't leave right away, but instead landed his gaze on Hu Yan and said, if I remember correctly, little brother's surname is Hu, right? Previously, Hu Yan had introduced himself on stage when he auctioned the landscape painting, so Shen Linxiang had an impression of him. Well, my name is Huin, Hu Yan responded. Is it convenient for brother Hu to leave a contact information? Shen Linxiang asked with a smile on his face. Hu Yan slightly stunned. Before this he and Shen Linxiang, but there is no intersection. And the other party is still the big brother of the jewelry industry. He is just an unknown minion. Therefore, but when Shen Linxiang suddenly made this request, Hu Yan was somewhat confused. Oh, yes. Although he didn't know the reason. Out of politeness, Hu Yan still nodded, then turned his own cell phone to the Weixin code page and handed it over. This is my Weixin. Okay. Shen Linxiang took out his own cell phone and added Hu Yan's Weixin friend. Then, he greeted Qin Zishuan and the others before leaving. Shen Linxiang is obviously trying to poach you. When Shen Linxiang left, Qin Zishuan looked at Hu Yan and said, yeah, how come I didn't see it? Hu Yan spread his hands in confusion. What else? Do you think he's looking at you because you're handsome? Qin Zishuan made a rare joke. Alright, but don't worry old Qin. I won't betray you. Hu Yan hemmed and hawed and showed his loyalty. Only, what he said in this sentence is easily ambiguous, as it applies equally to couples. So much so that, after hearing Hu Yan's words, Qin Zishuan herself felt strange. The charity dinner has entered the end. Many guests have begun to leave the venue. Hu Yan is looking for an opportunity to ask for the signature of a few popular stars. There is no way. Hu Jiasen, that girl, urged really too tight. Therefore, Hu Yan can only be hard to go over to find people to ask for an autograph. Luckily, these stars were very facetious. None of them refused, and all of them had a very easy-going, good-natured demeanor. This even let Hu Yan on the network occasionally see so and so star playing big news have suspicions. However, when he calmed down to think about it, also understand, mainly because the occasion is different. In this business bigwigs gathered occasion, this gang of stars do not dare to put up any frame, because you do not know which one is the person you cannot afford to offend. Moreover, Hu Yan also appeared on the stage and showed his face. This group of stars are all human beings in general. Naturally, it is not good to dial up Hu Yan's face. The charity dinner is over. Hu Yan drove Qin Zixuan back to Tianhai home. One thing I'm curious about is how you're so sure that piece of jade Ruff will be able to open up a rare jadeite like the Fortuna? While waiting for the red light, Qin Zixuan asked curiously, "Hey, how can I be sure that that piece of jade will open up Fortuna?" Hu Yan shook his head. "I just think that piece of jade will looks very good. May be able to come out of the glass seed of the very best jadeite. That's why I let you shoot it. Who knows? By mistake even opened out the three-color jadeite of fortune and longevity. It is also really surprising." "That's also true. How could anyone possibly be able to foresee what's going on inside the jade?" Qin Zixuan gently nodded, then added with emotion, "However, your eyesight is really poisonous. After tonight's charity dinner, you can be considered famous." "Famous? No way." Hu Yan shook his head. "It's not like I'm a star to be famous. I mean in the antique and jade circle. There are quite a few bigwigs in the antique and jade circle present today. They've all seen your performance in their eyes, and it's inevitable that they'll throw an olive branch at you." Qin Zixuan spoke softly, while Hu Yan heard a hint of worry from her tone. Clearly, Qin Zixuan was afraid that he would jump ship. "Old Qin, you're not worried that I'll jump ship again?" Hu Yan smiled and said, "Didn't I say it just now at the charity dinner scene? Don't worry, I won't betray you." "Yes?" Qin Zixuan's beautiful eyes were like torches as she looked at Hu Yan. "Of course." Hu Yan nodded with a straight face. "The greatest merit of my person is probably that I am a man of my word." "Aha." Qin Zixuan nodded slightly and stopped speaking. Her worries were not without reason. Although she was the one who bid on the jade wool tonight, anyone with a little bit of brains could see that the one who gave the opinion was Hu Yan. Moreover, Hu Yan had also bid on the landscape painting worth more than $1 million at a price of $100,000. With such a performance, it is difficult for him not to attract the ideas of those bigwigs. Shen Linxiang asked Hu Yan for contact information is a signal. In fact, at that time, she could have prevented the two from leaving each other's contact information. Only, that would be pointless. Shen Linxiang wants Hu Yan's contact information. There are 10,000 ways. If Qin Zixuan stepped in to block, the opposite is to appear small-minded. And according to Qin Zixuan's judgment, there should be quite a few people contacting Hu Yan in the next few days, and there would be no shortage of companies with high salaries to poach him, depending on Hu Yan's own wishes. The elevator stopped at the 22nd floor, and Hu Yan walked out, turning back to wave goodbye to Qin Zixuan. When he opened the door to his room, the lights in the living room were still on, and Zhao Peng was nestled on the sofa watching TV. "I'll go, old Hu. What are you doing? You're simply handsome." After seeing Hu Yan, Zhao Peng was so shocked that he jumped straight up from the sofa. "Attend a social function." Hu Yan casually replied back. "You've only been at work for a few days, and you're going out to socialize?" Zhao Peng looked Hu Yan up and down and laughed cheaply. "Dressing you up so handsomely won't be letting you go publicize a rich woman, right? Get out." Hu Yan blankly glanced at Zhao Peng, while unbuttoning his clothes, while walking towards his room. Wearing a suit is indeed very handsome. Only, it's hard to be taught all over. "Old Hu, if you can't eat it you can introduce it to Buddy me. It's okay. This kind of work Buddy can carry it for you." Zhao Peng smilingly followed to Hu Yan's room. "If I really have this opportunity, I will definitely introduce it to you." Hu Yan took off his suit and carefully hung it up in the closet, then changed into comfortable pants and undershirt, and his whole person loosened up a lot at once. "By the way, did you get a call from Luyu?" Zhao Peng leaned against the wall and asked Hu Yan. "No. Why?" Luyu is Hu Yan, a Zhao Peng's college classmate. "A very quiet girl. That's probably because you haven't been informed yet. She's getting married this weekend and invited me over," Zhao Peng said. "Just graduated this just a few days off, and got married?" Hu Yan was a bit surprised. "Should be pregnant. Besides, that boyfriend of hers is quite old. It's normal to get married." Zhao Peng shrugged. "I guess all these classmates who stayed in Jiangcheng will go." "Go on then." Huin shrugged. "Alas, it's true that people sit at home and gifts come from heaven." Zhao Peng lamented. "I didn't expect to be sending red envelopes out so soon. If you don't have enough money, dude has it here. No need to panic." Hu Yan smiled. Hey, it's still good old Hu." Zhao Peng grinned, gave Hu Yan a flying eye. Originally money is enough. However, 2 days ago to Hu Yan, because Hu Jusin promotion banquet thing. After all, the best buddy. So, Zhao Peng only left a living expenses. Thinking of next month's startup on the right. Did not think that the same classmates and to get married. Of course he cannot eat cow. Don't disgust me. That flying eye of Zhao Peng's was really hot, and Hu Yan had the urge to punch him. "Okay, let's go catch up on the show." With the main problem solved, Zhao Peng twisted his head and returned to the living room. Hu Yan lying on the bed, flipped through the phone. There are really 2 missed calls, one of which is Lu Yu's. I think, at that time Hu Yan was at the charity dinner site is too noisy. Did not hear. Open the Weixin. Lu Yu really left a message to Hu Yan, probably meaning to invite him to attend his wedding, and attached the time and place. And at this moment, Hu Yan University's class group was also very lively. The crowd was discussing about Lu Yu's marriage. After all, it was the first classmate to get married. The crowd was still quite interested. Brother Hu, you're home, aren't you? Just as Hu Yan was looking through the chat records of his classmates, he suddenly received a new message, which was surprisingly sent by Shenlin Xiang. Just got home. Hu Yan returned. What time is convenient tomorrow? I want to ask you to meet. Shenlin Xiang said straight to the point. I have to work tomorrow. Mr. Shen has something to say in Weixin. Hu Yan returned. Then wait until after you get off work. It's really not convenient to chat about this kind of thing in WeChat, Shenlin Xiang said. Looking at Shenlin Xiang's message, Hu Yan couldn't help but frown, thinking, could it really be that old Qin had hit the nail on the head? Is the other side trying to dig themselves over? Hu Yan was pondering over Shenlin Xiang's intentions when he received a new Weixin message. Brother Hu, do you have a moment to chat? The person who sent the message was Qian Zanlai. Another. Hu Yan scratched his head. During the charity dinner Qian Zanlai sat at the same table with him, but in reality there wasn't much communication, just a few sentences, but the other party did invite him to his home to help look at his collection. Hu Yan thought for a moment, then first sent a message back to Shenlin Xiang, Mr. Shen, then we'll see you tomorrow after work. Although, Hu Yan has no intention of jumping ship. However, since the other party took the initiative to invite, it is not good to refuse directly. Therefore, Hu Yan should be down. If Shenlin Xiang really want to dig him in the past, Hu Yan then politely refused the other party is not a loss of etiquette. Okay, I'll see you tomorrow then, Shenlin Xiang quickly replied. Ending the conversation with Shenlin Xiang, Hu Yan hurriedly sent another message back to Qianzong. Mr. Qian, please speak. A few moments after the message was sent, Hu Yan received a voice message from Qian Zanlai, roughly meaning that he invited Hu Yan to his home on Saturday to help him look at his collection. Such an invitation is nothing. Hu Yan directly responded to the process of appreciation is also a learning process. Early the next morning, Hu Yan was still working with Qin Zixuan. Old Qin, it seems that I really let you guess correctly. Shenlin Xiang asked me to meet him in the evening. As he drove, Huin said, well, that's normal. Qin Zixuan nodded her head. www.zbcxw.cn*novels.com. I felt that it didn't seem too good if I rejected it outright, so I agreed to him. But here's what I think. If it's fine at night, we'll go together. This was the scenario that Hu Yan thought of last night. If he brought Qin Zixuan along to meet with Shenlin Xiang, the other party should understand what Hu Yan meant, and avoid some embarrassment. Good. Qin Zixuan decisively nodded her head, which was somewhat unexpected by Hu Yan, who had originally thought that Qin Zixuan would not necessarily agree. Hey, that's better. Hu Yan laughed and was in a good mood. In fact, he was the worst at refusing. If he met with Shenlin Xiang alone, if the other party really sent an invitation to himself, he really didn't know how to refuse. During the day, Hu Yan finished reading Wang Chuanqing's notes that he hadn't finished reading yesterday, and then, he made an appointment with Shenlin Xiang for a meeting place. When he got off work, Hu Yan directly drove with Qin Zixuan. Shenlin Xiang's appointment location was a pushy tea house. While Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan had arrived one step ahead of him, the two of them then sat quietly in the box and waited. Around 10 minutes later, the sound of hurried footsteps came from outside the box, and then Shenlin Xiang pushed his way in. But when he saw Qin Zixuan, who was also sitting in the box, he couldn't help but feel a pang. Obviously, he was very surprised. However, for a veteran like him, this was just a small scene, and an embarrassed look flickered across his face, and a smile quickly piled up on his face. Brother Hu, Mr. Qin, I'm really sorry that I'm late as the host. Shenlin Xiang arched his hand at the two men. You're welcome, Mr. Shen. We just arrived as well. Qin Zixuan whispered back. Anyway, I'm late. It's a pity that there's no wine served here. Otherwise I'd have punished myself with 3 cups. Shenlin Xiang laughed and smoothly sat down opposite the two. Mr. Shen doesn't mind my uninvited visit, does he? Qin Zixuan said with narrowed beautiful eyes. How can that be? Mr. Qin is an honored guest that I may not even be able to invite if I wanted to, Shenlin Xiang said with great solemnity. Qin Zixuan guffawed and faintly said, actually, it's also my fault for being paranoid. Last night I saw Hu Yan tweeting with someone else. I thought it was some kind of goblin, but I didn't expect it to be General Manager Shen. The moment Qin Zixuan's words came out, Hu Yan and Shen Linxiang were both baffled. Because the amount of information in this sentence is not small. Qin Zixuan even said personally that she saw Hu Yan sending Weixin with someone else last night, which means that the two of them are living together. And she can also check Hu Yan's cell phone as she pleases. Obviously, this is the behavior between male and female friends. After all, it is very normal for a girlfriend to check on her and whatnot. Take a step back. Even if the two are not boyfriend and girlfriend, they are still very close. This unexpected situation is greatly out of Shen Linxiang's expectations. He asked Hu Yan to come over today is like to dig him into his own company. After yesterday's charity dinner, he has found someone to retrieve all of Hu Yan's information, including his performance in the Jade Conference, all of which is presented in the Shen Linxiang mastered the information about Hu Yan. Finally Hu Yan's performance at the Jade Conference, as well as the charity dinner. He concludes that Hu Yan is a rare talent, and decides to poach Hu Yan into his company at all costs. However, if Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan were really a couple, it would be almost impossible for him to poach someone, and it was well known that Qin Zixuan was the sole heir of the Tianhai Group. So, was there a future in staying with Qin Zixuan as Tianhai Group's son-in-law? Or was there a future in jumping ship to a company that was far less powerful than Tianhai Group? I'm afraid that's the question any fool would choose. Hu Yan naturally didn't expect Qin Zixuan to come up with such a sentence, and was also dumbfounded. However, his head spun very quickly, and in no time at all, he understood Qin Zixuan's intentions, and didn't say anything. Anyway, in this way one doesn't need to waste any more words, and I believe that before this kind of premise, Shen Linxiang will not be able to mention the matter of poaching again no matter what, unless he is an idiot. Sure enough, as Hu Yan expected, after Qin Zixuan indicated her relationship with Hu Yan, Shen Linxiang did not mention a word about poaching Hu Yan, but pulled Qin Zixuan to talk about the possibility of cooperation between the two jewelry companies. Obviously, Shen Linxiang's plan to poach completely failed, and even the opportunity to say it from the tea house out of the time. It is already 8 o'clock in the evening. Shen Linxiang sent the two men to the door, saw the two men get on the car and leave. Old Qin, that's a hateful move you're making. Admire it. While waiting for the red light, Hu Yan gave Qin Zixuan a thumbs up. Once and for all, I guess there won't be anyone trying to dig you up again in the future. Qin Zixuan's mouth curled upwards to reveal a rare smile. In fact, this method also came to her suddenly on an impromptu whim, and it seems like the effect should be quite good right now. And she had reason to believe that the news would soon spread in the circle, and then there would be no more people hitting Hu Yan, unless they could come up with a more favorable bargaining chip than the identity of the son-in-law of the Tianhai Group. You are once and for all, but I'm a little worried about my career. After all, no one will be looking for me anymore, so won't I be at the mercy of you, the slave master? And anyway, there's nowhere to go. Hu Yan gently skimmed his lips and sighed. Upon hearing this, Qin Zixuan then smiled gently. Don't worry, I'll be responsible for you. Hu Yan was slightly stunned. This sounded a bit strange. Normally, shouldn't a man say it to a woman? Old Qin, this is what you said, that you would be responsible for me, huh? Hu Yan glanced at Qin Zixuan, looking like a young daughter-in-law who had just been pampered. I said, I will hold you accountable. Qin Zixuan nodded with a light smile. I'll remember that. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders. Then, again, inclined his head to ask Qin Zixuan, Old Qin, are you hungry? Just now, the two of them chatted with Shen Linxiang in the tea house for half a day, but they just drank tea and didn't eat anything. At this moment, Hu Yan felt that his stomach was already protesting. Aha! Qin Zixuan nodded. It seems like this place is not far from Jiangda Night Market. How about we go to the night market? Hu Yan was quite interested in proposing. Jiangda Night Market was near Jiangcheng University. It was very large in scale. In fact, it was very famous in the entire Jiangcheng. Night market? Qin Zixuan frowned lightly. She really hadn't been to a night market in her entire life. Also good. Although there was some hesitation in her heart, Qin Zixuan still nodded her head. In the past, it was fine for her to live abroad for many years. But now, since she had already returned home and the center of her future development would be in the country, it was still better for her to adapt to all sorts of life in the country. Alright, let's go to Jiangda Night Market. Hu Yan is very happy. The car had a turn, lightly drive in the direction of his alma mater Jiangcheng University. www.zbcxw. CN Stars Novels. Com. Jiangcheng University near 3 other universities. 4 universities make up the Jiangbei University City, and Jiangda Night Market initially rose precisely on the basis of the university city's flow of people, and then gradually made a name for themselves. The night to come here to shop for more and more people, and even became a lot of tourists to Jiangcheng to play the card place. When she walked into the night market, Qin Zixuan was a bit confused because there were too many people, giving off a feeling of chaos, and, in her opinion, the things sold in the small stalls were not hygienic at all. She really didn't have the slightest idea of wanting to eat them, and her brow wrinkled along with it. First time? Seeing Qin Zixuan's discomfort, Hu Yan asked with a smile. Aha! Qin Zixuan nodded. Then you have to take a good turn. I think at this world of delicious not only in the Michelin restaurant, Jiangda night market also has a lot of, Hu Yan said with a smile. Then a food truck on the side of the road, that octopus dumpling. I just think it's delicious. As the words fell, Hu Yan walked directly to the stall that sold octopus small balls. Boss, have one. Okay. The owner answered cheerfully and skillfully went about his business. Not long ago, a small octopus meatballs in the box. Hu Yan cannot wait to use a wooden stick tied up one of the bite, because it is just made a little hot. However, often it is this kind of you want to eat but cannot eat the mouth is the most fascinating feeling. It's as if, when two people fall in love, the ambiguous stage is always the best and most exciting. Wow. Yummy. It was hard to swallow a mouthful into his stomach. Hu Yan couldn't help but feel emotional. Old Qin, try one. It's especially delicious. Hu Yan tied up another one with a wooden stick and handed it to Qin Zixuan's mouth. However, at this moment, the latter was frowning tightly, staring at the small pills that had already been brought to his mouth by Hu Yan, while his body was instinctively stepping back. It's really good. Try it. Hu Yan smiled, and Qin Zixuan is still some hesitation. However, looking at Hu Yan that is full of sincere face, but how she cannot say no words, and ultimately compromised, opened his mouth, gently, bit a small mouthful of. This is really Qin Zixuan grew up for the first time to eat roadside stalls. From childhood, she accepted the family education as roadside stalls are not hygienic. Eat will be sick. The first time she was ever in the world, she was taught that roadside stalls were unhygienic and that eating them would make her sick. However, when that bite of the small pill was in her mouth, Qin Zixuan felt as if she had felt a flavor from another world. It was a flavor she had never experienced before, but it was exceptionally fascinating. Yummy. Seeing the change in expression on Qin Zixuan's face, Hu Yan smiled smugly. It doesn't seem to be what I thought it would be. Qin Zixuan muttered in a small voice. Then eat all of this one, Hu Yan added, handing most of the remaining small pills to Qin Zixuan's mouth. I'll eat it myself. Qin Zixuan felt that this kind of feeding action was too ambiguous. Her pretty face slightly reddened as she took the wooden stick in Hu Yan's hand, and then, in one gulp, she swallowed most of the rest of the small pills. The small balls Hu Yan asked for had some mustard on them, and Qin Zixuan's first bite happened to be the one without mustard, while the remaining half of these balls had mustard on them, and when she swallowed them, the mustard's effect came into play. What's with the mustard here? Qin Zixuan's beautiful eyes already had tear stains in them, and her small mouth was slightly open as she spat vaguely at Hu Yan. Ha ha, octopus croquettes and wasabi are the perfect match. Oh, Hu Yan laughed, but, after laughing, he still ran to the nearby stall and bought a bottle of mineral water. And after unscrewing the cap, handed it to Qin Zixuan. After drinking the water, Qin Zixuan finally slowed down. However, at this moment there was a feeling that she had not yet finished. Her gaze thus subconsciously flicked to the other two small pills that Hu Yan was holding in his hand. Addicted to eating, Hu Yan hemmed and hawed, directly handed the box in his hand to Qin Zixuan, and added, Old Qin, you're quite good at everything, but you're not too grounded, too floating. Today, I'll bring you a good grounding. To feel the amateur life of our ordinary people. I'm nothing like you say I am. Qin Zixuan naturally denied it because, since she grew up living a life such as the one she was living now, Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders and didn't argue with her, instead carrying Qin Zixuan and continuing inside. Jiangda night market is divided into two parts. One part is all about selling snacks, all kinds of snacks. The other part is to buy some miscellaneous knickknacks. Of course, there are clothes and hats and other things. The place the two were in now was the food district, and both were one snack stand after another. Being in such an environment, in which Qin Zixuan's heart is a little confused and even a little fear, so Hu Yan has become her only rely on. She followed Hu Yan's side closely, afraid of being separated in this sea of people. Boss, have one. It needs to be extremely stinky. Hu Yan stopped in front of a stall selling stinky tofu that was divided into several flavors, and Hu Yan wanted the one with the strongest flavor. Seeing this, Qin Zixuan's eyebrows instantly twisted into twists. She could barely accept the small octopus meatballs just now. After all, it still looked quite clean, but with this black, stinky tofu in front of her, it was a little hard for her to accept. When? You're really going to eat this? Ha? Qin Zixuan asked weakly. It's delicious. In a while, you try it too. Hu Yan smiled. Forget it. Qin Zixuan shook her head decisively. Soon the stinky tofu was fried, and Hu Yan came over to Qin Zixuan with a smile on his face as he carried the small box. Here, taste it. Don't. Qin Zixuan shook her head decisively. It's really delicious. You'll know if you taste it. Hu Yan stuck a piece with a wooden stick, then passed it in front of Qin Zixuan. I don't want to taste. Qin Zixuan hurriedly stepped back, her eyes filled with dislike. Well, I won't force you then, but it's your loss if you don't eat. Seeing that Qin Zixuan seemed to be really unable to accept the stinky tofu, Hu Yan didn't force her and ate it himself. Qin Zixuan looked at Hu Yan, who was enjoying himself with a face, her brows tightly furrowed together. She really couldn't understand what was so delicious about stinky tofu. The night market was bustling, and there were long lines in front of many stalls. It was really Qin Zixuan's first time to visit the night market, and many things were new to her. Young man, buy your girlfriend a flower. Hu Yan was eating stinky tofu with great relish, when an old woman with silver hair walked head-on, a bamboo basket hanging from her arm. Inside was a packed rose. Girlfriend? Hu Yan twisted his head to look at Qin Zixuan beside him, while the latter's pretty face was slightly red. $3 for one, $5 now for two, the old lady said with a smile. This price is quite conscientious. Much cheaper than some of those children selling flowers on the pedestrian street. But the problem was that Qin Zixuan wasn't his girlfriend. As a result, Hu Yan was a bit embarrassed. Young man, your girlfriend is so beautiful. Buy 2 flowers and give them to her, the old lady added. Hu Yan twisted his head to look at Qin Zixuan to seek her opinion. However, at this moment, Qin Zixuan had no intention of taking a stance. Ahem. Well then, Hu Yan took out $5 and handed it to the old lady. Young man, such a beautiful girlfriend to cherish. While handing Hu Yan the flowers, the old lady smiled and then went to look for the next target of selling flowers. Hu Yan held 2 roses in one hand and the carton containing the stinky tofu in the other. Then, rather awkwardly, he looked at Qin Zixuan and passed the roses forward. Why don't you take them first? Take it? Qin Zixuan rolled her eyes. This was the attitude that flowers should be delivered? In addition, it was really the first time she received 2 roses from someone. Before that, she had received flowers too many times, and the most time, a suitor even sent her 9,999 roses directly. Therefore, at this moment, Hu Yan's way of sending flowers, as well as the quantity, was the lowest. It's not easy for the old man to take care of business. Don't think too much. Hu Yan added another sentence. Got it. Qin Zixuan blankly glanced at Hu Yan and reached out to take the 2 roses. She had seen too many smooth-talking, eloquent men, but it was the first time she had seen one like Hu Yan. Dumb and dopey, doesn't know how to make a girl happy at all. As a matter of fact, this is not Hu Yan's fault, mainly because he really has little experience in flirting with girls. His first and only girlfriend was still someone who took the initiative to chase after him. As the two continued on their way, a long line formed in front of a booth on the side of the road, and it was very hot. Qin Zixuan curiously stopped and took a look at the stall with a sign that read Bombardment Squid in 5 big letters. Is this good? Qin Zixuan twisted her head to look at Hu Yan. It's quite delicious. Hu Yan nodded. Want to try it? Aha. Qin Zixuan nodded her head. She was also mainly curious about how good a snack could be with so many people in line. Okay, then I'll go buy 2. Hu Yan stood at the very end of the line, and Qin Zixuan followed and stood next to him. Did you come here a lot when you were in school? Qin Zixuan asked curiously. Occasionally I would come. I was poor when I was in school. I couldn't afford to buy anything when I came. Let's say this bombardment of big squid. $15 a piece. You can have a full meal if you're in the school cafeteria. Hu Yan smiled. Oh. Qin Zixuan nodded slightly. A life like the one described by Hu Yan was unimaginable to her as an unearthly young lady. In fact, since she was a child, she had no concept of money. Money was just a string of numbers to her. After waiting in line for 20 minutes, Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan finally got 2 skewers of bombardment squid, which is a whole squid wrapped in flour, breadcrumbs and other things and then thrown into the frying pan to deep fry. Of course, there should be other recipes. Hu Yan does not know. How does it taste? After Qin Zixuan took a bite, Hu Yan asked smilingly. Yummy. Qin Zixuan nodded with a smile on her face. Then, she couldn't wait to take another bite. It seemed that this bombardment giant squid was still very much to her liking. First time eating? Huan asked again. Well, Qin Zixuan nodded vaguely as she ate the squid. What a tragedy for a woman to eat bombed calamari for the first time at her age. Hu Yan smiled and shook his head, silently lamenting in his heart. It seems that being born in a rich and noble family doesn't necessarily mean that everything is good. At least, they can't feel the joys of ordinary people. The two of them walked forward as they ate, and before they knew it, they had reached another area. where the stalls on both sides had changed from food stalls to a single vending stall, selling a variety of everything. Hu Yan's eyes swept on both sides, and then stayed in a stall selling miscellaneous goods. This stall is not big, belongs to the standard stalls. The seller on the ground laid a piece of broken sheet, on which there are a lot of wooden strings, necklaces and other knickknacks. In addition to these things, in the corner also piled up a lot of copper money. Most of those copper money has rusted, poor quality. Due to the stall's limited space, those copper money was piled up into a small hill, thrown there, but it was these copper coins that attracted Hu Yan's attention, and he walked over and squatted in front of the stall, first pretending to look at the strings. Boy, these strings are handmade by me and my partner, and the quality is so much better than those mass-produced ones. The owner of the stall was an old man of about 60 years of age, all red and in good spirits. How much is this string? Hu Yan casually picked up one of them and asked. 35. The stall holder said. Oh, Hu Yan answered softly, then put it back. If you really fancy it, the price is negotiable. The stall owner was afraid of letting the customer go and took the initiative to say. Hu Yan didn't respond, but casually rummaged through the large push of rusty copper coins piled in the corner and asked, Are these for sale too? Yeah. The stall owner nodded. Some time ago, the old mansion was renovated and dug out under the ground. All of them are copper coins from the Qing dynasty. How do I sell it? Hu Yan picked up one of them and asked while looking at it. $20 a piece. You can get it cheaper if you want more. The stall owner thought about it and replied back. This big pile of copper coins of his had to be a few hundred. If it was according to the price he said, it could be sold for almost $10,000. Are they all $20 each? Huin asked again. Yes, all for the same price. The stall owner nodded. These copper coins, after digging out, he looked for an understanding of people have seen, are Xianfeng, Tongji, Guangxu 3 years, is not worth money. Good quality is also to sell at $10-20, and he has almost no good quality of these copper coins, are rusted. Therefore, he is only to open the price of $20 a piece. I'll pick a couple good ones then, Hu Yan said. Then, began to rummage through the pile of copper coins, and in a short while, turned out 5 of them, holding them in the palm of his hand and turning them upside down. Well, it's going to be these, Hu Yan said as he pulled out a red ticket from his pocket and handed it to the stall owner. Okay, you take it. The stall owner took the money and said with a smile while testing the authenticity of the red ticket. Grandpa, the money you watch. No problem, I will leave, Hu Yan said. No problem, no problem, the stall owner answered twice in a row. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders, stood up and took the copper and walked away. Those coins are valuable? Leaving the stall, Qin Zishuan asked with a curious look on her face. She had been silently observing Hu Yan from the side just now, and realized that it wasn't the quality at all that he was looking at when he was searching for the copper coins, because some of these copper coins he was holding in his hands were very badly rusted. It's not bad. These 5 copper coins should be able to sell for $20,000 to $30,000. Hu Yan smiled. Ha, you bought it for $100, and you can sell it for $20,000 to $30,000? Qin Zishuan was surprised. Aha. Hu Yan nodded and placed one of the coins in his palm, explaining, these 5 coins are all from the Tianping Heavenly Kingdom period, but they are late sacred treasures, not as valuable as the early Tongbao. However, each of them can be sold for almost 5,000. The Taiping Heavenly Kingdom movement, the most famous peasant revolt movement in history, lasted a full 13 years, during which time it also created its own coins, the earliest of which was the Tianping Heavenly Kingdom Tongbao. But it didn't take long for it to change to the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom Sacred Treasure. After the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom movement was pacified, these coins were naturally invalidated, and a large part of them were recovered by the Qing government and melted down, while a considerable part of them remained in the private sector. But compared with the copper coins during the years of the Qing emperors, the coins handed down during the years of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom were naturally very scarce. Therefore, the value is much higher than the other years of the Qing dynasty coins, according to the texture, quality of different Taiping Heavenly Kingdom years of coins today. The most expensive can even be sold to about 100,000 yuan. However, Hu Yan took these 5 pieces of too poor quality, and also not the rarest kind, so the price of each one should be around 5,000. Surprisingly, it's a coin from the Taiping period? Let's see. Qin Zishuan had a curious look on her face. She had never really seen what coins looked like during the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom. Here, Hu Yan found a relatively good quality one and handed it to her. Qin Zishuan took it in her hand and looked at it carefully. On the front side of the coin were the words Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, and on the back were the words Sacred Treasure. Doesn't seem to be any different from the copper coins from the other years of the Qing dynasty, Qin Zishuan said indifferently. Originally there is no difference, or even, the quality is a little worse, after all, but the Taiping army's level of money-making is limited. And, at that time, when making money in order to pursue the number, there are also jerry-built components in it. Hu Yan explained. After all, is the origin of the study of history? For the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, this period of history is not particularly distant from the present day. He is still very clear. Some years ago, an official station also spent a huge amount of money to make a TV series about the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom, the plot of which is crazy for the leaders of the Tianping Heavenly Kingdom to whitewash, as a way to set off the Qing government's corruption and incompetence. When Hu Yan was still small, do not quite understand this history, really by the scriptwriters fooled a hand. But after he carefully understood the history of that period, he realized that the failure of Hong Xiuquan and others was inevitable, and that there were not many good people among that large group of them. It was almost 10 o'clock when the two came out of the night market. This time has a benefit. That is, there is no traffic jam. Hu Yan drove the car all the way back to the Tianhai home. After arriving home, Hu Yan briefly cleaned the 5 Tianping Heavenly Kingdom sacred treasures that he had bought at the stall, removing as much of the patina on them as he could without harming the coins themselves. Old Hu, where have you been this late at night? Just as Hu Yan was sitting on the sofa cleaning the copper coins, Zhao Peng rubbed his eyes and walked out of the bedroom. Went to the JDU night market. Shit, why don't you give me a shout? Yesterday I was still missing the big chicken fillet from the night market of Zhangde. Zhao Peng licked his lips. There was a social gathering after work, and it just so happened that it wasn't far from the Zhangde night market, so I went straight over. Hu Yan casually said back, did you buy these copper coins at the night market? Zhao Peng's eyes fell on the copper coins on the coffee table and reached out to pick up one before exclaiming, crap, Taiping Heavenly Kingdom sacred treasure. You can get this stuff at the night market too? Just lucky. Hu Yan smiled. As far as I remember, this thing is quite expensive, right? Zhao Peng, after all, also came from the history department, and more or less knew something about this Taiping Heavenly Kingdom sacred treasure. 5 for 100. Hu said, crap, what kind of character are you? Zhao Peng cast an envious gaze at Hu Yan and muttered, I've realized that your brat is practically hanging on like a charm lately. www.zbcxw. CN Star Novels. Com. It really makes you right. Buddy is just open. Hu Yan didn't deny it and said smilingly, shit, I said you're fat and you're still panting. Zhao Peng skimmed his mouth, go pee and finish sleeping. Saying that, Zhao Peng put the sacred treasure of the Taiping Heavenly Kingdom in his hand back to the coffee table and walked towards the bathroom. Hu Yan is to continue to wipe these coins. He suddenly realized that he seems to have an unprecedented interest in the collection. Take these coins, although they are already rusty, but witnessed a magnificent history. Looking at these coins, Hu Yan was like seeing the scene of the Taiping army fighting with the Qing army. At this time, Hu Yan also realized that his choice of history is not by chance, but the bones through the like. For the antiques he is naturally very interested in. Can be before, he is even difficult to solve the problem of food and clothing. Naturally, no money as well as energy, but engage in what collection? However, now the situation is completely different. He not only has a certain economic foundation, work is also closely related to the antiques. As a result, his inner love for antiques seemed to have been thoroughly aroused, and this feeling was especially exuberant as he rubbed these coins. A couple of workdays went by in a flash. The weekend is upon us. Early Saturday morning, Hu Yan drove to the Jiangshan Villa located in the suburbs of Jiangqing City, where Qian Zanlai lives, and this time, Hu Yan was also invited to come. Jiangshan Villa is worthy of being a famous rich area in Jiangchang. The large park is like a paradise in the world, with green trees and gurgling streams. The air here seems to be much better than in Jiangqing City. Hu Yan drove to the 7th villa where Qian Zanlai lived according to the road sign guidance. This is a 3-story, standalone building with several hundred square feet of private yard in front of the house. Hu Yan drove the car directly to the courtyard, while Qian Zanlai, who had gotten the news beforehand, was already standing in the courtyard waiting. Elder brother Hu, it's really hard work, and I'm asking you to make a deliberate trip. Qian Zanlai said with a smile on his face. It's my honor to visit General Qian's collection. Hu Yan smiled back. Elder brother Hu was really polite. Please come inside. Qian Zanlai let Hu Yan into the house, and at this moment, there was also a middle-aged man with a gentlemanly appearance sitting in the living room, who was sipping tea with a leisurely face. Yu Zong, he's the old brother Hu Yan I told you about. Elder brother Hu, this is my good friend Wu Yaozong. He is also a collector. Qian Zanlai introduced the two men separately. Hu Yan, on the other hand, politely greeted the other party. I heard that elder brother Hu helped Mr. Qin of the Tianhai group take down a piece of fortune jade at the scene of the Basha charity dinner. What an amazing eye! Wu Yaozong exclaimed with a smile on his face. Just luck. Hu Yan shrugged. In our line of work, luck is also part of strength. Wu Yaozong smiled. Let's not talk here. Let's go down and talk. At that moment, Qian Zhonglai waved at the two. Well, then we'll just watch and talk. Wu Yaozong nodded. Hu Yan naturally obeyed the arrangement. So he followed Qianzong to his private storage room. This storeroom was on the first floor of the villa. Almost 100 square feet. With all sorts of collections inside, it was comparable to a small museum. However, when Hu Yan's eyes swept over the collections in the room, he couldn't help but frown. Because, among the wide array of collections in this room, there were very few genuine items. And surprisingly, 70 to 80% of them were worthless fakes. In fact, this situation is normal. After all, today's antique market is mixed. And the craft of counterfeiting is also more and more high. How many so-called masters have appeared to hit the eye of the situation? Some of the things auctioned by the auction house are likely to be fake. Can be seen nowadays the antique market is how chaotic. Not long ago, a domestic antiques industry authority master, in accepting a talk show also said that a tycoon invited him to go to his home to appreciate the antiques he said he collected. As a result, he went to the house, found that all the antiques are all fakes, a piece of the real thing or not. It can be seen to what extent these counterfeiters are already powerful nowadays. In such a comparison, Qian Zhonglai's situation here is not bad at all. Brother Hu, sit down. A set of mahogany sofas and a coffee table were placed in the center of the storage room, and an exquisite tea table was placed on top of it. 3 people seated. Qian Zhonglai picked up placed on the coffee table on the intercom to call the nanny Zhao Ma. A few moments later, Zhao Ma came to the storeroom. Skillfully wash tea, make tea. The level of professionalism was surprisingly no less than that of a waiter in a tea house. Brother Hu, it's like this. At the beginning of the month, I collected a batch of objects through a friend, a total of 17 pieces, and I invited you over today in the hope that you'd help me to take a look at them. Qian Zhonglai said. Well, Mr. Qian, just take it out. Hu Yan nodded. Okay, hold on a second. As the words fell, Qian Zhonglai got up and walked behind one of the display racks, then returned holding a large wooden box. Opening the box, most of the items inside were copper, and they were all rusted. However, there were also 2 jade items, a jade rui, as well as a jade bracelet, and in addition to that, there was also a night pearl. After roughly scanning the contents of this wooden box, Hu Yan immediately frowned, because the objects in this box appeared to be fakes. Of course, those 2 pieces of jade as well as that night pearl were genuine. It was just that, although the materials were fine, one would know with one's toes that Qianzong had come to collect these things, and there was absolutely no way that they could be priced at the price of contemporary artifacts. Mr. Qian, this box of yours is all ghost goods, isn't it? Hu Yan opened his mouth and asked, and as soon as he said this, Qian Zhonglai as well as Wu Yaozong were both startled. The so-called ghost goods are ancient cultural relics obtained by grave robbers from digging and stealing ancient tombs. Because grave robbing is illegal, such goods generally do not flow directly into the market, and most of them are bought and sold through reliable intermediaries. Some tycoons who like to collect are even keeping teams of grave robbers directly behind their backs, and once they have dug up something good, they then buy it at market price. But this kind of grave robbing is ultimately illegal, and it's impossible to inform anyone who isn't particularly familiar with it. At this moment, Qian Zhonglai took out these things. Is he through the intermediary in a group of grave robbers were the acquisition? Originally, he looked for Hu Yan to just let him help to see, but did not expect the other party even a glance that these things are ghost goods. Naturally, is very surprised. He was very surprised. However, this is to make Qian Zhonglai more believe in Hu Yan. Sweeping a glance can see that these things are ghost goods. This is also a great ability. Brother Hu, since you can see it, I won't hide it. Yes, these things are all things I acquired from a gang of grave robbers. Qian Zhonglai no longer hid it and directly admitted it. However, Hu Yan was gently shaking his head. Dare I ask, Mr. Qian, through whom did you buy this batch of objects? Is the other side reliable? This? Seeing Hu Yan ask this question, Qian Zhonglai's heart immediately rose a bad premonition, and immediately answered truthfully, that intermediary and I are also considered friends for many years, and should be reliable. Brother Hu, are you thinking that there is something wrong with this batch of objects? Wu Yaozong, who was on the side, also noticed Hu Yan's abnormality and asked with a frown. All new. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders. New goods is also a jargon in the antique business, meaning fake antiques, modern crafts. Ha? All new? Upon hearing this, Qian Zhonglai and Wu Yaozong were both confused. It can't be, can it? This jade ruin and bracelet are also fake? Qian Zhonglai's eyes were filled with a look of incredulity. The materials are true, but they are all modern crafts. But the price that Mr. Qian acquired them for couldn't have been at the price of modern crafts, right? Hu Yan spread his hands. Brother Hu, Are you so sure? Seemingly, you didn't look at it carefully either. Wu Yaozong frowned and questioned. In fact, he had accompanied Qian Zhonglai to buy this batch of objects, but Qian Zhonglai had also conferred with him when he wanted to make an offer. Wu Yaozong also thought it was fine before Qian Zhonglai bought it, and he spent more than $7 million on these things. Some things are actually obvious at a glance. Hu Yan casually took out an incense burner from the wooden box and said, "This incense burner mountain patina at first glance is man-made fake rust. If it is many years of natural rust, generally from the inside to the outside of the longitudinal division into 3 layers, and antique bronzes because of its experience of a shorter period of time. Usually only a layer of floating rust shows greenish color, the color of a single thin, poorly adherent. If you remove the floating rust will be directly exposed to the fresh copper body. There is another point. In addition to the use of ancient bronze in the process of damage, erosion, and such as atmospheric corrosion, soil corrosion, water vapor, etc., presenting a natural and coordinated appearance. Imitations of more chemicals to corrode the bronze, or will be new imitation of the ancient bronze in the damp underground buried for several years, through artificial processing and fake, but will not present that kind of coordination with the natural grain. You see this incense burner, Hu Yin said, and picked up another handful of bronze wine bottles, rubbing it with the incense burner together. The patina on the contact part of the 2 objects then slowly fell off, revealing a brand new bronze body. Here it is. Hu Yin sighed. These crooks are also in a hurry. This batch of bronzes they buried in the ground should not be more than 3 years. Otherwise, the effect should be a little better. Seeing this kind of result, Qian Zhonglai and Wu Yaozong shall not believe. Just as Hu Yin said, the real experience of years of corrosion of copper is never likely to show such a result. According to Brother Hu, this box of stuff is all junk. Qian Zhonglai sighed depressingly. However, Hu Yan shook his head. Those 2 pieces of porcelain and the night pearl are still a little valuable, although it's just a drop in the bucket for Mr. Qian. But after all, it's something that can be worth a few tens of thousands of dollars. Tens of thousands of dollars. Qian Zhonglai and Wu Yaozong shook their heads at the same time. Mr. Qian, I suggest that next time you should not buy from the middleman who introduced this batch of stuff. Obviously, you were pitted by him. Of course, if Mr. Qian is familiar with those grave robbers, just pretend that I didn't say this. But if Mr. Qian is really familiar with those grave robbers, it seems that there's no need to look for any intermediaries. Hu Yan said slowly. Qian Zhonglai, on the other hand, sighed and shook his head, exchanged a glance with Wu Yaozong and asked, "Do you think that old Zhang can really screw us over? God knows if the problem is with him. If it's really with him, I should also invite Brother Hu to make a trip to my home." Wu Yaozong also shook his head. Brother Hu, do you think the problem is all on the middleman? Qian Zhonglai had a look at Hu Yan and asked, "I'm not sure what kind of relationship Mr. Qian has with that middleman, so it's not easy for me to say this," Hu Yan said with some difficulty. However, Qian Zhonglai waved his hand. "There's no harm in speaking up, Brother Hu. I just want to hear the truth." "Right, Brother Hu. Just say it." Wu Yaozong followed suit. "All right then. www.zbcxw.cn*fiction.com. Hu Yan nodded. Then, picked up the cup of tea in front of him and gently sipped it, before saying slowly, "Mr. Qian is also a person in the antique circle. He should have heard of all kinds of cheating. In fact, the most commonly used of these cheating techniques is the pig-killing bureau. That is, acquaintances pitting acquaintances. According to my opinion, you know the middleman. That middleman is most likely colluding with the grave robbers, making up a story about stealing a certain ancient tomb. In this way, you can rest assured that you will be able to shell out money. If I'm not mistaken, that middleman should be a connoisseur, right? And you trust him. Otherwise, you just need to bring a senior appraiser over. It's hard to fool this batch of bronzes." With that said, Hu Yan picked up his teacup again and took a sip of tea. And after hearing Hu Yan's words, Qian Zhonglai and Wu Yaozong looked at each other again, and then, simultaneously sighed. "Brother Hu, you're right. That middleman's name is Zhang Qichen, and he's somewhat famous in the antique circle of Jiangcheng." Qian Zhonglai said. "That's right." Hu Yan spread his hands. "But I know him for a few years. Before, through his hands also received a lot of reliable things. Plus, he himself is also considered an antique circle connoisseur. Should not lack of money is right set up this set to cheat me why Qian Zhonglai frowned. Still some do not want to believe that they were friends pit reality. No one's too rich for their own good. Hu Yan smiled and said, "Mr. Qian, can you bring me everything that was received through his hands?" "Good. One moment," Qian Zhonglai answered, and then began to busy themselves. Not long, bottles and jars arranged a large half of the coffee table. "If I remember correctly, these should have all been acquired through his hands," Qian Zhonglai said. As Hu Yan sipped his tea, his eyes swept over these things in turn, and he couldn't help but have a speechless smile on his face. These things in front of them are not all fake, but there are only 2 authentic, but the value of these 2 things together is more than 200,000 yuan. Hu Yan put down the teacup in his hand, and then took out the only 2 real items inside, a porcelain bottle and a bronze wine bottle. These 2 are fake? Seeing that Hu Yan had only picked out 2 objects from the pile, Qian Zhanglai then asked. Once he heard this, Hu Yan on the other hand couldn't help but laugh. Then, with a sigh, he said, just these 2 are authentic. What? This? Really? Qian Zhanglai completely confused, eyes wide open. Most of the objects of the coffee table, but only 2 are authentic. This is really too big a blow to him. Brother Hu, you're not kidding. So many things, and only 2 real ones? Wu Yaozong was also filled with disbelief. Hu Yan, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders and said with a regretful face, in fact, I would love to say that they are all authentic, but the truth is, they are all forgeries. However, most of them are extremely high-quality imitations, which are hard to recognize, and even senior appraisers do not dare to say that they will definitely be able to see it. Although I don't suggest that Mr. Qian knows about the sale of counterfeit goods. However, the stuff is yours. How to deal with it is still up to you. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders. He originally did not want to say this, but Qian Zhanglai's loss is really too serious. Hu Yan are a little unable to see past it. Hu Yan just reminded Qian Zhanglai that if he resold it, he could at least recover some losses. Thanks for your kind words, Brother Hu, but as a collection enthusiast, I will definitely not do anything that I know is fake or sells fake. Qian Zhanglai made his attitude clear. Hu Yan, on the other hand, nodded and then gave him a thumbs up. Brother Hu, in a moment, if you have time, can you go to my home to sit down? Witnessed the scene of Qian Zhanglai's overturned car. Wu Yaozong was also panicked at this time, because that Zhang Qiqing is also his friend, and he also got his hands on a lot of things through the other party. If we look at the percentage of fakes that Qian Zhanglai purchased these objects, he definitely lost a lot of money as well. It's not much of a day. Hu Yan returned. Well, then later on, please ask Brother Hu to follow me home to take a look around, Wu Yaozong said in a deep voice. Okay, Hu Yan nodded. Old money, why don't we go straight to my place? There's nothing to see here for you. Seeing that Hu Yan agreed, Wu Yaozong immediately said to Qian Zhanglai that he was a bit impatient. Rest on your laurels. Brother Hu was invited by me. How come he has to sit for a while longer? Qian Zhanglai blankly glanced at Wu Yaozong, then added to Hu Yan, Brother Hu, you've seen so many of my things here. If it's convenient for you, take a look at them all for me? At that, Hu Yan immediately frowned. Qian Zhanglai, the storeroom inside the gadgets less than 500 or 600 pieces. Although Hu Yan is an external evening, a glance can see the authenticity of things. But appraisal of antiques, did not he so appraisal if he casually sweeping a glance to give the answer? Not to mention people do not believe. This thing if put on their own body, he does not believe. But if he looked at them one by one, there were so many of them, he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to finish them all by the end of the night. Old Qian, you're not making things difficult. You have so many things here. If you look at every piece, you'll have to see them tomorrow. Wu Yaozong interjected, if I say so, you pick some of your own favorite, the most pleased with the thing to bring over to let Brother Hu palm eyes. Other objects, when you have time, and then invited Brother Hu over a trip is. That's fine. Qian Zhanglai frowned lightly, then looked at Hu Yan and asked, Brother Hu, is this alright? The 4th type of person. Could be. Hu Yan nodded gently. Okay, Brother Hu, wait a moment. Qian Zhanglai put away all these things on the coffee table, and then, one by one, he began to put his more proud collection upwards. In a short while, the coffee table was full, of which porcelain was the majority, followed by jadeite, jade, handles, and 2 famous paintings. Overall, Qian Zhanglai's collection is very mixed, almost anything. In fact, he is a typical hilarious form of collectors. To put it bluntly, is the money no place to put. Collect some antiques to pretend to be, because most of the rich people play this thing. If you don't engage in a little bit of collection as if their own compulsion is not enough like. However, looking at these collections that Qian Zhanglai put on the table, Hu Yan's eyebrows were twisted into a twist. This table situation is slightly better than the previous table, but these more than 20 things are only 4 or 5 pieces are genuine. The rest are all new goods. Brother Hu, you palm your eyes. After moving these objects, Qian Zhanglai sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and gently took a sip. Aha! Hu Yan nodded, casually picked up one of the most representative objects, Xuanda cupola incense burner. This incense burner is one of the many Xuanda furnace. Schwanda stove is considered the history of the most famous incense burner brand. Is every collector's dream object, but because the Schwanda stove is too famous, imitations are also very much. Mr. Chien, how much did you pay to receive this Schwanda cupola incense burner? Hu Yan asked while looking at this incense burner. www.zbcxw. CN Star Novels. Com. It's like 200. Qian Zhanglai stretched out 2 fingers, but his face showed concern. This incense burner won't be a problem, right? Qian Zhanglai said 200, of course not $200. Usually antique shops so that the number of figures, followed by the omission of the word 10,000. That is to say, this Schwanda cupola incense burner, Qian Zhanglai has spent $2 million to collect, and after hearing this price, Hu Yan really couldn't bear to tell him the truth. Because this incense burner was new and wouldn't be more than 10 years old. Hu Yan sighed and put this incense burner aside. Then, picked up a delicate blue and white porcelain vase. What about this blue and white amphora? Huan asked again. 80. Qian Zhanglai thought back. Then, pointing to the incense burner that Hu Yan had put aside, he asked, Brother Hu, how exactly is this incense burner? I had someone look at it before, and he said it's fine. Want to hear the truth? Hu Yan looked at Qian Zhanglai. Of course, Brother Hu. I invited you over today because I wanted to hear the truth. Qian Zhanglai said with a sincere face. Mr. Qian is always in the jewelry business. So may I ask what kind of customers Mr. Qian likes the most? Hu Yan asked while sipping his tea. Qian Zhanglai was slightly stunned, because this question did not match with antiques at all. However, since Hu Yan had asked this question, he thought about it and replied. Of course it's those tycoons. The rich. Especially, the plausibly rich. Qian Zhanglai added. Upon hearing this, Hu Yan couldn't help but smile and said, then what kind of people does Mr. Qian think sellers or crooks in antique houses like the most? This. Qian Zhanglai's face changed slightly and smiled bitterly. People like me who seem to understand and have enough financial strength. Right. Hu Yan nodded. Said, antiques this line of market said big, said small and small. Play antiques can be basically divided into 4 kinds of people. One is really love. One is to rely on this rich. There is a kind of between the two. There is a love of the ingredients in, but also want to change hands to make money. There is a kind of it. In fact, not so much love of the antique game, but the pocket of the money is abundant. Plus friends around more or less are playing. Also confused into the circle. Think playing antiques is very stylish. Nothing to spend a few million to buy. Some things also have a special face. Plus friends around more or less in the play, but also confused into the circle. Think playing antiques is very pushy. Nothing to spend a few million to buy. Some things are also unique face. Does Mr. Qian think you count that kind? Hu Yan asked smilingly. The 4th kind? Qian Zhanglai's face was a little embarrassed because Hu Yan had analyzed correctly. He belonged to this 4th type. Hu Yan nodded and added, of these 4 types of people heading for antiques, the 2nd and 4th types are the best to cheat. The 2nd type is bent on picking up leaks and getting rich, and tends to be dumbfounded by the scam, especially newcomers who have not long been in the business, and are especially prone to stepping on mines. However, although this 2nd type of people are good at cheating, ultimately, they are not able to cheat what big money, because this type of people are trying to get rich by antiques, themselves will not be particularly rich, otherwise, they are not likely to hit the idea to antiques here. Therefore, in fact, for those liars in the antique line, the 4th kind of person is the best object of their transactions. Rich and good to cheat, sometimes even after learning that they hit the eye to be cheated, in the way of face and even will not go out to say. So, cheating such a person is not even a worry. Listening to Hu Yan's analysis, Qian Zhanglai and Wu Yaozong both had a feeling of empathy because both of them belonged to the 4th type of people. As Fang Yin said, sometimes when they received a fake thing, even their nearest friends would not say anything because of the shame, not bad money, and want to face, and want to force the style on the antique and seem to understand. Qian Zhanglai and Wu Yaozong both seconded these conditions. Saying all this, I want to say that people like Mr. Qian, Mr. Wu, you are the favorite of those crooks in the antique circle, and there are countless people who are lurking around you, looking for opportunities to recommend you all kinds of good goods, open door goods, panic goods, water goods, ghost goods. Anyway, any channel will be pushed in front of you for you to choose from, in which case, even if you are careful yourselves, 80% of the things you receive will be new and fake. Hu Yan spread his hands with a regretful face. So this Schwanda cupola incense burner is also fake? Qian Zhanglai asked in tears. I'm not looking forward to it anyway, but it could be that I'm looking away. Hu said. Alas. Qian Zhanglai sighed and shook his head. Usually, he looked at this room full of collections and still always complacent. He received so many good things. Occasionally, a friend would arrive at the house and would lead the collection room for appreciation. Just Qian Zhonglai around most of his friends with him. The antiques are plausible. Half knowledge. Simply cannot see what. Moreover, Qian Zhonglai this room full of objects, many of which are high-quality imitation, not to mention the less knowledgeable people. Even the big connoisseurs may not be able to distinguish the authenticity. If Hu Yan hadn't brought his own hang-ups, he would have been confused. How about this? Brother Hu, you take out those of these that you think are genuine. Qian Zhonglai said thoughtfully. All right. Hu Yan nodded and pretended to sweep the contents of the coffee table before picking out 5 items and placing them to the side. These look smoother, Hu Yan said in a calm tone. Only these 5? Qian Zhonglai already want to cry. Although, he is not bad money, but at the moment he was placed on the coffee table can be his collection of masterpieces, and each piece is worth a lot of money. If, as a result of the truth Hu Yan judgment of such, only 5 is authentic, his loss is afraid to hundreds of millions of dollars. I only have my eye on these 5 pieces. Hu Yan gently spread his hands. Well, Qian Zhonglai sighed depressingly again. However, the money always do not have to be too pessimistic. Antique appreciation is a flower into a eye. Everyone's eyesight is different. Maybe I see wrong or maybe there is a chance you can find some more experts with real skills to see. Seeing Qian Zhonglai's low mood, Hu Yan comforted him again. Well, Qian Zhonglai nodded his head. Although he quite believed in Hu Yan, but so many things were said to be fake, his heart is still a little reluctant. Already pondering to find someone to take a good look at it later. Old money, put these things of yours away and go to my house. Wu Yaozong has long been a little impatient, and at this moment, seeing that Hu Yan finally finished Qian Zhonglai these things, immediately said, good thing too. Hu Yan nodded, and just as the 3 of them were about to get up and leave, a young man walked in from outside. Second uncle, I found a few good things, help me take a look at them. The man looked like he was 2 or 3 years older than Hu Yan, but he wasn't tall. Just about 170, with a slightly chubby physique. Yo, Uncle Wu is here too. The man nodded at Wu Yaozong, and then, his gaze fell on Hu Yan, and he queried, second uncle, this little brother is? My name is Hu Yan, a friend of Mr. Qian and Mr. Wu. Hu Yan directly introduced himself. Oh, hello, my name is Qian Dapeng. The man grinned at Hu Yan, then, added to Qian Zhonglai, second uncle, let's go up. People are waiting in the living room. You help me look. This antique storeroom was on the 1st floor, which was why Qian Dapeng had gone up. And let me watch. For you. Qian Zhonglai shook his head mockingly. Due to collecting so many things, in the eyes of people around him he is also a collection of everyone. Therefore, a little bit of anything also like to let him take a look. However, just after a blow by Hu Yan, he has been all confidence. Originally also always boasted as a collector. In fact, but it is people antique crooks in the eyes of the fat sheep. You kid is lucky. Just in time for Brother Hu to be here. Just in time to help you take a look. Qian Zhonglai said and looked at Hu Yan and asked, Brother Hu, go up and help Dapeng take a look. Okay. Hu Yan nodded. Seeing this, Qian Dapeng on the side was a bit confused, because Hu Yan looked younger than him, while his own second uncle Qian Zhonglai was so polite to him. Brother Hu, know about antiques? Qian Dapeng asked with a curious face. Can't talk about understanding. A little bit. Hu Yan smiled. Brother Hu, don't be modest. If you know a little about this level, wouldn't those so-called experts be worthless? Qian Zhonglai lamented. Hu Yan frowned slightly in embarrassment. Not for any other reason, but mainly because this uncle and nephew both called him Brother Hu, which made him feel strange. Mr. Qian, just call me Little Hu, Hu Yan said. That's not good. How come I have to call you Mr. Hu? But don't. Hu Yan shook his head decisively and snickered. Teacher isn't a good word to be messed with by some people nowadays. Fine, call it whatever you want. Qian Zhonglai also no longer continued to dwell with Hu Yan on the matter of name-calling. A group of people, from the negative floor to the 1st floor living room. At this moment, a black-faced man in his 30s was sitting on the sofa in the living room, and when he saw Qian Zhonglai and the others come to the living room, he hurriedly stood up. I believe this is Mr. Qian. The black-faced man's gaze landed on Qian Zhonglai and greeted him with a smile on his face. Well, sit down and talk. Qian Zhonglai gently waved his hand, and the crowd then sat around the coffee table. Mr. Qian, my name is Huang Wei. I'm having dinner at the Hongyang Antique House. The black-faced man introduced himself. Hongyang Antique House in Jiangqing Antique City inside. Often stroll antique city of people fell no. Aha. Qian Zhonglai nodded and asked. Dapeng said that you have a few things here. Take them out and take a look. Okay. Huang Wei answered. First from the jacket pocket took out a small black velvet pocket. Open. Inside is a jade long tube. Everyone, please get your eyes up. Huang Wei set this long tube on the coffee table, then made a gesture of invitation at the crowd. Huang Wei placed on the coffee table jade long tube is about 7 or 8 centimeters long, hollow, outside the moist. A look is a jadeite product. Only, the material is generally in accordance with today's division of the level of jadeite. It should be the appearance of the C level, at most C+. The quality of the materials used was average, but the crowd was curious about the item and wondered what it was for. Old Huang, what the hell is this? Qian Dapeng looked at it for a long time and couldn't tell, and couldn't help but ask. Qian Zhonglai and Wu Yaozong also didn't know what this thing was. They just didn't have the heart to ask it out due to their face. At this moment, Qian Dapeng asked the doubts in their hearts, and the two of their gazes also turned to Huang Wei, waiting for the mystery to be revealed. See, a few people even this thing is what Huang Wei cannot help but a few points of complacency. Haha, smile, said Rock, I tell you, this thing can be bullshit. In ancient times is not you have money to buy. In order to get this thing that is the effort of the 9 bulls and 2 tigers, which is not you and the money total, I will never take out. Huang Wei said at length, selling things, naturally, you have to first sell their own things to hold high, so as to sell a good price. However, just when he was bragging, Hu Yan on the side was gently shaking his head. In fact, Hu Yan, this action is not very big. However, because the house is just a few people, and Huang Wei bragging is also paying attention to everyone's expression. Want to see if they are not being fooled by their own. So when he saw a young man shaking his head, then he was not happy. www.zbcxw.cn This little brother seems to have some disbelief in my words. Huang Wei turned his head to look at Hu Yan and said proudly, do you know the origin of this treasure, baby? Hearing Huang Wei use treasure to describe this long tube in front of him, Hu Yan wanted to laugh. This thing is indeed not common. Usually people do not even know what it is. But this is not difficult to defeat the history Hu Yan. Maybe everyone for the definition of treasure is not quite the same. Anyway, I think this plume tube cannot be counted as a treasure. There are 2 reasons. First, this plume tube belongs to the official grade is too low. Second, this plume tube material is too poor. Although it is considered an old object, but this grade of jadeite is really not worth money. Hu Yan spoke slowly and methodically, and when he said plume tube 2 words, Huang Wei is a change of color. He really did not expect a young boy will understand such cold knowledge. Elder brother Hu, what the hell is this plume pipe? Qian Dapeng asked with a curious face. You know about the top hat, don't you? Hu Yan asked back with a smile. I know. Isn't it that thing that ancient officials wore on their heads? Qian Dapeng said. Well, exactly, the Qing dynasty officials' head wear that thing. Hu Yan said slowly, the top hat is actually separate. The top hat, that is, the ceremonial hat worn by the official. And the flower plume is a special gift from the emperor inserted in the hat decorations, generally rewarded to the meritorious person or the person who has made special contributions to the court. Above the top of the bowler hat is a top bead symbolizing status, and below this top bead is usually articulated a plume tube through which the plume can pass. On the table this is the plume tube. Princes and nobles, or high officials of the plume tube are good white jade or jadeite production, and the lower the official position of the plume tube of the quality of the natural will be worse. Money. You are doing jewelry. I believe that you can see in front of the quality of this plume tube how? Hu Yan gently shrugged his shoulders. According to people's division of jadeite grades nowadays, the material that this plume pipe is made of is at most even a C grade, which is a contraption made of edges and corners, and thus, the official position of its owner is not expected to be that high. Therefore, if this big brother thinks that this thing is a treasure, then I can only say that it's because people don't have different definitions of treasure. With that said, Hu Yan spread his hands and stopped talking. And Huang Wei's face is extremely ugly. He would have thought that the crowd do not know the origin of this thing properly. Blow a bragging writes it. Even the lions have thought of a good, but he never thought that on the spot was Hu Yan revealed the bottom. Shit, so that's what this is. Qian Dapeng skimmed his mouth. Some disdain. Although it is considered an old object, but 1 has no artistic value, 2 have no ornamental value, and even the material is a C-grade dregs, that there is what value can be said Of course, it's historic for sure. But that alone won't sell it for much money. In particular, Qian Dapeng found Huang Wei because he wanted to receive something with a compelling style as a gift for a girl he had been chasing for a long time. This Wat plume pipe is obviously not appropriate either. Old Huang, change it for another one. This thing is too impractical. Qian Dapeng nudged from Huang Wei. This. Huang Wei scat his mouth and looked at Hu Yan with a helpless face, regretting in his heart. Just now, if he didn't owe it to himself to provoke this person, it wouldn't be this result. Okay. I've got plenty of good stuff here. Huang Wei only had to the first plume tube put away, and then, like a trick from the pocket pulled out of pocket. Open. Inside is 2 jadeite trigger. One of them is still gold inlaid jade. The inner circle wrapped in gold. Mr. Qian Da Peng. This wrench is an open door item. You guys get on the eye. Open door goods is the lingo in the antique business, meaning 100% authentic. However, just as his words landed, Hu Yan let out another cold snort. Huang Wei frowned and glanced at Hu Yan, but didn't dare to squeak after his previous experience just now, fearing that Hu Yan would expose him again. However, at this moment, Qian Dapeng opened his mouth and looked at Hu Yan and asked, "Elder brother Hu, you see the doorway again?" Hu Yan, on the other hand, smiled gently and looked at Huang Wei, saying, "This big brother, you dare to say such things as opening the door to the goods? This is really open door stuff." Huang Wei was a little flustered by Hu Yan's look, but he still balked. "I'd like to think that there should be a different word." Hu said. "Change what word?" The crowd was skeptical. "Open the door fake." Hu Yan skimmed his mouth. Open door fake and open door goods just happen to be antonyms. The latter is 100% real. The former is 100% fake. No, the gold inside is real. However, the purity is not. Hi, Hu Yan added. You. Huang Wei was completely dumbfounded. The 2 triggers he took out were top quality high imitation goods. However, in front of Hu Yan did not even fool around for a few seconds. What? Do you have to take it to a professional organization and use an instrument to identify it? Hu Yan snorted coldly. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei's face was suffocated red, but he didn't dare to refute, because this thing simply couldn't be forbidden to be appraised by a professional instrument. Curio line is about one hand to pay, one hand to deliver. As long as the deal is reached, that is the goods and money. If the store in the transaction, as long as the buyer steps out of the door, then, even if you immediately find back, that is not. Therefore, the antique thing is a test of an eye. Examples of hitting the eye on the spot and realizing later that you bought a fake abound. But it's just a matter of paying your tuition, and the person pays. If you can't afford to lose, then don't get into the business. Old Huang, what's your situation? Didn't you say there's plenty of good stuff? The expression on Huang Wei's face already said it all. Qian Dapeng couldn't help but frown and said with a tiger's face. His tone was already very bad. After all, he was going to receive a good thing to pick up a girl with, and this if he took a fake over there, his face would be disgraced. Something that must be there. Don't worry, Huang Wei said, while vainly glancing at Hu Yan from the corner of his eye, and then, slowly from the accompanying backpack took out a cloth bag, from which took out a sprinkled blue glazed porcelain bowl, gritting his teeth and said, "This bowl is my bottom of the box goods. You on the eye." Huang Wei put this sprinkled blue glazed porcelain bowl to the coffee table. Qian Zonglai, Wu Yaozong, Qian Dapeng, 3 people are bright, because this sprinkled blue glazed porcelain bowl is really beautiful. Porcelain bowl on the snowflake blue, speckled, as if the blue sky drifting down the snowflakes, and the color of this porcelain bowl is bright, very eye-catching. Kongshi, authentic sprinkled blue glazed porcelain bowl. This thing I have been collecting for several years, really cannot afford to take out. Ah. Huang Wei had a look of dismay. See the sprinkled blue glazed porcelain bowl? Hu Yan is also some surprise. He has long heard of sprinkled blue glazed porcelain, but has never seen. This moment is also open eyes. Sprinkle blue glaze with cobalt as a coloring agent. After high temperature firing, the light blue ground glaze shows dark blue water stains like dots. So-called sprinkled blue, also known as snowflake blue, caviar blue. www.zbcxw. CN Stars Novels. Net. This glaze first appeared in the Ming Dynasty during the Xuande period, but then the sprinkling of blue glaze is not fine. The production is also small, until the Qing Dynasty Kangxi time to develop mature. So the sprinkling of blue glaze porcelain to the Kangxi period of the most exquisite. This is why Huang Wei said this sprinkled blue glazed porcelain bowl is the Kangxi period. Only, the real Kangxi years of sprinkling blue glazed porcelain heirloom is not much, and very precious. So, in front of this one is not natural authentic. However, Hu Yan admired the master who fired it. It could almost be a fake, if other factors are not taken into account, just from the appearance. This sprinkled blue glazed porcelain bowl in front of him was not on par with the real thing, even though he already knew that it was a fake. Hu Yan was somewhat tempted to buy it back and display it at home for viewing. After all, it was really good looking. How about it, Rock? Are you still happy with this thing? Seeing that Hu Yan didn't stand out to break up the fight, Huang Wei thought that this time the stuff had already passed with Hu Yan, and the whole person's self-confidence followed suit. Well, that looks good. Qian Dapeng nodded, although he didn't understand how this bowl in front of him could be made like this, but the face value was really high. This thing is like when you meet a big beautiful woman on the street and hit on her right away because, well, face value. But, you wouldn't know how many times she has gone under the knife in her back. Elder brother who? What do you think? Qian Dapeng was quite satisfied with the bowl. However, still subconsciously asked Hu Yan. The previous experience had already made him trust Hu Yan in his heart. It's a pretty bowl, so if the price is right, you can take it. Hu Yan smiled back. As soon as he heard this, the smile on Huang Wei's face suddenly became even wider. Obviously, this high imitation of the sprinkled blue glazed porcelain bowl had really fooled Hu Yan's eyes. Qian Dapeng also thought that Hu Yan was recognized the bullet. Immediately looked at Huang Wei asked, how much money out of this bowl? That's the number anyhow. Huang Wei reached out and compared an 8, which naturally meant $800,000. Expensive. Qian Dapeng stared back at the sprinkled blue glazed porcelain bowl on the coffee table. If the other person I directly want a number. This is also rock you. I am willing to this number to you. Huang Wei said smilingly. Elder brother Hu. What do you think of this price? Qian Dapeng looked at Hu Yan again. Expensive. Hu Yan said decisively. Old Huang. One bite price. You're in pain. Qian Dapeng twisted his head to look at Huang Wei. 75. That's the price. Huang Wei returned a sentence. His eyes are subconsciously looked to Hu Yan. Want to see his reaction. He is seen. Today to be successful in selling this bowl to Qian Dapeng, how to have this master agreed. Expensive. Without waiting for Qian Dapeng to open his mouth, Hu Yan said directly. Little brother. This is a sprinkled blue glazed porcelain bowl. From the Kangxi period. 75 still expensive? You also don't go to the auction to ask around. Huang Wei skimmed his lips and said. Then you might as well take it to the auction and get a good price. Hu Yan shrugged with a disdainful face. Hey, how dare you raise your voice? Huang Wei, already dark face and darkened a lot, said, if I do not want to keep their own collection, early to take the auction to sell, today, if the rock is not forced me to no trick, you think I will take out? Rock, are you buying something or is he? What the hell? Huang Wei cursed. Old Huang, you have to understand to buy such an expensive thing, you have to find an understanding person to look at it. Qian Dapeng said, smiled at Hu Yan and said, Elder brother Hu, name a price, then let old Huang decide whether to sell or not. Let me say the price? Hu Yan's eyes showed playfulness as he looked at the sprinkled blue glazed porcelain bowl on the coffee table. Well, I believe you. Qian Dapeng nodded affirmatively. Upon hearing this, Huang Wei immediately blankly glanced at Hu Yan with some impatience. Since Dapeng asked you to make a bid, just make a bid. I want to hear how much you want to spend on this sprinkled blue glazed porcelain bowl of mine. At this moment, Qian Zhonglai and Wu Yaozong's gazes also naturally landed on Hu Yan's face, wanting to know exactly what price Hu Yan would give. In fact, if Qian Zhonglai's character, 750,000 yuan, he would not be able to counteroffer. In his opinion, this price is completely acceptable. There is also, this sprinkled blue glazed porcelain bowl is really beautiful. This is a really nice looking bowl. Hu Yan stared at the sprinkled blue glazed porcelain bowl on the coffee table and muttered to himself, then tilted his head to look at Huang Wei and stretched out 3 fingers. I'll offer this number. How much? You're crazy. I'm a sprinkled blue glazed porcelain bowl from the Kangxi period, and you're giving me $300,000 for it. Huang Wei glared and spat stormily. Instead, Hu Yan gently laughed. You misunderstood. It's not 300,000. How much is that? Huang Wei gave Hu Yan a blank look. 30,000. Nonsense. 30,000? Shit, you're buying it for real. Huang Wei angry directly burst foul language, taking the sprinkling of blue glazed porcelain bowl to be collected in the bag. Put on a look of the old man is not for sale. Seeing this, Qian Dapeng was a little anxious. This bowl he really quite like. He really do not understand why Hu Yan lowered the price so low. Seems to be a little over the top. Elder brother Hu. Qian Dapeng is opening his mouth to speak. Hu Yan is waving his hand at him, and then said to Huang Wei, the sprinkling blue technology during the Kangxi years had some small changes compared to before, which made the sprinkling blue glaze porcelain ushered in the peak, while your bowl sprinkling blue technology is more advanced than during the Kangxi years, so much so that the glaze is too colorful. Although this is one of the characteristics of the sprinkling blue glaze porcelain, however, the heat is still a little too much. In addition, the tire color of the bottom of the bowl is too positive. The master is too attentive when making it. It is a little too much force. If there are these 2 small flaws, you must be able to sell this bowl for hundreds of thousands of dollars. But unfortunately, sometimes the more you pursue perfection, the easier it is to ignore something. Hu Yan said it all, while Huang Wei was a stagnant gaze. The whole person obviously froze for a moment, but this expression was only a flash, and then coldly crossed Hu Yan a glance. I don't know what you're talking about. Forget it if you don't buy it. I'm still not selling this bowl, Huang Wei said. directly putting away the sprinkled blue-blazed porcelain bowl. Seeing this, Qian Zhonglai, Qian Dapeng, Wu Zongzong, three people's hearts naturally have come to a conclusion. Obviously, Huang Wei took out this sprinkling of blue-blazed ceramic bowls or problems otherwise, how would he dare not refute? Qian Dapeng looked at Huang Wei. At this moment, he is really want to rush over to give him a mouth. Said good to take a few decent things over. As a result, this goods to take are even high imitation. If not Hu Yan in, today will be fooled by him. Where are those goodies of yours? Huang Wei? Qian Dapeng fiercely crossed his eyes, his tone already carrying a chill. Didn't you already take it out? But you couldn't look at it, Huang Wei said back stiffly. Just the crap? Qian Dapeng blackened his face and huffed. We've known each other for 2 years. Right, and you're just going to take that garbage to fool me? Dapeng, you're not being righteous. Those are my treasures. How can I say they're trash? Huang Wei gave Hu Yan a blank look, and defended, this thing of antiques. It's all about the flowers. How can you listen to a family's words? Shit. Qian Dapeng gave him a middle finger and coldly said, alright, take your treasure and go. Well, I'll see you later. Failed to fool. Huang Wei cannot wait to hurry to get out of it. And Qian Dapeng and Qian Zhonglai greeted. Gray slipped out of the villa. However, before he left, he glared viciously at Hu Yan, and even made a warning gesture at him, looking at that posture as if he wanted to engage in revenge. Hu Yan, on the other hand, shrugged with disinterest and returned a blank stare. Elder brother Hu, thank you so much for today. If it wasn't for you, I would have let that grandson cheat me badly. Qian Dapeng said with a grateful face. Just a show of hands. Hu Yan gently waved, and said with a straight face, the antique trade is letting this group of people mess up the atmosphere. So much so that the entire industry is in a foul mood. Alas, who made this stuff so profitable? Qian Zhonglai lamented from the side. Yeah, those crooks will make enough money to eat for the rest of their lives if they succeed in completing a big game. Wu Yaozong followed and agreed. Hu Yan gently nodded. As the saying goes, there is no profit in selling fake antiques. The profit of selling fake antiques is even bigger than selling drugs. Moreover, the risk is much lower. After all, the antique industry, due to its specificity derived from the unique rules of the trade, the rules of money and goods, but also let the crooks have the opportunity to take advantage of antique trading if the regular shopping malls like after-sales protection, fake one to compensate for 10 words. This gang of crooks will have no space to survive. However, if that were to happen, I'm afraid the entire antiques industry would be finished. After all, there are only so many things that have been passed down, and the antiques market is so hot right now precisely because the real thing is true, and the market space is large enough. In short, a word want to change the antique industry mixed status quo is too difficult. However, for people in this circle, improve precautions is the king. Xiao Hu, go to my place to take a look. Now I have no bottom at all in my heart. If you don't go to my place to take a look today, I'm afraid I won't be able to sleep for the next few days. Seeing that there was nothing more on this side, Wu Yaozong added. Okay. Hu Yan nodded. Going to see Uncle Wu's baby? I'm going to. Qian Dapeng heatedly smiled. Then, a group of 4 people left Qian Zhonglai's villa, went straight to Wu Yaozong's home. He also lives in this Jiangshan villa. Is the 19th building? From the Qian Zhonglai here if you have to walk for more than 20 minutes. Hu Yan, on the other hand, drove the car straight through. This villa of Wu Yaozong's was the same type of house and the same size as the one Qian Zhonglai had. However, Wu Yuchun's collection is far less than Qian Zhonglai's, because he also joined the profession for a relatively short period of time, and it was only after Qian Zhonglai played that he followed. The 4 of them sat down in the living room. Wu Yaozong put his collection of treasures on the coffee table, a total of more than 30 pieces, of which more than 20 are porcelain, and a few pieces of jadeite jewelry, as well as 2 purple sand pots. Hu Yan first arrived at a glance at these objects, and then couldn't help but freeze, because none of these porcelains that Wu Yaozong had placed on the coffee table were authentic. The 2 Zisha pots are also contemporary crafts. The only thing that can be worth a little money is that several pieces of emerald jewelry, the highest value of which is a jade hairpin, can be worth about 300,000. www.zbcxw. CN Stars Novels. Com. Hu Yan directly to the jade hairpin in the hands. This with the jade hairpin head pulp are very good. A look is an old object. And with the material is also the top. Because of this it can be sold to 300,000 days price. How am I doing with these? After Hu Yan had viewed it for a while, Wu Yaozong asked cautiously. Mr. Wu, how much did you charge for this jade hairpin? Hu Yan held up the most valuable jade hairpin among these objects and asked. It's like $250,000. Wu Yaozong replied. Aha. Hu Yan nodded, then handed this jade hairpin to Wu Yaozong, and said with a straight face, Put this away. Those other pieces of jade are also genuine, but their value is far less than this jade hairpin. Oh, Wu Yaozong nodded and followed up with, what about these other things? Mr. Wu wants to hear the truth, right? Hu Yan asked. Of course. Wu Yaozong nodded affirmatively. None too good. Hu Yan sighed, then shook his head and said, Mr. Wu can put it in his home as a decoration. To say the value, there is no need to talk about it. Ha? All gone? Wu Yaozong was completely confused. He had thought that there would be a few genuine pieces anyways, but he didn't expect Hu Yan to give such a result. No way. So much stuff and not a single authentic item? Qian Dapeng was also filled with disbelief. Still, it's just my family's opinion. Hu Yan faintly replied back. Crap. Wu Yaozong couldn't help but burst out. Although his collection was nowhere near as large as Qian Xinglai's, these porcelains had cost him more than $10 million. Hu Yan shook his head rather helplessly. This is the current situation of the antique house. 10 pieces of porcelain, 9.5 are fake. At noon, Wu Yaozong stayed Hu Yan 3 people at home to eat a meal. Because Qian Xinglai and Wu Yaozong are a succession of blows, so the two are not in a high mood. And Qian Dapeng is very active. Pull Hu Yan pulling the story. The two people are very quickly to mix the relationship familiar. After eating, Hu Yan bid farewell to the 3 and drove away. And by the time he returned to Tianhai homestead, it was already afternoon. Zhao Peng was standing in the living room trying on clothes, which was a rare situation. After all, usually he was too concerned about appearance. Peng, what's going on with you? Going on a blind date? Hu Yan leaned on the sofa and looked at Zhao Peng and asked. Tomorrow is not Lu Yu's wedding. Well, I'm thinking about which set of clothes to wear. Zhao Peng said. That's not like you, Peng. Hu Yan narrowed his eyes and looked at Zhao Peng, then suddenly thought of an important factor. It can't be because of Fengli. Fengli is the 2 college classmates. Zhao Peng has been secretly in love with people, but Zhao Peng know that in their own conditions is impossible to chase people. After all, he is still relying on aid in school poverty alleviation funds to go to school at. However, the situation was different now. Zhao Peng already had a job that could support himself, and presumably, his mind was alive. Shit, you guessed it. Zhao Peng didn't hide it, and hemmed and hawed. Why don't I accompany you to buy a new outfit? Hu Yan joked. Forget it, I don't have that kind of free money. Zhao Peng skimmed his mouth. It's okay, buddy, pay for it and give you a set. Hu Yan said with a bold face. Zhao Peng, on the other hand, shook his head, or forget it. In the existing conditions to do the best on the line. After all, the iron still needs its own hard, even if it is blinded for a moment, but also cannot be blinded for a lifetime. Good thing too. Hu Yan nodded. Zhao Peng, this has always been very pragmatic. This comment attached to his style. Right, old Hu. Sun Juchi will be there tomorrow too. Right. Will old lovers meet and rekindle old feelings? Zhao Peng smiled and joked. Sun Juchi was Hu Yan's girlfriend during his college days, and also the only girlfriend he had ever had. The two dated for more than 2 years, and then broke up in the first semester of his senior year. Rekindle the hell out of it. Hu Yan rolled his eyes. That's not easy to say. Old Hu, you are now a bird in the hand. Just your big G to the hotel door a stop. What kind of women to chase back? Zhao Peng said. The problem is, I didn't want to chase her back either. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders. When he and Sun Juchi started, it was the other party who took the initiative. And then when they broke up, it was also Sun Juchi who brought it up. The reason was that she wanted to put down roots in Zhengcheng. So, she wanted to look for a man who had a house in Zhengcheng. And at that time, Hu Yan obviously did not have the strength to buy a house in Zhengcheng. The story between the two is kind of a doggerel but realistic. So many college-aged couples break up for similar reasons. The next day, Hu Yan and Zhao Peng came out of the guys early. After all, they were attending a wedding. Both of them had deliberately dressed up. Hu Yan even wore the suit that Qin Zixuan had bought for him when he attended the charity dinner. Old Hu, you are really handsome in a suit. More handsome than all those fresh meat on TV. Sitting on the co-pilot, Zhao Peng couldn't help but lament. This is still using you to say, lousy is not handsome for a day or two. Hu Yan said with a face of narcissism, I just didn't enter the show business. Otherwise, there is still so little fresh meat, what matter? Well, I guess so. I'll have to tell that bunch of fresh meat to thank old Hu for the favor of not entering show business. Otherwise there would be nothing for them. Zhao Peng was clearly being ironic. Hu Yan, on the other hand, shrugged his shoulders in disbelief and said cheekily, Brother Peng is right. Shit. Say you're fat and you're still panting. Zhao Peng rolled his eyes. Luyu wedding hotel called Ruihua Hotel is one of the earliest batch of 5-star hotels in Zhengcheng. Has been in business for more than 10 years. It is said that the year before last just completed a large-scale refurbishment. This old 5-star hotels have been revitalized. At 8 o'clock or so, Hu Yan and Zhao Peng arrived at the hotel. parked their cars, and walked into the hotel side by side. In the conspicuous place of the hotel lobby stood 3 signs, all of which were the newcomers who had their wedding banquet here today, only on different floors. While the wedding banquet of Hu Yan and Zhao Peng's classmate Lu Yu was on the 2nd floor. Up the stairs and down the imposing walking staircase to the 2nd floor and into the banquet hall. By now, the wedding reception was almost half full, and no sooner had the 2 men ventured out than someone called out their names. Old Hu, Peng, over here. Hu Yan looked along with the voice, only to see that the person who shouted at him and Zhao Peng was none other than the class president of the university class, Sun Bin. At this moment, the table he was at was almost full. All of them were Hu Yan's classmates, and in the crowd, he also saw a familiar figure. It was his girlfriend from his college days, Sun Jiaqi, who was chatting with the girl next to her, and didn't seem to see that Hu Yan had already arrived. Hu Yan and Zhao Peng walked quickly to their class camp and greeted the crowd separately, and that's when Sun Jiaqi naturally spotted Hu Yan. When she saw her ex-boyfriend, she couldn't help but freeze for a moment, because she had never seen Hu Yan wearing a suit before. Especially, the suit on Hu Yan looked as if it was very expensive, which made her quite surprised. Old Hu, you kid is handsome, Sun Bin joked. It's always been this handsome alright. Hu Yan shrugged. Seeing as how you found a suitable job, right? Sun Bin asked again. Well, work for a while. Hu Yan replied. Which company? Tianhai Group. Crap, the Heavenly Sea? What kind of luck did you kid have to enter the Heavenly Sea? Hearing Hu Yan's return, the people at the same table were all slightly shocked, especially Sun Jiaqi's face showed an unusual surprise, because, not long ago, she had heard people say that Hu Yan had not been able to find a job and was relying on the dormitory not to leave. Never thought that when they met again, the other party had already entered a giant enterprise like Tianhai Group. I've heard that Tianhai Group's treatment is awesome, right? Sun Bin asked again. It's not bad. It's better than the average unit can be. Hu Yan faintly returned a sentence. Old Hu, can you open how much to reveal? Is this still confidential? Another classmate, by Xiaoman, pursued. That's it. Say something. Someone else followed and chimed in. And Sun Jiaqi's gaze also fell on Hu Yan. She was naturally very eager to know the answer to this question. 100,000. Seeing that the crowd was in such a high mood, Hu Yan didn't want to spoil the fun and said casually, a salary of $100,000 a year, worthy of the Tianhai Group. Yeah, I'm only 50,000 a fucking year. Old Hu, your treat find such a good job. The guys must eat you hard. The crowd was up in arms. Hu Yan, on the other hand, laughed. No problem I'll definitely invite you when I have the chance. By the way, Old Hu, after finding such a good job, have you found a girlfriend? Sun Bin asked curiously. Look at Old Hu's flirty look. He must be looking for it. Bai Xiaoman laughingly concurred. And this topic also attracted the attention of the whole class. After all, everyone knows the relationship between Hu Yan and Sun Jiaqi. When they went to school, they were also the only pair in the class. At this moment, Sun Jiaqi was on the spot. Everyone inevitably became even more curious about how Hu Yan would answer. Just as the crowd was up in arms, a man in his early 30s walked over with a hurried gait and said to Sun Jiaqi, who was sitting on the other side of the table, with a smile on his face, I'm sorry baby, I'm late, the man said, sitting directly next to Sun Jiaqi. This immediately shifted all the gazes of the crowd from Hu Yan's body to that man. Jiaqi, is this your boyfriend? Sun Bin asked. Aha. Sun Jiaqi nodded. Shouldn't we introduce everyone then? Sun Bin said as he swept a glance at the man, and as soon as he heard this, the man directly stood up, said with a smile on his face, I'd better introduce myself. Everyone Jiaqi's classmates everyone. My name is Ma Cheng of Horse to Success. I'm working in the Tianhai Jewelry. Everyone has the need to buy jewelry, although you can look for me. Must be discounted. Sky Sea Jewelry? After listening to Ma Cheng introduced his unit, all the people present were stunned. Tianhai Jewelry is a company under Tianhai Group. That is to say, this Ma Cheng and Hu Yan are actually Tianhai Group's employees. www.zbcxw.cn-novels.com. And the two are Sun Jiaqi's former and current boyfriends, respectively, which is interesting. Hu Yan also quite surprised. Did not expect his juniors actually with himself in the Tianhai Group. What's going on with everyone? It can't be that you don't know about Tianhai Jewelry, right? Well, if you don't know about Tianhai Jewelry, you always know about Tianhai Group, right? Tianhai Jewelry is a wholly owned subsidiary of Tianhai Group, Ma Cheng said with a proud face. After all, Tianhai Group is a very well-known big company in China, especially in Zhangcheng, where the headquarters is located. It is a well-known enterprise. Sun Jiaqi of course knew why the crowd had such expressions, and immediately pulled the corner of Ma Cheng's coat, signaling him to sit down. "Hey, everyone, if you want to buy jewelry, remember to look for me. The discount will be out of your expectation." Ma Cheng said it again as he sat down. "Brother Ma, listening to this, you have a lot of say in Tianhai jewelry?" a girl named Wu Dan asked. Ma Cheng's age was all a bit older than the crowd after all. Therefore, she directly called out to Brother Ma. "Oh, here's my card." Ma Cheng fished out a business card from his pocket and handed it over with a smug look on his face. Manager of the marketing department of Tianhai Jewelry. Wu Dan subconsciously read out the title on the business card, and at once, it was his eyes that lit up. "Brother Ma, so you're a big leader." "What leader? Ah, a part-time worker only." Ma Cheng smiled and waved his hand. The words were said, but on his face was a smug smile. In front of this group of rookies who had just graduated not long ago, he was naturally superior. "Brother Ma, let's add a WeChat. I've been looking at a ring in Tianhai Jewelry for a long time, but it's too expensive. I haven't been able to buy it. Next time I go to buy it, I'll look for you directly." Wu Dan said and took out his cell phone. Well said. Well said. Ma Cheng also took out his own cell phone and exchanged WeChat with Wu Dan. "Brother Ma, since you work in Tianhai Jewelry, you must know a lot about jewelry. I have a bracelet here from my boyfriend. He said it cost tens of thousands of dollars. Can you help me see if it's really worth that much?" A girl named LV Lily, a jade bracelet on the wrist off, handed in front of the Ma Cheng, listening to her so, in the crowd's eyes are swept over. "Want to know, this jade bracelet in the end worth tens of thousands of dollars? This one you are asking the right person." Ma Cheng laughed, picked up that jade bracelet and glanced at it. Then, shaking his head, handed it back to LV Lily. "This bracelet is semi-synthetic. It's not worth much. If that boyfriend of yours tells you a few tens of thousands of dollars, it's better to hurry up and split it." "Ha? What a fake. Then how much can this bracelet be worth?" LV Lily asked somewhat undeterred. "The cost of $12 or so. How much it sells for depends on the seller himself." Ma Cheng said. "Shit, Prince Ken, you big liar." As soon as she heard this, LV Lily couldn't help but crack up. She thought she met a rich second-generation boyfriend, out of such a generous. It turned out to be a fake to fool themselves, playing free p. Loss of her in order to capture her boyfriend's heart, but also all sorts of pleasing pandering. And even that kind of good-looking system, clothes have bought so many pieces. As a result, this broken bracelet, but also damn not as expensive as those clothes she bought. She is not angry as strange. Old Hu. This Ma Cheng seems to have two skills. Zhao Peng whispered in Hu Yan's ear. Hu Yan gently shrugged his shoulders and did not say anything. Just LV Lily handed over the bracelet. He also swept a glance. Far away can feel a cheap breath. That is to deceive LV Lily. Such a complete lack of understanding of the layman only. The ordinary jewelry store employees can see that it is fake. And as the marketing manager of the Tianhai Jewelry Ma Cheng this skill if there is no if not need to mix. "May I ask which one of you is brother Hu Yan?" At this time, Ma Cheng opened his mouth again, and at the same time, his gaze looked over toward Hu Yan, Zhao Peng, and the others. As soon as he said this, the gazes of Sun Bin, Bai Xiaoman and the others couldn't help but fall on Hu Yan. Just now, a few people were still muttering in their hearts, wondering if Ma Cheng knew that his girlfriend's ex-boyfriend was present at the scene, and would it be awkward if he knew? However, at this moment, Ma Cheng even took the initiative to ask about Hu Yan. Obviously, he should be aware of the relationship between Hu Yan and his girlfriend. "I'm just babbling." Since the other party had asked about himself, Hu Yan naturally couldn't admit defeat and immediately answered. "Hello, I'm Sun Jieqi's boyfriend, Ma Cheng." Ma Cheng and very precisely introduced himself. However, when he saw Hu Yan this dress, the heart is silently shocked. He is after all, Tianhai Jewelry's middle. The eye is still there. In fact, just sat down when he found a brand name suit. Hu Yan just did not think that he is his girlfriend's predecessor. However, he had heard Sun Jieqi mention his ex-boyfriend, saying that his family condition was very average, but looking at Hu Yan's dress was nothing like that. So Ma Cheng could not help but have some doubts in his mind. "I'm Sun Jieqi's classmate," Hu Yan returned with a smile on his face. "Dare I ask where the brother is in his senior position?" Ma Cheng asked with narrowed eyes. Naturally he wanted to feel Hu Yan's bottom. "Tianhai Group." "Nonsense. You're also from the Tianhai Group?" Receiving this answer, Ma Cheng was surprised. "I'm at the Tianhai pawnshop." Hu Yan didn't hide it and directly replied. No wonder. Upon hearing that Hu Yan was at the Tianhai pawnshop, Ma Cheng's face did show a smile of relief. After all, belonging to the same group, Ma Cheng for the Tianhai pawnshop is still relatively understandable. Although now the pawnshop, a wide range of business, but pawn this kind of thing is still possible. For example, pawn some precious jewelry, luxury goods and so on. Ma Cheng's eyes subconsciously fell on this suit of Hu Yan. No surprise, he felt that Hu Yan this suit should be a certain customer to take to pawn collateral. After all, such a set of Hermes suits, at least 100,000. He just graduated a rookie not long, how can he afford to buy? Must be, to participate in the wedding of classmates. The pawn shop inside the clothes out to wear, and by the way, pretend to be something. The more Ma Cheng thought the more I feel his guess is reliable. Couldn't help but smile on his face. As Sun Jiaqi's current man, he naturally still want to put the former stepped on, so as to highlight Sun Jiaqi's correct choice, as well as their own bullish well. Of course, Ma Cheng's main purpose was the latter. As far as I know, there aren't a lot of positions over at the pawn shop, and you're studying history, so you should be a trainee appraiser by now, right? Ma Cheng narrowed his eyes and said, in his opinion Hu Yan so a fresh graduate student, even if it is in the Tian High pawnshop work at most is a trainee appraiser, learning 3 or 5 years later, will be able to promote to the primary appraiser. In fact, the development of the future is also quite good. I'm the appraiser all right. Hu Yan nodded. Hu Yan, so you're in appraisal. What do you usually appraise? Sun Bin asked with a curious face. Luxury goods, antiques, whatever. Hu Yan shrugged. Crap, so dense? That is to say, if I casually take out an antique or luxury item now you will be able to appraise its authenticity? Sun Bin asked again. Hu Yan nodded, pretty much. Then look at this belt I have. My girlfriend gave it to me. Says it's from LV. Sun Bin said and stood up from his seat. His body type is relatively fat. His stomach is more round, just blocked the belt. In order to let Hu Yan see clearly, he put his stomach up to support. This action caused the crowd present could not help but a burst of laughter. What are you laughing at? It's just a slightly larger stomach. Sun Bin skimmed his mouth, then asked Hu Yan, old Hu, take a quick look. Is this belt of mine real or fake? False. Hu Yan glanced at it and faintly returned. Crap. No way. Sun Bin burst out, somewhat in disbelief. It's also possible that your girlfriend was cheated. After all, the gang of counterfeiters are getting more and more professional now. Hu Yan shrugged his shoulders and spoke out to comfort him. Well, it's possible. Sun Bin nodded in agreement. Huin, this bag of mine, can you look at it? A girl held up her carry-on backpack. A Chanel classic. A substitute? Hu Yan asked as he glanced at the bag. How do you know? The girl expressed surprise. Because it's a fake. Hu Yan shook his head. It's just a high imitation version that can be worth 700 or 800. Ha! The girl grinned. I spent over $9,000. Nowadays, fakes are everywhere and the schemes are deep. It's safer to go to a franchise store and buy it yourself. Hu Yan returned. Oh, the girl answered with a depressed look of disappointment. Huin, help me look at this bag of mine. To everyone's surprise, Sun Jiaqi opened her mouth, and at the same time, placed her accompanying satchel on the table. I'm going. That's an icebreaker for the two. The crowd was all shocked, their eyes looking straight at Hu Yan's, waiting for his response. No problem. Hu Yan, on the other hand, gently smiled. In fact, his relationship with Sun Jiaqi was not as bad as other people thought. The two people, although they broke up, but it was also considered a peaceful breakup. There was no big fight, not to mention there was no deep hatred. In fact, today to meet again, the two have been the usual heart. Only, next to the crowd thought that the two will be like waterfire. Sun Jiaqi put her satchel on the table's carousel, gently pushed it, and it was transferred to Hu Yan's front. This is a very classic Bulgari snake headbag. Compared to Hermes, Chanel, LV and other luxury brands known to the people of the country, Bulgari's brand image seems to be weaker. But this does not affect the fact that the people are luxury brands. Take Sun Jiaqi's snake headbag for example. It is definitely a classic Bulgari design and one of the most sought-after series by women. However, this bag of Sun Jiaqi is a high imitation. Hu Yan, who owns the hangover, is naturally able to see it at a glance. But this doesn't mean to say that he can't see it with his strength. Before that, Hu Yan looked at all the working notes of Zhao Jing'an and Wan Quansheng, which has many parts involving the identification of luxury goods, which Hu Yan has long been engraved in his mind. Hu Yan took Sun Jiaqi's bag in his hands and looked at it carefully. Then, he put it back on the turntable and turned it back. Did someone give you this bag? At the same time as the snakehead bag turned away, Hu Yan tilted his head and asked Sun Jiaqi, glancing at Ma Cheng next to her in passing. However, at this moment, Ma Cheng's eyes were clearly a bit evasive. Aha! Sun Jiaqi nodded and asked, how did it turn out? The imitation is very realistic. Hu Yan laughed. As soon as he said this, Ma Cheng's face instantly clouded over, and he said in a cold voice, what makes you say that this bag is an imitation? Ma Cheng said this, it is not to beat himself up. Obviously, this bag is he sent. www.zbcxw.cn-novels.com First of all, the texture of the entry is too hard, which is not the proper feel of Bulgari as a brand. And secondly, and most importantly, the engraving on the hardware is not clear, which is a fatal injury. And this is not the case with the genuine article, Hu Yan said without slowing down. After listening to Hu Yan's explanation, Sun Jiaqi twisted her head to look at Ma Chang, not saying anything, but the disappointment in her eyes already said it all. Sun Jiaqi admits that she is a realistic woman, and it is precisely for this reason that she broke up with Hu Yan, and came together with Ma Chang. What she valued most was naturally the latter's economic strength. In addition, Ma Chang was generous to her. Dating for half a year, luxury brand bags were sent too. However, if the other party to send her bag are high imitation, then, originally is to look at the other party's financial strength. She still figure what? Jiaqi, don't listen to his nonsense. I obviously bought this bag at the duty-free store. How could it be an imitation? Ma Chang put on a very angry look. Then, looked at Hu Yan and said, you a trainee appraiser, no shit ah. This bag is what I bought in the Bulgari franchise. Would it be a fake? In the face of some furious Ma Chang, Hu Yan just gently smiled. Who bought the bag? Where to buy? And I do not have any relationship. I just say what I think the results, believe it or not, depends on your own. The words are good. Don't you mean that you are not sure? Ma Chang snorted coldly. Said in a conspiratorial manner, turn around, I have to say hello to the person in charge of Tianhai Pawnshop. Remember that the standard of Tianhai Pawnshop's recruiting is very strict. How is it that the standard is now lowered? What kind of people can go to Tianhai Pawnshop to become an appraiser? What the hell do you know? Old Who was personally invited by your Tianhai group's Miss Qin Zishuan. At this time, Zhao Peng on the side couldn't hear it anymore and directly disliked him. What? Our Tianhai group's Missy personally invited him? Ma Chang couldn't help but sneer and said disdainfully. Why don't you say that the chairman personally invited him? Forget it if you don't believe me. Zhao Peng skimmed his mouth and coldly said, old man doesn't want to bother with stupid people. Who the fuck are you cursing? Ma Chang stood up with a slap on the table. I'll scold whoever is a dumbass. Zhao Peng also clapped his hands. Both of you, calm down. This is not the right occasion. Seeing this, Sun Bin hurriedly stood up. However, Ma Chang and Zhao Peng were both indignant, their gazes fierce as they confronted each other. And just then, there was a sudden commotion at the wedding banquet site as a group of people clustered around a woman with a clear appearance and walked into the banquet hall. Holy shit, isn't that Kelly? It's really her. So beautiful in person. Kylie, that's the queen from Harem? That's her. She's hot right now. Siley is here for the wedding too? I heard she's the groom's cousin. Ah, and the groom is Kai, the beautiful woman in the crowd. Surrounded by all of them was none other than actress Kylie. A few days ago at the Basha charity dinner, Hu Yan just happened to sit at the same table with her, and then when the dinner was almost over, Kylie also took the initiative to add Hu Yan's Weishin, saying that she would have the opportunity to ask him for advice on antiques in the future. Hu Yan did not expect her to appear here. Queen, take a picture. Sisterly, can you help me sign this? Sisterly, it's really sisterly. Kylie passed by, a cheering voice, and her people are also very kind to try to meet the requirements of the crowd. But, after all, it is his cousin's wedding. She did not want to grab the limelight too much, try to be very low profile, but, unfortunately, the strength does not allow it. The side of the side will also be surrounded by a large group of people begging for pictures. Begging to take pictures of what? Crap. There are even stars coming. Lu Yu, her husband, can. There are star relatives. I was super into her when I was catching up on Harem, and I wanted to go over and take a picture. Kelly feels even prettier in person than on TV. Just slightly thinner. What do you know? Actresses are all thin. That's what makes them photogenic. If they all had big fat faces like you, it would be the end. The people at Hu Yan's table also talked, and Sun Bin also took advantage of the gap between Kylie's triggering of the scene's confusion and managed to persuade Zhao Peng and Ma Chengdu to sit back down. Brother Ma, you are the marketing manager of Tianhai Jewelry. I heard that jewelry companies have more or less cooperation with celebrities. You should have met Kylie before, right? At this time, LV Lily said to Ma Chang with a fawning smile on her face. Well, I've met them at the scene of a few events and briefly chatted a few times, but I'm not really familiar with them. Ma Chang hesitated and said, Brother Ma, then can you invite Sister Lee over? We all just happened to take a picture with her. There are just too many people around her. Even if we squeeze through, we won't have a chance. LV Lily proposed with glowing eyes. She loved that drama Harem, and also fell in love with Kylie because of that drama. Thus, after seeing her here at this moment, the whole person was a bit unable to calm down. This is not quite appropriate. Don't see that people are busy. Ma Chang shook his head with some embarrassment. What he said just now was just pretty words. In fact, he hadn't crossed paths with Kylie at all. much less met her. And today was the first time he'd seen Kylie in person. Brother Ma, how do you say that you know her as well? Say something and it should give you face. LV Lily added. Juchi, talk to your boyfriend. LV Lily threw another pleading look at Sun Juchi. Seeing this, Sun Juchi then turned her head and said to Ma Chang, or else, you can just go over and say so. This, okay. Ma Chang gritted his teeth and responded, who let himself have blown the bull out of the water. Ma, thanks. Seeing that Ma Chang agreed, LV Lily was overjoyed. Ma Chang, on the other hand, frowned and slowly got up, then walked towards the table where Kylie was. Only, at this moment, Kylie had already been surrounded by a group of people, and was busy taking pictures and signing autographs with the crowd. Ma Chang wandered outside the crowd, and failed to squeeze in with several efforts, so he had no choice but to return to his seat in vain and in disgrace. There are just too many people. I can't even get in. There's no way to strike up a conversation with Kylie. Ma Chang shook his head with a bitter face. In fact, the people who were sitting there just now were watching his performance, and they all saw how the situation was without him saying anything. Then it'll just have to be later when there are fewer people. LV Lily shook her head depressingly, and due to Kylie's sudden appearance, it made the wedding site quite lively. But fortunately, the guests were always limited, and after a batch of people fulfilled their own little wishes, the people surrounding Kylie finally became less and less. Ma, here's your chance. Now you can go over there. LV Lily added. Why don't you just go over there yourself? They're a star anyways. There's no reason for you to let them come over if you want to sign a photo. Ma Chang said with a straight face. I originally thought so, but not for the sake of all of us. I want to let Sisterly take a picture with all of us. This would be a special commemoration for our class. LV Lily explained. After hearing this, Ma Chang's eyebrows could not help but wrinkle together again. This is definitely a big question that he can't complete. Just by him a stranger. On what basis can he make people Kylie take the initiative to come over and take a picture with the crowd? And just when Ma Chang wanted to break the head, to mix this matter over, have time to rest, Kylie swept a glance toward the wedding hall, and she swept, just happened to be to see Hu Yen, which Kylie's eyes suddenly bright, immediately got up to Hu Yen and others of this table over. Oh my god, Ray's coming over here. It seems to be very much aimed at our table. Ma, Sisterly should have seen you and deliberately come over to say hello. I'll go. Ma, you still say that you're just a nodding acquaintance with Sisterly. People are coming to you. Seeing that Kylie seemed to be really walking towards the crowd's table, LV Lily and the others were a little excited. And as Kylie suddenly and deliberately walked towards this table, people naturally thought of Ma Chang. After all, he should be the most knowledgeable and well-connected at this table. And, just now, Ma Chang also said that he knew Kylie, just not well. Well, now that the two are meeting at the same wedding, there's no excuse for people to come over and say hello. It was for this reason that the gazes of the people in the audience couldn't help but turn to Ma Chang, thinking about what the next scene would be like. And Ma Chang himself is a little confused. How can he have the strength to let people personally come over to say hello? Not to find him. This moment who else can find? Or, was she simply mistaken? Ma Chang's mind wandered. Just at this time, Kylie has walked to the crowd's table. However, out of the crowd's expectations, she simply did not even look at Ma Chang, but walked straight to the side of Hu Yen. A sweet smile. Mr. Hu. What a coincidence. Kylie's voice was soft and full of smiles. It was obvious that she was very polite to Hu Yen. And this Mr. Hu of hers also made all the people here confused. Mr. Hu. When did Hu Yen become Mr. Hu? Crap. Kylie even shouted at Mr. Hu Yen Hu. What kind of relationship is this between the two? It looks like Kylie is very familiar with Hu Yen. Kylie's Mr. Hu directly let the crowd in the heart of the silent speculation, while Hu Yen is a bitter smile which is what Mr. Hu presumably because it is in the Basha charity dinner meet. The other party instinctively think he is a president or something. But at this time Hu Yen is not good to get entangled in the name. At once politely stood up from his seat. It is quite a coincidence. I did not expect to meet here again. Not, after the end of the Basha charity dinner. I would like to find Mr. Hu to come, but the schedule is full of these days. Alas, I cannot help it. Kylie said with a smile. However, these two simple conversations between the two men exploded in the hearts of Sun Bin, Sun Jiachi, Ma Chang and the others. First of all, Hu Yen said he met again. This word again is enough to show that the two people have only just met not long ago, and Kylie said that after the Basha charity dinner. That is to say, the two people should have last met at the Basha charity dinner. www. ZBCXW. CN Star Novels. Basha charity dinner. That is one of the top charity dinners in China. Can go to participate in the non-wealthy, that is? The least must have enough popularity. For example, showbiz stars and so on. That is to say, attending the Basha charity dinner of the crowd. In fact, the showbiz of those stars instead is the lowest status. The fact that Hu Yan and Kylie surprisingly crossed paths at the Basha charity dinner means that Hu Yan was invited to the dinner. What kind of fucking big shot does it have to be invited to the Basha charity dinner? Thus, after 2 simple lines of conversation, the crowd's eyes were filled with shock when they looked at Hu Yan again. Mr. Hu, could you please move to my table and let's sit down for a good chat? Kylie extended an invitation to Hu Yan. Very politely. Hu Yan swept a glance at his table of classmates with some difficulty. Are these all your classmates? Kylie's gaze finally moved away from Hu Yan's body and swept a glance at the others present. Yeah. Hu Yan nodded. We went to college with the bride. So Kylie nodded, then smiled at the others present and said, everyone, I'm sorry for borrowing Mr. Hu from you for the time being. You're too kind. Sisterly. Yeah, Ray, I'm super into you. Old Hu. Hurry over there. Hu. Mr. Hu. You'd better accompany Sisterly first. Kylie said so. That is to give the crowd how much face the crowd how can still not recognize. Hurriedly have responded. Mr. Hu. Can we go now? Kylie looked at Hu Yan with another smile. All right. Hu Yan nodded. Seeing him agree, Kylie then guffawed. One hand subconsciously sat on Hu Yan's arm. Mr. Hu. Be careful with your feet. Just like that, in a crowd of shocked gazes, Kylie left with Hu Yan's arm in an intimate demeanor. Crap, what the hell? Hui, when did it get so awesome? Didn't you hear Kylie call him Mr. Hu? Kylie is actually so polite to Hu Yan. It's more than polite. It's on your knees. Hu Yan is really deep. That's not true. It's much better than some people. He even said he knew Sisterly, but as a result, she didn't even give a damn about him. LV Lily snorted coldly. Originally she thought that Ma Chang was the thigh. But now look, Hu Yan is the proper thigh. Before Ma Chang said with Kylie has had a few acquaintances, just not familiar. It looks like it must be bragging. If the two really have a few acquaintances, even if it is not familiar, Kylie should also be polite with you, he greeted. Or, Ma Chang should take the initiative to greet. However, Kylie this side of the state for such a long time, simply did not even look at the right eye. Ma Chang a glance. Ma Chang is a sentence is not inserted. And at this moment, Ma Chang's face is naturally very ugly, as if he had eaten shit in general. He in any case did not think that Hu Yan could be so familiar with Kylie. And from the two people's attitude towards each other, Kylie is obviously the weaker party, especially her last sat on Hu Yan's arm action. It is clear that she is intentionally trying to get close to Hu Yan. In other words, Hu Yan may not even be able to sleep with her if he wants to. Crap. Huin really came out of the Basha charity dinner. At this time, LV Lily exclaimed again. Just after hearing that Hu Yan and Kylie had met at the Basha charity dinner, she immediately took out her cell phone and searched for the live video of the Basha charity dinner a few days ago, and easily found the image of Hu Yan on stage handing over the latter's lot of landscape paintings with the famous actor Wu Hao. And Hu Yan also gave a brief speech on stage. LV Lily put her cell phone on the table, and the people present immediately gathered around and curiously watched the video of the Basha charity dinner scene. And when they confirmed that the person in this video was Hu Yan, everyone was shocked. This is such nonsense. Old Hu has really gotten rich. Hu Yan is simply bullish to the point of explosion. Not only did Hu Yan go to the Basha charity dinner, he also spent $100,000 on a painting. The most awesome person in our class. No, I should say the most awesome person in our term would be Hu Yan. The crowd had lamented, and listening to everyone praising Hu Yan, Ma Chang's already ugly face became even uglier, and Sun Jueqi sitting next to him didn't look too good. She naturally didn't expect that Hu Yan, who had been abandoned by herself, would be so bullish now. Isn't this the kind of man she's been looking for? Moreover, for Hu Yan words, she still has feelings. After all, the two have been together for 2 years at the university when the romance is still relatively simple. If not really like, she will not take the initiative with Hu Yan to confess. Only, Sun Jueqi is an extremely rational person. Understand when to do what. When you go to college to talk about pure love, graduated, to find a financial strength to be able to commit to a lifetime of people. However, Sun Jueqi never expected that. In fact, she could get both of these points in Hu Yan. Jueqi, there's a sudden emergency over at the company. I'll leave first. Ma Chang really do not have the face to sit down again. Find an excuse. A smoke on the go. Do not have the nerve to say hello to the other people again. And come to the windy. High and Mighty is completely a different person. And the people in the audience had no intention of taking him up on it, letting him leave at a brisk pace. As a girlfriend, Sun Jueqi didn't stay, but just gave a salty Jueqi, what kind of boyfriend are you? You'd better split up. Yeah, Looks like the kind of scumbag who only brags and lies to little girls. Jiachi, Hu Yan is still single right now. You used to be the person on the tip of his heart, so I guess he must still have feelings for you. Why don't we get back together? Son Jiachi, I support you and old Hu to get back together. Fertilizer does not flow outside the field. Their own class internal digestion, how good. As soon as Ma Cheng left, the crowd immediately gathered around Sun Jiachi. Sun Jiachi, on the other hand, was smiling bitterly. In fact, she also moved in her heart the idea of getting back together with Hu Yan. However, she had been with Hu Yan for 2 years, and she knew Hu Yan very well. When she took the initiative to break up before, she had already broken Hu Yan's heart, even though he didn't show too much obviousness. But as a girlfriend, Sun Jiachi naturally felt it. It is often said that a broken mirror cannot be reunited. Getting back together is not that easy. Zhao Peng, haven't you and Hu Yan always had the strongest relationship, and now you're still living together? Sun Bin suddenly turned his head to look at Zhao Peng. As soon as they heard his words, the other people's gazes also focused on Zhao Peng's body, and the crowd also remembered that this guy and Hu Yan practically wore the same pants. So naturally, he should be in tune with understanding Hu Yan's current situation. Zhao Peng, what exactly is Hu Yan's situation now? Yeah, tell me, how did Hu Yan become so awesome? For a while, the crowd fell back and surrounded Zhao Peng, and this feeling of all the stars surrounding the moon was what made Zhao Peng's heart secretly happy. And at that moment, he heatedly laughed. You guys, you remembered me at this time. Hey, just so you guys know, dude's living with old Hu right now. Zhao Peng said with a proud face. I tell you the old Hu is now really rich. Live in the house or more than 200 square feet of the large flat, 4 rooms and 2 baths. The house is too big. The old Hu said to me, Peng, I do not dare to live on my own. You come over to accompany me. So that's it, I moved in. But the house was just too damn big and empty for the two of us to live in. Zhao Peng, this bull blowing is very skillful, and does not say that the house is not Hu Yan bought, just said that living in such a large house, giving people a kind of illusion that this house is Hu Yan. A large 200 square foot flat? How much does that cost? The crowd couldn't help but gasp. Which park? Lululi inquired curiously. Sky Sea Home, Zhao Peng said. After hearing his response, he immediately took out his cell phone and searched for the price of the Sky Sea Homes. Crap, over 90,000 a square foot. More than 90,000 a square foot. More than 200 square feet. The house alone will cost $20 million. The people were all dumbfounded. Their eyes glazed over. What does it mean to be deeply hidden? What does it mean to be low profile? Just take a look at Hu Yan and you'll know. Before, the crowd couldn't tell at all that he was such a powerful master. Do you guys know what kind of car old Hu was driving now? Zhao Peng enjoyed seeing the shocked look on the crowd's faces, and asked with another haughty face, what kind of car? The crowd was all curious. Big G. Zhao Peng faintly returned. Crap, Big G? So awesome. The boys present at once a burst of exclamation. However, a few girls do not know Big G is what. The general girls just recognize a car label only. When it comes to specific cars, they cannot distinguish. What kind of car is the Big G? Is it expensive? Lululi asked curiously. Mercedes-Benz G-Class old Hu, that one is G550. The landing price is not particularly exaggerated. About 2 million. Zhao Peng waved his hand in a gesturing manner. Upon hearing this, several girls were also dumbfounded. Living in a house of $20 million. Driving a car of more than $2 million. This is a proper tycoon. Zhao Peng. So is Hu Yan still single now? At that moment, LV Lilies asked curiously. Is still single. Zhao Peng shrugged. Otherwise, the old Hu cannot let me live with him. But well, the old Hu has a good feeling of women can be quite a lot. Recently there are 2 big beauty in the pestered him. The people Zhao Peng was talking about were naturally Qin Zishuan and Shen Shower. But of course, he was just bragging for Hu Yan. It's no use pestering. We're not together. LV Lily smiled heatedly and turned her head to look at Sun Jiachi. I say Jiachi, if you don't have the intention to get back together with Hu Yan, sister's son can get down to it. Where can I find such a good man? If I can take Hu Yan down, my old lady won't have to worry about it for the rest of her life. LV Lily, didn't you just say that you have a boyfriend? Sun Bin said. Starting now. No more. Go back and break up. Lululi returned. Crap, you're mean. Sun Bin gave her a thumbs up. And at this time, after listening to Zhao Peng's introduction to Hu Yan's current situation, Sun Jiachi's face was indeed not very good, while her heart was mixed. In the high-end district of Jiangcheng owns more than 200 square feet of house, and a luxury car to take the wheel. Is not this exactly the life she dreamed of? If she doesn't break up, won't her original dream come true? It would be impossible for Sun Jiachi to say that she didn't regret it. However, Feng Kai, a classmate's words is to remind her. After all, she used to be Hu Yan, hard on the tip of the person. The two broke up only a few months' time. If, now, she tried to salvage the romance, then, it is not impossible. With this in mind, Sun Jiaqi inclined her head and glanced towards the table where Kylie was. At this moment, she was chatting enthusiastically with Hu Yan about something, with a smile on her face. Seeing the situation, her heart but also beat the drum of retreat. When the poor boy that they do not see, now contact with her has been completely different from a level, which is a perfect interpretation of what is called, today you ignore me, tomorrow I let you climb down. Nowadays, Hu Yan had already become the object of her high ambition. So, can they really renew their relationship? Sun Jiaqi also drew a big question mark in her mind. Other side, the reason why Kylie is so attentive to Hu Yan, because there is something to ask. In the charity dinner scene she saw Hu Yan's amazing eyesight. The heart will silently remember him, and left contact information. Recently, Kylie is for a thing headache. A film and television industry big brother next month to set up a birthday party. The big man is keen on antiques, so Kylie would like to send him a decent object, as a way to flatter each other. But Kylie for antiques is a know-how, and she also heard that the antique line of water is too deep, if she rashly out of the possibility of being pitched very large. Therefore, Kylie naturally want to find an outstanding eyesight, but also reliable people to help her eyes. After the charity dinner that day, she felt that Hu Yan was a good candidate. First of all, his eyesight is amazing, very strong, and secondly, she secretly observed Hu Yan for a night, and found that the other party is very peaceful, and the person is also worthwhile, and she contacted a few of the antique circle of the old Greece than more trustworthy. Mr. Hu, then after the wedding banquet is over, if you have time, if you are free, how about accompanying me on a walk to the antique market? After finishing her plea with Hu Yan, Kylie directly sent an invitation to Hu Yan. The groom of this wedding today is indeed Kylie's cousin. She also deliberately set aside a day slot to support her cousin. In fact, her original plan was also to go to the antique house in the afternoon if she had time. And what she didn't expect was that she actually met Hu Yan here, which was a great surprise to her. Afternoon? It should be nothing. Hu Yan thought about it. Walk with me then? Siley asked smilingly. No problem. Hu Yan nodded. Alright, Mr. Hu, then we have a deal. Kylie's face was filled with a charming smile. You'd better not call me General Manager Hu. It sounds weird. Hu Yan frowned lightly, because he wasn't any General Manager Hu in the first place. That's also true. It's weirdly rusty to call Mr. Hu. Kylie smiled and asked, then what should I call you, little brother? Kylie is 28 years old this year, but it is a few years older than Hu Yan. Therefore, she said that it is normal to call Hu Yan's younger brother. Only, adding a small word in front of it makes it a little difficult for Hu Yan. This isn't very good. Hu Yan spread his hands and said, you might as well call me Old Hu. That's what all my friends call me anyway. Old Hu? How old are you? Aren't you afraid of shouting you old? Kylie laughed. Hey, it's okay. It sounded kind of friendly to me. Hu said, alright, Old Hu. Then we'll rendezvous after the wedding banquet? Kylie blinked from Hu Yan. Aha. Hu Yan nodded, then I'll go back first. The students are waiting. Okay, then I won't see you off. Old Hu. Kylie laughed. Hey, you're welcome. Hu Yan got up, waved to Kylie, and then returned to the table where his classmates were. And as soon as Hu Yan returned, the crowd immediately all came together. Old Hu, you're really low-key, all so bullish, but even said straight out that you earn $100,000 a year. That's right, Old Hu. You can't forget our old classmates now that you're rich. Old Hu. Kylie is not looking at you favorably. It's almost like she wants to pounce on you raw. The crowd was in a state of disbelief. Hu Yan, on the other hand, gently laughed. What are you guys talking about? I've only met Kylie once. It's not what you think. Met once? It was at the Basha charity dinner, wasn't it? Lulali said with a smirk. Hu Yan was stunned. He remembered that he didn't seem to have mentioned this. Even Zhao Peng didn't know that he had gone to the Basha charity dinner. How did these people know? Surprised. Hu Yan, you can hide it too well. You're the one who went to the Basha charity dinner, and you're still so low-key. That's not true. If it wasn't for the video evidence at night, I wouldn't have believed that our classmates had gotten so mixed up that they could be on par with those big stars and big entrepreneurs. The crowd lamented again. Hu Yan, on the other hand, scratched his head in a rather depressed manner. He was really a person who didn't like to be in the limelight. Being surrounded and praised by the crowd like this made him feel a bit awkward. Hu Yan, from what Zhao Peng said, you're still single, right? At this time, LV Lily asked again. At the same time, Several girls within the class also cast a curious gaze, although the other people's hearts did not directly express the idea of taking Hu Yan like LV Lily, but such a golden son-in-law in front of the eyes. Who do not want to try in case it becomes it? It's single. What's the matter? Is this about introducing me to a girlfriend? Hu Yan smiled and joked. After all, we are all familiar with the same class. Yes. Lily Louie heatedly smiled and struck a flirty pose. What do you think of me? Stop it. Hu Yan rolled his eyes. Rabbits still don't eat grass in the nest. Ha ha, don't deny it. Lily, grow a pair. As soon as they heard Hu Yan's words, Sun Bin and the others immediately raised an uproar. LV Lily, on the other hand, was unimpressed and winked at Hu Yan. How do you know if the nesting grass is good unless you taste it, right? Hu Yan frowned rather awkwardly. He had thought that LV Lily was joking, but the joke had gone a little too far. Lily, so tell us how to eat the nest? Yeah, we're so curious. Pick the best speech. Sun Bin as well as Bai Xiaoman laughed out loud. LV Lily rolled her eyes at the two of them. How to eat also not tell you. Go back to find your girlfriend to ask. Lili's words caused another round of laughter from the crowd. Hu Yan laughed and shook his head, and it was then that he realized that there seemed to be one person missing from this table. Ma Chang was not there. Peng? What about the one named Ma? Hu Yan asked Zhao Peng beside him in a low voice. How can he still have the face to sit here? As soon as he saw you leave with Kylie, he directly slipped away. Zhao Peng smiled and shrugged. So, Hu Yan laughed. In fact, like Ma Chang liked people in real life as much, a little economic strength, and then began to go around pretending to tease the girl. But in fact, but especially stingy. Send the girl's gift is more than high imitation. www.zbcxw.cn*novels.net. And today's society, some women are bent on finding a golden son-in-law. So, not a few fooled, especially those who have just come out of society. The world is not deep, but also become the main population of fraud. However, this thing is all a willingness to fight, as long as it is not particularly excessive circumstances, cannot say anything, at most, is experiencing a scum just. It wasn't long before the wedding ceremony began. The wedding scene also quieted down. Hu Yan's college classmate Lu Yu is considered the class flower of the class. This time married this man is almost 10 years older than her. But the man is indeed very economic strength. This point can be seen from the wedding in such a luxurious hotel. In addition, there is a Kylie such a star cousin. It must be his family is not bad, so it can be said that Lu Yu is also considered to be married into the rich family. The ceremony lasted about 40 minutes, I think, and after that, there was the wedding reception, where the couple toasted and lit cigarettes. Hu Yan and their university classmates are also not seen for a long time, while eating a meal while chatting and pulling the wool over the eyes. However, after knowing the current status of Hu Yan, he has become the focus of attention. School familiar or not familiar with the classmates come over to talk to him for a few moments. Old Hu, let's just have a drink. It's rare to have the opportunity to get together. Sun Bin raised his wine glass to persuade. Don't drink today. Some other time. Driving. Hu Yan shrugged with a regretful face. Just find a chauffeur. Sun Bin said. Find what chauffeur? I don't drink anymore. Turn around and I'll help you drive the car back. Bai Xiaoman hemmed and hawed and said. Old Hu, I heard you drive a big G. I haven't driven a car that awesome yet. Hu Yan was slightly stunned. He did not mention this in front of this group of classmates. Immediately turned his head to look at Zhao Peng. This guy was playing with the meat in his mouth. Seeing Hu Yan looking at himself, immediately lowered his head sheepishly, chewing the meat in his mouth while muttering, yummy. This 5-star hotel does something different from the roadside restaurant. As soon as he saw Zhao Peng in this state, Hu Yan knew the answer. Obviously, it must be Zhao Peng who told everyone. Old Hu, lend a brother a ride someday. I'll feel it too. Bai Xiaoman smiled again and compensated. Well, it's all minor. Hu Yan politely nodded. In fact, the heart is still a little unhappy. As the saying goes, car and daughter-in-law cannot be borrowed. What a good friend. Borrowing a car this kind of thing or be careful. After all, borrowing a car after causing serious accidents are too many things. And once the car is loaned out, you have no idea where the other person will go in it. What will he do? If you don't get into an accident, you may not be able to be friends. Hey, everyone heard it, but Hu Yan promised. Bai Xiaoman was afraid that Hu Yan would not keep his word and yelled loudly. Just as the crowd was chatting idly, Kylie walked over again under the attention of countless gazes. Old Hu, how's it going on your end? Kylie asked smilingly. As a matter of fact, she wanted to leave after she finished her blessing at the ceremony. Anyway, she was already supporting her cousin. However, she had to consider Hu Yan's side of the situation. After all, there were so many classmates from other people's side of the family. That's why she stayed at the scene for a little while longer. almost there. Now, Huyen got up and asked. Well, I'd like to get there early and have more time. Preferably today. Siley said. That's fine. Just give me a second. Aha. Siley nodded. By the way, did you drive? Open. Then I'll go in your car and let my assistant go back first. Kylie said after some thought. Oh, okay. Huyen nodded. Then, leaned over to Zhao Pang and said, Brother Pang, I'll withdraw first. Kylie is looking for me for something. Go back by yourself. By the way, this is our red packet. In a while, you give it to Luyu. Good. Zhao Pang nodded, then lowered his voice and gossiped, but old who? Kylie looking for you to do still want to send the assistant away? Dating? Booty call. Huyen blankly glanced at Zhao Pang. If it wasn't for this bastard's gossip, how could he have made it known that he drove a big G? Then don't forget to make little videos. Zhao Pang had a cheap grin on his face. Get out. Huyen rolled his eyes. Then, after a few more polite words with Sun Bin and the others, he left the wedding site along with Kylie, and as soon as Huyen left, the crowd immediately surrounded Zhao Pang again. Pang, what did Huyen say? What's going on here? Yeah, Kylie all but sidetracked her assistant? Could it be that there's some kind of ulterior motive between the two? Just thought that Huyen is just getting rich. Now it seems that it's not as simple as getting rich. Even stars like Kylie have to flatter him. The group gossiped again. Zhao Pang, on the other hand, smiled mysteriously. I'll tell you, just now, when old Hu was leaving, he told me that he and Kylie were going on a date. Crap, really? Old Hu? So awesome. Sure enough, I told you that the two were having an adulterous affair. TSK, really damn envious. This if really can with Kylie about a little. Let's live a few years or dry. The group of boys were emotional again. Look at your behavior. Isn't she Kylie just a prettier face? After taking off her clothes, her body is not necessarily better than mine. At this time, LV Lily, who had originally claimed that Kylie was her idol, said with a disdainful face. It seemed that she had already taken Kylie as her love rival. After Huyen left, the original table of noisy students, the enthusiasm seems to have instantly cooled down a lot. When Huyen was there, everyone was superficially complimentary, hugging the thigh and so on. In fact, under the contrast of Huyen's success, some inferiority complex in their hearts was inevitable. After all, strictly speaking, they were still a group of big kids who had just stepped into society. In fact, the smile on the face and the enthusiasm in the mouth want to express nothing more than, you Huyen mixed well. We are not jealous, to cover up the inferiority of the heart. In the slightly dull atmosphere, without realizing it, everyone drank a lot of wine, being rejected by Huyen to his face. LV Lily, who pretended not to care, couldn't help but ask Zhao Pang, did you say that the house of 20 million or so, and the car of more than 2 million, are really all Huyen's? Even though Huyen was Zhao Peng's iron buddy. However, while he was happy for his good brother, Zhao Peng's heart was likewise a little inferior. At this time, he had already drunk. What, you don't believe me? Nonsense, my good brother. 2 days on the job, and he's got the big G, and a big house with over 200 square feet. Amazing, isn't it? Oh, my brother is awesome. Hey, without realizing it, Zhao Peng sold Huyen again. Sun Juchi had actually wanted to ask, but she just couldn't bring herself to do it. After LV Lily asked, she had been listening with her ears open. To say that Huyen mixed well, the person who had the hardest time was definitely her. Zhao Peng, you said those things turned out to be not nonsense? I told you, even if you work in Tian High Group, it's impossible to earn tens of millions of dollars in such a short time. www.zbcxw, CN Stars Novel Network. Everyone nodded and agreed that it made sense. This is also true. Normal people's thinking are like this. Not to mention going to work. Even if you run a company, how many of you make $10 million a month? Zhao Peng although drunk. However, these people on the table seem to guess the trick. Vanity is satisfied. The kind of look on the face makes Zhao Peng's heart very upset, even though the source of everything comes from him. What, can't the company match it? Then let me ask you, who of you has been given such a good dormitory where you work? Who drives a $2 million luxury car? Not to mention attending charity dinners and meeting big stars. Humph. Zhao Peng finished and drunkenly dried a large glass of beer. You know, my brother has traded in his own skills. You guys guess it's hard to find a job without relying on your parents, right? Even though Zhao Peng was telling the truth, the faces of the students in the audience were still on fire. Che, the one who mixes well, isn't you? What's the drag? The one who said this was actually by Xiaoman, who had just been the most enthusiastic towards Huyen. However, Zhao Peng didn't pay attention, and he was already so drunk that his eyes glazed over and he slumped over the table. Although other people did not say, The heart of the estimate is similar. They play did not expect. A Lu Yu's wedding was originally inconspicuous. Hu Yan show a face not to mention, but also by Zhao Peng sprayed a face. The early fall wind had cooled slightly, but the midday sun was still toxic. Kylie wore a mask for fear of being recognized. The parasol in his hand helped Hu Yan cover the hot sun. Hu Yan wore the sunglasses he wore while driving. He didn't want to suddenly and inexplicably become someone's scandalous boyfriend when he opened his cell phone tomorrow. It had been more than an hour of shopping in the antique street, and Siley still hadn't found a suitable gift. Hu Yan, Zhongcheng is such a big antique street. Why is it so hard for me to buy a suitable gift? Kylie took Hu Yan's arm and twisted her body, pouting. Hu Yan was speechless for a while, secretly thinking, good things you are too expensive. Cheap you have to look at. Cannot be difficult to choose how? In fact, this cannot be blamed on Kylie. Antique street look is very big. Hundreds of millions of goods. In fact, the real open door goods 10 in none. Good thing the price is inflated. Real buy, but also really not cost effective. And, in an environment where authenticity is scarce and a monstrous market where authenticity is scarce, it's extraordinarily valuable. Who would want to give up their hard-earned treasures without meeting the legendary fat sheep? The owner wants to meet the wrong person. The buyer wants to pick up the leak. This is the norm in the antique market. Hu Yan pointed to the dense crowd side. Look at these people. Half of them are watching the crowd. Half with your idea is similar, is trying to pick up the leakage. Only a handful of people are really playing collection. Every day is like this. So many people. You say the chance of picking up leaks how big? Siley wasn't stupid, so of course she saw it all in her eyes. Then what to do? That friend of mine is really important. I can't afford to send something that's too cheap. If it's too expensive, I can't really afford it. Don't look at Kylie as a newcomer in the entertainment industry. However, compared to the old bigwigs, her little assets were really nothing. This also created a predicament where it was difficult for her to buy gifts. Hu Yan shook his head. If you say so, it seems that picking up the pieces is your only option? Kylie took Hu Yan's arm. Let's go around again. If we really can't, we'll just buy that garlic vase we looked at before. Hu Yan was speechless for a while. That thing is the Yuan Dynasty Pang Kiln Melon Prong bottle. Because it looks like a garlic head, it is also called garlic bottle. It's really good stuff, but the price is too pitiful. $5 million. The boss asked for $8 million, and did not return the favor. If not for this period of time, Hu Yan and Wang Quanqing learned a lot of things. All want a curse. It turns out that any antique house of a certain size, there will be one or two pieces of the treasure of the store. There are such things in order to hold down the scene. The inertia of the buyer's mind will think that if this family has such awesome goodies, other things must not be bad either. In this way, the compulsion is not much higher. For the slaughter of those who seem to understand the player is also much easier. Knowing that we are being slaughtered but still have to buy it, it's so disheartening, Hu Yan said indignantly. Stupid. Siley pounded Hu Yan's chest with her small fist. Actually, those don't matter. This thing is so famous even in this street. Even if we are the wrongdoers, that friend of mine will also appreciate it. Hu Yan pretended to cover his chest. Am I stupid? Or are you? In this way, the love is received. However, the feeling of surprising him, as you said before, definitely can't be achieved. Although Kylie didn't say it outright, Hu Yan also guessed it. Kylie must have gone to such great lengths to meet that big name in the entertainment industry. Kylie's big soulful eyes darkened a bit. As you said, picking up leaks is not so easy. There can't be surprises, only to do the best you can with your thoughts. Hu Yan looked at Kylie's slightly drooping eyelids, and then thought about the current situation of his classmates today, and realized that life was really quite difficult. If he hadn't suddenly opened up, he would probably still be running for his life now. The same being worried by all sorts of trivialities, right? Let's go. Turn around again. You might actually come across something good. Siley nodded. If I can really find something good, I'll treat you to a nice dinner. In order to ease Kylie's mood, Hu Yan said exaggeratedly. See what you mean. If I can't buy it, I still have to go home hungry? Kylie was really amused. Just know how to eat. You won't be able to eat less. As she said that, she also hammered Hu Yan's shoulder. Hu Yan pretended to grimace. Murder. Maybe it was the legendary male-female match. The two of them talked and laughed, but they didn't feel very tired, and Kylie's mood also relaxed a lot. The major antique stores have been slipped by them. Now they can only set up stalls on the side of the road and look again. Although Hu Yan knows that the chances are slim, but also cannot directly lead people to buy an inflated price of things. People as a fat sheep, right? As they walked, they realized that there were a bunch of people in front of them. There was a lot of noise and they didn't know what was going on. Already decided. And then cannot pick up the leak. We'll go back to buy melon prong bottle. Kylie want to go over to see the lively. Did not help people buy the right thing? Hu Yan strange embarrassed. Agreed. Walked close. Hu Yan realized that this is the door of the curio store where he was hired. It was here that he met Qin Lao, and then met the current old Qin, which led to today. In a flash. It's been almost a month. It's like a dream. At this time, the owner of the antique store, Zhao Baxiang, was arguing with a man. You're selling something. I'm not letting you sell. But, you're blocking my doorway. You know, it affects my business. A somewhat mute-looking middle-aged man in simple clothes, holding an oil hammer bottle in his arms, was arguing with Zhao Baxiang. I'm not at the front door of your house. Besides, you say it nicely, I'll go okay? Obviously, this Zhao Baxiang must not be open today, taking it out on someone else. An honest man. Zhao Baxiang said relentlessly, just go away? You affect my day did not open. This how to count? The honest man clutched the bottle in his arms. I've only been here a couple hours. How come I'm holding up your business all day? That crap you took. In front of my house. Those who don't know think it's my family's stuff. Not only will it delay my business for a day, but my family's reputation will be affected by you in the future. What do you say? Well, can't I just go? In this way, the honest man wanted to go. Zhao Baxiang pulled to prevent. The two people barred, advised by a good Samaritan. Boss, it looks like he's an honest country bumpkin. Don't get on his bad side. Yeah, who would put a family heirloom up for sale if they were a little bit more capable? Yeah, at first glance he doesn't have any money. What's the point of holding on to people? There's also a lot of heart in whispers. I'm telling you, don't talk too much. The water in the antique city is deep. Maybe these are all trusts hired by the owner to sell that bottle. Crap, if you didn't say it, I really didn't know. The more you finish, the more I see it. No, I could tell they were definitely in cahoots. In the midst of the chaos, Kylie, who was listening with her head spinning, looked at Hu Yan. What they said is true. This acting skill, it's much better than mine. I need to learn from it. Ahem. Hu Yan choked and coughed at Siley's words. It's not that evil. It doesn't look like a pig-killing bureau to me. Hu Yan's eyes never left the oil hammer bottle in that honest man's arms. Could it be that we can really pick up the pieces today? Just as Hu Yan's eyes were staring at the oil hammer bottle in that honest man's hand for an instant, the perceptive Kai Li's heartbeat suddenly accelerated, and she seemed to feel something, suddenly feeling very thirsty. She was afraid that she would not be able to control her emotions and disturb Hu Yan to the point that she would be discovered by the people around her and fail to pick up the slack. She hurriedly said, Hu Yan, are you thirsty? I'll go buy water. What are you drinking? Nervous, Kai Li was somewhat incoherent. Hu Yan frowned as if he was thinking about something and said, whatever. Siley hurriedly turned around and walked away from the place of wrongdoing. The reason why Hu Yan frowned, because he saw the honest man's arms in the oil hammer bottle price is surprisingly 7,800,000 heavenly price. Then Jiangcheng Antique City Royuzhai Town Treasure Melon Prism bottle is more than 2 million. However, the kink is that the quality of that oil hammered bottle is just not complimentary. Even without looking at it up close, it is obvious that the bottle is not rounded enough. The colors are not soft enough. There are some zingers, and the glaze is uneven. Although it looks like it should be some years old. But, this thing of antiques involves too many things. It is not the ones that have been around for a long time that are good. Could it be? Is it something contained inside? Hu Yan shook his head. Clearly unrealistic. The oil hammer bottle was in the shape of a hammer with a thin neck and a big belly. Not to mention that it would be difficult to fit something in, even if it was really loaded. Since it was a family heirloom treasure that had been in someone's home for decades, who could not take a good look to see if there was anything inside? What in the world is going on? The events of this period of time have made Hu Yan very confident in his own eyesight. www.zbcxw.cnstarsnovels.net. But, even more confident, you have to get along with the offshoots of it. This is different from the last wooden box, which could be skinned to hide the true image. Porcelain is fragile. Really veneer it and the thing is almost as good as ruined. While Hu Yan was puzzled, Zhao Buxiang's standoff with that honest man escalated. Selling fake goods to fool people in my place. If you don't compensate me for my loss today, I'll find a place to reason with you, Zhao Buxiang said, pulling the honest man hard. This is bad. Even Hu Yan's heart stuttered. The honest man's hand slipped, and the oil-hammered bottle fell from his arms. Luckily, the honest man was still handy, and bent over, holding on with both hands. Now the honest man was furious. His eyes were bloodshot as he stared angrily at Zhao Buxiang. I'm telling you, this is my family's heirloom. It's not the fake you're talking about. If you really break it, I'll fight you today. Seeing the honest man's near-crazy state, Zhao Buxiang was also a bit abashed. However, everyone was watching. He stepped back a few steps, and his mouth remained unforgiving. And what heirlooms? Heirlooms of pickled amaranth? right? I can trade you 10 pieces of this piece of junk in my store. You still have the nerve to ask for more than $200,000. You're crazy about money, aren't you? Get the hell out of here. Zhao Baxiang's mouth said hard up, but his footsteps kept retreating. Eyes searching for this escape route. Once the other party went crazy, then hurriedly bugger off. Looking at the honest man shivering, Zhao Baxiang even posed for a sprint start. However, who knows, that honest man actually thud. Kneeling. However, it was not Zhao Baxiang that he was kneeling, but a large group of people watching. Zhao Baxiang, who had taken a long breath, stood up straight and was once again on his toes. I only heard the honest man say, "My old father is in the provincial hospital and is dying. This is to save his life. I just secretly took the family's treasure to sell. If his old man knew, he might break my legs." He sobbed a few times, hunched over, seemingly bent by the burdens of life. "My name is Tang Juzi, and I swear to God that this thing is a treasure. If any kind person buys it and falls for it, I, Tang Juzi, will be struck down by heaven and not be allowed to die." The crowd was in disarray, and some kind-hearted women and elderly people wiped their tears. Some even said, "Child, this is all I have on me. Take it." Seeing this, a number of well-wishers have gone through their pockets, tens and hundreds of dollars out. Tang Juzi kneeled and kowtowed. Thank you all the good people. But, my old man, he has advanced cancer. The operation costs more than $100,000, and, although I'm poor, I can't take advantage of everyone. If you really want to help me, please, everyone, help me buy this baby," said Tang Juzi, constantly kowtowed to everyone. Liar, too obvious. Little money can't see it. Don't people see it? Yeah, it's obviously a setup. Don't believe it. They're all old men on this street. He's got no treasure there. There are too many people like that nowadays, taking advantage of the sympathy of good people to cheat them out of their money. I'll be damned. The discordant voices were followed by even more unpleasant words from Zhao Baxiang. With this crap of yours, you still want to sell it for over $200,000. Dream on. If you can sell it, everything in my store will sell for millions. Hu Yan couldn't stand it anymore. What if someone really buys it? Zhao Baxiang and Hu Yan were separated from the crowd and didn't see anyone. However, the sound of such a tuneful admonishment irritated him. I just don't believe it. Who is blind enough to buy this crap? If someone really buys it, I'll eat shit in public. I'll take it. Hu Yan walked through the crowd to Tang Juzi's side and helped him up. And helped him pat the dirt on his body. The reason for this was because Hu Yan saw the number 56,078 on top of Tang Juzi's head. Clearly, a middle-aged man who had gotten into debt in order to cure his old father, pushing people and himself. If he didn't have the hang-ups, what's the difference between him and himself when it comes to things like this? As Hu Yan helped Tang Juzi pat the soil, Tang Juzi ducked. Thank you, dirty, no need. Hu Yan laughed and didn't force himself. Goods are sold with a knowledgeable family. I believe this is a treasure for you. Tang Juzi was trembling with excitement. You, really willing to buy? Hu Yan nodded seriously. By this time, Zhao Baxiang had already seen Hu Yan. It's you? That's right. It's me. Hu Yan nodded his head in acknowledgement. I see you've got a few lousy dollars and can't find your way around. Humph. Zhao Baxiang said disdainfully. If this shit is a treasure, all the ones in my store are treasures. His is worth more than $200,000. Mine can be worth a few $1,000,000 each. Idiot. Before Hu Yan could speak, Tang Juzi was in a hurry. If you motherfucker beep again and delay my father's cure money, I'll waste you. Not to mention, the way Tang Juzi glared. It was really quite scary. Zhao Baxiang, a bully, immediately retreated several steps. Hu Yan didn't want to delay and said, Brother Tang, do you have a bank card? Yes. During this time, his father was visiting the tumor hospital, and for the sake of convenience, Tang Juzi not only brought his bank card, but also tied his cell phone. Hu Yan nodded and directly transferred $300,000 to him using his cell phone bank. Ding! At the beep, Tang Juzi, who had been staring at the phone, froze. Little old brother, you've transferred too much here. I want $280,000. Hu Yan smiled. The rest, buy some tonic for the old man. You baby, it's worth it. Tang Juzi didn't know what to say for a moment, and after holding his tongue for half a day, he said, I'll thank you for my father. You good people have good karma. I'll burn incense and pray for blessings for you two at home. At this time, Hu Yan realized, do not know when, Kylie has returned. Standing next to him, when he heard Tang Juzi say two mouths, he couldn't help but be flushed with joy. In fact, Siley's eyes had never left this place, and it wasn't until Hu Yan had successfully purchased the bottle and held it in his arms that Siley walked over. Hu Yan said a few polite words to Tang Juzi and told him to hurry up and get the money for his old man's treatment. Only then did Tang Juzi leave with 1,000 thanks. Heave, you're whatever. Kylie handed over an ice cream to Hu Yan. Sorry, it seems to have melted. Why don't I rebuy one for you? Hu Yan froze. Didn't we say we were buying water? How come it's ice cream? Siley smiled wryly. Water doesn't have any random. Only ice cream does. Saying that, she also winked her eyes. It seemed to be saying, successful in picking up the slack? Hu Yan winked back at him and replied, yes. Kylie immediately unscrewed a bottle of mineral water and handed it over. Hu Yan was also really thirsty and hurriedly filled a few mouthfuls. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Zhao Buoxiong who was about to bolt. Hu Yan shouted, stop. Zhao Buoxiong turned around awkwardly and said, elder brother Hu, come inside and have a seat? From the time Hu Yan knew Zhao Buoxiong, he couldn't look at his liar's face that disliked the poor and loved the rich. Unceremoniously, he said, I think I just heard someone say that if Tang Juzi stuff is sold, someone will have to eat shit in public. Saying that, Hu Yan asked towards everyone, did you guys hear that? Anyway, those who were watching were not afraid of anything, and they conformed. I heard that, that's what he said. Zhao Buoxiong's old face was red, but, after all, he was a veteran of many years in society. Haha said with a smile, Hu old brother is joking. That's just a joke. How can it be taken seriously? Besides, even if I want to eat, here is not also no is not it? Oh. Saying that, he also squeezed his eyes at Hu Yan. It meant, give a face, be a man and meet in the future. Hu Yan pretended not to understand and pointed to the public restroom not far away and said, I happen to have diarrhea today. Let's go. I'll help you. Not dry. Good swallow. Put. Kylie, who had just taken a sip of water, sprayed Hu Yan all over her face. Cough cough cough. She hammered Hu Yan with what looked like a vicious punch. Hu Yan, don't you dare be so disgusting. Originally unable to get off the stage Zhao Buoxiong. In the moment he saw Kylie pull open the mask. Drinking water look. A poisonous plan welled up in his mind. Zhao Buoxiong, who had been in the antique business for more than 10 years, still had quite poisonous eyes. At the beginning, he disliked Hu Yan for a couple of sentences, but when he saw that Hu Yan was wearing a Hermes outfit, he was a bit abashed inside. However, Hu Yan was also making Zhao Buoxiong feel unable to get off the ground when he grabbed him, when he realized that Hu Yan's female companion surprisingly resembled. No, it should be the female number 2 inside the hit drama harem. He immediately thought of a good plan to get away. So he shouted, nonsense, I thought you had done something great, had made a name for yourself, and let you have 3 points. I didn't expect that you were going to be a gigolo for someone else, to take out the money you earned this way and squander it just to hit me in the face. Are you good at it? Hu Yan, after all, had a shallow experience, and for a while he didn't expect it and was a bit confused. Siley, however, reacted immediately. Oh no, no one has been paying attention to her, and it's made her let her guard down, and she just took her mask off when she drank her water. At this time, the reasonable Zhao Buoxiong pointed at Kylie and said, isn't she the female number 2 Kylie in harem? What kind of ability is it to cheat a woman out of her money? And she has the nerve to come out and make a fuss about it? It's disgusting that the poor are so lucky. If I were you, I'd go home obediently and think about how to keep my strength in bed. The latter words were directly ignored by everyone. The harem was just too hot. When Zhao Buoxiong pointed out Kylie's identity, Kylie was immediately surrounded. So much so that most people don't pay attention when he calls out nonsense or whatever. Geez, what a big star. www.zbcxw. CN Starfiction. Come. It's just so beautiful, prettier than on TV. Sign me up. Take a picture with me. There was no wonder for the crowd's enthusiasm. After all, a beauty as heaven-defying as old Sheen wouldn't easily appear in the public's eyes. Even the last time I broke the rules with Hu Yan and ate at a roadside stall. It was nighttime. It was hard to see in the dark. In real life, Kylie's face is enough to cause a stir. With the added bonus of celebrity status, it's a wonder it doesn't mess up. At this time Kylie regretted. I should have known to bring the assistant bodyguard. Followed from afar or not. What can be done about it? Seeing that Kylie was surrounded by people, he was about to be torn apart by over-enthusiastic fans of course. There is no shortage of people with ulterior motives inside. That was why Hu Yan was extraordinarily anxious. The inspired Hu Yan suddenly shouted, Zhao Buoxiong, did you really eat shit in public? The focus of people's attention just now was brought up again by Hu Yan, and inertia made everyone turn around immediately. In the sea of people, they searched for the figure of Zhao Buoxiong who had long ago taken advantage of the chaos to escape. Hu Yan utilized this fleeting opportunity to rush towards the gathering crowd. He raised the oil hammer bottle in his hand high. All get out of my way. I just spent $300,000 on this treasure. Whoever fucking breaks it will double the compensation. At that time, people who didn't react too well unconsciously stepped back. Immediately, so many people who think they're smart yelled, All hurry up and hide away. It's the latest fucking killboard. Pay for rags. Then bumper stickers. A set of them. Isn't that right? I can see that too. Hurry up and run. Whoever slows down is out of luck. Hundreds of thousands of dollars will be lost on whoever is planted. What a fucking lack of great virtue. These days, there are all kinds of bad moves. Most people's minds, of course, were afraid of getting into trouble, and as soon as they heard this, they all avoided Hu Yan at that time. At that speed, it was almost as fast as an ass on fire. Hu Yan also really cannot help but laugh, truly grateful to these insightful, witty good people. Hu Yan quickly ran to Kai Li's side, wrapping one hand around her and raising the oil hammer bottle high in the air. Don't run, all of you, I'm coming. You'd be a fool not to run. Are you fucking kidding me? Get the fuck out of here. In the midst of people cursing and cheering, Hu Yan took Kai Li and ran all the way back to the car. Kai Li's face was flushed, with some crystallized sweat beads on it, and her originally handsome little face added a few more points of flirtation. This was something that had never happened before in her life. Some of it was scary, and some of it was new. While being mobbed, she was horrified to find several pairs of unsuspecting eyes. Her heart was beating out of her chest. Once those people get their way, not only will they suffer some insults for nothing, but they may also be sent to the internet by some other people who have the intention to do so. The fame that has been built up with great difficulty will be damaged. It's even possible that your career will suffer a direct Waterloo. However, this tall and handsome big boy beside him is right. Although Hu Yan gives Kai Li a mysterious and powerful feeling. However, it is just a big boy. However, when she was wrapped in Hu Yan's arms, she felt an incomparable sense of security. Even at this time, she could still clearly remember the flavor of Hu Yan's body at that time. Very manly. Watery eyes glanced at Hu Yan's Kai Li and said in a gentle tone that she herself was a bit surprised by. Thank you, Hu Yan. If it wasn't for your resourcefulness today, the consequences would have been unimaginable. Hu Yan was actually terrified, and was still having second thoughts at this point. Alright big sister. I'm convinced. In the past, I thought that celebrities appearing with so many bodyguards is for pretending. Today I've kind of seen it. Saying that, Hu Yan wiped his sweat. A beautifully embroidered handkerchief was handed over. It's too good looking. Who would want to use it to wipe their stinky sweat? Put. Sai Li laughed. How nice. I bought this abroad. I like embroidery myself. If you like it, it's yours. Hu Yan deliberately looked at Kai Li with an exaggerated expression. I'll go. A bridge in a TV series. A perfumed handkerchief to retain love? You're not having thoughts about me, are you? Kai Li giggled and hammered Hu Yan's shoulder. Nasty. She certainly wouldn't push hard for fear of interfering with Huin's proper driving. Hu Yan, however, bared his teeth and said, I've accompanied you this day. Not only did I not get any benefits, I also received several punches. No way. I want to claim. Sai Li looked at him with interest. What do you want? As she said this, Sai Li's heart was actually beating hard, as if she was expecting something. Hu Yan thought for a moment, one punch and one big meal. Kai Li's smile was slightly bitter. He did not know Hu Yan's real identity. He had met him at the bazaar dinner and had always called him Mr. Hu. He thought Hu Yan was a young, rich second-generation man or an entrepreneur. He thought that Hu Yan was a young and promising second-generation tycoon or entrepreneur. Hu Yan's request like this made Kai Li's heart slightly sour. Feeling that someone as outstanding as Hu Yan, she was always still too high to reach. On the other hand, if Hu Yan said something like promise me your body or something like that, she didn't know what to do. She didn't know what to do. Accepting it would represent the shattering of a dream she's been working on for years. Not accepting it would obviously be missing out on a great relationship. He's so smart. All this maybe he's already thought of? Why are you so good at what you do? Kelly was thinking so much that she lost her concentration for a moment. Hu Yan bristled. You wouldn't be so stingy, would you? Ha, Sai Li reacted then. How come? I was thinking that this is too much for you. You've done me such a great favor. So I'm just going to treat you to a few meals? Hu Yan laughed. Enough. To be able to go shopping with a big star for a day. I'm in a good position. I'll have something to brag about with others in the future. When the time comes, just don't deny it. Kai Li smiled bitterly and shook his head. He felt that people like Hu Yan were too few. Obviously he had dipped into people's light, but they were thinking of themselves in every way and giving themselves face. Even at this time, Kai Li's heart is a little impulsive, nearly unable to suppress. If he really pursues me, I'll say yes. Bullshit dream. In the eyes of people who do not know the light. Oh, actually, who suffers and who knows? Thinking so, Kai Li looked at Hu Yan with burning eyes and said, You've done me such a great favor. Even if there's a more excessive request, I'll still agree to it. Hu Yan scratched his head. Really? Sai Li gritted her teeth and said seriously. Really? That's good. Hu Yan patted the oil hammer bottle that was clamped between his legs for fear of breaking it. Don't give this to your friend. Leave it to me. The tide of disappointment instantly raged in Siley's heart. It's not a world after all. It's already good. Isn't it? Kylie, you can't be like this. People, they still have to rely on themselves. Fearing that Hu Yan would discover her inner thoughts, Kylie snatched the oil hammer bottle and hugged it fiercely in her arms. Don't you dream about this one, Humph. Saying that, she slightly raised her proud chin, not to look at Hu Yan, and twisted her face to the side of the car window. In fact, it is to hide the tears in the corner of the eyes of that indisputable. Hu Yan didn't notice Kylie's mental changes, and he was still too small for a woman's mind. In fact, everything that was done before was not as lofty and selfless as Kylie thought. It is just to speak and act according to the heart. You trust me that much? Would you believe me if I said that this bottle is actually really worthless? Siley pretended to wipe the sweat off her face, gently touching the shame away from her face. Unbelievable. Turning her head, Kylie once again resumed that confident star image. In fact, this bottle is really not worth money. But well, you listen to me to say. Hu Yan accounted for the real value of the bottle. That way, both the face, the thought, and the surprise are all there. That friend of yours, I think will definitely be impressed by you. I don't know if that handsome guy has such good fortune to be able to have a great beauty Kai prepare a gift with such dedication. After this exchange, Kylie was even more impressed with Hu Yan. In her mind, Hu Yan's success was by no means accidental. Doing things and giving people face everywhere makes people feel very comfortable. That friend of mine is a big old female. On the contrary, it's a pity for you. Such a good pig. I don't know what kind of cabbage you're arching. Thinking this way, Kylie, on impulse, pop sound, she directly kissed Hu Yan on the side of his face. Frightened, Hu Yan braked sharply. I'll go. You're crazy. It's easy to get into an accident like that. Siley was unimpressed. Just crazy. Who made you so sharp and cute? I'm jealous of your girlfriend now. I'm also sorry that the cabbage I told you about wasn't cooked. Really? So do I have a chance? Who dares to hijack a big star? Roll. If you don't like it, just say so. Love it. How about we skip dinner and go straight to the hotel? Ignore you. Ha ha ha. Siley's mind calmed down. Let's just leave it at that. Who knows what will happen in the future? Let's be friends first. Maybe there's a real chance? By the time Hu Yan sent Kylie back to the hotel she was staying at, the agent and assistant were mad with anxiety. Kylie was afraid of being influenced by others, and her cell phone had been turned off. Seeing this, Hu Yan didn't mention the dinner matter again and drove home under Kylie's eager gaze. On the way home, Hu Yan received a phone call, but it was the seller Tang Juzi who had just received the oil hammer bottle. At that time, Tang Juzi said what to leave Hu Yan's phone. Hu Yan was in a hurry for fear of complications, and did not refuse. Could it be that he wants to back out? The rule of antiques is that one eye is high and one eye is low. Buy and sell deal. The consequences of their own. Even if it is a lawsuit, Hu Yan is not afraid. Therefore, Hu Yan justified to pick up the phone. Brother Tang, do you need something? A simple voice came from the other end of the phone. It's like this. I'm in a hurry to use the money. I'm in a hurry. I took $20,000 more than I should have. The more I think about it, the harder it is to go back. There are no good things at home. I just picked up a few things. I'm sure they're not worth much, but it's a little token of appreciation. This way, I can sleep well at night. Hu Yan's face burned a little when he heard this. He was surprisingly villainous. Okay, Brother Tang, where are you? I'll be right over. It's good stuff. I won't pay you less. No, I'll just be on Evergreen Street. Hu Yan drove a U-turn and drove toward Tang Juzi's address. In less than half an hour, Hu Yan saw Tang Juzi, who was squatting and waiting on the road. Parking the car, Hu Yan walked over with a slightly guilty feeling. Big Brother Tang, sorry, the road was a bit jammed. I'm late. When Tang Juzi saw Hu Yan, he stood up and placed a worn yellow cloth bundle on the ground and slowly opened it. I don't know if you'll be able to use it, but it's the oldest thing in my family anyway. Brother Tang, you are too polite. In fact, antique trading is a willingness to fight. There is no such thing as who owes who. Hu Yan seemed to be comforting Tang Juzi, but in fact, he was also comforting himself. It's not that Hu Yan is ruthless. One vote blacked out a few million. Since into this line, to comply with the rules of this line is not www.zbcxw, CN Stars Novels. Of course, the money he didn't get himself. Tang Juzi shook his head repeatedly. You may not care about these few dollars, but, to me, it's old dad's life. Unfortunately, it's still a step late, said Tang Juzi, wiping the corners of his eyes. Hu Yan already knew everything when he saw the brand new mourning belt rushing around Tang Juzi's waist. My condolences, Brother Tang. Tang Juzi kept wiping his tears. I know. I just can't help it. You're laughing. It's better to see if these things are to your liking, right? Hu Yan, who had a guilty conscience, was at that moment looking closely at the contents of the package. One look really startled Hu Yan. Surprisingly, most of them are open doors, although the value couldn't compare to the previous oil hammer bottles. However, it was a pleasant surprise. How about this? Brother Tang, I'll give you $200,000 for these things. Do you think it's okay? This time, Hu Yan gave a sincere price. These things, full of counting, is just out of 200,000 yuan. Even if Hu Yan take to sell, there is no profit to speak of. Pushing others and yourself is considered compensation for a dutiful son. However, Tang Juzi shook his hand repeatedly when he heard this. Don't, I can't take a single point. To tell you the truth, you might have to pay for the bottle before. It turned out that Tang Juzi, in order to give his old father to see a doctor, the money that should be borrowed has been borrowed all over, taking an obviously fake oil hammer bottle, and delayed to sell it. After several days of delay, when he got the money at Hu Yan's place and went back, the old man had already died. The old man was still conscious in his dying days. Knowing that his son spent a lot of money for himself, he told Tang Juzi, that oil hammer bottle isn't worth much. It's only, like, 8. In this way, the old man died with his hand in the figure of 8. Tang Juzi was sad and thought that his old man meant that the bottle was worth $80,000. Then wouldn't Hu Yan, who bought the bottle, lose a lot of money? So, as soon as he could arrange something to get his old man's body home, he brought over all the old things in the house. I know that when you buy and sell old objects, you have to bear the consequences. However, I still can't get over it in my heart if you give me more. No matter how much these are worth, I'll give them all to you. Sort of a little compensation. In Tang Juzi's heart, even if he adds the 200,000 of these, Hu Yan still lost 20,000. 20,000. For the city people is not much, but that is the farmer's yearly income. The simple and honest Tang Juzi, to this point, look at Hu Yan's eyes are still full of guilt. This made Hu Yan even more embarrassed. Big brother Tang, I truly like that bottle. How much money? I'll admit it. Hu Yan filled in his face to put an elephant in the room. I'm a rich man. As long as I like it, I don't care about money. If you don't take money, I don't want these things. How did you bring it? How do you still take it back? Hu Yan put on an angry face. Tang Juzi remembered spinning straight around, and finally could only stomp his foot and say, alright, then I'll take your money for now. And when you're in a hurry to use it, tell me. Hu Yan shook his head helplessly and thought to himself, what a simple old farmer brother. Let's do this. We are also considered friends. When you arrive in Jiangcheng in the future, give me a call. If there's anything you can't handle, or if you're at a disadvantage, just yell out, and I'll be there in a heartbeat. Tang Juzi was very happy. Did not expect Hu Yan such a big money actually took himself as a friend, and even called him a brother. He cheerfully wrapped up the stuff and handed it to Hu Yan. Hu Yan pulled Tang Juzi on the car. Originally wanted to invite him this filial good people eat a good meal. However, Tang Juzi's family funeral is not finished. No way. Hu Yan will send him to the train station. He helped buy the train tickets and kept them on the train before waving goodbye. I got back to the car and realized that there was a tweet from Kylie. Hu Yan, I'm really sorry. The agent said I was playing too wild and wouldn't let me out. Next time I have a chance, I'll make up for it twice as much. The money is on your card. Some token of appreciation. Please don't postpone it. I know you're not bad with money, but if you don't accept it, either, I won't be able to trouble you in the future. There's a tongue out emoji on the back. Hu Yan looked at the information from the cell phone bank and was surprised that he had called for $500,000. The extra 200,000 given seems to be the thought that Kylie spoke of. Hu Yan laughed and shook his head. Returning, big sister, you're wrong. I'm actually short of money. Thank you Zwa. Kylie seconds back. Poor money. I support you Hu Yan returned. Okay, should I call you mom then? Are you calling me old? Kelly returned an angry look. The two teased idly for a few moments, and Hu Yan drove back. As soon as I arrived home, I saw Zhao Peng, who was sleeping like a dead pig, not even taking off his clothes, and I don't know how he fell asleep lying directly in front of the door. Hu Yan tried to move him to the couch, and with a tug, Zhao Peng woke up. Zhao Peng, who was rubbing his hip bone, bared his teeth and said, crap, why does it hurt so much? Your old brother is lying directly on the ground. It's weird if it doesn't hurt. Hu Yan took a look at Zhao Peng, who was in a depressed state, and still poured him a cup of warm water. Thanks, old Hu. Zhao Peng, who had finished his water, said, it's still you, old Hu. Unlike those grandchildren, when they see a capable person, they flatter them. When they see someone like me, they don't care. Alas, Hu Yan shook his head and said, "It's all about life. Why do you care so much?" Saying that, Zhao Peng even came on. "You are unaware of the faces of these grandchildren. Seeing you kneeling and licking, you are indeed powerful. I'll tolerate it. But, no matter what, I'm also a classmate, right? This gang of grandchildren. How dare they see me drunk and no one cares about me? Shit. Alright, it's good enough to get you back. What more bike do you need?" Hu Yan thought it was a classmate who sent him back. Zhao Peng exasperatedly said, "You don't know. I'm damn old card face today. I've had too much to drink. That bunch of grandsons all left. In the end, Lu Yu let her husband drive me back." Hu Yan couldn't help but laugh when he saw Zhao Peng's shameful face. "I said how to directly throw you at the door. You're delaying someone's cave ha ha ha. Alright." Zhao Peng's old face was red. "I was drunk, but I will never forget Lu Yu's husband's dislike. I don't blame him. I just hate those classmates. On the surface of the good sound, to the society to help each other and so on. This is a small thing cannot. What can we expect from them in the future? I can see that they talk a good game, but in fact they hate others to be worse off than themselves. Yuck." Hu Yan nodded, although he didn't want to admit it. However, the naked life, this was its hideous face. Seeing Zhao Peng's face full of disheveled indignation, Hu Yan didn't feel good in his heart either. How could he not have imagined that his so-called success had also brought a lot of pressure to Zhao Peng? Let's go out for dinner together. My treat." Unexpectedly, once he heard Hu Yan say this, Zhao Peng immediately acted as if he had shot chicken blood. "I'll go, old Hu. You went out with the great beauty Kylie, worked for most of the day, and didn't even eat. Brothers, I simply admire you to the ground. Did you shoot the small video? Get out." Hu Yan kicked Zhao Peng. "I'm not as nasty as you think. You are a pure and beautiful boy. I'm the dirty one. I don't know where all the little movies in the computer come from. I don't remember downloading that many." Hu Yan made a gesture to kick him again, and Zhao Peng hurriedly ran out. When they arrived at a restaurant near the neighborhood and sat down, suddenly came the micro message. Hu Yan took a look, but it was old Qin's. "Huan, did you have dinner tonight?" "Hu Yan, I'm just about to eat." "What's the matter, old Qin? Qin Zishuan, how about I treat you to a large stall?" Hu Yan was happy and thought to himself, last time he said nothing, but it seems that he is addicted to eating? "Okay, where are you? I'll pick you up." "I'm driving." "Where are you? I'll pick you up." "It's right in front of the neighborhood at Barilla." "Stay where you are. I'll be right there." Hu Yan explained the situation to Zhao Peng, who was also happy enough. It seems that Missy, who is used to eating foreign steaks, has realized the deliciousness of the big stall, and can't get out of hand. "It's been a long time since I've had a big chicken fillet. Let's go." The two were just about ready to leave, realizing, to their surprise, that someone was calling them. "Hu Yan, Zhao Peng, you guys are here too? Come over here." A look called them people. Hu Yan and Zhao Peng face are not very good. Shout out to Hu Yan and Zhao Peng for being Lily Lu and Sun Jiechi. Originally, through the wedding of classmates, it is not easy to meet together again. Classmates will basically turn the table again to get together to talk about the feelings of parting. However, today is a bit of an exception. Sun Jiechi's current boyfriend was slapped in the face by her ex-boyfriend, and LV Lily's boyfriend is obviously not reliable. And with Hu Yan, it's also a hot face on a cold ass. As a result, they both excused themselves from attending, saying they had something to do. After taking separate cabs to say goodbye, the two were gambling and neither one contacted their boyfriends. Both went back to the neighborhood where they were renting out their rooms. Coincidentally, when they got out of the car, the two of them saw each other again. For a moment, both men laughed. Opposite the Tianhai Homeland District, it is a group of old neighborhoods. Rent is cheap and convenient to go to work. Not only them, just graduated college students. Many choose to live in this area. Of course, the family's particularly poor condition is another story. They never met. First of all, they weren't too close when they were in school. After graduation there wasn't much contact either. Then there was the relationship of both having boyfriends and not really living here. "Why don't we both go flip a table too?" Lily Louie spoke first. Sun Jiachi, who also felt some of the same fate, unconsciously nodded. "The 100 flavors in front of us. It's good. Consider it our celebration of regaining our freedom." "I think so too." LV Lily smiled and took Sun Yaki's arm, and the two seemed to have instantly sublimated from an ordinary classmate relationship to the closest of bosom buddies. www.zbcxw.cnstarsnovel.com. When they arrived at the Bai Zhai, the two people encountered that kind of thing just now. Both did not eat much, and basically did not drink, so called a table of dishes. Freely talk. They talk about how scummy the scummy guys they've met are, and how they've finally met the ones they feel are reliable. And to their surprise, they're still scummy. talking about how hard it is to find a job and how hard it is to go to work. The reality of life has long shattered their dreams of being a princess. It turns out that the rescue of the princess has never been a prince, but has long been in the depths of the soul. The parents give the queen. His name is Strong. Without realizing it, they had a little too much to drink. Looking out the window at the high-end atmosphere of the neighborhood, the Tianhai Homes for large eye-catching signboard is so blinding. Really, life is like a dream, you say, like Hu Yan. I never saw anything special about him before. How is it possible for him to live in such an awesome neighborhood all of a sudden, and drive a big G, attend bazaar dinners, and meet big stars? LV Lily, who was talking, saw Sun Jiaqi's face look bad and hurriedly said, I'm sorry, Jiaqi, I know I shouldn't have mentioned him. I just couldn't help but be curious. Nothing, he has nothing to apologize to me for. Sun Jiaqi ruthlessly drank a large glass of beer in one go. Retribution, this is retribution, isn't it? Hu Yan is the best person I've ever met in my life. Other than my parents. Who treated me the best? It was me. Who thought that I was farsighted and thought that with our abilities, we wouldn't be able to afford a house even if we worked for more than 10 years. That I broke up with him. I want to one step. Find a house and car. Stable workman. Who knows? Our fucking scum. I missed the most precious thing in life. Ha ha. You say, is not retribution had ha. LV Lily watched Sun Jiaqi laugh a little maniacally, and she couldn't stop the tears from flowing, and her heart stung. How could she not be like this? When I was in college, there was a nice guy who loved her so much, too. Jackie, we should be strong. There are plenty of good men in the world. We're not that bad. Especially you. You're the flower of our department. Just find someone better than Hu Yan in the future. Rather than being tougher, Lulali was more realistic. She was a better drinker. Not enough to take off her mask and reveal her bloody wounds. Obviously, Sun Yaki has reached the amount. Despite holding a tissue, constantly wiping, tears cannot stop. It's no use. There may be people who are more successful than Hu Yan, but it's not easy to find someone who can put me at the tip of his heart. LV Lily wanted to say something to relieve Sun Yaki, but, with a hidden pain in herself, she couldn't say anything. There was a moment of silence when suddenly the girl at the neighboring table screamed, "Oh my god, Kylie actually had a private meeting with a wild man, although the look is quite handsome. But, how can this be? It's over. The jade girl in my heart turned out to be a scum girl. This can do woo woo." A few teenage girls around them chirped up. Isn't that true? Let's see. Let's see. There are pictures. There are truths. How is it not true? LV Lily glanced at the skanks with a disgusted look on her face. I envy their naivety. And stargazing. Yeah, we're long past that age. Sun Yaki had just finished speaking when she felt that something was wrong. Right, Lily? Didn't Siley go out with Hu Yan? The duo looked at each other and scrolled through their cell phones at the same time. To say the least, information travels really fast these days. It's only been a few hours since Hu Yan and Kylie's matter has been on the hot search. Perhaps it was because Harem was a big hit. Kylie is exactly the character on the tip of the wind and waves at this time. Or maybe, the people of the country idle egg pain like to pay attention to these gossips. Anyway, the two of them searched Kylie 2 words. Immediately jumped out a large number of entries. Surprise! The popular star meets her boyfriend privately and is suspected of harboring and keeping a gigolo. Unbelievable. Jade Kylie has a private meeting with an unknown man. The shocking secret of a famous actress and a gigolo. Below, naturally, were some photos of Hu Yan and Kylie on the antique street. The title party, based on some of the things Hu Yan and Kylie did on the antique street, wrote a whole bunch of long-winded stories. However, there was no factual basis, and what was written was basically nonsense, and the text was not on point. It's mostly made up around soft eaters, white boys, letting people eat shit, vulgar, and other bozo stuff. LV Lily and Sun Jiaqi looked at each other for a while, and suddenly exchanged a heartfelt glance. Each other appeared to have a look of realization. Is this really nonsense? Lulali said. Sun Jiaqi, on the other hand, was a bit calmer than her. It's all my fault. Hu Yan wasn't like this before. Perhaps it's because I hurt him too much? Alas, I didn't expect that what I did in the beginning would bring him so much harm. Had I known. At this time, just LV Lily saw Hu Yan and Zhao Peng who entered the door soon. Gossip fire burning. LV Lily, open mouth, called Hu Yan in Zhao Peng's name. It's you guys? Hu Yan frowned. What, is it us you guys are upset about? Lulali asked. Hu Yan really wasn't too willing to face the two of them. One was a beautiful past that passed away. One was an abrasive siren. Both were enough to give him a headache. Zhao Peng, on the other hand, remembered that no one cared about him, and his own hatred of being despised by other people's Luyu's husbands. Thus, his face was not even pretty. However, after all, They had been classmates for many years. Hu Yan and Zhao Peng still walked over. How could I not be happy when I ran into two great beauties? Hu Yan said with a smile. That's more like it. Come and sit down, LV Lily said, pulling the chair beside her. It was a 4-person table, just enough to still be able to sit Hu Yan and the two of them. Hu Yan apologized. I'm really sorry. I just had an appointment. Look, how about next time? How about I treat you two next time? Lily's eyes rolled back. Was it a Microsoft date? Hu Yan laughed and shook his head. I'm really convinced, to be able to guess even this. It seems that you're on the verge of becoming an elf. I guess that was so accurate? I don't believe it, LV Lily said. Reaching out, let me see the cell phone. Hu Yan was a little upset in his heart and his face was slightly ugly. Hey, who are you? Just looking at people's cell phones? Zhao Peng was not happy. Even if you're boyfriend and girlfriend, you should respect each other's privacy, right? LV Lily skimmed her mouth. It's not like I meant anything else. I just wanted to see if he was an excuse. It's okay to look at you if you're the one who made the appointment. Zhao Peng how was the sharp-tongued LV Lily's opponent. Dry angry no way. Hu Yan, on the other hand, was worried that Qin Zixuan was waiting impatiently. And he didn't have any untold secrets anyway. Might as well settle it as soon as possible so as not to get a reputation for being unsympathetic. So, Hu Yan opened his cell phone, the very record of chatting with Qin Zixuan, and handed it over. LV Lily took the cell phone, looked at it, directly pressed the return, and I saw the friend who labeled Kylie. I don't know why. At this time, LV Lily is a little nervous. Clicking the page of the hand are a little slightly shaking. When he saw the contents, his face immediately sank. Hu Yan, you've changed so much. Everyone is happy for you when you succeed, but you shouldn't be like this. Hu Yan was filled with confusion, and Zhao Peng couldn't help but say, what are you babbling about? Oh, said LV Lily with a bitter smile, it's better for you to see for yourselves. Zhao Peng and Sun Jiechi unconsciously both came up. Even Hu Yan was strange and stretched his neck to take a look. At a glance, Hu Yan was a bit dumbfounded. It's the record of his micro-message with Kylie. First is the record of Kylie's transfer. Next is the content. Hu Yan, I'm really sorry. The agent said I was playing too wild and wouldn't let me out. Next time there's a chance. I'll make up for it twice as much. The money is on your card. Some token of appreciation. Please don't put it off. I know you're not poor, but if you don't accept it, then I won't be able to trouble you in the future. There's a tongue-out emoji on the back. Hu Yan, big sister. You're wrong. I'm actually short of money. Thank you Zao. Kylie, poor money. I support you all. Hu Yan, okay, should I call you mom then? Are you calling me old? Kelly returned an angry look. There's some flirting going on underneath. LV Lily laughed a little grimly, with a look of hatred. Mister. Who? Is that how you succeeded pretending to be a successful man to deceive those ignorant women? You're starving, aren't you? You're really wild. And you're going to make up for it next time? Also called mom, really too good at it. Not to mention Sun Jiechi. Even Zhao Peng looked at Hu Yan with strange eyes. It seemed to be saying, old Hu, you're really playing a bit too wild. Brother, I can't help you. Hu Yan's face was infuriated green. Legend has it that classmates don't meet for a short time after graduation, because it was not educated enough by the reality. So either meet, either step on each other, or all kinds of pretend. Unexpectedly, it was really met by him. There's no way around it. It seems he faked his way through a wedding in June. Sun Yaki looked at Hu Yan's bad face, pursed her lips and said, I'm sorry, Hu Yan. It's my fault for instilling the wrong concept of life in you now. Ha! Huyn smiled playfully, pointing at LV Lily's body. She said, Armani boots, $280. Versace long skirt, $320. Coolidge trench coat $560. Chanel shirt, $220. Cartier wristwatch $1,400. Bracelet. Someone else said. LV Lily's face was not good. These are indeed a goods. Do you say these are useful? Even though I bought the fake ones. But, I earned the money to buy them myself. Don't tell me that the Hermes you're wearing all over is real. Hu Yan smiled and said, nothing else. I want to say that I earned the money by my own principle. You think too much. It's not down there. It's up there. Saying that, Hu Yan pointed to his eyes. I'm a treasure hunter. Saying this, Hu Yan looked at Sun Jiechi. You have nothing to apologize to me. No need to feel guilty. Moreover, the important thing in one's life is to be true to oneself. Saying that, Hu Yan also looked at Sun Jiechi's one dress. He shook his head. Just when LV Lily was about to say something else, her eyes were instantly attracted by the sudden www.zbcxw.cnstarsnovels.com. A big beautiful woman wearing a tight little suit with a tall figure. Wanting anything? Beautiful beyond words. walked over and took Hu Yan's arm. Hu Yan, are you done? I'm so hungry. I've been waiting for you for half a day. Hu Yan froze before realizing that it was Qin Zixuan who was holding onto him. I'm sorry, old Qin. Didn't I run into an old classmate? People said that I made excuses to stand someone up. Don't I have to explain? Oh, so it's an old classmate. Of course it's no problem. Just don't get mixed up with those little stars. It's not good to spread the word. People also want to save face. Okay? Qin Zixuan plucked out a glance at Hu Yan, who still didn't know that he was on the hot seat. However, no matter how Qin Zixuan knew about it, just for the fact that he was helping himself so much, he had to explain. Old Qin, you're overthinking it. I'm just helping Kylie choose an antique to give to an important friend of hers. The stars don't even carry money when they go out, so I just helped her advance the payment. Qin Zixuan pretended to be angry and ignored Hu Yan as she reached out her hand and said, Hello guys, I'm Hu Yan's girlfriend, Qin Zixuan. It's nice to meet you two beauties. Zhao Peng stared in disbelief, and Hu Yan himself was in a daze. However, in his heart, he was secretly grateful. Old Qin really spared no effort to help me gain face. LV Lily and Sun Juchi were dumbfounded at the same time, but, having endured the social trials for some time, they still reached out and gently shook hands with Qin Zixuan. My name is Lulili. I'm Sun Juchi. Qin Zixuan nodded and pulled out Hu Yan's coat pocket, putting the small ticket inside under a piece of paper. She then gently placed it on the table. Single, I've finished buying. If you two are kind enough, let's find a place to sit together. Sun Juchi and LV Lily hurriedly got up, and LV Lily said, We won't disturb your world of two. Let's invite you back some other day. I hope I can appreciate your face. Definitely. See you later. Qin Zixuan waved goodbye to them. Taking Hu Yan on her arm, she left. Zhao Peng followed them in confusion. A messy LV Lily and Sun Juchi kept watching them get into a big pink G. LV Lily muttered, Couple's car? Lost in thought, Sun Juchi sat down and let out an eep. What's this? She picked up the bill on the table, which totaled $635. And surprisingly there were two small checks underneath. One was a small ticket for a men's Hermes suit at a hefty $120,000, while the other, for a women's Hermes suit, was $110,000. The Hermes that Hu Yan is wearing is surprisingly real. Moreover, they rumored to be wearing couples' clothes. LV Lily covered her face. What have I done? She looked at Sun Juchi who didn't say anything and just looked out the window. By the way Juchi, just now Hu Yan looked at one of my outfits. The price really isn't bad at all. Sun Juchi nodded. I guessed. LV Lily said. I seem to think that he is not only proving his eyesight, but there is something else, but I can't figure it out. You know him? What exactly is his intention? Sun Juchi sighed and said, Alas. What he means is that it is us who wear fake signs and pretend to have money, and it is also us who want to cheat a rich kaiju. People, pressure is not pretending, but really have the strength. Looked at me, did not directly say, is concerned about the previous friendship At this time Sun Juchi seemed to calm down and was no longer so sad. Lu Lily's face was on fire, and she felt like she was suffocating in her heart. He quickly flipped through the phone search and the more he looked, the more he couldn't believe it. Qin Zixuan is actually the only daughter of the Tianhai Group, the future successor, and a young lady worth hundreds of billions of dollars. Such a person is Hu Yan's girlfriend. Sun Juchi didn't turn around, still looking out the window, and, she's the most beautiful woman I've ever seen, bar none. LV Lily felt weak and her wine woke up. Zhao Peng, who was sitting in Qin Zixuan's car, was on pins and needles. That, old Hu, when we get to the night market, you guys stroll around, don't mind me. I'll go back by myself after I'm full. Hu Yan glared at Zhao Peng. What's on your mind early? Then he laughed. Old Qin, a great favor is not to be thanked. Today you gave me a face to fight for. In the future I will surely double the return. Qin Zixuan once again resumed her clear and cold appearance. It's fine. I've been looking at them for half a day. I'm just simply looking at them in a bad light. It has nothing to do with you. Hu Yan rubbed his hands together and said, Anyway, thanks, today's big stall. My treat, eat whatever you want. Qin Zixuan glanced at Hu Yan and seemed a bit contemptuous. Hu Yan asked, Right, old Qin, those two Hermes shopping tickets, how did you get them? I remember. I don't have them in my coat pocket? Qin Zixuan said, I saw that you looked pretty good in this suit, so I went to buy a set for myself to wear today. When I saw you being taunted, I happened to realize that I still have the small ticket from the last time I helped you buy clothes. That's what happened. Hu Yan gave a thumbs up. So true. Zhao Peng woke up like a dream. You guys, could it be an act? Hu Yan gave Zhao Peng a brain shave. What's the play? Old Qin is really in love with me. Oh, you said you'd be responsible for me. Qin Zixuan opened her mouth and didn't argue. A look of laziness. I don't know why, but when she just saw Hu Yan being educated, Qin Zixuan couldn't say she was holding her breath. So which play was staged? Now that I think about it myself, I also feel unbelievable. Soon, they arrived at a night market street and parked the car. When they arrived at the snack street, Qin Zixuan started sweeping. As long as Hu Yan said it was delicious, she asked for one. If she felt it was delicious, she ate a few more bites. Those who can't accept it will be handed over to Hu Yan. Hu Yan then handed it to Zhao Peng to carry. It wasn't long before Zhao Peng couldn't carry it with both hands. Old Hu, can't you help carry a few things? Both of my hands are busy and I'm not full yet. There's heterosexuality, not humanity. Hu Yan also ignored the muttering and complaining Zhao Peng and followed Qin Zixuan all the way to the night market's grocery stall. Old Qin, do you want to pick up the pieces here? Qin Zixuan, Xiaoer's store is opening soon. She's my best girlfriend. We can't just send a card and be done with it, right? It seems too insincere. However, picking a gift is my biggest headache. What do you think? Hu Yan was puzzled. There are so many good things in the pawnshop. Can't you just take any one of them? Qin Zixuan shook her head. You still don't know much about company matters. The group has many shareholders. Wouldn't it be a mess if everyone did things that way? Hu Yan nodded. See what you mean. You want me to pay back the favor I owe right away? Not bad for you. Then it's all yours. Money is no object. Okay, you see. Hu Yan suddenly scratched his head. I feel there is something wrong. I can't just throw a card at Xiaoer's business. But my business is okay? I feel very hurt. Humph, let's see how you behave in the future. The scummy man who seduced a starlet. How do you say that? Didn't I explain it to you? I'm just helping out. In fact, what was originally sent to Qian Xiaoer? Originally Hu Yan also guilty of worrying. After all, when Hu Jusen's promotion banquet was held, people carefully selected so many gifts. Moreover, opening a store with his own sister in mind and letting her work in the store was nothing more than letting Hu Jusen grow in insight and exercise. It really doesn't make sense to just spend some money on a friend like that. Still, good things come to good people. It just so happened that those old objects brought by Tang Juzi had something suitable for Qian Xiaoer. Moreover, there was more than one. In this way, the one for Qin Zixuan was also brought out, even though Qin Zixuan was Hu Yan's boss. But, between people, after all, one must be courteous, always letting people spend money on themselves. Hu Yan also felt that it was unreasonable. This time was just the right opportunity for him to perform. Sure enough, picking up the pieces is not that easy, and after several rounds of light at the night market, I didn't get anything. In the end, Qin Zixuan had to entrust the heavy responsibility of choosing a gift to Hu Yan. After wandering around most of the night, everyone was tired. After going back, Zhao Peng, who had always been able to pass, packed all those snacks inside the refrigerator. After Hu Yan saw it, he felt that something wasn't right there. I say, you're not going to keep all of this to eat, are you? That's what old Qin ate. Zhao Peng hemmed and hawed. Didn't you see that I put it inside the freezer? How can I afford to eat it all at once? That has the saliva of Qin's beauty. It's delicious to think about. Hu Yan was anxious. I'm telling you, these are all mine. You're not allowed to eat any of them. I go. What a big sour taste. Aren't people not your girlfriend? Zhao Peng teased. I don't care. You can't eat it anyway. Hu Yan didn't know what was wrong with him. But anyway, the thought of Zhao Peng eating those things Qin Zixuan had eaten made his heart uncomfortable. Good. Save it all for you and brace yourself. So much so, that the next morning, after eating more nonsense with Missy's mouthful of big stalls, I was nauseous at the sight of the roadside stalls. The big stall food that had been warmed up in the microwave in the morning really tasted much worse, to be honest. However, once he thought of what Zhao Peng said, there was Missy's saliva on it. Somehow, Hu Yan actually ate this quite flavorfully. So much so that, in the morning, when he saw the company's employees, anyone with roadside stall snacks, Hu Yan stayed away from them for fear of smelling that kind of flavor. Hu Yan habitually took a look at the pawned items that were collected by the pawn shops, first of all to confirm what he had learned during this period of time. Somehow, the current Hu Yan only had numbers appearing on it when he wanted to see the price of the item. For him, this was good. In this way, Tay could estimate the price by his own experience. Then look at the price that his eyes saw, and then compare it to what the appraiser was charging. Use it to hone your skills. After looking at it for a while, Hu Yan felt a slight sense of accomplishment. Now that he could see the real and the fake to the extent of 8.9 is not too far off. It was just that there was still a slight lack in valuation. After all, the eye sees the real price, and acquisitions have to have a certain profit margin, don't they? Insight in all things is learned. No more than that. As time passed, Hu Yan discovered a novelty. I don't know if it's just now, Or if it's been there before and he didn't care. During the time he was observing those goods, Hu Yan discovered that a large pile of goods, all displaying their prices, would actually have color differences. This really took Hu Yan by surprise. Could it be that Missy's saliva has magical powers? My eyes have mutated again. www.zbcxw.cn-novels.com. Putting down his senseless blind thoughts, Hu Yan wrote down the different colored goods. Then after learning some things from the treasurer, Hu Yan seems to understand something now. Those whose color goes from top to bottom, gradually turning darker, are commodities that are constantly depreciating. The darker the color and the wider the span, it is the one that depreciates faster and more severely. The gradual turn to red is value added. And likewise, the darker the color, the greater the span, the more room for value added. As for the green color, Hu Yan didn't think about it. For the next 2 days, Hu Yan didn't see the figure of Big Miss Qin Zixuan. Thus, Hu Yan also put his mind on his studies and research on the merchandise. Eventually, he realized that the ones that were green turned out to be items that would go out quickly. i.e., hot items. Hu Yan, who held the idea of trying it out, discussed it with Wang Quansheng. Wang Xuansheng's eyebrows twisted into a figure 8. Xiao Hu, can this work? You should know that an unwarranted price increase will affect the company's income. Hu Yan thought for a moment and said, in that case, let's pick 2 and try them? Wang Quansheng thought, anyway, in the future, this company also has your half. You say what you want. Well, just try it. If it really works, isn't it also creating performance for the company? But first things first, if something goes wrong, you have to cover it. Missy can't do anything to you. We'll be in deep shit. Hu Yan had done enough work in the past few days and didn't believe that anything would go wrong. Okay, no problem. So, Hu Yan chose a few of the greenest items and directly tried to increase the price by 20%. Something unbelievable happened. It wasn't even noon yet and 2 items were bought out. Wang Quansheng was overjoyed after the shock. Really? Little Hu. Teacher Hu, I'm kind of convinced of you today. It would be strange if he wasn't happy. Hu Yan intentionally chose or Wang Quansheng collected goods. Each commodity, in the Tianhai pawnshop are identity record. The difference between the buying price and the selling price. The appraiser has a certain performance commission. The 2 that were sold in the morning sold for $1,200,000. The profit is $300,000. Wang Quansheng took $6,000 on commission. Of course, high returns are high risk. Once the sale is lost, the appraiser has to bear all the losses. This is the reason why the appraiser who received the fake goods is very depressed. In fact, this is also the operator's last resort. After all, if the appraiser takes a high base salary, do not accept goods, or accept fake goods to lose money goods, then the business cannot be operated. Therefore, every month, there is actually a quota for different levels of appraisers. If they couldn't fulfill it, money would be deducted as well. However, Hu Yan was a special case, as he had just started work and basically completed his yearly quota. Therefore, Qin Zixuan's reward for Hu Yan was not excessive. This was also the reason why Hu Yan didn't dare to think too much even though he knew that Qin Zixuan was good to him. After all, people were big ladies worth billions of dollars. Compared to others, Hu Yan was still poor. Wang Quansheng waved his hand. I'll treat you to a big stall at night. Eat whatever you want. Vomit. Hu Yan almost vomited. I said old Wang. Originally, Hu Yan was called Teacher Wang, but Wang Quansheng felt that he couldn't be so raw with a future master. So he directly asked Hu Yan to call him Old Wang. Old Wang, you make a big effort and just eat a big steak. Ha! How could Wang Quansheng know that Hu Yan was allergic to big stalls these days? Xiao Hu, you guys are developing quite fast. You're getting a reaction here? Hu Yan froze for a moment before reacting. This bad old man, driving again. You bad old man, bad drop. I was going to find a few more decent items and try to raise the price. Now the mood is all gone. Wang Quansheng was immediately dumbfounded. Don't Xiao Hu, no, Mr. Hu, please do me a favor. Our family is waiting for me to eat. You say, what do you want to eat? I'll arrange it right away tonight. Hu Yan didn't say anything, and went back to looking for merchandise. This time, Hu Yan didn't just choose Wang Quansheng's goods, but swept through all those that looked green enough. He also had them placed in a conspicuous position. According to the different degrees of green, a different price increase. Of course, not forgetting to dig a well. Hu Yan still prioritized Wang Shengquan's feelings. After all, Hu Yan learned a lot of things from Wang Shengquan. 2 days later, on Friday, just before arriving at the company's entrance, a large group of appraisers were standing at the front door. Mr. Hu, have you eaten yet? Have breakfast together? I've heard that Mr. Hu has a good capacity for alcohol, so let's cut a deal tonight? Mr. Hu, my cousin is good at everything. Especially one skill, blowing, Xiao skills, is even more amazing. I'll introduce you to her tonight? Hu Yan was confused when a cool voice came. Whose cousin is that good? Why don't I take a look first and see if it's suitable to work in our company? The moment they saw that Miss Qin had arrived, the group of people were all silent. That I have things to do in my class. Mr. Hu, talk to you later. I'll see you later when I have time to discuss life with Mr. Hu. My tea is good. In a moment, Mr. Hu went to taste it, first withdrew. In a flash, a group of appraisers were nowhere to be seen. Hu Yan looked at Qin Zixuan and said, inside, Old Qin, I don't know anything about music. I don't have the idea of listening to a blowjob. The idea of a blowjob. The amount of alcohol is just so. Don't listen to their nonsense. Go, accompany me for breakfast. Qin Zixuan turned around, leaving Hu Yan with a back that he couldn't get enough of. Hu Yan farted and followed. However, sitting in the breakfast store that couldn't get enough of it in the past, facing Qin Zixuan, Hu Yan inexplicably remembered a whole lot of big stalls. Vomit. Qin Zixuan frowned. Why is this? It's fall. Don't eat cold things. It's not good for your stomach. Vomit. Hu Yan shook his head. It's fine. I just ate too much grease these days. Qin Zixuan glanced at him. Just meals every day, right? It can't be helped. I'm a person with no other specialties. Just inviting people to like me. This is not. Now the appraisers in the company are lining up to invite me to dinner. Alright, Qin Zixuan stifled her laughter and said, I know. The performance has risen by more than 10 points every day these past few days. It proves that I really do have a discerning eye. Hu Yan waited for a while and asked, why don't you go on? Is this the end? Or else? Qin Zixuan looked at Hu Yan with interest. Hu Yan bristled. I thought it was my credit, but it turns out it has nothing to do with me. Yeah, without my discerning eye, how could there be room for you to play? Qin Zixuan looked righteous. Hu Yan waved his hand to the waiter. A bowl of millet porridge, in 2 separate packages, and a serving of salted vegetables, salty, also in 2 separate packages. He looked towards Qin Zixuan. Old Qin, let me tell you, you're not allowed to steal from me today. To repay you for knowing me, today must be my treat. He. Qin Zixuan really couldn't help but laugh. Alright, my senior appraiser and marketing manager. It's better if I treat you. Perhaps it was because Qin Zixuan didn't smile often, and for a moment, as beautiful as the first bloom of a spring flower, it made Hu Yan's head spin. It took a long time to respond. You mean me, the marketing manager? Of course, who else? It just so happens that the current marketing manager, who I'm transferring, is worried about having no one to use. It just so happens that I heard about what happened in the past few days. Therefore, I think you're the right person for the marketing department manager. Hu Yan scratched his head. That's true. And it's not like I'm the one who didn't look at anyone in the first place and took the initiative to come back. Qin Zixuan's face froze like the first fall frost. No wonder you're a single dog. Sure enough, I can't talk. Hu Yan tensed up then. What, old Hu? You're off the hook? Ahem. I don't mean anything else. I just want to ask you for some experience. Don't take it personally. Qin Zixuan looked at Hu Yan for a while, sending him into a frenzy. It's not easy for me to get off the hook. Just take your finger. Qin Zixuan said arrogantly. Che is still the same as me. Hu Yan said lightly. His heart somehow relaxed. Qin Zixuan ordered a bunch more hearty breakfast and after eating for a while, she asked, by the way, how's the gift you picked out for Xiaoer? Originally, Hu Yan was also torn because of those things Tang Juzi gave. 2 of them were really good. However, both of them did not exceed the price of $100,000. Even though they were antiques and quite high in compulsion, Hu Yan still felt that the gifts were a bit lacking in weight. However, just a day ago, Hu Yan suddenly realized that the prices of those 2 items had changed. It's all over 200,000. Hu Yan guessed that it should be the same as what he had thought beforehand. That Kai Li's stuff in that room had been given away, causing a chain reaction. Hu Yan took out an ancient and delicate box from inside his handbag and slowly pushed it in front of Qin Zixuan. Take a look. Are you satisfied? Qin Zixuan carefully opened the box, and inside lay a paper folding fan quietly. As she slowly opened the folding fan, her eyes lit up. Oh my god, it's the brocade ash pile. This surprised Hu Yan for a moment. You actually recognize it. It seems that the chance for me to show off a bit is gone. Qin Zixuan nodded. That's right. I majored in business management because, well, my main task is to control the general direction. However, since my family has given the pawnshop to me, there are some things I had to learn. Just the phrase had to learn. Hu Yan could savor what was being paid for in it. I have to admit, there will always be smart people in this world. That's not scary. What's scary is that smart people work harder than the average person. That's what makes people the most desperate. After a period of contact, how could Hu Yan not see how excellent Qin Zixuan really was? She is decisive and never drags her feet. She is a meritocracy. And, moreover, uses people without question. Great sense of direction and an absolute leader. These are never enough to do without being smart, nor is it ever possible to do it without effort. At this moment, Hu Yan looked at Qin Zixuan with eyes that were unexpectedly somewhat reverent. The original fervent heart was slightly cold. Hu Yan, actually, to be honest with you, before I met you, I thought that no one in this world was more outstanding than me. I learn everything quickly and diligently, and study things seriously enough. Qin Zixuan looked deeply at Hu Yan. It wasn't until I met you that I realized that what I thought was smart was actually nothing compared to a true genius. So, during this period of time, I've been working even harder to learn things. Hu Yan was a bit confused. Where am I outstanding? www.zbcxw. CN Star Novels. Actually, you don't know. Qin Zixuan sighed. When I took over the Tianhai pawnshop for a while in the beginning, I took everything I learned and tried to do my best. What was the result? How did it turn out? Qin Zixuan smiled bitterly and shook her head. Not only has there not been any improvement, but in 1 month, the performance has instead dropped by more than 10 points. Do you know, with the size of Tianhai pawnshop, a dozen points a month is how much? Hundreds of millions? Qin Zixuan nodded. Yes, although the money isn't much. But, the face can't pass. Tianhai is not a family business. It's a joint venture. It's not my Qin family's one word. If it continues, it's really hard to say whether or not I'll be able to take over smoothly in the end. So, being a rich second generation is not simple. Hu Yan lamented. Yes, it wasn't until I met you that I had hope. Twice with your help. The rare jade that was successfully chopped up was made into a tight commodity, and the profit doubled several times. Tianhai jewelry big profits. Pawnshop with your participation. Originally do not understand a lot of things did not miss. During this time, the family is very optimistic about me. However, when I think about it, what have I done? The only success is finding you. Hu Yan hurriedly shook his head. If you say that, it's too much. Although I have done some things. However, those jade antiques whatever, without you and the team's operation, how can there be so good results? To say credit, everyone has it. After all, there are specialties. This was something that Qin Zixuan did not deny. What you said is true, but, from what I've heard, even masters who have studied for their entire lives inevitably have moments where they hit their eyes. However, you don't. Even. The reason why something like cutting stones is called gambling stones is because, from ancient times to the present, people have not found any laws. You, on the other hand, are definitely an absolute genius. This, Hu Yan must admit. This one, I just go by my intuition, and it's not always accurate. Luck, too, is a kind of strength. Behind the inevitability of every successful person, who dares to say that there is no chance of luck? Moreover, as far as I know, many big people, who make big decisions, end up relying on intuition. After Qin Zixuan finished, Hu Yan was happy. Look, old Qin, I wanted to keep a low profile, it seems, but you're not allowing it. Qin Zixuan gouged out Hu Yan. By the way, this brocade ash pile folding fan, how much did you buy it? Ahem. That, old Qin look, although it is said that I have done a lot for the company, however, you are not bad to me either. This thing is a task you gave me. Consider it as my gift to you. It can't be that I always owe you, and if I owe you more, in case one day, you want to subvert me, I won't be able to refuse. Qin Zixuan nodded calmly. When did I say I wanted to pay? ? Hu Yan was confused. Before, didn't you say that money wasn't a problem? Is it? Yeah, right. Qin Zixuan rationalized. Anyway, you're the one paying for it. So money, of course, isn't a problem. Oh, Hu Yan didn't expect that his unprecedented act of generosity would result in an empty punch. Hu Yan acted like an aggravated little daughter-in-law, and Qin Zixuan just ignored it. By the way, since your intuition is so good, what do you think? How about acquiring the Yangchenghua Union? It turns out that running a business is Qin Zixuan's first test, and more tests await her next. This, Hu Yan also really called not allowed. After all, he was not paying attention to Yangcheng Chemical actually worth how much money. I think this is mainly depends on the acquisition after the management. After all, the problem with the factory is mainly a problem with the system and personnel. You're right, it's the same as what I thought. Qin Zixuan said, taking out a bunch of documents from her bag. Take it back and take a look. This is my restructuring plan. There are 5 different versions. Take a look. Which one makes the most sense? Feel it with your intuition. Hu Yan's face instantly collapsed. Still playing around like this? I'm 8 out of 9 on business management. And I don't know a thing about it. However, thought after thought, in front of the beautiful woman who appreciates herself and herself also appreciates, being a man can't be a wimp. Thus, Hu Yan nodded his head calmly. No problem. I will definitely give you a perfect answer. Okay, I believe you, Qin Zishuan said. Had enough? Eat up, Hu Yan replied. You've had your fill. Why don't you go and settle the score? Hu Yan had to go and settle the score. Afterward, muttered, Old Qin, you've changed. You're not the same old Qin I had in my mind. Speaking in a weird way. There's no accuracy. Qin Zishuan raised her chin slightly and said, I have to keep learning from geniuses. Hu Yan smacked his lips and said, this one, although I'm quite an excellent person, but right, it's not without its shortcomings. You see, for example, spending money on such small things, you don't have to learn it. Alright, cut the crap, Qin Zishuan said, walking straight out. People didn't give the word. Hu Yan had to follow. Qin Zishuan drove Hu Yan directly to the Hermes franchise and bought Hu Yan a handbag. More than $300,000. This time Hu Yan was completely silent, and accidentally, he earned it again. Look at you, old Qin. It's not that I'm talking about you. What's the point of always buying me such expensive things? Hu Yan said as he walked out of the mall. Oh, Qin Zishuan turned around. Since you don't like it, I'll take it and return it. Hu Yan snatched it up. I'll take it for half a month first, and then return it afterward. Anyway, half a month. Unconditional refund. Unexpectedly, Qin Zishuan took Hu Yan's previous bag and walked towards the trash can. What are you doing? This loser mother. That, beautiful. This bag is I spent more than 10,000 yuan to buy. Coach Qin Zishuan said. Just because it's Coach's, it must be thrown away. That, slowly, hear me out. Hu Yan hurriedly followed. It's not that I'm unpatriotic. It's been a long time since I bought it. Be sensible. I do not use. Give my brother Zhaoping also good. Good. I'll listen to you. If you ever wear this brand to work again, you're not allowed to enter the company. Hu Yan nodded repeatedly, secretly thinking, this mother is not that beauty. Too strong. However, I like it. There is blood. It's a pity that I don't have money. Otherwise, I really throw his grandmother. At the thought, he even gestured. But, ultimately, thinking about his brother, he let it go. Zhaoping has liked this bag for a long time, and has read about it several times, saying that he wants to save up for it. In fact, Hu Yan only just bought not on. However, that thing, he is just not long. To send brother. Not let him support a handful of this brand again. Not the same as patriotic? Just as they had gotten into the car, Hu Yan received a phone call. Manager Wang called. Hu Yan said. Manager Wang is the marketing manager of Tianhai Pawnshop. Wang Peng. Qin Zishuan let out a If he asks you out, you should go. Actually, what he's doing is quite difficult, and maybe, he'll even be grateful to you. Originally, Hu Yan was a little apprehensive in his heart. After all, he had squeezed out the previous manager. However, listening to old Qin's meaning, it was actually a good thing. Sure enough, after answering the phone, Manager Wang said, Manager Hu, is it convenient to have a meal together? Since he had a bottom in his heart, of course Hu Yan would not refuse. It must be convenient. These days, if it wasn't for your cooperation, we wouldn't have been able to proceed so smoothly. I have long wanted to ask you out. Manager Wang, you're welcome. It's all what I should do. Then we'll see you at the original flavors and we'll talk again then? Good. Hu Yan put down the phone and looked at Qin Zishuan with an inviting gaze. Wang Peng is specialized in marketing. However, he doesn't know much about antiques and luxury jewelry. In fact, he's very attentive. However, as you know, it's hard for him to manage in the face of appraisers who have specialized knowledge. Hu Yan understood. Because, the appraiser had a performance link to the price of the goods sold. However, the sales side had to adjust the price according to the sales volume of the goods. In this way, the two departments, which seem to have nothing to do with each other, are in fact at loggerheads. A lot of things, sales do not reduce the price to deal with sell. Reduce the price. It means that the appraiser commission shrinks, or even lose money. I'll go, old Qin. I thought you were giving me a promotion and a raise. Turns out, you're giving me a hot potato. Qin Zishuan looked at the Hermes purse that Hu Yan held in his hands, lovingly, said, those who can do more should do more. The meaning was clear. I gave you the promotion gift anyway, so you're on your own? Hu Yan scratched his head. She keeps saying I'm genius and smart. Is she praising me? It feels like something isn't right. Am I being duped? In fact, it wasn't that Qin Zishuan had intentionally pitted Hu Yan. After all, a qualified person at the helm of a company should be able to identify talents and fully utilize their potential. And, in Qin Zixuan's mind, Hu Yan was exactly this kind of rare talent. At the very least, the problems she was facing nowadays could be solved by Hu Yan. The marketing piece was the big problem she had just encountered when she took over the Tianhai pawn shop. When Qin Zixuan appointed Wang Peng as the marketing manager, it was because she couldn't stand the self-righteousness of a group of appraisers. Goods that were favorably viewed refused to be sold at a reduced price, no matter what they said. So much so that there is a backlog of both. Therefore, Wang Peng, who was supported by Qin Zixuan, took the plunge, and at first, on the surface, it was very promising. However, the appraisers had a unique vision after all. Many of those items that were sold at reduced prices by Wang Peng and Qin Zixuan appreciated in value shortly afterward. This resulted in intangible losses for the company and a unanimous feeling of dissatisfaction among the appraisers. Even so, the appraisers protested en masse. It made Qin Zixuan very embarrassed, only to pay for the losses of those appraisers herself. In this way, although the appraisers' emotions were eased, however, how could Qin Zixuan, who specialized in business management, not know that, in fact, her prestige had been severely damaged in the minds of the appraisers? This was also the reason why those people dared to flirt with Hu Yan's relationship with Qin Zixuan. Just ask, how many employees dare to make up their masters behind their backs for nothing? And, in doing so, Wang Peng, the marketing manager, became estranged from the appraisers. Who knows, not long after Hu Yan appeared, just like the appraisers in the heart of the boss, conflicts have been bridged in silence. This time, Hu Yan increased the price of the hot items, which was equivalent to directly benefiting the appraisers. Although Wang Peng's cooperation had caused them to change their opinion of the marketing department quite a bit, however, Qin Zixuan certainly understood that the person they were grateful to in their hearts was still Hu Yan. Trying to change to another person, Qin Zixuan felt it was impossible to manage this group of professionals. Both can do good marketing before Hu Yan's actions have already proved it. It is also possible to harness the appraisers. The thing that a group of appraisers lined up to please Hu Yan in the morning is enough to prove it. So, it's really still non-win. In this way, Qin Zixuan decided on the spot that Hu Yan must be the marketing manager. Looking at Hu Yan's deceived face, Qin Zixuan's heart was all satisfaction. What? You don't have no confidence in yourself, do you? Although Hu Yan did have no bottom in his heart. However, in front of a big beautiful woman, how could he say it? How come? I just see that these days, your old Qin's path is a bit crooked. I'm worried that I might fake a promotion and actually give me a pay cut. Hu Yan played it safe and thought to himself, I've said it all. You're not going to cut my appraiser's warranty, are you? Who knew that the current Qin Zixuan really didn't follow the rules? Cutting the appraiser's monthly base salary of $50,000 is a must. Because, the marketing department has more things to do. Your focus will be put over there in the future. Hu Yan instantly collapsed his face. Old Qin, don't bring you to play like this. You can't make me sweat and shed tears for the company. Qin Zixuan glanced at him and said, the marketing department's base salary is $100,000 per month. And, at the end of the year, there is a full profit share from the company. Hu Yan's eyes immediately widened. Holy shit, how much money do we have to earn then? I don't know exactly, but, to say the least, it's also twice as much as your previous senior appraisers. Qin Zixuan calmly said. Moreover, those appraisers who can't see what they can't see, once they ask you to teach them, they're all considered to be your charges. The commission will be just as good to you. In fact, when Qin Zixuan said the annual salary of 1 million, it was the guaranteed base plus commission. A senior appraiser, basically, earns about the same amount of guaranteed base and commission. Of course, Hu Yan would be a bit higher. It was because Hu Yan's acquisition of the jade in the first place was not part of the appraiser's performance that Qin Zixuan had given Hu Yan so many favors. Upon hearing this, Hu Yan was happy. Old Qin, you really didn't fail me. Look, you're so good to me. I have nothing to repay. Or, stop, Qin Zixuan directly interrupted. I'm not in the habit of adopting single dogs. Look at what you're saying. Aren't we doing this for each other? Hu Yan said sardonically. Seemingly afraid of hurting Hu Yan's pride, Qin Zixuan suddenly said very formally, if you can prove yourself to more people, you may not be without a chance. After saying this, Qin Zixuan, who had always been clear and cold, actually blushed. This could make Hu Yan's heart skip a beat. This? I'm not dreaming. Hu Yan laughed, looking a little silly, and rubbed his hands together. Can we collect some interest or something first? Karma. Big G slammed on the brakes. Get the hell out of here. Take a half day off. Go back and get some rest. Looking up, he had already arrived at the gate of Tianhai Homestead. Hu Yan snapped and got out of the car, wondering what exactly Qin Zixuan had in mind. Looking at the faraway pink Big G, Hu Yan's heart, a beautiful silhouette more and more distant, has disappeared in the traffic. He only came back to God. Life is sometimes like this. Do not see hope when, still keep trying. It was only when one saw the so-called hope that one realized how unattainable it was. Qin Zixuan looked like she had given Hu Yan a hope. However, after thinking about it calmly, she knew what she had to face. With the gradual molding of various industries, it was constantly being formalized. It was getting harder and harder to speculate and start from nothing. That is to say, along with that, people are more rational. Look at the state of marriages today, where those who originally looked favorably on people who would stay together gradually became legends. Basically, the people who choose to get married are not too far apart in terms of conditions. Just because Hu Yan saw clearly, he really didn't hate Sun Jiechi. It was also because of seeing clearly that he realized how slim the chances given by Qin Zixuan were. This was the reason why Hu Yan thought that those of them who tried to catch rich kaiju were doomed to fail. Hu Yan shook his head and sent his coach bag to a leather care store to maintain it, making it as splendid as new. By the time I got home, it was after 2 p.m. The appointment with Wang Peng was at 3:30, and there was no need to have lunch again. Not long after arriving home, I didn't expect. Zhao Peng also came back. Old Hu, why are you home? Hu Yan looked at Zhao Peng with a resentful face. It's not you, forcing me to eat at the stall for days. When I was eating with my boss today, I kept regurgitating. She probably thought I was sick and gave me half a day off. Cheyu, that's food protection. If you don't like it, give it to me. Zhao Peng gave Hu Yan a disgusted look. I'm really envious of you. When you're suspected to be sick, your boss gives you a vacation. Unlike me, after completing all the work, I'm only given just a few hours of vacation. Zhao Peng suddenly came over and said thievishly. I say, he's not really looking at you, right? Hu Yan shook his head. To be honest, originally, my buddy was quite confident. However, facing old Qin, it's really a bit weak. Ha ha ha. Zhao Peng suddenly laughed. What, jerking off? Hu Yan didn't have the good sense to say. Did she look at you? I can't say. But yeah, I think you're looking at someone else, aren't you? Zhao Peng's face was full of bad jokes, infuriating Hu Yan. Who doesn't like it when she's like that? And I don't know who, but they take the leftovers of people's food and baby them back. Hearing Hu Yan say this, Zhao Peng fanned himself hard. I'll go. What a great sour smell. Hu Yan was too lazy to bother with Zhao Peng, and came to lie down on the sofa, looking a little disheveled. After thinking about it, Zhao Peng suddenly sat down next to Hu Yan and said, Old Hu, I think you still have hope. Don't talk about it. It's annoying. Hu Yan didn't want to talk and turned his head the other way. Zhao Peng, however, said unwillingly, Look, old Hu, with old Qin's status, what is lacking? Is it money? It's too vulgar, isn't it? It's the fact that she lacks nothing that makes people desperate. Hu Yan laughed bitterly. I think, right, the most can impress the old Qin like this person. Nothing but. Hu Yan immediately sat up. What is it? Zhao Peng saw Hu Yan come to life and directly tilted his face. Come, beg me. Hu Yan stood up directly and went to the closet. Zhao Peng was anxious. Look at you, and put down your face. What Zhao Peng didn't expect was for Hu Yan to take out a large plastic bag from the closet and drop it on Zhao Peng. Zhao Peng opened it and saw that it was the coach purse that he had been thinking about for a long time. He was immediately happy. Enough, buddy. Hu Yan stood on his tiptoes and squinted at Zhao Peng. Say it. Zhao Peng hemmed and hawed. You're an authority figure who's overwhelmed by love. Women without money basically love money. Women with money of course love talent. Talented talent. Hu Yan hadn't expected Zhao Peng to say anything constructive. But, now that he thought about it, it really did make some sense. Previously, hadn't old Qin always praised him as a genius? Could it be that I was wrong? Hu Yan's sadness and despondency just now was because he thought that Qin Zixuan had drawn him a big pie just to tie him down to contribute to the company. Therefore, Hu Yan felt that Qin Zixuan was too realistic, more so than Sun Jiechi. In that moment, although Hu Yan said something about collecting interest, he was actually covering up his inner loss. Could it be that she really wants to give me a chance? Looking at Hu Yan, who was heatedly giggling, Zhao Peng said, silly, I haven't eaten at noon yet. Go, treat you to a good meal. Hu Yan was in a great mood, however, immediately reacted. Not really, I'm meeting someone. Look at that snap. Zhao Peng bristled. I'm really asking someone out. I'll ask him if it's okay to get together. Saying that, Hu Yan really called Wang Peng. Manager Wang, I'm staying with my roommate, and he hasn't eaten either. Is it convenient for you to come along? Wang Peng said, it must be convenient. You can ask me about this. That is, you don't treat me as an outsider. Originally, I thought I couldn't reach you as a big celebrity. Now, you're my friend Wang Peng. Hu Yan polite a few words, chatting on the phone, did not expect, unintentionally, learned a lot of learning for people. Hu Yan, who was in an even better mood, compared an okay to Zhao Peng, done. Who knows? When the two of them changed their clothes and went downstairs, Hu Yan's phone rang again. This time it was Wang Quanqing who called, and he told Hu Yan that he really couldn't resist, and all those appraisers in the company wanted to invite Hu Yan to dinner. We all agreed. Why don't we get together? After all, when Hu Yan had just joined the company, everyone looked at Hu Yan's young face, and past experience. Young people with tender faces. This line of work did not last. The implication is that Hu Yan is very much admired. So, it's kind of like everyone owes Huan a welcome feast. Having said this, Hu Yan naturally couldn't push back. However, this meal Hu Yan felt that it would not work with Wang Peng. Everything has to be viewed dialectically. Taking his roommate iron friends. First of all, Wang Peng does not know, and there is no conflict of interest. In this way, Wang Peng will feel that Hu Yan has no hidden heart with him. Rather, it's different with a different appraiser. Because, some time ago, they were at loggerheads. Even if there was a shift because of Hu Yan, meeting was inevitably awkward. Besides, they'll be transferred soon. It's obvious that it's not a good idea to get rid of the old enmity with these people. So, Hu Yan told Wang Quanqing, I've already made a date for the evening, and I have something to do tomorrow, so I can only make a date for Sunday. Wang Quanqing naturally will not say anything more. In their minds, Hu Yan and Missy's relationship is not ordinary. I thought, this big miss just came back. Hu Yan that must be accompanied. So quickly agreed. Hu Yan estimated that today is certainly wine cannot be put off. So, with Zhao Peng taxi to the company's nearby original flavor fast. www.zbcxw.cn*novels.net. When he arrived at the 308 private room that Wang Peng had booked, he knocked on the door, and inside he welcomed out Wang Peng with a warm smile on his face. Coming. Hu Yan gave an introduction, my college roommate, now also rely on my place. To say the least, you guys are quite destined. His name is Zhao Peng. This is the manager of our company's marketing department, Wang Peng. The two men shook hands and exchanged hello. After sitting down, Wang Peng said, elder brother who was young and promising, I am marveling at myself. Hu Yan waved his hand. Brother Wang, you're flattering me. I'm just a college student. I don't know anything. If I do something wrong, I'll need you to give me more advice. Wang Peng also did not squirm, said, to tell the truth, I'm leaving, really a little uneasy, really want to explain some things to you. In this way, let's order food first, and chat while eating. Hu Yan nodded, and Wang Peng called the waiter and ordered the signature roast duck for 3. The menu was then handed over to Hu Yan, and by all accounts, 1 roast duck for 3 people was enough. However, for the first time together, ordering food was the rule. Hu Yan ordered 1 cold and 1 hot dish of small dishes for wine, and when he handed the menu to Zhao Peng was still a bit put out. Enough, we can't eat these, so don't order any more. Obviously, having graduated from the same university, due to the different circumstances, Zhao Peng had been left far behind by Hu Yan. Hu Yan didn't directly teach Zhao Peng what to do, but said, brother, manager Wang Peng is a big customer. Moreover, to be able to invite me to dinner alone and bring you out, then it's not an outsider. You pick what you like to eat, and order a few dishes before brother Wang is happy. Wang Peng slapped the table. That's right, this is what I love to hear. I have long heard that Missy has not praised you much, and in the past, I did not socialize much in the company. Today, I really hate to see each other. Brother Wang's temperament. I like it too. Let's walk around more when we have time in the future. Wang Peng's face darkened a bit. However, it was immediately concealed. Nodding, that's for sure. When Zhao Peng finished ordering, Wang Peng said, to be honest, I was actually arranged by the Qin family to assist the eldest miss. Don't look at the fact that I'm only 8 years older than her. However, I've sort of grown up watching her. Originally, my life's mission was to watch over the eldest young miss. Who knows, the Qin family has nurtured me for more than 20 years. University, studying abroad, and exercising in major companies, factories, and mines. In every place, my performance is considered good. Only then have such an opportunity. Unfortunately, was I acted bad? Seeing that Wang Peng was a bit despondent, Hu Yan relieved. Big brother Wang. In fact, old Qin. No, Missy is very satisfied with you. She said that it's her own doing things too aggressively. It's nothing to do with you. Wang Peng smiled bitterly and said, you don't understand. What do I do? What do you mean by assisting? It means that when Missy makes a mistake, she has to stop it even if she does, or smooth out the damage she caused. But, I didn't do it. When he said this, the dishes were almost served. Wang Peng raised a cup. Brother Hu, or Brother Zhao Peng, today we are drinking for the first time. I will toast you too. The three clinked glasses and drank. A few glasses of wine and the conversation opens up. It turns out that it's really not easy for the really rich to raise the next generation. Taking Qin Zixuan as an example, it wasn't just that she had received all-round training. In order for her to smoothly take over the company in the future and hold on to the foundation, the Qin family had also cultivated many talents. These were either the children of the previous generation's loyal ministry, or the children of poor families, or at most, orphans like Wang Peng. Of course, it's easier to gauge trust with an origin like Wang Peng. Wang Peng was just one of the countless candidates who were groomed to stand out. However, just as he said, he acted badly. It can also be said that taking Qin Zixuan's back. By telling you this, I actually want you to think about what kind of auntie a family like the Qin family would choose. Wang Peng looked at Hu Yan with a burning gaze. Hu Yan smiled playfully, and actually had an answer in his heart. At this time, do not win the wine, and the board cannot drink. Zhao Peng once again drink big. Of course it is both money talent, but also talented people. Hello? Wang Peng looked at Hu Yan. What do you think? Hu Yan twirled his wine glass to hide some uneasiness in his heart. Since Brother Wang is pouring his heart out with his brother, I'll tell the truth. Wang Peng smiled and clinked glasses with Hu Yan. This is what I want. He did this to ease Hu Yan's pressure. Hu Yan thought about the wording and said, I think that people nowadays, on the contrary, are becoming more and more traditional. The Qin family is so big that it seems to be less focused on marriages and whatnot to seek development. I feel that if I were the head of the Qin family, I would choose a son-in-law that is easy to control. Wang Peng gave a thumbs up, didn't say anything, and directly raised his cup. Bottoms up. Hu Yan and Wang Peng drank a few glasses painfully, and Wang Peng said, it's been a long time since I've had such a relaxing drink, and I've been ruled out as a candidate. You have to work hard. Despite Hu Yan's youth, however, he was still able to discern some hidden secrets within Wang Peng's heart. He was clearly more than simply loyal to Qin Zixuan. However, it wouldn't be right to say that there were only feelings between a man and a woman. It seemed that there was also the kind of guarding of a family member in there. Therefore, Hu Yan felt that Wang Peng was a friend worth making. Next, they cooperatively didn't talk about anything related to the Qin family, Qin Zixuan, or the company in any way. Instead, they talked about the customs of their own family, and what they had seen over the years. By 10 o'clock in the evening, the three of them had enjoyed themselves. After agreeing to meet again next time, they went their separate ways. Hu Yan dragged the unconscious Zhao Peng back home. The night was silent, and early the next morning, after Hu Yan had dressed himself properly, Zhao Peng also got up. Looking at the flirty way Hu Yan was dressed, he couldn't help but skim his lips. Old Hu, where are you going to wave again? Today Qian Shower's store opens. I'm going to support it. Zhao Peng thought about it and finally said, can I go? Would it be too abrupt? Looking at Zhao Peng's entangled appearance, Hu Yan thought of it. Obviously, the different levels of contact produced a gap that Zhao Peng felt. It was good that he wanted to see the world. Hu Yan had always wanted to help Zhao Peng. However, he knew this brother's temperament. Self-esteem is strong, and it's too obvious that Zhao Peng won't accept it. However, as long as Zhao Peng figured it out on his own, there was no reason for Hu Yan not to help. No problem. The new store is opening. There are many people to make it lively. After saying that, Zhao Peng actually regretted a bit. Chen Shower was a great beauty second only to Qin Zixuan, and although Zhao Peng had recognized her before, but, befriending her, he didn't even dare to think about it. However, now that the opportunity has come, his shyness is really giving him a headache. The new store is open. Do you want to pay your share? Hu Yan said, no need, right? Don't you usually just buy a flower basket, a small gift or something? Hu Yan so say. Zhao Peng heart on the living, busy chatter for a while, also put their own pounding Li Li Zhang Zhang. The two of them went to the florist first and ordered a flower basket. Then, Hu Yan drove off in his car. After all, it is the second generation of the Miss Open a toy store, opened in the pedestrian street, and it is a 3-story building. As soon as he looked at the facade, Zhao Peng was a little nervous. The two had just gone up the steps when Qian Shower saw it. A fragrant breeze pounced, and Qian Shower greeted him. Old Hu, you're here? And Zhao Peng, welcome, 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 go inside and eat candy. Seeing that Qian Shower didn't see any outsiders to him at all, Zhao Peng put his heart in his stomach. After following Qian Shower to the inside of the showroom and finding a sofa to sit on, Qian Shower brought the fruit plate over. Hu Yan placed the two gifts on the table. This is a small token of appreciation from Zhao Peng and me. Qian Shower glanced at Hu Yan angrily. Old Hu, you're out of line. And Zhao Peng, I'm very happy when people arrive. What else do I need for gifts? Zhao Peng hurriedly said. I should. After that, he looked at Hu Yan with a grateful gaze. Hu Yan said, you go and get busy. There are so many people. We are not outsiders. We can take care of ourselves. Jiasen, put these 2 gifts away. I'm going to greet the guests. By the way, keep your brother and the others company. In fact, Hu Yan had seen Hu Jiasen a long time ago. However, he didn't greet her. They had spoken on the phone before. Hu Yan had wanted to go and pick it up. However, Hu Jiasen said that he originally wanted to exercise, and that it would lose its meaning to have his brother take care of him at every turn. Hu Yan didn't go when he thought about it. In fact, as soon as he entered the door, Hu Yan was on the hunt for his sister. Seeing that Hu Jiasen had been busy, with mixed feelings, I thought to myself, the slug that always follows. Growing up. Brother, you're here. Hu Yan nodded. This is your Zhao Peng brother. You got promoted, people can give you a big red packet. Hello, brother Zhao Peng. Thanks. Hu Jiasen greeted Zhao Peng enthusiastically. Zhao Peng, you're welcome. Old Hu's sister is my sister. Good. Hu Jiasen said, I'll go put away the gifts and then come back to accompany you. Hu Yan waved his hand. What do we use to accompany? It's better to go help greet the other guests. Hu Jiasen nodded and skillfully took out a sticky note, writing Hu Yan and Zhao Peng's names and pasting them on the gift box. Who knew that he had just turned around and bumped into someone? I'm sorry, sir. After all, it was the first time she had come out to do something. And Hu Jiasen knew that the ones who came here, besides her own brother and Zhao Peng, could all be non-rich or noble existences. Immediately scared pale. It's no wonder that Hu Jiasen was scared enough, because she forgot that she was still holding the autograph pen in her hand. The moment she turned back, she instantly drew a long line on a man's back. Sir, I'm sorry. The man felt the touch on his back and then looked at the pen in Hu Jiasen's hand and naturally thought of everything. How do you do things? I just bought this Armani. Hu Yan and Zhao Peng immediately stood up, fearing that Hu Jiasen would be shocked. The two of them turned the coffee table at the same time and walked up. At that moment, the sound of clacking heels on the floor, a voice full of surprise rang out. Jiasen, you came to work so early? Hu Yan immediately breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that it was Qin Zixuan who had arrived. And, like she had seen her savior, Hu Jiasen said accusingly, Sister Zixuan, I've gotten into trouble. Looking at the tears shining in Hu Jiasen's eyes, Qin Zixuan lovingly embraced her. It's okay. Then, Qin Zixuan looked at the dumbfounded Jia Dawei. That's right, the one who had been scratched by Hu Jiasen was none other than Jia Dawei, whom Hu Yan had met when he had come into prominence in Cut Jade for the first time. Mr. Jia, new suit? How much is it? I'll accompany you. What's the big deal? Yelling at my sister? Jia Xian is the one that little Turdy hired to help. Jia Dawei lost his temper at that moment. A bad attitude would be offending two beautiful women at once. In front of Qin Zixuan, he still had to maintain a gentlemanly demeanor. www.zbcxw. CN Stars novel. Come. Look. Zixuan, didn't I not know it was your sister? I've got plenty of suits like this, and besides, it's easy to wash off when the signature is penciled on. Qin Zixuan, however, said, I'm not talking about your shabby suit, a few bucks, and you have the nerve to bring it out and say something about it? I mean, you scared my sister. What about this? Jia Dawei was a bit confused. The one who suffers seems to be me, right? However, Jia Dawei, who has been in battle for a long time, knows that the more you reason with a woman, the more you lose. Just in time, Qian Shaoer saw the commotion over here and rushed over. Seeing Hu Jiasen aggressively behind Qin Zixuan, she asked the other waiters about the situation and directly disliked Jia Dawei. Alright, Jia Dawei, how dare you bully my Jiasen? I'm wrong, okay? Jia Dawei was also depressed and had to admit his bad luck. Qin Zixuan is not the one who was not allowed to be reasonable, but after all, Hu Jiasen is here to help Qian Shaoer. Of course, Qian Shaoer can't let the sister of the old Hu help here. Sweating and being angry, right? Jia Dawei, thanks to you being a big boss. What are you telling us after scaring someone's little girl? Qian Shaoer's meaning is clear. This is for Jia Dawei to apologize to Hu Jiasen face to face. However, what kind of person was Jia Dawei? For him to be able to bow down like Qin Zixuan and Qian Shaoer, it was because these two beauties had enough face. However, with so many guests today, for him to apologize to Hu Jiasen, that would just be too humiliating. Hu Yan saw that Jia Dawei was somewhat unable to get off the stage, and thought, although it's right to protect his sister, he can't encourage her bad habits. After all, they are not rich second generation. Jiasen, you've offended Mr. Jia, so apologize to the others. Hu Jiasen also knew that she was wrong. After all, For the first time in her life she came out to work, and it was inevitable that she made a mistake. An apology can be resolved. It is much better than making enemies for no reason. Qian Xiao and Qin Zixuan defended her so much that she was already satisfied. Mr. Jia, I'm really sorry. Let me pay for your laundry. Right now. Jia Dawei hadn't seen exactly what this little girl was about. However, it wasn't a word from Hu Yan. He was definitely going to be embarrassed. Little sister, you are too polite. If you can come here, you are not an outsider. Since you're here to help little heir, it's the same as helping me. How can I let you spend money? Oh, forget it. In the future, if there are any people bullying you, you can look for me, and I will also protect you. Not to mention, probably because of the lesson Hu Yan gave him last time, this Jia Dawei didn't behave badly today. Qin Zixuan was quite comforted when she saw that Hu Yan did not compel her sister to bully others. Her beautiful eyes couldn't help but measure Hu Yan. Today Hu Yan didn't wear that Hermes, just a simple casual outfit. However, I don't know if it's because he's experienced more occasions or has a different vision. Qin Zixuan felt that Hu Yan was exceptionally handsome. Seeing that Hu Yan was also looking at her, Qin Zixuan remembered what she said to Hu Yan yesterday and her gaze dodged a bit. Come on, Jiasen, come and sit over here with your sister instead. Don't pay attention to those bad men. Qian Xiao chimed in. That's right, who wouldn't be able to just mouth off the gas? Jia Dawei was really worried. This is stirring up a hornet's nest. Me, it seemed that although the person in question was fine, however, the anger of these two ants hadn't subsided yet. If it were anyone else, Jia Dawei wouldn't have just taken the heat so dryly. Who let him have thoughts about other people's? Qin Zixuan? Jia Dawei was ruthless and thought to himself, as long as I can get my hands on Qin Zixuan, won't I get it all back with interest at that time? Jia Dawei gritted his teeth and said, Jason, the first time we met, I didn't bring anything with me, so it's too tacky to give money. Let's do it this way. I have a limited discount card from our family here. For any consumption at Jia's Jewelry, you can get a 30% discount. You take it, Qian Xiao said. That's more or less the same. You know, although the profit of jewelry is very high, especially the inlaid ones, it is even more violent. But with 30% discount, if you only buy gold, it is a big loss. This kind of discount card from Jia Dawei was really limited, and it was given to the VIPs who had a use for it on the scene. Hu Jiasen looked at her brother with a look of help, while Hu Yan looked at Qin Zixuan. Here, of course, were Huin's own thoughts. Qin Zixuan also took a look at Hu Yan first, and seeing that he had given the words to himself, he smiled and thought Hu Jiasen nodded. Thank you, Mr. Jia. Hu Jiasen accepted the guild discount card with both hands, not quite understanding the value of the item in her hand. Hu Yan looked at his sister and spoiled her. If you want to save up some dowry for yourself, save up and buy all the gold from General Jia's family. It's sure to make money. Hu Jiasen's eyes widened. Really? Jia Dawei's face instantly became bitter. Elder brother Hu, you're punking me. Ha! Hu Yan laughed. Just kidding. Jia Dawei said. I didn't take it seriously either. Seeing the two of them chatting up, Qin Zixuan was in a good mood. Today Hu Yan was doing things mature and stable, a far cry from the youthfulness when he first met him, making Qin Zixuan unconsciously happy from the bottom of her heart. However, what pleased Qin Zixuan the most was that Hu Yan cared about what she thought. Obviously, just now, if she hadn't said anything, Hu Yan definitely wouldn't have let Hu Jiasen hand down that card. Things were handled satisfactorily, and even the guests who came to congratulate him felt that the host had face. There wasn't any conflict, so of course Qian Xiao's face was bright. When everyone had gone their own way, Zhao Pang asked Hu Yan in disbelief. Old Hu, how is it that your own sister, you yourself are not defending, but instead, you're letting others, old Qin, take the lead? Hu Yan said, they are all here to congratulate Xiao Heir. Once there is a conflict, the host is the most embarrassed. Old Qin's identity is different, enough to pin down Jia Dawei, let him beat his teeth into the stomach. The same goes for Xiao Heir. Girls, messing around is their prerogative. If I do that, I'll lose old Qin's face and chill Xiao Heir's field. Zhao Pang nodded his head fervently, thought for a long time, and finally let out a long sigh. Old Hu, I realize that I'm getting farther and farther away from you. It's not about how much money I earn. It's about this insight. I can't catch up with you even if I shoot my horse. Hu Yan patted Zhao Peng's shoulder. Forgot the oath we made when we graduated? Zhao Peng lowered his head. How could I? Don't forget each other when you're rich. Hu Yan said. Trust me. You'll have a chance. Zhao Peng nodded fiercely. I'll work hard myself. By the time everyone was almost there, it was almost noon. Qian Xiao ordered lunch at the Rose Hotel, not far from her store, and told everyone to go there. Hu Yan postponed, saying that he wanted to accompany his sister. but Qian Shower said nothing and insisted that Hu Jiasin follow along. Hu Yan cannot shirk, but also do not want to break the rules when people just opened the store. So, let Hu Jiasin stay to watch the store. He said that when he came back to take a short vacation, he would take her out to eat. If Qian Shower doesn't agree, then he won't go. This principle Hu Yan bites very hard. Qian Shower has no choice but to compromise. Mainly, she did understand that Hu Yan was doing it for her good. Not to mention that the adult toys he operated were themselves expensive. The gifts for those guests were even more uncomplicated. And you can't do that without someone close to the family who knows what's going on. After arriving at the hotel, Hu Yan and the others were at a table with Qian Shower. Of course, Zhong Wanming was missing in there. However, he had learned his lesson. Jia Dawei had suffered a loss, and he had just suffered a loss not long ago. This time, he didn't intentionally pick a fight. After Qian Shower came back from giving everyone a round of toasts, he also clinked a glass with everyone. However, the drinks at this table were all drinks. Before, Qian Shower had also used drinks instead. When he was almost done eating, Qian Shower said, Hu Yan, there's something else I need to trouble you with later. You say. It's like this. Qian Shower continued, don't be in a hurry to leave later. Help to see the value of those gifts. I don't mean anything else, but when I return the gifts in the future, I need to have a number in my heart, don't I? Hu Yan nodded. As long as you trust my vision. The last 2 times, Qian Shower had seen it with his own eyes, so he could not believe Hu Yan anymore. Who else can I trust if I don't believe you? Actually, I also want you to help me set the prices of the goods in my store. After all, do you have a unique vision? Hu Yan naturally could not excuse himself, and after everyone had eaten their fill, they went back. Since he had to help Qian Shower look at prices, he didn't have time to take Hu Jiasin out to dinner. However, Qian Shower was thoughtful and had the hotel make 4 dishes and 1 soup and brought them back for Hu Jiasin. We all drank tea and chatted for a while, waiting for Hu Jiasin to eat. Qian Shower suggested, why don't you take a look at my family's merchandise first? Hu Yan said, look, it's not a problem. However, when the time comes, I'll be honest and won't offend anyone, right? If it was before, Hu Yan definitely wouldn't have said that. However, nowadays, he had also learned some skills in observing words and colors. Obviously, Zhong Wanming's face changed when Qian Shower proposed to look at the price of the goods first. Qian Shower said, of course not. If you don't tell the truth, that's not being a friend enough. Hu Yan nodded. This kind of thing, not being straight with Qian Shower would be a pitfall, although things should be smooth. However, when it was time to be principled, Hu Yan was still principled. After turning around, Hu Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. What's wrong? Chancellor asked. Actually, I just watched it when I came here, but didn't have the heart to say it. Hu Yan said, it's just that I didn't expect that you set this price. Also, how to say it? A little bad to describe. Zhong Wanming said, what? Mister, who also has research on modern crafts? Hu Yan said, I don't dare to say that I have studied it, but I know a little about it. If you know a little, don't get involved. And if you're wrong, won't you lose face? Hu Yan ignored the squeezing Zhong Wanming, or looked at Qin Zixuan. It just so happened that Qin Zixuan didn't leave today since she didn't have anything to do. She directly said, Xiaoer is my best friend. It's okay to say what you have to say. Since your old Qin gave the word, I'll say it. Hu Yan pointed to a row of modern crafts and said, these, in my opinion, are second or third-rate goods. However, they sell for the price of first-rate crafts in your store. www.zbcxw. CN Star Novels. ? Qian Shower immediately looked at Zhong Wanming. Vice President Zhong, you're the one who scored all the goods. You're telling me about the best artifacts that were scored, right? Of course, that guy has a lot of business with our jewelry store. Does he dare to lie to me? It can't be that, mister. Who is mistaken? Zhong Wanming said, expressing many things with Hu Yan with his eyes. Hu Yan seemed puzzled as he looked at Zhong Wanming and said, I say Vice President Zhong, do you have sand in your eyes? The eye poop is squeezing out. Why don't you go to the hospital and take a look? It's a big deal when something goes wrong with your eyes. Zhong Wanming saw that Hu Yan didn't give him face, so he had to say to Qian Shower, I'll call right away and contact him. If he dares to lie to me, I'll pinch all the store's goods for him in the future. Qian Shower skimmed her lips and said, let's wait first. Let's look at the others. Maybe there are problems with the others too. Let's talk about them together then. Why don't you go look at the eyes first? Obviously, Qian Shower wasn't stupid either. Coughing, Zhong Wanming rubbed his eyes and said, it's fine. Just that I was busy too late last night and didn't sleep well. Zhong Wanming followed behind everyone and secretly greeted the ancestors of Hu Yan's family. There was nothing he could do about it. In fact, he did earn quite a bit of money at the Qian group. However, as the saying goes, the landlord's family doesn't have any spare money. This is the case with Zhong Wanming. The ass determines the thinking and the circle. He faces a circle where bad clothing, bad housing, and bad food are all problems. All sorts of things, socializing, and actually saving up money wasn't too hard though. But, after all, he is a part-time worker, not a rich second generation. The should be fully furnished, all furnished, the hand will not have much money. Last time, he was directly pitted by Hu Yan for more than $1 million. Plus he had been courting Qian Shower during this period of time, so he hadn't spent a lot of money. And, on both sides of the feed, there are often PY transactions. Making a little bit of money on it is something he is used to, 1,000 times should not be. Is this burst of no money? Rebates kill too hard. Unexpectedly, people directly supply the next level. As for Qian Shower's store losing money, he hadn't really thought about it. Isn't doing business with a rich girl just for fun? Would they care if they lost or earned money? It would be strange if they did. The main thing is to have fun. The first sale of the rich second generation. Not to say 100% loss of money, but also certainly in more than 90%. It is normal. Zhong Wanming felt that instead of being pitched by others, it would be better for him to make the first move. Anyway, these are the unspoken rules of the trade. All do so. Who can see it? What he didn't expect was that Hu Yan could even see the value of modern artifacts. Isn't he an antique appraiser? The last time he was pitched, Hu Yan had long been labeled as an antique jade appraiser. It's not his fault. If they were all like Hu Yan, Tianhai Pawnshop wouldn't need to hire so many appraisers. Generally speaking, a lifetime of studying one category may not be proficient, let alone many together. This is the reason why there are fewer appraisers. Therefore, it is normal for Zhong Wanming to think wrong. What is not normal is nonsense. This time, Hu Yan came to the jewelry area. There are all sorts of jeweled belts, tie clips, hair cards, brooches and whatnot. Zhong Wanming secretly thought, all this, you wouldn't understand it too, would you? Hu Yan turned around and rubbed his chin with his hand on his chin. Said, Vice President Zhong, when did you go blind? ? Zhong Wanming choked and stumbled. Hu Yan, how do you talk? Oh, I'm sorry. Hu Yan seemed to apologize sincerely. I should say, Vice President Zhong, when did you have problems with your eyes? You're supposed to be an expert in these inlaid jewelry. But, how can I see that there are 60% fakes in there? Qian Shower clasped her shoulders and was angry. Yes, Zhong Wanming, tell me, when did you go blind? ? Zhong Wanming could dislike Hu Yan, but Qian Shower he could never dislike. Even if he couldn't get his hands on her, it wasn't a big problem. The big problem was that once he offended this young lady, he might not be able to keep his job. Moreover, once this kind of thing spreads out, it is expected that no one in the jewelry industry would dare to use him. Subterfuge, after all, is subterfuge, and when it surfaces, it's a crime. Zhong Wanming wiped a handful of sweat and said, yesterday's loading was too urgent. I haven't had a chance to look at it yet. I'll call right away. Wait, look again. There might be a problem. It's time for another faux antique home accessory type area. Zhong Wanming secretly thought, you will see the real and the fake. This time, itself is fake. You have nothing to say, right? Hu Yan spun around, once again propped up his chin and rubbed his fingers together twice. And when he opened his mouth, he hadn't even spoken yet. Qian Shower then voiced, Zhong Wanming, when did you go blind? Then, viciously gouged out Zhong Wanming, looking at Hu Yan again. Old Hu, I'll speak for you. You continue. Hu Yan nodded. This is good, so as not to waste time by talking nonsense with him. Zhong Wanming opened his mouth and swallowed a very hard breath. I'll bear it, Hu Yan, when there's a chance, tenderize you to death. Hu Yan said, this imitation bar, also divided into 3, 6, 9 levels. In a while, you guys will have a chance to look at the master level imitations. Zhong Wanming felt that the opportunity had come. Hu Yan, you wouldn't have given Xiao Er a gift that was an imitation, would you? Hu Yan pretended to be surprised and said, I didn't expect that you, Vice President Zhong, although your eyes are not good. However, your brain is really fast. Zhong Wanming didn't expect to be damaged by Hu Yan again. However, looking at Qian Shower's unkind eyes, he once again endured. Hu Yan then looked at the imitations and said, in fact, of all these things that Vice President Zhong entered this time, these are the most genuine. Oh, the crowd wondered. Even Zhong Wanming was a bit confused. Could it be that this Hu Yan is afraid of my retaliation and this is enlightenment? Hu Yan laughed, fake enough to be real at a glance. The legendary fake at a glance is this kind. Zhong Wanming was so angry that he almost fainted. How big of a grudge is this? You're screwing me over like this. However, he hated the delivery guy even more. There was no other way, only to hold his tongue for now. Chancellor avoids a hard leg kick. Although nothing was said, Zhong Wanming's heart still thumped. The rest of the odds and ends, which are not too bad, are overpriced. Just adjust the prices. For Hu Yan, it was not a big deal. However, Chen Xiaoer knew that it was not a big deal. With a price hike like Hu Yan's, the profit was basically gone. Chen Xiaoer summarized it. That is to say, Zhong Wanming into the goods, either expensive, or fake, normal, less than 30%. Zhong Wanming can climb to this position. Naturally, is not an ordinary person. A phone call, the delivery party scolded a bloody head, swore that it would set everything right. But Chen Xiaoer thought, there are so many guests here today. If they see the problem, how can I show my face? Can you handle this? You're not blind in your eyes and heart, are you? However, she didn't say it out loud. After all, this was an internal conflict and it wasn't appropriate to deal with it now. Fortunately, Zhong Wanming was also quick, and it didn't take long for the supplier to take all the faulty goods off the shelves. Shipped new goods. Even Hu Yan cannot pick fault. That leaves the gift watching part. Hu Yan pretended to look at each gift very carefully, naming the price, and Hu Jiasin recorded it. The one-of-a-kind gifts made Chen Xiaoer look at them with a smile on her face. Her mouth kept chanting, "Brother XX is really kind. Uncle XX really spoils me. Sister XX is too good." It seemed that the previous unpleasantness had been forgotten. Zhao Peng saw the gifts that people gave. The cheapest ones were nearly 10,000. His heart was pounding, and he didn't know what Hu Yan had prepared for him. "Ha, this is a gift from President Zhong," Hu Jiasin said. She wasn't like Hu Yan and the others, who deliberately pissed off Zhong Wanming by having to add vice in front of President, even though it was true. However, it was actually very rude. After unpacking, inside was a pearl necklace, although it wasn't anything purely natural. However, the pearls were muddy, round. It is also worth a lot of money. In order to alleviate the embarrassment, Zhong Wanming deliberately came over and said, "Mr. Hu, this is something that I found with great difficulty, so help me to palm the eyes. How much is it worth?" Hu Yan pretended to look at it for a long time and finally said, "Can't read it." Zhong Wanming said, "Mr. Hu, you're joking. I've had my eyes open today. It turns out that Mr. Hu not only has research on antiques and paintings, jade and stone antiques, but also knows so much about other things. It's really an eye-opener for me. He seems to be quoting nonsense, but he's really saying, you know everything, but you can't read my gift, so you're obviously small-minded." Could Hu Yan not hear the meaning in the words? It's like this. If I were to say the price, then there's a suspicion of deliberately squeezing Vice President Zhong. So just don't say it. Xiaoer's family is in the jewelry business, and the learning passed down in the family should not be below me. Not to mention that there are plenty of everyone in the family who appraises jewelry, so why should I say more? Chen Xiaoer also said, there is no need to taste the price if you are a family member. The main thing is to have a heart. This family, the Zhong Wanming said, heartwarming. However, Chen Xiaoer winked at Zhao Peng, and it was obvious that he had actually seen Zhao Peng's uneasiness a long time ago. Only after hearing Chen Xiaoer's words did Zhao Peng completely relax and his body was no longer so tense. However, the one who was more relaxed was Zhong Wanming, who was certainly the one who sounded the most like one of his own. After all, he was the direct line of the Qian group. It was also the old boss who handpicked to support Chen Xiaoer. Moreover, in general, the way big groups do things, they only care about the results and don't look at the process. In his heart, since he had set things right before, Chen Xiaoer had no reason to hold on to him. After all, he is Qian's red man. At this time, Hu Jiasin took out Zhao Peng's gift. Chen Xiaoer deliberately held up Zhao Peng's gift in order to take care of Hu Yan's face. No matter what Zhao Peng sent, it's a token of appreciation. I'll treasure it. With that said, the gift box was open to everyone's expectant eyes. A string of golden money-making is threaded by a red rope. Looking golden, Hu Yan said, "I'll go. This one is heartfelt. The 5 emperors' money, symbolizing the attraction of wealth and prosperity. It is the most suitable for the opening of the house, and there is also the saying of avoiding bad luck. Of course, the traditional 5 emperors' money is 5 similar years of 5 emperors. But, in fact, the folk are difficult to get together. With 5 good quality money to do on the beam, the new, in addition to the old, the opening of the business and so on the auspicious objects are also in many cases." Hu Yan continued, "This is still a Taiping Heavenly Kingdom sacred treasure, an antique." Qin Zixuan had thought that this gift would be from Hu Yan to Chen Xiaoer. After all, she was the one who saw it with her own eyes on the day Hu Yan picked it up. Unexpectedly, it was given to Zhao Peng. www.zbcxw.cn*novels.com. Hu Yan looked at Chen Xiaoer and said, "Zhao Peng has really put his heart into this. with my eyesight, this has been handled by professionals. Otherwise, this kind of money making should be full of patina and miserable. Qian Shaoer looked at Zhao Peng with a wide-eyed smile. You have a heart. I like it very much. Zhao Peng cracked his mouth and smiled reassuringly, not expecting that Hu Yan would give away the treasure like Taiping Heavenly Kingdom sacred treasure as his own gift. Good brother. Although there is no need to say more. But, this friendship Zhao Peng remembered. Hu Yan, you are an expert in this area. What do you say? How much is this gift worth? Zhong Wanming's discordant voice came out. Hu Yan smiled and said, it's not worth a few dollars. The important thing is that the meaning is good. Moreover, this kind of money making is rare in quantity and very collectible. Zhong Wanming skimmed his lips, originally not looking at the cheaply dressed Zhao Peng. Yeah, after passing it down for a few generations, it might be worth a few tens of thousands of dollars. Zhao Peng was enraged at that moment. But, having been taught by Hu Yan before, he knew that he couldn't fire directly, or else he would be not giving face to his master, only to endure. However, Hu Yan could not be tolerated. Oh, Vice President Zhong. Zhong Wanming's heart thumped. Whenever Hu Yan called out this title, it will not be good. The other people also have the heart to listen intently. Sure enough, Hu Yan continued. It's really time for you to heal this eye, not to mention the future value. Even now, the price of this string of money is definitely not cheaper than your string of pearls. Zhong Wanming froze then. I didn't expect that Zhao Peng, who looked poorer than him. I didn't think that Zhao Peng, who looks poorer than him, would be so generous. Qian Shaoer gouged out Zhong Wanming. Then, with an angry face, she looked at Zhao Peng and said, this is your fault. The intention is good. Why send such an expensive gift? Zhao Peng scratched his head and laughed nervously. Isn't this a good color? Figure a lucky chant. Oh, Qian Shaoer saw Zhao Peng's awkward look and immediately turned into a smile. Thank you so much. I'll treat you and old Hu to dinner some other day to thank you. Zhao Peng hurriedly shook his hand. No need. Don't be so polite, or you'll get raw. Qian Shaoer thought Zhao Peng was naive and adorable, and laughed out two dainty dimples. Then it's fine to find you to play, isn't it? It has nothing to do with gifts. Only then did Zhao Peng relax. That's great. Having such a beautiful friend to play with me, when I go out and see my acquaintances, it'll definitely be a great honor. He. Qian Shaoer laughed happily. Being with someone as heartless as Zhao Peng was a joyful feeling. Zhong Wanming grimaced. Mr. Hu, you wouldn't have given away the good stuff just to gain face for your friends. You only prepared the imitation yourself, right? Hearing him say that, not to mention Zhao Peng, even Qin Zixuan was a bit worried. She knew that Hu Yan, this person, was really likely to do something like this. Wasn't his brocade ash pile folding fan given to him by Hu Yan? Hu Yan, however, had a calm face, and before he could speak, Qian Shaoer said first, I like whatever Hu Yan gives me. Some time ago, he made quite a bit of money by helping me cut jade. The main thing is, the money doesn't matter. It allowed me to show my face in front of my old man. I haven't even thanked him yet. Even if he gave me a goose feather, it would still be a gift. Zhong Wanming of course remembers that time when Hu Yan cut the jade, when there was no electricity. After looking at quite a few gifts again, it was really Hu Yan's turn for a gift. Zhong Wanming was wide-eyed. After the gift box was unwrapped, inside lay quietly a flared porcelain jar, scarred and made visibly repaired. However, it still looked worn. At first glance, everyone was a bit dumbfounded by this. Could it be that Zhong Wanming had been right, and Hu Yan had really given the good stuff to someone else and taken a broken thing for himself? Zhao Peng's eyes were filled with guilt when he looked at Hu Yan. This scene, again, happened to be seen by Zhong Wanming. He said fervently, Mr. Who really put his heart into this gift. I can see it, piecing together this tile jar. How laborious it must be. TSK. Zhao Peng's heart became even harder to bear, and he was just about to open his mouth and say, this one is mine, and the 5 emperors' money just now is Hu Yan's. However, Hu Yan looked at him and shook his head. Zhao Peng hurriedly held back. Even Qin Zixuan was at a loss. She didn't believe that Hu Yan would do anything that wasn't plausible. However, she also couldn't see what the benefit of this broken bottle was. Only Qian Shaoer, who was very superstitious about Hu Yan, said with an expectant face, Old Hu, tell me, this is the kind of high-class imitation you are talking about, isn't it? Hu Yan gave Qian Shaoer a thumbs up. That's right, that's him. Zhong Wanming skimmed his mouth and thought to himself, a degree this crap. Even if you say the name of the dragon, it's still crap. Huin gently picks up the porcelain jar. In an instant, Qin Zixuan understood. A knowing smile appeared on her face. Hu Yan said, this is an imitation of the Republic of Olive bottle. But well, the reason why I found someone to repair him, because itself this bottle is not worth money. Zhong Wanming pretended to ask for advice and deliberately squeezed. Mr. Who? Could it be that something that is not worth anything in itself, after the process of breaking and then repairing, is worth something instead? Hu Yan directly ignored him and slowly turned the bottle around. It turned out to be a broken and fragmented painting piece. The whole painting is intact, and the painting is broken. The tattered paintings include antique calligraphy and paintings, used topiaries, bronze topiaries, Wat-ong topiaries, insect-infested antique books, discarded paintings, and fan letters. The picture is signed with the seal of Zheng Dafu. It's amazing how these broken paintings and the repaired porcelain jars have achieved a certain balance that makes them look so comfortable. Zhong Wanming really couldn't help but laugh. I say, Mr. Who? You are broken on top of broken. Don't really say it. It's quite creative. Rags on rags collection? Hu Yan suddenly slapped his thigh, startling Zhong Wanming. Not to mention, Vice President Zhong is really something. This thing is called the 8 broken figures. It's just a push of rags piled up. Hu Jiasen suddenly said, I seem to have seen something similar somewhere. And also, the name of Zheng Dafu, I also seem to remember. It seems like his works are very impressive and worth a lot of money. Zhong Wanming bristled. Your brother's stuff, you can still say it's bad? Of course Hu Jiasen would not contradict Zhong Wanming, so she could only smile indifferently. However, Qian shower still honey to Hu Yan. Juice believed. This gift from old Hu is fantastic. I love it so much. Then, looking at Zhong Wanming, she said, if you have bad eyes, don't talk blindly. What Jiasen said is true, and I seem to be a bit impressed as well. This thing, it seems to be quite remarkable. However, forget where I heard about it. Zhong Wanming saw Qian shower trusting Hu Yan so much, he was really uncomfortable in his heart. Isn't that so? The mending is so realistic. It can be much heavier than a goose feather. Qian shower was about to dislike Zhong Wanming right away, but when he saw Hu Yan smiling and shaking his head, he didn't bother with Zhong Wanming anymore. Hu Jiasen continued to open the gift, labeled it with the name of the person and the price, and then put it away. Only the olive bottle in front of Qian shower. Qian shower does not allow to move. Has been thinking about something. It didn't take long for Hu Jiasen to find Qin Zixuan's gift. After the ancient gift box was opened, a paper folding fan lay quietly inside. Qian shower gently picked it up. Let's see what kind of treasure Xian gave me. The moment the folding fan was opened, everyone's breath was generally held. Only Hu Yan smiled without saying a word. He hadn't directly disliked Zhong Wanming just now, just waiting for this moment. On the face of the fan, there was also a pair of tattered and torn painting pieces stacked together to form an alternative picture, though it wasn't the same as what Hu Yan's olive bottle had painted, or the words on it. However, the signature is also the seal of Zheng Dafu. Qin Zixuan seemed to be waiting for this time as well, and didn't let Hu Yan down at all. Vice President Zhong, this fan of mine is ragged, and so is the painting. Isn't it true that the one I sent to Xiao'er is also ragged? Moreover, it was painted by a person. Zhong Wanming now understood. No wonder people Hu Yan just ignored him. He was waiting here. Cough. Zhong Wanming wiped his sweat and said awkwardly, Mr. Qin, you're joking. Mr. Who is obviously pitying me for not knowing anything about this and laying mines for me. Humph, Qian shower said. If you weren't so self-righteous, how could you have stepped on someone else's thunder? After saying that, Qian shower hugged Qin Zixuan's arm and said, Qian, tell us the origin of this thing. Qin Zixuan smiled and said, this is Jin Ash Pile, a lost art of painting. It's also called 8 broken drawings. The meaning is rich and colorful, symbolizing developed, rich and full of, and other beautiful symbols. It's just that the various words it covers and the painting techniques are so complicated that it's become extinct. That's all I know. Qian shower looked at Hu Yan in mock anger. Old Hu, you're too bad. Such a good thing. Why didn't you just explain it? Hu Yan glanced at Zhong Wanming. Some people say it's rags. What's there to explain about rags? Zhong Wanming let out a humph and turned his head away. I didn't realize that they were taking inventory of gifts in the lobby for the sake of space. But 2 customers were attracted to. Oh my god, it's a brocade ash pile. It's also Zheng Dafu's lone piece. An old man in a tang suit with gray hair. His hands trembled with excitement as he spoke. Xiao'er toy store is newly opened, and indicates adult toys, and in the busiest pedestrian street, naturally attracted a lot of people. Most importantly, Zhong Wanming is naturally not useless. The spacious clear glass window display area was deliberately placed with several eye-catching adult toys, which naturally attracted a lot of people. At this time, the old man's exclamation of surprise was heard, and unanimously they all gathered. Ha, I think I saw this one on a video the other day. Yeah, I think I've seen that too. It's a video of Kelly. That's right, it's that video from Gu Yufan's birthday party. At this time, Hu Jiasen and Qian shower also remembered. That's right, that's the video. Chen Shower said I seem to have seen it there. Just can't remember. And, Hu Jiasen rushed to use her into P30 quickly search up. It didn't take long for everyone to get together and watch the video. On the video, popular flower girl Sun Jiajiu, the female lead of Harem, presented Gu Yufan with a pair of calligraphies of the 100 longevity drawing by Shen Wanchang, the former president of the Provincial Calligraphy Association. Everyone agreed that this calligraphy was, by far, the most suitable gift for Gu Yufan, and, moreover, it was heartfelt enough. Gu Yufan had a habit of choosing a favorite person as his or her named disciple whenever it was his or her birthday. What seems like an old-fashioned habit is actually sought after by countless people in the entertainment industry. www.zbcxw.cnstarnovels.com. Because, in the domestic entertainment industry, wherever there is a big hit, an evergreen, almost half of them are either her disciples or her registered disciples. This time, the two people most expected to succeed were Sun Jiajiu and Kai Li. At this time, in the video, Sun Jiajiu already had a winning expression. It is important to know that Chen Wancheng is already 80 years old. Almost long ago, he did not personally move the pen. Sun Jiajiu could even beg to move him, so one could imagine what a great price had been paid. This sincerity alone could move Gu Yufan. What follows is a scene in which Kelly comes forward with a bottle of oil hammers and offers it up. Originally, Sun Jiajiu didn't have much of a barrier with Kylie. However, today was different. Whether or not she could be recognized by Gu Yufan, but it represented Hua Entertainment's true diva-like status tomorrow. It was obvious that Kylie was very nervous, and her hands trembled a little when she put the oil hammer bottle on the stage. The host said habitually, "Please ask Ms. Kylie to explain the origin of the gift." Kylie gripped the microphone and spread her fingers a few times as she nervously said, "This is a friend of mine who helped me find it in the antique city of Jiangcheng." The host was immediately shocked. "You mean plucked?" For the host to say something like that, it's clear that Sun Jiajiu has put in much deeper work than Kylie. Sure enough, Sun Jiajiu timely interjected to squeeze, "You mean, not to the antique city to buy the store's town treasure, but pick up the leakage?" Kylie gritted her teeth and said, "That's right, it is." Sun Jiajiu immediately continued, "Sister Kylie, you're being too disrespectful to teacher Gu. Her old man's birthday is not a child's play? Alas, you're really too hasty." She looked like she had a hateful look on her face, but in fact, she was squeezing Kylie in every sentence. And, Gu Yufan, who had been keeping a smile on her face, looked at Kylie with interest and said, "I want to hear your thoughts." Kylie was even more nervous. She had seen Gu Yufan before and knew that she was a person who, the angrier she was, the more kindly she smiled. At this moment, this was exactly the case. Kylie gritted her teeth and secretly thought, "Hu Yan definitely won't lie to me. It's like this. A friend of mine is an antique appraiser. He said that although the stuff in the antique city is good, however, it's still too poor compared to Mr. Gu's status. Must we choose a gift that can match Mr. Gu?" Gu Yufan still looked at Kylie with a kind face. "I guess, you wasted a lot of effort to hire a treasure appraisal master, right?" Kylie nodded vigorously. Gu Yufan then said, "I stayed in Jiangcheng in my early years, and I like collecting myself. I know almost all of the appraisal teachers there. Who is this person you are talking about?" Kylie clenched her fists hard and said through clenched teeth, "His name is Hu Yan. He's a young appraiser. I think, you should not recognize him, but, he's really powerful." "Awesome?" "Oh," Gu Yufan said, "antique appreciation. Many people finished a lifetime to play do not understand. You know the young people really smart." She picked up the oil-hammered bottle and said, "This thing, it's the legendary glance fake of the antique street. And, to tell you the truth, even if it's real, the pseudo-Manchurian period is also an imitation. It's not worth a few dollars. Your heart I appreciate. It seems, you also really heart. It's a sincere girl. I like it very much. Go down." Sun Jiajiu said, "Why don't you take your bottle away and put it here to be an eyesore?" Kylie's tears were welling up in her eyes, and when Gu Yufan saw this scene, she criticized Sun Jiajiu. "Jiajiu, the other child has a piece of her mind. She's just being lied to. How can you talk like that?" "Kylie, don't take it personally. You're still young. Grow a little more mindful in the future." Gu Yufan seems to comfort Kylie. However, one called full name, one called Jiajiu affinity difference. Zhang Wanming, who was watching the video, let out a hum. "Normal. It's really worth it. You still keep it for yourself." Xian Shower glared at him fiercely. "I think you're really blind." Zhang Wanming was disliked with a bang without video. Kylie said with tears in her eyes, "That friend of mine said that if someone says, this thing is fake, it will be smashed on the spot, and see the difference since." Oh, the smile on Gu Yufan's face grew even wider. "That's interesting, so smash it." "Right," hurry up and smash it. Sun Jiaojiao, as well as everyone else, heard Gu Yufan's backhanded words. Smashing things at someone's birthday banquet. You Kylie still want to gain a foothold in the entertainment industry in the future. Dream on. Siley was trembling all over, but she could only fight for her life when it came down to it. She secretly chanted, "Huin, it's up to you." Bang! The sound. The oil hammer bottle exploded in front of Siley's body. However, she remembered Hu Yan's words and didn't push too hard, just letting the bottle shatter. It's really not a good bottle. And this one shattered to pieces. There are basically no more intact porcelain tiles. Gu Yufan's face was extremely ugly. However, her face still wore her trademark smile. Siley squatted down and rummaged through the broken pieces of porcelain, and a dusty ring was brought out to her. Everyone in the video held their breath at this scene. Not caring about getting dirty, Siley directly rubbed her body a few times, and a tender yellow jade ring revealed her true form. Amidst the people's gasps of surprise, Siley, with trembling hands, handed it to Gu Yufan. The original smile on Gu Yufan's face disappeared. Holding the jade ring, scrutinizing it for half a day, then taking out her old-fashioned glasses and looking at it again for a long time. Only then did he say, "The old miscreants of Shangbo Pavilion, why don't you come over and take a look?" An old man with a white beard and hair, dressed in a hanbok walked out. After taking the jade ring, not only did he put on his fancy glasses, but he also took a cat's eye magnifying glass out of his pocket. As he aimed the cat's eye magnifying glass at the jade ring, his hand kept shaking. Gu Yufan snatched it away. "Old man, don't break it for me. It's one of Lily's hearts." Sun Jiaojiao's face collapsed. "Come on, what do you see?" The chief appraiser of Shangbo Pavilion, Elder Rong. Elder Rong said, "This is a peace button made from a piece of superb hut-and jade. Moreover, the most rare thing is that the painting on it is Zheng Dafu's 8 fortunes of the Jinash pile. Using different broken objects and different fonts, different 8 blessings were written. A treasure, a rare and good thing." Sun Jiaojiao reluctantly asked, "Elder Rong, this is worth a lot of money?" "Worth more than Mr. Shun's own calligraphy and painting?" Rong Lao shook his head. "It's not a matter of whether it's worth it or not anymore. The craft of this brocade ash pile has been lost, not to mention. Moreover, this person, Zheng Dafu, is a legend in his own right." Elder Rong told the story of Zheng Dafu. It turns out that Zheng Dafu was the late Qing dynasty, 34 years ago. The popularity of Shanghai Jinash pile works. In fact, most of his work, also known as the first Jinash pile. However, he did not know how to run a business, and met a man called Yang Weiquan. He met a man named Yang Weiquan, who was in charge of management, while Zheng Dafu was in charge of painting. Zheng Dafu will pay for all the expenses, and the two of them will split the bill 40-46. Zheng Dafu gets 4. The most interesting thing is that the inscription is always Guman Yang Weiquan. In this way, Yang Weiquan received both fame and fortune, and Zheng Dafu was left with nothing. Later, when the war broke out, Zheng Dafu became a scrap of material and was kicked away by Yang Weiquan. It was not until after the liberation that this history was unraveled and Zheng Dafu was given a proper name. However, basically, the name of all the good Jinshidu works that are circulating in the market is Guman Yang Weiquan. Rong Lao said, "This is the significance of this peace button. It is signed by Zheng Dafu, the real one-of-a-kind. Moreover, you see that the pen power old and spicy, feed back to the real introverted implicit, is Zheng Dafu's late peak masterpiece. Therefore, it is not a question of whether it is worth money. This is a rare treasure, a real good treasure. With the passage of time, Jinash heap technology extinction. This thing, alas 10,000 gold hard to find. It can be an heirloom treasure." The video is full of sighs of relief. Gu Yufan waved at Siley. "Come, Lily, let's take a look at the 8 blessed brocade ash pile piece buckle that you carefully selected for your teacher. From now on, you'll be my close disciple." At this time, Kylie reflected to the time fast. It should be when Roan came to tell the story. She guessed that she won steadily. However, happiness still came too fast. She walked up a few steps and directly filled Gu Yufan's teacup with tea. And with a thud, she directly knelt on the ground and raised the teacup above her head. Gu Yufan helped Kylie up as she rubbed Kylie's knees in pain. "This child, why is she so honest? In the future, I ain't have to worry with you." The angrier she said it, the more Siley laughed. Sun Jiaojiao on the side, face ugly as hell. This is the end of the video. Qian Shaoer looked at Zhong Wanming and said, "Didn't wrongly accuse you, did you? Are you blind?" The corners of Zhong Wanming's mouth twitching. He was speechless. The old man on the side had been looking straight at the brocade ash pile fan on the table. When he saw that everyone was quiet, only then did he say, "Little girl, that fan, can you let me take a look?" It was then that everyone noticed that the old man next to them had never left. Hu Yan hurriedly got up. "Old man, you do it." Alas, the old man sat down slowly, but his eyes kept staring at the fan. In fact, Hu Yan really didn't know what was inside the oil hammer bottle that he helped Kylie buy at first. It was only known that it was worth $7,800,000. However, Hu Yan realized that the ground of the bottle was slightly abnormal, apparently not concave enough. Moreover, the thin neck made into an oil hammer bottle was clearly hiding something. Most importantly, the quality of the bottle was very much like the waste of jade wool. It seemed to be designed to mask the radiation of natural jade. So, presumably there's a precious jade hidden inside? However, when Tang Zhuzi brought Hu Yan something else, Hu Yan guessed. Because those broken objects were all objects that had Zheng Dafu's signature on them. The reason why the Tang family ever considered them to be good is because the objects themselves are really not worth much. And Tang Zhuzi paraphrased what his father said on his deathbed, that thing is worth nothing. 8. Hu Yan guessed that what the old man wanted to say should be, the 8 broken figure treasure jade is the treasure inside. Unfortunately, he passed away before he finished speaking. Moreover, when the object in Hu Yan's hand appreciated in value, he also guessed that it must be Kylie's matter that had spread out. That night, Hu Yan saw that video. The old man sat in Hu Yan's original position, and Hu Yan was pulled next to her by Qian Shower, the old man holding a folding fan in his hands, some shivering, trembling from his arms to pull out the presbyopia, with his fingers gently touching the folding fan on the handwriting. www.zbcxw. CN Stars Novels. Com. It's really the old gentleman's own handwriting. I didn't expect to see something here that I've searched for all my life and never found. A note of clarification is in order here. In fact, there are quite a few of Zheng Dafu's works that have been handed down. However, the markings are basically those of Guman Yan Weiquan. Shen Wancheng, who was Zheng Dafu's disciple, would feel bad when he saw that kind of inscription. Therefore, what he wanted to find was the original Zheng Dafu works. The young girl who had been behind him looked to be in her early 20s. With a pretty face and an air of bookishness, she gently patted the old man on the back. Grandpa, the doctor won't let you get too excited. The old man nodded. I know, but how can I control it? This is my enlightened teacher's own calligraphy and painting. Hearing him say that, everyone got all excited. Qian Shower asked in her unique clueless voice. Old grandpa, Zheng Dafu was actually your teacher? The old man nodded. Yes, at that time, I was only 7 or 8 years old when I was fortunate enough to make the acquaintance of the old gentleman, and marveled at his calligraphy and painting skills. At that time, the old gentleman was in dire straits, living in the house of a friend with the surname Tang. He had no relatives, and it was a time of war. The old man paused as he spoke, seeming to go into a long memory that took him back for a moment. The girl behind him said, Don't be offended. My grandfather is often like this. When he remembers the past, he doesn't speak for a long time. She stroked the hair at the corner of her forehead, and her innocence made Zhao Pang look at her for a while. The girl continued, My grandfather is the Shin Wancheng old man mentioned in that video just now. There was a soft huff from everyone. Obviously, I didn't expect to see the former president of the Provincial Calligraphy Association here. The old man seemed to come back to his senses and said, Alas, Jiao that girl, even take my things, compared with the old gentleman's work. Simply, alas. The old man was talking, a little pre-verbal. The girl explained, Sun Jiajiao's grandfather and my grandfather were comrades in arms. In fact, that was a birthday gift given to her grandfather 12 years ago. If you look carefully, you can see that the year and month of the signature is actually the year BH, not JH. The old man shook his head and said, Little children, they don't do things by heart, they know how to speculate, so sooner or later they will suffer. Perhaps it wasn't that no one saw it at the time, just that some people were concerned about the host's birthday and didn't want to make a scene. The host, too, seemed to like the painting and calligraphy and didn't point it out. The old man continued, In fact, in the beginning, my family had quite a few of the teacher's late works. Unfortunately, they were all spoiled in the war. Some were directly damaged, and some were strayed to the east. The old man had been looking straight at the folding fan. In his eyes were endless feelings of admiration and admiration. The old man opened his mouth, but finally said, Old man, here, there is an unkind request. I don't know whose treasure this is. Can you cut it off? The girl hurriedly added, The price is not a problem. This is my grandfather's lifelong wish. Please everyone. With that, she gave a deep bow to everyone present. Qian Shower said with some embarrassment, I'm sorry, old man. It's not that I can't part with it, and it's not a matter of money. The main thing is, this is something that my best girlfriend gave me. Even if it's not worth much, I will treasure it for the rest of my life. It is a precious memory when I'm old. Sorry about that. With that, Qian Shower stood up and gave the old man a bow. The old man hurriedly shook his hand repeatedly. It's not your problem. it's me being abrupt. A gentleman does not take away a person's favor. So, that's it. Saying that, he stood up slowly with difficulty holding the coffee table, and seemed to be all of a sudden much older again. Zhong Wanming was a businessman after all, and there was a saying that businessmen had no borders, they only cared about profits. This was also one of the reasons why Hu Yan admired Qin Zishuan, right? For business, and patriotic. Zhong Wanming said, Xiao, since people gave you the stuff, it's yours. How to deal with it? Others won't say anything. Since both Hu Yan and General Manager Qin gave you a pile of brocade ashes, it's enough to keep one for your collection. The main thing is, that object of Hu Yan's is to be kept well. Get it wrong, and if it breaks in a few years, it will be wasted. Xian Shao was about to lose his temper, but to his surprise, Hu Yan said, Vice President Zhong is right. Shao, you don't need to consider me. This thing, which is already yours, is at your disposal. While Qian Shao was in a daze, Zhong Wanming had already stopped the grandparents and grandchildren who saw the turnaround. He pointed at the olive vase in front of Qian Shao and said, Master, do you think this one will work? I'm only interested in Mr. Zhang Dafu's works. I don't have many preferences for other antiques, the old man said. And when he saw Zhong Wanming slowly turn the bottle around, he immediately lost his voice. The girl saw her grandfather plunged into Chun Mo once again, and that straight hook eager eyes, immediately said, How much? Zhong Wanming immediately raised a finger. He felt that it was just a broken jar even if it was said to be magical. That pearl necklace of his own, wasn't it just a few tens of thousands of dollars? A broken jar. 100,000 big days away. It wasn't that he didn't have any money, it was just that he really didn't know anything about antique books and paintings. Not waiting for him to get off his ass and say, at least 100,000. The time. The girl nodded her head and said, if you can make a decision, this $1 million, I'll call you right away. Zhong Wanming gulped a bit and was shocked. He thought to himself, this shit. $1 million? Are you crazy? Hu Yan can be so generous. However, on second thought Zhong Wanming understood. This fucking nonsense. No wonder it's always targeting me. It's obvious that he has ideas about Xiao. Either that, it's impossible to keep letting little heir reap the benefits. Qian Xiao immediately stood up and slapped Zhong Wanming's hand down, saying, I'm sorry old sir, don't listen to his nonsense. A friend's heart. How much money? I won't sell it. When she finished speaking, she glared fiercely at Zhong Wanming. The old man once again Mo. That sad look. Anyone who looks at the heart is not comfortable. The girl clenched her teeth and refused to give up, saying, don't you guys open a store to seek wealth? It's hard to buy your heart's desire with money. This is my grandfather's lifelong wish. I beg you all. The price is negotiable. Qian Shao did feel a little intolerant. However, it was not her style to take her friends' things and give them out. She still firmly shook her head. The old man said despondently, let's go. Good granddaughter. I know you filial piety. But, forget it, it's me and the teacher's destiny is over. Said the old man also used his sleeve to wipe the corner of his eyes. Hu Yan really can't stand to watch. Said, Shen Lao. In fact, I still have a few of Mr. Zhang's works there. It's just that it's not well preserved, and the quality is a little bit worse. If you like it, I'll go get it right away. The old man jerked around. Really? Hu Yan nodded. 1,000 times true. The old man nodded his head in a hurry. Good, good. Hu Yan said. Then you wait a moment. After that, there was no more nonsense and he directly went out the door. TSK, TSK, TSK. Good hand of borrowing a chicken to lay an egg. Hu Yan did a great job. Zhong Wanming's meaning could be understood by anyone. It means, you guys don't sell, other people Hu Yan sells. I've got a bad eye, so I've got something to kill. Qian Shao saw Qin Zishuan's icy face, and Zhao Peng's gnashing of teeth, and was enraged then. Zhong Wanming, you're blind yourself, so don't make up stories about others. For the sake of my dad, I won't bother with you. However, this is my store, so please respect my friend, okay? Zhong Wanming is not eating 100 beans is not too fishy. In fact, he is testing the attitude of Qian Shao. After this test, the heart, really cool. It seems that Hu Yan, that shameless one, really has a knack for tricking girls. On the one hand, I didn't realize that I'm near the water and he got the moon first. And let's not talk about the open and shut battle here. Not more than half an hour later, Hu Yan came back in a flurry. He opened a cardboard box and took out the things wrapped in gauze inside one by one. Master, take a look. Is there anything you like? Good, good. The old man took a snuff bottle from his granddaughter. This brocade ash pile first appeared on a snuff bottle, and then, because it was too difficult, no one wanted to do it. I think the teacher had nothing to do before this thing was asked about. This crystal snuff bottle material is average. It is a pity that the teacher's craftsmanship, alas. After saying that, the old man put the snuff bottle aside in a precious way. Taking another broken and mended teapot, he looked at it and sighed repeatedly. A total of 4 objects. Not only the material itself is not good, the picture is also some damage. More importantly, these kinds of above, there is no Zheng Dafu's seal. Zhong Wanming did not dare to speak. However, the disdainful demeanor of the corners of his mouth revealed his mentality. Nonsense. You failed in your delusion of making a fortune, haven't you? People didn't look at the same thing. Humph. He saw the old man shaking his head repeatedly and sighing again. Those things were obviously so broken again. It was inevitable to think so. Hu Yan pretends to be invisible. People like Zhong Wanming, you just don't take care of them. The more you give him sunshine, the more he trembles chaotically. And Shen Wancheng's granddaughter, who obviously understands the old man the best, looked at Hu Yan with great sincerity and said, "This big brother, you name a number." Hu Yan thought for a moment and said, "The goods are sold with the knowledge of the family, and it is the old man's teacher's relics. I'll charge a cost price, just 200,000. Zhong Wanming was confused at that time. He really couldn't bear it. Hu Yan, you're too dark. Is it easy for the old man? You just blackmailed him for $200,000? Why don't you go rob? Actually, you can't blame Zhong Wanming for always going crazy with Hu Yan. Before he met Hu Yan, he was a model of young success, having reached the position of vice president of Qian Group at a young age. It would be strange not to be proud. However, it is really difficult for a vice president in the jewelry industry to get in touch with official bigwigs and business giants. His main task is operations and management. This is a long time down the road. Chasing the tube hardly took anyone else seriously except for Chancellor's father. And, during this period of time, Qian Shao's intimate behavior with Hu Yan was challenging his bottom line all the time. There was no failure in the dictionary of a young and ambitious man. Therefore Hu Yan could feel Zhong Wanming's acidic flavor as soon as he saw him. It's normal for people in love to be either crazy or stupid. Therefore, Hu Yan didn't bother with him and just took it as a whisper. However, Hu Yan ignored him, and Zhong Wanming even came on strong. Hu Yan, you're cheating. You're blackmailing. Do you understand? You use the old man's heart's nostalgia for his teacher to extort people. How is your conscience at ease? Qian Shao huffed and puffed and looked at Zhong Wanming. Hu Yan, on the other hand, helped the grandchildren wrap the 4 items again and put them in the box. And in the meantime, he asked Hu Jiasen to find the tape to wrap the box. Shen Wancheng's granddaughter said to Hu Yan, "Brother Hu Yan, can you conveniently add a micro message? I can transfer money to you." Hu Yan nodded his head and friended the girl, immediately receiving a transfer of $200,000. Don't say, Hu Yan, this cold treatment. Successfully again will Zhong Wanming anger. www.zbcxw.cn/novels.com. Zhong Wanming, who had failed to angrily brush his existence, saw everyone ignoring him and looked at the Shen family girl and said, "I say, you child, filial piety is right. But, after spending so much money, what if the old man regrets it when he goes back? Filial piety can't be irrational, right?" The girl nodded politely. "Thank you, Xia brother. If you don't know something, I suggest you look it up online." After saying that, he bowed toward Hu Yan. "Thank you so much. If you have any use for our grandchildren, you can micro-message me, and my family will do their best." Hu Yan shook his head. "You're too polite. Antique trading, willing to fight, not owed to each other, no more than hanging on." The old man seemed to have come back from his memories once again, and looked at Hu Yan. "Not a bad young man. If I could have a granddaughter-in-law like this, I would die with peace of mind." Qin Zixuan's heart trembled for no reason, and she took a few careful glances at the girl. The girl blushed. "Grandpa, don't talk nonsense." The old man laughed and shook his head. The girl looked at Hu Yan again and said, "Brother Hu Yan, in fact, I am also from Zhengcheng University. My name is Shen Moling, also in the archaeology department. We are actually alumni. Contact often when you have time. Okay?" Senior sister Shen Moling, take care of grandpa. After the grandchildren left, the scene was a bit awkward. Zhong Wanming suddenly said, "She called me chivalrous brother. Did she also feel duped, that I am chivalrous?" Qian Shao just couldn't stand it anymore. "People say you're a blind brother. Already blind, still don't go online to see how much people's Hu Yan stuff is worth? No way, I speak for them and she can undermine me?" Unbelieving Zhong Wanming hurriedly looked online. Oh look, but also really shocked out of a cold sweat. It turns out that as the events of Gu Yufan, Sun Tingting and Kylie continue to fester online, all the antiques related to Zheng Dafu went crazy. Even if it's wrecked, it's tens of thousands of dollars minimum to hit the bottom. That is to say that people Hu Yan, Want really conscientious price. And Shin's granddaughter specifically said that she is in archaeology department, is also an allusion to I'm not blind, it's you who's blind. Zhong Wanming suddenly felt all powerless. The few times he had faced Hu Yan, he had lost miserably. What's the matter with you? This is Zhong Wanming's inner reflection at this time, right? The surrounding onlookers, whispering blind brother. When did you go blind? Stabbed Zhong Wanming's heart. A lot had gone wrong that day, and it was getting late. Qian Shower said, Old Hu, I heard that you have been promoted to marketing manager? This is a fat job. How about a treat tonight? Qin Zishuan's eyes lit up and she said to Qian Shower, why don't we go eat a big stall together? It's delicious. It seemed that Missy was still in love with big stalls. Vomit Hu Yan a burst of stomach. Neai. Want to change taste? Big stall delicious. But also cannot always eat is not it? Qian Shower, what's a big stall? Is it as good as the spicy crawfish we had last time? I think that the crawfish I ate with Hu Yan for the first time was quite good. I even snuck out to eat it a few times myself. He. Qin Zishuan stabbed Qian Shower's waist. Sneaking out to eat delicious food by yourself and not calling me? Qian Shower ducked while laughing. You went to eat some big stall, didn't you not call me either? Saying that, he was about to paw at Qin Zishuan's itch. Anyway, it was time to close the store, and all the customers in the store had almost left. The two of them made fun of each other. Seeing two rare on earth, the two special things heckling, is simply a rare welfare of male livestock? Everyone civilized to watch the ball. No one made a sound. Qin Zishuan made a scene and blushed, saying, alright, Xiao Air. The big stall was brought to me by Hu Yan. They sell spicy crawfish there too, and there are so many other delicacies that we haven't eaten before. It's very crowded. Humph, Qian Shower pretended to be angry. Such a good place. You two secretly go there and even avoid me. Say, are you too? Qin Zishuan felt that she had just relaxed a little too much, and the several men's gazes were a little strange. Hurrying to restore the goddess paradigm, Shower, don't talk nonsense, or else, in a while, we still won't take you. Qian Shower, the foodie, immediately wimped out upon hearing this. Behaving well, she tugged at Qin Zishuan's lapel and wouldn't let go. Looking at Zhao Peng, he was dumbfounded and secretly thought, rich people are so pathetic, they don't even know about the big stalls. Alas, Zhong Wanming was just about to say, Missy, that's not where you should go. However, as soon as she opened her mouth, Qian Shower said, Vice President Zhong, you go to the hospital to treat your eyes first. Let's go eat something delicious. Qian Shower was also afraid of Zhong Wanming, lest he was not happy with the food, and hurriedly sent him away. Zhong Wanming, on the other hand, gave Hu Yan a hard look and felt that all of this was Hu Yan's fault. When they arrived at the night market, Hu Yan found a table with Fairy Lake in front of them and the bustling crowd behind them. After Zhao Peng helped clean the table and chairs, Qian Shower pulled Qin Zishuan to sit down. This place is so nice, with the cool fall breeze, looking at the peaceful Fairy Lake, and so many delicious food. No wonder there are so many people. I just wonder, before, how come I didn't know that there is such a nice place? Of course Qin Zishuan knew what was going on. Their origins and circle of life were destined to make it impossible for them to have the opportunity to come to such a place. We are not the same you have to thank old Hu for this. If you don't know him I guess no one would bring us to a place like this. Qin Zishuan was telling the truth. Those who approached them, whether they were considered from above or below, would do their utmost to show off their strength. Who would be fine with dropping the ball and bringing them to a place like this? Zhao Peng really can't help it, pulling Hu Yan to run a long way before laughing out loud. Old Hu, you're really something. When people invite young ladies, they want to go to the best place, but they don't appreciate it. You're good. You took care of it at the stall. I'm really impressed. Hey, Hu Yan said. That's true. In the future, learn from brother. Say you're fat. You're still wheezing. The brothers hooked shoulders and walked inside. Hu Yan to buy the memory of Qin Zishuan loved to eat a few things. Let Zhao Peng to buy crayfish and Hu Jiasen loved to eat. Hu Jiasen sat next to the two superb beauties and was also confused. Is this how my brother managed to get the two sisters-in-law? Until now, she didn't see who exactly was Hu Yan's girlfriend. This is the task that mom and dad gave them when they came out, to make sure they knew who was their daughter-in-law. However, although a lot of things happened on this day, what Hu Jiasen's eyes saw was that the two great beauties were both vying to defend Hu Yan. To say it's a friend seems a bit much. To say girlfriend? Two girlfriends together who don't fight? Could it be that there really is such a copycat? Hu Jiasen watched her brother's performance for a day, and her brother, who originally felt normal, changed. It became a bit strange to her. Moreover, she felt the deep malice of this society. The capable brother can embrace the right and the left, but the incapable one is bullied and has to rely on his two sisters-in-law to relieve him. Huawei classic ringtones in Hu Jusun saw her mom's caller ID and hurriedly excused herself. I'm going to take a call. Qian Shower, don't go too far. Qin Zixuan, pay attention to safety. Okay, I know, the two of you. Hu Jusun covered her mouth and nearly blurted out what she was thinking in her heart. The two of you sister-in-law. You guys talk first. Walking over to the lake, Hu Jusun picked up the phone. Ka-hin. See your brother? See, Mrs. Hu asked again. Have you seen Xiao Er and Zi Xian? Hu Jusun, they're not far from me. My brother invited them for dinner. So, who exactly is your brother's girlfriend? As expected, Yang Yajun was still most concerned about her son's marriage. Mom, you are too biased. I've just arrived in Jiangchang and you don't ask me how I'm doing? Hu Jiasun pouted. Good, how are you doing? Yang Yajun said. Hu Jiasun thought about what happened today, and finally said, I'm quite fine. Sister Xiaoer and Sister Zixuan are taking special care of me. Yang Yajun said, that's right, with your brother and your two sisters-in-law. What can you do? Still fighting for favor? Hu Jiasun was confused. Two sisters-in-law, you can really dare to think. You do not know. These two big beautiful women that spend money, like with money has a grudge. Yang Yajun hurriedly asked. Don't say that useless. You in the end see out. Who is your brother's girlfriend? No. Hu Jiasun relived the day's events once again, and in the end, she felt powerless. Mom, I'm sorry, Yang Yajun's voice immediately rushed. What's wrong? Could it be that none of them are your brother's girlfriend? Can you hear me out? The way I see it, they're all pretty good to my brother, but I've never had a boyfriend, so how can I tell? Hey, you girl, you said you were fine when you went out. Surely you just know you've gone crazy and forgotten all about it. Not at all. While mother and daughter were bickering, Qian Shower and Qin Zixuan shouted, Jiasun, the delicious food is here. Come back quickly. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Ugh, yes. After Hu Jiasun agreed, she said into the phone, Mom, my sisters-in-law are calling me. I won't talk to you for now. Yang Yajun was full of question marks. Sister-in-law. When Hu Jiasun came back, the table was full of her favorite food. It couldn't be helped that ordinary families, the stuff from the stalls, were some of their fondest memories as children. Even when I grow up and don't eat for a long time, I think about it often. Qian Shower had been raving about it ever since she started eating it. Qin Zixuan squinted her eyes and asked her from time to time, how is it? Delicious, isn't it? Qian Shower nodded while eating, afraid of wasting time. However, Hu Jiasun observed carefully and still found a difference. Qian Shower and Qin Zixuan, even when they were eating a large stall, were so gentle and elegant. Living and breathing, they had eaten the big stall with the ceremonial feeling of a French meal. This is the kind of education that the children of rich families receive, isn't it? Invisibly, the two young ladies, again, taught Hu Jiasun a lesson. All of this, Hu Yan saw in his eyes. He felt that his sister had made the right choice. In the future, Jiasun's taste in life would definitely be different. There are some things that have to be recognized. Children from ordinary families, even if the external conditions are good, compared to the children of other rich families, they still lack some substance. These, so that always loved his sister Hu Yan, suddenly have the urge to earn money. He, very much want to let his sister live a good life. Also, Zhao Peng, who grew up alone. After eating for a while, Qian Shower covered her stomach, which hadn't rumbled at all, and said, so full, it's simply holding me up. True to form, she is rarely eating this much. Today is considered to be a complete indulgence. Unlike Qin Zixuan, even if she loves to eat, she still eats very little of each. www.zbcxw.cn The pace of modern life is all about keeping your cell phone in your hand. Qian Shower, who had just finished wiping his hands, immediately flipped through his cell phone. Today, her new store opened, and many of her friends cuddled up and sent the video of the time inside the circle of friends. The sound of non-stop likes attracted Qian Shower. Looking at the funny day, Qian Shower smiled happily. Hu Yan, thank you so much. Today, you and Xian really gave me enough face. Hu Yan laughed. Between us, do we still need to be so polite? Qian Shower nodded. I love that. However, you guys don't understand. In fact, what happened today quickly reached my father's ears. What kind of friends I get along with and what I've done. This is all something he cares about. No, he specifically sent a message to praise me, so I must thank you. That said, she showed everyone the Microsoft chat logs. Dad, Xiaoer. The sparrow is small but all its organs are in one place. The operation of a small store is as good as a person's big picture view. Well done. Dad is proud of you. Little air toys. Dad, it's my friend who's awesome. I didn't do anything. Dad, making the right friends is an eye-opener and part of strength. No need to get ahead of yourself. Go for it. Little air toy, what do you reward me for being so good? Dad, last time, you told me about that sports car. I ordered it for you. Cole's Toys, thanks. Dad, laughing, Hu Jiasun and Zhao Ping looked shocked. The life of the second generation of the rich. It is really not something they can guess in vain. Huin said, congratulations. Qin Zishuan just smiled. She should have guessed it already. Suddenly, Qian Shower said, Old Hu, I'm sorry for embarrassing you with the Zhong Wanming matter. Hu Yan shook his head. It's fine. I can see that he was like that because he likes you. He treats me as a love rival. So that's good enough. In the animal world, they fight to the death for mating rights. It's not like my life is in danger. So I'm grateful that he didn't bite me. He. Qian Shower picked up the ball of paper on the table and threw it at Hu Yan. You're bad. Qin Zishuan explained, you guys have to understand Shower. Zhong Wanming was arranged by Shower's father to be by Shower's side. On the one hand, it's to assist Xiao in her endeavors. And on the other hand, it's to allow Xiao to learn from the other person's strengths, at the same time shielding each other's shortcomings. Therefore, it was necessary to find someone like Zhong Wanming, whose strengths and weaknesses were obvious. This was also a test of Xiao imperial ability. Therefore, Xiao was unable to do anything too out of the ordinary to Zhong Wanming. Otherwise, it will make the old man feel that the boy has no tolerance for others. Everyone realized that what people see is the glamorous side of the rich second generation. In fact, that is only the tip of the iceberg. And, it's just the tip of the iceberg. Chen Shower smilingly wrapped her arms around Qin Zishuan. Actually, I originally didn't know about it, and several times I had to drive Zhong Wanming away. It was Xian who told me about this. Qin Zishuan smiled bitterly and shook her head. Qian Shower said with a big grin, what are you afraid of? There are no outsiders here. Oh, everyone smiled and nodded. Qian Shower wrapped her arm around Qin Zishuan's and said, it's still our Xian who's the best. Qin Zishuan shook her head and said, awesome what? You don't know how frazzled I was when I just took over those businesses. It turns out that the things I learned abroad may not be applicable at home. It's old who's awesome. If he hadn't helped me, it's hard to say if I'd still have a chance to be the heir of Tianhai now. Yes so, Qian Shower had a dazed expression. If I strengthen old Hu over, maybe, my brother isn't as powerful as me. In the future, I can also inherit the family business. Saying that, she specially moved her chair and turned to Hu Yan's side, wrapping her arm around Hu Yan's shoulder. Hu Yan looked embarrassed and glanced at Qin Zishuan. Qin Zishuan glanced confidently at Qian Shower. Everything else can be conceded. Old Hu is mine. No one can steal it from me. Ever since Qian Shower mentioned Hu Yan, Hu Jiasun was watching with a nervous face. She really wants to see something in the clues. Is this the start of a declaration of ownership? Qian Shower held about her small mouth. Very innocent look. Said, Xian, you have changed. Before, what good things? You let me. Qin Zishuan smiled and said, yes, it's also possible now. And in the future, it will still be possible. Xian Zilton's eyes lit up at that moment. Really? Then, you let me have old Hu. Qin Zishuan smiled wryly. Things can be allowed. But, old Hu, he's not a thing. Ha ha ha. Everyone laughed. Chen Shower stomped her foot and seemed angry. Qin Zishuan said, but well, if you're in trouble, I can lend you old Hu. Hu Jiasun's eyes widened. Do all rich people play like this? Then, wouldn't it be hard for old brother? Qian Shower laughed. That's more like it. Hey. She turned to old Hu and wrapped her arms tighter around him. It's not easy for dad to praise me. So tell me, my store, how can I run it down to make a steady profit? This? Hu Yan thought for a moment. In fact, Hu Yan listed a series of scenarios in his mind. After each type of plan was organized, a corresponding number would appear. This was also something he realized after reading Qin Zishuan's corporate plan. Hu Yan finger knocking on the table, after thinking for several minutes, said, your so-called adult toys. In fact, the main home accessories, office accessories, as well as decorations and so on a few categories. I think, if you just buy to play, that want to fire is very difficult. You can only rely on customers to walk into the store by chance and see their favorite items. The road is too narrow. Qian Shower shook Hu Yan's arm. You said, how can I get people to take the initiative to buy my stuff? It's not a matter of money. I mainly want to show dad my achievements. If I really make money, I can give you consultant fees. Hu Yan smiled and said, what consultant fee nonsense? We are friends. Out of the idea still need money? Qian Shower said fervently, that's not good. Payoffs are a source of stimulating inspiration. In this way, you will have a sense of accomplishment, and you will have better ideas in the future. Otherwise, there's nothing, and in the future, you'll slowly get lazy. Hu Yan pretended to be surprised and said, I'll go. You said it in such a reasonable way. Qian Shaoer raised her little face. That's true. My dad taught me that. Qin Zishuan smiled and shook her head at her disbelief. In contrast, it was Hu Yan and the others who were quite thoughtless. That's kind of the bottom line. Often the drying up of friends' ideas is that they don't see anything accomplished. Hu Yan said, it's like this. I think that you can create a high-end gift store. After all, most of the items I've looked at are suitable for stores to display. It's also suitable for gifting friends and family. When Hu Yan said this, not only Qian Shaoer, but even Qin Zishuan's eyes lit up. Qin Zishuan said, the general direction is right. You can get a team to do detailed plans and marketing strategies. I think it won't be long before Uncle Chen will be impressed. Qian Shaoer nodded vigorously. I also believe that, when my goods become the best choice for gifting to each other, it will be hard not to make money. Old Hu, you're too good, love you to death. It was at this time that Hu Jiasun and Zhao Peng reacted. It turned out that the rich second generation that was so disdainful in their eyes had such sensitive nerves. It seems that many times, people say grapes are sour when they can't eat them. We have to know that people who have seen so much of the world under the influence of influence can be worse off than the average family. It's not logical at all. In fact, it was the same as they were shocked at Qian Shaoer's performance. Qin Zishuan was even more shocked by Hu Yan's performance. The ability to catch the best direction of the market at a moment's notice is the kind of big-picture thinking that can't be learned from a book. Moreover, the reason why Qin Zishuan was so agreeable to Hu Yan's idea, that was, hadn't she just gone through the difficult gift-giving thing? In fact, the habit of giving gifts to each other has a long history in the country. Almost everyone has had this difficulty. If like Hu Yan to plan, looking for famous craftsmasters, book artists, etc. Plus some ordinary people are difficult to buy rare things, the small or toys, make a gift of the whole store without repetition, really not fire or difficult. It's true that the genius eye value is different, Qin Zishuan thought secretly. After talking late into the night, everyone had a good time. Originally, Hu Yan wanted Hu Jiasun to live with him. However, Qian Shaoer said that it was inconvenient for the two of them to be big men. She was also living by herself, which was weirdly boring, and must have Hu Jiasun stay with her. It was good for Hu Yan to think about it. Spending time with Qian Shaoer and Qin Zishuan, Hu Jiasun could definitely learn a lot. So, it was agreed. When they returned to Tianhai home, Qin Zishuan said that she wanted to talk to Hu Yan alone. So Zhao Peng knowingly went upstairs by himself first. Hu Yan's heart thumped. Today, he was really quite satisfied with his performance. It also felt out that Qin Zishuan was satisfied with him as well. Xiu Kai Hua Xiu was almost done. Could it be that old Qin was overwhelmed by my talent? As Hu Yan was thinking beautifully, Qin Zishuan asked, how is the corporate planning for the acquisition of Yangcheng Chemical looking? Nonsense. Am I overthinking this? On the highway to Yangcheng, Qin Zishuan glanced at the sleeping Hu Yan. To be honest, because she had gotten up early, Qin Zishuan was also quite sleepy. However, she couldn't sleep anyhow. The answer Hu Yan gave the night before was just as she had expected. It was the most promising and the most difficult path. However, while Hu Yan said that he could eliminate her hidden worries, Qin Zishuan still had no bottom in her heart. After all, Wu Zhanghua has been the plant manager of Yangcheng Chemical for decades, and his roots are deep-rooted, so it's not that easy to bring down. Inside the intertwined relationship, is not a nonsense sentence, teach me, can make Qin Zishuan can rest assured? Sometimes, Qin Zishuan really envied Qian Shaoer, having two brothers. She didn't have to inherit the family business, she just had to enjoy herself. There was also the personality of trusting Hu Yan unconditionally, not thinking about it, and just doing what Hu Yan's ideas told her to do. Unlike her, in order for her aging father to stop working, not wanting to give away the foundation created by her grandfather and father, she had to do everything she could to take over the business. Qin Zishuan envied Hu Yan even more, a fledgling college student. However, it seemed to have a unique eye for everything around him, a venomous vision that seemed to be able to penetrate the essence of everything as if it could trace back to the origin. Now, remembering that when Hu Yan had just gotten on the bus, he had mentioned to her that he had been drinking with the appraisers last night, Qin Zishuan still couldn't help but curl the corners of her mouth. Huin said that everyone was pretty much drunk by then. What I was too embarrassed to ask before. I have said, www.zbcxw.cn-starred-novels.com. Everyone agreed that Hu Yan was really a legendary appraiser, and it would be a loss to go into marketing. However, Hu Yan explained that the position of appraiser remained. Everyone could look for him if they had an object they couldn't read. In this way, everyone was relieved. In the end, however, everyone's point of curiosity was why Hu Yan seemed to be able to have the unique vision of penetrating the surface of things and pointing straight to the inside. For example, a camouflaged box of Wanwali, the previously unheard of skill of betting on stones. And the video that caught fire before. The treasure hidden inside the oil hammer bottle. All of this made the appraisers feel that Hu Yan was both mysterious and bullish. Wang Quanqing said, Hu Yan, say it, let everyone have a long insight. Later, not also for the company to create more benefits? The implication is that, in the future, that is your company. We all powerful. In the future, is not for you to serve? Hu Yan glanced at Wang Chuanqing's lewd eyes and guessed that he was driving in his mind again. However, this problem was one that Hu Yan could not avoid and had to face. If you don't say it, it'll sound pretentious. Say it? Say what? Tell people that I can tell the price of an object straight away? Odds are, even if they did say it, no one would believe it. On the contrary, it made everyone think that he was doing it perfunctorily. So, Hu Yan looked like he was thinking seriously and said, I said it, so don't undermine me. How could we? We can't thank you enough. That's, in fact, in our business. It's just that some people can't let go. So much so that they leave a lot of know-how in the coffin. The talent is getting less and less. No, to say the least, technology has advanced nowadays. But this industry, it's not something that can be replaced by modern technology. It still depends on enlightenment and specialization. A true hobby is the only way to go far. Being pushed to this point, it was impossible for Hu Yan not to say anything. But it's no good not making things up. It's like this. Whenever I can't see it, I use my senses to feel it. A truly good thing, even if it's veiled, you can still feel its extraordinary nature from its aura. Just like people. Those who really have great ability don't need to prove it. A word, a move, a feeling that is all natural, will naturally be discovered by those with wisdom. For a moment, the room was filled with silence. Hu Yan was old and embarrassed at that time. He felt that what he said was really too godly. Even he didn't believe it. When speaking to Qin Zishuan, Hu Yan naturally didn't mention that he could tell the prices of things. When she said this, Qin Zishuan was also flabbergasted. However, what Hu Yan didn't expect was that after a while, everyone applauded and resounded with endless shouts of approval. I feel the same way. When exposed to a category for a long time, it's like being able to communicate with your soul. Exactly. Sometimes, it's just that I think that thing is good. But what's so good about it? I really can't say. But, after really collecting it once I'm ruthless, I slowly study it, and then I find out the wonderful thing in it. Yes, yes, yes. Deep in my heart, there are times when you look at something that clearly looks good to your eyes. But, in your heart, you just can't get it right. In the end, it's collected, dumbfounded, it's just a high-class imitation. Alas. Hu Yan laughed at the time and told Qin Zishuan, actually, I just made it up, and I didn't expect that they would all still think that I was their confidant. You say it's funny or not? At that time, Qin Zishuan, however, said with a serious face, it's not funny at all. I also want to know, how on earth did you find those things good? Especially like the oil hammer bottle and the jade raw material. This is simply a problem for the ages. Hu Yan haunted his head then and said, it's really just intuition. It's just a feeling that it has that value. Qin Zishuan glared at Hu Yan, but did not retort. At the time, she was thinking, that, right there, is genius, isn't it? Now, Qin Zishuan looked at Hu Yan, who was sitting on the co-pilot, sleeping soundly, but she couldn't help but smile. Those unruly old codgers let Hu Yan somehow fool them, and they even regarded them as confidants? Isn't it funny? After thinking about this, Qin Zishuan suddenly felt the inexplicable uneasiness disappear. It wasn't long before she too fell asleep. And, sleeping peacefully, by the time they opened their eyes, they had already arrived at Yangchang. Once the pride of Yang City, it covered a vast area, creeping like a giant beast on the earth. Qin Zishuan suddenly felt confident that she had the ability to make this business, which had been stale and silent for years, rejuvenated once again. When they arrived at the entrance of the chemical plant, Qin Zishuan and her group received an extremely grand welcome. Qin Zishuan had a deep understanding of Wu Zhonghua's ability to engage in face-saving projects. Surrounded by the crowd, they entered the conference room. It was worth mentioning that when Wu Zhonghua saw Hu Yan, his face visibly stuttered. After that, a subtle nod passed. He, which is confident enough in himself, full of factory cadres, large and small, most of them were promoted by him. Even if he had some beef with Hu Yan, Wu Zhonghua felt that he couldn't turn over any waterworks. As the saying goes, a strong dragon cannot suppress a snake. Wu Zhonghua felt that even after the reorganization, Tianhai Group still rely on him to take the helm. After all, the Tianhai Group are all amateurs. Do not want to capsize, then you have to be obedient. Price-wise, there is nothing left to negotiate. Wu Zhonghua also communicated with the county leaders. The leaders' meaning is that it is already a miracle to find the Tianhai Group. It's much better than not being able to run the business and just going out of business. And the thousands of people in the factory are still waiting to eat. Although the level is almost the same. But, after all, the position is different. The general direction. Wu Zhenghua still must listen to the county leaders. Otherwise, really one day, the factory closed down. This pot can be his own one-person top. Since price was no longer an issue, the acquisition went smoothly and was easily handed over. By the time the notary had finished announcing the results, the large factory, which was a collective body, had become a private enterprise. After the comrades in the relevant departments have been cheered, it is time to close the door and resolve internal conflicts. Qin Zishuan on stage. I declare that from this moment onwards, Yangcheng Chemical is officially renamed Tianhai Chemical. After a not-so-loud round of applause, Qin Zishuan continued, let's be ugly up front. From today onwards, the factory will not keep idle, lazy, and incapable people. However, for those who are truly capable, we will only reuse them, and we will reward anyone who shines for this factory with even more generous compensation. Wu Zhenghua led the way, standing up and raising his hands in a high-profile ovation. Sure enough, the applause was thunderous. The contrast between the before and after seemed as if it had been rehearsed long ago. It made the people of Tianhai Group compelled to pay attention to his existence. This, too, was considered to be a blow to Qin Zishuan. However, although Qin Zishuan is a woman, the unyielding personality in her bones, but still Wu Huyen proposed the fifth set of plans out. I have decided that there will be a major change in leadership. These few words were like igniting a dynamite barrel, and the crowd instantly boiled over. A big change? Doesn't it say the treatment doesn't stay the same? Yes. Didn't factory director Wu say that the salary package can only go up but not down? It's fine. With factory director Wu around, we shouldn't be treated badly, right? Anyways, we've been working in this factory for most of our lives. Qin Zishuan raised her hand, and Wu Zhenghua shouted, silence, it's everyone's. No one can take it. Don't worry, everyone. Sure enough, the crowd quieted. Qin Zishuan continued, not only does the leadership have to be changed, but, as I said before, do not raise idle people. Previously, those who relied on connections and were grandpas at home and didn't go to work to receive their paychecks. I'm sorry, from this moment on, you are no longer employees of Tianhai Chemical. Wow, the crowd boiled again. There are quite a few Qin Zishuan's mouth of those who eat idle rice in this itself. Just have a name in the factory, never see work. If there are benefits, they rush forward. And if there are no benefits for the work, they never reach out. There are plenty of people who don't see eye to eye, but even if they do, so what? Doesn't every business like that one, face this problem? But, it's because it's all the same, so they never feel like anyone can do anything to them. However, nowadays, Tianhai Group's strong acquisition, the first knife, is directly cut them, completely did not consider the emotions behind their dependents. Wu Zhenghua's face, which had just been springing to life, changed instantly. Mr. Qin, people are everlasting, and there is no greater good than for a child to change his or her ways. Could it be that you really don't intend to give everyone a chance to reform? Qin Zishuan sneered. Who are you to speak for them? Qin Zishuan finished. Who are you to be speaking for them? Immediately afterward, hundreds of workers stood up. Our plant manager. Why can't we talk? We recognize factory director Wu as our factory director. If it's anyone else, we'll go on strike. Right, not only strike, we'll go to the county government and make them give us a statement. I've been wounded for the factory. I sweated for the factory. I gave my youth for the factory. Obviously, none of these people's lines are made up off the cuff, and doing superficial work. Wu Zhenghua is such a professional. Qin Zishuan's face was like frost. I take it you guys are non-violent? As soon as Qin Zishuan's words fell, Hu Yan walked directly to Wu Zhenghua's side. Plant Director Wu, isn't it time to go to the bathroom? Wu Zhenghua glanced at Hu Yan. What? Trying to bribe me? No way. I'll tell you. I was in charge of this factory before, and I'll still be in charge in the future. Don't think that just because you hugged Tianhai Group's thigh, you can flaunt your authority. You're just a fox pretending to be a tiger. In the future, your father, he'll still have to work under my nose. Humph. Hu Yan's eyes narrowed slightly, containing an invisible killing aura. Wu Zhenghua, I think you should go to the outhouse. There are too many farts. Can't get it right. You'll have to poop soon. Don't pollute the venue. Wu Zhenghua shot up. The last time he was in the hotel, he was scared out of his wits by Hu Yan breaking the bottle. However, at that time, he gave himself the excuse that he couldn't afford to talk to an unseen punk kid. However, today is different. Now, it is his Wu Zhenghua's home turf. Wu Zhenghua was certain that as soon as he made a move, Hu Yan would be trampled to death by the crowd. In the end, It would just end up as a stampede or something, and he wouldn't even be able to find the perpetrator. Wu Zhanghua snapped, "Little brat, don't give your face away. What you did today will most likely make you regret it for the rest of your life. Do you believe it?" Hu Yan was also too lazy to talk nonsense with him. Directly opened his cell phone and showed Wu Zhanghua a photo with the best and clearest shooting angle. It was the same footage that Hu Yan's siblings captured in the underground parking lot of Jindal Mall back in the day. After Wu Zhanghua saw the person inside the photo, immediately the arrogant flames were like being doused with ice water. However, he is, after all, a veteran of the battlefield. Since Hu Yan told him to say go say, then there may be a turnaround. After obediently walking into the office building with Hu Yan stopped in front of the window, took out a cigarette and lit it, and started puffing up, not even looking at Wu Zhanghua. Wu Zhanghua himself also lit a, after a few puffs, leisurely said, "In fact, between us, is just a small cannot be small misunderstanding. You see, this period of time, I'm not to your father is also quite good. Did not give him what small shoes? Don't worry, in the future, I will give your family's old who better treatment." Hu Yan still didn't look at him, but threw a thick pile of information in his hand directly into Wu Zhonghua's face. Snap, Wu Zhonghua's face was on fire. Wu Zhanghua, who just wanted to have a seizure, saw a few chapters of photos that fell out from inside the material. If it was just the photo in Hu Yan's hand, then Wu Zhanghua wouldn't be afraid. After all, the female lead in the picture, Tanning, is their factory workers. The photo is mainly the person. The photo is mainly about the person. So you can just find an excuse to get rid of it. But, now otherwise, what fell to the ground was a set of continuous shots. That hot image was something he couldn't talk his way out of rounding up. It's a presence that can be used as evidence in a court of law. Wu Zhanghua immediately came down in a cold sweat, shivering as he flipped through a thick pile of information. Inside there are all kinds of evidence of his unpleasantness. There is the use of power for personal gain. There are deductions from the wages of workers. There are using the resources in hand to buy and sell the office. And so on the bad deeds. These are not yet Wu Zhonghua's greatest fear. After all, he does things very old-fashioned. Those things, it is difficult to find sufficient evidence. What scares him the most is that it contains evidence of Tan Ying's signature. Tanning is known as a flower of Yangcheng chemical industry and has been on Wu Zhonghua's mind ever since he met her. She was married to a socialite, but her fate was not favorable. That bastard is called Wang Shanglu, nicknamed Wangermu. In the old days, he was the one who used to cut people with a knife. The Tan family owed money to the Wang family, and when Wang Meilu went to the Wang family to collect the debt, he immediately fell in love with Tan Ying, who was like a flower at that time. At that time, the Tan family was really in difficulty and had no choice but to let Tan Ying marry Wang Meilu as a daughter-in-law. At that time, after the marriage, the idol Wang, it did not take long to lose the family business. However, he did find a way to find Wu Zhanghua. Then after that, both Wang Meilu and Tan Ying went to work at Yangcheng Chemical Factory. However, it is Tan Ying herself who actually goes to work, and Wang Meilu is either mahjong or paigao poker every day. Almost never goes to work. His mission is that whoever dares to question Wu Zhanghua, that person will be out of luck. In other words, he's a mad dog raised by Wu Zhanghua. However, even if this Wang Marilu had a million things wrong with him, he had the only good thing about him. That is, he is genuinely good to his daughter-in-law. When Tamming commutes to work, there's sure to be a hot meal waiting for her at home. Hu Yan, when he got this information, he had to admire Qin Zixuan's means of doing things. It was because Qin Zixuan had sent someone to investigate Wu Zhanghua after Hu Yan had shown her those photos. How? Hu Yan said, "We don't even need to go through the officials. Just mail this handprint and autographed information from Tan Ying to Wang Erdonkey." Hu Yan compared Wu Zhonghua's head with the palm of his hand, and estimated, "You'll have to open your head." Wu Zhonghua knew what kind of goods Wang Yanlu was. They gave themselves as a mad dog to bite people. That was because they hadn't offended him. If he knew that he was green by Wu Zhonghua, then he would definitely waste him. "Say, what do you guys want?" Wu Zhonghua seemed to have instantly aged a few dozen years. Hu Yan said, "You've sat in this position and you've gotten what you should have gotten. Now, it's time for you to be offended. If you don't want to get nothing, cooperate with General Manager Qin." Next, Hu Yan threw his cigarette away, not even looking at Wu Zhonghua's face. Once again, he took out a file and placed it on the windowsill. Wu Zhanghua saw the words Wu Shaoshan written on it, immediately piled up. That is her only daughter. Has never worked a day of work. The salary is several times that of other people. After going back, the venue was still in disarray. Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan looked at each other and nodded. Qin Zixuan took a leisurely sip of the tea, which tasted quite good. It didn't take long for Wu Zhanghua to return. After walking to his position, he directly picked up the microphone and said loudly, "Yangcheng Chemical Plant. was once the pride of Yangcheng people. Why did it get to this point today? It's that there are a lot of assholes in it. Quiet. Deadly quiet. Wu Zhenghua continued, the chemical plant is a national enterprise, the source of our livelihood, our home. However, it's amazing that some people are destroying it. I cannot tolerate it. Now, I announce that, led by Wu Xiaoshan and the others, the factory idlers, all those who have not paid for the factory, are dismissed from their labor positions. A brief silence followed by a storm of noise. On what grounds? What good are you? Don't you know yourself? Don't think you can save yourself by firing your own daughter. We're going to sue. You bastard. Spit out the favor you took from us. When everyone was tired of shouting, Wu Zhenghua raised his hands high and pressed down. I'll give you an answer. Wu Zhenghua, who picked up the microphone again, seemed to have trouble bearing the weight of the microphone. I, Wu Zhenghua, can't absolve myself of the blame for the chemical plant's desire to end up in this situation. Therefore, I take the blame and resign. The people who had just been making a lot of noise were instantly silent. Their daughter was expelled and resigned herself. What can you do to them? At this time, Qin Zixuan immediately said, any more loud clamorers, blow them out immediately. Dismissal is dealt with. Aside from those who knew they were no good, they followed Wu Zhenghua's lead and came despondently after driving away. The rest of them listened carefully to Qin Zixuan's next words in a disciplined manner. They know that Yangcheng Chemical is already in the past, and from now on, Tianhai Chemical is no longer a place to mingle. In the evening, the office of the director of the Tianhai Chemical plant, Qin Zixuan asked Wang Peng, how is it? What other difficulties are there? Wang Peng, the former marketing manager of Tianhai Pawn Shop, Qin Zixuan's right-hand man, after being replaced by Hu Yan in his original position, he was officially appointed as the director of Tianhai Chemical Factory. Wang Peng thought for a moment and said, in addition to the leadership team, there are still some residual poison has not been cleared. The other is nothing. Qin Zixuan looked at Hu Yan, who nodded and handed Wang Peng a list. These are the ones I find problematic. Keep an eye on them. Use them if you can change them. If not, just replace them. Wang Peng looked at Hu Yan in disbelief. How did you know? Hu Yan explained. I'm from Yangcheng myself, and my father works in this factory. Therefore, I know the people in here very well. Actually, that's not realistic at all. How could Hu Yan, who was in school at the time, understand a large factory with thousands of employees? However, Hu Yan's eyes after he evolved could tell the luck trends of people and things. When Qin Zixuan was holding the conference, his main task was to remove all unstable factors. Hu Yan thought about how these people would develop in the future of Tianhai Chemical. Immediately numbers appeared above everyone's head. The red ones are the ones that should be left behind. The ones with a big span, proving that there's a future development, and, definitely, a contribution to the factory. The black ones should not be kept. The ones with a large span are potential threats and must be fired outright. Sure enough, looking at the densely packed names, also labeled the direction of development of each person. Go and stay recommendations. Wang Peng felt convinced that he had lost. Wang Peng is certainly unconvinced. Hu Yan also fought hard in order to fight this battle. Suitable to stay. He tried to adjust the department to see those people's fortunes. Almost helped everyone to find the most suitable position now. As long as Wang Peng didn't mess around, Tianhai Chemical, before long, would once again become the pride of Yangcheng. And, those who have been in power in this plant will repent. Qin Zixuan said, Wang Peng, personnel scheduling, just do exactly what Hu Yan says. I believe in your abilities. Hu Yan made a military order with me on this. Next year, if the production value doesn't double, Hu Yan is willing to deduct all of his own salary to compensate. Hu Yan was dumbfounded. When did I say that? What I said seems to be that there must be nothing wrong with this being done this way. Otherwise you dish mine out. However, it was impossible for Hu Yan to pout old Qin's face at this juncture. Yes, it's what I said. However, isn't it true that there's a reward coming for reaching what I said? Qin Zixuan said, that's for sure. Making a clear distinction between rewards and punishments has always been my style. Wang Peng, if you don't carry it out properly, you'll be docked 1 year's salary. Are you okay with that? Wang Peng stood up and stated, no problem. However, just at this time, a discordant voice appeared. Mr. Qin, I think that it's a bit arbitrary for you to do so. This person, Hu Yan noticed when he came. He had been sitting next to Qin Zixuan when he had just gotten on the bus. All of Qin Zixuan's documents were also placed inside his briefcase. Even, Hu Yan felt that it was this person who had dug up those unseemly things about Wu Zhenghua. Hu Yan remembered that his name was Qin Chu. Thinking back to the conversation he had with Wang Peng, Hu Yan felt that he was also the Qin family's vegetarian who was specially trained for Qin Zixuan. Because, Hu Yan looked at his value of 15,000. Normally speaking, It was impossible for such a poor man to appear by Qin Zishuan's side. The only explanation was that he was just like Wang Peng before him. Neither had any property of their own. Wang Peng didn't get his own private property until he was eliminated from the game. And, in the beginning, in Wang Peng's explanation, the only people who are qualified to be surnamed Qin are those in the first sequence. Because, that's even more convenient. Really become a dragon son-in-law of the Qin family. Don't even need the child to change his surname. Hu Yan had thus carefully sized up Qin Chu. And Hu Yan himself felt that in terms of looks, the two sides were not on par. I guess. Of course, from the eyes of the opposite sex, Hu Yan felt that perhaps his own valuation of himself was slightly higher. Well, just a little bit. What about the others? Unlike what Qin Zishuan had seen, Hu Yan had not slept well all the way here. He had been following the interaction between Qin Chu and Qin Zishuan. It seemed as if Qin Chu was the Qin family's personal secret technique allotted to Qin Zishuan. When he thought of the secret art, Hu Yan naturally couldn't sleep well. As the saying goes, there's something the secretary does. Nothing. www.zbcxw.cn-starred-novels.com. Nonsense, shoot, old Qin has nothing to do. However, from Qin Zishuan's behavior, it seemed that she did not treat this Qin Chu well. But then again, it seems to value his opinion. Even though Qin Zishuan didn't say so. However, after Qin Zishuan decided on something, she would look at Qin Chu to judge. It should be like this. Perhaps a provocation? Hu Yan was not sure. At this time, the opportunity came. Hu Yan was eager to see what Qin Zishuan had already decided. Whether this Qin Chu had the ability to change her original intention. Qin Zishuan raised an eyebrow and said, "Qin Chu, do you think you're wrong there?" Qin Chu had a pampered and calm demeanor. "It's like this. I think that those factory talents, after all, have been in their original positions for many years. The so-called specialization is just that. If we move rashly, it will cause unnecessary losses." As Hu Yan's senior appraiser and marketing manager, from the information, it seems that Mr. Hu's appraisal ability is beyond reproach. However, in terms of distribution, it is open to evaluation. After all, he hasn't taken office yet, and everyone hasn't seen his results yet. Misery's words were not condescending. It seemed to be merely stating a fact. However, no one here was stupid. He said cryptically, "Hu Yan, you are in charge of too many things. Could it be that 2 positions aren't enough to keep you busy? There are so many professionals planning for Tianhai Chemical. Do you still need to talk too much?" Hu Yan naturally heard him, but he didn't speak first. He wanted to see Qin Zishuan's attitude. Qin Zishuan glanced at Hu Yan and saw that the other party was looking at him with a smile. Immediately, she said, "Hu Yan is a consultant I've specially hired. The information in your hands may be complete. It even includes much of Hu Yan's life from birth to yesterday, some of which I didn't even know about. However, what Hu Yan has shown people is just the tip of the iceberg of his abilities." Hu Yan modestly said, "Mr. Qin, you are too kind. This is a formal occasion." Hu Yan can't call old Qin. Surprisingly to Hu Yan, Qin Chu didn't seem to have any opposition to Qin Zishuan's words. It was like stating a matter that had nothing to do with himself. "I trust Mr. Qin's vision, but the mall is like a battlefield. What I mean is that Mr. Qin should have his own judgment instead of being superstitious about a person's potential. After all, people haven't seen manager who have any special talents in this area, right?" That got to the point when Qin Zishuan came. In fact, wasn't she also worried about this matter? Before, actually, what Hu Yan said about solving the problem naturally did not refer to what Wu Zhenghua said alone. The solution to Wu Zhenghua is already on the table. The real trouble is the mess that will be left behind when Wu Zhenghua is swept away. One of the most difficult things to control was the personnel. Once good people who were truly capable and virtuous were wrongly dealt with, then the impact would be so great that it would be impossible to estimate. Conversely, wrongly hiring a sycophant can break the heart of a good, upstanding employee. And this way of asserting people in Huin's way is not something that can be told to others, just like he could see the value of things, which no one would even believe. "What about your opinion?" As Qin Zishuan uttered these words, Hu Yan had already preliminarily determined that this Qin Chu's status in the Qin family was definitely not low. Qin Chu said, "Facts are the basis of all truth. I think that this matter should not be rushed. Should use the conventional means of enterprise restructuring. First retain on probation. Cannot be replaced." Qin Zishuan furrowed her brows, a little embarrassed. Qin Chu was indeed sent by the family to assist her. Moreover, in terms of ability, to be recognized by Qin Baoxiang, it was evident that he was by no means idle. However, Qin Zishuan once again recalled everything she had experienced with Hu Yan, although Hu Yan sometimes spoke a bit out of tune. However, when it came to doing things, as long as it was something Hu Yan had determined, There had never been any mistakes. Qin Chu, you are right. By proper reasoning, indeed your approach is more secure. It was obvious that Qin Zixuan's words would take a turn. Everyone's ears are open to listen. Sure enough, Qin Zixuan's words changed. However, every decision Hu Yan has made since joining the company has brought the company unimaginably high returns. Moreover, going by your approach, it takes more than a year to see results. While others didn't know, Qin Chu did. The time limit for Qin Zixuan to take over each business was 1 year. If it did well between 1 year, then it would be placed under her banner. If you don't do a good job, the group will take it back and assign someone else to manage it. That is to say, within a year do not see results. Then, this business is not simply surnamed Qin. Even so, Qin Chu still remained adamant. Within a year, perhaps there won't be any results. That's within the group's tolerance. Once it's messed up like manager Hu, that's when all hell breaks loose. Qin Zixuan was also moved. Qin Chu was right. A business that had just been acquired, not producing results for a year was the normal range. However, if you really do it like Hu Yan said, well, 1 year's performance can be directly doubled, and returning to the capital is not impossible. However, once you are wrong, it's not always a good idea to pay out much. Hu Yan can't hide at this point. Tell you what, if I'm wrong, after a year, the chemical plant loses money. I'll take the blame and resign. Oh, Qin Chu disdainfully said, how much are you worth a year? Chemical plant investment of 1.3 billion. The implication is that your salary is not enough to buy a fraction of it. Hu Yan said, it's true that my annual salary is only a measly 2 million or so. However, I think that if I work hard, I may not be unable to help the company earn this amount in a year. If Hu Yan can just tell the price of things, then saying so is really a suspicion of bragging. However, not only can you see the immediate value, you can also see the future trend of Hu Yan. Really did not talk big, even, also very modest. Ha! Qin Chu laughed lightly twice, ignoring Hu Yan and turning his head to the other side. The meaning is clear, don't bother listening to your bragging, show you the back of your head. Qin Zixuan suddenly said firmly, how about this? We'll make a military order. Let's do it according to Hu Yan. If we make money, we'll give Hu Yan 10% of the shares. If we lose money, we don't need Hu Yan to resign. I'll directly put Tianhai Chemical under your name. I'll pay for it myself. Qin Chu, who hadn't changed his face, suddenly turned pale. Looking at Hu Yan's eyes, there seemed to be jealous rage burning in them. Yangcheng East Street, inside the small box of Jiuyang Sheep Scorpion Hot Pot Restaurant, inside the gurgling hot copper hot pot, there were cooked sheep scorpion bones, as well as yams, wolfberries, ginseng, cinnamon and whatnot. There were also 2 plates of hand-cut lamb chops and a large plate of green colorful mushrooms on the table. The transparent glass window was steamy and hazy, and Qin Zixuan sitting next to the window looked like a fairy coming out of a painting, which was generally unreal. Hu Yan thanked God for giving himself such an ability. Otherwise, let's not talk about eating hot pot with such a beautiful woman. I'm afraid, there wouldn't even be a chance to meet. Qin Zixuan chucked a piece of lamb bone to Hu Yan. Autumn Fan's stomach sickness is stomach cold. Eat more mutton to warm your stomach. Hu Yan was really touched. The word trust, easy to say, to do, too hard. The era of credibility loss? Borrowing money is more than heaven. God has given him such a heavenly beauty, willing to give him unconditional trust. Thank you, old Qin, I swear. Without waiting for Hu Yan to continue, Qin Zixuan stopped him. Don't commit to anything so easily. This world is becoming too fast. Might as well enjoy the present. What happens in the future? Let's talk about it later. The hot blood that Hu Yan had just ignited instantly cooled. Because, what Qin Zixuan said made sense. Just like those lovers on the internet, after they finally became lovers, they all ended up splitting up. Still, one shouldn't dismiss their past. Surely there must have been happy moments? Actually, Hu Yan said, to be honest, I don't have a stomach problem. Those days of pan nausea, because, you eat the rest of the big chop suey was taken back by Zhao Peng. Hu Yan red-faced, told the story of eating the rest of Qin Zixuan's large stall for several days. Qin Zixuan looked at Hu Yan with interest for half a day, sending Hu Yan into a frenzy. Old Qin, don't misunderstand. I'm not as lewd as you think. I am just afraid that Zhao Peng will eat your saliva. Hu Yan felt that his explanation was so pale that his voice became lower and lower. Qin Zixuan looked at Hu Yan wryly and said, you can throw it away. Why aggravate your stomach? Inside, Huin scratched his head. Yao, why didn't I think of that? Must be I'm too used to being frugal to part with it. Qin Zixuan gave Hu Yan a blank stare and continued eating the hot pot. I don't know if it's from the heat or from eating hot. The white cheeks were flushed and looked even more delicate. Hu Yan looked a bit dazed for a while, and Qin Zixuan urged, eat quickly. I'm getting full. Old Chin, my family would like to invite you to dinner. Can you do me the honor? To put this into perspective, it's still Kathleen who's pot. After eating at the big stall the night before, Hu Jiasun went home with Qian Shower. With a large flat of 330 square meters, it would be strange for Qian Shower not to be lonely living there. Therefore, after Hu Jiasun came, Qian Shower was really happy. As soon as I got home, I opened all the closets. Jiasun, these are all my clothes, you can choose which one you like. Don't be polite. Hu Jiasun was immediately dumbfounded. It was simply more than the clothes inside the counter of the boutique. Moreover, they were all big brands. What made Hu Jiasun most speechless was that most of the clothes didn't even have their labels removed. Proof that Chancellor hasn't worn it. Hu Jiasun secretly thought, sure enough, old brother was right. The troubles of the rich, we can't experience. The happiness of the rich, we are even more incapable of experiencing it. Seeing Hu Jiasun froze, Qian Shower said, oh, by the way, don't look at the ones without tags. They're the ones I've worn. The others, you can take whatever you want. If you really don't like it, I'll take you to buy it if you have the chance. No. Hu Jiasun was a bit incoherent. Secretly thought, I really don't know where my old brother is good. So excellent, but also beautiful, and rich young lady, even to rob my brother? Nei. It's all too good. It's just, I'm afraid I'll put it on and it's a bit nei. Qian Shower rolled her eyes and thought, you're afraid that people will think you're showing off your wealth? Or that someone will think you wear fake brands? Hu Jiasun, red-faced, nodded her head. www.zbcxw.cn-star-novels.com. Qian Shower took out a set of bohemian long dresses. This is something from Maguba's small brand. If you're afraid of being too ostentatious, pick some cheap stuff like this first. Adapt slowly. Hu Jiasun swallowed her saliva. Summer long dresses, usually wear a few times and then cannot wear. Over $1,000. People say it's a bargain? Hu Jiasun changed into her skirt at Qian Shower's urging. To say the least, it's really true that people rely on their clothes. Standing in front of the 2-meter-high fitting mirror, Hu Jiasun somewhat did not recognize herself. Just as she kept looking at the beautiful young girl in the mirror, Qian Shower brought a pair of small silver-gray high-heeled leather shoes. As the saying goes, if you don't have shoes, you're half poor. Sure enough, Hu Jiasun, whose height has gone up a notch under the high heels, looks even more goddess-like. Immediately after that, it's the feeling of constantly switching and realizing how beautiful you turned out to be. Sister Air, don't. It's too much. I can't wear it. Qian Shower shook her head. How can that be? You're at your girl's prettiest now. These are all thin clothes. Wear them once and then don't want them. They'll be out of season soon. If you don't wear them, I won't wear them either. Won't it be a waste? Hu Jiasun looked embarrassed. You talk so much sense like you know it's a waste. And you still buy so much? Hu Jiasun heartbroken brother for a few minutes. Really married such a sister-in-law. Presumably, Hu Yan is to go bankrupt. After all, in Hu Jiasun's heart, Hu Yan is just a poor man who earns $100,000 a year. People, Miss Qian, casually gave her these clothes and shoes, long past her brother's annual salary. Lying on the bed cannot sleep. Hu Jiasun, looking at the wide room inside, was filled with closet inside as she thought when she did not dare to imagine brand-name clothing. It was like a dream. Not so long ago, she thought that of her two sisters-in-law. Qian Shower had given up. But now, with Qian Shower's generous love for her, Hu Jiasun felt that Qian Shower was trying to save the country on a curve. She definitely hadn't given up on her oldest brother yet. That's why she was being so nice to herself. You have to say, it's poverty that limits the imagination, isn't it? In Hu Jiasun's opinion, these clothes, all of them, were new this year. Even if Qian Shower really couldn't wear them all, she could have taken them and returned them. Since she found an excuse and gave it to herself, it was nothing more than having thoughts about her brother. Siblings who had always grown up together. Although Hu Jiasun thought her brother was good, she never thought that this guy was so attractive. At this time, Hu Jiasun came to the microphone. Damn girl, have you slept yet? Hu Jiasun looked at her mom and hurriedly replied, I can't sleep. Why don't you sleep? Whose mom, you kid? Didn't I tell you to call us back? You haven't been returning. We've been waiting. At this time, Hu Jiasun realized that there was information before. When you're done eating, see if you see anything, call us back. Kathleen Hu, been busy. Didn't see it. Whose mom? Okay, so now you're saying, who the hell is your sister-in-law? Hu Jiasun thought for a moment and replied, both of their brothers are very good and treat me well. However, it seems that no relationship has been established. However, it seems like both are fighting for it. After a moment of silence, Mrs. Hu returned, go to sleep then. We'll talk tomorrow. In this way, When Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan appeared at the chemical plant at the same time, Hu Fengchun naturally reported his wife. Thus, Yang Yajun gave Hu Yan a deadly order that Qin Zixuan must be allowed to have a meal with the family. In the hearts of these two old men, the two beauties were competing to date their son. A meal together. That's not a matter of a word from Huin? This can be bitter. Hu Yan, looking for several opportunities. Finally this only have the opportunity to be alone. Can you reward me? Hu Yan was very apprehensive in his heart. Once Qin Zixuan didn't agree, wouldn't that break his parents' hearts? Qin Zixuan thought for a moment and said, in the next few days, we have to expand our staff. After all, so many employees have left. Some have been fired, and there have been quite a few management changes. Without a few days, these won't be done. Is it okay to pass your days? Hu Yan was happy then. Thanks, old Qin. The interviews for new employees. Teach me. Don't worry, I'll definitely find the most suitable employees for you. In fact, Qin Zixuan's biggest headache was really the recruitment of new employees. After all, part of the original management was parachuted in from headquarters. Part of it Hu Yan had already settled on, and some of the people inside the original factory were a good fit. New hires, however, are the biggest headache. In the event of an accident or something, the direct damage, incalculable. The hardest part of starting a new factory is choosing new employees and training them. These two things, if Hu Yan can take care of them, this acquisition will be complete. Qin Zixuan was delighted. If you take care of this matter, don't say treating your family to dinner. Giving your father a promotion and a raise is not even a problem. This matter, Hu Yan decisively refused. Old Hu's ability. Although Hu Yan didn't understand it very well, after his eyes had seen it all, he did know that there was still room for old Hu to rise. However, Hu Yan's heart ached for his dad and didn't want him to work any harder. He has grown up, should carry the burden of the family. Let mom and dad enjoy the happiness, is what children should do. Don't, old Qin. My dad just let him dare his original job. He's used to it too. As soon as Hu Yan said that, Qin Zixuan understood. Wasn't she herself the same, working so hard so that her father could have an easier time? In this way, Hu Yan gave Qin Zixuan a better impression. Obviously, on one hand, Hu Yan wanted to make things easier for his father. On the other hand, he was afraid that if Hu Fengchun was suddenly promoted, someone would gossip about Qin Zixuan. Seeing that it was getting late, Qin Zixuan was also tired. Hu Yan drove Qin Zixuan back to the hotel. He himself had to go home even later. And since he was back in Yancheng, this was a necessity. It was after 11 o'clock in the middle of the night by the time we reached the house. Hu Yan carefully took out his key to open the door. However, just as he took out the key, the door opened. Hu Fengchun looked at Hu Yan with a tired face. Why are you so late? My old boss invited me to a hot pot, saying it's good for the stomach. Can I not go? He. Old Hu bristled. Come on, brat, you're showing off. Hu Yan took off his shoes and said, it's still dad who understands me. Yang Yajun, who was sitting on the sofa, said, yeah, your mom doesn't understand you. Say, who exactly is my daughter-in-law? Hu Yan's face immediately collapsed. Mom, didn't I say? None of them, just friends who are quite close. Yang Yajun thought for a moment, but said, I've heard Jiasun say that both of them grab each other face to face. I'm telling you, we're a serious family. We're not allowed to have a foot in two boats. Otherwise, if I find out, I'll break your legs. Hu Yan was furious. Jiasun is really do not know anything, even follow to add to the chaos. Yang Yajun, don't blame Jiasun. I asked him to keep an eye on you. We can't have a Chun shimmy in our family. Hu Yan smiled bitterly. Mom, I would like to, but I don't have that chance. Yang Yajun directly took the slippers in her hand. Your wings have hardened. I can't control you anymore. Can I? Seeing the two mothers a bit of gunpowder flavor, Hu Fengchun hurriedly in mud, blocked in front of his son. Old Yang our son. This is not inherited my good genes. It's not a shame to be popular. What era is this? Step aside. If you don't drink, you're Yang Cheng's. Drink some wine and the whole of Yang Cheng is yours. Yang Yajun counted. Hurry up and go to bed. Don't follow and add to the chaos. Don't I care about the child as well? Hu Fengchun sat down on the sofa. Alright, I won't talk. You guys talk, but no hands. How old is the child? You can solve your own problems by yourself. Don't follow and worry blindly. After saying that, Hu Fengchun really didn't say anything. It was probably too late. And once Hu Yan came back, he was relieved and snored directly. Yang Yajun complained. You're the one with a big heart. Hu Yan stretched his back. Mom, I've been busy all day and I'm still up early. Can you let me rest? If it's like this again, I'll be staying in a hotel. How dare you? Yang Yajun said something powerful, but still brought Hu Yan his pajamas. After a beautiful sleep, Hu Yan ate the breakfast that his mom specially prepared for him and went to the chemical plant. Handwritten job announcements, after which they were posted directly on the front door. Qinshu's heart wasn't in the right place after he knew that the recruiting had also been handed over to Hu Yan. Reading Hu Yan's job posting simply made his lungs explode with anger. Under 40 years of age, no qualifications, just a heart for the job and you can apply? Isn't this nonsense? Qinshu directly approached Qin Zixuan to report. Mr. Qin, you're just going to let Hu Yan run amok like this? Saying that, he handed Qin Zixuan the vicious recruitment notice that he had photographed on his cell phone. Qin Zixuan looked at it. What's the problem? Qinshu said, let alone an enterprise as big as ours. Right now, even restaurants recruiting waitresses need to have a high school education or above. This unlimited education is not nonsense? Qin Zixuan said, my grandfather has no education and founded the Tianhai Group with his own hands. My father has no education, and you're working for him. Even my education is not as good as yours. What do you think? Which one of us is in charge? Qinshu was silent then. You're the old boss. You call the shots. Qin Zixuan said, the truth is often in the hands of a few. What everyone does may not be right. As far as I know, many people with special talents don't have degrees. Haven't you ever heard of the masters are in the people? Academic qualifications don't mean ability. Qinshu was very unhappy, since Qin Zixuan could say such words. It proved that Hu Yan's position in her heart was definitely extraordinary. So, Qinshu walked out. Although he knew Hu Yan's file backwards and forwards now, he still wondered why Qin Zixuan appreciated Hu Yan so much. Unconsciously, Qinshu arrived at Hu Yan's recruiting site. Yangcheng is a small city with a per capita income of less than 3,000. As a result, Tianhai Chemical had a job posting with an average salary of 3,500 to 5,000 in perfect insurance, except for the cafeteria. It didn't take long for the personnel department to become overcrowded. The HR manager was parachuted in from Tianhai headquarters, and at this moment, was following Hu Yan, the special agent, with a dumbfounded look on his face, becoming an errand boy. And Hu Yan sat in the personnel manager's seat, letting 20 people come into the office together for interviews at a time. Qinshu realized that Hu Yan neither looked at resumes nor academic qualifications, and he didn't ask about work experience or anything. He just met with the applicants one by one, then, typing or on a copy of the resume. The most incredible thing to Qinshu was that Hu Yan also often changed the original intention of the job application. You applying for a job as a material preparation worker? I think inspections would suit you better. Besides, the salary package is higher. The candidate was of course happy. I'm willing to give it a try if the leader thinks it's okay. Hu Yan didn't talk nonsense. Welcome to the Tianhai Chemical family. Go get your inspection work clothes. The man said thank you, and then walked away happily. www.zbcxw.cn*novels.net. Qinshu angry stomachache. People have many years of experience in material preparation workers. Let people do inspection. Also, the original dry inspection. Have to let people learn to prepare materials. This is not a game of it? Qinshu was so angry that she stomped her foot, gritted her teeth, and once again returned to Qin Zixuan's presidential office. Today, the factory manager's office has been converted into the president's office. Mr. Qin, you can't leave Hu Yan alone like this, can you? Qin Zixuan didn't even raise her head. What's wrong? Qinshu was bored and told what he saw. Qin Zixuan smiled. She had already experienced quite a few things like this, so it was very calm. Hu Yan sometimes does things, but it's puzzling. As you saw before, there are no requirements for recruitment. However, have you noticed that the ones that came had no experience whatsoever? Even if there isn't, that's still applying for security guards. Qinshu thought about it, and it was really like that. He had to nod stiffly. That, I admit. Qin Zixuan said, people, you have to be self-aware. People who are completely hopeless. Do you think they come back to apply for a job? Qinshu shook his head. This, indeed, completely hopeless. $3,000 to $5,000 of salary. So good? But, Hu Yan he arbitrarily changed other people's job applications. This you also agree with? Qin Zixuan closed the document in her hand and said, as it happens, I also have something to find you. Have a seat. Qinshu sat squarely across from Qin Zixuan. Qin Zixuan said, it's like this. Hu Yan thinks that these people are not suitable to work here. These people were brought by you at the headquarters. So, I want to ask for your opinion. Qinshu looked through each person's file and completely failed to understand. Unsuitable? How is this possible? These, all of them, are professionals. When he saw the file of one of them, his face even went straight to black. I think that Hu Yan is targeting me. You should know better than me what Qin Ru is capable of. Qin Zixuan said. I think that he didn't target anyone, and only did so out of responsibility for everyone. In fact, when Qin Zixuan had just received Hu Yan's proposal, she herself was skeptical. However, Qin Chu and Qin Ru were adopted by Qin Baoxiang from an orphanage. In the end, both had nurtured them into top talents. This matter, if she hadn't read the information, Qin Zixuan didn't even know about it. So how could Hu Yan target them? What about the reason? Qin Chu asked. Qin Zixuan said, if it was any other reason, I might have waited too. However, Hu Yan's reason is that these few people being in the factory would be a safety hazard. You also know what chemical plants fear the most. Nonsense. Qin Chu really wasn't calm anymore. These are all elites personally trained by the president. How could there be a security risk? Could it be, do you think, that they would betray? Qin Zixuan shook her head. No, it is they themselves who are in danger. It is precisely because I am well aware of their loyalty that I, therefore, do not dare to take the risk. Ha ha ha. Qin Chu laughed sarcastically. It seems that this manager Huin Hu is not only a master appraiser, could it be, but also a master predictor? Joke, Mr. Qin. I don't know how you were confused by him. However, this is superstition. And you believe it too? Qin Zixuan weighed her words for a moment before finally saying, if Hu Yan is talking about other issues, I can insist. However, as you know, these are the elites that my father has worked so hard to cultivate. We cannot afford to lose them. So, it can only be like this. Better to believe it, yes? Qin Chu asked. Qin Zixuan nodded. Then, this is good. Qin Chu said, keep one. Let's see if Master Hu Yan is actually that divine. Qin Zixuan thought about it. Hu Yan's statement was indeed a bit puzzling. Okay, I'll respect you for once. Just keep one. Who you keep, you decide. Qin Ru then. Qin Chu was immensely confident in his bloodless sister. After Qin Chu went out, Qin Zixuan fell into deep thought. At that time, what Hu Yan had told her, that there was something wrong with these few people. At that time, she also found it unbelievable. However, in the end, she still chose to believe Hu Yan. As for how Hu Yan saw it, naturally, he guessed it by seeing the numbers on these people's heads. Black, representing their poor prospects at Tianhai Chemical. Well, since they are professionals parachuted in from headquarters and personally trained by Qin Baoxiang, loyalty is not an issue. Yet there is a large span of black. It can only be a security issue. At that time, Hu Yan was also torn when he brought it up with Qin Zixuan. Because, if it was wrong, then he, Hu Yan, would become a joke. However, if you don't say it, Hu Yan felt that it would be sorry for his conscience, and really out of danger. What will happen to these people's parents and relatives? Likewise, not saying it out loud would be sorry for Qin Zixuan's trust. If something goes wrong, it's okay if there's no disability. Significant disability. The chemical plant is in a world of hurt. A shutdown is a must. As for hiring staff, although Hu Yan didn't know much about the duties of a chemical plant, but he had an assistant, letting the personnel department provide a breakdown of the positions. Hu Yan was comparing them one by one with the applicants. From the display of their numbers, it was easy to see which was better or worse. 3 days later, Friday, having already completed recruitment and a series of staff deployment, Qin Zixuan and Hu Yan were finally free. The rest of the testing equipment, job training, etc., are handled by dedicated staff. It's useless for them to follow and worry about it. So, after a full day at home, after arriving at the point where Hu Yan's parents got off work, Hu Yan drove the unit's car and went to pick up his parents from work. Hu Yan, who had picked up his parents, drove them directly to the Sunshine Hotel. The Sunshine Hotel, the best hotel in Yangcheng, was also where Qin Zixuan stayed. After arriving at the private room, Qin Zixuan personally opened the door. Aunties and uncles, how are you? We meet again. Yang Yajun said yes in a loud voice. Hu Fengchun, on the other hand, said, in fact, I saw you in the factory early. However, for fear of affecting your work, I didn't dare to disturb you. Qin Zixuan immediately said, Uncle, in the factory, we have a superior-subordinate relationship. Here, I am your junior. You can't use honorifics anymore. Just teach me Xian. Good, Xian. Hu Fengchuan's smile couldn't be happier. If the workers knew that he called General Manager Qin Xian, they would probably be shocked. Just thinking about that scene, Hu Fengchun felt that he was doubly honored. Not bad for my son. Really good. Like me. Not long after, the banquets that Qin Zixuan had already arranged came up one after another. This time, the matter of the factory was resolved, and Qin Zixuan relaxed. A rare opening of a bottle of red wine. Hu Fengchun knowingly did not drink. First of all, he does not like to drink red wine. Then again, he was thinking of driving the Elfa that Hu Yan drove. Qin Zixuan didn't force the issue. Lifting her wine glass, she said, I should have gone to visit the two old men a long time ago. It's just that I've been too busy during this period of time. I've been too busy. Luckily, Hu Yan helped me. Otherwise, I guess I won't be able to finish it in another half a month. I heard Hu Yan say that you two want to treat me to dinner, so I don't need to feel guilty. So, today I'll make an exception and have a drink. As an apology. Yang Yajun and Hu Fengchen took a look at the table full of abalone and lobster, raw seafood. Thinking about inviting people to dinner, they looked at each other. Look, I've let you break the bank again. In the future, when you go to Yangchang, it'll be like you're at home. Don't be so polite. Things were going well for a couple of days. And drinking again. Qin Zixuan's face was all dainty and happy. Good, then from now on, I'll have a home in Yang City. I can treat you two as my parents. Hu Yan's parents were overjoyed. This is the rhythm of the prospective daughter-in-law. Hu Yan has never seen the old couple in the family so happy. Even when he was admitted to the university, he was not so happy today. They can't even close their mouths. Seeing the way Yang Yajun looked at Qin Zixuan, the more she looked at her, the more she liked her. And after a few more drinks, she was close to asking when the wedding was going to take place. Hu Yan poked his mom and whispered, Mom, people are just being polite. Don't take it seriously. What? Yang Yajun was happy and was upset when her son threw cold water on her. She said it herself. Is it still false? Hu Yan is the most unhappy here. It is simply hard to bear. I've said it all. She and I are just good friends. Don't think too much. Even if my son begs you. Yang Yajun shook off the arm that Hu Yan was pulling and looked at Qin Zixuan and said, Xian, I see that you're not too young. Do you have a boyfriend? Auntie, I'm in the startup phase, so I don't have time to think about this for now. Qin Zixuan said here. And the phone rang. It was her dedicated work number, and there was no way it would ring without an emergency. A glance at the cell phone number showed that it was Qin Shu calling. Excuse me, Auntie and Uncle. There seems to be something going on at the factory. I'll take a call. You're busy. Don't mind us. Qin Zixuan walked out of the private room, and after connecting the phone, Qin Shu's anxious voice came from inside. Mr. Qin, something has happened. Someone's been injured. And now, they're on their way to the county hospital. Don't be in a hurry. I'll be right there, Qin Zixuan said. Qin Shu said, you go to the factory is good. There needs to be someone to preside over the situation. On the hospital side, I'll be fine. Well, keep me posted on what's going on over there. After returning to the private room, Qin Zixuan explained that there was something going on in the factory and asked Hu Yan to accompany his parents. Hu Yan immediately put on his jacket. You've been drinking. It's better for me to send you. Mom and Dad, you can just take a cab back. After saying that, Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan immediately went downstairs and rushed to the chemical plant. After getting on the car, Qin Zixuan immediately called Wang Peng. What the hell happened? Wang Peng, it's like this. When I was off work today, the mechanical engineer who had just taken up his post felt that he should check the equipment as soon as possible to eliminate the hidden safety hazards. After listening to Wang Peng's report, Qin Zixuan's face looked very bad. Wang Peng continued, Mr. Qin, it was my negligence. I didn't realize that you had just handed the factory over to me and such a big thing happened. I know that it doesn't make much sense, but I'm really sorry. Qin Zixuan spoke in a tone that seemed tired, as if the joy she had just experienced while dining with Hu Yan's family had vanished in an instant. It's not your fault. It's my responsibility. Wang Peng, Mr. Qin, this has nothing to do with you. You must not blame yourself. It's all. Forget it. You don't have to talk me into it. I know. After saying that, Qin Zixuan put down the phone. Looking at Qin Zixuan's face and hearing what she said, although he did not know what Wang Peng had said. However, for the always strong Qin Zixuan to have this expression, Hu Yan knew that something big must have happened. What's wrong? Hu Yan said in disbelief. It shouldn't be. I see that people with hidden dangers have been excluded by me. Nothing big should have happened. Qin Zixuan's intestines are now green with remorse, but she doesn't want to lie to Hu Yan. I'm sorry, Hu Yan. It was my fault. It has nothing to do with you. Instead, you should get the credit. www.zbcxw.cn-novels.com. Hu Yan was not happy. Old Hu, what are you talking about? When something goes wrong, we all face it together. Does it make sense to talk about whose fault it is, whose credit it is, or whatever? Qin Zixuan smiled reluctantly. Well, I hope, after you learn the true picture, it is necessary to blame me. Precisely because of the importance of safety, Qin Zixuan had 3 orders to make sure to keep safety in check. Therefore, Qin Ru had just taken over the position of the original engineer, and immediately took the mechanics team along to check the equipment. Qin Ru was also a person who works seriously and thunderously. checking every place very carefully. The other mechanics, however, didn't understand. The former mechanical engineer, that was a veteran engineer of the original Yangcheng Chemical. In his hands, the equipment hadn't had any problems for several years. What does it mean to be a qualified mechanical engineer? That's when timely maintenance and upkeep has been carried out before anything goes wrong with the machine. Therefore, the mechanical engineers all felt that Qin Ru was being redundant. However, the new officials had no choice but to follow. It had been a non-stop inspection for over 3 hours and everyone was tired. Basically, all the equipment had been given a preliminary look over as well. However, Qin Ru was still uneasy, as if it was an intuition. She always felt that there seemed to be a potential hidden danger on the reactor side. So, back again. When he got into the reaction area, he really noticed that the air pressure in one of the reactors was not normal. What's scary is that it was actually a hydrogenation reactor. Qin Ru made a snap decision and immediately had the others evacuate, locking herself inside the workshop. When she realized the buttons weren't working and performed a manual decompression, a shower of sparks exploded. Bang! The explosion happened. In this way, everyone else is fine. The whole workshop reactor scrapped dozens of units. The workshop was severely damaged. Qin Ru herself was hospitalized. Qin Zixuan looked extremely tired after she finished speaking. Even the eyes of the strong woman who had always been high and mighty were full of tears at this moment. Hu Yan looked heartbroken. Comforted, old Qin. Things have gone wrong. Now, the main thing is how to make up for the loss. Also, it is best that people are fine. Should ask the hospital how Qin Ru's injuries are. If she's fine, it's not a big deal. Hu Yan suddenly felt something was wrong. Qin Ru. This name is so familiar. By the way, the original engineer Lao's son, didn't I say that he's fine and fully capable of doing his original job? I'm sorry, Hu Yan. Qin Zixuan's tears flowed down her face. Hu Yan was silent. He guessed. Although, Hu Yan felt that it was quite normal. After all, the other person Qin Ru was a direct descendant sent by the Qin family. However, Hu Yan just couldn't tell how angry he was. Unconsciously, Hu Yan opened the car window and lit a cigarette. In fact, he was not a big smoker and, basically, would not smoke in front of Qin Zixuan. How could Qin Zixuan not see Hu Yan's mood? Huin, I'm really sorry, but I promise, it won't happen again. Hu Yan laughed. Oh, originally had nothing to do with me. These few days, it's really too tiring. Moreover, it's not my job. I should not have followed the blind worry. Pawnshop side, called me several times. I'll go back after I drop you off at the factory. There's a big mess waiting for me over there. Qin Zixuan didn't know what to say anymore. She could understand Hu Yan's feelings at this time. Didn't want to irritate him anymore. Only Chen Mo. After arriving at Tianhai Chemical, Qin Zixuan assigned a driver to Hu Yan. Hu Yan didn't say anything, just got in the car and covered his face with his jacket. The next day, Hu Yan, who had arrived early at the Tianhai pawnshop, received a warm welcome from the appraisers. Good morning, Master Hu. Have some tea at my place sometime. Hu Yan, you're welcome. I'll be there as soon as I can. Master Hu. When? To my place. I have several pieces of objects that I can't decide on, and I've left my phone number. Hu Yan, no problem. Master Hu. I've written some insights. Will you help correct them? Hu Yan, don't. This is not me being modest. After all, everyone has their own ideas. Explore can. Correct. This can not dare. Oh, everyone felt that Hu Yan was particularly good at talking today. Since the last appraiser orientation, everyone has been calling Hu Yan master. Legend has it that an appraiser who can accurately utilize his or her senses is a master. Although Hu Yan is young, in their hearts, he is the kind of master who can taste the flavor of objects. After greeting everyone, Hu Yan went to his new office. Unlike when Wang Pang was there, he should have known that Hu Yan himself was still an appraiser. I don't know who is so good at things, but also in Hu Yan's office set up a few racks of antique shelves. On top of that are some of the best antiques and artifacts in the pawnshop. As soon as Hu Yan sat down, there was a knock on the door. After Hu Yan said, "Please come in," there was a young girl in an olive dress. Looks like a freshly graduated college student. Not to mention good looks, there is also a scholarly atmosphere. And Shen Moling has a few similar flavors. The girl carried the coffee and placed it on Hu Yan's desk, bowed slightly and said, "Good morning, Manager Hu. I'm your secret Sumo. Just call me Xiao Mo. I'll be working right in front of your door. Feel free to call me if anything happens." Sumo spoke in a very melodious voice, and, as she spoke, she had been constantly sizing up Hu Yan. It seemed that she was curious about this manager who was quite a legend in the pawnshop. Hu Yan smiled. "Thank you, I know." Hu Yan was calm as he spoke. However, he was still fiercely proud inside. We're also people with secret arts. Right. Bring me all the information from the appraiser's side these days. Hu Yan was talking about the backlog in the past few days. Those pawned items that the appraisers had called ineligible. Yes, Manager Hu. Suemo took a graceful step, her back showing the beautiful curves outlined by the OL outfit. It looked as if it had been deliberately practiced. Hu Yan rubbed his fingers against his smooth-shaved chin a few times and said to himself, "It feels good to have something for a secretary to do." After a night of adjustment, Hu Yan's mindset was much better. At that time, he had rushed back to Jiangcheng overnight, not knowing what he was thinking. He just didn't want to face Qin Zishuan. After returning to the dormitory, Zhao Pang was already asleep, tossing and turning and unable to sleep. Hu Yan felt that he was still too pretentious. People are big ladies. Why do they all listen to you? You are just a small person from an ordinary family. Although he didn't feel good in his heart. However, Hu Yan managed to convince himself. He decided to work hard in the future and stop thinking about those vain and unrealistic things. At this moment, looking at the rows of staff outside the transparent glass window, they were all his own ministry. Hu Yan felt very satisfied. Isn't this quite good? It's already good for me, a fresh college graduate, to have gotten to this position in a short time. What more bicycles do I need? Hu Yan bitterly laughed and shook his head when the phone rang. It's Karen Hu calling. Brother, are you back? Back. What's up? Hu Jiasun said. Didn't I tell you to come back and let me know? You've tweeted me several times, but you didn't reply. Humph, are you getting bored with Zishuan's sister-in-law and ignoring your sister? Hu Jiasun's words caused an inexplicable surge in Hu Yan's heart. Hu Jiasun, I'm telling you, if you keep talking nonsense, do you believe you won't have any pocket money from now on? Hu Jiasun felt a strong sour odor. Hu Yan, I was kind enough to help you keep an eye on Xiao Er's sister-in-law, and you did this to me? After Hu Yan inexplicably lost his temper, he was also a bit regretful. This is in Jiangcheng, and he is Hu Jiasun's only family. However, as soon as he heard Hu Jiasun call Qian Xiao sister-in-law, Hu Yan's fire inexplicably came back up. You little girl, can you not be so gossipy every day? If you talk nonsense in the future, see if I don't clean you up. Hu Jiasun was aggrieved, feeling greatly hurt, and took several breaths before she could smooth out this breath. Good, I don't care about you anymore. Let me tell you, originally I was going to say that Sister Xiao is gentle and pretty, and, with no heart, you'll have an easier time together. Now, just pretend I didn't say that. Oi oi oi. Looking at the phone that has been hung up, Hu Yan's heart is not good. His sister, despite the blind worry, but it is really for his own good. With the old Qin, not easy. Later, not old Qin, it's Mr. Qin, being with Mr. Qin. Hu Yan felt that it was indeed quite tiring. It was fine before, but this one wore his heart out. What Hu Yan didn't know was that Qin Zishuan hadn't had any peace in her heart since Hu Yan left. Something so big had happened. A direct loss of tens of millions of dollars. Consequential damages are even worse. Suspension is a certainty. If Qin Ru unfortunately dies, then, it's hard to say when production will resume. After taking care of a few things at the factory and leaving the aftermath to Wang Peng, Qin Zishuan immediately rushed to the hospital. Now, the key would depend on Qin Ru's injury. However, Qin Zishuan wasn't optimistic. Just look at the explosion scene. Upon arrival at the hospital, the surgery was still in progress. Qin Shu's hair was disheveled and his beard was full of scruff, and he was not as suave as he was before. Sitting on the waiting chair, he scratched his hair hard. Qin Zishuan, who originally wanted to scold him severely, was unable to speak at that time. To speak of feelings, Qin Shu and Qin Ru were as close as brother and sister. Now, it's not the right time to talk about useless things. What's the situation with Qin Ru? It was only then that Qin Shu realized that Qin Zishuan had arrived. The doctor said it's not promising. Qin Shu lowered his head. It's all my fault. Qin Zishuan hated her teeth. However, she knew that it was not Qin Shu's fault alone. She had an unshirkable responsibility. You have no idea what we have lost. Qin Shu was a little agitated. I know. Preliminary estimate. The loss of more than 10 million. Together with the closure and reorganization, the follow-up to dredge up the relationship between these. The estimated loss of more than 100 million. Mr. Qin, I will do my best to return. You rest assured. Oh. Qin Zishuan laughed bitterly. I knew it. You don't even know what I'm talking about our businesses. Lose. A person's heart. If it can be measured in money. Then, in order to get him back, I'm willing to spend any amount of money. Qin Zishuan raised her face slightly, not wanting Qin Shu to see her vulnerability. Qin Shu gritted his teeth and said, I still don't believe it. This is just too evil. This is simply impossible. Not scientific. Coincidence. It's all just coincidence and harmony. Qin Zishuan felt tired, and talking to Qin Shu about this just wasn't in control. How could he understand? Unscientific things happen to him more often than not. Gambling on stones. Who have you seen who never makes a mistake? Have you ever seen someone who can tell at a glance that the treasure wrapped inside a thick veneer can be seen through at a glance? You've seen Hu Yan's resume? But you haven't worked with him. But this time, isn't the lesson enough? Qin Chu remained unconvinced. Could it be that the thing with Kylie was not for show? Qin Zixuan took out her cell phone. Look at it. This is the appraisal that my father personally got someone to make. www.zbcxw. CN Star Novels. It turned out that after watching Kylie's video, Qin Zixuan was not too old after all. Sent the video to Qin Baoxiang. Said that the Hu Yan mentioned in it was the treasure she personally discovered. Qin Baoxiang watched the video at the time and also felt a little too hungover. So, he directly asked someone to find Gu Yufan and asked for a few broken porcelain tiles. Gu Yufan also had a heart. And what she thought was that even if Kylie was putting on a show, the sincerity of this gift was enough. So, on the spot, she gave Kylie a close disciple in return. However, she also felt that if this incident was true, then the nonsense coming out of Kylie's mouth was too powerful. So the first thing she herself did, after the song was over, was to have Rong Lao authenticate the age of the tiles. As a result, the answer given by Rong Lao is really 100 years old. Therefore, Gu Yufan saved all those porcelain tiles as treasures as well. Qin Baoxiang personally asked for it. This face, she must give. In this way, Qin Baoxiang also knew that his own daughter had, indeed, found a treasure-like talent. And what Qin Zixuan showed Qin Chu was the appraisal results sent by Qin Baoxiang. After reading the appraisal results, Qin Chu sat down disheveled. Today, he realized that people Qin Zixuan cared about the hundreds of millions of dollars in losses. What she cared about was breaking Hu Yan's heart. Hu Yan is not a direct lineage that the Qin family has cultivated since childhood. Such a talent, once lost, is really hard to find in 10,000 gold. I admit that Hu Yan is indeed powerful. Qin Chu gritted his teeth and said what was in his heart. However, this incident that happened at the factory, could it be that, by really doing what Hu Yan did, it wouldn't have happened? Qin Zixuan sneered. I knew that in the end, you would definitely say something about this. Qin Zixuan gave Qin Chu a pile of information, which was exactly the evidence at the scene that Wang Peng had sent people to collect when she was dealing with this matter. The hydrogenation reactor is working, but there is no display. The manual device for decompression had been tampered with, as well as cutting off the warning lights, and other telltale signs proving that the accident was definitely thought to be. However, even if it was man-made, the scene had been completely destroyed by the explosion. No useful evidence was left behind. The surveillance equipment has been tampered with again, and there is no way to check the video records of that day. It's Sun Gong. It must be him, Qin Chu said. Qin Zixuan nodded. I also think it's him. But does it make sense? If we listened to Hu Yan and didn't take away his position or force people into early retirement, could something like this have happened? But, could it be that, in this world, there really are people who are unpredictable? Qin Chu was still sophomoric. Qin Zixuan sat down wearily. That's just the way it is. It doesn't matter if something goes wrong. It's good that it can be resolved. I think that everything staffed afterward is as Hu Yan had said it before, and there should be no problem. But how am I going to face him? Qin Chu thought for a moment and said, in this matter, it is indeed my fault. Hu Yan should have gotten credit for it. Wouldn't it be better to distinguish between reward and punishment? What he meant was, this pot, I'll take the blame. Handle me a little harder and give Hu Yan some benefits. You're a part-time worker. What else can you do? That's what you think. Qin Zixuan was truly enraged. You're loyal to the Qin family. That's what you owe the Qin family. And, Hu Yan, he doesn't owe the Qin family. On the contrary, we owe it to others. Seeing that Qin Zixuan had become truly angry, Qin Chu was somewhat surprised. However, with things having come to this, he had no scruples. Even if Hu Yan is powerful, he's just a freshly graduated college student. Tian Hai, and you have already given him enough. I think that he should be grateful. Do you think that $2 million a year is a lot to give to Hu Yan? Let me tell you, the jade ring that Hu Yan helped Kylie choose is worth over $10 million. This, Qin Chu really didn't know. Watching the video, he could only think that the thing was worth money, but never thought that it would be so unbelievable. Also, if Hu Yan wants to make money, just run around the jade venue. Not much to say. Hundreds of millions of dollars a year is absolutely no problem. In picking up leaks at random, how much do you think you can earn? Also, with his eyesight, what would happen if he went to do venture capital, do talent development? Qin Chu's sweat came down. Before, he also felt that Hu Yan said in the beginning. According to him, when things go wrong, he can make up for the company's losses. It is simply a big talk. Now it seems that the rat's ass is none other than himself. Mr. Qin, there's no other way. I can only work hard for you, deal with me ruthlessly, and then, I'll go apologize to him face to face. After that, you reward Hu Yan more. It's all on my account. In the future, I'll pay it back by working as an ox for the company. Qin Zishuan said in a bored manner, apologize. I've already apologized. It's also been said that he's meritorious to the company, so he'll definitely be rewarded. However, do you know what he did after hearing that is? Qin Zishuan paused, holding her forehead with one hand. He went back to Jiangqing that night. Qin Zishuan's despondent appearance caused Qin Chu to have mixed feelings. Previously, when he was competing with Hu Yan, he still felt that Hu Yan didn't deserve to be taken so seriously by himself. But now, he felt that both his strength and his position in Qin Zishuan's heart, it really can't be compared. Chun Ma, the oppressive air seemed to stand still. I don't know how long it took, but the door to the operating room opened. The two of them rushed over. Doctor, how is it? The doctor took off his mask and sighed. We tried our best. Qin Chu's legs trembled and he nearly fell to his knees. Life saved. But it's a pity that such a nice girl is disfigured. Alas! The doctor shook his head and sighed as he walked away. Only then did Qin Chu and Qin Zishuan let out a long breath. Qin Zishuan said, I'm going to take the main responsibility for Qin Ru's matter. When she gets better, she'll find the best plastic surgeon in the world. In the future, she'll stay by my side. With that, Qin Zishuan turned around and walked away. Qin Chu sat down disheveled, tears blurring his eyes. He had never slacked off in his life, just so that he could one day help Qin Zishuan and take care of the Tianhai group. But now, Qin Zishuan's meaning was obvious. Qin Ru stayed behind, warned Qin Zishuan at all times not to fan such a mistake again. However, he, Qin Chu, could leave because, without him, there would be no such thing as today. Thinking about the face of Hu Yan when he made a small report, Qin Chu felt that he was really like a clown. Hu Yan sat inside his office and after thinking for a while, he felt that it was still his family who treated him the best and most sincerely. They always thought of themselves. Even if they were eating carrots out of concern, it was still out of concern. So, hurry up and take out your cell phone and send a message to your sister. It's getting cold. Let's take you shopping for some fall clothes tonight. Hu Jiasen, no need. Sister Shower gave a whole bunch of them. I'm worried about wearing them all. Hu Yan, Nei. At night, brother treat you to a big stall? Hu Jiasen, no need. In the evening Sister Shower said to treat me to lobster. Hoin, what's the flavor of the lobster? Can I taste it? Hu Jiasen, I can't eat when I look at the white-eyed wolf. Hu Yan, I'm your own brother. Hu Jiasen, not necessarily. Pro-brother? There is no such thing as treating a pro-sister that way. I'm not going to talk to you anymore. I have to ask our mom if I was picked up. Hu Yan, careful. Hu Jiasen, white-eyed wolf. Hu Yan saw that Hu Jiasen was really angry, and with a twinkle in his eye, he sent a message to Qian Shower. Lobster for dinner. Ha, I don't even know what flavor that thing has. Qian Shower, when did you come back? I was looking for you. Since you're back, let's go to the stall. I've been thinking about it for days. I'm afraid it's not safe for Jiasen and me to go without company. Actually, the big lobster is really not as good as the spicy crayfish. I'm drooling just thinking about it. He. Hu Yan made a victory gesture. Well then, I won't see you tonight. Qian Shower, okay. Hu Yan secretly thought, a brother and sister-in-law. Can't you still get it right? It wasn't long before Suemo returned with a bunch of information. Hu Yan took a look at them. They were all those unreadable pawned items that had accumulated in the past few days. After Suemo went out, Hu Yan read those materials and had absolutely no constructive comments. Looked at the photos and was disappointed that no figures appeared. Proof that not being able to see the real thing, his eyesight was completely useless. However, after Hu Yan was unconsciously attracted by the photo of a pendant, it didn't take long before Hu Yan felt that it was like he had arrived at the appraisal scene at that time. You can hear the owner's account and the appraiser's comments at the time. It was also at this time that the number 1500 was presented on that pendant. Next, the photographs of each item, as long as Hu Yan gazed at them, would appear like that. It was the moment when the photo was taken. Hu Yan quickly wrote down the suggested price of each item and handed it over to Suemo, allowing her to go back to the appraisers to decide for themselves. On the other hand, Hu Yan himself went to the storage room, picking and repricing the hot-selling items, and then letting the marketing department's employees set up the goods. Online marketing. After the day was finally over, Hu Yan was ready to go buy a gift for his sister first and coax her. Who knows? Just as I stepped out of the office, I got a message. Surprisingly, it was from Shin Molan. Senior Hu Yan, do you have time to meet? There are some things I'd like to ask you about. Hu Yan has quite a good feeling about Shin Molan. Filial piety is worthy of respect. I'm meeting my sister for dinner tonight. Is tomorrow okay? Shin Molan, no problem. Tomorrow happens to be a break. See you tomorrow then? Hu Yan, good. Hu Yan drove to pick up Qian Shaoer and Hu Jiasun. When Hu Jiasun saw her brother, her little face was still not open and clear. On the other hand, Qian Shaoer jumped over at once and hugged Hu Yan's arm, chattering endlessly. Hu Yan, my store, it's really just like you said. Basically no sales except for some friends to hold it. Then, after I had someone do the repositioning as you said, immediately there is a change for the better. However, there are still difficulties. Shower Toys did as Hu Yan said and found many modern craftsmasters to do long-term cooperation. In this way, the purchase price can save 30%. No need to sell too expensive. And the profit basically came out. However, right now, Qian Shaoer was faced with the fact that there was nothing really upscale, although there are a lot of good things over at Qian's jewelry. However, the jewelry ones are a bit expensive as a giveaway. Moreover, with the change of people's living habits, gifts basically will not give each other shiny gold and silver jewelry things. We'll choose more subtle, but also meaningful things. After listening to Qian Shaoer's worries, Hu Yan said, I can help you with 2 things. Really? Qian Shaoer jumped up happily. It's like this, Hu Yan explained. When I was acquiring Yangcheng Chemical Dry with Mr. Qin, I discovered that there was a glass manufacturing workshop in the factory that had been abandoned. Didn't think anything of it at the time. However, coincidentally, when recruiting, an old man came. At that time, the personnel department was not allowed to enter, saying that it was too old. However, I thought, since people can come, may really have the book is it? Just asked. www.zbcxw.cn-novels.com. In fact, of course, it was Hu Yan who took a look and realized that that old man had a great, red, spanning future in Tianhai chemical industry. I asked this and guess what? What's wrong? Qian Shaoer opened her big round eyes and was cooperative. People who talk like this kind of listener. Hu Yan sighed, this person, surprisingly, is a famous handmade glass craft manufacturing master. Geez, Qian Shaoer naturally understood. This was simply joy from heaven. So, did he ask for a high salary? Did you guys keep him? Hu Yan said, what's even more unexpected is that this old man's purpose is just to have Tianhai Chemicals glass manufacturing workshop changed. He doesn't want a salary, just some performance commission. Why is it like this? It doesn't make sense. Qian Shaoer said in disbelief. I also think it is strange. Asked and then realized. It turned out that this craft faces high temperatures, and he is an ancestral craft. His own children prefer not to learn. He does not want to let this craft lost. Mainly want to pass on this craft in the factory. In fact, this was a small episode. At that time, when Hu Yan decided to hire this old man and activate the workshop that had long been abandoned, it was also greatly questioned. However, at that time, Qin Zixuan had argued strongly in favor of Hu Yan's decision, and only then was there a chance for this master to stay. At that time, Hu Yan's heart was fiercely grateful to Qin Zixuan. Who knows? Then appeared that matter of Qin Ru. Hu Yan wasn't being careful. He just felt that it was time to reposition his relationship with Qin Zixuan. So, before long, in my store, I will have the master's glass crafts, Qian Shaoer said happily. That's right, Hu Yan said. With time, after the master's craftsmanship is passed down, I think you won't be short of glass artifacts at different price points there. And, Chancellor asked, and then, there's the calligraphy class. Qian Shaoer was surprised. In this regard, you know people too? Hu Yan laughed. Actually, you recognize it. I recognize it too. How come I don't remember? Qian Shaoer pointed at her nose and said, her cute appearance extremely adorable. Hu Yan said, of course. Have you forgotten that old man when your store opened? You said, old Mr. Chen Wancheng, but isn't he retired? Besides, he's 80 years old. Isn't it too much to ask him for a painting? Qian Shaoer was puzzled, displaying her budding label to the fullest. Hu Yan laughed and shook his head, poking Qian Shaoer's glossy forehead with his finger. You're not stupid. You're just lazy to use your brain. What Hu Yan thought at this time was that if it was old Qin, he would definitely be able to think of it. Unexpectedly, Qian Shaoer nodded her head and said, that's right. If it was Xian, she would have definitely guessed it. However, you know I'm lazy, so just tell me. Hu Yan now felt even more sorry for his sister. Indeed, being with Qian Shaoer was really stress-free. It was very relaxed and at ease. Moreover, Qian Shaoer, who could be adorable, was simply a healing elf. It's heartless and city-like, and it allows people to say what they want to say. Her lack of thinking is not a disadvantage, but rather an incomparable advantage. It can make those who are with her feel superior without realizing it. Dependent girls, the cutest. It's not without reason. Like, for example, there is an old saying, called, a woman without talent is virtuous. Actually, that's the truth, isn't it? See Hu Yan dazed. Qian Shower is not in a hurry, just open wide eyes looking at you, waiting patiently. Clear eyes, like a child expecting a fairy tale, can melt a person's heart. Hu Yan said, it is actually very simple. Nowadays, in our province, the calligrapher is either a friend of Mr. Shin, or a disciple or something like that. Basically, there is no one he doesn't know. And, as far as I know, calligraphy often has a market without a price. Qian Shower nodded his head in agreement. In fact, we often see it in life. So-and-so calligrapher's calligraphy is worth 1,000 words or something. But who has heard of anyone buying it? Hardly any. All people see are gifted to others. If you really want to buy it, you can't buy it yet. Because buyers think it's too expensive and sellers think it's too cheap. That's the wackiness of the culture circle. Generally speaking, calligraphy and paintings are the type of artwork that costs money and is at shows. However, after spending a lot of money on something, the seller has very little left after expenses. As a result, few of the so-called masters actually make money from selling their work. Hu Yan continued. However, if one were to say something with Elder Shin's identity, they would definitely give face. Because they are short of people to say this. Now, Qian Shower completely understood. As long as it was old Mr. Shin Wancheng who said, help my little friend write a few characters. Who could refuse? Then, Qian Shower only needed to use a slight trick to make these people who wrote get rewarded. Then, in the future, there wouldn't be a shortage of commodities like words and paintings. Did you contact Elder Shin? Qian Shower asked. Hu Yan said, on that day. Didn't I leave Shin Lao's granddaughter's micro-message? Later, there were a few chats. The way I see it, it shouldn't be a problem. There's no reason to reject something that's beneficial to both sides, right? By this time, Hu Yan had already parked his car at the entrance of the night market. After Qian Shower got out of the car, she suddenly pinched her waist and asked, Old Hu, you're not looking at the other little girl's beauty to find an excuse to hit on her, are you? Hu Yan said with a smug look on his face. What, can't you? The man is unmarried and the woman is unmarried. I am young, elegant and talented, attracting bees and butterflies. Isn't it normal to take advantage of the opportunity to tease a girl? This was the contrast that was created by the different inner positioning of each person. Just ask, if Qin Zixuan had said this, could Hu Yan have answered like this? Apparently not. Hu Yan thought for a moment. If it was Qin Zixuan who said that, before that happened, he should have said this. How can that be? Looking at you day after day. How else can other girls look at you? Thinking of this, Hu Yan secretly laughed bitterly. If it was now, and Qin Zixuan asked this, it would really be hard for him to answer. In the future, how to get along was still a problem. After all, Hu Yan was not deeply involved in the world and his thoughts were a bit naive. And, at this time, Qian Shower huffed and puffed. With such a nationally beautiful maiden accompanying you, how dare you flirt with another sister? Let's see. Are you blind? Hu Yan deliberately looked around with his hands on the cooler. Where is she? How come I didn't notice? Qian Shower is so angry that he pounds Hu Yan with his little fist, and Hu Yan pretends to be hurt. Hu Jiasun couldn't help but laugh when she saw her brother and Qian Shower looking like a happy couple. Hu Yan had actually been observing his sister's expression, and when he saw that Hu Jiasun's face had finally cleared up, he knew that it was all right. Hurriedly taking out a delicate box from his pocket, he handed it over. For you, Hu Jiasun thought. It's a waste not to take it. Reaching out, she took it. Qian Shower came over. Old Hu, you're so biased. You only think about your sister. She said so on her lips, but anyone can see that she is not jealous at all. This was Qian Shower's style of dealing with the world. Let's see. What's the good stuff? After the box was opened, a pendant lay quietly inside, shining with different colors from different angles. This was something that Hu Jiasun didn't understand. However, looking pretty, of course, she liked it. The little bit of minor unhappiness with Hu Yan earlier disappeared in an instant. Thank you, brother. Hu Jiasun, who had gotten the gift, was immediately beaming. Qian Shower was however shocked. She looked at Hu Yan and her words were surprisingly lemony. Old Qin is still really good to you. Such a precious and superb fortune and longevity jadeite. Just made a finished product, and gave you a piece? Qian Shower said that's right. This is exactly the pendant made from the piece of superb fortune jadeite that Hu Yan and Qin Zixuan cut on the bazaar meander. As for why it's here, it was Hu Yan who inadvertently opened the drawer when he realized it was in the drawer of his office. It was thought that those blog shelves and the antiques visited on them were all arranged by Qin Zixuan as well. If it was before, Hu Yan would have been overjoyed, but nowadays, he just felt that Qin Zixuan cared about his abilities. Without waiting for Hu Yan to say anything, Hu Jiasun immediately asked, Sister Shower, what kind of extreme emerald? This thing, is it worth a lot of money? Did Sister Xian Xian give it to my brother? Qian Shower beamed and said, isn't that so? I was also present at that time. That piece of jadeite is worth $50 million. This finished product, at first glance, is the technique of a top craft master? 3 angles, 3 colors. It's worth a few million at least. Ha! Hu Jiasun was dumbfounded. Brother, I can't take this. It's too expensive. You'd better leave it to Sister Xianxian. Hu Yan skimmed his lips and said, you know your brother is good this time? Keep it well. How can a brother and sister hold a grudge against each other? It didn't take long for Hu Jiasun to make up with Hu Yan, waiting until Hu Yan chose his spot and went to buy food. Hu Jiasun's eyes turned and tentatively asked Qian Shower, Sister Shower, do you think that Sister Xianxian is interested in my brother if she gave him such an expensive thing? Hu Jiasun carefully observed Qian Shower's expression and really saw something. Qian Shower, who originally never seemed to be troubled, had a faint tangle appear on her face after hearing Hu Jiasun's words. A slightly wrinkled brow, and a bulging little face. A bit unhappy. However, after thinking about it, she still said, although Xianxian is my best friend, however, she is a different person from me. I have always belonged to the scattered ones because I have 2 older brothers, and Xianxian has been carrying the family's burden since she was a child. Therefore, it is difficult to see her personal emotions. However, well, according to her personality, rewarding excellent employees like Hu Yan is nothing. The strange thing is that, indeed, some of the value is too high. This makes me think not understand. Unless, your brother has recently done something very important. Hu Jiasun was not only not disappointed, on the contrary, she was also a little bit delighted. Because, in her heart, Qian Shower is the best companion for her brother. You mean that Sister Xianxian actually can't look at my brother? Qian Shower's eyebrows were once again tangled together, and after his gaze happened to glance at Hu Jiasun, he said somewhat strangely, why do I feel that Xianxian can't look at your brother? You seem as if you're very happy about it. www.zbcxw. CN Stars Novels. Come, am I acting that obvious? Hu Jiasun was a little frustrated that Qian Shower, who usually seemed to be mindless, could tell what she was thinking. Hu Jiasun felt that she was really too white. It's just that I don't think my brother is good enough for Sister Xianxian. Hu Jiasun pretended to be calm and said. Qian Shower held her chin and muttered, I just thought about what happened after I met your brother. And that's really not saying much. You know, in the past, Xianxian never came out alone with a male. She actually ate at a big stall with your brother. And get this, more than once. The most irritating thing is that the last time I was here, I was just making a joke about snatching your brother. Surprisingly, she wouldn't let me. You know, in the past, we looked at things together. She would all let me. Hu Jiasun originally felt that things that had become simple, but unexpectedly, after a flurry of analysis by Qian Shower, the results were messed up again. After Hu Yan came back, he bought several snacks that the 2 ladies loved. The 3 didn't say anything else, probably because they were hungry, and they were all eating carefully. After eating, it was still early. Hu Yan stopped by to show his sister around the ghost market. Granted, the ghost market is now pretty much the same as the night market. However, occasionally something different would still appear. After all, Jiangchang was an old city, and many outsiders would come here. No, after walking around for a while, I didn't find anything worth picking up though. Saw one interesting thing, though. A lot of people gathered in a big circle. A man and a woman in the center and an old man with a gong guy on the side. Surprisingly, it's the kind of beatboxing and selling in the past. This kind of folk art, but it's been a long time since I've seen it. For the first time in your precious land, all of you folks, everyone who has money to support a money field, no money to support a personal field. My brother and sister and 2 people are not good at learning. You guys teach more. This is interesting. This is interesting. Qian Shower and Hu Jiasun both clamored that they wanted to see it. After all, they had only seen these inside the TV series. Even Hu Yan vaguely remembered that when he was very young, there were monkeys and sellers on the streets. It had long been blurred in the memory. Hu Yan protected the 2 girls, slowly squeezing through and finding a better position. Standing behind them, he looked after them. At this time, the elder brother of the seller picked up a big knife and played with it. In the midst of whirring, the younger sister took a bundle of bamboo chopsticks, scattered them, and threw them straight up into the air. Only the light of the knife flashed, and a bundle of chopsticks was continuously cut off and fell down. The crowd roared. A knowledgeable person said, "This is a serious mountain knife, not a show knife of flower show. There must be 50 or 60 pounds it. To be able to play so skillfully, that is a real skill. Is this legal? It's a controlled knife, right? People are just performing. It's not easy to earn some money. Don't talk nonsense." Compared to ordinary people, Hu Yan's vision at this time was even more venomous. he saw clearly that the bamboo chopsticks that fell on the ground were clearly cut from the center. It was estimated that when he picked them up and compared them, the lengths were not even close to each other. At this time, the old man picked up the porcelain bowl on the ground, walked around, 3 or 2 people, took out 3 or 2 pieces, 10 or 8 pieces thrown into the porcelain bowl. Those who don't pay are a little embarrassed and step back a bit, giving their good seats to those who pay. Of course, there are also those who have a disdainful look on their faces and don't change their seats without paying. The old man had a disheveled look on his face, as if he saw that he couldn't even earn the money to stay in the store. His heart was not in a good mood. The girl picked up the chopsticks that had fallen on the floor and was about to put them away. Hu Yan said, "Little girl, sell me those chopsticks, will you?" The girl was about 17 or 18 years old, probably with a long period of sun exposure. Her skin was slightly dark, but there was a spiritual light in her eyes that she couldn't hide. Hearing Hu Yan's words, she smiled and said, "No need. Since you like it, uncle, it's yours." He. The little girl's words made Qian Shower and Hu Jusin giggle. "Uncle?" Hu Yan was also a bit confused and shook his head, taking the half chopsticks in the girl's hand. He said, "Watch uncle give you a kung fu practice." The girl froze, and the young man looked at Hu Yan warily, hiding his sister behind him. Hu Yan turned around in the center of the factory and didn't see a suitable place. That's when the onlookers got impatient. What for? Being messed up blindly. It's not easy for people to earn money. There's all kinds of people. You're going up there to play monkey? Get out of the way. It's an eyesore. Hu Yan was also in a hurry, and at a glance, he saw that the youth with a bad expression was holding a knife, eyeing himself intently. Hu Yan smiled and said, "This big brother, don't misunderstand. I was just on a whim and wanted to perform a trick." The man's expression eased when he saw that Hu Yan really didn't seem to have any malicious intent. "Can I borrow the knife?" The word was instantly alert again. After Hu Yan was speechless for a while, he suddenly thought of a solution. "How about this? Big brother, full of annoyance, flatten the end of the knife in your hand. Remember to place the face of the knife flat, and we'll perform a show together. The money earned goes to you. If not, I'll give you $1,000. How's that?" Although he didn't know what Hu Yan was going to do. However, Qian Shower felt that it was fun and immediately shouted, come one, if it's good, I'll give 1,000. Hu Jiasin, of course, cannot cold old brother's field, boldly said, "I give 100. Hu Yan clasped his fists at them and said, "Thank you both for your support. Let's see uncle give you a show." As the crowd laughed, Hu Yan put the bamboo chopsticks in his hands and gathered them together, giving the knife-juggling man a wink. The man cooperated by flattening the large knife in his hand. Hu Yan put those bamboo chopsticks on top of the big knife. The neat and tidy cuts were displayed in everyone's eyes. A brief silence was followed by an outburst of hoots and hollers. Good kung fu. Amazing. What a folklorist. Divine. The old man was there at his age. After all, he had experienced a lot, and immediately took up the basin and porcelain bowl again and walked around. This time, his face was all smiles of relief. The smallest denomination in there is 20. There are not even a few tens. And there are people who don't have cash with them and use their cell phones to ask for help from the people around them. Give me some cash. People don't have scan code payment. You can't watch such good kung fu for nothing. This is a real national art. The man playing with the knife was dumbfounded. He really didn't see where Hu Yan's kung fu was good. The girl seemed to think of it and looked like she wanted to say something. Hu Yan grabbed a handful of money from his pocket. Actually not much. Just a few $100. In the pocket just in case. After placing the money inside the porcelain bowl, Hu Yan said to the man who was looking at him with a blank face, still holding the knife, "Big brother is so handsome in kung fu. I'm just letting everyone see it for real." Saying that, Hu Yan gave the man a thumbs up. At that moment, the man smiled as he looked at the neatly stacked chopsticks that had been cut flat. "Thanks a lot. You're a good person." Hu Yan shook his head. "No thanks." Then, walked back to his original position. Qian Shower hugged Hu Yan's arm at once. "Hu Yan, you're really great. How did you see it?" Hu Yan laughed. "The eye of an appraiser is not comparable to an ordinary person." Chancellor nodded. At this time, the girl on the field held a sword in her hand, and after giving everyone a salute, the sword walked lightly and played a set of swordplay. Unconsciously, Hu Yan felt as if the girl's swordsmanship was even more powerful than her brother's. But what was so great about it? Hu Yan couldn't say. This, too, is the biggest drawback that Hu Yan faces today. Although he could see the value of some things, he couldn't tell where the subtleties lay. Even the ones he could tell were only guesses based on his knowledge of history from his reading days. In terms of attainment of antique artifacts, he was still really young. However, just as he was gazing at the girl's sword dance, the strange feeling of looking at a photo during the day and seeing the photo process directly appeared again. Hu Yan's eyes seemed to have traveled through time and space, seeing a tiny girl with an old man standing beside her. The old man said again, "This set of swordsmanship is called the curved bamboo sword technique. It was realized by the Yao family's ancestor from watching the bamboo and the rain being blown by the wind and not falling down." Next, it seemed that in an instant, the process of the girl learning the sword was completely experienced by Hu Yan as if it was a one-time experience. And at that moment, the girl's sword technique was not yet finished. When he watched it again, the sword techniques that Hu Yan originally couldn't understand now looked superior and inferior. Is this retroactive? Hu Yan was a little disbelieving when he was once again confronted with the old man's porcelain bowl. Hu Yan took a look at it, and there was a high price of $80,000. And, fixing my eyes, that feeling came back. The porcelain bowl in the old man's hand, though it looked in poor condition. However, through Hu Yan's eyes, it was, surprisingly, a product of the Republican era. It is not from an official kiln. However, it is of superior quality for folk. Hu Yan told Hu Jiasen to stay still with Chen Shower and turned around to go out himself. By the time he returned, the girl happened to be standing with her sword retracted, greeting the surrounding group. But, to be honest, as nice as her swordplay was, it wasn't as nice as looking at people practicing with performance swords on TV. The slightly sweaty girl was a little embarrassed. Her performance was even less effective than her brother's just now. After one round, basically no one gave money. Unconsciously, the girl looked over at Hu Yan, who had returned in a hurry. Hu Yan didn't let her down and walked into the arena, saying, "I'll perform another one." Crowd roars with laughter. Hu Yan also didn't expect that he would be welcomed by everyone. However, some newcomers to the audience didn't know and had a look of Mandan. Someone next to him explained to him the great scene that had just been staged. The people who had just arrived were also interested and were calling out and shouting. Hu Yan followed the example of his siblings and clasped his fists and saluted the surrounding crowd. Unconsciously, he noticed that the girl's clear eyes seemed to sparkle with a different color. Just as the girl was about to raise her steps and walk over to match Hu Yan pointed at the girl and said, "Don't move." The girl was unsure and had a bewildered look on her face. However, it still followed Hu Yan's words and stood motionless. Hu Yan was holding a noodle pocket in his hand, which he had just bought at a high price from a stall selling egg cakes. He stared down at the ground. There is a distance between this place and the snack street, which is a ghost market that existed in the early Manchu era. In order to preserve the flavor of the year, the ground is not paved with tiles and paint tarmac or anything else, but only regularly paved with some sand. Hu Yan carefully sprinkled white noodles around the girl, and if there hadn't been the scene with the chopstick cross-section just now, it was likely that everyone would have chucked them again. However, at this time, not only did people not chuck people out, but they were also looking forward to what kind of miracle Hu Yan would bring to everyone. Hu Yan waved the white flour in his hand without any distractions, and only after it had been sprinkled to a certain extent did people realize that there was also a small amount of fluorescent powder added to the white flour, emerald green in color. With the passage of time, Qian Shower, who had a face of Mandan, suddenly covered her mouth with both hands and almost said, "Oh my god, this is a painting." www.zbcxw, CN Stars Novel Network. With her sweet voice and good looks, Qian Shower instantly attracted people's attention. "You guys look, you see." Qian Shower jumped to his feet and pointed to the ground where Hu Yan was waving flour. All around the girl, a swaying emerald bamboo was revealed in the flower waved by Hu Yan. The girl stood in the center, at the root of the pillar, surrounded by scattered bamboo branches and leaves swaying in the wind. It seemed to sway resiliently in the blistering wind and rain, but never fell. Snapped. In the constant flashing of the flash, the surrounding crowd all took their cell phones and filmed this incredible scene. There were also people who turned on their video recordings and made small videos to post inside their circle of friends. Again the old man duly took up the porcelain bowl, nodding and bowing in a circle, hoping that the good man would pay the bill. However, a colorful, red and green ticket was thrown at the emerald green, windswept bamboos made of a combination of white faces and fluorescent powder. The original wind and rain roughly, swaying beauty of the world, added a lot of secular brassiness. However, it was good to see that a family of sellers did not have any displeasure. On the contrary, they were so happy that they all smiled with joy. Just when people are all happy and laughing, a piercing phone call appears in people's ears. "Hello, alarm center? I suspect someone here is using a controlled substance. It's just this side of the Fairy Lake Ghost Market." "Yes." Crowd roars. "It's fucking everything. How many years have we not seen this kind of folk art?" "Xiao Xing, you're full. You're so full. You don't think about others. Damn it. Disgusting. It's not like you're chopping people with a knife. So what's the point of yakking? Break it up. There's no more to see. Go home." It wasn't a wasted day. Alas. Seeing how angry people looked one by one, The family hadn't figured out what was going on. Hu Yan hurriedly pulled the old man back and asked, "You guys haven't encountered anything like this?" The old man shook his head as the girl explained, "We've been selling our art all the way over here, all in the countryside, and we haven't encountered anything like this." Hu Yan said, "Hurry up and go, or else, when the police come, all of you will be confiscated." The family was a little anxious. Packing up their things while at a loss for what to do, they looked to Hu Yan for help with their eyes. Hu Yan said, "You guys just collect the stuff and teach me the rest." Hu Yan's actions made that family of three choose to trust unconditionally. Hu Jiasin and Qian Shaoer also came over to help, and Hu Yan personally took up that mantle for collecting money. The money, of course, was to be collected by the old man. Immediately afterward, they jogged all the way to Hu Yan's car, carrying their things. Hu Yan quickly started the car, and it was the police car that came out to meet them that brushed against Hu Yan and the others. When they got on the bus, they were in a hurry, so Qian Shaoer and Hu Jiasin finished putting their things away and sat directly in the back row. At this time, sitting next to Hu Yan was the girl who danced with the sword. The car hadn't driven far when the girl's stomach rumbled a few times. She blushed and lowered her head, figuring that there was nothing more to do. Hu Yan first sent Qian Shaoer and Hu Jiasin back home. Then, driving that family of three, he went to a noodle shop under his house. "Let's eat first, and when we're full, we'll work on what comes afterward." They were running out of ideas, so they nodded and followed Hu Yan into the noodle shop. This hand-rolled pasta is affordable and not too slow. It didn't take long for 3 bowls of noodles and a large plate of chicken, as well as a few small dishes to come up. The girl asked Hu Yan why he didn't want a bowl. Hu Yan said he had eaten. The girl's brother swallowed heavily, obviously starving hard. The old man also ate his noodles in silence. The girl, despite being hungry as well, however, ate her noodles in a much more civilized manner. Hu Yan had eaten and wasn't hungry yet. Seeing that this family of 3 was a bit put out, he picked up his chopsticks and handed them the chicken and small dishes. When they were given to the old man and the man, the 2 men thanked them and took a big bite. And, when it came to the girl glanced at Hu Yan and said with a red face, "You should eat some too." Hu Yan said, "I'm really not hungry." Seeing the girl's coyness, Hu Yan saw that the man had eaten almost as much as he could. So he asked him, "Where did you come from?" The man said, "We are mountain people from the White Mountainside. Originally always lived in the mountains. The youngest sister has a good brain, went to school and got into college, but the family has no money. I and my father thought, with her together, help her earn some tuition. As it turns out, the family's name is Yao. Brother called Yao Gang. My sister's name is Yao Ro, has been living a worldly life deep in the White Mountains. However, there is a rule in Yao's cottage that boys must keep house. Girls must be married off and not be out of touch with society." Yao Ro was a smart girl. Not only was her family's martial arts a rare genius for several generations, even her studies were famous in the area. Even though she went to school and was delayed for 5 or 6 hours on the road, it didn't stop her desire for knowledge in the slightest. Eventually, with excellent results, she was admitted to Jiancheng University. In fact, she wanted to use her knowledge to change the status quo of the backward cottage in the future, especially along the way. She saw the developed technology and life in the modern society, which strengthened her belief. Although I had seen some of it in books before, however, the shock of seeing it with my own eyes was even more intense. Hu Yan couldn't imagine that Yao Ro could study so well in that environment. Thinking about his own learning along the way, what his family had paid, simply ashamed of himself, Hu Yan said, "What a coincidence. The girl who just sat behind me is my sister, who also took the exam for Jiancheng University. In the future, you guys will be classmates. In the future, you will be classmates. What are your plans for the future?" Selling art can only be a temporary expedient. It can't last long. Yao Gang hadn't gone to school for a few days and had practically grown up in the walled city, so he was a bit confused. "We've earned quite a bit of money today. If we put it together again, the youngest sister's tuition will be enough." Hu Yan said, "First of all, you guys are holding those weapons, which are controlled knives and illegal. Even if you replace them with props, let's not talk about the fact that the selling point is gone. After a long time, people won't be able to earn any money without the freshness." Yao Gang dismayedly said, "It's really bad to live in the city. It's not like our cottage, where everything comes with the move of a hand. Here, everything costs money." Alas, Yao Ro looked at Hu Yan with big clear eyes. Although she didn't say anything, however, the intention of letting Hu Yan help out with ideas couldn't be more obvious. "Ahem," Hu Yan said, "my suggestion is that old Father Yao is getting old. Why don't you just go back after a few days of playing? If Brother Gang has the idea to stay, he should find a place to take a class. As for younger sister Xiao, you should first apply for the treatment of a poor student. I can help you guys figure out the money." The 3 looked at each other and didn't say anything. Obviously, Hu Yan's enthusiasm was too much for them to accept for a while. Yao Laohan took out a cloth bag from his bosom, and after opening it, it was a pile of money. He counted it and handed it over to Yao Gang, saying, "Forget about the meal money, and what's left, give half to the others." Yao Gang nodded and went to count the money. Obviously, the old man didn't quite believe that there was someone as good as Hu Yan in the world. He was afraid that Hu Yan had some kind of scheme. Hu Yan smiled and shook his head. Yao Ro pursed her lips and said, "Brother Hu, I'm sorry, Pops, he doesn't want to owe people too much, afraid that he can't afford to pay it back." Huin nodded. "I understand." When Yao Gang came back, he placed a pile of money with zeros in front of Hu Yan. "For you." Hu Yan thought for a moment and said, "This money, let's say I accept it. However, you guys are in urgent need of money now. Consider it as me lending it to you guys. You guys can pay me back when you have the money." Yao Gang's eyes lit up, just wanting to take the money, asking the old man to stretch out a tobacco pouch pole and press on it. "Young man, we appreciate the thought. However, we really can't take it." Hu Yan didn't force himself, and put a bunch of money into his pocket. "For the night, if you can trust me, you can stay in my dormitory for the night. If you can't, I'll find you a hostel." The siblings looked blearily at Pops, who thought for a moment, but ultimately couldn't spare the money for the stay. "Thank you then, great nephew." When Hu Yan brought this family of 3 to the upstairs of Hu Yan's house, the moment he opened the door, the family was all shocked. For a while, standing outside the door, afraid to enter. "Old Hu, what took you so long to come back?" Zhao Peng's loud grinning voice came. Hu Yan saw Zhao Peng just wearing a large pair of pants, lying on the sofa, and hurriedly said, "There's a guest, put your clothes on." "Ugh, I'm going." Zhao Peng was so scared that he hurried to his room. Eldest Miss Qin came and didn't tell me earlier, since he couldn't see outside the room. He thought it was Qin Zishuan who had come. Hu Yan didn't bother to explain, taking out the spare slippers from inside the shoe cabinet and placing them on the floor. "It's been a long day. Quickly change your shoes and come inside." "Ugh." Yao Gang took off his shoes first and entered the house. Following closely behind, Yao Laohan and Yao Ro also came in. At this time, Zhao Peng, who had changed into his pajamas, walked out. When he saw Yao Ro, his eyes immediately went straight inside. "Old Hua, why don't you introduce me?" Hu Yan secretly shook his head. "This is my roommate, Zhao Peng. This is Papa Yao, big brother Yao Gang, sister Yao Ro." Zhao Peng hurriedly rushed over and picked up the bag on Yao Ro's shoulder. Who knew? Underestimating the weight of the things inside, he nearly fell on the ground. He held his face red. Zhao Peng, who had obviously flashed his back, looked at Hu Yan grudgingly. "Old Hu, you shaded me? Why didn't you tell me when it was so heavy?" Hu Yan was really speechless. Even if he wanted to remind Zhao Peng, he had to have time. Just now, Zhao Peng's speed caught up with the 100-meter race. Hu Yan shook his head helplessly, and Zhao Peng asked Yao Ro, "You guys are from that theater group? This prop is a bit too heavy, right?" It was no wonder that Zhao Peng now saw Hu Yan as the kind of person who befriended people from the upper class. Yao Ro smiled coyly. "Brother Zhao, you've misunderstood. We're not from the crew. It's the mountain people." Zhao Peng immediately gave a thumbs up. "Awesome, this acting skill. There's no one else." He shook his head with a smile and said, "I can tell you, the last time our classmates got married, I can see the big stars. I think, even Kylie, compared to your length, that is almost less. I'm sure, in the future, you can definitely be a big hit." Zhao Peng confused Yao Ro and was speechless for a while. Hu Yan took the bag in Yao Laohan's hand and led him and Yao Gang to the southeast house. This was the old man's room designed during the renovation, with retro-style tatami mats. Hu Yan felt that Yao Laohan and Yao Gang, who were used to sleeping on the Kong, should be suitable. "You two will take this room." The two nodded and said thanks. Then, Hu Yan brought Yao Ro again to the guest room next to him, said, "This room was originally intended for my sister, so you can stay here first. By the way, both bathrooms can take a shower. You guys are also tired. Wash up and go to bed early." After saying that, Hu Yan walked out without the slightest hesitation. www.zbcxw.cn-novels.com. Yao Gang, who was standing outside the door like this, was startled. However, Hu Yan didn't mind. If it was Hu Jusin who had arrived in a new environment with himself, it was expected that he would be almost like this himself. Yao Gang was startled to see Hu Yan come out so quickly, and snapped a little embarrassed. Hu Yan, in order to avoid embarrassment, pulled Yao Gang to the bathroom and told him how to use the shower and which one is shampoo and that one is bath soap and whatnot. Zhao Peng looked a bit confused and waited for the Yao siblings to both go take a shower. He came over and asked, "Old Hu, Are they really from the mountains? What did you think? Hu Yan told Zhao Peng about his experience of meeting the 3 members of the Yao family. Zhao Peng thought for a moment and said, "Originally, I thought I was bitter enough as a child, but I didn't realize that in this world, there are people who have seen nothing." Hu Yan sighed. "Yeah, what do we have to complain about? Already have plenty." In the past, they had heard that there were still places where people did not have enough to eat or wear, or even, had never left the mountains in their lives. Those, originally, were distant stories in their senses. After all, people in cities today are throwing away countless amounts of food. Zhao Peng suddenly said, "I will never waste food or spend money again." Hu Yan nodded. There were times when it was involuntary. There were times, however, when it was truly a waste of malice. When he thought of the way the 3 members of the Yao family drank all the noodle soup during the meal just now, Hu Yan's heart wasn't in a good mood either. After a while, Yao Gang came out and replaced Yao Laohan to take a bath. After a few moments of small talk with Hu Yan, he yawned. Mountain people didn't have electricity and usually went to bed early at night. Hu Yan let Yao Gang sleep first. When Yao Rou walked out, Zhao Peng's entire body was dumbfounded. Even Hu Yan couldn't believe his eyes. Yao Rou, who had taken a bath, the original face and hands that were tanned magically disappeared. Displayed in front of Hu Yan and the others was a stunningly beautiful young girl with fair and healthy skin. "You?" Zhao Peng pointed at Yao Rou. Unable to speak for a moment, Yao Rou walked up to Hu Yan and asked, "Brother Hu, is there a water basin? I want to wash my dirty clothes." She was holding their family's dirty clothes in her arms. They were changing into clean clothes first before going to take a bath. Hu Yan led her to the laundry room and told Yao Rou to put the clothes into the washing machine. Then, while operating it, he told Yao Rou the way to use it. Yao Rou nodded her head in memory. Waiting for Hu Yan to finish the things in his hands, Yao Rou saw the strange color on Hu Yan's face and whispered, "The color on my face and hands is painted on. My dad said that I have to protect myself." So amazing? Hu Yan couldn't help but say. He was self-conscious that his eyesight was good, and he had actually thought that it was a tan, but he had never thought that it was man-made. Yao Rou went back to the house and took out a bamboo tube from inside the package, opening the lid to show Hu Yan. "This is the juice of a herb. Rub it on and it looks darker, but it's actually good for the skin. If you use it often, you won't be able to get a tan in any way." What Hu Yan thought in his mind was, "Is this the legendary all-natural mask?" While thinking so, numbers appeared in Hu Yan's eyes. 25,000. In other words, the contents of the bamboo tube, sold by the mask, were worth at least $25,000. That's still the unadvertised price. Hu Yan suddenly thought of something and said, "By the way, I saw old man Yao carrying a large pocket. Around one inside. Is it a pill?" Yao Rou nodded her head and said, "Yes, those are medicinal pills formulated from my family's heirloom prescription. Not only can they strengthen the body, it's humid in our mountains. Eating these pills can also cure rheumatism and bone diseases. Can you bring me one to look at?" Yao Rou nodded and brought over a pill. Hu Yan asked, "This, you guys are planning to sell, right?" Yao Rou said, "I was going to sell them, but, when we were selling them along the way to earn money, everyone said that they were some kind of vigorous pills, cheating people, so I didn't sell them anymore. When I start school, I'll keep some and let my dad take the rest back." Hu Yan asked, "Originally, how much did you guys plan to sell them for per pill?" $15. Yao Rou said, "I set the price. I was based on what I read in the book. Medicines with this kind of efficacy are usually tens of dollars a box." Hu Yan was shocked. What he saw in his eyes was clearly 350. In other words, Yao Rou definitely did not exaggerate the efficacy of this drug. Moreover, it had been very subtle. Today's society, although the material has been greatly satisfied, however, long-term bad habits and heart pressure becomes bigger, resulting in almost everyone has cervical spondylosis, frozen shoulder and other chronic diseases. And, just now, when Hu Yan looked closely, an eye for tracing back to the source found this medicine, the very nemesis of these chronic diseases. Ahem, Xiao Rou's sister. It's like this. Nowadays, medicines that don't have formal manufacturers and certificates of conformity are considered fake medicines. This is something that must not be taken out and sold. Yao Rou pursed her lips and nodded despite her reluctance. Hu Yan Hufeng turned and said, "However, I believe in you guys. In the future, if there is such a good thing, I hope you guys can sell it to me. The price is still set by yourselves. However, the precious natural herbs inside this pill are hard to come by. Don't ever give it to me cheaply. These things, in the eyes of the mountain people, are just moving their hands to get. However, to the lowly people of the modern world, they are treasures." Yao Rou was a bit torn. "Brother Hu, since you want to buy it, it's better for you to set the price yourself." Hu Yan compared 3 fingers. Yao Rou's eyes widened. 30? Wouldn't that be too expensive? Hu Yan was powerless to spit in his heart. I'm talking about 300. Look, okay? Hu Yan really didn't want to earn their money. Yao Rou hurriedly shook her head. No, you've already helped us a lot. To be honest, we haven't earned any money along the way. Tonight, you helped us earn over $1,000 at once. I don't even know how to thank you. How can we still buy you so expensive? Hu Yan thought about it and felt that the way to treat the Yao family members should be changed from the original inherent thinking. Here's the thing. I'm an appraiser at the pawn shop. Acquiring your stuff is my job. The money isn't from me. It's from the company. I think that your medicine is worth the price. Yao Rou blinked her watery and clear eyes and looked at Hu Yan. Brother Hu, you are really a good person. However, you just said that buying and selling this drug is illegal. Hu Yan was speechless for a while. Unexpectedly, this seemingly innocent girl was not easy to fool. Hu Yan thought for a moment and said, it's like this. We, the pawn shop, acquire things as long as the appraiser thinks they have value. Yao Rouchen was silent for a while and said, I'll ask my dad when he's done with his bath. After that, Yao Rou looked around, picked up a rag, and started cleaning up inside and out. Although the house was quite good, however, Hu Yan and their two big men, when they first lived in, they also divided the labor to clean up. After a long time, it's getting more and more unkempt. Yao Rou's hands and feet were nimble, and soon cleaned up the various and frequently cleaned up hygiene dead ends. Zhao Peng looked embarrassed and also picked up a mop to wipe the floor. Strange enough, when he first saw Yao Rou, he was like a cat smelling something fishy. His eyes were glowing. However, now that Yao Rou revealed her true colors, Zhao Peng instead hid far away, not daring to approach. Even, once in a while, when the two cleaned and encountered each other, Yao Rou's kind smile would make Zhao Peng's face turn red. After Yao Laohan came out, Yao Rou whispered to him. The old man barked a few words and went back to bed, telling Yao Rou to go to bed early as well. Hu Yan knew that Yao Rou must have gone to ask Pops about the price of the pills. Well, what did Papa Yao say? Yao Rou was a bit embarrassed. However, she still said it. My daddy said that city people have a lot of hard eyes. After giving some benefits first, then think of ways to cheat people. Whether you are a good person or a bad person, we can't take advantage of you. So, $15 a pill. After saying that, Yao Rou bowed and performed a salute towards Hu Yan. I'm sorry, brother Hu. I know that you are a good person. Your eyesight is really good. Those medicines, you must have noticed them a long time ago, right? If I sell them to you for 300 apiece, it's just enough for my tuition and a year's living expenses. Thank you very much. However, I must listen to my father. Maybe because of nervousness, despite the control. Yao Rou still said my father instead of my father. Hu Yan was dumbfounded for a moment. He really didn't have that strong eyesight and didn't think that much. He simply didn't want to earn this family's money. Those pills, he bought them 300 apiece. Leave some for his parents. Give some away. Sell some. Just enough to get his money back. Good people? Hu Yan secretly shook his head and thought. You're the real good guy here. Thinking the best of people. Don't pack. Tomorrow, we'll go to my office and we'll talk about it then. Yao Rou nodded and ended up finishing the rest of the work before going to sleep. Zhao Peng was still sitting on the sofa and staring. Hu Yan yawned and said, going to bed. Can't sleep. Heaven forbid. There should be such a beautiful and kind girl. Hu Yan laughed bitterly, but he understood Zhao Peng's meaning. It wasn't that Yao Rou was more beautiful than Qin Zixuan. They, each with their own wins, were considered to be on the same level. However, Zhao Peng was touched to the deep softness of his heart. I guess. Early the next morning, Hu Yan, who had just gotten up, found that the entire inside of the house was very neatly arranged. It was clean and spotless. And, on a rare occasion, Zhao Peng had gotten up early and bought breakfast back. Originally, Zhao Peng had let the three members of the Yao family eat first. However, Yao Rou insisted on waiting for Hu Yan to get up to eat together. After Hu Yan hurriedly washed up, everyone sat down at the table to eat together. Old Father Yao, it's like this. In fact, solving Xiao Rou's sister's tuition fee is very simple. The old man stopped the donut in his hand. Go ahead. The mantle you used to collect money when you were selling your art is actually an antique. It can sell for quite a lot of money. It's more than enough to solve Xiao Rou's sister's tuition. If you can't spare it, there are other ways as well. As for other methods, Hu Yan also thought about it. He guaranteed that he would just give Yao Rou a student loan. Yao Laohan apparently didn't know that one of the jars he was used to using was a valuable item. What's that thing worth? How much could it be worth? Hu Yan said. It's hard to say the exact price, but with a few tens of thousands of dollars, it shouldn't be a problem to solve tuition and living expenses. In fact, Hu Yan didn't lose any money by accepting it himself. However, he was afraid that Yao Laohan would be paranoid again and think it was his own charity. Which would be bad? The old man thought about it and still seemed to find it unbelievable. However, with an attitude of trying, he nodded. After dinner, Hu Yan drove the 3 members of the Yao family to Tianhai pawnshop, just in time for today's shift as Wang Quansheng. After the two greeted each other, Hu Yan briefly explained his intentions. Look, Mr. Wang, I'm an acquaintance. It's not easy to talk, so you can see to it, said Hu Yan and asked old man Yao to bring out that porcelain bowl. Wang Quansheng put on white gloves, picked up the porcelain bowl and carefully observed. He held the mouth of the jar with both hands and looked at the color first, then turned up the jar to look at the rim underneath, and then he flicked the jar with his fingers. Said, Republic of China period imitation official kiln wide mouth jar, thick pulp, well preserved. Although it is an imitation, the good thing is that the workmanship is exquisite, and the glaze color is thick and heavy, worth a few tens of thousands of dollars. This is what Wang Quansheng is accustomed to saying, and it only occurred to him after he finished that Hu Yan was still here. Somewhat embarrassed, he said, with you, Master Hu, what more do I have to say? Hu Yan shook his hand and said, precisely because he is my friend, so it is better for you to set the price. Just give a reasonable price appropriately. Wang Quansheng nodded knowingly. The normal collection price is 48,000. For Master Hu's sake, 56,000 is collected. It is not that Wang Quansheng pressurized the price. Pawnbrokers have the rules of the pawnbrokers, and things that are not profitable are definitely not doable. Wang Quansheng gave the price. Indeed is to give Hu Yan face. The Yao family was full of shock. They really couldn't believe that it was the jar that was usually treated as an ordinary artifact at home that could be worth so much money. Father Yao's words trembled. Are you sure you're not joking with my old man? Wang Quansheng smiled and shook his head. If the old man thinks it's appropriate, we can sign the contract now. Cash or transfer is fine. The old man didn't know what to do for a moment and looked at Hu Yan. Hu Yan said, let's do it this way. First let Xiao Rou's sister run a bank card. Deposit a portion in it and keep it for school. The rest, you and brother Gang will see to it. The old man nodded and followed Hu Yan's instructions. First signing the contract of sale with the pawnshop, took 56,000 in cash. Seeing the money, Yao Leiahan's heart is solid. Next, Hu Yan helped Yao Rou to get a bank card, deposited 30,000 into it, and left the rest for Yao Leiahan's master and his wife. After that, Hu Yan asked Yao Rou to buy a cell phone so that she could get in touch with her family in the future. After saving his phone number, he told Yao Rou to call him if anything happened. After the Yao family members said goodbye with fondness and 1,000 thanks, it was almost noon. Hu Yan's previous appointment with Shen Moling was to meet at noon at the cafe on South Street. And anyway, it was fine, so Hu Yan drove over. Hu Yan, who had arrived half an hour earlier, didn't expect that Shen Moling was already waiting there. I didn't realize that you were so early. Shen Moling was even more surprised. I didn't have anything to do, so I came first, and I didn't expect that senior who was also so early. Just happened to be helping a friend with some errands and came in early when I was done. Truth be told, when Win was in college, he hardly ever went into a cafe and didn't know what to order. After casually ordering a coffee, the two chatted. Shen Moling seemed to ask with great interest, Senior Hu, is the break still so busy? Busy is not busy, just happened to come across a matter. Hu Yan simply told the Yao family 3 things. Shen Moling was very emotional for a while about the fact that a family of 3 had actually walked half of the province, selling their art all the way over. Right, I still want to trouble you. You turned out to be the president of the student council. Can you help Yao Rou get a poor student's treatment? Shen Moling thought for a moment. In her case, there shouldn't be much of a problem. Next, Hu Yan talked to Shen Moling about the matter in Xianshao's store. Shen Moling felt that this matter should be fine. When Hu Yan's matter was almost chatted, Shen Moling said her matter. My grandfather has always been grateful for Mr. Zheng Dafu's enlightenment. Those students of his plucked a lot of works printed with the Gum and Yang Wei Quan seal. His old man's heart aches when he thinks of what happened to Mr. Shang's cry. So, let me get rid of those things. Hu Yan understood what Shen Moling meant. There must be truth and falsehood in those things. It was because she believed in Hu Yan's character that she looked for him. That's no problem. Meet me at our office and I'm sure I'll give you a fair price. Shen Moling nodded. This, I naturally trust. The two had idle chat for a while. Suddenly, Shen Moling clicked on the cell phone's circle of friends and said, Senior Hu, the person inside this video, is it you? Hu Yan took his cell phone and looked at it, but it was the scene from last night when he helped the Yao family of 3 make money performing in the ghost market. It's me. I'm making you laugh. Shen Moling shook his head and said, how can you laugh? I admire Senior Hu from the bottom of my heart. If I wanted to help others, I would just spend a few dollars. You, on the other hand, are simply showing people the way to earn money. These 3 people, They are the 3 members of that Yao family you mentioned, right? That's right, it's them. At that time, didn't think that much. I saw that people had real skills, but it was a shame that they didn't capture the audience's attention, so I went along for the ride. After listening to Hu Yan, Shen Moling took a close look at Hu Yan with her dark eyes to make sure that Hu Yan was not showing off. Only then did she say, even if others want to help, they don't have that eye power. Without seeing it with my own eyes, it's really hard to believe. How could you tell at a glance that those chopsticks were cut so neatly? Also, I've always wanted to ask, do you like to paint? That one of the bamboo in the rain is simply divine. Unfortunately, it was spoiled by those people. It turned out that calligraphy and painting were not separate, and after Shen Moling saw the painting that Hu Yan had painted with flour, he simply adored Hu Yan. Hu Yan shook his head repeatedly. That wasn't my good drawing. In fact, it was really the traces left on the ground after Yao Rou's sword dance. Shen Moling was momentarily lost in thought and murmured, my Huaxia really has many capable people. It is not easy to pass down these cultural treasures. I don't know if there will still be any left after a few more decades. A few hundred years? Hu Yan was also silent for a long time before he said, it's really hard to say. With the constant development of technology, a lot of things will change, right? Just like the brocade ash pile. So beautiful. But now it's become extinct. After they parted ways, Hu Yan was ready to go home and rest and relax because he had gotten up early today and had nothing else to do. The car just drove back to the gate of Tianhai Homes, and from afar, he saw a pretty figure standing there alone. After Hu Yan stopped the car, he opened the window and asked, why are you here? Where's old man Yao? After Yao Rou saw Hu Yan, a trace of excitement appeared on her face, which turned a bit miserable. My dad and my brother went back. I didn't know where to go by myself, so It turns out that after saving up enough money for tuition, the Yao family discussed the situation and decided that they could do nothing, and the only thing they could do was sell their art, which was still not legal. In the city, not to mention making money, it is expected to take money. You know, last night's meal, just ate in more than 100 fast. In their eyes, the city is a gold mine. In that case, it would be better to go back first. Picking some herbs to make pills to sell to Hu Yan would also be an income. Just like that, Yao Rou accompanied them to buy the train tickets to go back, reluctantly sent them to the car. Yao Rou didn't know where she should go, even though she was a good student. However, she had only just been exposed to life in the city and really didn't know what to do. Hu Yan told Yao Rou to get in the car first, then started the car. Hasn't he eaten yet? Yao Rou put her head down and nodded. For a while, it seemed that she hadn't slowed down from the sorrow of her family's separation. Hu Yan thought about it and felt that it didn't seem appropriate for him to bring her along. After all, people's families weren't there, and both himself and Zhao Pang were single. So, Hu Yan drove and took Yao Rou to eat first, and after that, sent her to Qian Shaoer's store. Qian Shaoer is not at the store. I don't know what he's busy with. Hu Yan called and talked about Yao Rou's matter. Qian Shaoer naturally wouldn't refuse, and just like that, Hu Yan handed Yao Rou over to Hu Jiasen. After returning home, Hu Yan was finally able to take a break. I opened my phone to see a message from my friends. It turned out that Hu Yan had casually liked the friend circles Hu Jiasen and Qian Shaoer had posted. After those videos from last night, I just realized now that there is a comment from Qin Zixuan on it. Huin's eyesight really never disappoints. Thinking about all the things that happened before, from the time he met the Yao family, Hu Yan also lightened up. As the saying goes, one grows up by experiencing things. So, underneath the message, he wrote, 1,000-mile horses often exist, but bull does not often exist. Grateful to Mr. Qin for cultivating him. After that, Hu Yan laid down on the sofa and fell asleep. What he didn't know was that after Qin Zixuan read his reply, she couldn't calm down for a long time. The two words Mr. Qin seemed to pull the distance that they had already come very close to each other quite a bit further. After sleeping until 4 p.m., Hu Yan was awakened by the ringing of the phone. At first glance, it was an unfamiliar number. Hu Yan was angry. However, it was still pressed answer, just in case it was a sales pitch that kept calling. Is it nonsense? The voice sounds a little familiar. You are? Ha ha ha. It's only been a few days since I've seen you. Can't you hear me? I'm Zhong Wanming. Hu Yan found it rare that Zhong Wanming would call himself. Sorry, just woke up and didn't hear you. Excuse me, what's the matter with you? Zhong Wanming spoke in a very polite tone and said, Elder brother Hu, what happened before was indeed my fault. Look, can you come out for a drink? Count me as making amends to you. Hu Yanqin said, if you are polite, you will ask for something. If you Zhong Wanming can change your nature, I will write the word Hu backwards. However, during this period of time, Hu Yan's thinking has changed a lot from the past in a subtle way. Mr. Zhong, if there's something you want to say, there's no need to beat around the bush. Sure enough, Zhong Wanming smiled a few times and said, Xingshur Antiques, an appraiser like Mr. Hu, in the future, will be an existence that people like us can't afford to reach. It is my honor to have the opportunity to know Brother Hu. As it happens, I have a few things in my hands that I want Brother Hu to help calm my eyes. Obviously, Zhong Wanming was instructed by someone high up, trying to get up where he fell. At this time, Zhao Peng happened to come back. Seeing Hu Yan on the phone, he didn't squeak. Hu Yan said, no problem. Where shall we meet? Zhong Wanming said, it's near your neighborhood. You name a place. www.zbcxw. CN Star Novels. Com. Hu Yan said. Then Donggang Seafood. At this time of the year, the river crabs have fattened up. Zhong Wanming had a burst of flesh pain. However, he could only comply when asked. Upon hearing about Donggang Seafood, Zhao Peng's eyes lit up. I'll go, old Hu. Go eat seafood. Can you take me? When Hu Yan thought about it, he was really a bit of an inner individual when he faced Zhong Wanming alone. No problem however, I'll make it clear to you first, it's Zhong Wanming who's treating the guests. Blind Bell Vice President? Obviously. Zhao Peng felt bummed out. Hu Yan laughed. What's wrong? Isn't it just right to eat him without any psychological burden? Besides, in one's life, one can't always deal with the person one likes, right? You know, dealing with different people is exactly what we should experience now. Children are the ones who will be right or wrong. Adults will only be interested. Zhao Peng savored Hu Yan's words and said deeply. Then, eat him. Motherfucker. Eat it for nothing. Yeah, no food for nothing. The two brothers changed their clothes and went straight to Eastport Seafood. When they got to the restaurant bar, they asked Zhong Wanming about the private room he had booked and they walked up. Because Zhong Wanming is relatively far away this time has not yet arrived. However, Zhong Wanming is after all a person who has experienced a lot of things. Hu Yan they just sat down. A pot of good West Lake Longjing has already come up. Zhao Peng was a bit embarrassed the last time he dined with Hu Yan and Wang Peng, and at this time, with a twinkle in his eye, he asked, Old Hu, why don't we take a look at the menu first? Hu Yan certainly saw Zhao Peng's thoughts at a glance. Let the waiter bring up the menu. Zhao Peng asked, Old Hu, what would you say is good? I haven't eaten most of these. In fact, Hu Yan hadn't eaten anything before, and it was only through Qin Zishuan's light that he had eaten a large lobster. Hu Yan thought for a moment and said, I think that there should be a skill in ripping people off. Don't order the most expensive. Just order the next level. Zhao Peng nodded deeply. After drinking half a pot of tea, Zhong Wanming also arrived. Seeing that Zhao Peng was also there, he first froze for a moment before greeting Zhao Peng with a smile. Welcome, welcome. It seems that Brother Hu didn't treat me as an outsider and brought Brother Zhao Peng with him. Good, good. Hu Yan also said. Of course, we're kind of old acquaintances here. Zhong Wanming discreetly placed the suitcase in his hand on an unused seat next to him, and once his jacket was off, he said, order food, but don't be polite to me, order whatever you like. Of course, in my entire life, I've never known what it means to be polite. Zhao Peng's words made Zhong Wanming smile awkwardly. There was some bad feeling in his heart. When the waiter brought the menu back again, Hu Yan looked at the menu and said the lines he had already thought of. Yangcheng Lake Hairy Crabs. Zhong Wanming's heart was pounding inside, and cold sweat was coming down. However, just words have been said out. Now cannot back out However, Hu Yan said, Yangcheng Lake Hairy Crabs. In fact, the flavor is nothing special. Let's just eat the ones from Jincheng. Come to the biggest one. You can still eat a few more. Zhong Wanming immediately looked much better and wiped his sweat, his face showing as much displeasure as possible as he said, Brother Hu, you are too polite. However, you have a point. It seems to be a person with good taste. In fact, where are so many Yangcheng Lake Hairy Crabs? Most of them are fake. Hearing Zhong Wanming say that, the waiter was not happy. Our crabs are coated. You can look them up online. Zhao Peng had also learned a lot during this time. Seeing this, he said, there is a code and it's fidelity? All the goods on the internet have codes and are real? The waiter was immediately silent. Zhao Peng's words, Zhong Wanming felt that they were deep in my heart. He gave Zhao Peng a thumbs up. Brother Zhao Peng's words I love to hear. You're a friend. I'm going to make a friend. Zhao Peng laughed. You're welcome, Mr. Zhong. As Zhong Wanming pretended to be angry. You are looking down on me. If you really treat me as a friend, call me Big Brother. What is the total or not? That is the name of the friend to talk to each other? The corner of Hu Yan's mouth twitching a bit, secretly thought, this is obviously afraid of the waiter to look down on. Deliberately said so you have to be how good face Zhao Peng smiled honestly. Well, Big Brother Zhong. In the future, little brother to rely on you more. Hu Yan secretly nodded his head. Zhao Peng is actually not stupid. or else he would not be able to get into such a good university in Jiangcheng. It is the family reason. See the world too little just. Zhong Wanming waved his hand. Elder brother Hu, go ahead and order. Don't be polite. 2.5 pounds of jumbo lobster. Zhong Wanming suddenly went black. Fortunately, Hu Yan then said, it's too expensive. This stuff, to be honest, isn't as flavorful and delicious as crayfish. Zhong Wanming nodded his head back and forth. His jaw was about to be thrown out. He had lost a lot of money because of Hu Yan during this period of time. It wasn't that he was really short of a few dollars. It was that he felt that it wasn't worth it to find someone of Hu Yan and Zhao Peng's caliber to eat something so expensive. After a period of time in society, everyone, in their mind, is also marked with a price tag. Zhong Wanming gave Hu Yan a thumbs up. Elder brother Hu was right. That thing? It's purely for pretending. We don't need it between us. Hu Yan smiled and nodded, pointing to the menu. This stuff is not common. 3 pounds to taste. Zhong Wanming stretched his neck to look. What's so good? Hu Yan said. Shrimp monster. It's a good thing that doesn't come around very often. The waitress nodded her head repeatedly. That's right. This is my family's hot-selling dishes. If you guys didn't come early, then you definitely won't be able to eat it. In fact, it's no wonder. Some ordinary seafood. Nowadays the seafood market can be bought. Still, shrimp monsters are a tough buy. Although Zhong Wanming looked at the price and it hurt, but he also really never ate that thing, so he had to endure it. After ordering the 2 dishes, Hu Yan handed the menu to Zhao Peng. Zhong Wanming slapped Zhao Peng's shoulder. No politeness. Zhao Peng said. No, I'll just order what I like. Zhong Wanming nodded, knowing that Zhao Peng hadn't seen much of the world, and he was relieved. Sure enough, Zhao Peng said, I like this one. Pan-fried scallops, come 3 pounds. Zhong Wanming was happy. This one dish, it saved him a lot of money. On his lips, he said angrily, brother, you're not right. Since you're out, order what you normally can't eat. Zhao Peng nodded deeply. That's right. I ordered swordfish from the river, which you don't usually get to eat. Zhong Wanming was petrified, originally thinking that the one dish Zhao Peng ordered was less than a fraction of the ones Hu Yan ordered. Who knows? It is the fucking river knife fish. 3 pounds? Thousands of dollars. However, the words have been said out. Can only laugh out loud and said, this is only right. Ha ha, ha ha. Zhao Peng was happy. If he hadn't just discussed it with Hu Yan, how could he have seen such a wonderful performance by Zhong Wanming? That laugh was as good as a cry. However, Zhao Peng was also quite miserable. Zhong Wanming's pat on his shoulder was wooden. Inside, another steamed grouper. Zhong Wanming can't laugh anymore. Zhao Peng 2 dishes, $2,000 are gone. Since people have ordered that price, Zhong Wanming himself cannot fall off. He ordered 3 dishes and a soup, making up 8 courses. What he ordered, 2, amounted to more than $3,000. Add it all up, not counting the drinks, it's over 10,000. The waiter happily ordered the food and then asked, may I ask you 3, what kind of drinks? Hu Yan said, eating seafood, or drinking white wine is the right flavor. Let's start with 3 bottles of Wulianye. Don't be too expensive, just 10 years old. Zhong Wanming was laughing so hard that his mouth was wooden and his entire face was tangled together. After the dishes were ordered, Zhong Wanming was able to let out a long breath. After some small talk, when the food was almost ready, Zhong Wanming raised a cup. Very happy to meet you 2 brothers. Let's go first. Everyone raised their glasses and drank it all. Zhong Wanming secretly thought, this damn good few $100s are gone. However, when Hu Yan gets things done for me, it can all be earned back. No loss. Thinking this way I was outside, after a few drinks with Huin and the others, bringing the box beside him to the table. Brother Hu, help me see if these are real? Saying that, the box was slowly opened by Zhong Wanming, and inside were some very delicate dishes of porcelain. When Zhong Wanming came, he told Hu Yan. Therefore, Hu Yan was very well prepared, bringing professional white gloves with him, and also specially took a magnifying glass. In fact, Hu Yan's 1 pair of eyes was enough. These were all done for Zhong Wanming to see. As expected, seeing Hu Yan so serious, Zhong Wanming was very happy. Brother Hu, you have a heart. Don't worry, I'm sure brother won't forget about your favor. Hu Yan humbled himself for a few moments, seemingly mesmerized by what Zhong Wanming had brought. TSK, said, good stuff big brother Zhong, this is where to get. Now, these things, in the country is not much. Once Zhong Wanming heard this, his originally apprehensive heart completely dropped. That smile, the corners of the mouth are pulled to the roots of the ears. Really good stuff, not fake? Hu Yan said with conviction, absolutely authentic. Moreover, It is authentic Qing Dynasty official kills produced several good things. Absolutely genuine, worth collecting. Come on, brothers, let's not say anything else. Cheers. Zhong Wanming was so happy that without realizing it, 3 bottles of Wulianye were drunk by him, close to 2 bottles. After drinking heartily, Zhong Wanming arched his hand and said goodbye to Hu Yan and the others. This was the most cordial time they had gotten along since they met. Zhang Nanliang got what he wanted and whistled for a cab. Looking at the faraway cab, Zhao Peng skimmed his mouth and said, "Really damn bad luck, letting this guy pick up the slack." Hu Yan laughed and shook his head, said, "Pick up leakage, where is so easy? I estimate he does not lose a few 100,000. Are counted, I said, in vain?" Zhao Peng was dumbfounded. "Old Hu, you said it yourself. All of them are authentic. And there are a few that are from official kills. Authentic items will also lose money?" Hu Yan said, "If you genuinely like it and collect it yourself, it's not a loss of money, right? But then again, I think that someone like Zhong Wanming would definitely want to turn a profit. He, as yet, doesn't have the heart of a player." Zhao Peng was even more confused. What the hell is going on? Those are indeed all authentic. Most of them are from private kills, with a few pieces from official kills. Moreover, they are all relics from the Qing dynasty. Hu Yan leisurely said. "Unfortunately, they are all from after Xianfeng." At this moment, Zhao Peng, who was originally wide-eyed and confused, nearly spurted with joy. Pit people, really a technical work. In fact, Hu Yan is not really a pitcher. It is just that Zhong Wanming is greedy himself, although Zhao Peng does not understand antiques. However, a person who comes from the history department of Jiangcheng University, common sense is still there. www.zbcxw, CN Stars Novels. Com. Glazed porcelain from the Eastern Han Dynasty. The Sui and Tang dynasties have been developed to join a variety of printing techniques. 5 dynasties' period of craftsmanship is very exquisite. Known as a piece of tile is worth 1,000 pieces of gold reputation. To the Song dynasty, the history of the highest GDP years, porcelain is even more remarkable. Can be preserved to this day of the official kiln authentic, that are priceless existence. With the continuous development of the times, and the continuous improvement of technology, to the Ming and Qing dynasties, porcelain is even more brilliant. However, after the Qianlong, with the decline of the imperial dynasty, porcelain also went downhill. After Xianfeng, the 8-power allied forces invaded, and Shenzhou fell into disrepair. Most of the porcelain is pastel-colored, which is delicate to look at the play, but actually crude. The glaze is uneven and whitish. The only good thing about it is that it was mass-produced in huge quantities for export at that time. When it was first liberated, many of the cups, saucers, bowls and bowls of many large families were products of that time. Zhao Peng naturally knew all of this history, so he couldn't stop laughing. "Old Hu, I realized that you've really changed for the worse. Today, drinking with Zhong Wanming, I thought that your pattern had gotten bigger and you had the capacity to tolerate others. Unexpectedly, you're changing your ways to pit him, especially that not much left at home. It fucking killed me. There's not much in the country, but there's plenty abroad." Hu Yan said with a straight face. "How did I screw him over? Indeed, they are all authentic. They are definitely from the Qing dynasty. He didn't ask for the price, so I really didn't screw him." Hu Yan looked at Zhao Peng and said, "I think some people are able to turn enemies into friends. That must also be a bundle of interests. Otherwise, it's a dream." Zhao Peng thought deeply, nodded fiercely. "I originally also wanted to hang out with you. Who wouldn't be jealous when they see this antique thing making money?" Zhong Wanming, this is normal. However, alas, unfortunately, I don't have your eyesight. Now also no. Expect to pick up leaks to earn money. That is also a fool's dream. Hu Yan thought for a moment and said, "In fact, picking up leaks is not impossible. However, it has to be with a stable income. Expecting to pick up leaks in life, or even get rich, that's just something you can dream on. Actually, I have an idea." Zhao Peng lit a cigarette, took a hard drag, and said, "Working for someone, 2 or 3,000 a month, even with insurance, like me without the support of my family. In this life, it's hard to buy a house. I actually want to do business, and do not know what to do. Moreover, the biggest difficulty is that there is not even startup capital in hand." When Hu Yan saw Zhao Peng's despondent appearance, his heart did not feel good. All along, Zhao Peng was optimistic and motivated enough. Even if his work was not very satisfactory, he never complained and definitely tried to do his best in his job. In Hu Yan's heart, such a person, even if he didn't have a big development, he must be the middle to upper class type of person. However, it seems that Hu Yan's own success is too fast, causing Zhao Peng, who lives together, to be a little anxious. You can tell by seeing these friends of Huin's. Whether it was Miss Qin Zishuan, a friend like Qian Shaoer, or a big star like Kylie. Even if he was familiar with Hu Yan, Zhao Peng maintained this safe distance and never crossed the line. What does that mean? It means he has low self-esteem. The only girl who immediately showed enthusiasm was Yao Rou. However, at that time, Zhao Peng thought that Yao Rou was an 18th line starlet. However, when Yao Rou revealed the true face of Mount Lushan, Zhao Peng was once again far away. This made Hu Yan feel bad in his heart, knowing the kind of feeling Zhao Peng had. In the beginning, when Sun Zheqi dumped him, didn't Hu Yan also have low self-esteem for a while? It's a desperate and sad thing for a grown man to not be able to give the woman he loves the future she wants. So, Hu Yan thought about it and said, "Do it if you want to, big deal. I'll invest some." Zhao Peng's eyes lit up for a moment, but they reddened in an instant. Old Hu said nothing. "This life, we are good brothers." Saying that, Zhao Peng hugged Hu Yan fiercely. Hu Yan punched Zhao Peng in the chest and pushed him again. "Don't you hurt me." Zhao Peng was a bit baffled, with a few drops of cat pee in his eyes. "What?" Hu Yan said, "I'll tolerate letting you stay wherever I am. However, try to keep a distance from me. Understand, brother? But still have to fall in love." Ha ha ha. Zhao Peng laughed with tears coming out. "There's nothing wrong with what you said. In the future, I will definitely keep my distance from you. I'm still afraid that you will delay me," said Zhao Peng really far away from Hu Yan. This night, Hu Yan slept soundly. However, Zhao Peng lost sleep. In fact, he had long had an idea. Ever since he bragged to someone that Hu Yan was the gold medal appraiser of Tianhai Pawn, one of their company's people who had some family money paid attention and kept pushing Zhao Peng to get to know Hu Yan. However, during this period of time, Hu Yan had been very busy. Zhao Peng also had scruples in his heart. After all, this was a time when trust was lost. He cherished his relationship with Hu Yan. He also knew that he was probably just one of the many friends around Huin. And bullshit, that's all he is. He had no family and was best with Huin. He valued that friendship more than anything else. Therefore, he wanted to wait until he had the startup capital before asking Hu Yan to help. However, time waits for no one. When that video of Kylie went viral, Zhao Peng, who had once again blown his load, was glued to that co-worker every day. Even told Zhao Peng that with such resources, it would be downright foolish not to use them. Shengshi Antiques. People like Hu Yan. Once more people know, in wanting to come to the side, it will be difficult. Zhao Peng didn't believe it at first, but after all this time, it was really like that. Once Hu Yan is really surrounded by a group of capitalist bigwigs, even if he is good with him Zhao Peng, will he still have time to help him? Therefore, Zhao Peng took advantage of the fact that he was drunk today and didn't hold back for a moment. At that time, Zhao Peng's heart is incomparable apprehension. He even thought of, Hu Yan will say wait again. Wait for Zhao Peng's experience in the thick some, his own contacts and then some of the broader what to persuade him. As long as he didn't refuse, Zhao Peng was satisfied. However, Hu Yan unexpectedly agreed without hesitation. And the most valuable thing was that Hu Yan was willing to help him pay for it. How could this make Zhao Peng not be moved? Even if there are family members with parents who have just graduated and want to take money from their families to do business. Ordinary families. That is not realistic. On the way back, Zhao Peng said that someone had asked him to do business with him. As long as Hu Yan could find the time to help look at things. Even if Zhao Peng doesn't contribute a penny. With this kind of support from Hu Yan, people are willing to give Zhao Peng 30% of the shares. It's like pie in the sky. However, Hu Yan's statement made Zhao Peng think all night. What Hu Yan said was, money, half for each of us. I can help with the long eyes. However, it must be more than 50%. Zhao Peng felt that there should be no problem. And the thought of being his own boss in the future made him so excited that he couldn't sleep. Because, since Hu Yan had opened his mouth, it was a sure deal. The next day, Hu Yan went to work early. The secretary, Su Mo, printed out all the backlog of questions from the past 2 days and placed them on Hu Yan's desktop. Hu Yan looked over and realized that Su Mo hadn't left. Is something wrong? Su Mo smiled and said, Manager Hu. It's like this. I've actually just joined the company. You are the manager who just took office. Therefore, we are all considered newcomers. Moreover, since Manager Wang Peng left directly, although our marketing department staff all know you, they are not familiar with you. We all studied. Is it a good idea to organize a welcome banquet to get acquainted? In the future, you can also carry out your work. Hu Yan smiled helplessly. Alright, ask everyone's opinion on this matter. Since everyone has this in mind, let's get together. However, as agreed, I'll treat. There's no need for everyone to chip in. Sumo jumped a little in delight. The tailored OL outfit showing off a bit of a rippling spectacle. Thank you, manager. After saying that, Sumo walked out with a brisk pace. It wasn't long before a cheer came from outside the house. Hu Yan just smiled and shook his head. After all, he was still young. He could accept these things. There was no urge to go out and manifest his manager's majesty. Hopelessly, I had just attended the appraiser's orientation banquet. And now, it was time to attend the marketing department's orientation banquet. Finally, the group settled on a Friday night. Hu Yan thought this was quite good. The marketing department was on the younger side, the opposite of the appraiser's side. It would definitely make a mess until quite late. Rest the next day so as not to delay work. After dealing with the work at hand, he stood beside the transparent glass window and looked at the crowds running to and fro outside the window. Hu Yan once again felt God's favoritism towards him. If it wasn't for the change in his eyes, and his encounter with Qin Zixuan, perhaps, he himself would have been part of that crowd. Hu Yan, who was thinking like this, took out the 2 gifts. Pressing the call bell on the table for a moment, Su Mo immediately appeared in front of Hu Yan. Help me send 2 couriers. The address is Yangcheng. After spending 2 days in peace, Hu Yan received a call from his mom. Words, what kind of medicine did you send me in the mail? Hu Yan said, of course it's good medicine. Have you eaten it? Is there any special feeling? Yang Yajun said, I ate. After eating, I slept very well. Who knows? The next morning, covered with a layer of black sweaty mud. Stinks, you kid. Is not playing tricks on your mom? Hu Yan secretly laughed. After he ate it, he found the same problem the next day. If he didn't wash the quilt immediately, he probably wouldn't be able to cover it in the future. Just tell me, how did it really work out afterward? Now, Yan Yajun was happy. You don't say. After taking this pill of yours, my back pain and cervical spondylosis from years of working at a desk are all gone. Even my skin has gotten a lot better. Hu Yan touched his face. He himself didn't feel any change in his skin. Maybe it was because it was originally young? Perhaps this medicine, if I were to sell it, I should add more to the price. No wonder Hu Yan thinks so, nowadays. In fact, many people are not poor cure money. Inside the major medical stores to dispel wind and dampness, specializing in the treatment of neck, shoulder, waist and leg pain of no less than dozens of kinds of medicine. The streets and alleys are lined with all kinds of massage and acupressure. But who's heard of a real cure for neck, shoulder, back and leg pain? Even surgical treatment can only provide relief for a period of time, and once it flares up again, it is even more agonizing than before. Hu Yan had experienced it himself. After taking the Yao family's medicinal pills, although he didn't have those symptoms yet, however, it was also obvious that he felt lighter and stronger. It seemed that the strength had grown a bit. Otherwise, he wouldn't have rushed to let his parents use it. Yang Yajun said that Hu Fengchuan's old problem of back and leg pain also improved a lot after taking it. It is estimated that after taking a few more pills, a complete cure is not impossible. Hu Yan took out a pill and gazed at it. The eye that traced the origin of the pill instantly presented the process of making it in the first place. Even every herb form and name was revealed. After checking on the internet, Hu Yan realized that it wasn't as if there were no similar remedies. The difference was the vintage of the herbs. The place where the Yao family was located, deep in the White Mountains, did not have any environmental pollution. The herbs collected were all purely natural and naturally grown. It wasn't strange to have such an effect. After all, the decline of Chinese medicine today is not a matter of prescriptions, even though a lot of precious elixir formulas have been lost. In fact, the prescriptions for most diseases are still quite complete. The difficulty lies in the fact that the demand is so great that it has led to an extreme shortage of natural herbal medicines. www.zbcxw.cn*fiction.com. The world, for the most part, grows them artificially. Think about it. Ginseng, heshu, yellow essence, etc. being replaced by farmed ones. Tiger bones are replaced by bones from other animals, as well as non-wild snakes. Endangered various biological remedies, all after synthetics are replaced. How much of the effectiveness of Chinese medicine is left? Sure enough, when Hu Yan again that pill, the price not only became 500, but also, a span of great red color. This is also very understandable. That is, when Hu Yan first saw the pill in Yao Rou's hand, it hadn't gone through anyone's experience, and it hadn't been publicized. It was just a 3 less product, and his value was 350, so now it was considered to have gone through the preliminary clinic. It's normal that its price has gone up. Maybe, after more people benefit, prices will go crazy again. That sticky, smeared liquid on the face. Hu Yan also tried it. As a result, the effect was really surprisingly good. In this way, Hu Yan had to consider the kung fu practiced by the Yao siblings. Since the medicines were all real, the kung fu was certainly not a flowery one either. Thus, from this time onwards, Hu Yan silently memorized all those feats that Yao Rou had seen. Whenever he had time, he would practice it. It's not expected to achieve anything godlike. It's good to be strong and protect yourself and your family. A week later, Hu Yan looked in the mirror and saw a significantly stronger and more proportionate body. Even more firmly his confidence. On this day, not long after work, Suemo knocked on the door and walked in. Mr. Hu, there's a disturbance on the appraiser's receiving side, pointing out to find you. Hu Yan thought about it and estimated that he should have guessed pretty much. Sure enough, when he arrived at the appraisal office, Zhong Wanming was shouting with Wang Chuanqing's group. On what basis do you guys say it's not worth anything? Hu Yan has said that these are all good things. It must be because you guys have eyes but no pearls. Wang Quanqing was quite giving Hu Yan face. The things are right. They are all good. However, the porcelain of the late Qing dynasty is this price. You don't need to be in a hurry. Wait for Master Hu to come over. Then I'll explain it to you. At this time, Hu Yan arrived. After seeing Zhong Wanming, he immediately walked a few steps closer. Mr. Zhong is here. Why didn't you inform me first? Zhong Wanming gave a humph and said, Hu Yan, are you doing this on purpose? After I gave the deposit, I specifically asked you to take a look at these things. You said it was good stuff. In the end, it turned out to be worthless everywhere. Hu Yan said very seriously to Zhong Wanming. Has anyone said it's fake yet? Zhong Wanming froze and shook his head. Hu Yan continued. Someone said that it's not good anymore? Zhong Wanming shook his head again. After which, he couldn't help but say, what's the use of a good thing that isn't worth anything? Hu Yan sighed. I say Mr. Zhong, this is your fault. Good things, as long as you like, can talk about money? Let's not talk about anything else. You buy a new car worth $1 million, drive a year, depreciation of at least 30%, right? That's right. Zhong Wanming nodded. But what does this have to do with these things? Of course there is, Hu Yan said. People who buy cars know that they depreciate in value. That's liking. It's the same with buying antiques. Knowing that it's expensive, you have to buy it, also because you like it. After saying that, Hu Yan looked at Zhong Wanming with a smile. A look of, I didn't pick you. Really like it. Save it for a few decades. Maybe it will become a treasure. However, after Zhong Wanming tasted the flavor, he secretly thought, you're just fucking punking me. But with things as they were, Zhong Wanming still had to count on Hu Yan. Thus, Zhong Wanming pulled Hu Yan to the side. Specially, he lit a cigarette for Hu Yan. Elder brother Hu, help out. Hu Yan took a deep drag on his cigarette and leisurely said, how can I help? Zhong Wanming looked around to see no one and whispered, you're the big shot here. How much to charge? Isn't it just a matter of your word? Hu Yan nodded and shook his head again, saying, matter of fact, it's something like that. However, you should know that once I collect it, if I can't sell it, or if I lose money selling it, I'll be punished as well. Zhong Wanming squeezed his eyes and said, brother Hu, it's not like I don't know what's going on here. Every appraiser has the opportunity to hit the eye once or twice a year, and will not be penalized. You can be accommodating. Let me lose less. Benefits. Brother can't spare you. In fact, such a thing is basically unworkable. It's like buying car insurance. You don't get into an accident. You get a discount on the next year's premium. Once you have an accident, then the next year's premium will definitely go up. The same goes for appraisers. If you don't get an eyeball 1 year, you'll be promoted the next year. The job title goes up. The opposite is also true. Hit the eye more often. Was fired things are not unheard of. This way, it's to avoid backroom deals by appraisers. Zhong Wanming's eyes rolled as he continued to anoint Hu Yan. You are already treated as a top appraiser. You can't be promoted any further. Moreover, you are now the manager of the marketing department. And is Mr. Sheen's red man. Make a mistake is absolutely nothing. This is what my brother bought with all the savings in his hand right now. If you don't help me, I'll be in deep shit. Hu Yan secretly thought, lure, sell misery. The full set is on. I should also loose my mouth. However, Hu Yan still put on a very difficult look. Brother Zhong, I really don't have much to lose by doing this. However, first of all, I am sorry for General Manager Qin's cultivation and trust. Then again, it's bad for my reputation. For those who eat the meal of an appraiser, one time you hit the eye, that's a lifelong stain. Zhong Wanming let out a long sigh. Brother Hu, I also know your difficulties. Looking at it, if I really can't, I'll just have to sell the house and gamble this hole up. After saying that, Zhong Wanming picked up his suitcase and was ready to leave. Wait, Hu Yan called out to Zhong Wanming. Brother Zhong, what is it? As serious as buying a house? Zhong Wanming sighed, not to hide it from you old brother. I was greedy for a moment. I got into a batch of fake goods. When I found out, the grandson who shipped the goods had already run away. As you know, Chairman Qian is a person who looks at the results and generally does not pursue the process. So, I sold the car. Entrusted someone to buy this batch of antiques said to be flowing back from abroad. Who knows? Hu Yan understood. It must be that Zhong Wanming lost a lot of money because of too many kickbacks from the last opening of Qian shower store after being poked and prodded by Hu Yan. However, he was unrepentant. So, when it came to the purchase of goods, he knocked another hard bargain from the buyers. Doing so will certainly not work for those who were originally acquainted with each other. I guess I must have gotten a raw man to do it. The one who shipped the goods was also a ruthless man. After taking the payment for the goods, he immediately walked away. To Zhong Wanming left a mess. Hu Yan looked at Zhong Wanming sadly and said, "Big brother, I am also a child of an ordinary laborer plus, deeply aware of how hard it is to buy a suite in the city." Zhong Wanming thought of the pain, repentance, even, and wiped the corners of his eyes. Hu Yan gritted his teeth fiercely. "Big brother, you tell me, just how much did you charge for these things?" 5 fingers in the depths of Zhong Wanming. $500,000? Hu Yan said, "That's not a big problem. I'll give you a pocket." Zhong Wanming shook his head and said, "Brother, it's $5 million. Alas, I'm in deep shit." With that, he squatted on the ground and covered his face. A look of hopelessness. Hu Yan said, "Brother Zhong, I really can't afford this $5 million. Zhong Wanming stood up at once, shook Hu Yan's hand, and said, "Brother, tell me, how much can I pocket? As long as you give a number, I'll thank you for the rest of my life." Hu Yan thought for a moment and said, "It's like this. This batch of porcelain, at most, is worth $500,000. Ah, Zhong Wanming was dumbfounded. "You said, those appraisers in your house really didn't lie to me. They said that the collection price would be at most $350,000. Even if you meet a buyer who knows what they're talking about, $500,000 is still a sky-high price." Hu Yan nodded and said, "Since you mentioned me to them, how could they possibly lie to you? What can we do then?" Zhong Wanming remembers spinning straight around. Hu Yan gritted his teeth and said, "Brother Zhong, we are brothers for a time. This matter, I'll give you a pocket of 1.2 million. Zhong Wanming froze, didn't look at Hu Yan after that. Hugged Hu Yan fiercely. "Good brother, nothing more to say. This life, brother owes you a favor." Hu Yang said, "Since we are brothers, in the future, I don't want to hear such words." Good brother." Zhong Wanming slapped Hu Yan's shoulder twice. "I won't say any more. I'll see you in the future." After speaking, Zhong Wanming impatiently returned to the appraisal area. Looking at the crowd of appraisers, he said, "You master who said that this is worth $1,200,000. Hurry up and prepare the contract." Everyone was dumbfounded and looked at Hu Yan with a dumbfounded expression. Hu Yan didn't explain and directly called the finance. Not long, the contract was signed. $1,200,000. Directly to Zhong Wanming's card. Zhong Wanming secretly thought, "Forgive you for being as refined as a ghost, but you still drank my foot washing water?" In fact, Zhong Wanming bought these things for $500,000. The series of stories were all negotiated between him and the person who sold him the stuff. In this way, not only did he earn back all the losses he had suffered on Hu Yan before, moreover, most importantly, next, Zhong Wanming would find a way to make Hu Yan lose his reputation. After Zhong Wanming left the Tianhai pawnshop, he immediately got into a cab. The cab sped off for a while and drove Zhong Wanming to the outside of a rotten building. No one would have guessed that right on the 3rd floor of the rotten building, there was an unknown location. It's not decorated. However, there is waterproof paint all around. The floor was also covered with upscale floor coverings, leather sofas, mahogany tables and chairs, bogu shelf on the forest, no less than 1,000 ornaments. A large, bald man sat in a chair at the boss's desk. A deep scar ran from the corner of his forehead to between his ears. After Zhong Wanming came in, he nodded and called out, "Brother Scar." When Scar saw Zhong Wanming's look, he knew that things should be about right. "Don?" Zhong Wanming nodded and gave a thumbs up, saying, "Worthy of being the ghost seeker of the antique world. Brother Scar, just awesome." Scar shook his hand and said, "To succeed so easily, it seems that the kid called Hu Yan is not capable of much. It should be that I'm overthinking it." Zhong Wanming immediately flattered, "The main thing is not to look at who his opponent is." Jiang Cheng, those who fell under Scar's hand are all famous. Hu Yan is also considered to have face. He couldn't have imagined that I had hired a bureau within a bureau butcher who specializes in killing appraisers as pigs. Scar didn't seem to be too fond of Zhong Wanming's horse's ass. There's nothing to be proud of when you kill an unknown youngster. "Did you bring back everything?" www.zbcxw. CN Star Novels. Zhong Wanming slapped the suitcase and said, "You really don't say. That kid really wants my suitcase to come." However, I said nothing to him. Without waiting for Zhong Wanming to finish, Scar's face suddenly changed. He grabbed the suitcase and opened it hard. Afterward, Scar sat down in a crumpled heap. What's wrong, brother Scar? Zhong Wanming asked then when he saw that Scar's face didn't look right. The disheveled Scar, like a fierce beast, suddenly sprang up, swung his arm, and slapped it fiercely. Pop! After the loud slap, Zhong Wanming's eyes were full of gold stars. There was a thud, and Zhong Wanming, who had fallen to the ground, hadn't yet figured out what had happened. Scar picked up the suitcase and slammed it down hard. Splinter! Accompanied by Zhong Wanming's crying and screaming. Scar! What's wrong, Scar? I did everything you told me to do. Ha! Shit! You're killing me! Scar! Grandpa! Stop it! What did I do wrong? Today, I'm going to let you die. On the other hand, after Zhong Wanming left, all the dumbfounded appraisers focused their eyes on Hu Yan now. Master Hu, tell us about it. What are you doing here? We can't even understand it. Most people nodded. Only Wang Quansheng patted Hu Yan's shoulder. Little Hu, I see. You've hit the eye this time. Alas, don't be sad. Learn from your mistakes. Hu Yan smiled and shook his head, setting up those dishes and taking a few of his favorites. The rest of these, if any of you like them, take them home as a souvenir. Ha! Once again, everyone was dumbfounded. Wang Quansheng shook his hand while saying eagerly, Little Hu, this can't be allowed. Even if you hit the eye, the big deal is to deduct some money. However, if you don't put the things you received into the warehouse, it's a big taboo for the company. You'll definitely be fired. Moreover, your reputation in this circle will be completely gone. Go to any house again. People won't want you. A group of appraisers nodded their heads. Xiao Hua, failure is the mother of success. In a person's life, who hasn't had a blunder? Big deal. Be more careful in the future. Won't it be over? Hu Yan smiled and just wanted to explain. Wang Quansheng pulled him aside and said, Don't ever say it. Then, after looking to see that no one was following, he continued, Let me tell you, Xiao Hu, when I was young, I also did such a stupid thing. For the sake of my friends, I collected the goods. In the end, the old owner didn't pursue the matter. But you know what? I've been in the position of ultimate appraiser for 8 whole years. It's better if you don't say anything. Once you do, the boss won't even have a chance to forgive you. I know you are a sincere person. Righteousness, alas. Wang Quansheng stomped his foot and then said, Guess what happened to the person I helped in the end? Huin shakes his head in bewilderment. Hey, disowned, it's not that I've cut people off. It's that they've cut me off. From now on, we won't even talk to each other. It's called the Rice Dipper's favor. Rice Riser's revenge. Grow a pair, comrade Xiao. Hu Yan couldn't help but laugh. It's not even a big deal. I went straight from Master Hu to Little Hu. Hu Yan didn't avoid everyone who was watching from afar in the slightest and said, If there's a big thing that I collect together that's more than 10 times the value of the whole acquisition, and other small objects, isn't there a rule that rewards me? Hu Yan's voice was loud enough for everyone to hear. However, both nodded in complete bewilderment. Wang Quansheng stomped his feet with a look of hatred. Xiao Hua, things have come to this point, so don't dream about it, okay? There are rules like that. However, with this matter of yours, it doesn't match at all. You tell me, you collect these porcelain, that is worth money? Ha? Hu Yan scratched his head and said, Who said these porcelains are worth money? If they were worth money, why would I let everyone take them at will? Do I look like a fool to you guys? Question mark. There was a moment of silence, and it was only then that people thought. Yes, when Hu Yan came, he said that those porcelains weren't worth much anymore. How can you still accept it? Even if it's for a friend. Raise the price some. It's not like it's going to increase several times. Generally speaking, in enough friends, the markup can only be increased to the point of the selling price. Obviously, the highest selling price of these porcelains was only $500,000. So, since Huin is not stupid, why is this? Hu Yan held up a blackened dry branch in his hand and said, Actually, what I received was this. People are even more puzzled. Over $1 million. To collect a few dry branches? These are a couple of curved dry branches used to isolate the 2 rows of dishes, to avoid collisions. At that time, when looking at these things that Zhong Wanming brought, everyone saw it, but no one paid attention. At this time, after Hu Yan's reminder, they remembered. Just now, when signing the contract, Hu Yan made it a point to sign all the items. However, Zhong Wanming seemed to have sensed something and said that he would not sell any suitcases. Say what you will about a relic left behind by your late father. Not worth much, but an unbreakable thought. So, when Hu Yan took those dishes out, they were placed as they were. The isolation branch in the center was also placed in the same way. Then, Hu Yan even said at that time, Are these always okay? If not, I won't take it anymore. In this way, Zhong Wanming agreed. When signing the contract, Hu Yan also took a special photo and let the assistant print it out. Then, the contract was surprisingly clear on the dishes. isolation crash items, dry branches, etc. After thinking this way, the eyes of the appraisers all lit up. Wang Quansheng was the first to rush over. Let's see. What's so good? Wang Quansheng took over, carefully scrutinized the old half-day. In addition to find the dry branch hung on the paint, it was found that one of them also stuck a grain of 100 rice grains. What's this? Can't tell. Hu Yan made it up. Actually, at first, I didn't see it either. To be honest, it's still that feeling. A feeling of having to lose touch with the treasure appeared. However, at that time, I looked at everything carefully. Only the stem and branch didn't make sense. Then, the problem must be with this dry branch. So, the river crabs we ate at that time had crab-eating pincers. I then pinched a trace with the crab pincers on a section of the stem branch. After discovering the problem, immediately glued it with rice grains on the table. In fact, Hu Yan was able to see the counterintuitive price of this stem at a glance. At that time, Hu Yan thought a lot. Before going there, Hu Yan felt that something was wrong. With a villainous face like Zhong Wanming's, how could he possibly have something to ask for? He wasn't the only appraiser in Zhangcheng. Moreover, Hu Yan was very self-aware, even though he had made some achievements. However, in people's eyes, it was impossible to be on par with an appraisal master who had been famous for decades. It was impossible to be on the same page in terms of fame. In other words, Zhong Wanming was looking for Hu Yan, so there must be something wrong. Therefore, after Hu Yan saw the price of that dried branch, a term immediately came to mind: a fish bait. That's right, rumor has it that in the antique world, there's a kind of butcher who specializes in connoisseurs. They use bait to trick appraisers. Things they know aren't worth much, but they're accompanied by things that are worth a lot of money. It's like that story about the cat for sale. Cats aren't worth anything. It's the cat food bowl that's worth something. When you pay a lot of money for a cat and want the bowl, people will tell you, "I've sold so many cats with this bowl." Wang Quansheng still didn't believe it and asked, "The way I see it, it's just an ordinary tree branch. What in the world is this?" Xiao Hu is not inside. Master Hu, please solve the confusion for all of us. Hu Yan helplessly shook his head. These people are really too realistic. If you have the ability to be a master, if you don't have the ability to be a master, you will immediately be a small Hu. Huin removed the rice slowly and rubbed his hand over the pinch marks again. A light aroma filled the air and immediately gave people a feeling of refreshment. It seemed as if the drowsiness of the fall was swept away. Wang Quansheng's eyes immediately rounded. Even my hands are shaking a bit. It's sedum wood. Hu Yan took all the dried branches that isolated the dishes and placed them in a line. 6 in total. Each one was as thick as a child's arm. Adding them up, it was almost more than 10 pounds in weight. This is 1,000-year-old incense wood from Annam. And, with its thick body shape, it's of superior quality. With such a shortage of Chinese medicine nowadays, selling it for 10 million won't be a problem, right? Wang Quansheng's face was covered in sweat, really shocked beyond words. The other appraisers, as you looked at me and I looked at you, smiled helplessly. It seemed to be saying, "Isn't this title of appraiser of ours a bit of a shame?" Hu Yan ignored their thoughts and pointed to the dishes and said, "No one wants them, but I can take them all." "Don't, it's something that's not worth much, but $10,000 is still worth it. It's not hard to take it for nothing." With that said, the rest of those late Qing dynasty porcelains were distributed by everyone. After everyone dispersed, Wang Quansheng immediately hid and called Qin Zishuan. "Missy, you asked me to look after Hu Yan. I feel that this has to be said." So, Wang Quansheng told the story. At that time, Qin Zishuan hadn't felt anything, and as Hu Yan once again took credit for the company, she felt that it was quite normal given Hu Yan's strength. "What's the problem, you think?" Wang Quansheng said in a trembling voice. "A game within a game. Appraiser killer appeared." Qin Zishuan's heart immediately thumped. When Wang Shengquan came back from the phone call, a group of appraisers were still surrounding Hu Yan for advice. Because, even if the inverted rack of incense wood from Annam is sold by the gram, it still can't be sold for more than $10 million. Hu Yan naturally knew that people would definitely ask this question. At this point, a book is being flipped through. This is the information of the last emperor of the Qing dynasty, Kuai. It was Hu Yan who just called Secret Art Sumo and asked her to bring it over. At this moment, Hu Yan pointed to a pair of old photos and said, "Look everyone, what is this?" Everyone gathered over to take a look, but it was a photo of Kuai in his teenage years, wearing a waistcoat. A crowd of appraisers puzzled, all looked at Hu Yan with puzzled faces. At this time, Wang Quansheng, who had returned, pointed at the pile of branches beside Kuai and said, "Are these the ones?" "That's right. The shape of these pieces of wood are almost exactly the same." Hu Yan nodded and said, "When I was first skeptical, I was the one who had seen this set of photos before. There was a sense of déjà vu when I saw these dry branches." Of course, Hu Yan is full of words. In fact, as he saw these few dry branches actually worth tens of thousands of dollars, he had invoked the ability of tracing the origin by concentrating on his mind. When the eye of traceability is used out, the origin of these sedum woods is known. The place where Puyi was photographed was the palace's incense-making workshop. That is, the source of the imperial incense. www.zbcxw.cn-novels.com. The compendium of materia medica records. Incense wood has a strong antibacterial effect. The aroma into the spleen, clearing the spirit of qi, tonifying the 5 viscera, cough and phlegm, warming the stomach and spleen, qi and pain, can be used as a medicine, is a superior medicinal herbs. Therefore, the court often used this as the main ingredient of incense. It's just an old photo, but it's a testament to where these pieces of sedum wood came from. There is a saying in antiques that there is an order of inheritance, which means that this thing is only valued on its own, without a backstory. It is a price. However, if there is a backstory, it will be worth 100 times more. For example, the same piece of exactly the same quality from the Kanchi period. One is a handle that was used by Kanchi himself. One is a handle with no historical reference. The prices of the two items are vastly different even if they are exactly the same. Since these 6,000 years of incense wood from the Palace Imperial, as long as you can get the evidence, immediately worth 100 times. Snap! Warm applause rang out as countless people marveled. It seems we're still not doing our studies rigorously enough. Yes, look at other people's master who, having such attainments at such a young age, it's not even for nothing. People even look so carefully at the inconspicuous branches on the photo. It's really breathtaking. I'm not afraid that others are more talented than myself, but I'm afraid that geniuses work harder than we do. In the future, everyone will have to work harder. Either that, or we can be thrown farther and farther away by Master Hu. Hu Yan really blushed a bit as he heard these compliments in his ears. It wasn't the power of his eyes, and it was a wonder he could see this treasure covered in paint. Hu Yan modestly said a few words and didn't say anything more. He said goodbye to everyone and returned to his office. I just sat down, and before I could sit still, the call came. It was Zhong Wanming calling. Hu Yan, can you return the things I pawned? His voice was a bit slurred, as if he had a glass ball in his mouth. Hu Yan said, the pawnshop is not run by me. This matter, I don't have that power. By the way, Brother Zhong, speak properly. Spit out what's in your mouth before you say anything. You're being disrespectful. A good burst of Chunma. Zhong Wanming received 10,000 points of bludgeoning damage. We don't want to, but my face is swollen and my tongue is covered in bags. How do you want me to spit? Inside, old brother Hu, do me a favor and let my brother live. If you don't change things back, you'll die. He. Hu Yan laughed. Vice President Zhong, your words are wrong. I risked my reputation and peddled your stuff. For you to say that, it's too chilling. After a moment of silence again, Zhong Wanming said, I'm willing to pay 2 times the price. Hu Yan didn't spoil him. I think you're sick. To tell you the truth, those things, I gave them all away. Ha! Zhong Wanming was shocked. That, there are a few branches in there. You didn't give them away, did you? Tree branch? Hu Yan pretended to be confused. Oh, by the way, the tree branches and those foams for shock protection I gave to the rag picker. He said to go back and burn it for the fire. Snap! Zhong Wanming's phone fell to the ground. When he picked it up again, Hu Yan had hung up. Brother Scar, that grandson Hu Yan said he gave it to the rag picker and took it to the fire. Pop! A slipper was thrown at Zhong Wanming's face. Bastard, you believe this? Anyway, I'll tell you, when I did this, your real estate license was pressed against me. I'll give you a month. If you don't get those branches back, I'll repossess the house. Zhong Wanming's face was as colorful as earth, gabbing his mouth twice, unable to say anything. The other day, he was drinking with a group of dumpers. That is, merchants who dumped blocking jewelry. When he got drunk, he inadvertently talked about Hu Yan pitting him. One of them said that appraisers are nothing. In this world, one thing leads to another. There are professions that specialize in pitting appraisers. So at that time cynical Zhong Wanming stayed in mind. So he found Scar. At that time, when Scar heard that it was just a young appraiser, he didn't take it seriously. However, once he heard that Zhong Wanming was actually the vice president of the Chen Group, on second thought, it's a waste of time not to fish. So, a program was planned for Zhong Wanming. In fact, Scar himself did not know the value of those branches. However, because at the time when he got them, they were excavated from a place. All the other items were of great value and, as it turned out, were all original Qing court goodies. Because he didn't have enough portions, he ended up acquiring the dried branches for $1.5 million. That was many years ago. Later, he tried to find someone to see just what these dried branches were. However, it costs money to get an appraisal. He was ruthless and spent $50,000 on the cost of a long eye. As a result, people said they couldn't see. That man, he's a man of honor. He's a famous appraiser in Zhengcheng. Later, Scar used a leather case to carry late Qing porcelain, using dry branches as a grill. Sent his men to make that appraiser at the beginning of the long eye. As a result, that appraisal master gave a high price of $800,000. Scar knows that those porcelain bowls are not worth much. So what did that master appraiser rush to give him $800,000? In other words, the appraiser, who wanted to pick up the pieces for $800,000, with $800,000 to pick up the leakage. In Scar's subconscious mind, the price of those branches was at least $2 million or more. So, Scar agreed to the deal and ruthlessly screwed the appraiser. Later, the same method was used to pit a number of people in different cities. The success rate was not high, but it was good that nothing happened. Unconsciously, he went down the path of specializing in pitting appraisers, and took those branches as precious fishing bait too. Indeed, those 6 stems are responsible for his position today. Not to mention that it's worth $2 million. In Scar's mind, it's a good thing that he wouldn't sell even for $8 million. That's his bait. After Hu Yan hung up the phone, he immediately called Wang Quanqing and told Zhong Wanming about this matter. Let everyone keep their mouths shut, and say that those dry sticks were taken to the fire by the rag collectors. Picking up the slack inside a pawn shop is a frequent problem, and we all know it. After hanging up the phone, it wasn't long before Zhong Wanming's phone called again. Hu Yan, you know what's really going on. I won't say anymore. Hurry up and bring those branches back to me. Otherwise, I'll make you look good. Oh, Hu Yan also came up stubborn. The clay bodhisattva still has 3 points of fire. Not to mention Hu Yan, this big young man. Thank you, Vice President Zhong. I already look good. You don't have to help me. Think about your own business. Without waiting for Zhong Wanming to beep again, Hu Yan directly hung up the phone and blacked out Zhong Wanming. Immediately following, Hu Yan made a call to Qian Shower. What's up? Who? So much time. Calling me? Qian Shower's voice was still so sweet. Hu Yan coughed twice and said, it's like this. Zhong Wanming said that he was using his power for personal gain on the goods, and the kickbacks were collected ruthlessly. As a result, people sent him a batch of fake goods to run away. Then, he bought some antiques want to pick up the leakage. Hu Yan basically told Qian Shower what had happened. Qian Shower said angrily, I have long seen that he is not a good thing. My father, he insisted that there should be a handle. Now there is. I'll call my dad right now. Hanging up the phone, the corner of Hu Yan's mouth lifted slightly. If you want to trap me, you should have thought about the result of being trapped. Blind Vice President Zhong. After getting off work, Hu Yan went to the underground parking lot. He found Zhong Wanming squatting next to his big G and smoking. Zhong Wanming, who was originally spirited and always looked at people with his nostrils, was very disheveled at this time. A designer suit is all dirt. And, in many places, it is ripped. The most tragic thing is, the whole face is like a pig head, cheeks bulging, like it is filled with glass balls. The moment he saw Hu Yan, Zhong Wanming stood up then. Hu Yan, you are so damn ruthless. Directly pulled the plug on me. You even had the security guards not let me in. You're so cruel. If you're doing something so unethical, aren't you afraid that you'll have a child with no ass? You're not afraid of having a child with no asshole? Hu Yan really wanted to punch Zhong Wanming's pig head. However, Hu Yan knew that this location was monitored. Instead of getting angry and making a mistake, solve it rationally. To face problems with an adult mindset. Vice President Chung, please be respectful to others so that they can respect you. Zhong Wanming was dumbfounded and thought to himself, you fucking screwed me over like this and I still respect you? Hu Yan continued, I'm sorry that you can't speak clearly with so much in your mouth. I can't understand, at all, what you're saying. ? Zhong Wanming felt like his heart was blocked by something. It was hard to bear, but he was speechless. Hu Yan, who got straight into the car, started it up. With motors roaring, the big G began to move slowly. Zhong Wanming immediately pounced on Hu Yan's face in front of his car. Hu Yan, if you don't give me a fucking statement, I'm not done with you. Hu Yan opened the car window and said, all according to your idea. I should immediately be cheated by you? Then, now was kicked out of the Tianhai pawn shop? And then, notoriety, directly be put forward antique appraisal this line? Hu Yan skimmed his mouth and said, Zhong Wanming, you're a person, aren't you? You're ugly. But what a beautiful thought. Oh yeah, and by the way, I've called the police. If you don't let go, you might be invited to eat free meals and stay in free beds. This one, Hu Yan really beauty scare him. As early as when he saw Zhong Wanming from afar, Hu Yan had thought of all this. already called the police. At that moment, the ear-piercing sirens made Zhong Wanming's face look like death. Zhong Wanming heard the piercing sirens and smashed the lid of Huang Big G's machine hard. Hu Yan, you have guts, you wait for me, if I can't clean you up, Scar won't let you go either. After saying that, Zhong Wanming scattered his legs and ran away. When Zhong Wanming ran out of sight, the police arrived. After understanding the situation with Hu Yan gave the police the video in the car recorder to prove that he was not reporting a false case. As for asking Hu Yan why the conflict, Hu Yan will Zhong Wanming sold to the pawnshop goods and returned to the water. Such things, the police are not unseen. Did the statement is going to go? Suddenly, another police officer who came with him said, the suspect's name is Zhong Wanming, isn't it the one from Qian's group? Hu Yan secretly thought, I'm waiting for you to say this, if I can't think of anything else, I'll just remind you. Hu Yan pretended to be depressed and said, it's not him, we used to dine together often. I didn't expect that the character is so bad. The police officer didn't say anything else, nodded, told Hu Yan to be safe, and left. The next few days were quiet again. At the end of the month, Hu Yan received his salary, base salary plus performance commission, totaling more than 300,000. The sales side is calculated on a yearly basis. Otherwise, it would be more. During this time, Hu Yan was chatting with Qian Shaor when he heard that Zhong Wanming had run away. However, with the damage he's done to the money group, there's no hiding from Netflix. Since he's not in Zhengcheng anymore, Hu Yan has let go of some of his heart. www.zbcxw.cn-novels.com. Hu Yan wasn't worried about himself, but he was afraid that Zhong Wanming would jump over the wall and find trouble with Hu Jiasen. Therefore, since this ton of time, Hu Yan had been running towards Hu Jiasen's place when he had nothing to do. At first, Hu Jiasen thought that her old brother was enlightened and running towards Qian Shaor. However, after a long time, the girl's sensitivity made Hu Jiasen realize that her old brother was running towards her. Moreover, that look full of worry and doting touched Hu Jiasen fiercely. However, in fact, Hu Yan secretly did everything for his sister. Hu Jiasen really didn't know. That is, Hu Yan secretly instructed Yao Rou, who was with Hu Jiasen every day, to notify him immediately if there was any windfall. Hu Yan knew Yao Rou's stature. Ordinary people may not be Yao Rou's opponent even if they came with a company. On one hand, it was to thank Yao Rou, and on the other hand, it was also because Hu Yan felt that it was really useful. Hu Yan asked Yao Rou's family to mail over a little more pills, and those all-natural face masks. Of course, this time Hu Yan learned his lesson. It said that the mask must be 5,000 liters, or else he wouldn't bother. Yao Rou had no choice but to agree. However, remembering Hu Yan's kindness to her deeply in her heart. Moreover, during this period of time, Yao Rou's relationship with Hu Jiasen and Qian Shaor was like that of a sister. Wearing the clothes given by Qian Shaor, even Hu Yan didn't dare to look more. This girl who grew up with the spirit of heaven and earth is just too good. Moreover, she is smart and has a good heart. When she saw Hu Yan, she would always blush. The most valuable thing was that Yao Rou was very aware of gratitude. From time to time, she would go to Hu Yan's house to help the two lazy men clean up the housework, washing clothes, tidying up the room. In the midst of all that Yao Rou had done, Hu Yan felt a little bad about himself. Early on, when he was acquainted with Yao Rou, he heard that she was admitted to Zhengcheng University. Hu Yan wanted Yao Rou to look after Hu Jiasen, because, when Hu Yan got into the pawnbroking business, he knew that one day he would offend someone. Just did not expect so soon. At the beginning of September, JCU opened its doors. A day early, Hu Yan went to the train station in the morning to pick up his parents, complaining a little about them, saying that he was there, and what was he worried about? At first, when he went to college, because of the proximity, Hu Yan's parents had let Hu Yan come by himself. However, Hu Fengchen said that Hu Jiasen is a girl after all, and does not want a little thing to happen. Unlike Hu Yan, a boy, more experience is good. Thinking like this, Hu Yan also felt that it wasn't unreasonable. The current Hu Yan also felt that he had grown up. Wasn't the reason for growing up that he had faced a lot of things? After sending Hu Jiasen and Yao Rou to the dormitory, everyone had a meal together. However, before they finished eating, a stranger tapped Hu Yan behind him. Hu Yan took a look and didn't recognize it, and was a bit puzzled. However, Hu Yan, who has been vigilant recently, had some bad premonitions in his heart, because, Hu Yan remembered that before Zhong Wanming ran, he mentioned a name, Scar. Sure enough, without waiting for Hu Yan to speak, the man took out his cell phone and showed Hu Yan a set of photos. Huin pushed that his friend wanted something from him and followed the stranger out. The man kept walking in front, and Hu Yan followed behind, keeping a certain distance. It was only when he reached the inside of a secluded alley that the man turned back to. Hu Yan calmly asked, what do you want? The reason why he asked this was because the man was showing Hu Yin pictures of him and Hu Jiasen, Qian Shaoer, Yao Rou, as well as his parents and even Zhao Peng. The capsule withholds all of Huin's relatives, so there must be something to it. The stranger's hair was shaved clear stubble all around, except for a tip running down the lid of his head. An over-the-shoulder tiger was tattooed on his exposed arm. The corners of his eyes drooped, and his eyes were more white than black, and he had a fierce look on his face. We, Scar, would like a word with you? After he finished speaking, 3 people slowly walked out inside another alley. The man at the head has a large shaved head, and a scar extends from the corner of his forehead to between his ears. Qingpi, the people have been brought. Your Scar? Scar nodded as he walked away. That's right, my name is Chen Tianlin. When I was young, I fought with someone and was cut, leaving such a scar that everyone called me Scar. Later on, when I got rich, everyone rewarded me and called me Brother Scar. Brother Scar said, walked up to Hu Yin, looked Hu Yin up and down a few times, sked and said, I really didn't expect that I, Scar Chen, was actually loaded into the hands of such a young man. Fearful young man, fearful young man, what do you want? Speak quickly, I still have to eat with my family, Hu Yin said in a non-condescending manner. Oh, said Scar, clapping his hands, good, have the courage. When I was your age, I didn't have the guts. Is a seedling. After saying that, Scar Chen lit a cigarette. To be honest with you, 2 ways. Either, get my stuff back. No need to tell me any bullshit about giving it to the fire. I don't want to hear it. Either, fuck with me, and the stuff counts as my gift to you. How's that? At this time, a shaking stick appeared in the hands of the 2 men beside Scar Chen. One look at the shiny metallic surface and the price of over $1,000. It's not ordinary goods. It should be made of pure steel, the kind that can directly break a person's bones when it hits them. Both flung at the same time. The grimy face of a meter-long throwing stick was revealed. The 2 men slashed at the old wall of the alley with the tip of the stick. A spark flashed out. Seeing that Hu Yin didn't say anything, Scar Chen said, there's no rush. We have plenty of time. You can take your time to think about it. However, whoever comes out to find you in a hurry, I'll invite him back as a guest. Hu Yin laughed. Brother Scar, I'm sorry, my current boss treats me quite well. I don't want to jump ship. Also, the stuff was collected by the company. I'm just working for someone. If you want it back, go find the big boss. I don't have that right. After saying that, Hu Yin turned around and left. Give your face no face. Scar Chen threw the cigarette hard on the ground and stomped on it again. Hu Yin, who turned around, saw that in the alley from which he had come, there were also 2 people standing, also holding dumping sticks in their hands. Hu Yin turned back around and said, Scar Chen, to tell you the truth, I've already recorded it. Your doings are exactly what's hitting you right now. Let me go and pretend that nothing has happened. Otherwise, you know the consequences. Ha! Scar Chen sneered, do you think you can still walk? With that, he beckoned. Come, first let out Master Hu's fire. As soon as Hu Yin heard this, he immediately turned around. He flung out a set of cutlery he'd taken from the table when he'd come, hidden in his pocket. The 2 people in front of him in front of the 2 people suddenly natural reflection of a side. Snap! The cutlery was smashed to pieces by the throwing stick in the hands of one of the men. It could be seen that this person's hands were not bad. Hu Yin directly rushed over. His footsteps learned from Yao Rou. Seeing that Hu Yin had come in front of him in a flash, the 2 men blocking Hu Yin smashed their throwing sticks over. And Hu Yin was like a bamboo blown down by the wind. His body tilted back. The moment the stick swept past his face, the torso popped up like a rebounding bamboo. In one shot, Huin got out of the way. Hu Yin, who ran a few steps closely, picked up a brick on the old wall next to him and waved his hand to throw it out. As the person behind him dodged, Hu Yin turned into another alley. It's an old neighborhood with lots of switchbacks down narrow alleys. After running furiously all the way, the people behind him had already been thrown out of sight. Turning to the busy street, Hu Yin immediately called the police. When the police arrived, Huin handed over the cell phone recording to the police. After that, Hu Yin returned to the hotel. At this time, I'm sure those people from Scarchen must have escaped. In order not to let his family see the difference, Hu Yin chose to walk back slowly. When he was halfway there, he received a call from Hu Jiasen, asking when he would be back. Huin tells her she'll be right back. Scarchen was so angry that he almost didn't explode on the spot when he saw Hu Yin charge through in a single shot. Waste, all fucking trash, raised you a bunch of pigs. Next, they followed Hu Yin all the way. Unfortunately, these menacing-looking guys really don't have much stamina. It didn't take long to run, but he was tired and panting, and kept coughing on his throwing stick. This was also the result of Hu Yan's constant exercise during this time. Scarred-chan gasped for a long time before he could catch his breath. You pigs, hurry back and pack up and get ready to run. Big brother, you can't blame us. That kid looks like he's practiced. Yeah, moved so fast. He was gone before we could see him. Scar-chan was so angry that he was dry-eyed. Don't fucking bullshit. Go back and pack up. Avoid the wind first. Ginger is old and hot. Scar-chan immediately thought of what would happen next. Still want to run? I think you guys are dreaming. Just as Scar-chan and the others were talking, a dozen youths in sportswear came out in front and behind. The man who spoke, a large man over 1 meter 8, shook his head and made a rattling noise. Then, stretching his extra long thighs out, he set them up on the wall beside him. Straight and true. Run. I'll give you 10 counts. If you can run, I'll take your name. Scar-chan's sweat immediately came down. May I ask you all, who are you? Have a word. The youth pulled his leg back, 1 foot raised against Scar-chan's face. For your information, we are the Chin family's bodyguards. Scar-chan was dumbfounded. Inner one, can you accommodate me? Money is not a problem. The youth craned his neck again. Our boss said that potential dangers must be nipped in the bud. You guys are lucky that you didn't hurt Mr. Who. Otherwise, you guys wouldn't be able to get up now. I'll give you a chance. Turn yourselves in. 3 counts. 1, 2. Scar-chan did not hesitate to call the police. Hu Yan had just returned to the hotel when the ringtone of his cell phone rang again. Surprisingly, it was Qin Zishuan who called. Huin, are you okay? Hu Yan's heart was a bit tangled, calmed down a bit before saying, thank you for Mr. Qin's concern. I'm fine. I'm eating with my parents. Qin Zishuan let out a hum. Well then, you keep them company. Don't worry about the other things. I'll take care of them. After saying that, Qin Zishuan hung up the phone. Hu Yan didn't know that Qin Zishuan actually knew about his affairs. Somewhat inexplicably. Other things? What things? By this time, Hu Yan's family had seen him. What took you so long to come back? That friend of yours is really something too. Seeing you accompanying us for dinner and pulling you out. Such a friend. Socialize less in the future. Yang Yajun's teacher's occupational disease struck again. Hu Yan accompanied a smile and said, I know mom. Turn around. I'll pull the plug on him. Yang Yajun glared at her son. You've grown up. You have to think twice before doing things and making friends. People you don't like. You should also gradually distance yourself. Don't let people cynically hate you. Although Yang Yajun was a bit broken, however, Hu Yan, who had experienced what had just happened, was soothed by her mother's love. Very sincerely, she nodded her head and said, got it mom, I will pay attention in the future. Yang Yajun was very satisfied with her son's performance, and gave Hu Yan several dishes that he loved to eat. www.zbcxw.cn-stars-novels.com. Yao Rou kept her head down and only ate the dishes in front of her. Hu Jiasin, on the other hand, kept helping her with her dishes. Hu Jiasin was also a girl with a kind nature. After knowing Yao Rou's experience, she hated that she couldn't share all her good things with her. In particular, Hu Jiasin herself didn't know what to think. The current her felt that Yao Rou seemed the most suitable to be her sister-in-law. Seeing that Hu Yan had almost eaten, Yang Yajun asked, Yan Yan, where did you get those pills and masks? I'm now with your father, and my body is better. Moreover, look at my skin. It's more than 5 years younger. These, Hu Yan had discovered long ago. However, he didn't show off his credits. That was because Yao Rou had been there all along. He was afraid that Yao Rou would know that he had given his things to his parents and had given her money. Hu Yan kept squeezing Yang Yajun's eyes. But, Yang Yajun was confused. Sure enough, after Yao Rou glanced at Hu Yan, she looked at Yang Yajun and said, hey, auntie, if you were talking about the kind of face masks and wax paper wrapped pills that touch your face black, it is from my home. In the future, I'll have my family mail some more over. Yang Yajun had long heard Hu Jiasin say something about Yao Rou. Therefore, when she came to dinner today, Yang Yajun had to drag Yao Rou along. Otherwise, Yao Rou's character would be too embarrassed to come. At this point, of course, he knew why Hu Yan kept squeezing his eyes. Xiao Rou auntie can't take something that precious for nothing. If you sympathize with auntie's heart, then sell some to auntie, okay? Hu Fengchun also commented, right. I've spent a lot of money on massages, acupuncture, and ointments, but I can't get rid of my back and leg pain. Your medicine is a treasure. If you don't want to pay for it, we can't take it for nothing. Yao Rou had a red face, but her words were firm. Big brother Hu and sister Jessen, as well as sister Shower, have helped me so much, and also gave me so many nice clothes. How can I ask for money from you too? Yang Yajun glanced apologetically at Hu Yan and stated, this is something that old mom has done badly, so you can take over. Hu Yan was helpless to become the receiver. Sister Shioro, those medicines of yours? It's very expensive for me to sell them to others. How about this? In the future, if you give them to my parents, you won't charge for them. However, the ones I take to sell, you charge double. Yao Rou's face was suffocatingly red and her hands kept waving. That won't do. As soon as Hu Yan thought about it, don't be hard on the kid, really forcing her to do that. Even if she agreed to do it, she must not feel good in her heart. So, Hu Yan said, okay, just kidding, do whatever you want, okay? Hu Yan's idea was that there would be plenty of opportunities to help Yao Rou in the future, taking care of her as if she was his own sister. When she has a partner, send her a dowry. It was then that Yao Rou let out a long breath and nodded as if she was relieved. Yang Yajun and Hu Fengchun, looking at Yao Rou, both shook their heads, and inside their eyes was pity. It was already evening when he returned to Hu Yan's dormitory. Hu Yan left the packaged meal for Zhao Peng, who hadn't returned yet at this time, since talking to Hu Yan about doing business. During this time, Zhao Peng worked during the day and went out at night to look for places and compare rents, budgeting for investments. It's a busy time. Today, Hu Fengchun drank some wine, took a shower and went to bed early. Hu Jiasun accompanied Yao Rou back to Qian's shower side. Now, she was used to living there. However, most of all, she was trying to accompany Yao Rou. Yang Yajun and Hu Fengchun were understanding and supportive. Neither asked their daughter to have to stay with them for one night. Seeing that there was no one else, Yang Yajun tangled a bit and pulled Hu Yan over and sat on the sofa, touching Hu Yan's head. Son. Hu Yan's heart thumped. Whenever Yang Yajun said this title, Hu Yan would be afraid. This was a shadow from his school days. Son, what are you thinking? Tell mom about it, okay? Hu Yan was dumbfounded. What do you think? Yang Yajun slapped Hu Yan on the head. Bastard. What else could it be? It's your marriage. Your father and I are about to retire and are waiting for our grandchildren. Hu Yan rubbed his mom's head and said, what can I think? Depends on fate. Yang Yajun was angry and clearly felt that Hu Yan was perfunctory. You said you. It used to be Xian and Xiao Er. We all quite like them. You yourself just can't carry on. Now it's good. There's Yao Rou. Are you planning to piss me off to death? Mom, what are you talking about? We are all friends. Besides, that person Qin Zishuan is my boss. In the future, don't mention her in this matter. Also, Xiao Er is just a good friend. Zairu is even less so. It's not easy enough for people, so don't cause trouble for them. Hu Yan unconsciously spoke in a somewhat sour tone. Knowing her son like a mother, Yang Yajun thought a lot at once. What? Had a fight with Xian? Hu Yan had a headache. Mom, you don't Xian. You have to call General Manager Qin. Yang Yajun skimmed her mouth and said, what's wrong with calling Xian? She's been living in my house for more than half a month, and I've been calling her Xian every day. People haven't said anything yet. What makes you unhappy? Ha, Hu Yan was shocked. You're saying that she stayed in our house for more than half a month. General Manager Qin? Yang Yajun covered her mouth, knowing that she had accidentally said something. Cough cough. In the IAI. When you see Xian, you can't say that it was me who said this matter. Just say that it was your father who got drunk and said it. Hu Yan really admired his mom's dumping technique. It was still so pure. Alright mom, I promise you. You still talk about Mr. Qin. How could she stay at my house for half a month? At the time, I wondered. Yang Yajun talked about what happened after Hu Yan left. Since Hu Yan returned to Jiangchang, the next night, Qin Zishuan went directly to Hu Yan's house carrying her traveling gifts. The moment she knocked on the door, both Yang Yajun and Hu Fengchun were stunned. For a moment, they couldn't speak. Qin Zishuan smiled and said, what's wrong, uncle and auntie? Didn't you say that you want me to treat your home as my own? If you don't welcome me, I can leave. She said that, but she didn't look like she wanted to leave at all. Yang Yajun hurriedly said, welcome, how can you not welcome? Quickly, come in. Hu Fengchun also said, Mr. Qin, we are overjoyed. We couldn't even invite you. It's an honor for my old Hu family to have you here. Qin Zishuan entered the house and said, Uncle, you're being a stranger when you say that. If you really don't treat me as an outsider, just call me Xian. Hu Fengchun felt that he had more face. Calling his big boss Xian? It's very exciting. Xian na. Then your uncle who is welcome. Hu Fengchun smiled from ear to ear. In his heart, he gave his son 100 kudos. Still my son, really able to earn face for his old man. Yang Yajun put Qin Zishuan's gifts away and brought her slippers. Qin Zishuan said, thank you, auntie. Yang Yajun politely said, Xian if you're not in a hurry to leave, stay at auntie's house for a while longer. Originally, it was a polite remark, but to my surprise, Qin Zishuan and you nodded seriously and said, that's what I thought. Hu Yan went back to Jiangqing for the company. He's working as hard as he can for my sake. I'll just help him stay with his parents and do my filial duty. If the two of you can sympathize with my feelings, treat me as if I were your own child. Don't treat me as a guest. Just like that, Qin Zixuan really lived there. Moreover, she left late and returned early every day, tidied up the house cleanly, even made dinner for Hu Yan's parents. In the beginning, the work done was really not complimentary. Hu Yan's parents naturally wouldn't say anything. However, Qin Zixuan's progress was changing every day. Within a few days, even Yang Yajun was not as good at cooking as she was. However, no matter how Yang Yajun tried to persuade her, Qin Zixuan still insisted on honoring them every day like a daughter returning home after a long absence. This date, the Hu family couple, simply heart-melted, originally wanted to factory bragging Hu Fengchun. Somehow, did not say anything, just a smile is always on his face as he goes about his day. Someone asked, "Old Hu, what's the occasion? What are you so happy about?" Hu Fengchun said mysteriously, "There are some things, not to mention you guys, even I can't even dream of them. Don't ask. You won't believe me even if I tell you." This time, Old Hu is really smart. This matter, set out, probably no one will believe. Who would have thought that Mr. President, who was high and mighty in front of them, would go back to serve the workshop director every day? After saying this, Yang Yajun gave a sigh and said, "Think about it. Look at the way she works. That is, at home. Even her own parents have not served. Serving our two old men. What do you think she wants?" Hu Yan was also confused. "Yeah, what's the figure? I can earn money for the company again, but that's still a number. Compared with other large groups and dozens of companies, it's not even a drop in the bucket. What's the point?" Also today, Qin Zixuan called and said that he should have a good dinner with his family. Other things, don't worry. Could it be? Hu Yan lay on his bed and didn't sleep well all night. Hu Yan's parents stayed in Jiangxing for 2 days. Hu Yan took them to a few attractions. He bought a few sets of fall clothes for his parents. Originally, Hu Yan wanted to drive them back. However, Yang Yajun said nothing to allow it, saying that the fuel cost is more expensive than the train ticket. In fact, the main reason is to see that in the past few days, Hu Yan accompanied them and went to work, and his heart ached for the children. Hu Yan could understand and bought them train tickets and sent them on their way. As Yang Yajun was leaving, she also kept admonishing Hu Yan, "Mom won't get involved in opinions on your matters. The several girls are quite good. You choose them yourself. However, I'm telling you, don't let them be sad." Hu Yan smiled bitterly and shook his head. Right now, he still hadn't figured out just what kind of position he held in Qin Zixuan's heart. Hu Fengchun asked Yang Yajun in confusion, "How many? Too soon?" Yang Yajun skimmed her mouth and said, "I think you are getting old and your eyes are not working. When we ate together, didn't you notice what kind of eyes Yao Rou had when she looked at Hu Yan? How come she doesn't blush when she looks at others?" Hu Fengchun thought carefully and happily. Worthy of being my Hu Fengchun seed. Like me, you just blow it. If I hadn't been blind, you'd probably still be an old bachelor now. Hu Yan watched his parents sitting on the train bickering and shook his head helplessly. These two people, they were really happy enemies. Once they started talking, they didn't care about their image at all. The train slowly started, and Hu Yan waved his hand to say goodbye. These two people who love him the most in the world are getting farther and farther away from him as the wheels of steel roll. www.zbcxw.cn*novels.com. The days calmed down again, and Hu Jiasen went to school. Hu Yan also stopped running to Qian Shower. Life is back on track. One day at a time. I conceptualize strategies for marketing and help appraisers solve their problems. At night with Zhao Peng eyes to open a store. Time rushed by, and it was half a month. On this day, Qian Shower called, blaming Hu Yan for not visiting her for a long time. Hu Yan had to push that he was busy now. However, Qian Shower did not comply and insisted on getting together with Hu Yan on Sunday. Because, this week, Hu Yan was on duty on Saturday. On Sunday, Hu Yan wore a domestic sportswear, foot jogging shoes normal rest dress, drove to Qian Shower's store. Once they entered, they realized that both Hu Jiasen and Yao Rou were there. "All of you." Yao Rou nodded with a red face. Hu Jiasen, on the other hand, ran over and directly hugged Hu Yan's arm. "It's fine anyway. Come over and help Sister Shower. She said that we are her lucky stars, and with us around, business is especially good." Hu Yan nodded and took a look at the customer base in the store. There were really quite a lot of people. Moreover, the pedestrian street is not far from the university town. There are so many college students inside looking at the merchandise. Taking a closer look, Hu Yan had a number in his heart. It seems that Qian Shower has gotten some brains about doing business. The customer base here is dominated by young college students, which, naturally, is due to Yao Rou and Hu Jiasen. Yao Rou doesn't need to be mentioned. Hu Jiasen told Hu Yan, It hasn't been long since the start of the school year. Yao Rou was known as the once-in-a-century school flower of Jiangcheng University. Hu Jiasun wasn't too bad. Originally her face value wasn't low. After all, she was a sibling with Hu Yan, tall, and a very affable smile, and an approachable designer clothes. It was also very popular in the university. Coupled with Yao Rou's mask, her skin is glistening white and clear, even better than in the past, adding up to a lot of points. Moreover, according to Hu Jiasun, Shen Moling had done a lot of favors. It really did give Yao Rou the treatment of a poor student. These two girls with very different styles and the most beautiful age in life naturally attracted the eyes of many surrounding college students. In order to win the smile of the beauty, many young people are willing to spend money on small and toys to show their financial strength. Especially Yao Rou. Those who paid attention to her in this school could know that she was working here. Her status as a poor student made many boys from well-off families willing to come and throw their money to get Yao Rou's attention. Add to that the fact that the owner of this store is herself a rare beauty. And it's a wonder that business isn't booming on a double break day. After chatting with Hu Jiasun for a while, Xian Shower came out. Old Hu, long time no see. Missed you. Xian Shower came up and gave Hu Yan a hug, drawing a lot of jealous glances from the surrounding area. There was also a youth behind Xian Shower, who introduced, "This is the executive president of my family's Jiangcheng district, Wan Linchuan. It's the new counselor my father has assigned to me, Hu Yan, gold medal appraiser and general manager of the marketing department of Tian Haipan." Hu Yan saw that Wan Linchuan was less than 30 years old, with a warm face and a hint of more city than Zhong Wanming. "Hello, Mr. Wan. Hello, Mr. Hu. Nice to meet you. Nice to meet you." Chen Shower guided Hu Yan to the tea table and had someone make fragrant tea. Chen Shower chattered. "Hu Yan, you don't know. I kind of showed my face in front of my dad. Since using your strategy, together with contacts and some of the original my family's incoming resources, do you know how much I've earned this month?" Hu Yan thought for a moment and asked, $1 million? Chen Shower said proudly, "It's more than $1.5 million. Hu Yan nodded. "Reasonably speaking, with this kind of operation, normally, with the pedestrian streets customer flow, 1 million is a normal value. The rest of that $500,000 should be the star effect." The so-called stars were naturally Yao Rou, Hu Jiasun, and Qian Shower herself. Hu Yan did not mince words of appreciation. "Good job. Now the recession. In general, your family an ordinary jewelry house. It is estimated that there is not so much pure profit." Qian Shower's eyes narrowed into slits as she smiled. "Isn't that so? My dad said that nowadays, one of my farcical little stores is almost catching up with one of his medium-sized jewelry stores. Do you think it's awesome?" Wan Linchuan answered at the right time, "Isn't it awesome?" The president of Jiangcheng district, was severely criticized by the old boss. "Let me learn from Ms. Xiao'er." "Right." He looked at Hu Yan and said, "Especially you. Miss Xiao'er has not been praising you." Saying that, without Hu Yan, this store is estimated to be early Wampoa. Oh, Hu Yan saw Wan Linchuan say the scene. However, the words rather have some unimpressed flavor. No wonder. In his opinion, Xian Shower's success was nothing more than normal operation coupled with the help of his family. He also just came over, and did not know Xian Shower this store. In fact, the Money family really did not interfere in anything. As for what the relations of the family to support the scene or something, even more non-existent. In itself, this is an opportunity for Qian Shower to prove himself. Engaging in all that dark thought hype would defeat the purpose. Hu Yan knew what this Mr. Wan was thinking as soon as he took a look at the other party's face. However, meeting for the first time, there was no need to make a scene. Just smiled and humbly said, "It's still Shower you yourself who put your heart and soul into it. Otherwise, you can't have such an achievement. It doesn't have much to do with me. I'm just a normal friend helping out, giving out ideas." Qian Shower shook her head and said, "Old Hu, you're not making sense." Saying that, she took out a check. "This is 200,000. Although being not much. However, I have to honor my original promise." Wan Linchuan immediately had a flash of jealousy in his eyes, secretly thinking, when did money become so good? Ms. Xiao'er, you are so ignorant of us men. Hu Yan helping a friend with an idea is a part of the job. If you take money, won't you dishonor the word friend? Hu Yan nodded. "That's right. If you need money for an idea, then I'll have to pay for the clothes and jewelry and whatnot you gave Hu Jiasun and Yao Rou. These two. But I begged you to help look after them." Qian Shower argued, "That's not the same. Jiasun and Xiao are like my own sisters now. Giving them something is my pleasure. You are different. At first I said in front of Xianshen that I would give you a commission if you really made money. Besides, others don't know, but I do. You not only gave me the plan, but also helped me solve the most important problem. You see, The things that make the most money in the store now are almost all provided by your resources. Saying that, Xian Shaoer pointed to the high-end goods section of the store. There is a painting, ink painting, glass artifacts, imitation antique artifacts and so on. The imitation antique artifacts were made by Hu Yan to find the antique restoration master of Tianhai Pond to help him do it. And this person, I must say, is a geek. The whole Jiangcheng range of antique industry recognized restoration master. Workmanship craft, simply has also been to fake. But the man is also a weirdo. To get along with him, you have to get past him first. For example, Qin Zixuan was his boss, so he might not be able to invite him. And Hu Yan was the one who had chatted with him a few times in the past. He also asked him to help restore those few objects in the Gnash pile. After that, this person liked to discuss antiques with Hu Yan very much, so much so, that he became a forgotten friend with Hu Yan. Hu Yan still shook his head. It is such a thing. However, what I'm doing is what friends do. Just like I entrusted Jiasun and Xiaoro to you, you treat them as if they were your own sisters. Xian Shaoer was momentarily speechless and didn't know how to move Hu Yan. Saying that, Hu Yan came to those high-grade goods area. In fact, no matter what the deal is, it's almost always the high prices that make money and the low prices that just garner some popularity. For example, a restaurant that sells all the staples in a day will definitely lose money or not make much money. Jewelry store, all selling gold and silver and crystal jewelry and stuff, and no profit. Therefore, restaurants like to drink. Jewelry stores like to buy diamond emerald. The other deals were much the same. Xian Shaoer was so grateful to Hu Yan. In fact, she really did have something in mind. As Hu Yan took a look, the entire row of walls were filled with the scent of ink. Calligraphy and paintings of different styles hung all over the walls. Hu Yan secretly smiled. These calligraphers are quite interesting. It turns out that the calligraphy hanging above, basically no seal, or it is written that it is gifted to a certain person, or just write a year, month and day and that's the end of it. It's no wonder. These people are good at saving face. It's a matter of selling things out in the open and if they get checked, that's a matter. There is no seal or inscription. It's all in the eye of the beholder. It also adds to the pleasure of buying. After all, people who are really knowledgeable can see what's inside at a glance. There is also a certain sense of fulfillment after proving your eyesight. Right in front of us is an old man who is critiquing the style of individual paintings and calligraphy. Guessing the name of the author is almost unconvincing. Hu Yan was unconsciously immersed in it. He actually had a fondness for arts and crafts when he was in school. After all, he was the child of a teacher's family. When he was young, Hu Yan was even forced to learn it by Yang Yajun for some years. After a beautiful font was looked over by Hu Yan's tracing eyes, he basically knew whose work it was. Moreover, without realizing it, Hu Yan seemed to feel as if his calligraphy skills were also increasing. How to put it? It was like watching a whole bunch of masters compete, sensing something from it. That's what an epiphany feels like. Before, Hu Yan had never felt this way before. He didn't know if his eyes had changed again or if it was just his illusion. When he saw the words on the far side, he couldn't help but softly eek. In the end, he didn't realize that he murmured, "I didn't expect that she had such attainments in calligraphy." The old man who had been critiquing individual paintings and calligraphy suddenly got interested. "This little brother, can you not tell whose work these words are?" Hu Yan humbly said, "I think it should be her." "Che," a young guy beside him said disdainfully, bluffing. "Even our chairman doesn't recognize the calligraphy. Can you recognize it?" Seeing the youth's sarcastic nonsense, the old man chided, "Shi Rue, you must not be unreasonable. How many times have I told you that China is full of talented and capable people? Nowadays, we are in the midst of a prosperous era, and it's the time for young people to come into their own. How do you know that this young friend doesn't have that kind of eyesight?" The young man called Ji Rui bowed slightly. "President, I know," although he said this with his mouth. However, the disbelief in his eyes was obvious to anyone. This Chi Rue, in fact, was a distant relative of the old man in front of him. After college, the classes weren't quite right. So, I asked my family to look for connections and found the head of the current vice president of the Calligraphy Association, Ji Mingshan. In fact, Ji Mingshan has long been retired. However, he was originally the director of the Cultural Affairs Bureau. And his connections are still there. The advice he gave was for Ji Rue to join the Calligraphy Association first, so as to broaden his network and sharpen his edges. In the future, there is a chance to mix a good job. However, Ji Rue relied on Qi Mingshan's prestige. After entering the Calligraphy Association, with his own calligraphy skills, it didn't take long to become famous. He certainly didn't feel like he was relying on Qi Mingshan's prestige and taking people's flattering words seriously, especially in this store. Seeing three extremely beautiful women, Originally there was no mind to see the calligraphy, just see Hu Yan and those few beauties are all very intimate and familiar. Self-conscious character and appearance of Ji Rui was not concerned, cannot help but taste. www.zbcxw. CN Stars Novels. Com. Hu Yan took one look at the other party's demeanor, a villainous face, and lazily ignored it. Nowadays, there are many such people, relying on the fact that they know a few people. They are so arrogant, but do not know, really encounter things when those so-called contacts simply cannot be used. It's just as much a reciprocal relationship as the current marital situation. What is your ability to be missed by others? People are passionate about helping you? Apparently, Ji Rui was still in a beautiful dream and hadn't woken up. This friend, since they're all from the calligraphy world, I'd like to hear about it. A work that even the president of the Calligraphy Association can't see. What insight do you have? Hu Yan shook his head, not bothering with such a person. However, Ji Mingshan was a human-like figure. Naturally, he could see that what Hu Yan had just shown was in no way a forgery. This little friend, since he is a connoisseur in this field, might as well say something. Seeing that Hu Yan didn't take care of himself, the obviously upset Ji Rui squeezed. Let's take a look at the works of these famous calligraphers in Jiangxing first. Let's see. Those two characters, even a professional like me can't see them. You are also resting. Just because Hu Yan was too lazy to countenance it didn't mean that others would tolerate it. Xian Shaoer first saw Ji Rui squeezing Hu Yan like this and felt suffocated in his heart. If Hu Yan didn't recognize it, I wouldn't be able to have these people's words here. Ji Rui saw that the girl he saw as the most favorable in his eyes was defending Hu Yan so much, and his heart became even more uncomfortable. To tell you the truth, I myself am from the Calligraphy Association. The owners of these works, those are all my predecessors. Even I may not recognize them all. He, an outsider, can know them all? Who are you kidding? In Ji Rui's heart, the purpose of saying these words was of course to elevate his stature. After all, in his current perception, those who were inside the Calligraphy Association were pushing quite high. His elegant stand-up linen suit was no match for Hu Yan's tracksuit. It's good to be young and want to dislike whoever you don't see. If you do, you want to dislike even more. It just so happened that the ones he could look at and the ones he couldn't look at were both right in front of him. Therefore, Ji Rui was a bit excited plus impulsive at this time. If it had been the old Xian Shaoer, he would have gone ballistic long ago. Now, however, having been in business for a while, she had received some education from her father, and her own personal experience, knew that her words and actions were the sign of her business, was not to get angry easily. Hu Yan could see Qian Shaoer's embarrassment, and he himself suffered a little bit of anger from the youngster, even if it was, despite being the same age. However, Hu Yan put the other party in the category of those who hadn't quit breastfeeding yet. However, Hu Yan didn't want Qian Shaoer to follow and suffer. Without any nonsense, Hu Yan pointed to a pair of works beside himself and said, "This one, as heavy as a mountain, with old-fashioned brushwork. People say that words are like people. It should be Mr. Su Zimo's masterpiece." Ji Rui lost his voice at once, while Ji Mingshan gave a thumbs up. Gao Ming, Su Zimo really is that kind of person, bumping into walls all over the place because he's not mellow enough for people. However, no one who knows his personality can dislike it. But calligraphy is also unique. Saying that, he swept Ji Rui with his eyes. It seemed to be saying, "See, I said that young people should abstain from arrogance. You just don't listen." To be honest, this Ji Rui really did have some skills. After entering the Calligraphy Association, he has also studied with an open mind. Among the younger generation, he was considered to be more enlightened. Otherwise, Ji Mingshan wouldn't be so tired and still be willing to bring him along. Ji Rui was also stunned when he saw that Hu Yan had seen Su Zimo's work. Immediately, however, it turned to a look of disbelief once again, clearly saying, "Su Zimo's calligraphy style is too obvious. Who can't tell?" Hu Yan acted as if he couldn't see Ji Rui's face as he said to Ji Mingshan, "Old sir is being overly complimentary. It's just that Master Su's characters are so recognizable." Ji Mingshan smiled and nodded. It's rare for a young man not to be a bully. Rare. With that, he made a gesture, meaning for Hu Yan to continue. Hu Yan next pointed to another painting and calligraphy. "This one is as rough as the wind and rain, so it goes without saying that one can write such a wild cursive. It must be Lord Wan Shi. I didn't expect that his old man would be so facetious." Ji Mingshan once again did not spare any praise. Good eyesight. Like Hu Yan, he was too lazy to look at Ji Rui's smelly face. However, while Hu Yan was truly too lazy to look, Ji Mingshan wanted to sculpt this distant descendant. Next, Huin spoke all the works of the people on the wall in minute detail. Only the two that even Ika Miyama couldn't name were left. Ji Rui's face was now quite unsightly. However, He definitely didn't believe that someone who looked younger than him at first glance could have such an eye. On second thought, he understood. Just now, Qi Mingshan had already said the characteristics of these calligraphies and their authors once. Then, in his thought, Hu Yan had merely switched to another way of saying it and recounted it all over again. Poof. Chirue disdainfully said, I thought there was something great. It turns out, it's just a good ear. Just heard President Qi's appraisal. His statement, naturally, took the watching audience the wrong way. Not all calligraphy enthusiasts really have an eye for it. The people who had just been listening to Qi Mingshan's commentary naturally liked calligraphy, trying to see from Qi Mingshan's appraisal that one was more worthy of collecting. Now, after Qi Rue reminded him, he really felt that Hu Yan's statement was much the same as Qi Mingshan's. Even Wan Linchuan smiled and said to Qian Shaoer, this Hu Yan is really quite powerful. Distracted by two things. Just talking to us and still remembering President Qi's words. Awesome. He appeared to be praising Hu Yan. However, with the sour stench in his words, anyone could hear his intentions. Qian Shaoer had previously thought that this Wan Linchuan was a lot stronger than Zhong Wanming. At least there seemed to be a good rapport between him and Hu Yan. Unexpectedly, just when others were striking Hu Yan, Wan Linchuan immediately came with a divine assist. Qian Shaoer skimmed her lips. She could tolerate the customers, but might not be able to tolerate Wan Linchuan. The housemaid. How is Hu Yan? Is also something you can evaluate? I'm not afraid to tell you. Hu Yan hasn't been unable to see things since I've known him, while Wan Linchuan was defeated. Qian Shaoer's words were naturally spoken to Qi Rue. Qi Rue glanced at Wan Linchuan, not realizing that he had an accomplice. Looking at the eye color of the people around him again, it was known that the vast majority of them believed in him. It was no wonder. Just now when Qi Mingshan guessed these people, everyone quoted as having divine skill level eyesight. A young man in his early 20s. What makes you have such an eye? Ha! Qi Rue laughed. This brother called Hu Yan. If you really have eyes, say who wrote this calligraphy that my uncle didn't see. It's no fun to pick up a ready-made one. Hu Yan is also really speechless. He endured again and again. People do not appreciate, not to mention, but also repeatedly taunted. It's a rhythm of finding dislike. How about this? Since we are all elegant people who like calligraphy, let's have a colorful game. Hu Yan said. If I guess the author of these two paintings and calligraphy correctly, then, please buy the wall full of calligraphy and paintings. Qi Rue secretly thought, that's absolutely impossible. Even my uncle, who is well educated and is still the most respected person in the calligraphy world in Jiangchang, can't see it, so what makes you think you can? So, what if you lose? Qi Rue asked. Hu Yan laughed, after making a fuss for so long. If I lose, I'll also buy these paintings and calligraphy. Just as a favor to the beautiful boss of Shaoer. Qi Rue looked at Hu Yan's line of clothes that didn't exceed $1,000 and skimmed his lips. Can you afford it? Hu Yan was really a bit fired up. Looking down on people. Already to this extent? He was about to speak when a cold and pleasant voice came. If Hu Yan loses, not only these paintings and calligraphy, but all the other merchandise, I'll cover it all. This sound, like the tinkling of summer spring water, seemed to instantly cool down the dry heat of early fall by several degrees. It made people unconsciously happy both physically and mentally. Turned around and was about to say, who are you? Who are you to give him a head start? However, when the words came out of his mouth, Qi Rue was dumbfounded. Just now he saw Hu Jussen's little sister neighbor's vivacious closeness, youthfulness soaring. He also saw the quiet beauty of Yao Rose Valley Orchid. His mercenary eyes, however, preferred Qian Shaoer's big girl demeanor. However, seeing the nobility and coldness of the person coming at this moment, all of a sudden the sharpness was all sapped away. What came to mind was one sentence. In the human world, how could there be such a beautiful woman? This day simply refreshed Qi Rue's perception of beautiful women. Originally, in his mind, Kylie from Harem was his goddess. It was the YY object that he spent all night sleeping on. After looking at these few people in front of me, it simply feels that the original self is really a frog in the well. Simply do not understand what is called the woman's beauty. The person who came was none other than Qin Zishuan. Qian Shaoer jumped over at once. I missed you. What took you so long? Qin Zishuan didn't seem to shy away from her mistake in the slightest, saying in public, because Yangcheng Chemicals' acquisition plan didn't exactly follow the plan proposed by Hu Yan. It caused a lot of losses and problems. I had to finish dealing with it in Yangcheng before returning. As she spoke, Qin Zishuan kept looking at Hu Yan. At this time, Hu Yan, who had also been looking at Qin Zishuan, didn't know what to feel in his heart. Thinking about what mom and dad said, Qin Zishuan had been a nanny in his house for more than half a month. Hu Yan couldn't say anything for a while. Qin Zishuan's burning gaze looked straight at Hu Yan. I'm not one to pass the buck. I owe you a formal apology. With that, Qin Zishuan bowed slightly. I'm sorry, In fact, remembering what Yang Yajun had said, Qin Zixuan's behavior at her parents' house, as well as when Sun Jieqi and LV Lily coincidentally met, and the unconditional trust just now, as well as the past, the knot in Huyan's original heart had basically been untied. I was about to say, old Qin, you're too kind. Qin Chu, who was behind Qin Zixuan, walked out and gave Huyan a standard 90-degree bow. Mr. Hu, it's all my fault, nothing to do with General Manager Qin. I don't deserve to be Mr. Qin's assistant and have resigned. In the future, I will make up for my losses by opening up for Tianhai in the areas I specialize in. Before I leave, I want to get your forgiveness. With that, he bowed deeply once again. Originally quite a good atmosphere. After Qin Chu's rendering, Hu Yan actually had some indescribable flavor. Qin Zixuan originally did not want Qin Chu to come to this. However, Qin Chu obstinately insisted on seeing Hu Yan before leaving. However, Qin Zixuan emphasized 3 times that there was no need for him to apologize to Hu Yan. Who knows? Qin Chu doesn't know what to think. Maybe it's because he saw Qin Zixuan take all the blame and felt indescribably guilty. He apologized to Hu Yan in a very sincere and high-profile manner. However, so that at this time Qin Zixuan's heart was really bitter. She knows Hu Yan's pride. Qin Chu so, just now she did everything. All tasteless. The so-called one forced to bear, disguised as someone to take the blame. Sure enough, Hu Yan laughed. You have nothing to apologize to me for. Then, looking towards Qin Zixuan, he said, Mr. Qin, you're too polite. Tianhai is your family's. I'm a part-time worker. I'm still relying on you to give me a bite to eat. Hu Yan's face was obvious to everyone. The instant change made Qin Chu unspeakably suffocated. Not for himself. He wasn't afraid of breaking his bones. He could die for Qin Zixuan. What Qin Chu couldn't stand was Qin Zixuan being wronged. It's because of this that he has just performed. Now, Hu Yan's conspiratorial tone made Qin Zixuan feel bad in her heart. Qin Chu just can't stand it. Hu Yan, do you know how much Mr. Qin values you? Do you know how much she blames herself because of this? You are bullying. Didn't wait for Hu Yan to speak. Qin Zixuan really can't help it. Qin Chu, stop it. If you do this, you'll only make a bigger mess. With that, Qin Zixuan looked at Hu Yan and said, I'm sorry, I shouldn't have let him come. Hu Yan is not sure what to say. This time the Qi Rui came to energy. Your name is Hu Yan, right? What's the matter? Are you going to continue? Everyone is waiting. Hu Yan was just about to get out of the way and looked at Qi Rui and said, it's no problem to continue. I understand if you suspect that I can't afford these paintings. However, I can tell you, I don't need anyone to help me buy them. I can afford these paintings. And from that, even if I really don't have the money, the boss here is my friend. Payment in installments is fine. Saying that, Hu Yan looked at Qian Shower. It shouldn't be a problem, right? Qian Shower said, if you like it, just take it all. You got it all anyway. The $200,000 I just gave you. You don't want it again. The corner of Qi Rui's mouth twitching. Give $200,000 for nothing and you still don't want it? Acting right? Hu Yan looked at Qi Rui. I just want to know, if you really lose, can you afford to buy these paintings? I did some preliminary math. 15 paintings. There's also one by old Mr. Shen Wancheng. All together, it's over $2 million. Qi Rui's face did not look good, although he had some family money. However, more than $2 million. That's hurting. Asking for help, he looked to his uncle, Ike Mingshan. Ji Mingshan shook his head and said, since it's come to this, I came with you and can only give you a share. However, remember, you lost today. In the future, we will have nothing more to do with each other. Qi Rui's face instantly paled. He knew the meaning of this distant elder uncle's words. In the past, Ji Mingshan had also educated him. Favors, too, have a quantity and a time limit. If it's used up at once, it's gone forever. However, after calmly thinking about it, Qi Rui felt that the chances of Hu Yan being able to see the 2 pieces of calligraphy that Ji Mingshan couldn't see were about equal to 0. I have a proposition to make, and now that my uncle has spoken, you should be relieved. Hu Yan nodded. Go ahead, Qi Rui said. Since it's divided into winners and losers, the pot should go to the winner, shouldn't it? Hu Yan clapped his hands and said, makes sense. The one who loses buys all the calligraphy works and sends them to the other party, right? That's right. Qi Rui pointed at everyone present. Everyone is a witness. Yes. Hu Yan finished, pointing to the 2 calligraphy, said, these 2 works, there is some flavor of old Mr. Shen. However, apparently not enough old and thick. It seems to be dignified and heavy, but in fact, it secretly contains tenderness. If I'm not mistaken, this is a woman. Moreover, it should be a junior disciple of old Master Shen Wancheng. A bunch of nonsense. Chirua said, I learned calligraphy since I was a child, and in the past few years, I've even devoted my entire mind to calligraphy. This word, forced through the back of the paper, strong and powerful, obviously a man's work. What also has Shin's flavor, is nonsense. Master Shin's work is thin gold style, so-called Tianbon Thuji beautiful and amicable reputation, is now one of the most famous thin gold body everyone. And, this piece of work is more like a tablet, simple and dignified, clearly organized. Oh ha ha, I see, you are bound to lose. The inscription is more powerful, obviously a man's work, and yet you say it's a woman's calligraphy and painting. It's a joke. Ji Rui's words were truly professional, and even Ji Mingshan felt that Hu Yan's claim seemed a bit far-fetched. Hu Yan said, what this person wrote is indeed a tablet. However, I do think that she is practicing her calligraphy, trying to strengthen the power in the calligraphy to facilitate learning Elder Shin's calligraphic style in the future. Oh, ridiculous, ridiculous. Ji Rui was full of confidence at this time. At a glance, you are an amateur. You don't understand calligraphy at all. The word is like a person. Even if it's a power tablet text, men and women write it differently. This character is so powerful. Just now my uncle also said, without a dozen years of summer and winter work, is by no means possible. You went so far as to say that this person practiced this for the purpose of writing other scripts. It's a joke. How many years are there in a person's life? It's not easy enough to write a good script. Who has such a big heart for this kind of curved approach? Too much time? Have you heard of G. Nash Pile? Hu Yan said, the master nationalist who specializes in the G. Nash Pile of 8 broken diagrams is a great calligrapher and painter, and specializes in all kinds of fonts. Do you think that someone like that is idle to learn so many fonts? Ji Rui shook his head. Impossible. What G. Nash Pile? Never heard of it. I would never believe that there could be someone in this world who is good at all kinds of fonts and still writes well in all of them. Without waiting for Hu Yan to speak, Qian Shaoer directly took the key to open the safe and took out the fan that Qin Zishuan had given him. This fan, the reason why she didn't take it home, was because Hu Yan said that it could be taken out and displayed regularly, used to attract customers with good taste. It could also improve the store's compulsion. Let you have a long look, said Qian Shaoer, unfolding the fan too. Iki Ningshan was shocked. Originally, the purpose of his visit was to run towards this fan. Ever since he heard that there were clothes Zhang Dafu's works inside the small and toy store, he hadn't been running here much. Unfortunately, there have been no holidays for a while and the fan has not been on display. That's also Huin's opinion. It's less mysterious and valuable when you exhibit it regularly. Seeing the 8 different scripts on the fan, all of which were master-level calligraphy, Chi Rui's head was a little confused. Said sarcastically, people had more time in the past. It's impossible to have people like that now. It's useless to talk about this. When you lose, you have to admit defeat. These pieces of calligraphy, they are mine now, right? Hu Yan laughed. There's really no way around it. It seems that it's impossible for you to admit defeat without inviting the author himself? Chi Rui cut, do not be tough. Cannot afford to lose? Do you know the author? My uncle doesn't even know the authors of these 2 works. Don't blow it. Hu Yan didn't bother to beep at him, and looked at Shen Moling in the crowd and said, please welcome our calligrapher, M.S. Shen Moling. Welcome. Shen Moling was stunned. In fact, she had already arrived, but she saw that Hu Yan was busy. The 2 of them just nodded to each other and went on to watch Hu Yan perform. Hu Yan really gave Shen Moling a constant wonderful performance. Before, Shen Moling knew that Hu Yan was an appraiser. The eyesight is good. When he watched Hu Yan say the authors of those calligraphic works correctly, Shen Moling admired it at that time. She felt that she had specialized in calligraphy since she was a child, and she knew the authors of these works, so it was normal for her to be able to tell who was who. However, she knew that Hu Yan didn't know those people at all. Calligraphy, too, is not a specialty of Huin's. The scariest thing was when Hu Yan revealed in a single word that those 2 characters were written by a woman. Over the years, she practiced the strength of the font so hard that even old Master Shen Wancheng praised her. His words are not male, but better than male. You know, that was the comment of a true master. It was no wonder that Qi Mingshan and Qi Rui couldn't tell it was a woman's work at all. When Hu Yan directly said her name, Shen Moling was simply dumbfounded. Her work was good, but she almost never showed it to anyone. None but her family ever saw it. She doesn't go to any competitions either. Those mean little to the offspring of a calligrapher. Shen Moling's wish was to write characters he was satisfied with, and then take them out with a bang. But now, her word had been revealed by a single word of nonsense. She was able to come, in fact, to see if anyone would buy her work or not. If someone was willing to pay a lot of money for her work when everyone didn't know the author, that would be an achievement. But, to her dismay, no one really bought it. Let Hu Yan a word to the shortcomings of her work, but also let Shen Moling have a feeling of enlightenment. Hu Yan saw Shen Moling freeze, and said in embarrassment, "I'm sorry, I just talked nonsense, don't take it to heart." Shen Moling shook her head and said, "I should say thank you. If you hadn't said it, I would still be going further and further down the wrong path." Chi Rui was once again dumbfounded that the girls Hu Yan knew were all so good. However, at this juncture, he didn't have time to eat lemons. Getting his hands on the over $2 million of calligraphy was the only way he felt he would have a chance to take better resources of beautiful women. "Okay, why did you bet so much? So you hired a trustee?" Qi Mingshan was embarrassed. Chi Rui did not recognize Shen Moling. It does not mean that he, the current vice president of the Calligraphy Association, did not recognize "Oh Inkling, how did you find the time to come here?" Chi Rui then petrochemical. This is going to be the end of the beat. Shen Moling was wearing a loose casual outfit, carrying a large bag behind her back with several scrolls of paintings inside. Seeing Qi Mingshan greet her, she bowed slightly and said, "Uncle Qi, I'm here to deliver the paintings and calligraphy here." Qi Mingshan nodded in understanding. "No wonder. I said who has such a big face to be able to collect the works of so many people. So it was you." Shen Moling smiled and didn't explain too much. In fact, Shen Wanchang also greeted Qi Mingshan. However, it wasn't as detailed. Qi Mingshan then refused. He's not like those calligraphers. The original status is high, and his own son is a businessman, and it is not bad. That's why Shen Wancheng didn't force it. At this point in time, Ji Rui felt very discouraged. However, at this point in time, a dead horse must be treated as a living horse. So he walked over to Qi Mingshan's side and asked in a low voice, "Uncle, have you seen this lady's calligraphy?" "That's bullshit. How can you not recognize it?" Qi Mingshan shook his head. "I know of her status and position. However, I've never seen her works, nor have I heard others speak of it. She is also proficient in calligraphy." Qi Rui secretly thought, even my uncle has never seen it. So this person may not have any real talent. According to the attainments of those two pieces of calligraphy, the author must be a famous calligrapher in Jiangcheng. Then, no matter how high her status is, it doesn't prove that the works are hers. Perhaps, there is some ulterior motive between her and Hu Yan. It might not be impossible to come forward to help Hu Yan fight against the Thunder now. www.zbcxw. CN Star Novels. In Qi Rui's eyes, Hu Yan was surrounded by a large number of extremely beautiful women. Definitely a gifted kind of person. It wasn't impossible to sleep over Shen Moling and make her obedient. Once again looked at here a few faces. Qi Rui heart is very not taste. Nonsense. Whose work do you say it is? And whose is it? Hu Yan froze and thought to himself, even at this point, you still don't die? Even Ms. Shen herself has admitted it. What more do you want? Ji Rui skimmed his lips and said, everything in this world can be a lie. You are so familiar with all the girls here. Who knows what kind of relationship you have with this Ms. Shen? It's not impossible for her to help you win a bet worth $2 million. He bit off the familiar with irony. And who wouldn't recognize it? You. Several girls felt that Ji Rui was just too angry, simply despicable. However, after all, they are girls. This kind of thing can only eat dumb loss. If you say it out loud, won't it confirm that you are really familiar with Hu Yan? Hu Yan of course became even more angry. Just as he was about to get angry, Shen Moling said, Uncle Qi, this is actually someone from the Calligraphy Association? Alas, nowadays people of any character can act as celebrity elegists in the calligraphy world. Everyone could see the disappointment in Shen Moling's words, and Qi Mingshan immediately felt his face burning. He was able to sit in this position not because his works were so outstanding. Rather, it was because his previous status could help the Calligraphy Association solve many problems. Niece Mo Ling. Don't worry, he no longer has anything to do with the Calligraphy Association from today. Uncle, Qi Mingshan waved his hand. You don't say anymore. At first I thought you still had some talent. Just a little bit of arrogance. I mentioned you many times. You talk a good game on your lips, but in fact, you don't know how to repent at all. In a person's life, it is always character that comes first. You remember. With that, he looked at Hu Yan and said, this little friend, it's us who lost. I'll buy these books and paintings. The sword is given to the hero. You get these and they complement each other. Qi Rui was completely red-eyed, and he definitely didn't believe that he could lose. After all, call a no calligraphy, can see, those two words, absolutely not like the work of young people. Because, the merit is too solid, the foundation is too thick, more unlike a woman's handwriting. Because, gives a full sense of power. And the aura is also a soaring personality of the sword. It is simply out of place with the Shen Moling in front of her. Uncle, I'll admit whatever punishment you want to give me. However, you also said that words are like people. Look at this writing. Where are the feminine features? Where is the breath of a young man? It's clearly the handwriting of a calligrapher over 40 years of age, who has gone through many vicissitudes of life. And just now, didn't you say the same thing? Now, it was difficult for Iki Mingshan. Maybe my eyesight is still not good. This world is full of talents. There may not be no genius like that. Despite his words, though, the less than sure tone was obvious to anyone. Right now, the only one who could prove it was Shin Molan himself. Even if it's nonsense, you can't force people. Sure enough, being pushed to this point, Shin Molan gritted his teeth and unloaded the backpack on his back. Since I don't believe it, I have no choice but to offer it on the spot. Saying that, Shin Molan took out the pen, ink, paper and inkstone from her bag. These, she had originally prepared to use in her own specialized calligraphy and painting room after delivering the calligraphy and painting. Spreading out the rice paper, Hu Yan immediately came over to help Shin Molan study the ink. Shin Molan closed his eyes and calmed his mind for a while after, put up the pen and write, only to see Shin Molan's entire body change the moment she opened her eyes. The original gentle and elegant, bookish Shin Molan, at this time as a profoundly condensed Yusher's martial arts master. In the momentum of the rainbow, a few big strong and powerful words flowed out under her pen. Respect overcomes idleness. Righteousness overcomes desire. Good. Ji Mingshan clapped his hands. Shi Rui was immediately like a deflated ball. How is this possible? Even though he had seen it with his own eyes, he still couldn't believe that such imposing words were actually written by Shin Molan. Hu Yan laughed. Sister Shin is really hardworking. I didn't expect that. In order to practice calligraphy, you actually learned the rigid 8 extremes fist. These few words are truly a reflection of yourself. The listener had a heart, and the way Shin Molan looked at Hu Yan, she felt even more incredulous. You can see it too? Hu Yan smiled and shook his head, secretly thinking, with the eye power of tracing the origin, not to mention that you've practiced the 8 extremes fist, even who you learned it from. I know. In fact, far more than that, even Shin Molan and 8-pole boxing master Su Baolin to learn boxing process. Hu Yan are as witnessed. At this time, Ji Mingshan said, I wonder, virtuous niece, if you could lend me your pen and ink? Shin Molan, still shocked in Hu Yan's eyesight, nodded blankly and turned the brush in her hand, handing it to Ji Mingshan. Ji Mingshan laid down the rice paper. A little thought. The pen walked. Know your males and keep your females. After writing, put the pen away. Looking at Ji Rui, he said, the 2 sentences written by others seem to be talking about their own character and style. In fact, they left the second half of the sentence for you. I'll simply write it down and give it to you. In this way, it is also considered to be the fulfillment of our destiny. Not to mention, this Shin Molan had just been verbally bullied by Ji Rui and wrote 2 sentences that meant just that. Honoring over idleness. It says, use diligence to win over laziness. The meaning tells Ji Rui that people who are really diligent can do things that ordinary people can't imagine and reach heights that ordinary people can't imagine. And, righteousness trumps desire. Then, it means that positive thoughts prevail over dirty desires in order to maintain the original mind. In this case, it means, I keep my righteous thoughts and will not be tainted by your dirty thoughts. The next couplet left behind is the one written by Ji Mingshan. Know his male, keep his female. Obviously, it is to say, know the other person's ability, you obediently keep to the basics. To be a mediocre person, Ji Rui is not poorly educated. How can he not see the meaning of this? Nowadays, his previous arrogance was nowhere to be found. What remains is like a hollowed-out shell, blankly picking up a few words whose ink has not yet dried and trudging away. Ji Mingshan looked at his back and murmured, I'm sorry for not carving you into a weapon. I guess this one education should trump my usual teachings, right? Shaking his head, Ji Mingshan looked at Qian Shower and said, this is the owner of this store, right? Come on. I'll transfer the money to you right away. Qian Shower looked at Hu Yan. After thinking about it, Hu Yan felt that Ji Mingshan, as a person, was still very good. He helped Ji Rui and was also a bit of an old-fashioned person. Unfortunately, what he taught was not what he expected. Hu Yan laughed. President Qi. Just now, we were just joking. We can't be serious. Ji Mingshan smiled and said, you're a good young man, with amazing eyesight, and even better, you know how to advance and retreat. There's time. Let's chat. With that, Ji Mingshan once again looked at Qian Shower. This great niece, my old man is not so bad as to go back on his word. Quickly collect the money. Qian Shower didn't know what to do and once again looked at Hu Yan. Hu Yan pondered briefly and said, President Qi, even if there was a mistake, it was your nephew who was too high-minded and arrogant, and it has nothing to do with you. We are all clear-eyed people. We can't impose other people's mistakes on you. If you feel that we have suffered a loss, then so be it. Hu Yan pointed to a pile of rice paper and said, please leave a few characters for Shower Store. it's considered that we've taken advantage of the situation. Ha ha ha. Ji Mingshan openly laughed. Good boy. This is a young man in the world. There is actually you such a loss said to take advantage of. You this friend I made. It doesn't matter if you write. In a moment you can give me your contact information. It's the first time I've seen a young master with an eye like yours. Qian Shower looked at Hu Yan with gratitude in her eyes. She knew that Hu Yan was doing this for the long term of her store. There were so many guests here. The intangible advertising effect. Speaking to the small but toy store brought endless amounts of benefits. Moreover, offending a current president of the Calligraphy Association, in the future in wanting good works, undoubtedly increased a lot of difficulties. Hu Yan did this. That is to remove all the hidden dangers. Even, in the future, there is pulling in some calligraphers to join. Sure enough, one would think that the friends at this store would be so atmospheric. Then it must be a fair price and won't rip people off. The painting that had just been recognized by Hu Yan and Ji Mingshan, old Mr. Shen Wanqing's painting, was immediately bought at a high price. The next thing you know, that wall full of books and paintings. It didn't take long for there to be very little left. What makes Shen Molan happiest is that her paintings have also been bought. By this time, Ji Mingshan had already written several characters. There is, talking and laughing, there are no white men. Obviously compliments to Qian Shower's store. Theirs, the sea has a capacity to accommodate all rivers. It was talking nonsense. However, Qian Shower was very happy. She thought it was still talking about her. It wasn't that people thought they were good. It's not wrong to say she's tolerant. A storm that was resolved satisfactorily. After writing two more, Ji Mingshan leaned on his waist and said, I'm old and out of practice. When I have the chance, I'll write them at home and have them sent to me. Everyone, of course, had no objections and applauded, knowing that with Ji Mingshan's character, if he doesn't make up for the original value of those paintings, he will have to write without stopping for the rest of his life. Qian Shower was earning a lot. It wasn't the money. Mostly, it's that she's sure to blow his dad's mind again with her performance next month. At this time, Ji Mingshan, who was already tired, looked at Hu Yan with a burning gaze and said, Little friend Hu Yan, we can be considered unbeaten and forgotten friends. Come on, savor my work. Hu Yan smiled helplessly and said, President Qi, you're making it difficult for me. It wasn't that Hu Yan was being pretentious. It was that Ji Mingshan's calligraphy was moderate, so it was hard to say it was good, and it was also hard to pick out faults. However, Shen Moling on the side looked on with an expectant face, and even, those calligraphy and painting enthusiasts just now, at this time also looked at Hu Yan with an expectant face. Ji Mingshan was a person like a savant and immediately added fuel to the fire. You're not going to make all of us look so hard, are you? Hu Yan had no choice but to say, then I'll just say a few words blindly, so don't be offended if something is wrong. Ji Mingshan laughed and shook his head. You're being slippery. I'm telling you, if you don't tell me what's wrong with my writing, I'm going to rely on you today. Hu Yan laughed. That's good. President Qi is a valued guest that we couldn't invite even if we wanted to, said Hu Yan seriously. A large number of Ji Mingshan's words, mellow and delicate, beautifully constructed. However, it is just a little bit worse flavor. This, Hu Yan said. I really don't know what to say or not to say, but there's no harm in saying it. Ji Mingshan exclaimed. Fine, Hu Yan said helplessly. Your character is the exact opposite of School Sister Shen Moling's. School Sister Shen's character is round on the inside and square on the outside. Your character, on the other hand, is round on the outside and square on the inside. School Sister Shen's roundness is her nature, while you, squareness is your nature. Both of you have made the mistake of sacrificing the essence for the end. www.zbcxw.cn*novels.com. Hu Yan's words put the people on the spot on cloud 9, completely at a loss. On the other hand, the parties involved, Ji Mingshan and Shen Moling, were both silent. Both of them are all deeply frowning with a tangled face. Qian Shower came over and poked Hu Yan twice with her elbow. Did you say it too heavily and offend someone? Hu Yan spread his hands. I can't help it. If I don't tell the truth, I'll be looked down upon. However, offended? These two people shouldn't be that petty. After a moment of silence, Shen Moling's eyes lit up and he bowed deeply to Hu Yan. Thank you, senior, for teaching me. I understand some of it. When she had just come, Hu Yan commented on her previous two characters and said, it seems to be dignified and heavy, but in fact, it secretly contains tenderness. Shen Moling had some insights. At that time, she didn't catch the gist of it. At this moment, after Hu Yan reminded him like this, he suddenly understood. It's like actors. Some of them are good at what they do and act like it, but the ultimate crowning achievement is still acting in character to win awards. That is to say, you learn from others. No matter how much you resemble, you still have no soul. The only way to be a true master is to go out of your own way and have your own style. Shen Moling no longer said more. That feeling in her heart at this time, she wanted to catch it as soon as possible. So, Shen Moling copied the brush as soon as he could. Seeing this, Hu Yan immediately began to help with the ink research. Shen Moling thought a little, and his movements were like flowing clouds in water. The 4 characters of inner circle and outer square are all in one. Yes, Hu Yan couldn't help but scream. These 4 words were in clerical script, and in Shen Moling's pen unexpectedly saw a kind of unceasing tenacity. And this indomitable tenacity was really Shen Moling's personality. Because of the thin gold style of writing is very difficult to practice. The Shen family since Shen Wansheng old man below, no one can write. Shen Moling was very talented in arts and crafts, so she never gave up, wanting to make up for her clumsiness with diligence, and one day allow old Mr. Shen's brushwork to be inherited. However, the difference in personality, resulting in Shen Moling always cannot find that kind of iron bone flavor, so she practiced boxing and martial arts, outwardly a gentle and quiet girl, and behind the scenes she made herself as hard as a man. After writing these 4 words, Shen Moling took a long breath and her eyes were moist when she looked at Hu Yan. I never knew that writing was such a fastidious thing. In the past, it was just taken as a responsibility, an ideal, an inheritance, shouldering too much burden. Now I realize that writing should be the release, is the sentiment, is the true world of the inner embodiment. Hu Yan smiled and nodded. All that's missing now is the fire. When you release your emotions completely, you'll be a true master of calligraphy. I think it won't be too long. Shen Moling clasped his fists and bowed, giving Hu Yan a half-teacher salute. Hu Yan hurriedly sidestepped. This is not to be taken seriously. You deserve it, Shen Moling said with some excitement. Originally, calligraphy was a shackle for me. In the future, calligraphy is wings for me. Even my grandfather didn't teach me anything. You taught me. You deserve it. Hu Yan shook his head repeatedly. You're overstating it. Just as they were at a stalemate, suddenly, Ji Mingshan woke up as if in a dream. I got it. Quick, get a pen. Hu Yan hurriedly handed the brush to Ji Mingshan, who gazed at the rice paper, seeming to have nothing else in his eyes. It took a long time to slowly put pen to paper. He writes in cursive script, and the words are interesting. Surprisingly, God's floating clouds. Ha 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 ha. After finishing the writing and putting down the pen, Ji Mingshan laughed freely. Painful, painful ah. In this life, it's never been this easy. While others didn't understand, Hu Yan understood Qi Mingshan's heart. Qi Mingshan, this person, is a scrupulous person. In the past, when doing work, conscientious, after retirement, has also been adhering to that way of doing things for people. Working within the system, you have to do that. But now, he has retired. Idle clouds, has been the end of the frame, cannot be put down. Therefore, the calligraphy is like being pulled by an invisible silk thread. Simply put, it's constrictive. And Hu Yan's words made him understand. What he should be doing now is enjoying life and looking at everything with the open-mindedness of a bystander. Alas, Qi Mingshan let out a long sigh. Ji Rue, this child, teaching waste. I also have responsibility. Ah, if I had today's encounter, I definitely wouldn't have taught him so. Qian Shower bristled. That guy is a lofty character. I see. Ah, who teaches is also bad enough. It's best to let him run into walls on his own and let society educate him. Unexpectedly, Qian Shower's words, Qi Mingshan was not angry in the slightest, but also nodded his head greatly and said, you're right, that's what I thought. In the beginning, if I can put down my face and let him climb the social ladder for a while, once his heart was honed, and he reached out a little, he would have become a genius, and he'd be grateful to me for the rest of his life. But now, he'll probably hate me for the rest of his life. But it doesn't matter. It's just like writing, letting yourself go. Who cares what others say? Hu Yan gave a thumbs up. Brilliant. Ji Mingshan patted Hu Yan's shoulder. You're the one who's brilliant. At such a young age, you've seen the world. You're marvelous. I really don't know which girl will have the honor of marrying a talented man like you. Ha ha ha. Ji Mingshan looked at the somewhat coy Hu Yan and laughed. Several beautiful eyes were watching Hu Yan's youthful side at the moment. They felt that right now, Hu Yan's expression was at its most adorable. In the past, that kind of certainty in everything and old-fashioned. It didn't look fun at all at this time. Just as the people were all concentrating on watching the fun, Qi Mingshan surprisingly also bowed in a preserving manner and gave Hu Yan a half-teacher salute. Hu Yan panicked and assisted. This cannot be allowed. Qi Mingshan smiled generously. Ha, what is not to make? Learning is not successive. The master is the teacher. You not only taught me to write, but also taught me to be a person. In the future days, I live more happy for sure. These, you cannot be credited. Ah. Saying that, he looked at Shen Moling. In the past we were practicing writing. In the future, ah, That is called enjoyment, or release and decompression. The joy in this. How many people can understand it? Isn't this all thanks to you? Master Hu, you're still modest? Hu Yan scratched his head and laughed like the landlord's stupid son, causing everyone to burst into laughter. Hu Jiasin and Qian Shaoer couldn't help but hug Hu Yan's arms left and right, as if they were happier than Hu Yan himself when he showed his face. After the laughter died down, Qi Mingshan let out a long sigh. Today is the happiest day of my life? There's just one small regret. I wonder if Master Hu Yan can you fulfill the wish of a late old man? Hu Yan nodded and said, you are old and strong. I see. This body is better than mine. Ji Mingshan laughed out loud. You're a pushover? Hu Yan waved his hands repeatedly. Dare not. Dare not. As long as I can do it, I will never dare to postpone it. Good. Ji Mingshan high-fived. My wish is to see Master Hu's ink treasures. Is this okay? His gaze was eager, and there was surprisingly some flavor of suffering in it. Hu Yan screamed bitterly in his heart, secretly thinking, I'm getting carried away, seeing the strengths and weaknesses of other people's works. That's eye power. But I have low eyesight. Hu Yan sweated down. However, just looked at the calligraphy of each family's dark enlightenment, and let him stupid. There is really some dilemma. Seeing Hu Yan's hesitation, Shen Moling took a step closer and bowed slightly, performing the disciple salute. I still ask Master Hu to give me some advice. Hu Jiasin was also confused. In her memory, Hu Yan had only learned brush writing when he was in elementary school. The eloquence just now blindsided Hu Jiasin. However, Hu Jiasin did believe that after Hu Yan became an appraiser, his eyesight was definitely not bad. But writing, even she knew, was not something that could be accomplished by eye. However, by this time, Qi Mingshan had already gone to ink Hu Yan himself, and Shen Moling has already pounced the rice paper flat and neat, pressed on the paperweight. Hu Yan held his old face red and said something that no one would have expected. Xiao bring Zhang Dafu's 8 broken fans. I'll take another look. Those closest to Hu Yan were collectively confused. Is this the rhythm of present learning? Qian Shaoer hesitated for a moment, but still did as Hu Yan said. Hu Yan unfolded the fan and his eyes were as if they were welded to the fan, and so the time passed in quiet silence. Except for the sound of people's breathing, the only sound is the sound of hawking on the street. The entire inside of the small and toy store, there is no half a murmur. Hu Yan stared for several minutes, followed by several minutes of closed eyes and thought. Next, after snapping his eyes open, Hu Yan handed the fan to Qian Shaoer, crossing his arms upwards. He stretched his arms fiercely and had a stretch. That stance was like being forced to talk about Zhu Zhishan painted by Tong Pak Fu. Everyone thought it was going to be a disaster. However, Yao Rou felt that Hu Yan's movements seemed to have the flavor of her family's martial arts. And Shen Moling is feeling as if Hu Yan has also practiced Baji Quan. Hu Yan made an exact replica of the cornered Zhu Zhishan, and also shouted out, taking the brush in Qi Mingshan's hand. His movements were as if he was mad, wide open and furious. The script of the pen also flew in people's eyes. A degree the momentum is like a breakthrough. Not waiting for everyone to see the good and bad of the words written, Hu Yan directly spread another piece of rice paper. Duan condensed like a mountain. A few big words in one breath. Immovable as a mountain. Like a man on steroids. Hu Yan wasn't finished and continued to write. Heavenly reward. Next. Things are not what they seem. No desire. Joy to the world. The future is bright. The icing on the cake. 8 whole panels. 8 fonts. Shen Moling and Qi Mingshan were thunderstruck on the outside. Like this. Hu Yan is not finished. After the last piece came out, people were all dumbfounded.